Introduction asterisk. He is the captain of the Bloodblade Special Forces, a castaway of the Wu family, a towering hero, a sharp blade in crises, a ruler standing at the pinnacle of power, a flesh and blood man of virtue. He is Shuang. Chapter 1. Airport Sniper. As Shuang descended from the airplane, he inhaled the air of Tianhai deeply. Little did he expect to return after a decade. Walking towards the exit, he was captivated by the numerous enchanting women around him, their figures curvaceous and alluring. The summer heat had prompted them to wear as little as possible, showcasing their exquisite forms. Ah, indeed, Tianhai is replete with beauties. Old Fong did not deceive me, Shuang mused, his gaze fixated on the long legs and the soft, fair skin that seemed to beckon with every glance, his adrenaline surging in response. He believed that it was only his strong self-control that prevented him from losing composure. For his companions, Xiao Dao, Xiong, and Tai Tu, would surely have been rendered speechless by the sight. At that moment, 7 individuals passed by him. 5 were imposing bodyguards clad in black suits and sunglasses, surrounding a silver-haired elder and a striking young woman of about 20. The young woman possessed an oval face, delicate willow-like brows, and eyes sparkling like black onyx. Her skin was fair and flawless, and she wore a backless Chanel dress that accentuated her exquisite figure. The elder, though simply dressed, exuded an undeniable authority. His gaze commanded respect, a testament to his long tenure in power. Suddenly, Shuang spotted a flash of white light from the rooftop of a nearby building. "Not good," he shouted, urgently addressing the elder. "Get down. Danger. Sniper." Recognizing the gleam as the reflection of a sniper's scope, Shuang dashed towards them. A sharp gunshot rang out, and a bullet cut through the air, aimed directly at the elder's head. The bodyguards, mistaking Shuang's approach as a threat, rushed to intercept him while 2 others assisted the elder in crouching down. But it was too late to evade. The bullet was on a deadly trajectory. In that instant, Shuang raised his right hand, a flash of silver light shooting forth to intercept the incoming bullet. Just as the bullet was mere inches from the elder, the silver light struck it, causing it to veer off course, grazing the elder's scalp and leaving a shallow cut before plummeting to the ground. The bodyguards finally reacted to the gunfire, hastily encircling the elder to shield him from further attacks. Meanwhile, Shuang transformed into a blur, sprinting towards the sniper's position on the 6th floor. Regardless of the intended target, any assailant daring to strike in Tianhai had already sealed their fate. What would typically take 3 minutes to cover, Shuang accomplished in merely 30 seconds. Yet upon reaching the rooftop, he found it deserted. Gazing down, he swiftly identified a tall foreign man clutching a suitcase. To save time, he leaped from the 6th floor in a series of agile bounds, landing gracefully below, thankful for the absence of onlookers. Without hesitation, he pursued the foreigner with the swiftness of the wind. Realizing he was being chased, the sniper quickened his pace and darted into a narrow alley. Shuang followed, unhesitatingly entering the dimly lit passage. As he rushed in, a flash of white light appeared, and a blade sliced through the air toward him. He halted abruptly, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. In one fluid motion, he reached out and seized the foreigner's wrist. Caught off guard by Shuang's speed, the foreigner twisted his wrist and aimed his knife at Shuang's throat once more. Yet, the assassin's reflexes paled in comparison to Shuang's. He clutched the foreigner's wrist tightly, snapping the bones with a swift motion. With a pained cry, the knife clattered to the ground. Shuang delivered a powerful kick to the foreigner's chest, sending the nearly 2-meter-tall man crashing against the wall 5 meters away. Before the foreigner could recover, Shuang lunged forward, seizing him by the throat. "Oomph! To dare attempt assassination in the Divine Land. You are courting death." Shuang sneered, swiftly ending the sniper's life. He surmised that these assassins had likely received their orders from the dark web, unaware of their employer. However, such audacious killers dared to venture into the Divine Land, and he would show no mercy. After dispatching the assassin, Shuang exited the alley and was met with the sight of the earlier beauty, frantically shouting, "Doctor! Where's the doctor?" The young woman was pacing anxiously, tears brimming in her eyes. 2 bodyguards were absent, presumably searching for medical assistance. "Do not worry, I am a doctor, and I can save your grandfather," Shuang reassured her, approaching her side. "My grandfather is in critical condition. Please, help him. He has suffered a heart attack," she implored, desperation etched across her face. Following the young woman, Shuang reached her grandfather, who lay on the ground, clutching his chest in agony. The elder's face was pale as parchment, beads of sweat forming on his brow, gasping for breath. Shuang quickly assessed the situation. This was acute myocardial infarction, a condition requiring immediate intervention to prevent sudden death. Recognizing the urgency, he prepared to use the silver needles he always carried, but was suddenly restrained from behind. Turning swiftly, he found himself confronted by a doctor in a white coat who was in his 30s. "Who are you? And how dare you treat old Master Long with acupuncture? If something were to happen to him, could you bear the responsibility?" The doctor shouted at Shuang, glaring at the silver needles in his hand. Chapter 2. Rescuing Old Master Long. The doctor, named Jean Shengchong, was the head of the airport's emergency center. The elderly man in distress was Long Feixiong, the patriarch of the Long family in Tianhai, and the father of the current head, Long Shitting. The enchanting beauty is none other than Long Shitting's daughter, known as Long Yuyan. The Long family is a prominent lineage in Tianhai, with Long Feixiong having served as the mayor of the city. Long Shitting, the chairman of the Longxing Group, ranks among the wealthiest individuals in Tianhai. While the Jin family holds some status in Tianhai, it pales in comparison to the Long family. Thus, when Jean Shengchong heard from the Long family bodyguard that Elder Long was experiencing angina due to shock and required urgent medical attention, he recognized it as a prime opportunity to curry favor with the Long family. He promptly rushed over with equipment, medicine, and an assistant. However, upon arrival, he was taken aback to see Shuang preparing to administer a needle to Long Feixiong, and he erupted in fury. From the bodyguard's description, Jean Shengchong deduced that Long Feixiong was likely suffering from an acute myocardial infarction, which was not difficult to address. Yet, the prospect of Shuang seizing the credit for saving him incensed him further. Without hesitation, he forcefully pulled Shuang away. "Who are you? Which medical university did you graduate from? Do you possess a medical license?" He bellowed, noticing Shuang appear to be merely in his early 20s. Caught off guard by Jean Shengchong's inquiry, Shuang faltered. His medical knowledge was acquired through an experienced military doctor, and he had never attended a formal medical school nor obtained a medical license. Jean Shengchong seized the moment, becoming increasingly arrogant. "Miss Long, did you see that? This young man has neither attended medical school nor possesses a medical license. Allowing him to randomly inject needles into Elder Long is tantamount to playing with lives." The onlookers began to murmur their disapproval of Shuang, and even Long Yuyan turned pale with fear. Thankfully, Shuang had yet to insert the needle. Had anything gone awry, it would have endangered her grandfather's life. "Miss Long, I am Jean Shengchong, director of the Airport Emergency Center. I will attend to Elder Long immediately. Please do not trust charlatans like him," he asserted, casting a disdainful glance at Shuang. "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, this quack could have harmed Elder Long. I was just anxious. He claimed to be a doctor who could save my grandfather, and I foolishly believed him," Long Yuyan admitted, filled with regret. "I understand your feelings, Miss Long, but in the future, please do not make such mistakes. Always trust certified medical professionals. One must not blindly believe anyone who claims to be a healer, as it can lead to tragic consequences." Jean Shengchong shot another pointed look at Shuang. "You may save lives, but on what grounds do you accuse me, Shuang, of causing harm?" Shuang questioned coldly, his temper flaring at Jean Shengchong's repeated denigrations. "You, who have never attended medical school and lack a license, dare to inject needles into a patient? Is it not harmful?" Jean Shengchong retorted, his voice rising in indignation. Seeing Shuang's defiance only fueled Jean Shengchong's anger further. He recognized that Shuang, dressed in cheap attire, was clearly not someone of wealth or influence. Thus, he could not resist belittling him in front of the Long family to assert his own dominance. "Keep an eye on him. Ensure that this charlatan does not escape. He must be taken to the authorities for practicing medicine without a license and endangering lives," he instructed his two assistants, his spirits soaring at the prospect of rescuing Long Feixiong, ingratiating himself with the Long family, and delivering a blow to Shuang all in one day. His assistants promptly approached, ready to keep Shuang in check. "Enough of your bravado. Elder Long is suffering from an acute myocardial infarction, and time is of the essence." Shuang was far more concerned about Long Feixiong's condition than his own predicament. "Indeed, Director Jean, please proceed with the rescue of my grandfather," Long Yuyan urged anxiously. Having basked in attention moments earlier, Jean Shengchong quickly moved to attend to Long Feixiong. Dealing with Shuang was a trivial matter. Saving Long Feixiong was paramount. With so many witnesses present, Shuang could not escape. He instructed the bodyguards to lift Long Feixiong onto a stretcher, administered a heart-saving pill, and prepared to inject thrombolytics. You must be cautious. Thrombolytics come with side effects. Shouldn't you conduct a thorough examination before proceeding? Shuang remarked indifferently as Jean Shengchang prepared the injection. Who are you to question me? I am well aware of how to save a patient. You, a fraud, should refrain from giving orders. Jean Shengchang snapped, annoyed at Shuang's interjection. The standard procedures of administering medication, oxygen, and injections were clear to him, and he dismissed Shuang's input entirely. With great disdain, Jean Shengchang turned back to administer the thrombolytic injection. I advise you to reconsider. Negligence could jeopardize the patient's safety, Shuang warned, attempting to intervene once more. Unexpectedly, this time, it was Long Yuyan who stepped forward, pushing Shuang aside. Enough. You charlatan. You pretended to be a doctor and nearly harmed my grandfather, and now you obstruct Director Jean from saving him? What are you trying to do? Put my grandfather at risk. Director Jean is a highly educated graduate of a reputable medical institution. How can someone like you, who has never even attended medical school, presume to direct him? After chastising Shuang, she turned to Jean Shengchang, saying, Director Jean, please proceed with the injection without heeding a word from this fraud. With Long Yuyan siding with Jean Shengchang, Shuang found himself at a loss for words. As he fell silent, the onlookers began to ridicule him. What a fool! Uneducated, and yet try to direct others in saving lives. What a shame for a young man to abandon proper pursuits to become a charlatan. His shabby attire clearly marks him as a country bumpkin. How absurd that a simpleton dares to instruct a distinguished director on saving lives. Chapter 3. The signs of hemorrhage. Upon hearing the words of Long Yuyan and those around her, Jean Shengchang could not help but cast a triumphant glance at Shuang. You claim to be here to save lives. Humph, behold your fate. Truly a case of overestimating oneself. Look at me. With a mere gesture, I have garnered such accolades. Young man, observe, this is the chasm that separates us. You cannot even administer a thrombolytic injection. What do you truly understand? Soon, I shall revive this patient, and you will witness the humiliation I will bestow upon you. At that point, not only will I have ingratiated myself with the Long family, but I shall also gain a splendid reputation, for I have already noticed several individuals capturing the moment on their phones, preparing to upload the video of my life-saving act online. Subsequently, my name will echo far and wide, cementing my status as the new generation of esteemed medical practitioners. By saving Long Feixiong, the Long family will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. Soon, I shall reap both fame and fortune, perhaps reaching the pinnacle of my existence in no time. Contemplating these thoughts, Jean Shengchang could not suppress a smile of cunning triumph. Director Jean, why are you merely standing there grinning instead of attending to my grandfather? Long Yuyan inquired, puzzled by Jean Shengchang's demeanor. Right away, I shall administer the thrombolytic injection, Jean Shengchang replied, hastily forcing an awkward smile and striking what he believed to be the most dashing pose as he prepared to treat Long Feixiong. Shuang, arms crossed in front of his chest, regarded Jean Shengchang with the bemusement one might reserve for a fool. Although he had not taken Long Feixiong's pulse, he instantly recognized the man's allergic constitution, which rendered thrombolytic therapy entirely inappropriate. After the injection, the initial moments might suggest an improvement in the patient's condition, yet almost immediately, the patient would experience laryngeal spasms, difficulty in breathing, and a cascade of hemorrhaging from various organs. Should this bleeding not be halted within 5 minutes, the patient would succumb to a fatal hemorrhage. It was not that he lacked responsibility. Rather, he had repeatedly cautioned the family, yet they refused to heed his warnings, leaving him with no recourse but to wait until the patient exhibited symptoms of widespread bleeding before he could intervene and attempt to save him. Indeed, after administering the thrombolytic injection, the onlookers observed a slight alleviation of the agonizing expression on Long Feixiong's face. His breathing began to ease, and his symptoms showed signs of improvement. A miraculous doctor, indeed. A paragon of benevolence in the medical realm. Indeed, Director Jin's skills are commendable. He has timely alleviated the suffering of the elderly gentleman, a true hero. I shall certainly share the video I captured online, spreading such positive energy. If only the world had more doctors like Director Jin, it would be a more harmonious and beautiful place. Such virtuous deeds should be widely celebrated, inspiring others to emulate Director Jin's spirit and engage in acts of kindness. Hearing the praise from the crowd, Jean Shengchang hurriedly bowed, acknowledging their accolades with humility. You flatter me. I do not deserve such commendation. Healing and saving lives is my duty as a physician, and it is not worthy of such exaltation. As Long Feixiong's symptoms began to dissipate, Long Yuyan retrieved a bank card from her satchel and presented it to Director Jean Shengchong with both hands. Representing the Long family, Yuyan expressed her profound gratitude to Director Jean for saving her grandfather's life, offering him 1 million as a modest token of appreciation. The onlookers were taken aback. Yuyan's generosity was indeed remarkable. However, upon recalling the Long family's vast wealth in Tianhai, they soon understood that such an amount was trivial to them. Director Jean felt a sense of frustration swell within him. He silently chastised Long Yuyan for her choice of public display when offering money. Did she not realize the implications of accepting such a sum in front of so many witnesses? If he were to accept this 1 million, how would it tarnish the noble image that had just been established? Miss Long, he replied, it is the duty of a physician to heal and save lives. Accepting this money is simply not appropriate. Director Jean, please do not dismiss it as insignificant. This is merely a token of our gratitude, Long Yuyan insisted, believing that he found the sum insufficient and once again attempted to return the card. Miss Long, this is not merely a matter of money. I, Jean Shengchong, have simply fulfilled my obligations, and I cannot accept your generosity. Since Director Jean refused the gift, Yuyan concluded that the Long family now owed him a favor. Upon hearing her words, Director Jin's spirits brightened, the earlier discontent dissipating. A favor from the Long family was far more valuable than a mere million. Look at how admirable Director Jean is, capable, humble, and generous without seeking recompense. What a wonderful person. The crowd contrasted him with others who, despite their youth, resorted to deceit and showmanship. When Jean was saving the elderly gentleman, some had tried to obstruct him. The disparity between individuals was stark. It was known that acute myocardial infarction could claim a life in mere minutes. Director Jean, even if only a few seconds had passed, could have saved the old gentleman's life. How could anyone dare to impede Director Jean in such a critical moment? With such thoughts circulating, Long Yuyan turned her gaze, filled with resentment, towards Shuang. Indeed, Shuang had previously obstructed Director Jean from administering the necessary treatment to her grandfather. Had they heeded his advice and not allowed the thrombolytic injection, her grandfather would undoubtedly have been in grave danger. Her initial gratitude towards Shuang had transformed into disdain and finally morphed into animosity. His earlier actions were surely not motivated by good intentions. At that moment, Long Feixiong's body suddenly convulsed violently. His throat began to spasm, and his breathing quickened, as if he were on the verge of gasping for air. Blood slowly oozed from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose, staining his entire body crimson. Upon hearing her grandfather's body begin to tremble, Long Yuyan hurriedly turned her gaze towards him. The sight of her grandfather in such a state filled her with terror. Director Jean, please take a look. What has happened to my grandfather? Long Yuyan exclaimed in a panicked voice, tears welling in her eyes. Meanwhile, Director Jean Shengchong, who had been savoring the accolades of the crowd, turned towards Long Feixiong upon hearing her cry. The sight of Long Feixiong in such a condition took him aback. His entire body was drenched in crimson, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. This is a sign of hemorrhaging. Long Yuyan pleaded urgently, Director Jean, what is wrong with my grandfather? Is he in mortal danger? Please, save him. She grasped Jean Shengchong's arm, her voice trembling with desperation. Chapter 4. A miraculous recovery. Even though Long Yuyan was not a physician, she could discern the perilous state of Long Feixiong. The onlookers were equally astonished by his condition. None could fathom how he had suddenly transformed into a figure on the brink of life and death, bloodied and in distress. Just moments ago, his symptoms had seemingly vanished, and it appeared he was on the mend. Miss Long, we must get him to the hospital immediately, Jean Shengchong said, his earlier confidence evaporating, replaced by a stammer as he addressed Long Yuyan. This is a critical situation. Even with the necessary equipment, I would be unable to manage this. What are we waiting for? Hurry, take my grandfather to the hospital. The bodyguards of the Long family, along with Jean Shengchong, swiftly moved to push the stretcher towards the ambulance. Wait, we cannot go to the hospital. Shuang rushed to the front of the stretcher, blocking their path. What are you doing? My grandfather is in such a state, and you dare to interfere? Long Yuyan cried out desperately, her voice strained. There are less than 5 minutes left for the patient. It's too late to get him to the hospital. Allow me. I assure you I can stabilize your grandfather in under a minute. Shuang spoke rapidly, her demeanor calm despite the chaos. You charlatan. The patient is in this condition, and you still intend to deceive us. Jean Shengchong shouted furiously at Shuang. Even I am powerless to assist the old master in his current state. You, who have never even attended medical school and lack a medical license, what can you possibly do? Jean Shengchong was engulfed in fear. Having been the one to administer emergency care to Long Feixiong, he was acutely aware that if the old man were to succumb here, The Long family would not let him off lightly. The confidence he had just moments ago was replaced by dread. All he could think of was getting Long Feixiong to the hospital swiftly. If the old man perished there, his responsibility would be mitigated, and he would have less to fear from the Long family's wrath. To his astonishment, Shuang now stood defiantly in front of him. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Shuang away and rush Long Feixiong to the hospital, distancing himself from any blame. You are incapable. Your lack of medical skill does not imply that others are equally inept. At that moment, Shuang had no time to engage with him. Instead, he addressed Long Yuyan, saying, Miss Long, it is undoubtedly too late to transport him to the hospital. If you merely consent, I can treat old Master Long right now. I have already saved his life once, and I can do so again. Do not believe him, Miss Long. He has never even attended a medical university and lacks a medical license. What does he know about healing? We must take him to the hospital immediately. After uttering this, Jin Shengchang shouted at Shuang, You charlatan, cease your baseless commotion and do not waste precious time that could be spent saving the patient. If you continue to obstruct, you are jeopardizing his life. Me jeopardizing his life? Had it not been for your insistence on administering thrombolytic therapy, the patient would not be in this condition. Shuang retorted, You claim I cannot heal him? Let us wager. If I succeed in treating the old master, you shall kneel and call me grandfather 3 times. If I fail, I shall sever my own hands. What say you? Do you dare to accept? Very well, I accept your wager. Although on the surface Jin Shengchang appeared anxious and fearful, inwardly he reveled in delight. Foolish boy, continue with your antics. This is a case of massive hemorrhage, and even many prominent hospitals would hesitate to claim they could save him. If Long Feixiong perishes under your care, it will not reflect on me. I was at a loss for how to extricate myself from this situation, and now this imbecile has unwittingly taken on this hot potato. What could be better? Miss Long, there are merely 3 minutes remaining. If you do not agree to treatment now, once those 3 minutes pass, not even a deity could save your grandfather. A doctor can heal, but that requires the consent of the patient's family. Hearing that her grandfather had only 3 minutes left, Long Yuyan, now in a state of panic, mechanically nodded in agreement. 3 minutes would not allow enough time to reach the hospital from the airport. At this juncture, she could only resort to desperate measures and let Shuang attempt his methods. With the family's consent secured, Shuang swiftly produced a set of silver needles in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, he thrust a dozen silver needles into Long Feixiong's body. The speed, precision, and steadiness of his technique surpassed even that of seasoned practitioners with decades of experience. Although Jin Shengchang specialized in Western medicine, he had dabbled in traditional Chinese medicine as well. He recognized that Shuang's silver needles were precisely targeting acupuncture points, causing a stir of astonishment within him. Could it be that Shuang was indeed a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Yet, such masters were typically elderly men. Shuang appeared to be merely in his early 20s. How could he possess such exceptional acupuncture skills? As Jin Shengchang pondered these thoughts, Shuang had already inserted over 30 silver needles into Long Feixiong's body. After placing the final 2 needles at the Baihui and Fengqi acupoints, it was evident that Long Feixiong's orifices ceased to bleed, and the crimson hue of his blood gradually faded. The silver needles had stabilized Long Feixiong's blood vessels, redirecting the blood back to its original pathways. In less than half a minute, Long Feixiong's skin returned to its normal state, his breathing steadied, and his body ceased to tremble. Jin Shengchang, Long Yuyan, and the onlookers were all left in a state of astonishment. They could not fathom that such grave symptoms, under the deft touch of Shuang's 30 needles, had brought Long Feixiong back from the brink of death. Yet, the reality stood before them, undeniable and compelling. With the blood flowing smoothly, the myocardial infarction had vanished. A minute later, Long Feixiong slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Upon seeing him awake, Long Yuyan grasped his hand, tears welling in her eyes as she exclaimed, It's all right, dear, do not cry. Your grandfather has awakened. Long Feixiong, with tender affection, reached out to wipe her tears away. In the crowd, Jin Shengchang felt a sense of embarrassment as he gazed upon Long Feixiong. Astonished that Shuang had indeed saved him. Having just wagered against Shuang, he now faced the prospect of losing. If Shuang demanded his bet, it would be an uncomfortable situation. Thus, he subtly began to retreat, hoping to slip away unnoticed from the throng. Director Jin, where do you think you're going? Unexpectedly, Shuang had been watching him intently. As he attempted to escape, Shuang swiftly positioned himself in front of Jin Shengchang. I have matters to attend to at the emergency center and must return immediately, Jin Shengchang stammered, feeling flustered. Do not rush, Director Jin. Our affairs are far from concluded. Shuang replied with a smile. My esteemed Director Jin, have you forgotten our wager? What wager? It was merely a jest, Jean Shengchang retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment at the mention of the bet. Regardless of the circumstances, as the director of the emergency center, how could he possibly kneel and call Wu Shuang grandfather in front of so many witnesses? He would lose all face. I am not jesting. I am quite serious, Wu Shuang said, his expression turning grave. To renege on a promise, what kind of person does that make you? And as the director of the emergency center, no less. Such a charlatan, nearly causing the demise of old Master Long. It is beyond comprehension how someone like him gained entry into the emergency center. I shall upload the video online to expose him. He must not be allowed to remain in the emergency center any longer. Were it not for that young man earlier, we would have faced a true tragedy today. His medical skills are exceptional, and his character commendable. He selflessly saved old Master Long. The young man had just attempted to thwart the Quack, yet no one heeded his warnings, leaving him unjustly aggrieved. In a moment of crisis, he still stepped forward to save a life, truly a noble soul. Such acts of kindness and positive energy deserve to be heralded far and wide. Later, I shall take to my live stream to properly extol the events of today. Unlike that charlatan, whose medical skills are abysmal and character even worse, attempting to evade his debts after a lost wager. Fear not, young man, as long as we stand by you, he cannot escape his obligations. Indeed, we shall champion your cause, he cannot leave. As Jean Shengchang listened to the surrounding voices, his expression grew increasingly grim. The adulation he had received moments ago was now replaced by fierce disdain. He desperately sought to extricate himself from the throng, yet the crowd remained steadfast, unwilling to part. Given the circumstances, should he fail to fulfill his promise, he would find himself ensnared by these individuals. Fools, step aside, make way for me. I am the director of the emergency center and a member of the Jean family. If you do not move, how shall I deal with you? Jean Shengchang bellowed in anger. Is the Jean family so formidable? Long Yuyan responded coldly, her countenance frosted with disdain. It was this Quack who had nearly brought harm to her grandfather. Were it not for the public setting, she would have relished the opportunity to give Jean Shengchang a thorough thrashing. While Jean Shengchang might intimidate the surrounding crowd, he could not muster the same bravado in front of the Long family. He promptly apologized to Mr. Wu Shuang and complied with their agreement, lest the Long family show him no mercy. Despite the Jean family's influence, they were but mere ants in comparison to the Long family. Having mistakenly believed Jean Shengchang's words and misjudged Wu Shuang, she now felt compelled to seek justice for him. Very well, I shall honor the agreement. Faced with the threat from the Long family, Jean Shengchang's face turned ashen, as if he were walking towards the gallows. Reluctantly, he knelt before Wu Shuang, muttering under his breath, "Grandfather, what did you say? Speak up, I cannot hear you," Wu Shuang teased, noting the faintness of Jean Shengchang's voice. "Wu Shuang, do not push your luck." Jean Shengchang gritted his teeth, a mixture of anger and humiliation flooding over him. After all, he was the director of the emergency center. In front of so many witnesses, having already knelt before Wu Shuang, he was astonished that Wu Shuang would continue to press for more, inciting further rage within him. However, the icy glare from Long Yuyan silenced him, rendering him incapable of uttering another word. "Grandfather, grandfather, is this sufficient?" he lamented, calling out twice in despair. "Fine. Given your affectionate tone, I shall spare you. Now be gone." Wu Shuang laughed heartily. The onlookers erupted in derisive laughter. At that moment, Jean Shengchang wished for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. His face flushed as he cast a glance at Long Yuyan. Begone. Long Yuyan held no regard for someone like Jean Shengchang. Now that her grandfather had recovered, there was no need to entangle herself with such a petty individual. "Thank you, Miss Long," Jean Shengchang said, rising from the ground amidst the mocking laughter of the crowd, his face flushed with shame as he made his way out. However, he cast a venomous glare at Wu Shuang, knowing he could not provoke the Long family, but he would not let Wu Shuang off easily. After this incident, he had not only lost face, but likely his job as well. He was determined to settle the score with Wu Shuang. "Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. My grandfather has awakened and wishes to thank you in person. There is no need for gratitude. It was merely a small act of kindness. However, do refrain from viewing others through a biased lens in the future," Wu Shuang replied, glancing at Long Yuyan before walking away. Seeing Wu Shuang's indifference filled Long Yuyan with frustration. As a princess of the Long family, renowned for her beauty and accustomed to adoration, she had never been so belittled. Saving her grandfather was commendable, but did it grant him the right to treat her, a princess of the Long family, with such disdain? Long Yuyan was about to unleash her temper on Wu Shuang when he had already exited the crowd. Moreover, displaying her anger in front of so many would tarnish her image, so she swallowed her indignation. You wretched boy, if I see you again, I will not let you off easily, she thought. As the onlookers dispersed, Shuang found himself confronted by a dozen individuals shortly after leaving the airport, with Jin Shengchong at the forefront. Grandson, did you miss your grandfather already? Shuang smiled at Jin Shengchong. You insolent brat. Now that the Long family is no longer shielding you, your end is near, Jin Shengchong seethed, recalling the humiliation of having to kneel before Shuang in front of everyone. Fueled by rage, he had gathered some local ruffians to teach Shuang a lesson. Humph. I don't need anyone's protection, Shuang retorted coldly, glancing at Jin Shengchong and his entourage, disdain evident in his voice. If you have the guts, come at me. Mauga, teach this brat a proper lesson. Jin Shengchong growled at the leader of the thugs, his teeth gritted. The ruffians, emboldened by their numbers and accustomed to violence, surged forward at Mauga's command. Chapter 6. As the thugs charged, a triumphant grin spread across Jin Shengchong's face. Shuang, what good is your medical expertise? What advantage does the Long family provide you? You are destined for misfortune, he thought. The thugs, seasoned in brawls, would easily overpower Shuang. He envisioned breaking Shuang's legs, forcing him to kneel and call him grandfather 100 times. Jin Shengchong found himself increasingly pleased with his thoughts. At that moment, he witnessed the group of yellow-haired individuals being sent flying back, their speed surpassing even that with which they had charged forward. It turned out that as they reached Shuang, he had dispatched each one with a swift kick, sending them tumbling back. How could this be? How could this be possible? These fighters, who were renowned for their prowess, had fallen in less than half a minute. Jin Shengchong could scarcely believe what he was witnessing. Yet the anguished cries of the yellow-haired men sprawled on the ground confirmed the harsh reality. He stared in bewilderment at the fallen figures, unable to fathom Shuang's formidable combat abilities that had so effortlessly toppled them in an instant. Mao Gu, get up and defeat him. Jin Shengchong shouted desperately to the yellow-haired men lying on the ground. Defeat whom? I ought to take you down instead. Did you not see how terrifying that guy's fighting prowess is? You want me to charge at him and seek my own demise? The yellow-haired man, feeling as if his very bones were about to splinter, silently cursed Jin Shengchong. Having some connection to their leader and having given them 10,000 yuan for this singular task, he had agreed readily. Initially, upon seeing Shuang, the yellow-haired man had thought that earning this money would be a breeze. Yet, to his astonishment, as he charged at Shuang, he barely had time to react before a foot struck him with tremendous force. It felt as though he had been rammed by a ferocious bull, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. In midair, he was suddenly acutely aware of the searing pain coursing through his body. Upon crashing to the ground, every bone felt as if it had shattered. Now, as Jin Shengchong urged him to rise and confront Shuang again, he yearned instead to rise and deliver a thorough beating to Jin Shengchong first. Anyone not wanting to die, get out. Shuang glared at the yellow-haired men and barked. Terrified, they immediately suppressed their pain, scrambling to their feet and fleeing in haste. Mao Gu, don't leave. Keep fighting him. Jin Shengchong shouted at the retreating figures. Fight. To hell with that. The yellow-haired man retorted angrily, supported by his comrades, and they fled without a backward glance. Soon, only Shuang and an increasingly awkward Jin Shengchong remained on the scene, realizing that with the yellow-haired men gone, staying behind would bode ill for him. Jin Shengchong instinctively turned to flee. Stop right there. I did not grant you permission to leave. A cold voice echoed from behind him. Though Shuang's tone was not particularly loud, it carried an unsettling power that made Jin Shengchong freeze in his tracks, his leg refusing to move forward. Mr. Wu, it's a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Jin Shengchong hurriedly turned around, smiling as he addressed Shuang. You've brought over a dozen people to confront me. Can this be called a misunderstanding? Shuang retorted with a cold smile. Oh, I merely intended for these few to become acquainted with Mr. Wu. Jin Shengchong feigned innocence. I have no idea why they insisted on confronting Mr. Wu right from the start. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, with so many on Huang Mao's side. He dared not act with bravado before Shuang. Huh, do you take me for a mere child of 3? Shuang replied sharply. Ask yourself if you truly believe such flimsy reasoning. Even you cannot convince yourself of this pitiful excuse. Mr. Wu, today I accept my faults. I am in the wrong. I implore you to show mercy, to let me go, Jin Shengchong pleaded, desperately shifting his demeanor. What reason do you propose for my release? Mr. Wu, you possess a noble countenance, radiating integrity, clearly a person of great stature. Please do not stoop to quarrel with someone of my insignificance. Just regard me as a mere nuisance and let me go. That excuse is insufficient. You've brought people to attack me. If I were to release you so easily, Wouldn't I be inviting trouble every day henceforth? Wu Shuang declared, slapping Jean Shengchong on the head coldly. Wu Shuang, do not push your luck. I am a member of the Jean family, an esteemed graduate who studied abroad, and the director of the technology center. I have humbled myself to plead for your clemency. Yet you persist in your ruthlessness. Jean Shengchong, unaccustomed to such humiliation, felt anger rise as he scolded Wu Shuang. With a resounding slap, Wu Shuang struck Jean Shengchong's face, leaving a clear imprint on his fair skin. What of the Jean family? Is it forbidden to strike you? Had you continued your pleas, perhaps I would have considered your release, but your audacity to be defiant leaves me no choice. Mr. Wu, young Master Wu, esteemed sir, I have even referred to you as my grandfather. Please spare this pitiful grandson. Another resounding slap echoed as Wu Shuang struck Jean Shengchong again. I despise the spineless. Individuals like you would undoubtedly be traitors in times of war. This left Jean Shengchong dazed. I plead for mercy. You strike me. I assert myself. You strike me. I soften my approach, and still, you strike me. It seems no matter the circumstance, I am destined to be struck. Having just been falsely accused before the crowd and now attacked, Jean Shengchong thought to himself how fortunate he was to possess some skill. Otherwise, he might have been thoroughly beaten. You despicable wretch, if I do not teach you a lesson, how will you ever learn not to bully others? With that, Wu Shuang dealt several more slaps to Jean Shengchong and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Suddenly, Jean Shengchong soared through the air like a sandbag, tracing an arc before crashing violently to the ground. By a twist of fate, he landed right at the feet of several individuals from Thailand. Jean sang. One of the Thai men exclaimed in astonishment as he beheld Jean Shengchong sprawled on the ground. Chapter 7, Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Almost shattered from the fall, Jean Shengchong recognized the voice as familiar. He hastily opened his swollen eyelids, squinting to see the speaker. To his great delight, it was none other than Yamamoto Takeda Shin, a classmate from his studies in Thailand. Yamamoto-san, what brings you to Tianhai? Jean Shengchong inquired, brimming with joy upon recognizing him. My family has sent me to manage business affairs here in Tianhai. After answering Jean Shengchong's question, Yamamoto Takeda Shin glanced at Wu Shuang, then at Jean Shengchong. Before his expression darkened with a chilling intensity, Jean sang, has he been bullying you? Indeed, Yamamoto-san. I accidentally bumped into him while walking, and despite my apologies, he has reduced me to this state. You must seek justice for me. Jean Shengchong replied, his voice tinged with a plaintive whimper. He was aware that Yamamoto Takeda Shin had trained in martial arts since childhood and had now attained a 7th-degree black belt in karate, with a cadre of formidable bodyguards at his disposal. Today, he intended to leverage Yamamoto Takeda Shin's prowess to teach Wu Shuang a lesson. Upon hearing Jean Shengchong's words, Yamamoto Takeda Shin's gaze towards Wu Shuang turned even more frigid and menacing. Regardless of who you are, you have harmed my friend. Come here at once, kneel, and apologize to him, or I shall break your legs. Yamamoto Takeda Shin coldly declared, his demeanor exuding authority, with the might of the Yamamoto family behind him. Trampling a mere commoner was as effortless as squashing an ant. What audacity! This is not your Thailand. Leave immediately, or I will strike you all, Wu Shuang retorted, his expression icy in response to Yamamoto Takeda Shin's words. Damn it, I never expected to encounter you here. Wu Shuang harbored deep animosity, not only for the historical conflict that had inflicted great suffering on the populace decades ago, but also for the lingering ambition of certain factions to revive their ancestors' glory and subvert the present. His Bloodblade Special Forces had often clashed with such adversaries during their missions. Thus, upon seeing Yamamoto Takeda Shin, Wu Shuang's rage surged. Baka! To insult my great Thailand is to court death. Yamamoto Takeda Shin bellowed furiously upon hearing Wu Shuang's words. His two bodyguards, swift as lightning, lunged at Wu Shuang. However, before they could grasp him, Wu Shuang raised his leg and kicked at the two. They were caught off guard, not anticipating that Wu Shuang was also a martial artist. They crossed their arms in front of their chests to block the kick, but despite their defense, they were propelled backward like cannonballs by the sheer force of Wu Shuang's strike. Witnessing his two bodyguards crash to the ground, Yamamoto Takeda Shin couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. Young man, you possess remarkable skills. However, you have incurred my wrath, and you shall find yourself on a path to demise. Just moments ago, you faced two adversaries. Now, I shall sever your limbs. Yamamoto Takeda's head tilted, and 4 of his bodyguards surged forth, encircling Wu Shuang from all angles. These 4 bodyguards were far more formidable than the previous 2. Your shamelessness remains unchanged, relying on sheer numbers to achieve victory. It has been several days since my last engagement, and today I shall use you as practice. Wu Shuang cast a contemptuous glance at the four assailants and remarked disdainfully, "Baka!" The four men, incensed, shouted in unison and charged at Wu Shuang. With a cold snort, Wu Shuang swiftly darted forward, positioning himself before one of them. He then delivered a series of resounding slaps to the man's face. These strikes rendered the individual dazed. Despite being a 6th-degree black belt in karate, how could he, before Wu Shuang, be reduced to the vulnerability of an infant? Even as he saw the blows approaching, he was unable to defend against or evade them. The slaps left his face swollen, his teeth loosened, and blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, his towering figure was sent hurtling backward like a lifeless scarecrow, crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, the remaining 3 bodyguards lunged at Wu Shuang from behind. With a swift backward kick, Wu Shuang sent one flying like a kite severed from its string. The 2 bodyguards on either side suffered the brunt of his rapid strikes, both sent sprawling to the ground with a thud. Witnessing his 6 bodyguards incapacitated by Wu Shuang, Yamamoto Takeda's fury ignited. He had intended to showcase his prowess before Jeered Shengchong, only to find himself humiliated. His bodyguards proved no match for Wu Shuang. As he reached for his firearm, an elderly man with a hawkish nose and graying hair intervened. Just as Yamamoto Takeda was about to reprimand the old man, the screech of brakes echoed nearby. 3 police cars came to a halt beside them, and a dozen officers leaped from the vehicles, swiftly surrounding the scene. "What is happening here? How dare you engage in a brawl?" commanded Ouyang Feng, the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, pointing at Wu Shuang and his companions. They had received a report of a homicide at the airport and rushed over in haste. After dealing with the assassin's incident, they were about to return to the precinct when they stumbled upon this altercation. Having narrowly averted an assassination attempt on Long Feixiong by a lurking assassin, Ouyang Feng, still seething from a reprimand by Captain Xiao Qingqing, found this brawl to be an unfortunate coincidence. Although he observed Wu Shuang single-handedly overcoming 6 opponents, he dismissed him without a second thought. He is indeed a constable, a representative of the state apparatus. As an ordinary citizen, no matter how skilled you are, do you dare to defy the machinery of the state? Captain Ouyang, you have arrived. You must advocate for me. Upon seeing Ouyang Feng, Jeered Shengchong rushed over with tears in his eyes, grasping Ouyang Feng's hand and lamenting. "Isn't this Director Jean? Who, pray tell, had the audacity to leave you in such a state? Inform me, and I shall deal with him." Ouyang Feng, witnessing Jeered Shengchong's condition, could not help but express his anger. "It was him. He is the one who has done this to me." Jeered Shengchong pointed vehemently at Wu Shuang, gritting his teeth. "You rascal, in broad daylight, you have dared to assault Director Jean. What audacity!" Ouyang Feng glared at Wu Shuang, seething with rage. "Captain Ouyang, that's not all. He also attacked a foreign guest." Jeered Shengchong quickly pointed to Yamamoto Takeda and introduced him to Ouyang Feng. "This is Mr. Yamamoto Takeda from the Yamamoto family of Taigua, who has come to invest in Tianhai, and he was also assaulted by this fellow." Chapter 8. Assaulting a constable and brandishing a gun. Upon hearing that there was a foreign guest involved, Ouyang Feng realized the gravity of the situation. Attracting foreign investment has always been a paramount concern for the authorities. Foreign guests are akin to the government's fortune. Offending them is utterly unacceptable, let alone assaulting them. "Good day, Mr. Yamamoto. I am Ouyang Feng, Deputy Captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Constabulary. It is our fault that you have been alarmed." Ouyang Feng hurriedly approached, shaking Yamamoto Takeda's hand with a smile. "Captain Ouyang, our Yamamoto family has an investment of over 10 billion in Tianhai. However, I am quite concerned about your public safety. It is unacceptable that someone could assault a member of our family in broad daylight. Today, you must provide me with an explanation and severely punish the perpetrator. Otherwise, the Yamamoto family will withdraw our investment." Yamamoto Takeda looked down at Ouyang Feng with an air of superiority, his tone haughty. Hearing Yamamoto Takeda speak of withdrawing billions in investment sent a chill through Ouyang Feng, causing his legs to weaken. If today's incident were not handled properly, leading to the Yamamoto family retracting their investment, the consequences would be dire. Simultaneously, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Wu Shuang. The government, from top to bottom, treats these foreign guests with the utmost reverence, catering to their every need, fearful of offending them. Yet here you are, brazenly striking these esteemed guests. How could a mere commoner like you dare to do so? Mr. Yamamoto, on behalf of the Tianhai authorities, I sincerely apologize for the distress caused. It is our shortcoming that has led to your grievances. Rest assured, I, Ouyang Feng, will provide you with a satisfactory resolution today." After flattering Yamamoto Takeda with a few courteous remarks, he turned his gaze towards Wu Shuang. The smile that had adorned his face vanished, replaced by a cold, grim expression brimming with fury. This individual has assaulted a foreign guest. The situation is severe. Arrest him at once. Ouyang Feng commanded his subordinates sternly. Captain Ouyang, you don't even inquire about the reasons and immediately resort to handcuffing me. This is utterly excessive. Wu Shuang's expression darkened as he glared at the officers approaching with handcuffs, coldly addressing Ouyang Feng. Excessive? The act of assaulting a foreign guest is what constitutes excess. What more is there to inquire? Assaulting a foreign guest is your wrongdoing. Let me inform you that your actions are severe, and you should prepare to languish in prison. Ouyang Feng retorted fiercely at Wu Shuang. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? Have you contemplated the repercussions of your actions? Observing Ouyang Feng's unexpected compliance and even obsequiousness, Wu Shuang's gaze turned frigid. Repercussions? What consequences could arise from apprehending a troublesome individual like you? However, offending Mr. Yamamoto, a billionaire investor, is where the true severity lies. Ouyang Feng sneered. By capturing Wu Shuang today, he was not only placating Yamamoto but also aligning himself with the Yamamoto family, grasping onto a significant ally. Moreover, dealing with Wu Shuang would safeguard the Yamamoto family's substantial investment. Surely, his superiors would commend him, and promotions and raises would be within reach. Contemplating these prospects filled Ouyang Feng with delight, dispelling the unpleasantness from earlier when he had been reprimanded by Xiao Qingqing. He never anticipated that he would encounter such a fortuitous opportunity to connect with the Yamamoto family while advancing his career. As the saying goes, fortune often lurks within misfortune. Jin Shengchang couldn't help but silently commend Ouyang Feng's adeptness in navigating this situation. Ouyang Feng truly knew how to please and manage affairs. This would undoubtedly lead him to prosperity. Mr. Yamamoto, rest assured, Captain Ouyang will undoubtedly handle today's incidents with utmost perfection. Jin Shengchang flattered Yamamoto Takeyoshi. Yamamoto Takeyoshi, narrowing his eyes, couldn't help but chuckle coldly at Ouyang Feng and Jin Shengchang. The Yamamoto family's enterprises spanned the globe, and their investments in China had significantly increased over the years. These officials practically fawned over them, more so than their own kin. It appeared that Ouyang Feng was one of those individuals. If handled well, the benefits would be immense. If mishandled, the consequences would be dire. Yamamoto Takeyoshi remarked coldly. Such individuals as Ouyang Feng should not be treated with kindness. Rest assured, Mr. Yamamoto, I will ensure everything is managed properly. Ouyang Feng nodded and bowed obsequiously to Yamamoto Takeyoshi before turning sharply to his subordinates, barking, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and cuff him." His officers, not daring to delay, approached Wu Shuang with handcuffs aimed at his wrists. Unexpectedly, Wu Shuang delivered 2 swift kicks, sending both officers flying. Such audacity, to assault an officer. Ouyang Feng was astonished by Wu Shuang's boldness and, in shock, drew his gun from his waist. The other officers hastily drew their firearms and slowly advanced towards Wu Shuang. "Do not move. Any attempt to resist will result in immediate execution," warned Captain Ouyang. "Are you truly prepared to proceed in this manner without considering the consequences?" Despite being encircled by a dozen weapons, Wu Shuang exhibited neither anxiety nor panic, instead confronting Ouyang Feng with an icy demeanor. "You have assaulted an officer. Any act of defiance grants me the authority to execute you on the spot." Ouyang Feng, incensed by Wu Shuang's unwavering composure, thought to himself, as a mere commoner, you should be quaking in fear with so many officers aimed at you. To maintain such a facade of calm is tantamount to courting death. Should you dare to make any further movements, it will be deemed an assault on law enforcement, branding you a criminal. I could easily end your life with a single shot, and none would dare question it. Seeing that Ouyang Feng and his men had drawn their weapons, a smile crept onto Jin Xingchang's swollen face. "Ah, young man, how can you contend with such formidable authority? Your martial prowess is of little consequence. It is power and influence that truly matter. Without those, no amount of skill can save you from a single bullet." The satisfaction was evident on Yamamoto Takeda's face as Ouyang Feng prepared to confront Wu Shuang. Ouyang Feng could be a valuable ally in the future, perhaps even a tool to be manipulated for his own gain. Just as Wu Shuang was about to unleash his fury, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop. Everyone, cease your actions." All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, revealing an elegant woman with a striking presence, tall and poised. She donned a professional ensemble complemented by sunglasses, her fair skin contrasting with cascading black hair. While she lacked the delicate allure of Long Yuyan, she possessed an undeniable intellectual beauty. Kowanshin. Ouyang Feng gasped in surprise. Chapter 9. Kowanshin was the most renowned reporter and host for Tianhai television, also maintaining a live channel on MOEN. Her name was well known throughout Tianhai and indeed across the entire nation. Ouyang Feng had not anticipated her arrival at this scene. Captain Ouyang, who granted you the authority to draw your weapon before the public. Is it permissible to wield violence against the citizens? Approaching Ouyang Feng, Ko Anshin's voice was chillingly cold. This individual has assaulted a foreign guest and attacked law enforcement. He is indeed a criminal. We drew our weapons to uphold public order and protect the foreign guests. In the face of Ko Anshin's formidable presence, Ouyang Feng's voice, though loud, wavered slightly. To maintain public order and protect guests? What a farce, Captain Ouyang. Are you even aware of the situation at hand? You assume Mr. Wu has harmed a foreign guest? I witnessed it myself. Those foreign guests were kicked and thrown to the ground, all of them bearing injuries. Can there be any doubt about that? Ko Anshin retorted. Yes, I can vouch for Captain Ouyang, Jin Shengchang chimed in. Humph, they brought this upon themselves. Ko Anshin cast a piercing glance at Jin Shengchang and declared, I have witnessed the entire sequence of events, and the reality is not as Jin Shengchang has portrayed. At the airport, Mr. Long suffered a sudden myocardial infarction, and Mr. Wu endeavored to save him, only to be met with relentless humiliation and obstruction from Jin Shengchang. His attempts to administer aid nearly left Mr. Long teetering on the brink of death. Mr. Wu ultimately rescued Mr. Long, yet Jin Shengchang, having lost a bet, was compelled to bow an apology to Mr. Wu. Unable to bear this indignity, he gathered a group of ruffians to exact revenge, only to be driven away by Mr. Wu. When Mr. Yamamoto arrived, he indiscriminately commanded his bodyguards to assault Mr. Wu. Fortunately, Mr. Wu possesses some martial skills. Otherwise, he would certainly have suffered at the hands of Mr. Yamamoto's guards today. Captain Ouyang, upon your arrival, you failed to inquire into the circumstances and uncritically accepted the one-sided accounts of Jin Shengchang and Mr. Yamamoto, proceeding to attempt to handcuff Mr. Wu and detain him at the police station. Such behavior is utterly preposterous. Ko Anshin's words rendered Ouyang Feng speechless, while Jin Shengchang felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Mr. Wu, rest assured, your noble act of saving an elderly man's life has deeply moved me. I, Ko Anshin, will not allow any harm to come to you. Turning to Wu Shuang, she smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Ko. Wu Shuang, unfazed by the presence of the 10 or so officers, was grateful for Ko Anshin's support but preferred not to escalate the situation. Miss Ko, regardless of the circumstances, it is unacceptable for him to strike another, particularly a foreign guest, Jin Shengchang retorted furiously. The Yamamoto family has invested billions in Tianhai, significantly contributing to the economic prosperity of our region. They are our esteemed allies. Moreover, he assaulted police officers, injuring 2 who were performing their duties. I suspect he harbors severe violent tendencies. If such individuals are not dealt with severely, it could have dire repercussions, undermining public safety in Tianhai and diminishing foreign investors' enthusiasm, ultimately hindering the economic development of our city. Hearing Jin Shengchang's words, Wu Shuang felt a surge of indignation, wishing to deliver a few more slaps to him. He had already struck him, and now this man dared to cast such a grave accusation. Miss Ko is absolutely right. The implications of this incident are extremely detrimental, and this individual must face harsh consequences. Ouyang Feng quickly echoed Jin Shengchang's sentiments. Oof, what of foreign guests? Are foreigners human while our citizens are not? Can foreigners strike our people without consequence, while our citizens are forbidden from retaliating? We have been a nation for decades. It is no longer an era where foreigners can bully us at will. Yet, there are still some who grovel before foreigners while displaying arrogance toward their compatriots. In their eyes, foreigners hold a superior status. Foreigners can enjoy privileges within our borders while freely oppressing our citizens, willingly becoming the lapdogs of outsiders. Jin Shengchang seethed with rage, but dared not confront Ko Anshin. Aside from her reputation, the Ko family was a prominent clan in Tianhai, a force that the Jin family could not afford to cross. Miss Ko, please temper your words. On what grounds do you accuse me of being a foreign lapdog? Ouyang Feng gritted his teeth, questioning Ko Anshin word by word. I did not insult you. If you insist on admitting it, there is nothing I can do. Ko Anshin coldly snorted, speaking with disdain. At this moment, a crowd had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. Following Ko Anshin's remarks, applause erupted from the onlookers. In contemporary Shenzhou, now a great and powerful nation, there remain individuals who, at their core, pander to foreign influences, appearing spineless before outsiders, their postures perpetually bent. The applauding crowd made Jin Shengchang and Ouyang Feng flush with embarrassment. Had they been ordinary citizens, they might have dared to reprimand her, but before Ko Anshin, whose status and family background were not to be trifled with, they felt utterly powerless. Yamamoto Takeda looked at Ko On-shin, his expression filled with fury. The Yamamoto family had invested significantly in Shinjo, receiving smiles and respect wherever they went. Never had anyone dared to confront them in such a manner. Meanwhile, Shuang admired Ko On-shin greatly. Despite her being a woman, her fortitude surpassed that of many men in certain aspects. Just then, another police car arrived, and a female officer stepped out. This officer exuded an aura of aloof elegance, her curvaceous figure straining against the confines of her uniform. Her ample bosom lifted the fabric, and her pert posterior sculpted a flawless S-curve. Her long legs, straight and fair, left the surrounding onlookers drooling. Although Yamamoto Takeda had encountered numerous beauties, the sight of this female officer rendered him momentarily speechless. Even Shuang's gaze remained fixated on the officer, his eyes glimmering with unrestrained admiration. Not only the men, but even the women were captivated by this policewoman. While Ko On-shin was indeed beautiful, she paled in comparison to this officer's stunning physique. Only Ouyang Feng and the other officers dared not gaze at her in such a manner. This officer was none other than their superior, Captain Xiao Qingqing of the Criminal Investigation Team. Despite her flower-like beauty, she was a rose adorned with thorns. They had suffered greatly under her command, and they were more inclined to avoid her than to ogle her. Captain Xiao Qingqing had been unexpectedly transferred to Tianhai a year prior. Ouyang Feng had anticipated his promotion, only to find himself thwarted by her arrival. In retaliation, he devised numerous schemes and obstacles in an attempt to undermine her. Unfortunately for him, rather than topple Xiao Qingqing, he found himself thoroughly subdued by her, no longer daring to stir up trouble. In the past year, Xiao Qingqing had cracked numerous major cases, even solving unsolved mysteries that had lingered for over a decade. As she firmly established her position as the captain of the criminal police team, she became a household name in Tianhai. Captain Xiao, known for her aloof demeanor, was recognized by everyone except for Shuang and Yamamoto Takeda, who continued to gaze at her with lecherous eyes. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Xiao Qingqing seemed somewhat immune to such attention, likely due to her extensive experience. What has transpired? Why are we causing a commotion here instead of returning to the precinct? Xiao Qingqing approached the crowd and inquired of Ouyang Feng. Despite being a woman, her commanding presence exuded leadership. Upon seeing her, Ouyang Feng resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, his earlier bravado dissipating. He promptly recounted the events that had unfolded. Ko On-shin also shared everything she had observed and heard, with the bystanders rallying to support her account. From their narratives, Xiao Qingqing quickly discerned the truth of the situation. Well, Ouyang Feng, the people have granted you the authority to bear arms. Your weapon is intended for apprehending criminals, not for intimidating civilians. How dare you draw your gun on ordinary citizens in a bid to curry favor? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Captain, this matter involves foreign guests. That young man attacked an officer, and fearing escalation, I drew my weapon. Ouyang Feng hastily explained in a low voice. Just a few of them, huh? In our great nation, as long as they obey the law, we recognize them as guests. If they seek to bully us, then let it be. What is so formidable about that? Xiao Qingqing's disdain for the Japanese was palpable. I protest. I must protest. Yamamoto Takeda could no longer tolerate Xiao Qingqing's remarks. Captain Xiao, your words are an affront to my great nation. I formally demand an apology, or I shall escalate this matter with your government and withdraw the investments of the Yamamoto family. As a citizen of the land of the rising sun, you come to our great nation and attempt to leverage your family's influence to intimidate us? A few harsh words are quite the courtesy. Do not presume that your investments in our land amount to charity, elevating yourselves as our benefactors. You speak of the advantages of investing in our country. Why do you not mention the profits you've made and the wrongdoings you've committed here? Our nation has grown stronger and more prosperous. It is no longer the last century when you could bully us at will. If you wish to withdraw your investments, be my guest. Remove your funds at once. Do not attempt to intimidate me. We do not lack the meager contributions of the Yamamoto family. Well said, Captain Xiao. Shuang, Ko On-shin, and others erupted in applause at her words. This statement is quite relieving to hear. Now that our nation has grown prosperous, why should we endure the indignities imposed by these individuals from the land of the rising sun? Xiao Qingqing's words incensed Yamamoto Takeda to an extraordinary degree. Very well, Captain Xiao, you possess quite the audacity. I shall lodge a formal complaint with your authorities, with your mayor. Prepare for the consequences of losing your position. Do as you wish. In Tianhai, one must abide by the law. I regard you as a foreign guest. Should you seek trouble, remember that being from the land of the rising sun does not grant you immunity from the law. If you violate our laws, you shall be held accountable. Just wait, we are leaving. Yamamoto Takeda scoffed. turning to depart with his entourage. Captain Xiao, we cannot allow them to leave. They are armed. Shuang whispered urgently to Xiao Qingqing as he noticed their intent to leave. Chinese law prohibits private citizens from carrying firearms. Upon hearing that Yamamoto Takeda Shin and his companions were armed, Xiao Qingqing immediately raised her voice. Halt! You are not permitted to leave. Captain Xiao, I am magnanimous and shall not pursue the matter regarding my bodyguard. What more do you want? Yamamoto Takeda Shin retorted angrily as he turned back to face her. Captain Xiao, Mr. Yamamoto is a citizen of the land of the rising sun, with investments worth billions in Tianhai. He is a renowned entrepreneur and philanthropist. It is rather unreasonable to treat him in this manner, Jin Shengchong interjected, equally frustrated with Xiao Qingqing. Today, he had intended to use Yamamoto Takeda Shin and Ouyang Feng to dispose of Shuang. But the unexpected appearances of Ko Wanxin and Xiao Qingqing had left him seething with frustration. The Yamamoto family possesses significant influence, and with Yamamoto Takeda Shin now in Tianhai, there lies an opportunity to cultivate a beneficial relationship, should he manage to align himself with such a powerful figure. Thus, witnessing Xiao Qingqing's blatant disrespect towards Yamamoto Takeda Shin spurred him to display his own importance before the latter. Humph, surround them. Xiao Qingqing disregarded them entirely and commanded Ouyang Feng and the police loudly. Upon hearing of the impending encirclement of Yamamoto Takeda Shin and his group, Ouyang Feng hesitated. After all, they were citizens of the land of the rising sun, and a misstep could lead to a diplomatic incident, which would be detrimental for them. Did you not hear my command? Surround these individuals from the land of the rising sun, immediately. Seeing that Ouyang Feng and the others were not complying with her orders, Xiao Qingqing's anger flared. Consequently, Ouyang Feng and his colleagues, realizing they could not afford to disobey, sprang into action and surrounded Yamamoto Takeda Shin and his companions. Captain Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Yamamoto is an esteemed foreign investor in Tianhai. You intend to encircle a foreign investor right upon their arrival at the airport? This could result in dire international repercussions, adversely affecting our efforts to attract investment and casting a negative light on our city. Such actions could severely dampen foreign investors' enthusiasm for Tianhai and tarnish our business environment, potentially leading to a grave diplomatic incident. Can you bear the consequences of such an outcome? Upon witnessing the encirclement of Mr. Yamamoto Takeda and his companions, Xiao Qingqing commanded her men with authority. Jin Shengchong, step aside. The police are conducting an investigation, and it is not your place to meddle. She admonished as she noticed his exuberance. Humph, as a citizen of Shenzhou, I suspect you are abusing your public authority. Consider carefully, you are surrounding Mr. Yamamoto from Taigua. Should this escalate into a diplomatic incident, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Jin Shengchong, his temper flaring, stood his ground against Xiao Qingqing. After all, he hailed from the Jin family, had studied abroad, and held the esteemed position of director at the emergency center, possessing a certain social standing. Get out of the way. If you continue to obstruct the police investigation, I shall have you detained as well, Xiao Qingqing retorted, unyielding in her stance against the agitated Jin Shengchong. Very well. Xiao Qingqing, though you are the captain of the criminal police, your repeated insults shall not go unanswered. I will file a complaint at your precinct, ensuring you are no longer captain. Hearing her command him to leave once more, Jin Shengchong's fury reached its peak. Do as you wish, Xiao Qingqing replied coldly. Your ability to remain captain is not for you to decide. It is truly laughable that a mere member of the Jin family dares to speak so boldly before me. Captain, I advise you to tread carefully. The Taigua people are not to be trifled with, especially the Yamamoto family. If they were to escalate this through their consulate, it could lead to serious diplomatic repercussions, Ouyang Feng quietly cautioned her. Xiao Qingqing shot him a glare, prompting Ouyang Feng to retract his neck in fear. Captain Xiao, your encirclement of us is an affront to Taigua, a desecration of the Yamamoto family's dignity, and a disrespect to our young master. You must provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, today's events will not conclude, and the repercussions will be beyond what a mere captain can handle, warned the elderly man with a hawk-like nose, who stood beside Yamamoto Takeda. His name was Hashimoto Shofu, a personal bodyguard to Yamamoto Takeda and a skilled martial artist. Were it elsewhere, he would have swiftly dealt with Xiao Qingqing's threats, but in Shenzhou, amidst so many witnesses, he refrained from overstepping. Humph. Do you not understand why you are being surrounded? You must know yourselves. Despite sensing the chill and threat emanating from Hashimoto Shofu, Xiao Qingqing remained undaunted. I suspect you are concealing firearms. Will you present them voluntarily, or shall we conduct a search? She demanded, her expression dark and frosty as she addressed Hashimoto and the others. Baka, to think that Xiao Qingqing could discern we are armed. Hashimoto Shofu's anger surged, exuding an aura of intimidation. Xiao Qingqing and Ouyang Feng sensed the looming threat and immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at Yamamoto Takeda and his associates. In the realm of Shenzhou, the carrying of firearms by 4 individuals is strictly prohibited, even for foreigners. On this matter, Ouyang Feng and Xiao Qingqing remained in perfect accord. Humph, we are foreign investors in Shenzhou, representatives of the esteemed Yamamoto family from the Great Tai Kingdom. You, a mere captain of the criminal police, lack the authority and the merit to search us, spoke Hashimoto Sho, his gaze sharp and cold. The Yamamoto family, renowned for their formidable strength and global influence, commanded respect wherever they went. They had traversed customs with their firearms without facing any opposition, yet here, a mere captain dared to impose a search upon them. Some matters were best left concealed, not brought to light. If the relevant authorities in Shenzhou chose to overlook their possession of firearms, then all would be well. However, should scrutiny arise and weapons be discovered, even the illustrious Yamamoto family would find themselves in dire straits. Search us? Humph, Captain Xiao, I advise you to reconsider. I, Yamamoto Takeda, have roamed the globe without anyone daring to search me. Upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's intent to conduct a search, Yamamoto Takeda could not suppress his fury. As a scion of the Yamamoto family, his status was exalted. Should word spread of him being searched by the police here, it would be an unbearable disgrace for the Yamamoto lineage. Today, allow me to enlighten you on the audacity of such an act, he declared. Xiao Qingqing turned to Ouyang Feng and commanded, search him. This captain, the Yamamoto family bears a prestigious reputation. If we find nothing, it could spell significant trouble for us. Ouyang Feng's face contorted with concern at the prospect of searching Yamamoto Takeda. His apprehension was not unfounded, given the family's remarkable stature. He was perplexed as to how Xiao Qingqing discerned that Yamamoto Takeda was armed. Today marked Xiao Qingqing's first encounter with Wu Shuang. And despite Wu Shuang's words being hard to believe for others, she perceived trustworthiness in his clear, innocent gaze. Moreover, her impressions of the Tai Kingdom were far from favorable. Thus, even in the face of the Yamamoto family's prominence, she resolved to take the risk of conducting a search. Enough with the hesitation, proceed with the search, Xiao Qingqing asserted, her brows arched and her tone resolute. Very well, I shall comply. Ouyang Feng, feeling the weight of authority pressing down upon him, approached Yamamoto Takeda with reluctance, resembling a reluctant spouse. Witnessing Xiao Qingqing's determination, Hashimoto Sho's face darkened with rage, veins bulging from his arms. He glared, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Yamamoto Takeda. Young master, seeing you stop me fills me with indignation, he protested. As Hashimoto Shoji was poised to unleash his power, Wu Shuang had already made his preparations. The moment Hashimoto took action, Wu Shuang would deliver a thunderous strike. What he did not anticipate was that Yamamoto Takeda would intervene, which compelled him to regard Yamamoto with newfound respect. The Yamamoto family held a prestigious status. Individuals emerging from this lineage were the epitome of excellence, characterized by their lofty pride. It was unexpected that even before a mere captain of detectives, one could maintain such restraint and composure. Such a person would indeed prove formidable. At that moment, Yamamoto Takeda drew a firearm from his waistband. Don't move, raise your hands. The officers shouted, startled by the sight of Yamamoto's weapon. No need to be anxious, Yamamoto Takeda smirked, raising his gun high. You asked me to hand over my weapon, and now that I've drawn it, what is there to fear? Upon witnessing Yamamoto's action, his subordinates also brandished their firearms. Ouyang Feng and 2 other officers aimed their guns at Yamamoto while reluctantly holstering their own. Observing Yamamoto Takeda's cleverness, Wu Shuang inwardly sighed. Realizing that the Yamamoto family's reputation could not intimidate Xiao Qingqing, he had willingly relinquished his weapon, though it was somewhat humiliating to surrender voluntarily. Being disarmed by others would be far more disgraceful. The crowd, taken aback, gasped in astonishment, unaware that these Japanese individuals were indeed armed. A wave of apprehension washed over them. Had these Japanese not complied, a gunfight with Xiao Qingqing and her team could have ensued, endangering them all. Indeed, you possess firearms, Xiao Qingqing coldly remarked. Aren't you supposed to be respectable merchants? Why carry so many guns? It's merely for self-defense when out and about. Yamamoto Takeda replied with a smile. While within our borders, we can certainly ensure your safety. Possessing firearms unlawfully is a serious offense. You must accompany us back to the station for further discussion, Xiao Qingqing asserted. Captain Xiao, do not overstep your bounds, Jin Shengchong interjected loudly, defending Yamamoto. Mr. Yamamoto is a person of great stature who has willingly surrendered his weapon for the greater good. You should not be so unreasonable as to take him back to the station, in front of such a crowd. Compelling Yamamoto, Takeda, and others to draw their weapons was already quite humiliating. To have Xiao Qingqing take them to the station would be even more embarrassing and would strip them of any remaining dignity. Jin Shengchong, if hostilities were to erupt again, you would undoubtedly be labeled a traitor. Step aside, or I will have you detained for 10 days to half a month for your incessant prattling. With her gun pressed firmly against Jin Shengchong's head, Xiao Qingqing spoke with fierce resolve. The coldness of the barrel against his forehead sent Jin Shengchong stumbling back in terror, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. The onlookers erupted into laughter, relishing the downfall of a traitor. Ouyang Feng subtly shook his head, pondering. Jin Shengchong, why provoke Xiao Qingqing? Did you not see how obedient I appeared before her? Captain Xiao, it is wise to leave a line for future encounters. One ought not to be too resolute in their actions. Hashimoto Shofu coldly interjected, asserting, in our nation, the rule of law prevails. I do not comprehend the notion of leaving a line or not. Those who violate the law must face consequences, regardless of nationality. In the face of Hashimoto's fury, Xiao Qingqing spoke with unwavering righteousness. Very well, well said. The crowd applauded her once more. You, a mere captain of the criminal police, possess such audacity to apprehend me. Yamamoto Takeda Shin, and drag me to the police station? Yamamoto glared at Xiao Qingqing with indignation. Punishing criminals and maintaining public order is a power bestowed upon us by the state and the people. Soon you will no longer wield such authority, he retorted. Shofu, call Feng Kuei and inform him that I am exceedingly angered. Upon receiving Yamamoto's command, Hashimoto disregarded the armed officers around him and promptly made the call. The mention of Feng Kuei's name nearly caused Ouyang Feng to lose his footing. Feng Kuei was the mayor of Tianhai City, and his word could determine their fate. Now that Yamamoto and his companions were lodging complaints with Feng Kuei, they were bound to face severe repercussions. The fate of the officers hung in the balance, leaving them as anxious as Ouyang Feng. Only Xiao Qingqing remained composed, her demeanor unshaken. Soon, Hashimoto's call connected, and he spoke without preamble. Mayor Feng, we are legitimate businessmen here to invest in Tianhai. Yet today we have encountered unwarranted harassment and persecution from your criminal police captain, Xiao Qingqing, who intends to arrest young Master Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Mr. Yamamoto is quite incensed, and we lodge a serious protest. The nature of this incident is exceedingly grave, casting a negative shadow upon us and leading us to seriously question the business environment in Tianhai, as well as the governing capabilities of your administration, which seems to persecute us as merchants. We urge you to address this matter with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, we shall notify our embassy and unite with other investors in Tianhai to withdraw our capital and depart. Without awaiting a response from Feng Kuei, Hashimoto abruptly hung up the phone, then turned to Xiao Qingqing with a mocking gaze. Brace yourself, misfortune awaits you. Indeed, less than 2 minutes later, Xiao Qingqing's phone began to ring. Upon hearing the ringtone of Xiao Qingqing's phone, Ouyang Feng and the others were taken aback. The ringing of the phone at this moment was certainly an ominous sign. However, Xiao Qingqing remained composed as she answered the call, only to be met with the furious roar of a middle-aged man on the other end. Xiao Qingqing, you have quite the audacity. How dare you persecute and bully foreign merchants? Immediately release Yamamoto Takeda and his associates, and apologize to Mr. Yamamoto. Director, there is no room for negotiation. Execute this immediately. A smug smile spread across the faces of Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Shofu. So, how does it feel to be reprimanded? No longer so arrogant, are we? You were quite imposing just now. Why not continue that bravado? It takes no effort to deal with you. Just a phone call. Now you see the power of the Yamamoto family, don't you? Handling a police captain like you is as simple as crushing a bug. Captain Xiao, we wholeheartedly support you. I have recorded everything happening here. If your director dares to make things difficult for you, I will release it online. How can he be so brazen, siding with the foreigners against you? I will have the station send someone over immediately to cover this incident comprehensively. Let the people of the nation judge the right and wrong. Xiao Qingqing, why is it so noisy over there? The director's voice inquired, having heard the commotion. Director, Yamamoto Takeda and his associates are all armed. Plus, there are many onlookers around. We cannot disregard public sentiment. Xiao Qingqing responded assertively to the middle-aged man's furious outburst. Chapter 13. Back to the station. Upon hearing that there were onlookers nearby, the voice on the other end fell silent for a moment. Then, the middle-aged man's tone shifted. It was no longer filled with anger, but rather became deep and solemn. Captain Xiao, you are right. Before the law in our land, all are equal, whether they are citizens or foreigners. You must bring them to the station at once. Anyone who violates the law deserves to face due consequences. The crowd, including Wu Shuang, stood in stunned silence. The director's transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had been raging and domineering, only to instantaneously become a just and fair official. If this were Hollywood, he would undoubtedly be a top-tier actor. Seeing the director's change of heart, Xiao Qingqing promptly responded with delight, "Yes, director. I will bring everyone to the station right away." Yamamoto Takeda and his associates were equally astonished. They had just witnessed the director's belligerent reprimand, and now he had made a complete turnaround. As they were still reeling from the shock, Xiao Qingqing called out to Ouyang Feng and the others. "Take them to the car and escort them to the station." Ouyang Feng promptly approached Yamamoto Takeda and said apologetically, "Mr. Yamamoto, please." Upon witnessing Xiao Qingqing's determination to escort them to the police station, Yamamoto Takeda felt an overwhelming urge to issue an order for Hashimoto to eliminate these individuals on the spot. The disgrace of having a young master of the Yamamoto family apprehended by the Tianhai police could lead to a significant loss of face for their clan, especially if the media were to catch wind of it. However, with so many onlookers and several capturing the moment on their smartphones, he dared not command Hashimoto to resort to violence. Such an act would undoubtedly pit them against the authorities of the Divine Land. Not only the Yamamoto family, but even the royal family of Taigu would likely refrain from such actions. Moreover, among the crowd was a skilled individual, Wu Shuang, whose prowess had become evident during the earlier skirmish. Not only he, but even Hashimoto might struggle to prevail against Wu Shuang. Should the situation drag on and reinforcements arrive, their lives would be in grave danger. As the esteemed heir of the Yamamoto family, he was accustomed to privilege, akin to a delicate porcelain piece. While Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang were mere shards of tile, how could they possibly clash? After careful deliberation, Yamamoto Takeda resolved to accompany Xiao Qingqing and her group to the police station for the time being, but he was determined to reclaim his dignity. Nevertheless, even with their firearms, given the influence of the Yamamoto family, they would face no peril upon arriving at the station, nor would they be brought to justice. "Very well. I shall accompany you," he concluded, casting a discreet glance at Hashimoto. Understanding the cue, Hashimoto sent a message, and they followed Ouyang Feng into the police vehicle. Jin Shengchong looked on in astonishment as Yamamoto Takeda and the others boarded the police car, then turned to leave, only to find Xiao Qingqing swiftly blocking his path. "Jin Shengchong, today's events are a consequence of your actions. You cannot escape. You must come with us to the station." With no other option, he too boarded the police vehicle. After Jin Shengchong entered, Xiao Qingqing approached Wu Shuang. "Mr. Wu, as an involved party, you must accompany us back to the station to provide a statement," she stated courteously. It was indeed Wu Shuang's earlier suggestion that allowed her to justify the legitimate apprehension of Yamamoto Takeda and his associates. "Very well," Wu Shuang replied, without further comment, and proceeded to enter the police car. Once they departed, Ko Anshin addressed the gathered crowd. "Today, Captain Xiao has apprehended individuals from Taigu. Her superiors may hold her accountable. Come, let us head to the police station to show our support for Captain Xiao. Let us go. We shall rally behind Captain Xiao." The onlookers, eager to support her, either drove their vehicles or joined those without transport, following closely behind the police car toward the station. Ko Anshin's mobilization of the crowd was as much about supporting Xiao Qingqing as it was about advocating for Wu Shuang. At the airport, Wu Shuang gallantly intervened to rescue Long Feixiong, yet he humbly declined any accolades, even rejecting the Long family's gratitude, departing with an air of nonchalance. Such righteousness, kindness, and disinterest in fame and fortune are indeed rare. Had it been another, they would have clung tenaciously to the Long family, seeking rewards, especially given the Long family's affluence. Saving Long Feixiong would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits. However, Wu Shuang, faced with such easily attainable advantages, paid them no heed. Moreover, he exuded a vibrant, healthy, and strikingly handsome presence, his eyes bright and clear, radiating an irresistible charm. Cao Anshin developed an admiration for Wu Shuang and sought to conduct an exclusive interview with him, prompting her to follow him out of the airport. Upon leaving, Wu Shuang encountered Jin Shengchong and Yamamoto Takeda, leading to a confrontation. Although he possessed considerable martial prowess, capable of fending off dozens, he remained an outsider devoid of wealth or connections, and it was likely that Jin Shengchong and Yamamoto Takeda would not let him off easily. Yet, as Cao Anshin and her companions arrived at the precinct, they witnessed Yamamoto Takeda emerging from the office building, flanked by his entourage, like a victorious hero. He cast a disdainful glance back at Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang before stepping forward, coldly remarking, "Captain Xiao, I regret to disappoint you. I possess a legally registered firearm." "Humph, what can you do about it, even in Shenzhou?" "You, A mere criminal police captain cannot touch me. With a triumphant laugh, he entered his luxurious Maybach. Amidst the roar of the engine, a convoy of opulent vehicles, led by a Ferrari, arrogantly departed from the precinct. Xiao Qingqing and her colleagues disembarked, their faces etched with frustration as they watched the convoy leave, feeling utterly powerless. Captain Xiao, what on earth is happening? Cao Anxin inquired, perplexed. It's nothing. Before we even arrived at the station, the Yamamoto family's lawyer had already shown up. They presented proof of their legally registered firearms, which they must have hastily arranged. The most infuriating part is that the timestamp on the document is merely an hour old. Cao Anxin was taken aback, her mouth agape, secretly astonished. Is this even possible? The influence of the Yamamoto family in Shenzhou is indeed formidable. It had only been an hour since the altercation between Shuang and Yamamoto Takeda. A clear demonstration of the Yamamoto family's astonishing power. We can't let these little devils remain free for long. It's utterly infuriating, Xiao Qingqing said, her hands clenched in anger. Chapter 14. Two elders from the capital, both Shuang and Cao Anxin, were taken aback, not expecting the beautiful police officer to utter such profanity. Nevertheless, they shared the same sentiment as Xiao Qingqing, all wishing to confine Yamamoto Takeda and his associates for a while, thus refraining from reproaching her. As they watched the convoy of Yamamoto Takeda drive away from the precinct, Shuang let out a quiet sigh. This encapsulates the current state of Shenzhou. Observing the arrogance of foreign individuals within its borders, he finds himself powerless. One can only blame certain authorities who, driven by personal gain, disregard national integrity and willingly become the hounds and lackeys of foreign powers. Such individuals have existed in every era, and Shuang does not dwell on them. However, he possesses his own judgment and moral code. Should he encounter the likes of Yamamoto Takeda again engaging in nefarious acts, he shall not let them escape unscathed. Captain Xiao, Miss Ko, be wary of the treachery and vengefulness of the Taigua people, Shuang kindly cautioned Xiao Qingqing and Ko Anxin. Humph, on the soil of Shenzhou, I, Xiao Qingqing, fear no little devils, Xiao Qingqing retorted with a cold snort. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, within Shenzhou's territory, the Taigua people dare not act recklessly, Ko Anxin added nonchalantly. Seeing that neither Xiao Qingqing nor Ko Anxin took his warning to heart, Shuang felt reluctant to press the matter further. He continued, I have said my piece. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution. Farewell. With that, Shuang turned to exit the police station. His visit was intended for documentation. But with Yamamoto Takeda having departed, there was no longer any necessity for such records. Just as Xiao Qingqing intended to call out to Shuang with questions, her phone rang. Upon glancing at the caller ID, she quickly stepped aside to answer. Grandfather, what do you need? Qingqing, are you feeling discontented? Came a resonant voice from the other end of the line. The caller was none other than her grandfather, Xiao Ziyu. Grandfather, you already know. Xiao Qingqing replied with dissatisfaction. Do you not harbor hatred for those little devils? Have you forgotten how many of your comrades perished at their hands back in the day? Of course I harbor hatred. But that was during wartime. Now we live in a time of peace, with the nation focused on economic development. We, the elderly, must adapt to the trends of societal progress, mustn't we? I understand you are correct, but today they hoard firearms and attempt to bully us domestically. I know my granddaughter seeks justice and harbors patriotic sentiments. However, times have changed, and some matters require turning a blind eye. Grandfather, very well, I assure you. If Yamamoto Takeda truly commits crimes, neither you nor I shall let him escape unpunished. If you find your work in Tianhai unsatisfactory, you may return to the family. Do not force yourself to endure. Grandfather, I have finally freed myself from the family's influence. Please do not interfere with my affairs. Furthermore, I warn you, if you disrupt my work here, I shall pluck every last hair from your beard when I return. Hearing Xiao Qingqing's words, Xiao Ziyu instinctively touched his sparse beard in alarm. To secure a position in the Tianhai criminal police, he had already suffered enough losses. The thought of his beard being threatened was truly outrageous. Yet, what could he do, when she was his only granddaughter? All right, Grandpa, I wouldn't dare. Xiao Ziyu quickly reassured Xiao Qingqing. That's more like it. Xiao Qingqing pouted playfully, responding to her grandfather's words. If Ouyang Feng and the detectives from the police force were to witness this, they would surely be taken aback. Over the past year, the image they had of Xiao Qingqing was that of a strong woman. They had never seen her display such a charming demeanor. Enough of this chit-chat. I'll call you back when I have time, Xiao Qingqing declared, preparing to hang up the phone. Wait a moment, Qingqing. Is there someone named Shuang accompanying you back to the police station today? Xiao Ziyu inquired hastily as he noticed her intent to end the call. Yes, why? Xiao Qingqing responded, puzzled. She could hardly fathom why her grandfather would take note of an ordinary individual like Shuang. Oh, it's nothing. From the information I gathered today, it appears this person possesses integrity and a strong sense of justice, one who does not bow to authority. Such individuals are worth nurturing connections with. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I'm hanging up now. With that, Xiao Qingqing ended the call. What was with her grandfather today? He had dismissed countless offspring of the powerful in the capital. Yet he held such a high opinion of someone he had never even met. However, she dismissed the thought as she had many matters to attend to and could not afford to squander her energy on Shuang. Meanwhile, in Xiao Ziyu's room in the capital, Feng Mubai bluntly remarked, Old Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you hoping your granddaughter will steal someone else's man? Old Feng, don't put it so harshly. It's not about stealing someone else's man. I simply want my granddaughter to have the opportunity to look after that brat. I understand your intentions. That brat has already been reserved for my granddaughter, so don't entertain any ill thoughts. Old Feng, matters concerning granddaughters will sort themselves out. It's not for us to meddle. Besides, when it comes to matters of the heart, who can truly dictate? As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first. He chuckled, reveling in his moment of triumph. Hearing Xiao Ziyu's words, Feng Mubai began to doubt his decision. Nevertheless, he resolved not to be outdone by Xiao Ziyu. Perhaps he should consider having his granddaughter conclude her studies abroad sooner and return home. Meanwhile, Shuang was unconcerned about the musings of the two old men and stepped outside. He had come to Tianhai on a mission, and encountering such interruptions right after exiting the airport had wasted precious time. He needed to quickly reach the Wang group for his interview. Otherwise, he would fail to accomplish the task assigned by Old Feng. Just as Shuang descended the steps, Ko Wanxin approached him. Mr. Wu, I am Ko Wanxin, a host and reporter from Tianhai Television. Regarding your heroic act of saving Mr. Long at the airport, may I have a moment of your time for an interview? With a smile, Ko Wanxin greeted Shuang as he came closer. Miss Ko, I have stated that rescuing Mr. Long was merely a trivial effort, and thus, there is no need for an interview. Shuang, wishing to avoid unnecessary attention, spoke politely. How can it be unnecessary? Ko Wanxin replied with a graceful smile. In this restless society, some elderly individuals fall, and few dare to assist them. Yet, Mr. Wu, in Mr. Long's moment of peril, disregarded mockery and societal prejudices to extend his hand. Moreover, Mr. Wu departed without seeking accolades, remaining humble and unaffected by the wealth and power of the Long family. Such selflessness is indeed rare. This kind of deed, this positive energy, deserves to be publicized. The Long family, are they truly that impressive? Shuang inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing Shuang's words, Ko Wanxin nearly stumbled in shock. The Long family is well known not just in Tianhai, but across the entire nation. Could it be that Shuang was feigning ignorance? Yet, from the clarity of Shuang's bright eyes, Ko Wanxin could discern that he was genuinely unaware of the Long family. It appeared that he was also oblivious to her own status as a nationally recognized figure. Was it possible that Shuang had truly emerged from obscurity? Setting aside the Long family, would it be acceptable for Mr. Wu to grant me an interview? Perhaps it is best not to, Shuang replied, glancing at Ko Wanxin as he began to walk away. Mr. Wu, this is your first visit to Tianhai. Is it not? Where are you headed? Allow me the pleasure of escorting you. Shuang was inclined to prevent Ko Wanxin from accompanying him. Yet she was determined to seize the opportunity to interview him and gather first-hand information, so she would not easily relent. With no alternative, Shuang reluctantly nodded in agreement. Then I must trouble you, Miss Ko, to take me to Hongmeng Group. Hongmeng Group? Are you employed there? Not at all. I am applying for a position. The Hongmeng Group is not particularly large. If you are seeking employment there, it would be better for Anshin to recommend you to some larger companies. I appreciate your kind intentions, Miss Ko, but I shall proceed to Hongmeng Group. Shuang felt equally helpless. He had researched Hongmeng Group and discovered it to be merely a small company with just over 100 employees. However, he had promised Feng Mubai that to protect Duan Hongmeng, he must go to Hongmeng Group. Furthermore, the elder Feng had advised that Duan Hongmeng had a strong personality and was averse to overt protection. Thus, any safeguarding must be discreet. Therefore, to ensure her safety, he needed to apply for a position at Hongmeng Group without revealing any intention to protect her. Initially, he had no desire to undertake this assignment. Having executed numerous tasks, he had never encountered one quite like this. However, after Feng Mubai's earnest persuasion and upon learning that Duan Hongmeng was an extraordinary beauty, he reluctantly agreed. During the course of his mission, perhaps he could weave some enchanting tales with the captivating lady. The Hongmeng Group is situated approximately an hour's journey from the police station. As Ko Wanxin's vehicle ascended the overpass, Shuang's gaze turned icy. He had discerned that two cars were persistently tailing them. Although those vehicles were adept at concealing themselves, They could not elude Wu Shuang's keen observation. "Miss Ko, we are being followed. Allow me to take the wheel," Wu Shuang murmured to Ko Anshin. "Oh, someone is following us," Ko Anshin exclaimed, instinctively turning her head to look back. "Do not look back." Wu Shuang attempted to dissuade her, but it was too late. The occupants of the two vehicles, noticing Ko Anshin's glance, realized their cover had been blown. Without hesitation, they pressed the accelerator, charging toward Ko Anshin's car. With a loud crash, an SUV collided with the rear of Ko Anshin's vehicle. Fortunately, Wu Shuang was quick to react, bracing himself against the steering wheel. Otherwise, Ko Anshin's face would have met it quite intimately. "What should we do?" Ko Anshin, unaccustomed to such perilous situations, asked Wu Shuang in a panic. "Stay calm." Wu Shuang reassured her, one hand firmly gripping the wheel. "Miss Ko, let us switch positions. I will drive." "But how can we do that? We are still on the overpass." Ko Anshin protested. "Move in front of me," Wu Shuang instructed, already shifting from the passenger seat to the driver's seat. "Oh, I have seen this in movies," Ko Anshin thought, but she had never encountered such a scenario in reality. Observing the aggressive approach of the two pursuers, it seemed they were intent on forcing them off the overpass. She could not afford to hesitate and quickly shifted her position away from the driver's seat. Wu Shuang promptly settled into the driver's seat, grasping the steering wheel. "Quickly, Miss Ko, move over." Hastily, Ko Anshin maneuvered toward the passenger seat, but at that moment, the pursuing vehicle struck them again. The impact caused Ko Anshin to tumble into Wu Shuang's embrace. The sudden closeness enveloped him in warmth. As he felt the vitality of Ko Anshin's youthful body and the faint fragrance that emanated from her, Wu Shuang's face flushed a deep crimson, and his body reacted instinctively. This was the first time Ko Anshin had experienced such proximity to a man, and she could perceive the strong masculine aura radiating from Wu Shuang. More significantly, she felt the response of his body through the thin fabric of their clothing, causing her cheeks to flush a vivid red, and her body to grow weak and pliant. With no time to revel in the warmth of the beauty in his arms, Wu Shuang noticed Ko Anshin becoming limp, unable to shift away. He skillfully maneuvered the vehicle to avoid the relentless assaults of the pursuing cars while attempting to lift Ko Anshin into the passenger seat. Unexpectedly, his hand landed upon her chest, feeling the softness beneath his touch. "Ah!" Both Wu Shuang and Ko Anshin simultaneously let out a cry of astonishment. To Wu Shuang's utter disbelief, he had no intention of taking advantage. It was purely an accidental encounter. Today marked the first instance in which Ko Anshin's softness had been touched by a man. Were it not for the dire circumstances, she would have certainly turned and slapped Wu Shuang. However, she recognized that in such a situation, Wu Shuang could hardly be blamed. Nevertheless, given the sensitivity of the area in question, his touch sent a jolt of electricity coursing through her body, rendering her utterly weak and incapable of moving away, forcing her to remain firmly nestled in Wu Shuang's embrace. Wu Shuang had no time to apologize to Ko Anshin. His hand slipped downward and encircled her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly into the passenger seat. Just then, another vehicle came barreling toward them from the side, crashing forcefully into their car. With Ko Anshin no longer a burden, Wu Shuang deftly swerved the steering wheel to evade the oncoming vehicle. Chapter 16. Annihilation of the Assassins. Although Wu Shuang managed to avoid the collision with the car, the sudden maneuver caused Ko Anshin to lurch forward, her face nearly colliding with the windshield. "Miss Ko, fasten your seatbelt," he shouted as he maneuvered the vehicle. He was about to engage in a life-or-death chase with the two cars behind them on this elevated highway. If Ko Anshin did not secure her seatbelt, the consequences could be dire. Ko Anshin hurriedly reached for the seatbelt, but with the car violently swaying and her hands feeling weak and unsteady, she struggled to insert the buckle into the slot. Observing her predicament, Wu Shuang extended his hand to assist. Yet, in his attempt, he inadvertently brushed against the inner thigh of Ko Anshin. The thin fabric of summer attire offered little barrier, and the sensation was soft, smooth, and warm, causing Wu Shuang's heart to race. Ko Anshin's face flushed a deep crimson, her sensitive area having been touched for the first time by a man, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. Had she not previously witnessed Wu Shuang's character, she would have every reason to believe he was taking advantage of her vulnerability. Yet, Wu Shuang had no time for such thoughts. He quickly withdrew his hand, grasped the seatbelt buckle, and securely fastened it in place. With Ko Anshin now secured, he felt a sense of relief. He abruptly pressed the accelerator, and their car surged forward, narrowly escaping the vehicle that had been pursuing them from behind. The sudden acceleration elicited a sharp scream from Ko Anshin, who clung desperately to the car handles, her face ashen with fear. The two cars trailing them were undeterred, immediately accelerating in a furious pursuit, racing like the wind. The traffic on the elevated highway was dense, and the three vehicles darted through, nearly causing multiple collisions as other drivers shouted in anger at the chaos unfolding around them. Witnessing their reckless determination, the drivers instinctively recoiled, silenced by fear of retribution should they express further disdain. In a state of urgency, the three vehicles surged forward, descending from the elevated highway to an intersection. The newly constructed road, still untraversed, was obstructed by barriers preventing passage. Shuang, disregarding such impediments, pressed the accelerator, barreling through the obstacles. The deserted new road led to a concealed area where Shuang abruptly halted the vehicle, eliciting ecstatic disbelief from the occupants of the two cars. They had not anticipated that in such dire circumstances, he would dare to stop. Positioning their vehicle strategically, they surrounded Shuang's car from both front and rear, and 5 individuals emerged hastily from their vehicles. Shuang, with a precise strike, incapacitated Quack by pressing on a vital point on her neck, ensuring she remained oblivious to the impending violence. Once Quack was secured, Shuang exited his vehicle. Today, you have crossed paths with those you ought not to offend. Your demise is imminent, declared the apparent leader, his gaze menacing and tone frigid. Ah, it seems Takeda Yamamoto has sent you to your doom. Shuang retorted with a chilling laugh. Baka, you shall meet your end on this same day next year, the assailant snarled, vanishing momentarily before reappearing directly before Shuang. A ninja, how intriguing, Shuang remarked, unperturbed, as the man lunged with lethal intent. Just as the deadly fingers approached his throat, Shuang swiftly seized the assailant's wrist, transforming the fleeting distance into an eternal barrier, rendering the man's attack futile. Allow me to return the sentiment. Next year on this day will mark your demise, Shuang asserted, exerting force to snap the man's wrist. Before a cry could escape, Shuang's hand struck with precision, severing the man's throat. The remaining 4 were taken aback, astonished by Shuang's formidable prowess. Though the fallen adversary was not the strongest among them, he was certainly formidable, yet he had been dispatched with a single move. Momentarily stunned, the 4 quickly regained their composure and charged at Shuang collectively. With a disdainful snort, Shuang engaged them head-on. In a mere flurry of movements, he dispatched them as he had the first, each meeting a swift and silent end. With the 5 bodies now lifeless, Shuang arranged them within their vehicles, staging the scene to resemble a tragic accident. He ignited the cars, and shortly thereafter, flames engulfed the vehicles, reducing the bodies to ashes amidst the inferno. After distancing themselves from that place, Shuang gently pressed on Quack's acupressure point, rousing her from slumber. How did I fall asleep? What about the 2 cars pursuing us? Quack inquired anxiously upon awakening. Rest assured, I have already shaken them off. Shuang replied with a smile. Hearing his words, Quack let out a long sigh of relief. No longer tense, she recalled how Shuang had touched her sensitive areas, and her complexion flushed a deep crimson, akin to a vibrant red cloth. Noticing her sudden embarrassment, Shuang quickly realized the cause. I apologize, it was an emergency, and it was unintentional. Please do not take offense, Miss Ko. He hastily expressed his remorse. It's not your fault, Quack murmured softly, her head lowered in shyness. An awkward silence enveloped the car. With Quack silent, Shuang found himself at a loss for words. He could only start the engine and head towards the Hongmeng group. Before long, they arrived at the Hongmeng group. After parking, Shuang turned to Quack and said, Thank you for bringing me here, Miss Ko. I would like to treat you to a meal sometime. He then opened the door to exit the vehicle. Here is my business card. Feel free to call me if you need anything in the future, Quack said hurriedly. Her cheeks flushed as she handed him her card. Internally, she chided herself. What a fool, not even asking for his number. How can I invite him to dinner? All right. We'll keep in touch, Shuang replied, accepting the card before stepping out of the car. Upon entering the Hongmeng Group's office building, Shuang approached the reception desk with a smile. Excuse me, could you please direct me to your Human Resources Department? Chapter 17. Becoming a security guard, what do you need with human resources? The receptionist, noticing that he was an ordinary yet somewhat handsome young man, asked politely. I am here to apply for a job. Shuang beamed. But we aren't hiring at the moment, the receptionist responded courteously. Shuang was taken aback. In preparation for this application, Feng Mubai had even arranged for him to obtain a diploma from Beijing University and prepared a resume. Little did he know that Hongmeng Group was not hiring at all. It felt like a sudden blow to the throat. Without entering Hongmeng Group, how could he protect Duan Hongmeng? Miss, I graduated from Beijing University, have extensive work experience, and am quite capable. I can handle any position. Surely, you could make an exception and allow me to join your company. Wu Shuang earnestly promoted himself to the receptionist in a bid to gain entry into Hongmeng Group. Sir, it's not that I don't want to hire you. I'm just a receptionist and have no authority over hiring decisions. The company has no recruitment plans. And I truly cannot assist you, she explained. Then please allow me to go in and speak with human resources directly. Regardless, I must get into Hongmeng Group, he insisted, determined to find a way in. It was futile for me to even attempt to enter. The company was not hiring. Perhaps you should try your luck elsewhere. Wu Shuang, faced with the receptionist's obstruction, had no choice but to turn away. With the receptionist barring his entrance, he certainly could not force his way in. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a security guard wheeling a suitcase out. Hey buddy, are you leaving this place? Wu Shuang inquired eagerly. Yes. I just resigned due to a family emergency. The guard's words filled Wu Shuang with joy. It was as if he had just wished for a pillow to rest his head upon, only to have it delivered at the perfect moment. The Hongmeng Group now had an open position. Perhaps this was his opportunity. With excitement bubbling within him, he rushed back to the receptionist, joyously stating, "Excuse me. I just saw a guard leave, and your company has a vacancy. I would be perfect for the role." The receptionist, having never encountered such earnestness in a job seeker, decided to let him proceed to the interview. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department on the second floor, he knocked and entered. A bespectacled individual asked, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm here to see your manager regarding a job application. We have no hiring plans at the moment. I just saw a security guard leave, and you happen to have an opening." The person who greeted him chuckled. "Well, you certainly know how to seize an opportunity." Thus, Wu Shuang successfully secured the position and became a security guard at the Hongmeng Group. Wearing the uniform and standing at his post, he felt an immense sense of happiness and fulfillment. This position was excellent. He could see Duan Hongmeng coming and going every day and better ensure her safety. "Come on. It's just being a security guard. Why are you so thrilled?" chuckled Chong Wei, the guard who was working alongside him. Chong Wei had been in the role for 3 to 4 years. "Life is tough at home. Just finding a job is a blessing. How could I not be happy?" Wu Shuang replied somewhat dismissively. At that moment, a car approached. Chong Wei instantly stood up and saluted. "Good day, General Manager Duan." It turned out that Duan Hongmeng had returned from an outing. Wu Shuang, following Chong Wei's lead, hurriedly saluted her as well. As the car entered the company premises and came to a halt, Duan Hongmeng opened the door and stepped out. She possessed a radiant complexion, her beauty akin to exquisite jade. Her nose was elegantly defined, her brows reminiscent of distant mountains, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Though she wore only minimal makeup, her allure was undeniable. Clad in a white pleated blouse and a sleek black pencil skirt, her lustrous hair was elegantly pinned up, accentuating her neat and capable demeanor. Her innate aura of pride and the wisdom accumulated throughout her life radiated a brilliance of cultivated grace. Although Wu Shuang had previously seen photographs of Duan Hongmeng, witnessing her in person left him utterly mesmerized. Upon arriving at Tianhai, he had encountered stunning beauties such as Long Yuyan, Ko Anxin, and Xiao Qingqing. Yet none could compare to her exceptional beauty. However, in comparison to Duan Hongmeng, they lacked that particular grace and charm. "Please deliver the box of documents from the car to my office," Duan Hongmeng instructed Wu Shuang, without acknowledging whether Wu Shuang was new. Wu Shuang responded affirmatively, retrieved the box of documents from the car, and proceeded into the office building. Duan Hongmeng's office was on the top floor, a detail Wu Shuang had ascertained beforehand. Upon arriving at Duan Hongmeng's office and depositing the box of documents, Wu Shuang's gaze swept across the room, revealing several pinhole cameras and listening devices. Clearly, the old man Fong was correct. Duan Hongmeng was in danger. Otherwise, why would there be so many cameras and listening devices in his office? Wu Shuang discreetly dismantled the cameras, then took the listening devices to the restroom, discarding them into the toilet before flushing. Meanwhile, in an apartment, Smith, who was eavesdropping with headphones, suddenly yelled and quickly removed the headset. The sound of the toilet flushing pierced his ears like a needle. "Damn it! Who is trying to sabotage me? If I catch them, I will make them regret it," Smith fumed, stomping on the headphones in frustration. "What's wrong, Smith, my friend? Why such a furious outburst?" His companion John asked hurriedly. "Damn it. All the cameras and listening devices we set up in Duan Hongmeng's office have been destroyed. I told you this method wouldn't work. It's a colossal waste of time and energy. We should have simply captured Duan Hongmeng and coerced her to compel Duan Tianpeng to surrender the research results. Why complicate matters?" Smith exclaimed angrily. "No, it's not the right time yet. According to reliable intelligence, Duan Tianpeng's research has not yet succeeded. We must not alert him or the military. As long as we keep Duan Hongmeng under surveillance, we are fine. Once Duan Tianpeng's research is successful, we will capture Duan Hongmeng immediately. For the sake of his daughter, He will undoubtedly surrender the research results. Damn it. How much longer do we have to wait here? It shouldn't be much longer. Jack, I need you to head back to Duan Hongming's office tonight. No problem, Jack replied casually. The discovery of the cameras and listening devices might have been merely an accident. They could be reinstalled again. Later that evening, Shuang noticed the lights in Duan Hongming's office were still on and remarked, "What a strong woman." Working late into the night, Shuang watched the lights from the security post until they finally extinguished after 11 o'clock. He knew that there was a bedroom in the inner office where Duan Hongming resided. Around midnight, Shuang's eyes brightened. The person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. He dismantled the surveillance equipment, yet it was only natural for the opposing party to send someone to reinstall it. With a swift movement, he slipped into the office building, ascending to the top floor where he concealed himself in the shadows. Meanwhile, Jack, akin to Spider-Man, adeptly maneuvered his way to the window of Duan Hongming's office. After opening the window, he swiftly entered the office, efficiently installing cameras and listening devices in several discrete corners before glancing back at Duan Hongming. The woman possessed an alluring charm and an air of haughtiness that had long captivated him. Had it not been for his pursuit of Duan Tianpeng's research findings, he would have resorted to unscrupulous means long ago. He swallowed hard and then exited through the window once more. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of clear and bright eyes were watching him from the darkness as he carried out his actions. Seeing that Jack had not committed any harmful acts against Duan Hongming, Shuang remained motionless, trailing him like a specter. Along the way, Jack felt as though someone was tailing him several times. However, upon turning to investigate, he found nothing and dismissed it as mere paranoia. Soon, he returned to their temporary base. "Jack, did you encounter any danger?" Upon entering, John and Smith awaited him eagerly. What danger could arise from such a trivial company? Jack scoffed confidently. After all, he was an elite agent trained in the Eagle Nation. Encountering peril in a civilian company like Duan Hongming's would be laughable. Just then, they heard the door creak open and saw Shuang enter with a cheerful grin. "Who is this?" John, Smith, and Jack immediately drew their guns, aiming at Shuang. Given the late hour, it was evident that a visitor at this time was no friend. "Huh," Shuang sneered. "I never expected elite agents from the Eagle Nation to hide away in such a place. What a pity for you." The trio was taken aback by Shuang's immediate recognition of their identities, and with gritted teeth, they were about to fire. However, in an instant, Shuang appeared before them, and the sound of bones shattering echoed through the room. Subsequently, the bodies of Smith, John, and Jack collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Before long, flames erupted within the room. After stepping outside, Shuang took out his phone and dialed Fong Mubai. "Old Fong, this task lacks any challenge. Just a few elite agents from the Eagle Nation, and they fell without a fight. I know you are formidable. Is that enough? But be cautious. Many forces internationally have set their sights on Duan Hongming. You must ensure her safety at all costs. Duan Hongming is merely involved in the pharmaceutical business. How could she possibly attract such attention from agents worldwide? She may not be formidable, but her father is." "Who is her father?" "Duan Tianpeng." "Duan Tianpeng? I've never heard of him." "You have undoubtedly not heard of him. He is a reclusive scientist from our nation, diligently engaged in the development of a precision-guided chip. Once this chip is successfully created, it will enable our missiles to strike their targets with unparalleled accuracy, with an error margin no greater than a hair's breadth." "How remarkable!" Shuang exclaimed in astonishment. While contemporary navigation technology is indeed impressive, it still entails a degree of error when missiles are launched. With this chip, it will be entirely possible to eliminate enemies from thousands of miles away without causing collateral damage. Indeed, it is as astounding as that. With this chip, we could even manufacture precision-guided bullets, ensuring that a single shot would render enemies utterly defenseless. The information regarding Duan Tianpeng was originally classified, and it remains a mystery how these agents uncovered the connection between Duan Hongming and Duan Tianpeng. They intend to capture Duan Hongming after the chip's development to extract this technology from Duan Tianpeng. With only a month remaining until the chip's completion, it is crucial to protect Duan Hongming. We must ensure she encounters no unforeseen mishaps. "Rest assured, leave it to me," Shuang replied confidently. "And remember to cover your tracks." After hanging up, Shuang returned to the Hongming group. "Baka, scoundrel, die." In a fit of rage, Yamamoto Takeda swept everything off his desk upon learning that the 5 assassins he had dispatched had perished in a car accident. These 5 were all elite ninjas. It was inconceivable that 5 of them failed to handle an ordinary individual without making a sound. "Young master, that fellow seems unremarkable, yet he is far from simple. I have utilized all our connections in Shenzhou, yet we could not uncover any information about him. This indicates 2 possibilities. Either he has recently emerged from the depths of the mountains, leaving no trace in Shenzhou's official records, or his identity is classified. The evidence suggests he belongs to the latter category. Young master, we are at a critical juncture in our research. It is best not to invite unnecessary complications, as such trivial matters could jeopardize our grand pursuits. Once our research reaches fruition, we can deal with that fellow. Lawyer and advisor Kai Yinchuanai interjected. Upon hearing his words, Yamamoto Takeda's fury began to subside. Humph, let that fellow consider himself fortunate. We shall temporarily spare him. With a forceful slap on the desk, Yamamoto Takeda shattered the exquisite rosewood surface of his office. Meanwhile, at the embassy of the Eagle Nation, Consul Military George was equally enraged. Today's news reported a devastating fire in a residential building in Tianhai, caused by a gas leak, resulting in the tragic deaths of 3 citizens of the Eagle Nation. Seeing this news nearly drove George to smash the television. Smith, John, and Jack were all his subordinates. This could only mean their identities had been compromised, and they were eliminated by the Shenzhou authorities. However, Shenzhou executed this affair with such meticulous precision that even if he wished to seek justice for the 3 individuals, it would be an impossible endeavor, leaving him to silently endure this injustice. Ever since the removal of Smith, John, and Jack, no one has frequented the Hongming group for several consecutive days. Meanwhile, Shuang, stationed at the gate, found himself perplexed. Why had Takeda Shin not continued his assassination attempts? Was it possible that he could swallow his pride? Chapter 19. The farewell. One afternoon, Chang Wei cheerfully informed Shuang that it was his girlfriend's birthday. He planned to celebrate her special day that evening and intended to propose, inviting Shuang to witness the momentous occasion. With Chang Wei's extroverted nature and his considerate demeanor towards Shuang, the two had fostered a commendable friendship. Naturally, Shuang could not decline such a heartfelt invitation. After work, Chang Wei and Shuang rode shared bicycles to the designated restaurant. En route, Chang Wei purchased a cake and flowers, preparing for his proposal. Having been in a relationship for 2 years, both he and his girlfriend were at an age, 26 or 27, where marriage seemed imminent. As a security guard, he often found himself constrained, with their time together sporadic, sometimes going a month without seeing each other. The excitement and nervousness bubbled within him as he anticipated celebrating his girlfriend's birthday and proposing. Before long, 2 young and radiant women entered the restaurant, prompting Chang Wei to rise and greet them eagerly. It was evident that one was his girlfriend, Su Xiaowei, accompanied by her friend, Tang Shui. "Hello, I'm Shuang, a colleague of Chang Wei," he said, standing to warmly acknowledge both Su Xiaowei and Tang Shui. Upon observing them, he noted that Su Xiaowei was strikingly attractive, with fair skin and delicate features, adorned in a lovely lilac dress that accentuated her youthful beauty. Shuang felt a sense of happiness for Chang Wei. Yet he detected a hint of arrogance in Su Xiaowei's demeanor, a subtle disdain toward Chang Wei. Concern welled up within him. Today's celebration and proposal seemed fraught with uncertainty. Turning his gaze to Tang Shui, he found her appearance unremarkable, albeit heavily made up and clad in a Chanel ensemble, her expression radiating disdain and dissatisfaction. "Shall we? Tang Shui, please have a seat and let us chat," Chang Wei urged them enthusiastically. "Sit. In this shabby restaurant? Really, Chang Wei? Today is Xiaowei's birthday. Couldn't you have chosen a better place? Why settle for such a low-grade venue?" Tang Shui retorted, her tone unapologetically blunt. Upon hearing Tang Shui's words, Chang Wei's countenance immediately darkened. "Shui, since you are here, let us make do and sit down." Su Xiaowei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, quickly urged Tang Shui. "I am only here out of respect for you. Otherwise, I would never dine in such an establishment." With reluctance, she took a seat. Shuang's heart sank further. It seemed that Su Xiaowei was genuinely intent on bringing such a person along. As Su Xiaowei and Tang Shui settled in, Chang Wei's earlier displeasure waned slightly, and he called the waiter over to place an order. Before Chang Wei could utter a word, Tang Shui interjected, "Waiter, do you have forehead abalone?" "No, we do not." "What about Lafite red wine?" "I am sorry, but we do not have that either." "Surely, you must have a 1-foot-long lobster?" "I sincerely apologize, but we do not have any of those items." The waiter politely responded, while inwardly thinking, "This woman truly knows how to put on airs. This is a restaurant for the working class. How could we possibly have what she desires? If she wishes to flaunt her wealth, she ought to dine at a high-end restaurant." What kind of restaurant is this? You have nothing. How can one eat here?" Tang Shui pouted, her arrogance palpable. Chang Wei, seated across from her, felt an acute sense of embarrassment, his expression becoming increasingly unnatural. Shuang observed Tang Shui with cold disdain. Had she not been Su Xiaowei's close friend, he would have been tempted to slap her. All right, Shuang. This place does not have the items you desire. Let us simply order a few dishes. Su Xiaowei quickly consoled Tang Shui. Fine, you decide, Tang Shui replied, withdrawing her newly purchased iPhone to amuse herself. Thus, Su Xiaowei and Chang Wei ordered several signature dishes, which were soon served. After singing the birthday song and enjoying the cake, Chang Wei stood up, presenting a bouquet of flowers with both hands, a broad smile on his face. Shall we? We have been together for 2 years, and our relationship is quite stable. Today, on your birthday, I formally propose to you. I hope you will marry me. Chang Wei anticipated Su Xiaowei's surprise and delight as she accepted the flowers, but to his astonishment, she did not rise or even lift her gaze. Instead, she calmly replied, Chang Wei, I came here today to break up with you. We are not suited for each other. Chang Wei was utterly taken aback, unable to fathom such an outcome. His hands slackened, and the flowers fell silently onto the table. What on earth? Chang Wei, have you considered your own circumstances? Do you truly believe you deserve Xiaowei? Can you afford a house in Tianhai? Can you buy a car? With nothing to your name, how can you provide happiness for Xiaowei? As a security guard earning only 3,000 to 4,000 a month, you cannot even afford the clothes on my back. How can you support Xiaowei and a family? Before Su Xiaowei could speak, Tang Shui unleashed a torrent of criticism. As Chang Wei's forehead became lined with visible veins, he gripped his hands tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Xiaowei, regardless of what others say, I simply wish to hear from you why we must part ways. We have been in a relationship for 2 years, and our feelings have always been strong. How has everything suddenly changed? Chang Wei, summoning all his strength, suppressed the shame and anger within him, earnestly inquired of Su Xiaowei. Chang Wei, dating and marriage are 2 entirely different matters. You cannot afford a house or a car, and you cannot provide the life I desire. We are truly incompatible, Su Xiaowei replied calmly after observing Chang Wei. Xiaowei, I am still young. I will strive to earn money. I assure you, I will buy a car and a house, and provide you with a good life. Just believe in me, Chang Wei exclaimed, grasping Su Xiaohui's hand in a moment of fervor. Yet, Su Xiaohui forcefully withdrew her hand, standing up and declaring loudly, Chang Wei, wake up. Stop dreaming. You are merely a lowly security guard earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month. How can you possibly afford a house or a car? How can you support me or a family? I desire an iPhone, which you cannot buy. I wish for beautiful clothes, which you cannot afford. I long for exquisite jewelry, which you still cannot provide. Is this your idea of being good to me? Do you want me to endure such a harsh life with you? Chapter 20. A chance encounter. Thank you for celebrating my birthday, but from this moment on, we are breaking up and will have no further connection. Do not seek me out again, for I will not meet you, Su Xiaohui proclaimed, turning her back and walking away, leaving Chang Wei in a state of bewilderment, subjected to the astonished and mocking gazes of onlookers. Tang Shui quickly caught up with Su Xiaohui, conversing as they exited. Xiaohui, this is the right decision. You should have ended things with him long ago. He is just a security guard earning a meager salary. How could he ever be worthy of you? Rest assured, I know many wealthy young men. I will introduce you to someone who is 100 or 1,000 times better than this security guard. Watching Su Xiaohui and Tang Shui leave the restaurant, Chang Wei, who had barely managed to stand moments before, suddenly slumped into a chair, akin to a deflated balloon. His face flushed with embarrassment, his expression twisted in grievance and frustration. Tears streamed down his cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. A man should seldom shed tears. Yet not every sorrow has been felt. Why, oh why, is this happening? 2 years ago, when we first met, Xiaohui was such a gentle, virtuous, and understanding girl. Our relationship has been stable and harmonious for these 2 years. Just yesterday, during our phone call, she was still so tender and considerate. How could she transform into this in an instant? Chang Wei appeared to question Shuang, yet seemed to be conversing with himself as he sat there, murmuring. Shuang recognized Chang Wei's suffering but was at a loss for words, offering only a gentle pat on his shoulder. This world is indeed harsh. It is a realm of bitter realities. Many people harbor beautiful dreams, yet they often find themselves battered and bruised by the unforgiving nature of society. Perhaps Su Xiaowei was once a good girl, but in this harsh reality, she has gradually transformed into what she is today. It is possible that she was always like this, merely masking her true self in the past. Nevertheless, Su Xiaowei has left Chang Wei today, and he must confront this brutal reality. The patrons surrounding the restaurant whisper amongst themselves, mocking Chang Wei and deriding his ignorance and overestimation of himself. The words that reach his ears undoubtedly rub salt into his wounds. Even the most humble man possesses his own dignity. In this state, Chang Wei can no longer remain in the restaurant. Shuang, let's go. I'm treating you to a night out at the bar, he declared, summoning all his strength to stand and addressing Wu Shuang loudly. For him, only alcohol can provide solace in this moment. Yet, as a security guard earning 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, he typically refrains from indulging in the luxurious ambience of a bar. A drink can dissolve 1,000 sorrows. Being intoxicated is better than being a noble. Men often resort to alcohol to numb their pain during times of distress. Thus, under the scrutinizing and mocking gazes of others, Wu Shuang and Chang Wei departed the restaurant, making their way towards the bar street. After over half an hour, they arrived at the prestigious Mingjue Bar, a lavish establishment owned by the Long family. It is a point of pride for many of Tianhai's young elite and socialites to drink at this bar. Chang Wei typically felt a lack of confidence even passing by this venue. Today, fueled by his resentment, he decided to indulge and treat Wu Shuang at Mingjue Bar. However, as fate would have it, upon their arrival at the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Su Xiaowei and Tang Shui, accompanied by a stylish young man clad in designer attire. Tang Shui immediately spotted Chang Wei and Wu Shuang and exclaimed loudly, "Chang Wei, how much longer do you intend to persist? Xiaowei has already broken up with you. Why are you still clinging to her?" She continued, "Your behavior is becoming tiresome. I made myself clear in the restaurant, yet you still attach yourself like a stubborn gum. I must inform you that I just introduced Xiaowei to young Master Chun, so you should abandon any hopes." She added, "We have become part of the past. I hope you will cease your pursuit and allow us to cherish the beautiful memories we shared." "Xiaowei, is this the little security guard you mentioned?" Young Master Chen sneered as he regarded Chang Wei with disdain. "Indeed, this is Su Xiaowei's former boyfriend," Tang Shui confirmed. "A mere security guard, earning only 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, who cannot even afford a decent outfit, let alone provide Xiaowei with a good life. Now that Xiaowei is with young Master Chen, she will enjoy a life of luxury and opulence." In stark contrast to her belittlement of Chang Wei, Tang Shui lavished praise upon young Master Chen with fervor. She was not particularly attractive, and Chen Xiao looked down on her. Otherwise, she would have desperately pursued him like a fly to excrement. "Indeed, my family, the Chen family, is worth billions. If Xiaowei were to follow me, she would enjoy a life of luxury, free from the burdens of work, living contentedly as a young mistress at home." Chen Xiao, from his elevated position, cast a disdainful gaze at Chang Wei, teasing every nerve with his words. He wrapped his arm around Su Xiaowei's slender waist, while his other hand wandered inappropriately over her hips. Su Xiaowei leaned against Chen Xiao like a delicate bird, her body brushing against his intermittently. Chang Wei could hardly fathom that less than an hour after their breakup, Su Xiaowei had already turned to another man. During their 2-year relationship, she had never allowed him to embrace her, only permitting the occasional holding of hands. Yet now, seeing her in such a manner, it seemed she couldn't wait to wash herself clean of him and climb into Chen Xiao's bed. This scene struck him deeply, sending a wave of anger coursing through him, leaving his face pale and his eyes bloodshot. His fists clenched tightly, wishing he could rush forward and deliver a beating to both Chen Xiao and Su Xiaowei. But reality was harsh. Chen Xiao was the privileged heir of the Chen family, while he was merely a lowly security guard. There was no comparison. Faced with the stark reality, Chang Wei had no choice but to gradually release his clenched hands, his fury slowly extinguishing. "Haha, he is angry. I just saw him clench his fists." But then he let go. Chen Xiao laughed triumphantly. He took a step forward, standing before Chang Wei, and with a mocking pat on his cheek, coldly remarked, "Boy, do you see the difference now? Xiaowei is mine. Do not dare to entangle her again, or I shall not spare you." But before his words could settle, a resounding slap echoed through the air, striking his face with force. Chapter 21, The Mingjue Bar. This slap stunned not only Chen Xiao, but also Su Xiaowei, Tang Shui, and Chang Wei. No one could have anticipated that Wu Shuang, a mere security guard, would dare to strike the heir of the Chen family. Chen Xiao, known as Chen Haoran, was a scion of immense wealth, while Wu Shuang was just a guard in a small company of over 100 employees. Their statuses were worlds apart. In Tianhai City, Chen Haoran had countless ways to eliminate a lowly security guard. Wu Shuang, standing there, was a stark contrast to the affluent trio, Chen Haoran, Su Xiaowei, and Tang Shui, all of whom gaped in disbelief at him. They could scarcely believe that Wu Shuang had the audacity to slap Chen Haoran. Even if they believed in the explosion of the sun or the destruction of the earth, they could never fathom that Wu Shuang would dare to strike the heir of the Chen family. After all, the disparity in their identities and statuses was truly as vast as a galaxy. Yet, paradoxically, this event had indeed transpired before their very eyes. Even if they were in disbelief, the crimson handprint on Chen Haoran's face bore witness to the reality of the occurrence. "You struck me. How dare you?" Tianhai exclaimed, clutching his burning cheek, his expression one of utter incredulity as he turned to Shuang. What? Do you find my initial blow insufficient? With that, Shuang delivered another resounding slap across Tianhai's face. If the first strike could be attributed to a moment of impulsive rage, the second was an unabashed provocation. A blatant affront directed not only at Tianhai but at the entire Qin family. Without mentioning Su Xiaowei and Tang Shui. Even Tianhai's bodyguards stared in bewilderment at Shuang. They truly could not fathom that in Tianhai, someone would dare to slap Tianhai without a thought for the repercussions. Meanwhile, Changwei looked at Shuang with a grateful expression, understanding that the reason Shuang had slapped Tianhai was to avenge him. Yet, this man felt utterly powerless, watching as his beloved was embraced by another, hands roaming over her form, while he remained voiceless and inactive. However, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Shuang had indeed stirred a considerable storm. Though unfamiliar with Tianhai personally, Changwei had heard of the Qin family's formidable reputation during his years in Tianhai. It was no exaggeration to say that even their modest security team could easily be reduced to ruin by the Qin family if they so desired. Yet, in the face of such a powerful adversary, his comrade Shuang had resolutely delivered 2 slaps to Tianhai without hesitation. This bond of brotherhood, this camaraderie, might well transcend this lifetime. Perhaps there would be opportunities to repay such valor in the next. How dare he strike me? Make sure to eliminate him. Tianhai bellowed furiously at his bodyguards after receiving the 2 slaps. Upon hearing his command, the 6 bodyguards charged at Shuang with menacing ferocity. If Tianhai had spoken, they would not hesitate to incapacitate Shuang, knowing that the Qin family would surely intervene to smooth over the aftermath. Thus, the 6 bodyguards approached ruthlessly, intent on rendering Shuang powerless. However, Shuang showed no mercy, delivering a kick that sent them hurtling several meters away, crashing into walls, trees, and utility poles, leaving them unconscious. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, unable to comprehend Shuang's remarkable prowess that had so easily incapacitated Tianhai's guards. After dispatching Tianhai's bodyguards, Shuang stepped forward, coldly addressing Tianhai. Young Master Qin, Changwei is my friend. You struck my friend, and I have returned the favor. Fair and square, wouldn't you agree? Tianhai, seething with anger, found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate an appropriate retort in that moment. Chen Xiao is a brash individual, a man of coarse temperament. We are civilized beings, with homes and careers, and thus, should not stoop to engage with such ruffians. Indeed, in this modern society, it is only those devoid of decorum and refinement who resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Chen Xiao must not allow himself to be provoked by such individuals. Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei hurriedly supported Tianhai from either side, guiding him to the entrance of the Mingjue bar. Although Tianhai was a notorious playboy, he understood the wisdom of avoiding immediate conflict. With 6 bodyguards who were no match for Shuang, he was reluctant to provoke trouble at that moment. However, upon seeing the patrons of the Mingjue bar, his confidence swelled. The Mingjue bar was under the auspices of the Long family, and in Tianhai, they wielded considerable influence, commanding respect and caution from most. Brats, what does it matter if you can fight or possess skills? A pauper remains a pauper, and a mere security guard will always occupy the lowest tier of society. I see you've come to this bar, perhaps hoping to indulge in some drinks? Dream on. With your meager salaries, you can't even afford a bottle of wine here. So you might as well save yourselves the trouble. Tianhai exclaimed, reveling in his newfound superiority as he prepared to enter the bar, chuckling triumphantly. Tianhai, do not be so arrogant. I intend to enter this bar today, and I challenge you to see what you can do about it. Shuang retorted with a cold smile. Don't think that just because it's a small bar, I can't get in. I could waltz into the snow palace of Eagle Country or the summer palace of Bear Country anytime I please, let alone a mere bar. How amusing. Tianhai laughed heartily. Do you not realize that the Mingjue bar only caters to members and does not entertain walk-ins? No offense, but you are clearly not of the right caliber. You've likely never even heard of it. I am a gold member here, free to indulge at my leisure, while you can only stand by and watch us enter. His laughter echoed, filled with arrogance. Seeing Tianhai's smug demeanor enraged Shuang. If it weren't for my sacrifices overseas, you wouldn't be here indulging in excess. And now, this has become your boastful capital in front of me. Push me too far, and you might find yourself learning theory from Marx. Amidst the laughter, Tianhai brandished his gold membership card as he entered the bar with Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei. Upon reaching the entrance, Shuang and Changwei were met by the bar's guards, who politely requested, "Gentlemen, please present your membership cards." A wave of embarrassment washed over Wu Shuang and Chang Wei as they realized the bar truly operated on a membership basis. Huh, stunned are we? Looks like you can't get in. Tianhai taunted, gloating at the entrance of the bar. Humph, lacking a mirror at home. One can still relieve oneself and catch a glimpse of one's reflection. A mere security guard daring to frequent the prestigious MG bar, what audacity. It is only individuals of upper echelons, like Chen Xiao, who are deemed worthy of such an establishment. These two security guards, the dregs of society, foolishly aspire to enter such an upscale venue. It is truly laughable. Is it not permissible for us to simply enter and enjoy a drink, even without a membership card? Wu Shuang inquired of the staff at the entrance. Apologies, sir, but the MG bar operates on a membership basis and exclusively serves our members. Should you wish to partake in our offerings, you may first obtain a membership, which is not too late, the staff responded with a tone laced with disdain and mockery. Upon hearing the fees, Chang Wei's countenance darkened. Good heavens! His annual salary scarcely reaches 50,000. How could he afford a membership costing 100,000? This is no place for someone of his means. Chang Wei quickly seized Wu Shuang's arm, whispering, Shuangzi, let us buy some drinks from the supermarket instead. Though his voice was hushed, it reached Tianhai's ears. Humph, at least you possess a modicum of self-awareness. This establishment is not for those like you. Your budget is suited for purchasing inferior alcohol at a supermarket. The drinks here are beyond your means. Realize your standing and be gone. Do not embarrass yourselves further. This is a venue for the elite, not for you lowly individuals. Tianhai, Su Xiaowei, and Tang Shui mercilessly ridiculed Chang Wei and Wu Shuang. Chang Wei's face flushed crimson, wishing for a crevice to disappear into. Shut your foul mouths, or I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Wu Shuang glared at the trio with ire. At Wu Shuang's fierce gaze, Tianhai, Su Xiaowei, and Tang Shui felt a chill run down their spines. Nevertheless, Tianhai dismissed it nonchalantly, proclaiming, How dare you threaten me? This is a society governed by law, not a realm where mere brawn grants freedom to act as one pleases. Huh, to teach me a lesson, you must first gain entry. Such arrogance. Unable even to breach the threshold of the MG bar, yet daring to threaten young Master Chun. What utter disgrace. Tang Shui scoffed, echoing his disdain. Their commotion attracted a crowd at the bar's entrance, drawing laughter and derision directed at Wu Shuang and Chang Wei. They could hardly comprehend how two insignificant security guards, the lowest of the low, dared to confront Tianhai at the MG bar. It was absurd to think they could contend with him when they could not even step through the door. Tianhai's fortune amounts to billions. With merely a flick of his finger, he could render Wu Shuang and Chang Wei irreparably doomed in Tianhai. At that moment, a fiery red Ferrari pulled into the parking lot, and Long Yuyan emerged from the vehicle. The Mingjua bar was merely one of the many establishments owned by the Long family, and she made it a point to inspect it every few days. After wrapping up her tasks for the day, she decided to visit the bar. To her surprise, upon exiting the car, she found a throng gathered at the entrance. This was unacceptable. The Mingjua bar, with its exorbitant fees, was meant to uphold a standard of sophistication and service. With so many people congregated at the entrance, how could they provide excellent service to their members? Chung, what is going on? Why are there so many people outside? Long Yuyan called over an employee. The staff member, named Chung, promptly reported the situation to her. This is outrageous. Long Yuyan exclaimed, her irritation evident. The Mingjua bar is exclusively for our members. Those who are not members should be asked to leave. We cannot allow this to tarnish our bar's reputation. Understood, miss. Chung hurriedly returned to Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, stating, Gentlemen, I apologize, but if you are not members, we must kindly ask you to leave. We cannot afford to disrupt our business. Though his words were polite, his tone was haughty and dismissive, effectively ushering them out. Let us go, Shuang. Chang Wei's expression darkened as he grasped Wu Shuang's arm, eager to depart. Tonight had been humiliating. Not only had his marriage proposal failed, but his girlfriend had also broken up with him. Now, even seeking solace in a bar seemed beyond his reach, and he faced ridicule. Why should we leave? If it's merely a matter of membership, I can acquire one. Wu Shuang replied, maintaining his composure. Although their friendship was still nascent, he had already come to regard Chang Wei as a friend. Witnessing Chang Wei's romantic setback and the subsequent mockery, he felt compelled to defend his friend's honor. During their overseas missions, the wealth acquired from their targets was typically divided among their squad. Presently, his bank account boasted nearly 100 billion. Obtaining a membership here would be trivial. Oh, such bravado. Are you truly capable of affording a membership card? With a monthly salary of 3,000 to 4,000 and a tire that hardly exceeds 200, you think you can afford a membership at the Mingjua bar? Even selling Yuyan tea cover the cost. Taunted Tang Shui, her words dripping with sarcasm, prompting raucous laughter from the crowd. Long Yuyan furrowed her brow. She had instructed a Chung to remove those two, yet the situation had only escalated. Therefore, she approached the entrance to address the matter personally. Upon catching sight of Wu Shuang, her eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile graced her face as she warmly exclaimed, "Mr. Wu, good evening. What brings you here?" A few days ago, Wu Shuang departed without notice, prompting her grandfather, Long Feixiong, to admonish her. Wu Shuang had saved his life. Thus, she was considered a benefactor of the Long family, and it was imperative to locate her and express profound gratitude for her life-saving deed. Simultaneously, he criticized her for misunderstanding Wu Shuang and uttering unkind words without comprehending the situation. He urged her that should she encounter Wu Shuang again, she must sincerely apologize. Yet, the vastness of Tianhai rendered the search for one individual quite challenging. Chapter 23. The Supreme Black Card. Long Yuyan dispatched individuals to search for several days. Yet they could not uncover Wu Shuang's whereabouts. To her astonishment, she found Wu Shuang here today. Wu Shuang, equally surprised, did not expect to encounter Long Yuyan. When Long Yuyan inquired about him, he replied helplessly, "I came here to drink with friends, yet I cannot even enter through this grand door." Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan turned to a Chung and exclaimed, "How dare you? Mr. Wu is an esteemed guest of the Long family. How could you obstruct his entry for a drink?" A Chung and the staff at the entrance felt deeply wronged, more so than the tragic figure of Doi. How could they have known that Wu Shuang was an esteemed guest of the Long family? However, they did not dare to argue with Long Yuyan or voice their grievances. Quickly bowing and saying, "Miss, we understand now and will not repeat this mistake." Wu Shuang was puzzled by the respect and even fear exhibited by a Chung and his colleagues toward Long Yuyan. "Mr. Wu, the Mingjue Bar is a property under the Long family's ownership. From now on, you and your friends may come here to drink at any time, free of charge." Wu Shuang then realized that this bar belonged to the Long family. "Thank you, Miss Long," he replied, pulling a long Chong Wei and walking away nonchalantly. Chen Haoran, Tang Shui, Su Xiaowei, and others suddenly appeared as if they were suffering from constipation, their expressions turning quite grim. Just moments ago, they had mocked Wu Shuang and Chong Wei, labeling them as mere lowly security guards from the lowest echelons of society, unworthy of entering the Mingjue Bar. Now, to their astonishment, they learned that they were acquainted with Long Yuyan, who had granted them such favor, not only allowing them entry into the bar, but also promising that all future expenses would be free. It was no wonder their faces soured. "Miss Long, how could you permit them to enter the bar? We have spent tens of thousands to obtain membership here. Precisely because the clientele consists of individuals of status and stature, commoners cannot enter this establishment. They are merely two lowly security guards, the dregs of society. Their presence here would surely diminish the bar's reputation. Indeed, drinking in the company of such individuals is repugnant and embarrassing. If you allow them to drink here, we shall not return. We are all of high standing. How could we associate with such lowly beings in our consumption?" Chen Haoran immediately led his group to confront Long Yuyan, and the others hastily echoed his sentiments. "Mr. Wu, please wait a moment." Unexpectedly, Long Yuyan called out to Wu Shuang. Chen Haoran, seeing Long Yuyan stop both Wu Shuang and Chong Wei, mistakenly believed his few words had made an impact. Thinking that Long Yuyan had barred them from entering the bar, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. "What does it matter if you know Miss Long? I can still ensure you won't enter the bar with just a few words." He laughed. Wu Shuang, ignoring Chen Haoran, turned to Long Yuyan, his expression darkening. "Miss Long, what do you mean by this?" "Mr. Wu, please do not misunderstand. It is not as Chun Xiao has suggested." As she spoke, she retrieved a black card from her handbag, presenting it respectfully to Wu Shuang with a smile. "Mr. Wu, this card is for you. With it, you may enjoy any service at any of the Long family's establishments without charge, and all your requests will be met." Onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of the black card in Long Yuyan's hand. The Supreme Black Card, an emblem of the utmost prestige issued by the Long family. As far as they knew, fewer than 5 of these cards had ever been distributed. The prominent families of Tianhai City regarded possession of a Supreme Black Card from the Long family as a matter of great honor. "All requests?" Wu Shuang inquired, his tone laced with intrigue. "Of course, only within the bounds of the law," Long Yuyan quickly clarified, somewhat embarrassed. "Please remove these 3 bothersome individuals. Their presence is quite distasteful to me." After accepting the Supreme Black Card from Long Yuyan, Wu Shuang pointed coldly at Chen Haoran, Su Xiaowei, and Tang Shui. "Do you think you can expel me? Huh? You haven't even had a drink, and you're already spouting drunken nonsense. I am a gold member of this bar, and the Chen family holds considerable influence in Tianhai. You think you can throw me out? Dream on." Hearing Wu Shuang's claim that he would be expelled from the Mingjua bar, Tianhai felt as though he had just heard a grand joke. Not only he, but everyone around stared at Wu Shuang in disbelief. Long Yuyan had not anticipated that Wu Shuang would make such a demand, and she found herself caught in a dilemma as she glanced between Wu Shuang and Tianhai. Miss Long, it seems your supreme black card is of no use here. Perhaps you should take it back, Wu Shuang said languidly, extending the card back toward Long Yuyan. At that moment, Long Yuyan's mind was in turmoil. Although the Qin family was not as powerful as the Long family, they were still prominent in Tianhai. However, to offend the Qin family for Wu Shuang seemed unreasonable. Yet, she recalled her grandfather Long Feixiong's words, that Wu Shuang is exceptional. Do not miss the opportunity to befriend him. Long Feixiong had once faced battles and served as mayor. He had an unparalleled ability to gauge character over the years. With a resolute determination, Long Yuyan decided to heed her grandfather's advice and not miss the chance to connect with Wu Shuang. With a smile, she addressed Mr. Wu, saying, Mr. Wu, you are a distinguished guest of the Long family. This supreme black card is indeed of significance. Someone, please escort Mr. Chen out. The word please was merely a formality. It was, in truth, a directive to expel him. Upon hearing Long Yuyan's words, a Cheng and the others immediately approached Tianhai, courteously stating, Mr. Chen, if you would. Long Yuyan, have you lost your mind? You're actually expelling me for a mere security guard. Tianhai shouted angrily at Long Yuyan. If he were truly ejected from the Mingjua bar today, he, the young master of the Qin family, would undoubtedly become a laughingstock within their circle, and he could forget about mingling in their society. Mr. Chen, Mr. Wu is our esteemed guest. Having offended him, it is only natural that you be asked to leave. Long Yuyan replied coldly. But Long Yuyan, I am a golden member of your bar, spending at least 5 to 6 million annually. Are you truly willing to ruin everything over a petty security guard? Are you going to humiliate me, Tianhai, in front of so many people? Effective immediately, Mr. Chen is no longer our member. Refund his membership fee in double and escort him out, Long Yuyan declared with a frosty demeanor. Chapter 24. The Swift Changes of Life. A scion of the Qin family dared to shout at the young lady of the Long family in front of so many witnesses. Even without Wu Shuang's presence, she would have expelled Tianhai. Long Yuyan, do not overstep your bounds. This is about to escalate. I, Tianhai, am not one to be trifled with. Seeing that Long Yuyan was resolute in her stance, Tianhai's anger flared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at her, exclaiming vehemently, Send the order down. From now on, all restaurants, hotels, bars, and shops owned by the Long family will completely sever ties with Tianhai. Wu Shuang observed the current Long Yuyan, who exuded an overwhelming assertiveness, a stark contrast to her delicate demeanor at the airport. Tianhai was taken aback. The Long family's influence in Tianhai's consumer market was substantial, commanding over half of it. If he were truly ostracized, his opportunities for leisure would diminish significantly. The worst part was the potential gossip surrounding his expulsion from the Long family. It would irreparably tarnish his reputation among the elite of Tianhai, making future social interactions exceedingly difficult. Long Yuyan, Tianhai began to retort, pointing at her, but was abruptly interrupted. Tianhai, should you utter another disrespectful word, the Long family will blacklist the entire Qin family, Long Yuyan asserted firmly. At her words, Tianhai swallowed his retort, rendered speechless. The Long family was a first-rate lineage in Tianhai, while the Qin family barely counted as a third-rate clan with assets of merely a few billion. If the Long family truly decided to suppress the Qin family, it would spell disaster for their future prospects, potentially jeopardizing their current standing. Mr. Chen, let us depart. Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei hurriedly came to support Tianhai as they made their way outside. Simultaneously, Su Xiaowei cast a venomous glare at Wu Shuang and Chang Wei. If circumstances allowed, she would have lunged at them to deliver a severe reprimand. Having just entangled herself with Tianhai and momentarily basked in a sense of superiority, she had yet to relish the lifestyle of a young mistress when Wu Shuang dealt her a resounding slap in the face. She could not fathom why Long Yuyan, in a moment of apparent folly, chose to assist a mere security guard, thus delivering a crushing blow to Tianhai. What could possibly justify this? As a lowly security guard, how could he be deserving of the prestigious black card bestowed by the Long family, especially under the watchful eyes of the crowd? While Long Yuyan so publicly trampled upon Tianhai, Su Xiaowei harbored resentment towards Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, yet she dared not direct her hatred toward Long Yuyan. The Long family loomed over Tianhai like a colossal entity, a realm she could only aspire to, never daring to offend. If the Long family were an elephant, she was but a tiny ant. Even her connection with Tianhai would be as nothing should the Long family decide to crush her. With Wu Shuang and Chang Wei now emboldened by Long Yuyan's support, she had no choice but to retreat. Nevertheless, her heart simmered with hatred for Wu Shuang. Vowing to exact revenge, "Everyone, I apologize for this unfortunate incident that dampened the mood," Yuyan addressed the crowd with sincerity. "Today, let us all enjoy ourselves freely. All expenses will be on me." After Chen Haoran and his companions departed, Long Yuyan expressed her regret to the remaining guests. "Thank you, Miss Long, for waiving all expenses today." The onlookers, who had gathered to witness the commotion, collectively expressed their gratitude. The unpleasantness caused by Long Yuyan's expulsion of Chen Haoran evaporated in an instant. Wu Shuang could not help but regard Long Yuyan with newfound respect. This young woman was indeed extraordinary. Despite appearing merely 20 years of age, her decisiveness in action and her adeptness in social maneuvering signaled that she was destined for greatness. "Mr. Wu, please come inside," Yuyan beckoned, acknowledging her earlier shortcomings in hospitality. "Later, I shall toast Mr. Wu with 3 glasses." With that, she graciously invited Wu Shuang and Chang Wei into the establishment. Chang Wei, still in disbelief, felt as though he were caught in a dream. Moments ago, he had faced a barrage of criticism from Chen Haoran, Tang Shui, and Su Xiaowei, leaving him questioning his very existence. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a complete reversal had occurred. He and Wu Shuang were personally invited into the prestigious Mingjue bar by the daughter of the Long family. The irony was palpable. The very Chen Haoran, who had been deemed unworthy of entry, had been expelled by Long Yuyan. The exterior of the Mingjue bar exhibited a certain subtlety, but within, it was opulently adorned, epitomizing extravagance. As they walked through, they were greeted by an array of stunningly beautiful waitstaff, each providing a service fit for royalty. It was no wonder that merely acquiring a membership card here required a staggering sum of 1 to 200,000. Long Yuyan personally escorted Wu Shuang to the finest private room at the Mingjue bar, then smiled and said, "Mr. Wu, shortly I shall have the server bring over the drinks. Should you require anything else, feel free to instruct the staff directly. Please excuse me for a moment. I shall return shortly to toast Mr. Wu." With that, Long Yuyan gracefully inclined her body towards Wu Shuang, smiling as she prepared to exit, only to be halted by his voice. "Miss Long, does Mr. Wu have any further requests?" Miss Long not only bestowed upon me the esteemed black card, but also ensured that Chen Xiao was dismissed. "I extend my gratitude to Miss Long, Mr. Wu. You saved my grandfather at the airport. You are a great benefactor to our Long family. What I do is merely a trivial act in return for your immense kindness." "Miss Long, you are too modest. The incident at the airport was merely a small effort, not worthy of significant consideration. While you may perceive it as a simple gesture, for our Long family, it represents a monumental favor." After offering Wu Shuang a radiant smile, Long Yuyan exited the private room. She then made her way to her office and dialed Long Feixiong's number. "Yuyan, do you have something to discuss with your grandfather?" "Grandfather, I have located the person who saved you at the airport." Long Yuyan excitedly conveyed the news to Long Feixiong, recounting all that had transpired that evening. "Yuyan, you handled today's matters exceptionally well. In my lifetime, I have encountered countless individuals, and my judgment has never faltered. This Wu Shuang, with his keen ability to discern the lurking sniper across the street and his remarkable medical skills, clearly possesses an extraordinary background. Offending a Chen Haoran is trivial. Even the entire Chen family would not pose a challenge. Grandfather, I understand. I will toast to him 3 times shortly to forge a closer bond." "Very well. If the opportunity arises, please arrange for a meeting. I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Certainly. Leave it to Yuyan." Chapter 25. The Agony of Torment Before Long. The server arrived with an assortment of red wine, spirits, white wine, and other beverages, along with a selection of fruit platters. The esteemed Miss Long provided Wu Shuang and his companions with an array of premium liquors. Chang Wei seized a bottle of Maotai, uncorked it, and poured himself a glass. Then, without hesitation, downed it in one gulp. As the fiery liquid coursed through his throat, he involuntarily exhaled a breath of alcohol-laden air. It felt as though a blazing flame scorched his throat. However, Chang Wei refrained from coughing, gritting his teeth to endure the heat. Wu Shuang understood Chang Wei's current state of mind and promptly raised his own glass, consuming it in a similar manner. Noticing Wu Shuang also downing his drink, Chang Wei offered him a smile before pouring another glass. Thus, the two of them continued to drink 3 shots in succession, exchanging not a single word. One person swiftly consumed a bottle of Maotai, yet both individuals remained entirely sober, their expressions unchanged. Although neither spoke a word, the bond of brotherhood between them deepened with each bottle of Maotai, intertwining with their very flesh and souls. When Long Yuyan entered and beheld the two empty Moutai bottles on the table, she could not help but be astonished. She had not anticipated that these two men could drink with such fervor. One bottle per person during a mere phone call was quite impressive. From Chang Wei's expression, she discerned that he harbored some concerns, though she refrained from prying into matters that were not her place to inquire about. "Mr. Wu, I apologize for the delay. I was held up by some matters," she said, pouring herself a glass of red wine. Raising her glass with a smile, she proclaimed, "This first toast is in gratitude to Mr. Wu for saving my grandfather. I shall drink to that. You may indulge as you wish." With that, Long Yuyan tilted her head back and downed the glass of wine. Like a spring onion, she held the translucent crystal glass, the blood-red wine flowing slowly into her cherry lips. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei could hardly contain their excitement at the sight. Upon finishing, her wine-stained lips appeared even more alluring and seductive. "Since Miss Long has drunk, I, Wu Shuang, shall partake as well." With a grin, he raised his glass and downed it in one go. After refilling their glasses, Long Yuyan lifted her second drink. "This second toast is an apology for my earlier disrespect towards Mr. Wu at the airport. Cheers." Saying this, she consumed her second glass. "Let bygones be bygones. Miss Long need not dwell on unpleasant matters," Wu Shuang said, raising his glass in camaraderie. "For this third glass, I have a request, and I wonder if Mr. Wu might grant it." Long Yuyan inquired. "Speak freely, Miss Long. Unless it involves plucking stars from the sky, I am more than willing." Mr. Wu jested. "My grandfather wishes to invite you to dinner to express his gratitude in person. Would that be convenient for you?" Long Yuyan asked earnestly. "Given the esteem that Mr. Long has for me, it would be ungracious to decline. Please proceed with the arrangements, Miss Long." With that, they once again clinked their glasses for a third toast. After finishing the third glass, Long Yuyan's brow furrowed slightly. Placing a hand on her abdomen, her face betrayed a look of distress. Her body swayed unsteadily, almost unable to remain upright. Chang Wei hurriedly extended his hand to support her, guiding her to the sofa. "Miss Long, are you feeling unwell? Should we take you to the hospital?" Chang Wei inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a minor discomfort. It will pass shortly," she assured him. Chang Wei was about to say more, but Wu Shuang interjected. "Chang Wei, could you check on the dried fruits we ordered? Why haven't they arrived yet?" They had not ordered any dried fruits, but Chang Wei quickly realized what was happening and replied, "Of course, I'll go see to it." With that, he exited the private room. After Chang Wei exited, Wu Shuang remarked, "Miss Long, despite your monthly affliction, you still managed to share 3 glasses of wine with me. I am truly flattered." Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan's face flushed crimson. Such matters are widely known, yet speaking of them can be rather awkward, especially between individuals who are not well acquainted. "Do not feel embarrassed, Miss Long. Do not forget that I am a doctor. Although this ailment is not life-threatening, enduring it monthly is hardly pleasant." Long Yuyan furrowed her brow, fully aware of the discomfort, but despite numerous visits to hospitals and consultations with various specialists over the years, she had seen little improvement. "Miss Long, if I am not mistaken, you have been suffering from this condition for 7 years. It likely stems from an incident during your first menstruation when you were exposed to cold water or a chilly environment, which left you with this lingering affliction, resulting in your current symptoms." Wu Shuang's words astonished Long Yuyan, triggering memories from her past. It was when she was 13, still in middle school, during a winter outing by the river with her classmates. It was her first menstrual onset. She felt a sharp pain and accidentally fell into the river. Fortunately, her classmates rescued her without any harm, and she had never given the incident much thought. However, since then, she had been plagued by dysmenorrhea, feeling as though her lower abdomen were being sliced by knives, rendering her nearly incapacitated each month. In recent years, no doctor had identified the cause, and they all assumed it was a natural occurrence. They advised her to drink plenty of warm water and avoid cold substances during her menstruation. Unexpectedly, today, Wu Shuang had pinpointed the root of her suffering. "Since you have discerned the cause, might you be able to treat me?" This torment had haunted her for 7 years, transforming those few days each month into a nightmare from which she longed to escape. "The cold has invaded your body, and although it has become a chronic issue, it is not insurmountable. I can indeed cure you, but..." Wu Shuang hesitated. "I will need to use acupuncture, which requires you to remove your clothing." Long Yuyan's face flushed once more, and she was momentarily taken aback. If Wu Shuang were a female doctor or an elderly traditional practitioner, she could accept disrobing for treatment. However, Wu Shuang was a young man of her own age, brimming with vitality. What if he succumbed to temptation and acted inappropriately? Initially, Long Yuyan instinctively considered refusing. Yet the thought of her monthly torment drove her to reconsider any opportunity for treatment. Wu Shuang had previously saved her grandfather from the brink of death with a few needles at the airport, and his ability to accurately identify her ailment suggested that he possessed remarkable medical skills, capable of curing her chronic affliction. After weighing the pros and cons, she resolutely made her decision. "Mr. Wu, please help me with my ailment," Long Yuyan softly uttered, her cheeks flushed, though her voice was barely a whisper. Her determination was unmistakable. "Then please remove your clothes," Wu Shuang replied, turning his back. Despite her earlier assertiveness, Long Yuyan found herself hesitant to undress in front of a man. However, after a moment's hesitation and intense internal struggle, she steeled herself and began to remove her dress. "Do I need to take off my underwear as well?" she inquired in a voice barely above a murmur. Although Wu Shuang had his back turned, the rustling of fabric indicated that she had complied. Yet, upon hearing her question, Wu Shuang's body tensed, and his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to collapse. "Miss, I am here to treat your illness, not to share a bed. There's no need to remove your underwear," he quickly clarified. "Just exposing your abdomen is sufficient." "All right, I'm ready. You may turn around now," Long Yuyan said timidly after receiving the reassurance. Wu Shuang slowly turned back, cautiously opening his eyes. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he was taken aback by the sight before him. There lay a figure, sculpted like ivory, embodying the perfect proportions of youth and vitality. Her elevated bosom, flat abdomen, and curvaceous hips were a testament to Long Yuyan's blossoming femininity. Wu Shuang felt his breath quicken, his heart race, and the blood surge through his veins. A tingling sensation in his nose warned him of an impending nosebleed. He swiftly pressed a few acupoints to stave off the inevitable. Simultaneously, he focused his mind, deliberately avoiding gazing at Long Yuyan's form, taking deep breaths to quell the boiling blood within him. Otherwise, he might become the first doctor in history to perish while treating a patient. Fortunately, Long Yuyan kept her head lowered. Had she seen his flustered state, he would have been the subject of her ridicule. "Miss Long, please lie down on the sofa," he instructed. Once she complied, he draped her upper body with her own garment. He truly could not bear to look at her body, as it was overwhelmingly distracting. Witnessing Wu Shuang's thoughtful gesture warmed Long Yuyan's heart, feeling comforted by his consideration. He then produced his silver needles, pre-sterilized for convenience. This time, he employed the San Yang needle technique, using the silver needles to guide the yang energy within Long Yuyan's body toward the Guanyuan acupoint in her lower abdomen, expelling the malevolent chill from within. The Guanyuan acupoint serves as the convergence of the three yin meridians of the foot and the rin meridian, playing a vital role in nurturing the kidneys and regulating the return of yang energy. Initially, Long Yuyan felt somewhat apprehensive. However, to her surprise, when Wu Shuang's needle pierced her skin, she experienced no sensation of pain whatsoever. Simultaneously, she observed several red lines emanating from various parts of her body, gradually converging towards the Guanyuan acupoint located beneath her navel. There, she felt a warm sensation akin to that of a heated water bag. Conversely, at the Guanyuan acupoint, several dark lines were being compelled outward by those red lines, albeit at a rather sluggish pace. "Miss Long, the accumulation of your malevolent cold has persisted for too long. Merely relying on acupuncture is somewhat slow. It would be prudent to employ massage as an auxiliary method. What do you think?" "Massage? Where?" Long Yuyan inquired shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Your lower abdomen." "Ah, but that area is one of a woman's sensitive regions." The notion of Wu Shuang massaging there caused Long Yuyan to hesitate. Yet, realizing that Wu Shuang was merely seeking to alleviate her ailment, she steeled herself, her expression resolute as she declared, "Mr. Wu, I shall trouble you with it." However, the thought of Wu Shuang's large hands working on her flat abdomen caused her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. To her astonishment, Wu Shuang did not merely caress her lower abdomen. Instead, he formed his fingers into a sword-like shape, channeling the yang energy from his own body into his fingertips, and began to promote blood circulation within Long Yuyan's lower abdomen along the meridians. As a result, the yang energy in her lower abdomen surged, transforming the earlier warmth into a sensation akin to being gently scorched by fire. Yet, she felt no discomfort. Rather, it was an exquisite pleasure that elicited involuntary sounds of delight from her. Though both were inexperienced, they were adults, and the unexpected sounds startled them both. Embarrassed, Long Yuyan immediately clenched her jaw, determined to suppress any further utterances. Wu Shuang, however, did not pause, continuing his unique technique to expel the malevolent cold from her body. After a full half hour, the numerous red lines within Long Yuyan finally converged at the Guanyuan acupoint, while the malevolent cold was guided into her bladder meridian. At this moment, Long Yuyan felt her lower abdomen warm and free from the previous chill and cramping discomfort. Meanwhile, Shuang was visibly fatigued, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Miss Long, after I remove the needles, you may experience a sensation of abdominal fullness and the urge to urinate. This is entirely normal. A visit to the restroom will suffice. After giving this advice, Shuang waved his hand and removed all the needles from Long Yuyan. He then turned away once more. Indeed, Long Yuyan felt a sensation of fullness and urgency, hastily dressing before heading to the restroom. After relieving herself, the malevolent cold was expelled from her body along with her urine. Upon exiting the restroom, Long Yuyan was enveloped in a refreshing sense of clarity and unparalleled comfort. This is the first time in many years that she has felt such comfort during her menstrual period. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for curing me of this persistent ailment. Miss Long, you are too kind. It is merely fate that has brought us together, and it is my duty. However, I must advise you to avoid cold foods and alcohol during this special time. In 2 weeks, I will administer another treatment, and that will eradicate the issue completely. I appreciate your guidance, Mr. Wu. I shall not interrupt your time with friends any longer. After saving Mr. Wu's phone number, Long Yuyan took her leave. Once Long Yuyan departed, Chang Wei entered from outside. Zhongzi, impressive. You've managed to win over Miss Long so swiftly. I admire you. Chang Wei remarked with a mischievous grin. What are you talking about? Don't let your imagination run wild. When Long Yuyan left just now, her face was still flushed, and I distinctly heard certain sounds. Surely you're not trying to play coy. Chang Wei continued to smirk. What are you thinking? I was merely providing her with treatment. Chapter 27. The angry Chang Wei. Shuang and Chang Wei had consumed 2 bottles of wine in the private room and sung a few songs before they finally left the Mingjua bar. Feeling quite satisfied, each had indulged in 2 bottles, their steps somewhat unsteady. Nevertheless, they supported each other as they wobbled towards the Hongming group. However, halfway there, they came upon a street corner where a group of people awaited them. To their surprise, at the forefront stood Chen Haoran, Tang Shui, and Su Xiaohui. Damn it! You finally emerged. Chen Haoran approached angrily, pointing at Shuang and Chang Wei, his voice raised. You thought you could hide like turtles in your shells at Mingjua bar. You 2 little security guards are quite arrogant, aren't you? Relying on Long Yuyan for support, you actually had the audacity to drive me out of Mingjua bar. In Tianhai, when has Qin Xiao ever been subjected to such disrespect? Now that Long Yuyan is no longer backing you, let us see how you manage. If I don't render you completely incapacitated today, I shall not bear the surname Chen. Come attack. At Chen Haoran's command, his followers surged towards Shuang and Chang Wei like a tide. Wait. With a loud shout, Chang Wei halted everyone in their tracks. What are you shouting about? Here, I am the one in charge. You, a mere little security guard, have no right to make such a fuss. Chen Haoran scolded Chang Wei, pointing an accusing finger at him. Ignoring Chen Haoran, Chang Wei turned to Su Xiaohui, asking in a low, sorrowful voice, Xiaohui, must we truly become like this? Faced with his former lover, with whom he had shared 2 years of love, Chang Wei found it difficult to let go. Chang Wei, face reality. I was foolish and blind to have dated a security guard like you before. Now, we have parted ways. We are no longer connected in any way. You have offended Qin Xiao today. If you kneel down now and sincerely apologize to him, seeking his forgiveness, perhaps, given our past relationship, I might intercede on your behalf, urging him to show leniency in your punishment. Otherwise, as Qin Xiao has ominously stated, the consequences could be dire, with your limbs shattered entirely. As Su Xiaohui's words reached him, Chang Wei's initial sorrow transformed into a chilling coldness, ultimately radiating a fierce glare. Xiaohui spoke the truth. Today, it was imperative to break their limbs, especially the 5th one. Not only should it be broken, but it should also be severed and fed to the dogs. That is the fate of those who have wronged me, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao laughed with unrestrained delight. Rest assured, I will handle these 2 ruffians according to your wishes, Huang Mao said, eyeing Shuang and Chang Wei, who lay concealed in the shadows, licking his lips menacingly. Just days prior, a group of more than 10 had been summoned by Jin Shangchang to teach Shuang a lesson. Yet it was they who ended up suffering a lesson themselves at his hands. Now, with Qin Xiao's call to discipline 2 little security guards, he had brought along 20 of his brothers. Having learned from the last encounter with Shuang, he understood that one must wield their full strength, lest they suffer unforeseen consequences. After all, they were merely 2 small security guards. This time, success was assured. A thorough lesson would be imparted to them, and Qin Xiao's promised reward would certainly be substantial. However, as night had fallen and Shuang remained shrouded in darkness, Huang Mao could not discern clearly. Had he recognized Shuang, he might have retreated immediately. Hearing Huang Mao's voice struck a familiar chord with Shuang, and upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the same Huang Mao from outside the airport. Just as he intended to confront them and scare them away, Chang Wei stepped in his way. Zhongzi, stay back and watch how I, Chang Wei, deal with this rabble, Chang Wei declared with confidence and determination. Shuang was taken aback by Chang Wei's loyalty. Realizing that he was indeed concerned for Shuang's safety, wishing to confront Huang Mao and his gang alone. Brother Chang, have no worries, I trust you entirely. Shuang reassured him. With that, Chang Wei boldly approached Huang Mao and his companions, standing before them with pride, declaring, "You scoundrels, come at me together. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility." His audacious proclamation elicited laughter from Tianhai and the others, who found the scene utterly absurd. Am I mistaken? A mere security guard dares to make such grandiose claims, intending to teach Huang Mao how to behave. How ridiculous. Chang Wei, can't you see reality? Is it that my departure has driven you mad, prompting you to spout such nonsense? You truly do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Daring to boast before Brother Mao. Although one may not be taxed for boasting, it can sometimes lead to one's own downfall. You, little guard, possess spirit. You are the first in Tianhai to attempt to instruct me, Huang Mao, on how to behave. Today, I shall witness how you propose to teach me. Upon concluding his words, the young man with yellow hair waved his hand dramatically and bellowed with an air of dominance. Brothers, charge. His 20 subordinates surged forward like a tidal wave, each eager to be the first, for who would want to miss out on a larger share of the spoils? With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he cast a disdainful glance at Chang Wei, anticipating the thrilling spectacle of his underlings overpowering both Shuang and Chang Wei. However, in the next moment, he was left utterly dumbfounded, his cigarette falling from his mouth to the ground as he gaped in astonishment. Chang Wei did not flinch. Instead, he roared and dashed into the throng of ruffians like a cheetah on the hunt. In the incredulous gazes of Tianhai, Su Xiaowei, Tang Shui, and the yellow-haired leader, the thugs found themselves crying out for mercy, collapsing to the ground within mere seconds. Shuang was equally taken aback, realizing that he had misjudged Chang Wei during their days together. Witnessing Chang Wei's formidable military boxing skills in action, it became clear that those petty criminals stood no chance against him. After dispatching the thugs, Chang Wei strode confidently toward the yellow-haired leader, who was now slack-jawed in shock. Suddenly, the latter leaped up with a cry, having just realized that the burning cigarette had singed his foot. Yet, as he jumped, a powerful hand pressed him back down. Bro, please spare me. I had no idea you were here. Had I known, I would never have dared to provoke your wrath. I beseech you, show mercy, dear brother. The yellow-haired leader, disregarding the burning sensation in his shoe, dropped to his knees, bowing his head in supplication to Chang Wei. Spare you? If today my brother and I were not your match, would you have shown us mercy? Chang Wei questioned darkly. How could I ever dare to provoke you? I wouldn't even if it cost me my life. The cold scoff from Chang Wei was followed by a swift series of slaps that left the yellow-haired leader's face swollen and bruised, his eyes squinting into mere slits, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and his teeth feeling loose. If you dare to cross us again, there will be no mercy, Chang Wei warned. Dear brother, esteemed one, I shall never dare again. The yellow-haired leader whimpered, scrambling back into the throng of thugs as they hastily assisted him, fleeing like frightened dogs. Tianhai, alarmed, signaled for Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei to leave as well. Did I grant you permission to leave? Chang Wei's voice, though not loud, caused Tianhai to freeze in his tracks, paralyzed by fear. Gradually, Chang Wei approached him. Tianhai, do you believe that wealth grants you the license to act with impunity, that it bestows upon you the right to disregard all consequence? Chang Wei sternly interrogated Tianhai. Chun, this is all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding. It is they who believe you have embarrassed them, compelling me to seek retribution on your behalf. It has nothing to do with me, I assure you. Tianhai, upon witnessing the fierce glare from Chang Wei, immediately donned a conciliatory smile, pointing towards Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei, entirely shifting the blame onto them. His words left Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei utterly astounded. Originally hiding behind Tianhai, they instinctively took a step back, unable to fathom that before they had reaped any benefits from him, they were already being made to bear the brunt of his misfortunes. Huh, the young master of the Qin family. I've encountered shameless individuals before, but none as utterly disgraceful as you. As a man, you are spineless, devoid of any sense of responsibility. Despicable, shameful, utterly embarrassing. Chang Wei glared at Tianhai, his tone frigid and his demeanor contemptuous. Even Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei behind him were mentally cursing Tianhai. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a resounding slap echoed as Chong Wei struck Tianhai across the face. A vivid, crimson handprint instantly marred his previously unblemished visage. The force of the blow sent Tianhai spinning several times before he collapsed to the ground. Emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, Tang Shui and Su Xiaohui hurriedly rushed over to assist him, one on each side. Though they harbored disdain for Tianhai, they recognized that he represented their opportunity to ascend from their current station, transforming from mere hens into phoenixes. The blame heaped upon them was inconsequential. Their priority was to secure a connection with Tianhai. What are you doing? Why would you strike young Master Chen? How barbaric and uncultured. Young Master Chen has been pampered since childhood, raised in privilege. What right do you, a mere security guard, have to strike him? They exclaimed in outrage. So, your implication is that only young Master Chen can strike us, but we cannot retaliate? Wu Shuang, unable to listen any longer, retorted coldly. Has young Master Chen ever struck you? You are unscathed now, are you not? Chong Wei, you have struck young Master Chen. As a man, you must apologize to him immediately. Su Xiaohui shouted fiercely while supporting Tianhai. Despite knowing the precariousness of her situation, aware that Chong Wei might not hesitate to retaliate, she felt compelled to act in order to leave a favorable impression on Tianhai. I must be blind to have ever been attracted to a woman like you. Leave, and do so at once. Chong Wei bellowed in anger upon hearing Su Xiaohui's words. Su Xiaohui, incensed by Chong Wei's audacity to yell at her, nearly lost her temper, but Tang Shui tugged at her sleeve, prompting them to hastily assist Tianhai away from the scene. As they departed, Chong Wei appeared deflated, akin to a deflated balloon. Such a woman is not worth your sorrow, Wu Shuang remarked softly, extending a lit cigarette towards him. With a long sigh, Chong Wei uttered not a word. The two walked silently toward the Hongming group, arriving at the edge of a small river where Chong Wei came to a halt. Zhongzi, aren't you curious? Why not inquire about what is truly happening? He questioned. If you wish to speak, you will naturally do so. If you prefer to remain silent, there must be unspoken burdens. Why should I press further? Wu Shuang replied, gazing at Chong Wei. With a soft sigh, Chong Wei silently seated himself on the steps by the riverbank. After Wu Shuang joined him, she offered him a cigarette. He lit it, inhaling deeply twice before taking a breath and slowly revealing, I once served in the military, and due to my outstanding performance, I was selected for the Special Operations Unit. In my youthful arrogance, I acted recklessly. During a training exercise, I accidentally struck a fellow soldier, rendering him a vegetable. Consequently, I was compelled to retire. I carry a deep sense of guilt and self-reproach for that comrade, and vowed never to use my skills again. Upon returning to Tianhai, lacking formal education or other skills, I took a job as a security guard at Hongming Group, where I met Su Xiaohui. I thought, if I could spend my life as a security guard with Su Xiaohui, it would be enough. Little did I expect such a turn of events. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Chong Wei released another long sigh. Just as Wu Shuang was about to speak, his phone emitted a series of urgent beeps. Oh no, something has happened at the company. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Shuang sprang into action, darting toward the direction of the company. He had installed the latest infrared sensor in Duan Hongming's office. Once the bedroom door was closed, it would automatically activate. The alarm signaled that someone was approaching Duan Hongming's bedroom. At this hour, anyone sneaking into the office could not be of good intent. Chong Wei was taken aback by Wu Shuang's alarming speed, realizing he was indeed a concealed talent. Nevertheless, Chong Wei quickly followed suit. Fortunately, they were close to the company, less than a kilometer away, and soon approached the premises. However, Chong Wei noticed Wu Shuang veering toward the west side road of the company. Zhongzi, the company is this way, Chong Wei called out urgently. Chapter 29. You may try. They have abducted President Duan. A tracker he had discreetly placed on Duan Hongming signaled that she had been taken from the company. The phone's location indicated that she had exited the building and was headed toward the National Road on the west side. It seemed the kidnappers, fearing detection, had parked their vehicle on the west side National Road. As Wu Shuang and Chong Wei reached the National Road, they beheld 4 individuals from the Eagle Nation just as they opened the car door and began to force Duan Hongming inside. Stop! Wu Shuang shouted as he sprinted forward, picking up a small stone by the roadside and hurling it towards the group of Eagle Nation agents. Upon hearing his voice, the agents turned to look at him, only to be struck by the stone, which flew through the air like a bullet. With a resounding thud, the stone smashed into one man's nose, shattering his nasal bones. The man let out a piercing scream, his tall frame propelled backward by the force of the impact, crashing into their vehicle and denting its body significantly, shattering the windshield in the process. The other 3 agents were taken aback. They were elite operatives from the Eagle Nation, dispatched on George's orders to capture Duan Hongming. After John and his team's plan to surveil Duan Hongming failed, George had changed tactics, intending to abduct her directly to leverage against Duan Tianpeng. Initially, the four had easily kidnapped Duan Hongming from the Hongming group. Unexpectedly, just as they were about to leave, Wu Shuang arrived on the scene. Before Wu Shuang could reach them, one of the agents was already injured, prompting the remaining three to draw their firearms immediately. Don't move. No matter who you are, you're dead. Two of them aimed their guns at Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, while one pressed his gun against Duan Hongming's temple. Chang Wei was taken aback, realizing the situation had escalated dramatically and that their adversaries were armed. This should be my line, Wu Shuang replied coldly, his voice devoid of mercy. You dare come here to kidnap someone? You're as good as dead. You bastard. Seeking death. The injured agent gritted through the pain, pulling out his gun and firing at Wu Shuang. The other three agents smirked, confident in the injured man's marksmanship, certain that one shot would obliterate Wu Shuang's head. However, to their astonishment, the moment the man pulled the trigger, Wu Shuang vanished from his sight. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a powerful hand seized his throat, followed by the sickening sound of bones cracking. His head tilted at an unnatural angle, and he crumpled to the ground. The remaining three agents, witnessing Wu Shuang's lethal efficiency, were drenched in cold sweat. Despite years of experience and countless missions, they had never encountered someone so swift and ruthless. Wu Shuang's decisive strike astonished Chang Wei. Wu Shuang's prowess exceeded his wildest expectations. Though Duan Hongming's mouth was silenced, her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Wu Shuang, astonished that a mere security guard from their company possessed such formidable skills. As Wu Shuang advanced toward them, the three Eagle Nation agents instinctively took several steps back, feeling as though their guns had transformed into mere toys. Do not come any closer. If you take another step, I will blow her head off. With a gun pointed at Duan Hongming's head, the man from the Eagle Nation barked fiercely. Go ahead and pull the trigger. Let's see if you can blow her brains out. Wu Shuang, undeterred, continued to advance. Damn it, seeking death, he muttered under his breath. The other two men from the Eagle Nation, realizing they couldn't intimidate Wu Shuang, simultaneously opened fire on him. If one gun can't hit you, surely two will. They thought they were being bold, but they were courting their own demise. Wu Shuang was unaware of whether he had been hit, but the two Eagle men only saw a flash of cold light before feeling a sudden chill in their throats. Their strength ebbed away like receding tides, and they collapsed to the ground. The man who had been threatening Duan Hongming was taken aback when his companions seemed to fall under a spell, as he hadn't even seen how Wu Shuang had struck. Terrified, he pressed his gun forward, growling, "If you take one more step, I swear I'll pull the trigger." I mean what I say. With his three companions dead, Duan Hongming was now his last line of defense. Faced with Wu Shuang's terrifying speed and skill, he lacked the confidence to kill Wu Shuang. He merely hoped to survive by clinging to his last shield. Ideally, he could drive Wu Shuang back and abduct Duan Hongming in the process. You Eagle men truly lack courage. You can't compete with us in business. So you resort to fabricating charges against the executives of our enterprises on the international stage. You can't outmatch us militarily, yet you dare to invade our territory to kidnap our citizens. Truly, you deserve death. Wu Shuang approached the Eagle man, speaking slowly. I now offer you a chance. You can shoot right now and see if you succeed. The Eagle man could hardly believe Wu Shuang's audacity. Even a movie script wouldn't dare to write such a scene. His gun was pressed against Duan Hongming's forehead, and with a gentle squeeze of the trigger, he could obliterate her head. He couldn't fathom where Wu Shuang's confidence stemmed from, believing that in such a dire situation, he could still save her. Feeling the coldness of the gun barrel, Duan Hongming turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. She had thought Wu Shuang and Chang Wei were there to rescue her. But this was no rescue. It felt like a push toward her doom. If only her mouth were not sealed, she would certainly have cursed Wu Shuang. Chang Wei, behind them, was filled with worry. If that Eagle man truly fired, wouldn't Duan Hongming be in grave danger? Well, if worst comes to worst, we die together. Seeing Wu Shuang's confident, harmless smile, the Eagle man gritted his teeth and prepared to pull the trigger. He understood that in the face of Wu Shuang, escape was impossible, and survival was equally futile. If that were the case, he would use Duan Hongming as a shield and ensure they all perish together. However, just as he applied pressure, a flash of cold light caught his eye. Suddenly, he felt a sharp chill in his hand, and he discovered a silver needle embedded in his palm. His hand became as unfeeling as wood, devoid of any sensation. He exerted himself several times, yet his fingers remained utterly motionless. Just as panic enveloped him, he perceived a fleeting shadow before him, and Wu Shuang appeared right in front of him. With a swift motion, Wu Shuang snatched Duan Hongming from his grasp and hurled her backward toward Chang Wei. Chapter 30. An awkward blessing. Duan Hongming felt as though she had transformed into a kite, soaring into the air against the wind, heading in Chang Wei's direction. It felt as if she were floating among the clouds, her entire being rendered weightless, devoid of any strength. The howling wind rushed past her, and she felt like a bird flying freely in the sky. To be able to soar through the air with such liberty is a dream cherished by many. Yet, at that moment, Duan Hongming could only curse, directing her ire at Wu Shuang. You wretched Wu Shuang, how dare you toss me like this? Do you not understand the value of a delicate flower? This is the street, and you throw me with such force, so high and so fast. If I fall from the sky, will I not meet my demise? I fear I may perish not at the hands of the kidnappers, but rather from your foolishness. Even if I survive the fall, what if I break my arms or legs? The most dreadful thought is landing face first and ruining my appearance. I suspect you are not here to save me, but to bring about my ruin. As Duan Hongming spiraled through the air, her body traced a perfect arc before plummeting to the ground like a meteor, head first. Suddenly, darkness engulfed her vision, and she became disoriented. Her ears failed to hear. Her mouth fell silent, and her mind went blank. Falling like this, her head would surely smash to pieces like a watermelon. It was over. She was going to die. Wu Shuang, I loathe you. I despise you. Once I am gone, your wages will be forfeit. You dare treat me this way? You shall not receive your pay, and you will go hungry. Just as she neared the ground, she felt a pair of strong hands catch her, powerful arms enveloping her. He spun her around several times, cushioning her fall before finally coming to a steady stop. Once they had halted, Duan Hongming felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her eyes struggling to open. Soon, she sensed her feet meeting the ground, accompanied by Chang Wei's voice. Duan, it is safe now. You may open your eyes. Only then did Duan Hongming slowly open her eyes, discovering that it was indeed Chang Wei supporting her. Otherwise, she would likely have collapsed. She understood that he had saved her. Otherwise, she would have truly met her end on that road. With gratitude, she smiled at Chang Wei and said, "Thank you, Chang Wei, for saving me." "Mr. Chang, it was Wu Shuang who saved you. I merely reached out to catch you." "Humph, he saved me. Without you, I would surely have met my demise. What does he count as a savior?" Duan Hongming expressed her dissatisfaction. "Mr. Chang, Wu Shuang knew I could catch you, which is why he threw you in my direction." Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind, causing Duan Hongming to instinctively turn her gaze towards Wu Shuang and the eagle soldier. It turned out that after tossing Duan Hongming over, the eagle soldier had delivered a vicious kick aimed at Wu Shuang's groin. Furious at having his mission thwarted and his comrade slain, he was determined to exact vengeance on Wu Shuang, seeking to avenge his fallen allies. He unleashed a kick with all his might, one that could easily shatter Wu Shuang's most vital essence if it connected. Yet, with a mere lift of his leg, Wu Shuang effortlessly blocked the attack. Subsequently, he extended his left hand, seizing the gun from his right, intent on firing at Wu Shuang. However, he felt a sudden tightening at his wrist, realizing that Wu Shuang had grasped it firmly. "How dare you come to my homeland to abduct a hostage and threaten me with them? If I do not make you suffer, it would be an affront to you." As the words left Wu Shuang's lips, the eagle soldier felt as if his wrist were ensnared by a vice. A powerful force emanated from Wu Shuang's grip, accompanied by a sickening crack as his wrist was shattered. A cry of agony escaped his lips involuntarily, and Duan Hongming, too, let out a startled scream, collapsing into Chang Wei's embrace. She could hardly fathom that Wu Shuang would break the eagle soldier's wrist right before her eyes. With a fragrant breeze, she nestled closer to him. Though it was a moment of intimate comfort, Chang Wei's face was awash with awkwardness. In that instant, Duan Hongming resembled a frightened kitten, leaving Chang Wei at a loss as to whether to push her away or not. Just then, Wu Shuang snapped the eagle soldier's wrist and shattered his ankle with a swift kick. The screams continued, intensifying Duan Hongming's fear as she trembled in Chang Wei's arms. He managed an awkward smile, realizing he could not possibly push her away now. At that moment, the once imposing figure of the eagle soldier slumped, collapsing to the ground. "May you refrain from wrongdoing in your next life," Wu Shuang remarked coldly before delivering a final blow that crushed the eagle soldier's throat. After dealing with the foe, Wu Shuang approached, noticing Duan Hongming still nestled against Chang Wei, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chang Wei, observing the playful smirk on Wu Shuang's visage, felt an even deeper sense of embarrassment and gently reassured Duan Hongming, "Miss Duan, it's all over now. You may rise." Having ceased to hear the anguished cries of the eagle nation, Duan Hongming gradually lifted her face, upon realizing that she had been resting in Chang Wei's embrace. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she swiftly retreated a step. Director Duan, it's all right now. We can return to the company, he reassured her. Oh, she replied softly, then steadied her trembling legs and began to walk toward the company. At that moment, she dared not glance back at the lifeless bodies of the 4 Eagle nationals on the road. Chang Wei approached Shuang and quietly inquired, "What about the bodies of those 4 men? The loss of life is a grave matter, especially since they were 4 Eagle nationals. If the police discover this, it could lead to significant trouble. Is it wise to leave without addressing it?" "Do not worry, it will be handled," Shuang replied. "I sent a message while we were walking over here." Indeed, once they departed, individuals promptly arrived to remove the bodies of the Eagle nationals, even cleaning the street and driving away their vehicle. Had it not been for their first-hand experience, neither Shuang, Chang Wei, nor Duan Hongming would have discerned that a fierce altercation had occurred here, resulting in 4 fatalities. Chapter 31. Help me take down 2 people. Who exactly are you? Duan Hongming demanded, as soon as Shuang and Chang Wei escorted her to the office. "We are the security personnel of the company," they replied. "Security? With your skills? You're hardly mere security guards. Do you take me for a child?" Duan Hongming retorted angrily. The prowess displayed by Shuang and Chang Wei suggested that if they were to serve as bodyguards in the homes of the affluent, their fees would start at a minimum of 10,000. Moreover, Shuang's demeanor indicated that taking a life posed no challenge for him, suggesting a formidable background, one that likely surpassed her own. After all, despite being the owner of Hongming Group, she could not afford to take lives lightly. Yet, Shuang had indeed killed, appearing utterly unperturbed, with someone even cleaning up the aftermath. What kind of person would take up a position as a mere security guard in her company? It was unfathomable, even without using her intellect to deduce it. "Director, you are certainly not a child. You embody beauty and wisdom, exuding maturity and unparalleled elegance as the owner of Hongming Group," Shuang remarked with a smile. "Spare me your flattery. Quickly reveal your true identities and origins, or I shall not let you off lightly." "Director Han, we just saved you. You cannot repay kindness with hostility." "I can hardly be bothered to strike you. I could simply fire you both and withhold your wages, leaving you without a meal." "Ah, Director Han, you are indeed ruthless. However, do you not think it unwise to dismiss 2 such exceptional and capable security guards? If you find yourself in danger again, who will come to your rescue?" "I do not care. If you do not clarify your identities, origins, and intentions, I cannot afford to host such esteemed figures in my humble establishment. I shall have to dismiss you." Duan Hongming glared, undeniably embodying the demeanor of a formidable woman. "Very well, a boss is indeed a boss. Truly impressive. I confess, I have been entrusted with the duty of protecting you." "By whom?" "It is better not to inquire about that. I assure you of your safety. If Duan Tianpeng sent you, then leave at once. I have no need for it." Duan Hongming exclaimed, her emotions running high. "Why? Do you harbor a grudge against your father?" Shuang retorted, puzzled. "Father? Has he ever fulfilled the responsibilities of a dad? When I was young, while others had their parents by their side, where was he? When I was bullied, where was he? When my mother fell ill and passed away, where was he? Now he thinks that by sending someone to protect me, he can atone for the years he has neglected me. It is impossible. I refuse to accept it." Duan Hongming's eyes reddened as she shouted in fury. Shuang was touched. He had not realized that Duan Tianpeng had sacrificed so much for the country, only to be met with his daughter's disdain. "Mr. Han, your father is a remarkable man. He is currently engaged in a noble endeavor. He still cares for you. Otherwise, he would not have sent me to protect you. I do not care about his grand pursuits. He has wronged us, my mother and me, far too much." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with tears. Growing up, it was as if she had no father. After her mother passed, she single-handedly established the Hongming Group, a journey fraught with grievances and helplessness. Chang Wei, wishing to offer some comfort, was subtly silenced by Shuang's glance, and the 2 quietly withdrew. Some emotional knots must be unraveled alone, and certain shadows can only be escaped by oneself. Others cannot provide solace. Upon exiting Duan Hongming's office, Shuang and Chang Wei did not return to their dormitory, but instead ascended to the rooftop. Lighting a cigarette, Chang Wei took a few deep puffs before smiling and saying, "Shuangzi, you know my background. Why not share yours with me? Friends should be open and candid with each other. Indeed, I came with a mission to protect Duan Hongming. As for my origins and reasons, I apologize, but I can only disclose that I also hail from the military. Regarding other matters, that remains classified." As a soldier, Chang Wei understood the military's confidentiality protocols. "Well, that is of little consequence. What matters is that we can trust each other and forge a friendship." In the cool night breeze, the 2 exchanged a knowing smile. an unspoken understanding passing between them. The following morning, George awoke and made his way to the kitchen, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the microwave, assuming it was breakfast prepared by Yelena. However, upon opening the microwave, he was met with the sight of a charred cat. To his dismay, he recognized it as their beloved Persian cat. Enraged, he removed the cat from the microwave but remained silent. The 4 individuals he had dispatched the previous night had initially reported that they had successfully extracted the target from the company, only to later go missing. It appeared they had failed in their mission. This morning, the Persian cat belonging to his household was tragically roasted, serving as an unmistakable warning that someone was aware of his status as an agent. The intruder's ability to freely enter his home and commit such an atrocity indicated a desire for his demise, a task that would not prove overly difficult. Meanwhile, far away in Tianhai, as Shuang enjoyed his breakfast, he pondered that George must have already discovered the grand gift he had prepared for him. Shuang had long been aware that George was the chief agent of the Eagle Nation within the realm of Xinzhou, yet he wore a facade of legality that rendered him difficult to confront. Had George merely engaged in minor antics, such as surveilling Duan Hongming, Shuang might have turned a blind eye. However, sending agents from the Eagle Nation to abduct Duan Hongming left him no choice but to take action. Last night, upon eliminating the 4 agents, he had sent a message to his associate, Xiao Dao, in the capital, instructing him to present a significant gift to George. Simultaneously, Chen Haoran pressed his swollen face, his eyes gleaming with fury. How dare anyone strike him in such a manner? He had never endured such treatment in his life. The previous night, a mere security guard had bested him, and he could not simply swallow his indignation. Thus, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number of Huang Tianba, the leader of the Huang Mao gang. Huang Tianba was renowned as the foremost among the 8 great warriors of the Qingmen, possessing formidable martial prowess, particularly his devastating iron sand palms. Chen Xiao, what brings you to call so early in the morning? Huang Tianba's deep voice resonated through the line. Huang Yi, I seek your assistance with a matter. I will offer 5 million to have 2 individuals eliminated, Chen Haoran declared with menacing resolve. Are you referring to those 2 security guards? Huang Tianba inquired, a note of surprise in his tone. How did you know? Humph. One of them is currently kneeling before me, Huang Tianba said, casting a scornful glance at the quaking figure of the Huang Mao member before him. Then I must trouble you, Huang Yi. Those 2 are security guards at the Hongming Group. Chen Haoran had already gathered the addresses of Wu Shuang and Chang Wei from Tang Shui and Su Xiaowei. The Hongming Group? Security guards? How intriguing, Huang Tianba chuckled triumphantly. The area where the Hongming Group was located fell well within his domain. Just days prior, Zhang Zhongzi from the Yuyan Group had mentioned his desire to develop a villa district there, urging him to find a way to displace the residents and businesses. Huang Tianba had already notified all the companies and residents, and they, fearful of offending him, hastily agreed to vacate, except for Duan Hongming, who had not complied. Huang Tianba was contemplating a visit to the Hongming Group to confront Duan Hongming, curious about what audacity she possessed to refuse relocation. Summon all my men. I intend to take action, he commanded. Boss, who are we targeting that requires such a gathering? Gathering all your men would amount to nearly 300. Enough with the nonsense. Do as I say, or I shall deal with you myself, Huang Tianba declared. Upon hearing his words, the subordinate dared not utter another word and fled in haste. There was no need for 300 men to handle just 2 security guards. His primary intent was to establish dominance, to demonstrate his power to the onlookers, hastening their departure from the area. As for the security guard named Chang Wei, even if he could take on 20 of those ruffians, Huang Tianba did not regard him as a worthy opponent. Soon, as the workday commenced, people began to arrive in succession. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, as usual, were stationed at the entrance. Once the workday began, Huang Tianba, accompanied by Huang Mao and over 300 followers, marched with great fervor toward the Hongming Group. The scene was quite imposing. The thugs brandished steel pipes, baseball bats, and iron rods, exuding an air of menace. The sight of 300 such ruffians together was indeed both magnificent and terrifying. Not a single passerby dared to meet their gaze, and the shops and restaurants along the way hastily closed their doors in fear. Huang Tianba was the undisputed king of this underground realm, and with such a formidable entourage, who would dare confront him? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Hongming Group. Upon seeing their approach, Wu Shuang and Chang Wei remained unfazed. Smoking nonchalantly, they strolled from their post, blocking Huang Tianba and his entourage. After the altercation with Huang Mao and Tianhai the previous day, Wu Shuang and Chang Wei anticipated retaliation. However, they did not expect such a swift and numerous response. 300 men was quite an overestimation of their significance. Yet, they remained unperturbed. Both were seasoned veterans from the military, and these thugs were hardly a concern for them. Halt! This is our company's premises. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to cause trouble here, Wu Shuang commanded, pointing a finger at Huang Tianba and Huang Mao. Upon encountering resistance, the throng of 300 came to a standstill. Huang Tianba scrutinized Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, astonished by their audacity. Instead of fleeing at the sight of such numbers, they dared to obstruct their path. Huang Mao, standing beside Huang Tianba, felt a surge of delight upon spotting Wu Shuang with Chang Wei. After searching for Wu Shuang throughout Tianhai for days, he had finally located him here. Yet, recalling the previous day's encounter filled him with dread. Thankfully, it had only been Chang Wei who had engaged. Had they both confronted him, the consequences would have been far more severe. Boss, those are the two, Huang Mao exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Wu Shuang and Chang Wei. Old grudges and new enmities intertwined. He loathed both Wu Shuang and Chang Wei with a fervent intensity. Aren't you formidable? Aren't you capable of a fight? Now that my boss has arrived, accompanied by 300 brethren, let us see how you maintain your arrogance. He declared vehemently, this time, if I do not shatter all your limbs, I shall forsake my own name. Humph, you possess great audacity, daring to assault my subordinates. He sneered. As the saying goes, one must regard the master when striking a dog. Did you not inquire beforehand whose underlings you were confronting? Humph. I have never regarded the master when dealing with a dog. If I strike the dog and the master intervenes, the master too shall face my wrath, he asserted. In the face of Huang Tianba's formidable presence and the oppressive force of his 300 men, Wu Shuang remained unfazed, laughing heartily without even furrowing his brow. Arrogant, indeed. I once encountered a man as audacious as you. Now, the grass atop his grave has grown over 3 feet high, Huang Tianba ominously remarked. Should you envy him? I can certainly fulfill that desire, Wu Shuang retorted with a cold smile. Attempting to intimidate him was truly laughable. In Africa, he had once confronted 500 armed insurgents alone. What did these 300 ruffians amount to? Seeking death, Huang Tianba bellowed, incensed by Wu Shuang's contempt. Kneel and confess your sins, commanded Huang Tianba's subordinates, their collective roar resounding like a tempest. The commotion at the entrance had already alerted Duan Hongming. Uncertain of the situation, she hurriedly emerged from the office building. However, upon witnessing the sight of 300 men gathered at the entrance, she nearly turned back in fright. Yet, upon seeing Wu Shuang and Chang Wei standing resolutely like 2 guardian deities, blocking the throng of ruffians, her courage slightly swelled. Steadying her nerves, she bolstered her resolve and approached the entrance. Inside the office building and factory, others dared not emerge, only peering cautiously to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. Huang Tianba, what is your intention? Bringing so many to besiege our company's entrance? Do you believe I won't call the police and have you all arrested? Duan Hongming boldly addressed Huang Tianba, asserting her position as the owner of the Hongming Group, unwilling to be intimidated into silence by a band of ruffians. Duan Hongming, I called you, yet you offered me no respect, leaving me with no choice but to come in person. Today, I demand 2 things. 1, your relocation. 2, a lesson for these 2 presumptuous fools. Huang Tianba glared at Duan Hongming, Wu Shuang, and Chang Wei, his tone menacing. Relocation? What relocation? Wu Shuang inquired, perplexed. Turning to Duan Hongming. A few days ago, Huang Tianba called me, insisting that we relocate, claiming someone intends to develop real estate here, Duan Hongming replied, her voice tinged with resentment. Chapter 33. 1 against 300. I had just secured a job, and you wish for us to relocate? You are attempting to sabotage my livelihood. Seeking death. After finishing his words, Wu Shuang's figure flickered and charged towards Huang Tianba and the others. Upon seeing Wu Shuang rush forward, Huang Tianba could not help but reveal a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. He was unsure whether to commend Wu Shuang for his audacity or to deride him for his folly. A single individual, no matter how skilled in martial arts, could never hope to contend with 300 opponents. Furthermore, he was utterly unarmed, possessing not even a weapon. While an elephant may be large and an ant small, if enough ants unite, they can indeed bring down the elephant. Moreover, their 300 men were akin to formidable ants in strength. Each of his 10 formidable generals had once wielded a cleaver, capable of dominating a street with their ferocity. Without the aid of others, his 10 generals alone could easily slay Wu Shuang. Not only Huang Tianba, but even Duan Hongming did not hold high hopes for Wu Shuang, doubting that he alone could triumph over 300 adversaries. Had he been accompanied by Chang Wei, perhaps together they could have posed a challenge to Huang Tianba and his men. Chang Wei, why do you hesitate? Go join Wu Shuang in battle. Duan Hongming urged anxiously. No need. The Gemini can handle this alone. Chang Wei replied confidently, having been thoroughly impressed by Wu Shuang's skills the previous night. Besides, I must remain to protect General Duan. If both of us charge into battle against those ruffians, who will safeguard her? Seeing that Chang Wei disregarded her pleas, Duan Hongming could only watch helplessly as Wu Shuang, exuding an aura of dominance, charged towards Huang Tianba's group. With a wave of his hand, Huang Tianba summoned 10 imposing figures, each wielding a cleaver, who charged towards Wu Shuang. Huang Tianba's smile grew ever more radiant as he envisioned the moment when those 10 would bury their blades into Wu Shuang's flesh. However, reality diverged sharply from his expectations. As his 10 formidable generals approached Wu Shuang, before they could even strike, their bodies flew backward as if severed from their strings. With a resounding crash, they landed amidst the throng of ruffians, toppling several in a single blow. Brothers, slay him. Huang Tianba, disregarding his fallen generals, commanded his underlings, who surged towards Wu Shuang like a rising tide. Observing the oncoming wave of ruffians, Wu Shuang let out a cold laugh and, with a roar akin to a soaring rock, leapt into the fray. In midair, he swung his arms, and instantly, a flurry of cold light erupted around him, as countless silver needles rained down upon the ruffians. Those struck by the silver needles immediately fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Fortunately, Wu Shuang had no intention of taking their lives. Nonetheless, they were rendered incapable of further combat. Then, like a divine warrior descending from the heavens, Wu Shuang plunged into the midst of the ruffians. They immediately swarmed him, attempting to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, exclaiming, "Though our skills may not match yours, we have the advantage of numbers." So many people surged forward, capable of crushing you underfoot. Yet, with a single kick, Wu Shuang sent those ruffians soaring into the air, like kites severed from their strings, fluttering across the sky. Chang Wei, having witnessed skilled fighters before, managed to accept this extraordinary sight. However, Duan Hongming was left agog, her mouth agape, unable to close it. Is this even human? This is nothing short of superhuman. Such a scene could only be witnessed in the realm of cinema. Who in reality could ever behold such a spectacle? Among these ruffians, Wu Shuang stood as an invincible force. With a single punch, he felled several. And with a swift kick, another hapless thug spiraled through the air. Huang Tianba watched in stunned silence, though he was not entirely taken aback. He had witnessed a similar scene 5 years prior, when the leader of the Qing men was ambushed by the Qianxiu gang. At that time, over 200 members of the Qianxiu gang had encircled and besieged Zhuang Qingshan. Upon receiving the news, they hastened to the battlefield. Tianhai, Zhuang Qingshan's trusted aide, charged boldly into the ambush, and Huang Tianba recalled a scene strikingly akin to today's. It was the first time he had seen Tianhai in action, and the display had left them all in awe. 5 years had elapsed, yet he had never encountered anyone more formidable than Tianhai. Today, Wu Shuang's prowess once again astonished him, instilling a profound sense of fear within his heart. Such an adversary was indeed insurmountable. If not for his subordinates, he would have considered fleeing. But as their leader, he could not abandon them. How could he face them again if he ran away? Even though he knew he was no match for Wu Shuang, Huang Tianba let out a fierce roar and charged at him like a raging tiger. At this juncture, less than 20 minutes had passed, and few remained standing around Wu Shuang. He had not dealt fatal blows, merely teaching them a lesson, and none were grievously injured. However, those ruffians who fell to the ground did not rise again. In truth, even if they did manage to stand, they would be kicked back down by Wu Shuang. So it was far more sensible to remain on the ground. Some had not been knocked down by Wu Shuang at all. They simply laid down themselves. Why endure the pain and trouble of being kicked when they could just rest on the ground? By now, the only ones still standing and willing to confront Wu Shuang were Huang Tianba and his 10 formidable generals. The 11 of them surrounded Wu Shuang, unleashing their best techniques, desperate to bring him down with a single strike. Yet, even the heavens did not favor them, and their aspirations were utterly futile. Amidst the cacophony of thuds, Huang Tianba and the 10 generals were all sent sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. Wu Shuang stepped forward, grasping both Huang Tianba and Huang Mao by their collars, and threw them down before Duan Hongming. "Kneel before our esteemed Duan Zong, or beware of the consequences," he warned, his eyes glinting with menace. The 2 men hastily got to their feet, groaning as they complied and knelt before Duan Hongming. "And you lot, if you wish to keep your limbs intact, rise and kneel here," he commanded, addressing the ruffians sprawled on the ground, feigning death. They promptly obeyed, scrambling to their feet and kneeling obediently behind Huang Tianba and Huang Mao. Wu Shuang couldn't help but find their behavior amusing. They knelt in perfect alignment, as if they had practiced for this very moment. Chapter 34. No entry for security. Duan Hongming gazed at the 300 kneeling thugs before her, resembling punished schoolchildren, their posture unnervingly straight. She felt utterly bewildered. Such a scenario was foreign to her experience. In a fluster, she glanced at Wu Shuang, her eyes filled with uncertainty, silently asking for guidance. With a cheerful demeanor, Wu Shuang approached Huang Tianba, playfully patting his cheek. So, Huang Laoda, do you still wish to teach us a lesson? Never again. I swear I won't dare. Huang Tianba's face turned ashen, and he bowed repeatedly, like a chick pecking for grain. Tell me, did someone send you to trouble me, or did you come of your own accord? It was Tianhai who offered 5 million for me to come. Huang Tianba quickly divulged, his resentment towards Tianhai palpable. He felt utterly betrayed for being tasked with confronting someone as formidable as Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang's gaze turned icy, and he thought to himself, Tianhai, it appears you did not heed my warning that day. Will we still be forced to relocate? I would never dare. It was the Yuyan group that planned to develop a villa district here, which compelled me to threaten Duanzong into relocating. Then it seems this matter does not concern you? Wu Shuang asked with an icy tone. It is all my fault. I should not have abused my power. I would gladly compensate Mr. Wu and Duanzong with 10 million as an apology. I implore you to grant me a chance at redemption. At least you are wise enough to recognize your errors and seek to amend them. There is one more small task I require you to complete, and then I shall overlook your transgressions. Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Understood, Mr. Wu, I understand. With that, Huang Tianba pulled out a checkbook from his pocket and swiftly wrote a check for 20 million. Mr. Wu, this 10 million is my apology to you and Duanzong, while the other 10 million is an invitation for tea. I hope you will graciously accept. Huang Tianba presented the check with both hands, a forced smile adorning his face, showing utmost respect. A promising pupil indeed. Seeing your earnestness, I shall refrain from punishing you today. However, do not take advantage of your position again. Now, be gone. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Huang Tianba rose as if granted a reprieve, then handed his business card to Wu Shuang, saying, Mr. Wu, should you require my assistance in the future, just a phone call, and I shall be at your service. With that, Huang Tianba, wearing a dark expression, vanished with his subordinates like the receding tide. Weren't you just saying you had something for Huang Tianba to handle? Why did you let him go without speaking up? Duan Hongming inquired, her curiosity piqued. Huang Tianba is astute. He knows what I meant without needing me to elaborate, Wu Shuang replied with a smile. He then handed a check to Duan Hongming, stating, Ms. Duan, here is 20 million. 10 million should be deposited into the company's account, and the other 10 million into the accounts of myself and Chang Wei. What do you mean by your accounts? Huang Tianba owes the company money, which should surely be confiscated. With that, Duan Hongming took the check and strode towards the office building with the pride of a peacock, leaving Wu Shuang and Chang Wei in bewilderment. Is this permissible? Wu Shuang pondered, slightly exasperated. Huang Tianba had clearly stated that 1 million was for him. How could Duan Hongming act in this manner? Observing Duan Hongming's haughty figure, Wu Shuang shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Just 1 million. He was indifferent to its fate, whether it was confiscated or not. Despite earning only 3,000 or 4,000 a month, Chang Wei also did not concern himself with the money. As Duan Hongming entered the office building, Wu Shuang and Chang Wei returned to their posts. Zhongzi, your martial skills do not resemble military boxing. Would you be willing to teach me? Chang Wei, who had not practiced martial arts for 2 years, found himself somewhat out of practice. Witnessing Wu Shuang's prowess ignited his desire to learn and grow stronger. We are friends. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you. Thank you, Zhongzi. At that moment, Wu Shuang's phone rang. Miss Long, you call me early in the morning. What is your command? Upon seeing it was Long Yuyan, he quickly answered. Mr. Wu, what command could I possibly have? Last night, I mentioned that my grandfather wishes to invite you to dinner to personally express his gratitude. Are you free today? Long Yuyan asked politely over the phone. Having overcome her long-standing ailment, she now felt a lightness of spirit, leading her to be even more courteous towards Wu Shuang. When the esteemed Long elder invites, I must make time, even if I am busy. I understand you are working. How about we meet for lunch instead? At the Taishan Hall of the Tianhai restaurant. Would that be agreeable? At 11:30, Wu Shuang conveyed a few words to Chang Wei before hailing a cab to rush to the Tianhai Hotel. The Tianhai Hotel, the finest establishment in Tianhai City, boasts an opulent and sophisticated decor. Naturally, when Mr. Long invited him for a meal, it had to be exceptional. As Wu Shuang arrived at the entrance of the Tianhai Hotel, he was unexpectedly spotted by Jin Shengchong, who was inside discussing matters with his cousin. His cousin, Li Lihua, the hotel's lobby manager, immediately revealed a glint of resentment upon seeing Wu Shuang. Cousin, look at that insignificant security guard trying to enter your hotel. This person has bullied me before. You must stand up for me. Upon hearing that Wu Shuang had mistreated Jin Shengchong, Li Lihua's fury ignited. Jin Shengchong, a returnee from studying abroad, was the heir to the Jin family and her favorite cousin. As the protective cousin, she felt compelled to defend him. Don't worry, dear cousin. He is merely a lowly security guard, a pauper who dares to approach our hotel. Just watch how I handle him, she declared, strutting towards the entrance in her high heels. Due to time constraints, Wu Shuang had not changed out of his security uniform. As he pushed open the door to enter the Tianhai hotel, a woman suddenly blocked his path. What do you want? Li Lihua demanded, looking down at Wu Shuang with an air of superiority. Of course, I am here to dine, Wu Shuang replied. Recognizing her uniform and understanding she was part of the hotel staff. Dine. Can you afford a meal here? Our hotel does not permit security personnel to enter. Are you unaware of that? Li Lihua crossed her arms defiantly. Not allowed inside. This is the first time I've encountered such a rule in my life. Wu Shuang chuckled. That's because you're not well acquainted with the city. Many places do not allow security guards inside. Li Lihua scoffed, her pride evident. I'm not here to engage in idle chatter. Step aside. Someone is waiting for me, Wu Shuang said impatiently, sensing her deliberate obstruction. Someone is waiting for you. How boastful of you. Our diners are either affluent or of high status. Who would recognize a small security guard like you? She retorted. Coming from the countryside is not shameful, nor is being a security guard, but boasting and lying is truly disgraceful. You earn a mere 3,000 to 4,000 a month. Dining here would cost several thousand. Can you afford it? A security guard like you should be satisfied eating a simple meal at a roadside stall. Do not embarrass yourself here. Hurry and leave. Li Lihua disparaged. Is this how you treat guests? Wu Shuang asked coldly. We treat our guests as if they are deities. But unfortunately, you are not one of them. Just look around. Our patrons are all from high society, clad in designer labels and exuding elegance. Upon observing you, clad in the garb of a mere security guard, daring to enter our prestigious restaurant, one cannot help but feel that you tarnish the reputation of our establishment. How utterly disdainful. It is truly a case of seeing through a dog's eyes, isn't it? Hearing Li Lihua's contemptuous remarks, referring to him as a dog, Wu Shuang could not contain his indignation. How dare you, a lowly security guard, insult me so? You shall kneel and apologize at once. Or I will summon someone to teach you a lesson and have you thrown out. The audacity of it all. Wu Shuang never anticipated encountering such a person as Li Lihua while merely seeking a meal. Engaging with her in this manner felt exceedingly humiliating. Moreover, Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan awaited him inside. Thus, he resolved to bypass Li Lihua and enter the restaurant. To his dismay, Li Lihua seized him and proclaimed loudly, You foul security guard, kneel and apologize to me at once, or you shall face the dire consequences. Their altercation soon attracted the attention of passers-by, particularly as it transpired at the entrance, drawing a crowd eager to witness the spectacle. As the throng gathered, Li Lihua grew emboldened. Pulling Wu Shuang closer and addressing the onlookers, let us settle this matter. Here is a mere security guard causing a ruckus in our fine establishment. Insulting me as a dog. Shouldn't he kneel and apologize? It was unfathomable that a lowly guard would dare to insult the lobby manager in such a manner. This venue is the finest in Tianhai City, and a person of such insignificance should recognize the gravity of their actions. You, insignificant guard, kneel and apologize to Manager Li, or you shall find yourself in dire straits. A security guard is merely a watchdog, yet he appears oblivious to his own status, foolishly hurling insults. Kneel and apologize. You small-time guard. Hearing the crowd rally in her support, Li Lihua's arrogance swelled. Did you hear that? Kneel and apologize, or you will regret it. She then instructed another server, Go fetch the captain, let him teach this impertinent fool a lesson. The captain, known as Big Guy, was a towering figure, revered within the restaurant. The server hurried off to find him. Step aside and cease this nonsense. Today, I am here at the invitation of Long Feixiong from the Long family, who awaits me upstairs. Wu Shuang initially hesitated to invoke the Long family's name, but Li Lihua's unyielding obstinacy left him no choice. He expected that mentioning old Master Long would instill fear in Li Lihua, prompting her to let him enter. To his surprise, upon hearing Long Feixiong's name, Li Lihua erupted into laughter. Did you all hear that? He claims to be dining with old Master Long from the Long family. She repeated it for emphasis, eliciting uproarious laughter from the crowd. The young security guard is utterly amusing. Who are you, and what is the standing of Lord Long? To suggest that he would invite you to dinner is nothing short of an international jest. How preposterous. You speak as if you were in a dream. Claiming that Lord Long would dine with you. Why not say that the heavens themselves would invite you instead? You earn a mere 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month as a security guard. What weight do you carry? Lord Long's stature is celestial. While you dwell in the muck of the earth, yet you expect him to break bread with you. This is truly the most comical tale I have encountered this year. I have never witnessed such brazen audacity. The notion that Lord Long would dine with you reflects an outrageous imagination. You seem blissfully unaware of your own insignificance, lacking even a modicum of self-awareness. Being impoverished is already humiliating, yet here you are, babbling nonsensically before a crowd. What a greater embarrassment. Young man, having come from the countryside to work in the city, you ought to be grounded and not reach for unattainable heights. Engaging in insults and boasting in this manner merely renders you akin to a petty hoodlum. As the murmurs of the onlookers intensified, Wu Shuang's countenance darkened. What had he done to deserve this? Invited to Lord Long Feixiong's banquet, he found himself entangled with this woman, scrutinized by a throng of busybodies. Silence. Wu Shuang erupted, his voice cutting through the chatter. The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to him. Am I boasting? Lord Long is indeed at the restaurant. Why not verify for yourselves instead of prattling on here like lunatics? Wu Shuang asserted, unyielding in his response. The onlookers bristled at his words. You, a mere security guard, dare to act so arrogantly? You truly do not know your place. Do you believe we wouldn't crush you like a bug? Kneel and apologize at once. Or you shall not leave here today. You want us to confirm with Lord Long? Who do you think you are? Do you think he would even know of your existence? Stop fabricating stories and using Lord Long's name to intimidate us. I might just inform the Long family of your slander against Lord Long's reputation. They would surely flay you alive for such insolence. Sister Lihua, which insolent wretch dares to offend you? I shall make him rue the day. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from within the restaurant. Wu Shuang, along with the crowd, turned their curious gazes toward the source of the voice. A towering figure, nearly 2 meters in height, strode forth, flanked by a dozen security personnel, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon recognizing Wu Shuang, the giant's fury ignited, his eyes glinting with menace. He had harbored a secret admiration for Li Lihua for quite some time, and was now summoning the courage to pursue her. Li Lihua was, after all, his goddess. How could Wu Shuang dare to bully her? This was intolerable. Soon, he resolved to break Wu Shuang's hands and teach him a lesson. All to showcase his prowess before his beloved goddess. By avenging Li Lihua, perhaps she would recognize his strength and even develop feelings for him. With these delightful thoughts in mind, the tall figure approached Wu Shuang and coldly declared, You have audacity, young man, to cause a scene at Tianhai restaurant and bully Sister Lihua. It seems your skin is itching for a lesson. Wu Shuang, upon witnessing this towering figure confront him without inquiring about the circumstances, felt his own demeanor grow icy. Humph, Sister Lihua was right. If you're causing trouble here, let us discuss it in the security room. With that, he seized Wu Shuang by the collar. After all, there were numerous patrons present. As the head of the security team, he could not publicly beat Wu Shuang. While it would be a form of retribution for Li Lihua, it would also reflect poorly on the restaurant. In his mind, he imagined lifting Wu Shuang effortlessly, as if he were a mere chick, and escorting him to the security room, which would be his domain. Once there, he could handle Wu Shuang at his leisure. However, as Wu Shuang felt the firm grip on his collar and the immense force attempting to pull him backward, he let out a cold laugh. Planting his feet firmly, he stood his ground. Despite the tall figure's utmost effort, Wu Shuang remained unmoved. The tall man was taken aback. This fellow appeared unassuming, yet he was surprisingly heavy. Despite the lack of resistance from Wu Shuang, he could not budge him. What are you waiting for? Come help me pull this guy to the security room. He called out to the dozen or so security personnel behind him. However, the entrance was narrow, allowing only a few to come forward. Who then grabbed Wu Shuang from either side. Humph, considering we are all security personnel, I will not harm you. If you can move me even a single step, I shall follow, Wu Shuang remarked with a cold smile at the group of security guards. The tall man and his companions were incensed. Wu Shuang's arrogance was insufferable. You may not be large, but how dare you look down upon us? We will drag you to the security room, and if we don't beat you to a pulp, it won't be for lack of trying. With that, they all exerted force to pull Wu Shuang backward. Despite several individuals exerting all their strength, Wu Shuang's feet seemed to be firmly rooted to the ground, refusing to budge an inch. The tall ones among them were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, yet they remained powerless against Wu Shuang. What on earth is wrong with you all? Have you not eaten? How can you not even move one person? Li Lihua said discontentedly from the side. It was mealtime. and the flow of patrons entering and exiting the restaurant was particularly heavy. Wu Shuang's refusal to vacate the entrance was adversely affecting their business. If the manager were to find out, she would surely be in deep trouble. Her intention was simply to let Wu Shuang lose face in front of everyone, and then have him removed. Little did she realize how the situation would unfold. How foolish you all are. If you cannot pull him away, why not lift him and carry him out? Li Lihua exclaimed loudly to the tall one. A light bulb went off in his mind. Indeed, how could they have overlooked such a simple solution? While it was true that Wu Shuang possessed considerable strength, lifting him was an entirely different matter. Judging by his appearance, he weighed no more than 150 pounds. For a group of them, lifting a person of that weight would be a trivial task. Thus, with a commanding gesture, the tall one directed Tu to grasp Wu Shuang's arms, Tu to secure his legs, while he himself encircled Wu Shuang's waist. The five of them exerted their combined strength in an attempt to lift him. Despite Wu Shuang's seemingly modest weight, they could not manage to raise him at all. To their astonishment, he felt less like a man and more akin to a figure forged from steel, perhaps weighing 1,000 pounds. How else could it be that five of them, using all their might, were unable to lift Wu Shuang? Had Li Lihua not known that Wu Shuang had no connection to the tall ones, she might have suspected a conspiracy, thinking they were all in cahoots performing a grand act. At that moment, Wu Shuang wore an expression of ease, smiling as he said, "Come on, guys. You're really putting in the effort. All of you join in. I refuse to believe we cannot lift this fellow." The tall one, frustrated, shouted at the others. Their inability to lift Wu Shuang left him humiliated in front of Li Lihua, stripping him of all dignity. If his goddess were to be disappointed in him, how could he ever pursue her in the future? Upon hearing their leader's call, the others rushed over. Crowding at the entrance, they toiled for nearly 10 minutes, perspiration pouring down their faces, yet still, they could not lift Wu Shuang. A sense of shock rippled through the crowd. Had Wu Shuang transformed into a mythical figure, invoking a spell to become immovable? Just then, Wu Shuang's phone rang unexpectedly. "Guys, hold on a moment, my phone is ringing. I need to take a call," he politely informed the tall ones. He knew without a doubt that it was Long Yuyan who had called him. Just moments ago, as he arrived at the entrance of the Tianhai hotel, he had placed a call to her. "Humph, why should her call concern us? Brothers, pay her no mind. Let us proceed. Humph, if you refuse to listen, do not blame me for being unyielding." Wu Shuang's body trembled, sending the dozen or so burly men reeling backward. Chapter 37. A humiliating slap in the face. Wu Shuang did not wish to harm the burly men, so he restrained his strength. Otherwise, he could have easily sent them all flying, causing at least a few injuries. The onlookers were taken aback to witness Wu Shuang's gentle tremor emanate such force, capable of confronting so many at once. After repelling the burly men, Wu Shuang picked up the phone. "Mr. Wu, you were just at the entrance. Why have you not come up yet?" "Miss Long, it seems our meal today will not come to fruition." "Why do you say that?" "The staff at the restaurant will not allow me to enter. You are a guest here to dine. Why would they deny you entry? They claim that those who dine here are all affluent and of high society, while I am merely a lowly security guard, unworthy of dining here." "How outrageous. Which scoundrel made such a statement?" "It seems to be a manager from the lobby." "Mr. Wu, can you hand the phone to her? I wish to speak with her. Miss Long is a frequent guest here and knows Li Lihua." "All right, please hold on." With that, Wu Shuang approached Li Lihua, extending the phone towards her and saying, "Miss Long requests to speak with you." Li Lihua scoffed, taking the phone from Wu Shuang. "I am Long Yuyan. The gentleman before you, Mr. Wu, is my invited guest. You are to allow him entry at once." "Huh, you are Long Yuyan? Then I am the Dragon King's grandmother. Do not think that I will let that little security guard in just because you are playing a game with him. Dream on." With that, Li Lihua abruptly hung up the phone and tossed it back to Wu Shuang. "Little security guard, do not presume that I would be deceived by your little act into granting you entry. It is utterly impossible. Your petty tricks may fool others, but you are far too inexperienced to fool me. Big guy, throw him out." This was no longer merely about avenging Jean Shengchong. It was about the dignity of their restaurant and her own pride. Today, she would not allow Wu Shuang to enter their establishment, no matter what. "Get out." Immediately, upon hearing Li Lihua's orders, the big guy promptly led his subordinates to force Wu Shuang outside. Wu Shuang could not help but chuckle inwardly. Long Yuyan had already called him, yet these individuals dared to act this way. They were truly courting misfortune. Thus, Wu Shuang offered no resistance and obediently allowed himself to be ushered outside the hotel doors. Then, Li Lihua stood with her hands on her hips, exuding an air of triumph akin to that of a victorious rooster, and arrogantly addressed Wu Shuang. "Listen here, little security guard. Do not ever appear at the entrance of our Tianhai restaurant again. If I see you even once, I shall have you dealt with. At that moment, the hurried sound of high heels echoed within the restaurant as Long Yuyan rushed out. Upon seeing Long Yuyan, Li Lihua hurriedly approached her, joyfully stating, "Miss Long, just now a little security guard attempted to impersonate you to deceive entry into our restaurant, but I saw through his scheme and expelled him." Li Lihua felt a sense of pride in having thwarted Wu Shuang's deceit and believed that even if Long Yuyan did not reward her with money, she would at least offer a word of praise. To her astonishment, however, Long Yuyan's expression turned icy, and she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Li Lihua's face. The blow left Li Lihua momentarily stunned. She covered her face, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "Miss Long, why did you hit me?" Li Lihua asked, her voice laced with grievance. Long Yuyan paid her no heed, instead rushing to Wu Shuang and apologizing. "Mr. Wu, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. Miss Long, this is not your fault. It is merely that the lobby manager has poor judgment. But enough of that. Mr. Wu, please come in." With that, she personally opened the door and ushered Wu Shuang inside. Witnessing this scene, Li Lihua and the others were left in shock. It turned out that Wu Shuang had not lied. He truly was a guest invited by Long Yuyan. Li Lihua's heart sank, realizing that her position was now precarious. Not only would she lose her job, but she had also offended the Long family. After entering the restaurant with Wu Shuang, Long Yuyan approached Li Lihua with a stern tone. "You are the one who blocked my guest from entering the restaurant, aren't you?" Li Lihua, her voice trembling with emotion, pleaded, "Miss Long, I did not know he was your guest. I merely saw him as a little security guard who could not afford a meal at our restaurant. That is why I prevented him from entering. I truly did not intend to hinder your guest." Slap. Long Yuyan raised her hand and delivered another fierce blow to Li Lihua. "You lowly wretch, what of the security guard? Can he not dine at your establishment?" Slap. With a swift motion, she struck Li Lihua again. "You are merely a lobby manager, who bestowed upon you the authority to rank guests. What right do you have to bar a guest from entering?" With each resounding slap, Li Lihua's once fair complexion bore 3 vivid handprints, her face flushed from the blows. In the background, De Gu watched as Long Yuyan struck Li Lihua. Though anger simmered within him, he lacked the courage to defend the woman he admired. For the assailant was none other than the young lady of the Long family, a force he could not contend with. At that moment, Manager Han of the Tianhai restaurant rushed out of the establishment as if his rear were ablaze. Just moments prior, he had received a phone call from Miss Long Yuyan as she descended the stairs. He dared not exhibit any negligence. Overwhelmed with anxiety and perspiration, Manager Han greeted Long Yuyan with trepidation. Although the Tianhai restaurant was not directly owned by the Long family, they were significant shareholders, wielding considerable influence over the fates of individuals like him. Without uttering a word, Long Yuyan delivered a resounding slap across Manager Han's face. "Is this what you call service above all, treating the guest as a deity? Now that the guest has arrived, your subordinates attempt to expel her. If you cannot fulfill your role as manager, there are others who can. My sincere apologies, Miss Long. It is entirely my fault. I shall rectify the behavior of these contemptuous individuals at once." Manager Han bowed in contrition to Long Yuyan before hastening to confront Li Lihua. With a swift motion, he unleashed a barrage of slaps upon Li Lihua, rendering her visage unrecognizable. He then delivered a powerful kick, sending her sprawling to the ground. Following this, he directed a flurry of punches and kicks at the large man and the security personnel, who soon found themselves incapacitated on the floor. Chapter 38. The enemy's undercover agent kneeling before Mr. Wu, they offered their apologies. "If Mr. Wu does not forgive you, I shall ensure your demise," Manager Han declared with ferocity. Reluctantly, Li Lihua and the large man complied, kneeling before Wu Shuang. "Mr. Wu, we acknowledge our faults. We are not worthy, having disrespected you. Please, show mercy." They bowed deeply, repeatedly striking their foreheads against the ground. Although these individuals elicited disdain, compelling them to prostrate themselves in front of so many was undoubtedly detrimental to their image. Enough with the bowing. Remember this lesson and refrain from looking down on others in the future. Yes, we shall remember. We shall remember. You are dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave at once. Manager Han bellowed, kicking one of them as he shouted at Li Lihua and her companions. They hastily scrambled away, desperate to escape. Once he had dealt with Li Lihua and her associates, Manager Han turned to Long Yuyan with a conciliatory smile. "Miss Long, are you satisfied with my handling of the matter?" "Manager Han, the restaurant is a service industry, and the quality of the staff is of paramount importance. This is both the first and last time. Should any further instances of such disrespect occur here, you too will be dismissed immediately." "Yes, Miss Long, your words are wise. I shall enhance management to prevent a recurrence of such behavior." To express his regret for today's events, Manager Han insisted. All of your expenses today will be covered by me, and I ask for your forgiveness, Miss Long and Mr. Wu. Manager Han's actions were commendable, and he had preserved dignity in front of the onlookers. Long Yuyan chose not to pursue the matter further and waved him off with a gesture. Mr. Wu, please. My grandfather is waiting for you upstairs. Miss Long, please. The two swiftly ascended to the second floor and arrived at the Taishan Hall. Upon entering the private room, Wu Shuang immediately spotted Long Feixiong, who was seated with an air of dignity. Noticing Wu Shuang's arrival, Long Feixiong promptly stood, extending his right hand with a warm smile as he approached. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Wu. You are too kind, Long Lao, Wu Shuang replied, hastening forward to grasp Long Feixiong's hand. I apologize for not greeting you downstairs. I hope you won't hold it against this old man. How could I dare? You are a respected elder. I can hardly presume to be so honored, Wu Shuang responded courteously. Grandfather, Mr. Wu, please take a seat. Let us not be so formal. Long Yuyan interjected, noticing their endless pleasantries. Mr. Wu, please. Long Feixiong then returned to his seat. Today, there were only 3 individuals dining, with a dozen bodyguards standing behind them. In light of the assassination attempt at the airport, the Long family had significantly intensified their security measures. Once seated, the restaurant began to serve a succession of dishes before they had even placed their order. These dishes were the finest and most distinctive specialties of the Tianhai restaurant, meticulously arranged by Manager Han, who spared no expense to present them according to the highest standards. Additionally, 2 bottles of Maotai and a bottle of 1982 Lafite were provided as a gesture of goodwill towards Long Yuyan and Wu Shuang. After the food and drinks were set before them, Long Feixiong raised his glass and addressed Wu Shuang. Mr. Wu, had it not been for you, this old body of mine would have long since met its end. I cannot express my gratitude adequately, so I toast to you first. With that, Long Feixiong tilted his head back and downed his drink. You are too gracious, Long Lao. You are the elder here, and I dare not accept such praise. Wu Shuang quickly followed suit, finishing his own drink. Mr. Wu, Yuyan also offers you a toast, expressing gratitude for your selfless act in saving my grandfather, Long Yuyan added. Miss Long, you are overly kind. It was merely the right thing to do. Subsequently, Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan continued to toast Wu Shuang several more times, fostering a convivial atmosphere at the table. As the spirits flowed and the conversation deepened, Wu Shuang, feeling a sense of curiosity, asked Long Feixiong, Long Lao, given your esteemed position and advanced age in Tianhai, how could anyone dare to attempt an assassination at the airport? Sighing, Long Feixiong replied, I have borne arms and fought in battles, having offended many along the way. I had hoped that retirement would allow me to enjoy my twilight years peacefully, but alas, it appears that threats still linger. In that case, you should remain reclusive, avoiding unnecessary appearances, Wu Shuang suggested. Those petty individuals think they can intimidate me with such clumsy tactics. I once carried explosives to blow up enemy bunkers and emerged from piles of corpses. What can this be compared to? Upon hearing these words, Wu Shuang could not help but feel a surge of respect for Long Feixiong, a man who had shed blood and fought for his country. Wu Shuang glanced at Long Feixiong and then at the bodyguards behind him. He then inquired, Old Long, you appear vigorous and robust. You show no signs of diabetes, hypertension, or heart disease. My grandfather is in excellent health and exercises daily, with no ailments whatsoever. Long Yuyan interjected cheerfully. Even if Old Long were startled by a sniper's gun, he shouldn't exhibit symptoms of myocardial infarction. Mr. Wu, not only is my grandfather in perfect health, but over the years, he has also been consuming various health supplements. Ah, Miss Long, do you happen to have any of those supplements left at home? I would like to inspect them, Wu Shuang said with a frown, addressing Long Yuyan. Promptly, Long Yuyan signaled to a bodyguard to return home and retrieve some of the leftover supplements that Long Feixiong had consumed that morning. Wu Shuang examined the supplements closely, taking in their scent. He then remarked to Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan, these supplements are problematic. What issues do they possess? Long Yuyan asked anxiously. These supplements are consumed daily by Long Feixiong and have undergone rigorous examination by several health professionals before being tried by a bodyguard to ensure their safety. Could it be that these thoroughly vetted supplements harbor any issues? There exists a hormone known as posterior pituitary extract, derived from the pituitary glands of pigs and cows. It is colorless, tasteless, and non-toxic, and once dissolved in water, it cannot be detected by any instruments. Moreover, it poses no harm to the body. However, it can easily induce thrombosis and lead to myocardial infarction. Prolonged consumption of food and drugs containing posterior pituitary extract can result in myocardial infarction when exposed to severe stress or fright. The plot against Old Long is indeed insidious. Even if the sniper's shot does not claim your life, the shock and terror it induces could trigger a myocardial infarction. This plan is foolproof. Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan were taken aback, astonished by the revelation that the supplements Long Feixiong had been consuming could lead to such dire consequences. This indicated that there was an undercover enemy lurking close to Old Long. And I have already discerned the identity of this infiltrator, Shuang stated. Who is it? Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan asked in astonishment. Shuang pointed to a bodyguard standing behind Long Feixiong and declared, "It is him." Chapter 39. The dark-clad man seizes sugarcane and attacks the elderly at the sound of Shuang's exclamation. A bodyguard behind Long Feixiong suddenly drew his handgun, intending to shoot Long Feixiong. Unexpectedly, a glint of cold steel flashed as a silver needle pierced his hand, rendering his right hand immobile, preventing him from firing. Realizing he could no longer shoot, the man bit down hard on one of his teeth, shattering it. The poison concealed within the tooth immediately seeped out, and before Shuang could reach him, he had already succumbed to death. Shuang shook his head and replied with a hint of resignation. He was poisoned by the toxin of an arrow poison frog, a venom that can instantaneously claim a life, beyond even the aid of deities. Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan looked on in astonishment at the body of the bodyguard who had succumbed to the poison. He was one of Long Feixiong's most trusted protectors, and it was unimaginable that the enemy's mole would be someone so close. "Mr. Wu, how could you possibly know he was an undercover agent?" Long Yuyan inquired, perplexed. After all, Shuang was unfamiliar with these bodyguards and had never interacted with them, yet they, who spent every day in the company of the deceased, had failed to detect any anomaly. Shuang had merely sat in this room for a brief moment, hardly casting a glance at the bodyguard. How then could he ascertain that the man was a traitor? How would I know he was an undercover agent? I was merely bluffing, Shuang replied with a smile. If they, who interacted daily, could not discern any flaw, it was even less likely for an outsider like him to have known. However, after Shuang's extensive remarks, the true mole would undoubtedly feel a twinge of anxiety. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure, his internal defenses must have begun to waver. Then, upon hearing Shuang's loud exclamation, the first thought that flashed through the mole's mind was that Shuang had recognized him. His cover was blown. Thus, in a desperate bid to fulfill his mission, he immediately drew his weapon, intending to assassinate Long Feixiong in front of everyone. What he did not realize was that prior to that exclamation, Shuang had already gripped a silver needle tightly in his hand. Should any of the security personnel make a move, Shuang would not hesitate to unleash the needle. The bodyguard who had failed in his assassination attempt was left with no choice but to bite down on the toxin concealed within his tooth, fearing that his secret would be exposed. Upon hearing Shuang's explanation, Long Yuyan finally grasped the situation, her heart secretly acknowledging, Shuang is truly remarkable. He can deduce the presence of posterior pituitary hormones merely from a glance and a sniff of the residual medicine. No wonder my grandfather said he is worth befriending. Mr. Wu, you have saved me once again. I am at a loss as to how to repay your great kindness, Long Feixiong expressed gratefully, casting his gaze at the lifeless bodyguard. Old Long, you are being too courteous. This was merely a trifling effort, nothing for you to be concerned about, Shuang replied, dismissing the gratitude. Since Mr. Wu has said as much, if I continue to speak of repaying you, I would appear rather shallow, Long Feixiong remarked. After expressing his thanks, he gestured for the bodyguard's remains to be removed. He then raised his glass once more, declaring, Mr. Wu, allow me to toast you again. After they had shared a drink, Long Feixiong inquired, Mr. Wu, I have heard that you are now working as a security guard for the Hongming Group? Shuang pointed to his security uniform and smiled. Indeed, with your remarkable skills, being a mere security guard at the Hongming Group is a true underutilization of your talents. Long Feixiong began, but before he could finish, Shuang interjected with a smile. Old Long, I believe being a security guard there is quite satisfactory. Shuang understood that Long Feixiong was hoping to bring him into the Long family. If Long Feixiong were to voice his thoughts, Shuang would truly be at a loss as to how to refuse him. Thus, he preemptively obstructed any possibility of such a conversation. Very well, Mr. Wu. Continue your indulgence in libations. Long Feixiong hastily concealed his discomfort with a drink. The luncheon extended for an hour before the host and guests found delight in one another's company. At which point Shuang took his leave from Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan. Having just finished his meal, Shuang did not rush to hail a taxi. Instead, he preferred a leisurely stroll. After all, he had already taken the afternoon off, and there was no urgency to return. Observing the bustling streets of Tianhai and the ceaseless flow of people from all directions, Wu Shuang felt a profound sense of fulfillment. As he walked, he encountered a group clad in black uniforms, one brandishing a sugar cane, seemingly surrounding an elderly man. The beleaguered elder was crying out in despair. "You cannot forcibly seize my belongings. You are nothing but thieves." To which one of the enforcers retorted, "Thieves? Have you ever encountered a thief? You are illegally occupying the street and conducting illicit business. We are merely confiscating your goods in accordance with the law. Cease your nonsensical shouting. If you persist, not only will we confiscate your sugar canes, but we shall also arrest you and imprison you for 10 days to a fortnight." The individuals in black continued to berate the elder while simultaneously delivering blows. Surrounding them, a crowd observed, murmuring their disapproval, yet none dared to intervene against the uniformed aggressors. Witnessing such cruelty directed towards an elderly man was intolerable for Wu Shuang. He shouted, "Cease this at once." In broad daylight. "What sort of men are you to bully an elderly person?" The black-clad assailants halted their assault, taken aback by the unexpected intervention. Almost in unison, they turned to face Wu Shuang. They could hardly fathom that anyone would dare to interfere in their affairs on this street. "What did you say?" "My hearing is impaired." "Kindly repeat that," mocked the burly leader among them, his face etched with disdain. Wu Shuang, undeterred by the taunt, approached the fallen elder. "Sir, are you injured? Is it serious?" he inquired with genuine concern. At that moment, he noticed the scars adorning the elder's chest, instantly recognizing them as gunshot wounds, inflicted by a rifle, no less. There were not merely one, but 4 such wounds scattered across the elder's torso. One wound was alarmingly close to the heart. Had the bullet deviated even slightly, it could have struck the elder's heart directly. As Wu Shuang scrutinized the elder's attire more closely, he discerned that the shirt he wore was reminiscent of an old military uniform, albeit faded and tattered, obscuring its original form. Wu Shuang swiftly deduced that this man was a veteran, one who had endured the horrors of war. The audacious young man, heedless of my inquiry, dared to ignore me, a grave mistake. Just moments ago, Captain Wang, clad in a black uniform, attempted to confront Wu Shuang, but upon receiving no response, he impulsively aimed a kick at him. Sensing the rush of air behind him, Wu Shuang swiftly turned and seized Captain Wang by the ankle, effortlessly tossing him aside. Chapter 40. The underworld mobilizes despite weighing over 180 pounds. Captain Wang felt as light as a mere straw in Wu Shuang's grasp. He spiraled through the air like a cannonball before crashing into a patch of hardy, evergreen foliage. While he sustained minimal impact, the unforgiving plant left numerous cuts and abrasions across his body and face. "It hurts terribly. Someone help me up." Captain Wang bellowed from the greenery. His comrades rushed to his aid, hastily lifting him to his feet. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang had assisted an elderly man to sit on the curb and inquired, "Sir, were you once a soldier?" The frightened elder merely nodded in response. "Then you must have fought in the anti-Japanese war?" Wu Shuang continued. "Indeed. I bore arms and fought against the Japanese," the elder confirmed. Before Wu Shuang could pose another question, Captain Wang and his entourage approached him. "Boy, do you know who I am? You dare strike me. You are as good as dead." Captain Wang glared at Wu Shuang, venom dripping from his words. "Regardless of your identity, your aggression towards an elder is inexcusable. Do you not understand that the elderly deserve our respect? Moreover, this man is a veteran of the anti-Japanese war." Wu Shuang retorted, his respect for those who once bore arms against the enemy evident. He harbored a deep admiration for the soldiers of yore, wishing he had lived in those tumultuous times to stand shoulder to shoulder with them against the invaders. The black-clad thugs were bullying a veteran in Wu Shuang's eyes, and his ability to calmly engage Captain Wang was a testament to his effort to suppress his rising fury. Regardless, being in the public, I compelled him to clarify the situation before proceeding. I care not whether he is a veteran or if he fought the Japanese. He is currently unlawfully occupying the street and operating a business without permission. Not only does he refuse to cooperate, but he also seeks to obstruct us. Does such an old man not deserve a beating? Before Captain Wang could finish his tirade, Wu Shuang delivered a resounding slap across his face. The sharp crack echoed throughout the street, stunning all onlookers. None could fathom that while Captain Wang was still speaking, Wu Shuang had struck him, catching him completely off guard. Captain Wang now stood before him, clad in his official uniform. Wu Shuang, audaciously, dared to strike Captain Wang across the face, a reckless act that bordered on self-destruction. "Do you not perceive the uniform I wear? Are you unaware of my standing?" Captain Wang exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Yet, Wu Shuang paid no heed, delivering a flurry of slaps that landed harshly upon Captain Wang's visage. "Regardless of your status, you shall not intimidate the elderly, especially those who have valiantly served their nation," Wu Shuang declared, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. I am the enforcer of the law, and I am executing my duty. Who are you to impede my actions? As Captain Wang spoke, the consequence was further blows to his face. Enforcing the law? Who bestowed upon you the authority to wield such power? Who grants you the right to assault a man in his 70s? Wu Shuang's relentless assault left Captain Wang bloodied. His teeth scattered and his face swollen like a grotesque visage. Captain Wang's subordinates, witnessing the onslaught, rushed to his aid, yet they faltered before Wu Shuang's prowess. Each one sent sprawling by a single kick. He has committed murder. This boy is killed. Captain Wang screeched in desperation, urging the onlookers to call the authorities. However, the surrounding crowd, witnessing the downfall of Captain Wang and his men, found joy in the event and showed no inclination to assist, frustrated by the indifference of the bystanders. Captain Wang's bravado began to wane. You have stirred trouble, a grave trouble indeed. Do you comprehend who we are and what we represent? If you possess any real capability, let me make a phone call. Just one call, and I will ensure your demise is without a trace. Enduring the agony etched across his features, Captain Wang proclaimed loudly to Wu Shuang. Very well, I grant you this opportunity. Make your call, summon whoever you wish, and I shall witness how you orchestrate my end. Wu Shuang retorted with a contemptuous smirk directed at Captain Wang. Mark my words, you will rue this day, Captain Wang responded, producing his phone. Brother-in-law, I am enforcing the law on Samsung Street and have been assaulted. Hurry and bring the men. His brother-in-law, Zhang Shoukuan, was the proprietor of the Jintong City Services. How dare they challenge us? I will bring 100 men to confront this audacity. Let us see who possesses the audacity to strike our own. After ending the call, Captain Wang turned to Wu Shuang with a triumphant smirk. Prepare yourself, your fate is sealed. Captain Wang, I am the leader of the Jintong City Sanitation Team. I am currently on Samsung Street and have been bullied. Hurry and bring your men over. How dare anyone provoke Captain Wang? Just wait, I shall be there shortly. Huang Tianba and his 300 men were utterly defeated by Wu Shuang alone, left with no option but to kneel and plead for mercy. Harboring a great deal of resentment, now that Captain Wang has called him, he sees an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Without delay, he gathered Huang Mao, 10 formidable warriors, and 50 brothers, marching boldly towards Samsung Street. To ensure everything went smoothly, Captain Wang made another call to Ouyang Feng. Ouyang, this is Wang Fu. I am enforcing the law on Samsung Street, but I have been attacked. Hurry and bring your men to apprehend the culprits. Ouyang Feng, a close friend and classmate, also had a good relationship with Huang Tianba. Once Huang Tianba dealt with Wu Shuang, Ouyang Feng could arrest him and throw him in prison for a few years. This would serve as a warning to anyone else who dared to meddle in Wang Fu's affairs. Captain Wang then cast a scornful glance at Wu Shuang, sneering, "Kid. Now both the law and the underworld are involved. Let us see how you meet your end. How dare you lay a hand on me, Wang Fu? Prepare for misfortune." Chapter 41. Strike with vengeance. The surrounding crowd, upon overhearing his call, furrowed their brows. Captain Wang was well-connected and influential. Anyone who crossed him would surely face dire consequences. It was evident that Wu Shuang would soon endure a beating from Huang Tianba, only to be arrested by Ouyang Feng thereafter. While he might not face a lifetime in prison, he was sure to encounter significant legal troubles, leading to a grim fate. Those gathered to witness the spectacle quickly dispersed. Well aware that the impending scene would be quite bloody, they feared being caught in the crossfire. Some well-meaning individuals urged Wu Shuang, "Young man, you cannot afford to provoke them. Leave while you still can. If those men arrive, you will be in grave danger." An elderly man chimed in softly, "Young man, thank you for helping me. These people are formidable. It would be wise for you to leave before you get embroiled in this." "Do not worry, old man. I'm fine," Wu Shuang replied, displaying no signs of fear. He wondered who Captain Wang could possibly call upon, only to realize it was Huang Tianba and Ouyang Feng. Even if he summoned the most powerful figures, Wu Shuang remained unperturbed. Before long, Huang Tianba was the first to arrive. A black convoy arrogantly stormed into the area. Recognizing Huang Tianba's vehicle, Captain Wang hurried to greet him. Once the convoy came to a halt, Huang Tianba and his entourage exited the vehicles with audacity. Loudly inquiring of Wang Fu, "Captain Wang, who is so blind as to dare challenge you?" "Ah, it is that young man over there." Captain Wang indicated with a gesture towards Wu Shuang, who stood before the elderly gentleman. Upon realizing that Captain Wang was referring to Wu Shuang, Huang Tianba felt a surge of terror, his head ringing as his legs grew weak, nearly causing him to topple over. His dozen or so subordinates were equally petrified, collapsing to the ground in sheer fright. Captain Wang, astonished, wondered what had caused Huang Tianba and his men to behave in such a manner. They had come to carry out a violent deed, yet now they appeared as if they had turned into spineless creatures. After the initial shock, Huang Tianba swiftly turned to retreat to his vehicle, eager to flee from the scene. If he could perform magic, he would wish to vanish entirely, so that Wu Shuang would not lay eyes upon him. However, as he attempted to depart, Captain Wang unexpectedly seized him by the arm. "Huang, the man is right there. What are you doing? Hurry and take care of him," Captain Wang urged, his grip firm. Faced with the captain's hold, Huang Tianba felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against him. "I just remembered an urgent matter. I must leave at once," he declared. "Huang, this is rather ungracious of you. Why are you leaving so soon?" Captain Wang pressed, visibly dissatisfied with Huang Tianba's intent to depart. Huang Tianba, incensed by the captain's words, wished he could silence him with a blow. "What is this nonsense? You dare to linger here while that man stands over there? If he hears us, my life will be forfeit," he cursed, forcefully shoving Captain Wang aside before turning to his vehicle once more. "Little Huang, why leave so hastily when you've just arrived?" came Wu Shuang's voice, cutting through the tension. The sound sent Huang Tianba's mind into a frenzy, his legs trembling as if they might buckle beneath him. Had he not been gripping the car door, he might have fallen flat on the ground. If Wu Shuang had remained silent, Huang Tianba could have pretended not to notice him and slipped away unscathed. But now, with Wu Shuang calling out to him, he dared not feign ignorance any longer. "Mr. Wu, I did not realize you were here. I was merely passing by when urgent matters arose in the gang, and I must return at once," stammered the flustered Huang Tianba, hastily leading his subordinates to Wu Shuang's side, resembling schoolchildren before their teacher. They stood with their heads bowed, each one adhering strictly to decorum, except for Huang Tianba, who alone dared to speak. In truth, none of them even had the courage to breathe audibly. Captain Wang, seated on the ground, gazed dumbfounded at Huang Tianba, unable to comprehend how the very ally he had summoned, one of the 8 great warriors of the Qing men, had now found himself aligned with the opposition, exhibiting such deference and fear. Wu Shuang, however, chose not to expose Huang Tianba's deception, but instead remarked softly, "Ah, little Huang, I was just here, being bullied. What do you think we should do about it? Who would dare to bully Mr. Wu? I shall go and ensure they are dealt with thoroughly," Huang Tianba exclaimed, filled with righteous indignation. "Who has wronged me? Do you not know?" Wu Shuang cast a cold glare at Huang Tianba and spoke icily. "Bring it on, strike him hard." It was Wang Fu who summoned him, so he undoubtedly knew who was behind this. Consequently, Huang Tianba pointed at Wang Fu and bellowed to his subordinates. Despite appearing submissive before Wu Shuang, Huang Tianba's men transformed into ferocious beasts upon facing Captain Wang. In an instant, over a dozen of them charged forward like hungry wolves. Huang Mao seized Wang Fu, who was seated on the ground, and exclaimed, "You audacious brat! How dare you bully Mr. Wu? I shall teach you the proper way to behave." With that, he delivered a brutal punch to Captain Wang's nose. Wang Fu was immediately engulfed in excruciating pain, and blood streamed down as his nasal bone nearly shattered under Huang Mao's assault. Following this, 2 more punches landed on his eye sockets, leaving him with swollen, bruised eyes. Huang Mao then kicked Captain Wang to the ground and shouted to his comrades, "Brothers, beat him up. If he can recognize us, we might as well never show our faces again." Upon hearing this, the crew wasted no time in mercilessly kicking the downed Captain Wang, wishing to annihilate him entirely. They were furious, having just endured a beating from Wu Shuang earlier that morning. Now Wang Fu had summoned them to deal with Wu Shuang, which felt like a death sentence. Some, feeling the strain in their limbs, grabbed nearby sugarcane and mercilessly swung it at Wang Fu. In no time, their blows rendered him barking like a dog, his cries barely resembling human utterances. Witnessing Wang Fu's dire state, his subordinates were paralyzed with fear, barely able to stand. "Don't just beat him alone. There are many more of us," Huang Tianba scolded his men in frustration. Hearing this, Wang Fu's subordinates were terrified and contemplated fleeing. However, they were quickly surrounded by the experienced ruffians before they could escape. Instantly, these delinquents unleashed their pent-up fury upon Wang Fu's group, transforming the scene into a veritable slaughterhouse, filled with heart-wrenching screams. Chapter 42. Huang Tianba's overflowing sense of justice. The onlookers felt their hearts race upon hearing the agonizing cries of the black-clad men. Yet they found a sense of satisfaction in witnessing the scene. These men in black were from the Jintong City Management Company, ostensibly tasked with maintaining the streets for the local government. But they had committed numerous misdeeds under the guise of legality. Local businesses, shops, and small vendors had suffered greatly at their hands. They concocted various excuses to extort fines from merchants and confiscate goods from street vendors. Anyone daring to resist faced brutal beatings. Despite multiple reports to higher authorities, their pleas fell on deaf ears. The owner of Jintong City Management, Zhang Shouquan, had powerful connections and operated under the protection of a veneer of legality, leaving no one brave enough to challenge him. Although these individuals are not bandits, their actions are hardly more commendable. Were it not for the apprehension of Zhang Shouquan, the onlookers would undoubtedly have applauded. At this juncture, the jarring sound of brakes pierced the air as several vans came to a halt by the roadside. Zhang Shouquan, accompanied by a throng of men clad in black, surged forth from the vehicles. Upon their arrival, witnessing the state to which Huang Tianba's lackeys had reduced Wang Fu and his companions, Zhang Shouquan could not contain his fury. Shouting at Huang Tianba, have you lost your mind? Cease this madness at once. Damn it, do you think I will stop just because you say so? Huang Tianba retorted with a sardonic smile, stepping forward to deliver a brutal kick to Wang Fu right before Zhang Shouquan. Brother-in-law, save me. They're going to beat me to death. Wang Fu, upon seeing Zhang Shouquan, cried out desperately for assistance, attempting to crawl towards him. However, Huang Tianba's men pressed down upon him, rendering him immobile. Huang Tianba, have you taken leave of your senses today? What could possibly justify such violence against Wang Fu? Has he offended you in any way? Zhang Shouquan demanded, his anger palpable. Holding a position of significance in Tianhai City, he found the brutalization of his brother-in-law an affront to his dignity, a direct slap to his face. Why? Because this scoundrel deserves it. I, Huang Tianba, consider myself sufficiently shameless, yet I am astonished to find that you are even more depraved than I. The misdeeds I partake in are merely the usual skirmishes of the underworld. I have never stooped to bullying the weak or the elderly. Yet you lot do not spare even those in their 70s or 80s. Not only do you rob others, but you nearly kill the elderly as well. Most infuriating is the fact that this elderly man is a war veteran who has shed blood for this nation. He is a hero deserving of our respect and care. It is shocking that he did not perish at the hands of the enemy, but nearly fell victim to your brutality instead. To call you beasts would be an affront to true beasts. You are a despicable lot, lower than dogs and pigs. Observing Huang Tianba's fervent sense of justice, one might mistakenly perceive him as a paragon of virtue. Even Shuang was taken aback by the audacity of Huang Tianba's words. However, in the world of the underbelly, camaraderie is paramount, and there exists a disdain for preying upon the weak, the aged, and the infirm, particularly in light of the national struggles prior to the establishment of the state. Even those entrenched in the criminal underworld hold a genuine respect for the veterans who bore arms, sacrificed, and fought for their nation. I thought it was something of great consequence. Zhang Shouquan scoffed derisively. Huang Tianba, we are merely executing our lawful duties. Whether he is an elderly veteran or a scion of the elite, anyone who violates the city's public order regulations must face consequences. That old man was unlawfully occupying the road and conducting illicit business. Wang Fu's confiscation of his goods was entirely justified. However, the elderly man, unable to contain his anger, insisted on confronting Wang Fu and his companions. In an act of self-defense, Wang Fu and his associates retaliated against the old man. Was there any wrongdoing in that? Zhang Shouquan, I may not be a virtuous person, but you have undoubtedly crossed the threshold of villainy. The privileged offspring? Which of them would stoop to setting up a stall on the street? A man of 70 or 80 years, if he had any alternative, would never resort to such a means of earning a living. How dare you utter such shameless words? I feel embarrassed on your behalf. Having said that, Huang Tianba swiftly dealt Zhang Shouquan 2 resounding slaps across the face. You dare strike me? Zhang Shouquan exclaimed, covering his face, incredulous that Huang Tianba would actually lay a hand on him. You wretched creature, living off others yet doing nothing worthwhile. I shall not only strike you, but I will also kick you. Huang Tianba roared, launching a kick towards Zhang Shouquan. You claim to be a legitimate company, yet your words and deeds are even less respectable than those of us in the underworld. If I do not strike you today to rid society of your menace, then I am no better than a mere lowlife. As Huang Tianba's foot swung towards him, Zhang Shouquan deftly dodged the blow. Brothers, attack, he commanded, gesturing to his men clad in black, who surged towards Huang Tianba and his companions. Zhang Shouquan held a position of significance in Tianhai, with his older brother, Zhang Shuyuan, being a prominent figure in the Shuyuan group, well connected in both legitimate and illicit circles. He could not fathom that Huang Tianba would dare to strike him. Even if Huang Tianba belonged to the Qing men, today he would reclaim his dignity. Upon receiving Zhang Shouquan's command, the men in black bellowed and charged at Huang Tianba's group. Naturally, Huang Tianba's subordinates met the advancing black-clad men with equal fervor. Although these black-clad men often bullied small vendors on their turf, compared to Huang Tianba's gang, Their combat prowess was lamentably feeble. Soon, the black-clad men found themselves sprawled on the ground, wailing pitifully. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba exuded an aura of dominance as he approached Zhang Shouquan. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Shouquan stammered, feeling a sense of trepidation in the face of Huang Tianba's intimidating demeanor. "What do you think? Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility," Huang Tianba declared, delivering 4 or 5 sharp slaps to Zhang Shouquan's face. "Do not be so arrogant, Huang Tianba. If you dare to strike me, my brother will not let you off easily," Zhang Shouquan retorted, attempting to project bravado despite his fear. "Oh, your brother, is it? Zhang Shuyuan. If he comes, I shall strike him as well," Huang Tianba coldly replied while continuing to slap Zhang Shouquan. "Let us see who possesses such audacity to challenge me." A calm voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhang Shouquan. Chapter 43. Capture Me. Huang Tianba looked up just in time to see Zhang Shuyuan and Yamamoto Takeda Shin approaching with a dozen bodyguards. Earlier that day, Zhang Shuyuan had invited Yamamoto Takeda Shin to dine nearby. After their meal, they decided to take a leisurely stroll. From a distance, they noticed a gathering of people, bustling with excitement. Curious, Zhang Shuyuan led Yamamoto Takeda Shin over to witness the commotion, only to discover that it was his own brother embroiled in a conflict with Huang Tianba. Not only was Huang Tianba forcefully striking his brother, but he was also proclaiming that he intended to strike Zhang as well. "Huang Tianba, what audacity you possess to include me in your threats." Upon recognizing Zhang Shuyuan, Huang Tianba snorted disdainfully, kicking Zhang Shouquan aside, and boldly stated, "What is this? Are you, Zhang Shuyuan, impervious to a beating?" Despite being renowned alongside Long Feixiong as one of Tianhai's elite, with vast connections and influence, Huang Tianba remained unimpressed. After all, he was one of the 8 kings of the Qing men, commanding over 300 followers. In Tianhai, few dare to speak to me, Zhang Shuyuan, in such a manner. Huang Tianba, you truly show no respect." Zhang Shuyuan remained unperturbed, responding in a calm and measured tone. Hearing his words, Shuang narrowed her eyes. If Zhang Shuyuan had rushed in shouting and causing a scene, he would merely be seen as a brute. Yet, his ability to remain composed and collected amidst chaos was noteworthy, piquing Shuang's curiosity and attention. Today, no matter who it is, they have no standing before Huang. Shuang sat in the back, confident that Huang Tianba would not be intimidated by Zhang Shuyuan. "Baka, how dare you speak to Lord Zhang in such a manner?" Yamamoto Takeda Shin exclaimed, glaring at Huang Tianba. "Interesting, even you are here." Huang Tianba replied with a cold laugh. "Today, not even the King of Heaven would receive any deference from me." "Baka," shouted Hashimoto, Yamamoto's ally, as he prepared to charge forward, only to be restrained by Zhang Shuyuan. "Mr. Hashimoto, this minor matter does not require your intervention. I can handle it myself," Zhang Shuyuan said with a smile. In Tianhai, if he could not resolve such a trivial issue without assistance, he would lose all face. At that moment, Ouyang Feng and his men also arrived on the scene. "What is happening here? Are you all engaged in a gang war?" "Huang Tianba, release Wang Fu and his men immediately." Ouyang Feng, upon disembarking from his vehicle and witnessing Wang Fu's men subdued under Huang Tianba's thugs, quickly led his officers to encircle Huang Tianba and his crew. "I thought it was someone of great consequence. Turns out it's Captain Ouyang," Huang Tianba scoffed, disregarding Ouyang Feng's admonition. Ouyang Feng, the deputy captain of a criminal police team, was not easily intimidated. "Huang Tianba, I shall repeat myself, release him at once, or I shall resort to gunfire." Upon realizing that Huang Tianba and his associates were uncooperative, Ouyang Feng and his team promptly drew their firearms, aiming them at Huang Tianba and his companions. Having faced a stern reprimand from Xiao Qingqing for brandishing his weapon indiscriminately last time, he was cautious to issue a warning before drawing his gun this time. Confronted by the ominous muzzles of Ouyang Feng's guns, even the boldest among Huang Tianba's group felt a twinge of fear. The gang members, including the blonde-haired one, hastily released the man they had been restraining and stepped aside. "Ouyang Captain, what a display of authority. Once again, you draw your weapon before the public. It seems you have learned nothing from your previous lesson." At that moment, Shuang stood up from the curb and approached Ouyang Feng with a grin. Ouyang Feng, upon recognizing Shuang, felt an immediate headache. Had it not been for him, he would not have faced such reprimand last time. However, his spirits lifted as he realized that this incident, a violent brawl, was of a particularly serious nature. With Shuang present, this matter would undoubtedly involve him, providing Ouyang Feng with ample justification to take him into custody. Meanwhile, Wang Fu, who had just been pulled up from the ground, suppressed his pain and rushed to Ouyang Feng, exclaiming, "Captain Ouyang, Today's chaos was instigated by him. I was enforcing the law with my team nearby when he approached and assaulted us, injuring several of my men severely. You must apprehend him immediately. With Wang Fu's accusation, Ouyang Feng wasted no time in surrounding Wu Shuang with his subordinates. An elderly man sitting on the curb, witnessing the escalation of a trivial matter to such extreme consequences, stood up to shield Wu Shuang. Officers, this is all my fault. It has nothing to do with this young man. If anyone should be taken in, it should be me. Please, do not trouble him. Sir, please step aside. This does not concern you. The situation he incited has led to a serious altercation, and failing to apprehend him would only exacerbate public outrage. Ouyang Feng replied to the elderly man. Ouyang Captain, will you not inquire into the circumstances before determining my guilt and arresting me? Wu Shuang's eyes glinted with cold fury as he glared at Ouyang Feng. Humph, this is your second public act of violence. Last time, someone intervened on your behalf, allowing you to escape justice. This time, witnesses are present. What defense do you have? Ouyang Feng admonished sternly. Officers, this truly has nothing to do with this young man. I implore you to spare him. I will kneel before you. With that, the elder attempted to kneel before Ouyang Feng. Wu Shuang reached out to support the elderly man. There is no need for that, sir. I am fine. They would not dare arrest me. Dare not arrest you? Ouyang Feng replied coldly. You have assaulted numerous individuals, causing severe injuries, and have violated the law. It is entirely justifiable for me to apprehend you. Captain Ouyang, along with Huang Tianba, has reduced me to this state. You must ensure his capture as well. Zhang Shoukuan voiced loudly to Ouyang Feng. Mr. Zhang, how have you come to look like this? Ouyang Feng, only then noticing Zhang Shoukuan, observed his face swollen like a pig's head and hurriedly inquired with concern. It was all at the hands of Huang Tianba. Zhang Shoukuan replied bitterly. Ouyang Feng's expression shifted to one of hesitation. He felt no burden in apprehending Wu Shuang, yet he harbored reservations about detaining Huang Tianba. Chapter 44, Assaulting Law Enforcement. After all, Wu Shuang was merely a security guard, devoid of any background or societal standing, whereas Huang Tianba was a different matter altogether. He was one of the 8 bravados of the Qing men, with numerous enterprises under his command and a certain standing in society. What is the matter? Captain Ouyang finds himself in a predicament. Zhang Shuyuan approached, scrutinizing Ouyang Feng with a serious tone. Mr. Zhang, not at all. Ouyang Feng discerned the implication behind Zhang Shuyuan's words, and a jolt of alarm surged through him. Zhang Shuyuan and Long Feixiong held similar status. Both prominent entrepreneurs occupying significant roles within the government, wielding considerable influence throughout Tianhai. Should Zhang Shuyuan speak ill of him to their superiors, he could face disciplinary action or, worse, dismissal. A moment's hesitation led him to swiftly decide to act according to the wishes of the Zhang brothers. Huang Tianba was merely a leader of a gang, incomparable to Zhang Shuyuan in terms of identity or status. Now that the Zhang brothers had clashed with Huang Tianba, he would undoubtedly choose to support them without a second thought. Bring forth Wu Shuang and Huang Tianba, apprehend them all. Ouyang Feng's expression darkened as he issued orders to his subordinates. Following his command, the officers brandishing firearms swiftly advanced towards Huang Tianba and Wu Shuang. Ouyang Feng, have you truly resolved to capture me today? Huang Tianba's countenance turned ashen, and he bellowed angrily at Ouyang Feng. Huh, Huang Tianba, you have contravened the laws of the state. Surrender at once, or face dire consequences. As Huang Tianba opened his mouth to retort, an officer pressed the gun against his head, forcing him to swallow his words. With Ouyang Feng and his men armed, he could only submit, refraining from any form of resistance. At that moment, Ouyang Feng and his entourage had approached Wu Shuang, and Ouyang Feng pressed his gun against Wu Shuang's head. Wu Shuang, let us see how arrogant you remain today. Who can come to your aid now? You have violated the laws of the state, so prepare for imprisonment. Ouyang Feng sneered triumphantly. Ouyang Feng, I warn you, do not play with fire. Furthermore, do not aim a gun at my head. Despite the weapon pressed against his forehead, Wu Shuang exhibited no fear, not even furrowing his brow. Huh, I revel in playing with fire. I shall direct this weapon at your head. What will you do about it? Ouyang Feng brandished a pistol, striking Wu Shuang's forehead with an air of arrogance. However, before he could fully register the moment, he felt his wrist firmly grasped by Wu Shuang. With a swift motion, Wu Shuang exerted force, and with a sickening crack, Ouyang Feng's wrist was broken. A gut-wrenching scream escaped his lips, causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily paralyzed with shock, unable to fathom how quickly Wu Shuang had incapacitated Ouyang Feng. Captain, you seek death, he spat. Do not move. Crouch down with your hands on your head. Dare to move again, and you shall be executed on the spot. Yet, The response from the officers was remarkably swift. Some rushed to support the pain-stricken Ouyang Feng, while others aimed their weapons threateningly at Shuang. Breaking Ouyang Feng's wrist constituted assaulting an officer, classifying him as a criminal. According to the laws of the land, officers were permitted to shoot such individuals on sight if necessary. However, in a blink, the officers found their firearms vanished. As clarity returned, they were astounded to discover that all their weapons had been seized by Shuang. Nonchalantly, he tossed the guns into the basket of an elderly man's cart. Huang Tianba, detain them all. Anyone who dares to move, I will have them thoroughly beaten. Shuang commanded after disarming the officers. Huang Tianba stood there, dumbfounded. Although the officers had lost their guns, they remained law enforcement. To have these underworld figures oversee the officers was akin to having a mouse guard a cat, an invitation to disaster. However, recalling how Shuang had effortlessly defeated 300 of their men earlier that morning, and now had so brazenly broken Ouyang Feng's wrist and disarmed all the officers in front of a crowd, they dared not defy his orders. Thus, begrudgingly, they positioned themselves beside the officers. You, retrieve that gun, Shuang instructed Huang Mao, pointing at the firearm Ouyang Feng had dropped. Huang Mao hurriedly picked it up and handed it to Shuang. The officers, seething with anger, were cowed into silence by Shuang's gun aimed at them. Shuang, you have audacity. Not only have you openly assaulted an officer, but you've also stolen our weapons. Do you intend to rebel? Ouyang Feng, cradling his broken wrist and pale-faced, seethed at Shuang through clenched teeth. I have assaulted you, and I have taken your guns. What will you do about it? Shuang replied with a smile. This was a testament to Shuang's restraint in refraining from killing. Previously, anyone who dared point a gun at him had met an untimely demise. Ouyang Feng attempted to retort, but found himself stifled by Shuang's remark, rendering him speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Shoukuan, Wang Fu, and others wore expressions of delight. Young man, you are truly formidable, assaulting an officer, seizing a firearm, injuring others. Each of these offenses could land you in serious trouble, Zhang Shuyuan remarked with a cold sneer. This is Xinzhou, and such transgressions are grave, likely resulting in a lengthy imprisonment. There's no need for your concern, Shuang retorted disdainfully. Youthful exuberance is one thing, but discernment is essential. Should you continue down this reckless path, misfortune will surely befall you. Huh, are you planning to call the police on me? By all means. Feel free to make that call. I shall await your summons, Shuang responded with a smile. His words nearly caused Huang Tianba to collapse in fear. Sir, may I call you sir? You are indeed incredible. You've broken Ouyang Feng's wrist and seized the officer's firearms, yet you still anticipate Zhang Shuyuan to report you. You must be courting death. Huang Tianba, accustomed to the perilous life of the underworld, felt his courage was considerable. Yet, when he compared his bravery to Shuang's, it felt like comparing a jujube to a watermelon, vastly unequal. He regretted listening to Shuang's suggestion to detain the officers when their squad arrived. Their charges would not be trivial. A few years in prison would be a mild consequence. Chapter 45. Yuan Laohu, young man, your audacity is commendable. I shall oblige your request. With that, Zhang Shuyuan took out his phone and dialed. Director Yuan, I am currently at Sanqing Street. There are thugs here who have broken Captain Ouyang Feng's wrist and stolen all the officers' guns. What? Incredible. I cannot believe such thugs still exist in Tianhai. Please hold on. I shall be there immediately. The voice of Director Yuan boomed with fury through the receiver. After hanging up, Zhang Shuyuan cast a cold smile towards Shuang. With Yuan who's wrath ignited, it was certain that Shuang would soon find himself in dire straits. Yet, Shuang remained unfazed, maintaining an air of calm indifference, as if Yuan whose furious outburst had no effect on him whatsoever. To intimidate Shuang and those around him, Zhang Shuyuan had used the speakerphone for the call. Shuang was unperturbed, yet Huang Tianba was drenched in sweat. He cautiously approached Shuang and whispered, Mr. Wu. That was the director of the Tianhai Police Bureau, the notorious Yuan Laohu. If he arrives with a squad, we will be in grave danger. Humph. And you call yourself a big shot in the underworld? Look at you, trembling at the mere mention of Yuan Laohu. Pathetic, Shuang chided him. Huang Tianba felt utterly despondent. He was part of the underworld, while Yuan, who was the chief of the police. Not only he, but even the leader of their gang would not dare provoke such a figure. They were the mice, and he was the cat. Their very being was imbued with a natural fear of him. Furthermore, Yuan who, in his fury, would undoubtedly arrive with a heavily armed entourage. The group of ruffians, who often boasted of their prowess and intimidation, were swiftly rendered meek in the presence of armed officers. Yet, they found themselves unable to flee. Paralyzed by the presence of Shuang, who sat calmly before them. Their only recourse was to bear the situation with forced resolve. Huh? Huang Tianba, are you frightened? Wu Shuang taunted. I called you here to assist me, yet you foolishly chose to aid a mere security guard in delivering a beating to me. When Director Yuyan arrives with his entourage, even if you escape the bullets, a term in confinement is inevitable. Who told you to be so blind, so muddled? To engage in such folly with a lowly guard? Observing Huang Tianba's perspiration and fear, Wang Fu could not help but mock him. I summoned you for help, yet you ended up assaulting me. You deserve this. Infuriated, Huang Tianba, who had initially been unscathed, seized Wang Fu by his collar and delivered several stinging slaps. With a violent pull, he toppled Wang Fu and, along with his cohorts, unleashed a flurry of brutal kicks, causing Wang Fu to writhe on the ground like a beaten dog, emitting heart-wrenching cries of agony. Stop it, Huang Tianba. Cease this at once. If you do not, you may find yourself unable to leave once you enter. Zhang Shoukuan, Zhang Shuyuan, and Ouyang Feng interjected, their voices filled with authority and threat. Huh, before I go in, I shall collect some interest, Huang Tianba retorted, fully aware that this encounter would not end well. Though he spoke defiantly, his fists continued to rain down upon Wang Fu relentlessly. Enough. That is sufficient. Any more, and someone might die, Wu Shuang cautioned, observing Wang Fu's near demise on the ground. To Huang Tianba, Wu Shuang's words held the weight of a decree, prompting an immediate cessation of violence. Zhang Shoukuan hurried to assist Wang Fu, whose visage was marred with blood and whose body bore the marks of many blows, leaving Zhang Shoukuan heartbroken. Once a figure of authority in this territory, he found it unbearable that Huang Tianba had reduced his brother-in-law to such a state. He cast a venomous glare at Huang Tianba, contemplating the reckoning that awaited him. Dare you glare at me? Huang Tianba, feeling the intensity of Zhang Shoukuan's gaze, returned the look with menace, ready to retaliate. With the certainty of impending incarceration, he felt unrestrained. He would not hesitate to confront either Zhang Shoukuan or Zhang Shuyuan. However, at that moment, a convoy of police cars, sirens blaring, arrived at the scene with alarming speed. Then, the police cars came to a screeching halt, and armed officers swiftly emerged from the vehicles. Freeze! Do not move. Everyone, hands on your heads and squat down, commanded Yuan Hu, directing Xiao Qingqing and the other officers to swiftly secure the scene. Who dares to assault an officer and steal a weapon? Yuan Hu strode into the crowd, his voice booming. Director, it is him. He snatched the gun from my subordinate and broke his wrist. Ouyang Feng pointed at Wu Shuang, his voice filled with indignation. This incident was an enormous disgrace. Had he received a call from Wang Fu, he would not have brought his team here. Following Ouyang Feng's accusation, 4 fully armed officers immediately aimed their weapons at Wu Shuang. It was then that Xiao Qingqing realized that Wu Shuang was indeed the one who had injured Ouyang Feng. She was taken aback by his audacity to break Ouyang Feng's wrist in front of so many witnesses. Although Ouyang Feng was merely a deputy captain in executing his duties, he represented the state and the law. This act would carry significant repercussions. How reckless could he be? Her grandfather often boasted about his excellence, encouraging her to bond with him. Shaking her head at the thought, Xiao Qingqing witnessed Zhang Shuyuan approach Yuan Hu to greet him. Yuan Hu nodded in acknowledgement. Director, there are still some gangsters here, openly assaulting lawful personnel, with severe consequences for the officers and a detrimental impact on society. As he spoke, Zhang Shuyuan instructed Zhang Shoukuan to bring Wang Fu before Yuan Hu. Director, this man is Captain Wang Fu of the Jintong City Appearance Company, who has been brutally beaten by gang members. His subordinates have also sustained varying degrees of injuries. Observing Wang Fu, who looked battered beyond recognition, Yuan Hu furrowed his brow. Who could be so brazen as to inflict such harm? He demanded, his expression darkening. Director, it is these individuals. Zhang Shoukuan quickly pointed to Huang Tianba and his cohorts. How audacious you are, committing such violence in broad daylight. Prepare to face the consequences. Yuan Hu commanded, as officers surged forward, guns drawn at Huang Tianba and his men. The gangsters, cowed by the numerous weapons aimed at them, stood motionless. After securing Huang Tianba and his accomplices, Yuan Hu approached Wu Shuang, noting his security uniform, and coldly remarked, as a security officer, you ought to understand the rules and abide by the law. Who granted you such audacity to assault an officer and fracture Captain Ouyang's wrist? Summon them all and apprehend them. Yuan Hu bellowed at his subordinate officers. Take them back and confine them in the dungeon for a period of 10 days to a fortnight, and then we shall see. These individuals are utterly detestable. In broad daylight, they dare to commit acts of violence on this bustling street. If we do not curb their arrogance and punish them, how can we allow such behavior to persist? Yuan Hu, Have you not considered the reasons behind this? You come forth to arrest without inquiry, Shuang remarked. His tone icy. He believed that, as the head of the bureau, Yuyan who ought to at least ascertain the circumstances surrounding the incident before taking action. Upon hearing Shuang refer to him by his nickname, Yuyan whose displeasure escalated. With a darkened expression, he retorted, "Is there even a need to question? Captain Wang and his team were enforcing the law on this street when you thugs chose to engage in violence." Captain Ouyang responded to the call for help, only to have his wrist broken and his firearm seized by you. The evidence is irrefutable. What further explanation could you possibly seek? It is lamentable that some have strayed far from their principles, occupying positions of public service, yet failing to act in the interests of the people. Such individuals are wholly unworthy of their roles. You insolent brat, who are you addressing? Yuyan who glared frostily at Shuang. I am referring to you, Yuyan who. Upon your arrival, you failed to seek the truth and blindly believe their one-sided narrative, wielding your authority as a weapon. Do not forget, you are a servant of the people, not a minion to a select few, Shuang boldly declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Yuyan Hu. The onlookers were struck by Shuang's audacity, their admiration for him crystallizing into a singular thought, respect. Especially Huang Tianba and his associates, who regarded Shuang with reverence. In a situation where numerous armed officers had their weapons drawn, it was astonishing that he dared to speak to Yuyan Hu in such a manner. One would be hard-pressed to find another in Tianhai with such courage. Zhang Shuyuan, Zhang Shoukuan, Wang Fu, and others felt a surge of delight at the scene. Go on, do your best. Once you are taken to the precinct, you will comprehend the consequences. Yuyan Hu's face twisted with rage, alternating between shades of green and white as his eyes glinted with malice. He signaled to a nearby officer, who, understanding the cue, pressed his firearm against Shuang's temple and snarled, "Enough of your nonsense, move." Yet before the officer could react, Shuang seized the firearm from him and shattered his wrist. How foolish to point a gun at my head, Shuang declared, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, accompanied by a chilling presence reminiscent of a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Shuang had no intention of taking the officer's life. Had he wished for that, the officer would have already met his demise. The crowd was momentarily paralyzed, unable to fathom that amidst so many officers with weapons drawn, Shuang would dare to disarm and injure one. Huang Tianba and his comrades were left in a state of shock. Shuang's remarkable audacity had rendered them numb with astonishment. The audacity of the ruffian is staggering. He dares to commit violence in front of me, the chief. Bring him to me. Seize him at once, and if he resists, shoot him on the spot. As I witnessed the constable, his wrist cruelly broken, writhe in agony upon the ground, I could not help but bark sternly. Yet, before the constable could act, Shuang had already darted to my side, pressing the barrel of his gun against my temple. Freeze, everyone stay still. Anyone who dares to move will find a bullet in their skull, Shuang declared coldly, his gaze piercing through the gathered constables. The sight of their chief being taken hostage by Shuang caused those who initially intended to rush forward to halt in terror. Although they had encircled Shuang and me, none dared to take action. The unfolding events had already attracted media attention, and a multitude of reporters had hurried to the scene. Upon realizing that someone had brazenly taken the chief of the constabulary hostage in broad daylight, their excitement was palpable. This was indeed sensational news. They quickly set up cameras, beginning to record, with some even opting for live broadcasts. Meanwhile, Ko Wanxin, accompanied by her photographer, rushed to the scene with utmost urgency. The moment she saw Shuang holding me hostage, her astonishment was evident. Recognizing his security uniform, she understood that he had become a security guard for the Hongmeng group. Yet she was perplexed as to why he would resort to such drastic measures in public against the chief of police. Shuang, taking the chief hostage is a grievous offense. Speak your mind, but lower your weapon, Xiao Qingqing urged him earnestly. What is there to discuss? Humph. The authority of Chief Yuyan is formidable. He demands arrest before even allowing me to speak, Shuang replied calmly. Shuang, I advise you to release me at once. Holding the chief of police hostage in front of so many witnesses will only compound your crimes, I warned him icily. Given the multitude of people present, along with the media, even if my life were not in immediate danger, the repercussions on my reputation and standing would be substantial. Thus, I aim to intimidate Shuang into releasing me swiftly. Release the chief, let him go. The surrounding constables shouted in unison. Huh? You think I will simply let him go? Very well. Chief Yuyan, I seek only justice. Provide me with the remedy I desire, and I will release you immediately. Turning to the constables, I proclaimed loudly, step aside. Allow the media to come forward. I have something to say. The constables exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a dilemma. In previous encounters, they had always attempted to keep the media at bay. Now, with their chief in captivity, they were even more reluctant to let the press approach. However, Wu Shuang's demand left them bewildered, and they turned their eyes to me, silently seeking my guidance. Do you not wish for me to release your chief? Do you not believe I would blow his head off with a single shot? Seeing their inaction, Wu Shuang tightened his grip on the gun. Listen to him. I conceded helplessly. From the tone of Wu Shuang's speech and the aura he exuded, Yuan who was convinced that Wu Shuang was indeed capable of pulling the trigger. All right. Do not be anxious. I shall promptly allow the media in, he declared. Upon witnessing Yuan whose nod of agreement, Xiao Qingqing stepped out of the crowd to permit the journalists to enter for interviews. At that moment, Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan approached. Having consumed a little alcohol during lunch, Long Feixiong had sought refuge in a room at the Tianhai Hotel and had only just emerged. Their vehicle happened to pass by Sanqing Street, where they observed a throng of people and a considerable number of officers, rendering passage impossible. Thus, Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan alighted from the car to ascertain the situation. As soon as they disembarked, they encountered Xiao Qingqing, who hurriedly inquired, Captain Xiao, what has transpired? A security guard named Wu Shuang has taken our director hostage. Long Lao, it is perilous here with so many people. You should leave at once. Xiao Qingqing urged Long Feixiong, who, being elderly and a former city chief, should not remain amidst the chaos lest he be harmed. However, upon hearing that Wu Shuang had taken Yuan Hu hostage, Long Feixiong was taken aback and immediately pushed through the crowd with Long Yuyan. He had just shared a meal with Wu Shuang at noon, and it was inconceivable for him to be a villain. Even if Wu Shuang had indeed taken Yuan Hu hostage, there must be a reason behind it. Given the gravity of the situation, he felt compelled to intervene. Thus, Long Feixiong and Long Yuyan made their way into the throng and confirmed it was indeed Wu Shuang, holding Yuan Hu captive. Mr. Wu, what is happening? Why have you taken Director Yuan hostage? Long Feixiong urgently questioned. Long Lao, it is rather complicated. I cannot explain it all in a few sentences. Once the media arrives, I will clarify everything in detail. Given the crowd, it would be prudent for you to leave now to avoid any potential danger. Wu Shuang replied with concern for Long Feixiong. If an assassin could strike at the airport, it is not inconceivable for them to appear here as well. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Would you kindly release Director Yuan? We can discuss this matter calmly, Long Feixiong pleaded with Wu Shuang. Very well, since Long Lao has spoken. I shall release Yuan Lao Hu, Wu Shuang acquiesced, tossing the gun to an officer and letting Yuan Hu go free. With so many witnesses present and Long Feixiong's presence ensuring safety, Wu Shuang felt confident that Yuan Hu would not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, even if Yuan Hu attempted to do so, the officers surrounding them would prevent any harm from coming to Wu Shuang. Seize him. Upon regaining his freedom, Yuan Hu's face turned ashen, his eyes ablaze with fury as he commanded his subordinates, the officers. They had long held a grudge against Wu Shuang, and upon hearing Yuan Hu's orders, they brandished their weapons, advancing on Wu Shuang with the unmistakable intent to execute him should he dare resist. Stop, all of you. Cease this at once. What are you trying to do? Long Feixiong shouted loudly to the officers, sensing the escalating tension. Old Long, the officers are conducting an investigation. It would be best for you to step aside for now. If things get chaotic and you're harmed, it would be unfortunate, Yuan Hu whispered to Long Feixiong, who was his former superior, and he dared not cross him. Yuan Hu, I vouch for Mr. Wu's release. Is there not a way to resolve this without resorting to force in front of so many people? Long Feixiong replied with displeasure. Wu Shuang had previously shown him courtesy by releasing Yuan Hu, yet now Yuan Hu was relentlessly pursuing Wu Shuang. This left Long Feixiong's position as a guarantor in a precarious situation. Old Long, this man has assaulted police officers in public, injuring 2 of them and breaking their wrists. His crimes are egregious. You need not protect him here. Yuan Hu's tone grew more assertive. After all, Long Feixiong was a retired city chief. They were giving him face by listening to him. Otherwise, he was merely an ordinary citizen without the authority to obstruct the officers in their duties. Upon hearing this, Long Feixiong narrowed his eyes, ready to express his anger. Suddenly, an elderly man selling sugarcane rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield Wu Shuang. This young man is a good person. You cannot arrest him. If you must, then take me instead, he exclaimed. Long Feixiong was taken aback by the old man's unexpected intervention and wondered why he would defend Wu Shuang. Curiosity led him to examine the elderly figure more closely. To his astonishment, he rubbed his eyes, fearing he was mistaken, yet the image remained indelibly etched in his memory. Despite the passage of decades, he instantly recognized the old man before him. He swiftly extricated himself from Long Yuyan and approached the elderly man, his voice trembling with emotion. Wang Dashan, is that you? The old man was equally startled, not expecting anyone here to call his name. He turned to Long Feixiong, feeling a strange familiarity. Upon scrutinizing him further, he too recognized Long Feixiong. You are Long Feixiong? He exclaimed, filled with excitement. Dashan, Feixiong. The two elderly men rushed toward each other and embraced, weeping openly. Indeed, this was the very man who had shielded him from bullets on the battlefield and saved his life, his comrade, Wang Dashan. Onlookers were puzzled, witnessing the emotional reunion between two men of such contrasting backgrounds, unsure of the unfolding drama. Years ago, after being severely wounded, Wang Dashan had remained in the care of local villagers, while Long Feixiong had continued to fight, traversing the country in the struggle against the enemy. The parting had lasted for 3 or 4 decades. After they had wept sufficiently, Long Feixiong gazed at Wang Dashan with a sense of nostalgia and remarked, aging indeed. We are truly growing old. Over 70 years have passed. How could we not age? Wang Dashan chuckled in response. In the throes of his earlier excitement, he had failed to notice the injuries on Wang Dashan's face and body, but now, Long Feixiong's eyes fell upon them. Dashan, what happened? Who inflicted these wounds upon you? Upon seeing the injuries, Long Feixiong could not suppress his anger, his voice rising in indignation. Long, the injuries on Wang's body were inflicted by those scoundrels, Shuang interjected, surprised to learn that Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan were old comrades. He pointed to Wang Fu and relayed the information to Long Feixiong. How dare you lay a hand on Dashan? I shall make you pay dearly. Long Feixiong charged towards Wang Fu like a fierce tiger, delivering a barrage of slaps across Wang Fu's face. Chapter 48. This matter is not over. The wound on Wang Fu's face, which had just begun to heal from the earlier blows, burst open anew under Long Feixiong's relentless assault. Yet, despite the blood that splattered from his face, Wang Fu stood frozen in place, not daring to move. Not only the constables, but even Yuyan, who refrained from intervening, for it was Long Feixiong who was meting out the punishment. Grandfather, in front of so many people, a few slaps should suffice. Long Yuyan rushed forward to placate him. Others observed that the young lady of the Long family possessed a sense of reason, but her next words astonished everyone. It wouldn't be good if your hand gets hurt. It appeared that Long Yuyan was less concerned for Wang Fu's face and more worried about Long Feixiong's hand. Zhang Shoukuan stood by, his face pale with anger as he watched Long Feixiong land slap after slap on Wang Fu. His mouth twitched with frustration. He yearned to intervene, but Zhang Shuyuan held him back. Zhang Shuyuan understood that if Zhang Shoukuan attempted to stop Long Feixiong, the latter would likely redirect his fury towards Zhang Shoukuan, enduring a few slaps himself, a fate not worth the trouble. At that moment, provoking Long Feixiong was decidedly unwise. Nonetheless, Zhang Shoukuan silently vowed to remember this grievance. To strike Wang Fu publicly was akin to slapping Zhang Shuyuan's face. Feixiong, enough. Do not escalate this any further. At our age, we must not let our tempers flare. Wang Dashan urged Long Feixiong. After delivering a dozen slaps, Long Feixiong finally ceased his onslaught, swayed by Wang Dashan's entreaties. Long Yuyan quickly produced a wet tissue to wipe the blood from Long Feixiong's hands. Long, have you calmed down? Yuan Hu inquired with a wry smile as he approached. Not yet. This matter is far from settled. A revolutionary veteran, who has shed blood for the nation and fought for a decade, cannot be so humiliated by these ruffians. This will not end here. With that, Long Feixiong pulled out his phone and made a call. Once connected, without waiting for a response, he barked, "Phone Quack. You have 10 minutes. Come to Sanxing Street immediately." And with that, he abruptly ended the call. The crowd could not help but wince upon hearing this. In Tianhai City, it seemed that only Long Feixiong had the audacity to raise his voice at Phone Quack. For, during Long Feixiong's tenure as mayor, Phone Quack was merely his secretary. Indeed, within 10 minutes, a black sedan roared into the scene. Subsequently, Phone Quack hastily emerged from the vehicle, pushing himself into the throng. Long Lao, why did you summon me in such haste? What has transpired? What has transpired? A revolutionary veteran, who has bled for the nation for a decade, was nearly beaten to death by a group of scoundrels. Under your governance, such an incident has occurred. Do you not bear responsibility for this? Is this not a dereliction of duty on your part? Long Feixiong showed no mercy towards Phone Quack, unleashing a torrent of shouts at him. Upon hearing Long Feixiong's words, Zhang Shoukuan and Wang Fu felt a chill run down their spines. Long Feixiong's fury was indeed formidable. They had merely given Wang Dashan a beating, yet in his words, it transformed into an attempt on Wang Dashan's life. Yuan Hu, upon hearing such statements, felt a sense of foreboding. Today's events were taking a turn for the worse. No wonder Shuang had advised him to clarify the situation before taking action. He now regretted his hasty decision to issue arrest orders without fully understanding the circumstances. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng was also taken aback, cold sweat drenching his back, momentarily forgetting the agony of his fractured wrist. Each revolutionary veteran is a treasure to the nation, one that the country supports, and yet, he was shocked to find that Wang Fu and his companions had so grievously assaulted Wan. The grave implications of defending Wang Fu and others were all too clear to him. His fate was evidently sealed. It appeared that his sacrifice had been in vain. Deep regret filled his heart as he chided himself for his impulsiveness. Zhang Shouquan and Zhang Shuyuan were equally unnerved. Had it been an ordinary elder, they would have faced no pressure given their status. However, now that it involved a revolutionary veteran, the situation had become precarious. Typically, they could handle most revolutionary veterans with a few favors or monetary compensation. Yet, Wang Dashan was not only Long Feixiong's comrade, but also his savior. This made the matter far more complicated. Huang Tianba and Huang Mao, having already lost hope, were resigned to the fact that imprisonment was inevitable. Yet, upon hearing Long Feixiong's words, their eyes brightened, and their blood surged with newfound vigor. Wang Fu and his companions had assaulted Long Feixiong's comrade and benefactor, a revolutionary veteran of the nation. Thus, should they retaliate against Wang Fu, defending the revolutionary veteran, they could potentially turn their actions into merits rather than crimes. In that light, at the very least, their impending incarceration might be averted. Feng Kuei, upon reflection, was also drenched in cold sweat. Such an incident occurring under his jurisdiction left him unable to evade culpability. Long Lao, yes, it is all my responsibility. It is my dereliction of duty. Could you please clarify the specifics of the matter, Dragon Lao, before I proceed with addressing it? Is that agreeable? Daxian, come here. As for Mr. Wu, he turned around only to find that Wu Shuang had vanished. It turned out that Wu Shuang, seeing the strong bond between Long Feixiong and Wang Daxian, believed that today's issue would be resolved satisfactorily, and thus felt it inappropriate to remain in such a public setting. Consequently, he discreetly departed. Upon noticing Wu Shuang's absence, Long Feixiong understood his intentions and requested Wang Daxian to recount the events that had transpired. Simultaneously, he removed Wang Daxian's jacket to reveal the injuries he had sustained. When the onlookers beheld the bullet holes and the scars left by knives on the elder's body, they were profoundly moved. Throughout the tumultuous years of war, this elder had endured countless injuries, which bore testimony to his sacrifices. However, the crowd also observed numerous bruises and fresh, alarming purple-black welts on his body. These were the marks left by Wang Fu and his cohorts, who had mercilessly beaten him with sugarcane. The elder's face was marked with a dark hue, with blood still trickling from his mouth and nose. The media cameras captured countless close-up shots, clearly documenting the elder's wounds. Have you all witnessed this? This is a revolutionary veteran who has fought valiantly for 10 years, shedding blood and enduring suffering for our nation. And for the mere act of selling a few sugar canes, he has been subjected to such brutality. They are nothing but beasts, lower than swine and dogs. Daxian has bled for his country. And to think he would suffer such indignities in his old age. Not only is he struggling to make ends meet, but he has also been viciously assaulted. Moreover, these perpetrators are not mere outlaws. They are individuals operating under a legitimate business license, associated with the Jintong Company. These individuals are more ruthless than the Japanese invaders and the reactionaries of yesteryear. Daxian did not perish at the hands of those enemies, only to nearly meet his end at the hands of his own people. Feng Kuei, do you not think you have been derelict in your duties? Can you justify your actions to Daxian? Chapter 49. No more tears for the heroes Long Lao, Wang Lao. It is I, Feng Kuei, who has failed in my responsibilities. I have gravely neglected my duties, and I apologize deeply to you, Wang Lao. With that, Feng Kuei approached Wang Daxian and bowed before him, stating, on behalf of the 15 million people of Tianhai City, I bow to you and offer my sincerest apologies. Wang Lao, I am truly sorry. As Feng Kuei bowed in apology, everyone present followed suit, bowing to Wang Lao in a gesture of contrition. Witnessing the mayor bowing before him made Wang Daxian feel somewhat uneasy, as he had spent so many years living at the lowest rungs of society, never having experienced such treatment. He attempted to reach out to assist Feng Kuei in rising, but was stopped by Long Feixiong. After the bowing, Feng Kuei instructed his secretary, immediately summon all 4 branches of the municipal government here. I must address this matter regarding Wang Lao on site. If it is not handled appropriately or fairly, I have wronged the nation, I have wronged the people, and I have wronged revolutionary heroes like Wang Lao. After receiving a call from the secretary of the municipal government, the 4 major leaders of the city hurried to Sanqing Street at the fastest pace. There, Amidst the crowd of onlookers and the lenses of the media, Feng Kuei commenced his on-site operations. Director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, present. Immediately revoke the business license of Jintong City Appearance and ensure that no such enterprise is allowed to register in the future. Understood. Minister of Organization, present. Dismiss all officials from the head of Sanqing District downwards and hand them over to the relevant departments for a thorough investigation. Examine if there has been any embezzlement or bribery in cooperation with Jintong City Appearance. Should any wrongdoing be uncovered, severe punishment will be administered without leniency. Understood. Bring Zhang Shoukuan, the owner of Jintong City Appearance, to me. At Feng Kuei's command, Xiao Qingqing brought Zhang Shoukuan before him. Zhang Shuyuan was taken aback, knowing that his brother was doomed this time. Yet in this situation, he felt utterly powerless, unable to act regardless of his capabilities. Zhang Shoukuan, you are merely a service-oriented company, who granted you the authority to forcibly seize the belongings of the citizens and even resort to violence against them. Such lawlessness is intolerable. I hereby fine you 100 million and order you to compensate Wang Lao. Furthermore, you are sentenced to 10 years in prison for reflection. The Zhang family may have wealth, and the fine is trivial, but a decade in prison terrified Zhang Shoukuan, causing his legs to weaken beneath him. He cast a grim look towards Zhang Shuyuan, hoping his brother would intercede on his behalf and spare him from imprisonment. However, he only saw Zhang Shuyuan's distressed expression as he slowly shook his head. Zhang Shuyuan wished desperately to save his brother, but in such a public setting, he too was powerless. Bring forth the individuals who assaulted Wang Lao. After Wang Fu and his accomplices were brought in by the patrol, Feng Kuei pointed at them sternly. You audacious individuals, who bestowed upon you the authority to strike others at will. Do not dare to say that Wang Lao is a revolutionary hero. Even if he were an ordinary elder, you have no right to lay a hand on him. All your assets are confiscated to compensate Wang Lao. Moreover, Wang Fu is sentenced to 20 years in prison, while the others receive 15 years, with no possibility of bail or reduction of sentence. Upon hearing Feng Kuei's verdict, Wang Fu and his cohorts instantly appeared despondent, collapsing to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd erupted in thunderous applause. Word of Feng Kuei's on-site operations had drawn a throng of nearby residents, all of whom had suffered under the oppression of Wang Fu and his ilk. Now witnessing their downfall, they cheered in jubilation. Yuan Hu, Ouyang Feng, upon your arrival, you acted without inquiry or consideration, brandishing your weapons to arrest individuals. You wielded great power and influence. Both of you are hereby dismissed and shall never rejoin the patrol. Furthermore, you are sentenced to 1 year in prison for self-reflection. Immediately contact the esteemed General Wang and bestow upon him the title of National Hero. Bring him to the Elderly Care Center so that he may enjoy a peaceful and fulfilling life. As for Dashi, there is no need to transfer him to the care facility. I shall welcome him into my home to keep me company, remarked Long Feixiong with a smile. All shall follow Long Lao's arrangements. After a brief pause, Feng Kuei continued, simultaneously searching throughout the city of Tianhai for other venerable heroes akin to General Wang. We cannot allow these old warriors, who bled in battle, to weep in peace. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all. Hearing this, Wang Dashan's eyes brimmed with tears as he bowed in gratitude to everyone present. Wu Shuang did not leave, but instead concealed himself within the crowd. Witnessing Feng Kuei's handling of the matter, he revealed a satisfied smile. Previously, regarding the incident with Yamamoto Takeda, he had been quite displeased with the mayor. Yet, based on today's events, Feng Kuei appeared to be commendable. With the matter concluded, Wu Shuang departed. News of the event swiftly spread nationwide through media coverage, garnering significant attention from the authorities. Various regions began to emulate Tianhai's initiative, launching a vigorous nationwide campaign to locate revolutionary heroes. The old heroes who shed blood in war must not be made to weep in times of peace. Before Wu Shuang returned to Hongming Group, he received a call from Long Feixiong, who wished to host a banquet in his honor to express gratitude for restoring justice for Wang Dashan and reuniting his comrades. Wu Shuang humbly declined the invitation, asserting that he had merely fulfilled his duty as a citizen of the nation. At that moment, Zhang Shuyuan and Yamamoto Takeda had also returned to his office. The thought of his brother's imprisonment for 10 years unleashed Zhang Shuyuan's pent-up fury, causing him to hurl everything from his desk to the ground. Long Feixiong, you old scoundrel. If it weren't for you, my brother would not be in prison. I, Zhang Shuyuan, will not forgive you, he seethed, his eyes ablaze with rage. And that little security guard, Wu Shuang. How could anything have gone wrong without him? Jin Shengchong added, fanning the flames of resentment. He had become a sycophant of Yamamoto Takeda, harboring deep hatred for Wu Shuang, due to the incidents at the airport and Tianhai Hotel. Now was the perfect opportunity to take vengeance through Zhang Shuyuan. Zhang Jun, the opening of Taigua Fengqing Street is of utmost importance. You must exert every effort to ensure it opens on time in 10 days. Yamamoto Takeda reminded expressionlessly from the side. He too despised Wu Shuang, wishing he could eliminate him effortlessly. However, he understood that Wu Shuang was a formidable opponent, and dealing with him was no simple task. His presence in Tianhai was primarily for the opening of Taigua Fengqing Street and the research work beneath Mount Modishan. According to plan, the street was set to open in 10 days, and he did not wish for any unforeseen complications. Rest assured, Mr. Yamamoto, I, Zhang Shuyuan, understand the gravity of the situation. Zhang Shuyuan replied respectfully. That is good to hear. Yamamoto Takeda Shin uttered a chilling remark before departing with Hashimoto Sho and Jin Shengchang. Once he was gone, Zhang Shuyuan, filled with rage, kicked the trash can across the room. Damn it, how infuriating. If it weren't for certain plans, would I have to rely on the Yamamoto family? Why must I be so obedient to Yamamoto Takeda Shin? At that moment, two women burst through the door with great urgency. The first, appearing to be in her 60s with graying hair, was dressed in opulent attire, adorned with jewels. She was none other than Zhang Shuyuan's mother, Miao Yulan. The second woman, seemingly in her 30s, with an oval face and fair skin, possessed a curvaceous figure accentuated by a fitted cheongsam that showcased her form exquisitely. Her captivating charm was particularly evident in her enchanting eyes, which seemed capable of ensnaring souls. This woman was none other than Zhang Shoukong's wife, Wang Yin, the sister of Wang Fu. Son, you must save your brother. He has never endured hardship in his life. If he spends 10 years in prison, it could very well cost him his life. Miao Yulan cried, tears streaming as she pleaded with Zhang Shuyuan. Brother, you must rescue Shoukong. He is your flesh and blood. What will become of our family if he spends 10 years in prison? How am I supposed to live? Wang Yin added, also weeping profusely as she implored Zhang Shuyuan. All of this trouble stems from your brother's actions, which have implicated Shoukong. Save him. Let him perish in prison instead. Zhang Shuyuan's anger flared at the mention of Wang Fu. If Wang Fu had not stolen Wang Dashan's sugarcane and assaulted him, none of this would have transpired. Wang Yan's sobs intensified at his words. If my brother is in trouble, I might as well end my life. My brother's fate is so tragic. Who will care for him? It is all my fault as his sister for being powerless to save him. What reason do I have to continue living? Her cries were heart-wrenching, filled with despair. As she wept, she attempted to throw herself against the wall. But Miao Yulan held her back. Son, please agree to Wang Yan's request and save Wang Fu as well. After all, he works at your brother's company. He is not a stranger. You cannot just stand by and watch Wang Yan suffer. Miao Yulan, with tear-filled eyes, implored Zhang Shuyuan. Mother, it is not that I do not wish to help. However, today they are being dealt with publicly by Feng Kuei in front of the media. It is quite complicated. Zhang Shuyuan replied, his brow furrowed in frustration. You often boast about your prowess in Tianhai. Yet now, when your brother is in trouble, why do you seem so powerless? I do not care. You must rescue your brother. Otherwise, I will have no reason to live. As the conversation progressed, Miao Yulan wept even more sorrowfully. Mother, please refrain from complicating matters further. I am not complicating anything. I stand by my word. Tell me, will you save your brother? With that, Miao Yulan approached the window and flung it open. Mother, I shall accompany you to the ends of the earth. Wang Yin joined her at the window's edge. Observing Zhang Shuyuan's silence, the two women leaned dangerously out, poised to leap. Very well, I shall comply. I will save him. Zhang Shuyuan, helplessly observing the two women, reluctantly acquiesced. That is more like it. Come, daughter-in-law, let us go shopping with mother. With Zhang Shuyuan's agreement, Miao Yulan's sorrow transformed into joy, and she eagerly took Wang Yan's hand, leading her out for a shopping excursion. Watching their departing figures, Zhang Shuyuan could only shake his head in resignation. He retrieved his phone, making several calls, yet either no one answered, or the calls could not connect. It was evident that others were aware he was inquiring about his brother, thus deliberately avoiding his calls. After much hesitation, he finally dialed Feng Kuei. City Chief, let's not mince words. It's impossible. I have other matters to tend to. Goodbye. Feng Kuei abruptly ended the call before Zhang Shuyuan could finish. Enraged, Zhang Shuyuan smashed his phone into pieces. Those scoundrels. They used to fawn over me, treating me like a deity. Now, when I'm in trouble, they flee as if I were a plague. Truly despicable. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhang Shuyuan retrieved another phone from his desk drawer and dialed the sole number saved within. Once the call connected, he respectfully addressed the recipient. Young Master Lin, I am aware of the situation in Tianhai. What initially seemed trivial has escalated due to your brother's public handling, placing it in a precarious position. If you cooperate and manage the affairs well, I will ensure your brother's release once the storm passes. Thank you, young Master Lin, Zhang Shuyuan expressed gratefully. His voice filled with emotion. Yet, after hanging up, the smile that adorned his face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He realized he could no longer provoke the Long family, but Shuang was merely a lowly security guard. Surely he could handle that. Moreover, Huang Tianba had the audacity to strike his brother in front of others. He could not let that slight go unaddressed. With renewed determination, he made 2 more calls. His mood slightly lifted. The following morning, Shuang was amused by a video Huang Tianba had sent him. The video depicted Huang Tianba's subordinates chastising Chun Haoran the previous night. At that moment, an elderly man, unsteadily pushing a bicycle laden with a sack, passed by their company's entrance, just as a delivery truck was preparing to exit. As the elderly gentleman approached the entrance, he inadvertently obstructed the path of a delivery truck. The truck's horn blared several times, yet the old man appeared oblivious, remaining steadfast in front of the company's gate. Observing this, Shuang hurried over. Sir, you're in the way. A vehicle needs to exit. Would you kindly move aside? With that, he reached out to assist the old man in shifting his bicycle. Unexpectedly, as Shuang's hand brushed against the bike, the elderly man suddenly released his grip, causing the bicycle to topple directly to the ground. The abruptness of the incident left Shuang utterly unprepared. By the time he extended his arm to catch the old man, the gentleman had already fallen, the bicycle sprawled beside him, and the sacks behind him tumbled down, shattering like porcelain upon impact. Chapter 51. The conspiracy against Shuang. Shuang was taken aback, never anticipating that the elder would collapse before him. Instinctively, he bent down to assist the man. To his astonishment, the elderly gentleman seized Shuang's clothing, exclaiming, "You've harmed me. Someone has attacked this old man. I'm going to die." At that moment, 5 or 6 individuals burst forth, among them a middle-aged man in his 30s who rushed towards Shuang, shouting, "How dare you? My father is over 60, and you have the audacity to strike an elder. Your heart is wicked and cruel." A chill coursed through Shuang. This was indeed the infamous scam known as staged accidents. He had only heard of such occurrences before, and now, he found himself ensnared in one. Gripped by the old man, he was rendered unable to retaliate, creating an excruciatingly awkward scene. As the middle-aged man continued to raise his voice, a crowd quickly gathered. "Friends, lend your judgment," he called out. "My father, over 60, was merely pushing his bicycle through here. Due to his frail legs, he paused at their company's entrance, and this security guard came rushing over, pushing him to the ground. Father, how are you feeling?" The middle-aged man feigned concern. "I was shoved forcefully, my ribs are broken. And now I feel dizzy, in pain all over, unable to stand," the old man lamented from the ground. "Who are you to strike an elder? Isn't a security guard meant to protect the vulnerable? How could you assault an elderly person? This is outrageous. A young man in his 20s attacking someone over 60, such moral decay. Do you not have elders in your own family? Do you treat your own kin in such a manner? Today's youth have lost all sense of decency. To strike an elder, may thunder strike you. Look at that poor old man, at such an advanced age, still subjected to violence. Is his heart made of stone?" The surrounding crowd quickly turned their ire towards Shuang. The middle-aged man and his companion did not assist the elderly gentleman. Instead, they lifted a sack from the back of the bicycle and exclaimed loudly, "Well, not only did you strike my father, but you also shattered our family's heirloom porcelain. This treasure has been passed down through generations and is now worth over $1 million. Your acting is appallingly inept. I did not harm your father. That porcelain is nothing but a pile of trash, and you dare to claim it's worth $1 million? Do you take me for a mere child? How is it that you strike a person and break things yet refuse to take responsibility? Is there no justice in this world? A real man must face the consequences of his actions. Since you have caused harm and damage, you must acknowledge it and compensate accordingly. Young man, your deceit is futile. We are all witnesses here, and you cannot escape accountability. Indeed, we stand in support of the elder. You must provide compensation for your actions." It was evident that the onlookers and the elderly gentleman were all in cahoots. Shuang chuckled inwardly, realizing this was a coordinated scheme. At that moment, 3 police cars arrived, and over 20 officers poured out, who reported the incident. What transpired? A commanding officer inquired loudly. "This man is named Chai Gui, the head of the nearby precinct. It was I who called the police," the middle-aged man declared assertively. "Officer, this security guard assaulted my father and destroyed our antique, refusing to acknowledge it, so I reported it. Who dares to be so brazen as to strike an elder and vandalize property? Is there no law? Chai Gui approached with an imposing demeanor, surveying the fallen elder and the shattered porcelain. Our porcelain is worth over 1 million. Now it lies in ruins because of him. The middle-aged man pointed at Wu Shuang, his teeth clenched in anger. Chai Gui then turned his attention to Wu Shuang. What is your name? Wu Shuang. You possess quite the audacity to strike a man over 60 and cause such monumental losses. Come with me to the station. Very well. Wu Shuang replied nonchalantly. Spreading his arms, he perceived that the officers and the middle-aged man were allies. If they wished to play, he would indulge them in their game. Then, unnoticed by the crowd, Wu Shuang discreetly flicked his fingers, embedding 2 silver needles into the bodies of the elderly man and the middle-aged man. The commotion also attracted Duan Hongming and Chang Wei, who rushed over just as the officers were placing handcuffs on Wu Shuang. What are you doing? Why are you handcuffing him? Duan Hongming demanded of Chai Gui. The police are conducting an investigation. There is no need for excessive explanation. Take him away. After securing the handcuffs on Wu Shuang, Chai Gui waved his hand, leading the officers out. Why are you arresting Shuangzi? Where are you taking him? Chang Wei asked anxiously. Do not concern yourself with me. I am merely here to assist with the investigation. With that, he cast a glance at Chang Wei and directed his gaze towards the first cargo truck. Soon, Wu Shuang was escorted by Chai Gui to a police station, where he was taken to an interrogation room, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, and secured to the interrogation chair. At this point, Chai Gui and the others finally felt a sense of relief. Surely, this is excessive. It is merely a matter of inquiry. Wu Shuang gestured towards Chai Gui and the others. Humph. During a police interrogation, who are you? A suspect, to speak out of turn? Chai Gui slammed his hand on the table and demanded sternly. Now, tell me, why did you assault that elderly man? I did not strike him. He fell on his own, Wu Shuang replied calmly. Very well. Even here you remain uncooperative and fail to present the truth. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Bring him in. 5 officers wielding rubber clubs entered the interrogation room. The suspect refuses to confess. Teach him a proper lesson. At Chai Gui's command, the 5 officers approached Wu Shuang with cold smirks, brandishing their clubs. Are you playing with fire? Wu Shuang's expression darkened as he coldly remarked. Kid, you should be more concerned about yourself. Chai Gui waved his hand, and the 5 guards swung their rubber clubs towards Wu Shuang. With a cold smirk, Wu Shuang summoned his strength and broke free from the restraints of the interrogation chair. In a flash, he unleashed a series of 5 kicks, sending the officers crashing against the wall. Chapter 52. No mercy. Wu Shuang, you truly possess audacity, daring to assault an officer within the precinct. Surrender immediately, or face dire consequences. Chai Gui shouted, raising his gun and aiming it at Wu Shuang. Simultaneously, 6 officers, having prepared outside the interrogation room, burst in with their weapons drawn, swiftly encircling Wu Shuang. Surrounded by 7 individuals, each armed, Wu Shuang realized that this was an orchestrated scheme against him. The elderly man was not merely a victim seeking compensation. He was a pawn, concocting a reason to bring Wu Shuang to the police station. They intended to provoke him into resistance, thus providing justification for lethal force against him. What a cunning plan. Why should they shoot him? Chai Gui and his associates would bear no risk, as it would be framed as self-defense against an assault on an officer. Moreover, Wu Shuang was convinced that the interrogation room was under surveillance. After his demise, they would edit the footage to serve as evidence favorable to them, rendering his death utterly meaningless. However, faced with the 7 guns aimed at him, Wu Shuang remained unfazed. He had encountered far more formidable firearms on Sanqing Street and felt no trepidation in the face of these 7. Tell me, who has bribed you to act in this manner? Wu Shuang glared at Chai Gui and inquired. Stop your nonsensical chatter. I warn you once more, surrender immediately. Chai Gui coldly retorted. Humph, dare to act yet not to acknowledge? Very well, I shall see how you proceed to execute me. Upon finishing his words, Wu Shuang swiftly dashed towards Chai Gui. Chai Gui and his cohorts had been eagerly anticipating this moment. As soon as Wu Shuang advanced, they would draw their firearms, and the fortune of 10 million would be theirs. However, at that precise moment, a woman's icy voice resonated, commanding, halt. Chai Gui and his companions instinctively glanced towards the interrogation room door, perplexed by the audacity of someone shouting within the precinct. To their astonishment, the figure was none other than the notorious female tyrant, Xiao Qingqing. This moniker was not solely attributed to her tempestuous temperament, but also to her strikingly voluptuous figure. Just yesterday, she had been promoted to deputy chief and captain of the criminal investigation team, and today marked her inspection of the precinct. Upon arriving, she had overheard the commotion from the interrogation room, and, upon reaching the door, witnessed Chai Gui and his men aiming their guns at Wu Shuang, prompting her immediate intervention. Seeing Xiao Qingqing, Chai Gui and his associates instinctively lowered their weapons. In the presence of the female tyrant, they dared not act recklessly. Shuang, upon recognizing her, couldn't help but smile, marveling at the serendipity of encountering Xiao Qingqing whenever he found himself in precarious situations involving the police. "Captain Xiao, what a coincidence to see you here." He greeted her with a grin. Xiao Qingqing merely snorted, disregarding Shuang entirely. Each time they crossed paths, he found himself under duress from the police, and she deemed him a habitual troublemaker. "Director Chai, what is the meaning of this? What crime has he committed that warrants such an armed encirclement?" Xiao Qingqing inquired, her demeanor as frigid as ice. "Captain Xiao, he assaulted an officer during interrogation, injuring 5 individuals. We had no choice but to surround him with firearms," Chai Gui explained, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Had Xiao Qingqing arrived a minute later, they could have lawfully executed Shuang. However, in her presence, that opportunity had vanished. Indeed, Xiao Qingqing noticed 5 officers sprawled against the wall, rubber batons strewn about. "Assaulting an officer? Shuang, you are exceedingly bold. How could you commit such an act again?" She scolded. Just yesterday on Sanqing Street, he had injured several people. And now, within the precinct, he had attacked and harmed 5 more. His audacity was astounding. "Captain Xiao, how can you say again?" Shuang replied with a wry smile. Xiao Qingqing shot him a piercing glare, thinking to herself, "Why again? Surely you know the count yourself? To my knowledge, this is already the 3rd time you've assaulted an officer. Enough with the trivialities, confess honestly. Director Chai would not have placed handcuffs and shackles on you without just cause," Xiao Qingqing asserted, her tone laced with anger. "Very well, in light of Captain Zhao's authority, I shall confess. This morning, an elderly man crossed in front of our company, obstructing our delivery truck. I intended to assist him, but unexpectedly, he fell to the ground, claiming I had pushed him. Subsequently, Director Chai arrived and brought me here, placed the shackles upon my wrists and ankles, and compelled me to divulge the matters at hand. I possess no confessions to make, yet Director Chai summoned those 5 individuals, intending to subject me to severe torture. Unwilling to succumb to my fate, I broke free from the interrogation chair and dispatched the 5 who sought to inflict brutality upon me. They then rushed in, poised to execute me." Shuang recounted the events with eloquence, summarizing the ordeal. "Director Xiao, he speaks nonsense. His assertions are baseless. We merely brought him in for inquiry. He initiated the aggression, and we merely responded with firearms," Chai Gui retorted, his forehead glistening with sweat, revealing his inner trepidation. He contemplated that once Shuang was taken to the police station, it would be within his domain, where he could dictate the course of action. If only he could provoke Shuang into making a move, he could simply eliminate him. Who could have anticipated the arrival of Xiao Qingqing? Nonsense. Chai Gui, do you perceive me as a child or blind? For a mere incident, you brought him in for inquiry. Yet you shackled him and restrained him to the interrogation chair. Xiao Qingqing interrogated Chai Gui sharply. Only the most vicious criminals warrant the use of shackles. Shuang and his associates are merely embroiled in a civil dispute, unworthy of such treatment. Director Xiao, this lad Shuang injured numerous brothers of ours on Sanqing Street yesterday. My subordinates were aware of his martial prowess, which is why they placed him in shackles, Chai Gui explained, his brow slick with cold sweat. That is nothing but a blatant abuse of power and a violation of regulations. Remove those shackles from Shuang at once. Xiao Qingqing chastised loudly. With no alternative, Chai Gui reluctantly approached Shuang, producing the keys to remove the shackles. Wait, you say you will put them on, yet now you wish to remove them? I find them quite fashionable and appealing. I have no desire to part with them. Shuang chuckled at Chai Gui. I plan to record a video and post it on Magic Sound for all to see. Those are burdensome. You find no pleasure in wearing them. Remove them. Chai Gui insisted. No, the sound they make as I walk is delightful. Shuang replied, a mischievous glint in his eye. Chai Gui's face turned a shade darker than liver, but before Xiao Qingqing and the others, he could not forcibly remove the shackles from Shuang, so he retreated in frustration. At that moment, Duan Hongming and Chang Wei arrived. Upon witnessing Shuang shackled, they erupted in fury. Director Chai, I demand to know what crime Shuang has committed that warrants these shackles. Provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall lodge a formal complaint. If your bureau turns a blind eye, I will take my grievances to the city. I trust there are places where justice prevails, Duan Hongming declared angrily to Chai Gui. Chai Gui faltered, unable to articulate any justification. Director, I have already secured all the evidence on my phone, Duan Hongming asserted. We shall pursue our grievances step by step. I refuse to believe that a mere station chief can wield such absolute power. Chang Wei approached, shaking his phone, and spoke to Chai Gui through gritted teeth. They had delayed their arrival only to secure the evidence captured by the truck's dashcam. Little did they expect to witness such a scene upon arrival. They could not simply let it go. At this moment, Chai Gui was filled with regret. He understood that if Duan Hongming truly acted as rumored, his fate would be sealed. The lightest consequence would be dismissal, while the gravest could lead to imprisonment. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have resolutely refused Zhang Shiyuan's demands. However, he clung to his last shred of hope, the elderly man involved in the incident. If that old man could be persuaded to assert that it was Wu Shuang who had pushed him and damaged his cherished heirloom in the back seat, then he could use the interrogation as a guise to cover up the matter. With this thought, Chai Gui steadied himself and declared, "It was Wu Shuang who first pushed the old man and damaged his family heirloom. We have both witnesses and evidence, yet Wu Shuang adamantly denies his guilt, which compelled me to resort to certain measures. Although those measures might have been excessive, Wu Shuang's initial wrongdoing cannot be overlooked." "Who witnessed Wu Shuang pushing the old man? Were you there to see it with your own eyes?" Chang Wei retorted, glaring at Chai Gui without courtesy. "There are the old man, his son, and several witnesses to corroborate the story. If you doubt us, feel free to summon them for confrontation." "Very well, summon them here for a direct confrontation." Duan Hongming exclaimed loudly, "Bring those individuals from this morning." At Chai Gui's command, a constable went to the adjacent room to gather the old man, his son, and several accomplices. "Old gentleman, please recount the events of this morning for everyone," Chai Gui said, his tone amiable. "I was passing by their company's entrance and feeling weary. I paused to rest. Unexpectedly, that young man approached and pushed me down, even striking me, claiming I was obstructing their company's entrance. His actions were utterly outrageous. He forcefully shoved me, and I still feel pain from the fall," the old man lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Constable, you must stand up for me. Please ensure justice is served for us humble citizens, and that the wrongdoer faces severe consequences." The old man's son, with a quivering voice, echoed his father's plea. "This vase in the back seat is a treasured heirloom passed down through generations, worth over $1 million. We implore you, Constable, to advocate on our behalf. Otherwise, we truly have no means to survive. Rest assured, we, the constables, are the harbingers of justice. Today, I will certainly advocate for you and ensure that the perpetrator is dealt with severely," Chai Gui proclaimed with righteous fervor. Then, Chai Gui turned to Duan Hongming, Chang Wei, and Xiao Qingqing, saying, "Have you all heard clearly? I have not wronged Wu Shuang. Such a person has no bottom line, bullying even the elderly. I questioned him, using a bit of means. Is that too much?" At this moment, Chai Gui felt an overwhelming sense of pride. With so many voices adamantly declaring that it was indeed Wu Shuang, he had already noted that the entrance of the Hongming group had no surveillance cameras. Now, let us see how Wu Shuang could clear his name. Chang Wei snorted coldly just as he was about to produce the footage from the dashcam. Suddenly, the elderly man let out a loud cry, collapsing to the ground and rolling in agony. "Father, what has happened to you?" His son rushed over, concerned for the old man, attempting to help him up. Yet, before he could assist his father, he too cried out and fell to the ground, writhing in pain. It hurts so much." The interrogation room was immediately filled with the lamentations of the two. "Quick, fetch a doctor," Chai Gui commanded urgently. Adjacent to the police station was a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, renowned for its skilled practitioners. A police officer dashed over, and within minutes, he had summoned the elderly doctor. After taking their pulses, the old doctor informed everyone that within the bodies of the old man and his son, there existed a mysterious force flowing through their veins, causing their intense pain. However, he regrettably declared that he was powerless to alleviate their symptoms. With that, the old doctor could only shake his head and leave in resignation. What to do now that even the doctor cannot help? "Stop dawdling, we must take them to the hospital," Xiao Qingqing exclaimed, seeing the two rolling on the ground in distress. "Humph, even if you take them to the hospital, it will be futile. No hospital can cure them." At this moment, Wu Shuang remarked calmly from the side, "Taking them to the hospital is useless. Can you heal them?" Chai Gui retorted disdainfully, "You are correct. At this moment, I am the only one who can cure them." "Humph, you think you can heal them? Stop boasting. You are merely a lowly security guard, earning a meager salary of 3,000 to 4,000 a month. If you possessed such medical skills, why would you be a mere security guard?" Chai Gui scoffed. "I can heal them, and I will prove it. If you do not believe me, let us make a wager." "What do you propose to wager?" "If I am able to heal them, you must kneel and bow to me 3 times, calling me grandfather 3 times. If I fail, I will bow to you 3 times and call you grandfather 3 times. What do you say, Do you dare to wager? Very well, I accept your bet, Chai Gui replied confidently. After all, the symptoms of the old man and his son had stumped even the previous doctor. He could not believe that Shuang, a mere security guard, could possibly heal them. Soon I shall gain another grandson. Shuang approached the elderly man and his son with a smile, inquiring playfully, do you wish to continue suffering, or would you prefer that I cure you? Chapter 54. Utter shamelessness. We want to be cured, we truly do. The old man and his son gasped in agony. The remedy is quite simple. All you need to do is speak the truth, and I shall heal you immediately. Shuang replied with a grin. What truth? The old man asked. Who urged you to engage in this charade? Who was the mastermind behind this? Shuang's expression turned frosty, his tone as cold as ice. We did not engage in any deceit, nor is there a mastermind, the son pleaded. Please, we will not pursue the matter of my father's fall any further. We simply beg for your help. The pain they felt was akin to a feline creature's claws raking at their hearts, a torment that pierced to the core. It appears you are not eager for relief. Then continue to suffer, Shuang scoffed, turning away with a bitter laugh. Shuang, they have chosen not to pursue the incident. If you can assist them, you should do so immediately. Chai Gui exclaimed indignantly. The old man is of such advanced age. How can you bear to watch them writhing in agony without a shred of compassion? They choose not to pursue. Then it suggests that I am indeed the one who pushed him, does it not? I possess the ability to heal. Yet they refuse to speak the truth. Why should I offer my aid? Moments later, the old man could endure no longer, crying out in distress, Young man, I will speak. I will. Then speak, Shuang urged solemnly. At that moment, Shuang signaled to Chang Wei, who promptly activated his phone's recording feature. I fell intentionally. It was not you who pushed me. A person clad in a trench coat and sunglasses paid me 1,000 yuan to find you and feign an accident. The old man confessed. Who was that person? What is their name? I do not know him. I cannot tell you his name. Humph, still lying even now? My father is not lying. He speaks the truth. At this point, we dare not deceive you. Please, young man, save us. I cannot endure this pain any longer. I fear I may perish. The old man wept, rolling on the ground in desperation. Shuang, look at how pitiable they are. Please help them. Xiao Qingqing pleaded. Witnessing the suffering of the elderly man and his son. Indeed, Shuang, grant them your assistance. Duan Hongming echoed, joining in the appeal. Very well. Since two lovely ladies have interceded on their behalf, I shall extend my help. Shuang glanced at Xiao Qingqing and Duan Hongming with a smile. He discerned that, in such excruciating circumstances, the old man was unlikely to be fabricating his tale. Thus, he approached the elderly man and his son, applying pressure to several acupoints and using his vital energy to expel the silver needles that had infiltrated their veins. Then, he discreetly concealed the silver needle, ensuring that none noticed his actions. If others were to discover his involvement, it would spell trouble. With the needle removed, the elderly man and his son ceased their suffering and rose from the ground. Very well, you may leave now, Shuang stated, casting a cold glare at them. Leave? What do you mean by leave? Our matter is not yet resolved. How could we possibly depart? The son of the elderly man retorted angrily. Your father just admitted that he fell on his own accord. It has nothing to do with me, did you not hear? Humph. My father was in excruciating pain, coerced by your threats to utter falsehoods. Otherwise, how could you have saved us? The fact that you could heal us implies that the pain we endured was your doing. You are truly despicable, not only pushing down an elderly man, but also employing such a vile tactic to force a wounded elder to lie. Do you possess no sense of conscience, no shred of humanity? The son of the old man said through gritted teeth. My son speaks the truth. It is undoubtedly your machinations. Today, this matter with the old man is far from over, the elderly man added, glaring fiercely. Shuang, Duan Hongming, Chang Wei, and Xiao Qingqing were all taken aback. They had encountered shameless individuals before, but never had they witnessed such audacity. Moments ago, they had been pleading for Shuang's assistance. And now, having been saved, they turned the tables and cast blame upon him. Only Chai Gui silently reveled in the situation, praising the duo for their performance. Old man, you were not saying this earlier, and I have it all recorded. You cannot wriggle out of this, Chang Wei exclaimed, filled with indignation. I was coerced into that statement. It was to ensure his treatment that I was forced to speak falsely, the old man defended. Is that even permissible? The crowd silently cursed in disbelief. Old man, are you certain you wish to pursue this matter further? Shuang asked with a smile. Indeed, there will be no end to this until you compensate us 2 million. This matter will not conclude otherwise. Then do not blame me for being impolite. What? Do you dare to strike us? The son of the elderly man glared defiantly. Changgu, bring out the evidence for them to see. He had already signaled Chong Wei to retrieve the dashcam footage from the truck. Here it is. Chong Wei furiously presented the video, which clearly depicted that as Wu Shuang approached the old man, he had not even touched him before the old man fell. Did you see that? You all witnessed it. I had not even made contact with him, and he fell. Wu Shuang declared loudly to Chai Gui and the others. Confronted with the footage, Chai Gui found himself at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that the truck was equipped with a dashcam. See, I didn't even touch your father. So how could I have pushed him? Wu Shuang mocked, turning to the old man's son. Perhaps it wasn't you who pushed him. It's possible my father merely became confused and thought it was you. Since the matter has been clarified, let us leave it at that and not pursue it further. After saying this, he assisted his father and was about to exit. Hold on, are you really leaving just like that? Nothing comes so easily, Chong Wei interjected, blocking the father and son. Now that the truth is clear, what more do you wish to pursue? The old man's son retorted angrily. You claim you won't pursue it? Do you even have the audacity to say that? The video has proven the twins' innocence. They did not push your father, yet you audaciously demand 1 million from them. This is nothing short of extortion. If you choose not to pursue this, we will certainly pursue you. Do not take us for fools, he continued. Oh, just a moment ago, you were the ones being aggressive. Now that the truth has emerged, you claim we are being unreasonable. How utterly shameless you are. The old man's son declared loudly. Chapter 55. A shot fired once again. The crowd witnessed the shamelessness of the old man and his son. Yet they felt powerless against such brazen scoundrels. They could not resort to violence, nor would scolding them yield any results. Even if Xiao Qingqing ordered their arrest, the law would likely not hold them accountable. At most, they would receive a reprimand. The old man's son scoffed and swaggered out with his father. Chong Wei attempted to stop them, but was halted by Wu Shuang. Let these shameless minions go. It is not worth the trouble, he remarked. After the old man and his son departed, Wu Shuang approached Director Chai with a grin. Director Chai, you lost our bet earlier. It is time to fulfill your end of the bargain. Observing Wu Shuang's seemingly innocent face, Chai Gui could hardly suppress the urge to shoot him. What, Director Chai? Are you planning to back out? Wu Shuang taunted. I was merely joking when I spoke with you earlier. It was not meant to be taken seriously. Chai Gui replied awkwardly, forced to smile. Director Chai, I assure you, I was not jesting. Moreover, our wager was witnessed by all present. Wasn't it, Captain Xiao? Upon hearing her name, Xiao Qingqing shot Wu Shuang a disdainful glance. Why bring me into your wager? Captain Xiao, I merely requested you to be a witness. Why the scorn? Wu Shuang continued, infuriating her further. She wished to kick him but restrained herself in front of the crowd, which only heightened her frustration. As the saying goes, debts must be repaid. You owe me for our wager, and it must be settled. Chai Gui huffed angrily and chose not to engage with Wu Shuang any longer. Director Chai, you hold a significant position. If you fail to honor your word, the repercussions could be dire. What if those in your precinct follow your example and disregard their promises? How would that reflect on the law? While I am but a humble security guard, I implore you not to take me lightly. A debt owed must be repaid in full. I am confident that had I lost our wager, you would not hesitate to demand your due from me. Chai Gui was seething with rage, yet found himself utterly helpless. Observing Chai Gui's silence, Wu Shuang chuckled and remarked, Here's the deal. If you fulfill our wager, I shall agree to remove these shackles from your wrists and ankles. Otherwise, I shall take them to your newly appointed director. With the fervor of a newly inaugurated official, I am certain he will act justly. Alternatively, I could seek out Mayor Feng or the venerable Long Feixiong. I am confident he would advocate for me. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Chai Gui felt an overwhelming urge to charge at him and strangle him to death. However, with incriminating evidence against him, he understood that if he honored the wager, Wu Shuang would willingly agree to remove the restraints, thus granting him a semblance of forgiveness. After much deliberation, Chai Gui sought confirmation from Wu Shuang. So, if I fulfill the wager, you will indeed remove the shackles? Of course, Wu Shuang replied. I am a man of my word. A true gentleman stands by his promises. And what I say is as unyielding as the purest white. Enough with the talk, Chai Gui interjected hastily, fearing Wu Shuang might continue. He approached Wu Shuang, poised to kneel, only to be halted by Wu Shuang. What is this? Hearing you, Director Chai, call me grandfather is a momentous occasion. I must take a seat, Wu Shuang declared, situating himself in the interrogation chair. All right, proceed, he instructed Chai Gui, who, with a furrowed brow and a reluctant heart, knelt before Wu Shuang, awkwardly uttering the term of respect 3 times. Immediately, he stood up, his face flushed with embarrassment, his expression more grotesque than if he had just consumed something vile. Internally, he seethed, Wu Shuang, you have outwitted me this time. I shall find a way to settle the score. considering your compliance. Do hasten to rid me of these wretched shackles. Chai Guo felt a surge of joy when Wu Shuang agreed to unshackle him. Believing that this meant Wu Shuang would not pursue further grievances, he promptly retrieved the key and unlocked the restraints. Just as he signaled for his subordinate to take them away, Wu Shuang snatched them from his grasp. Wu Shuang, what is the meaning of this? Chai Guo exclaimed in astonishment. What do you mean? I promised to remove them, yet I never pledged to forego any further actions against you. You are deceitful and shameless. Chai Guo shouted in fury. Humph, and when you sought to eliminate me amidst the conflict, did you not find that to be disgraceful? Enraged, Chai Guo drew his weapon, aiming it directly at Wu Shuang. Stop! Dong Hongming and Chang Wei shouted urgently. Chai Guo, you have great audacity. Halt this at once. Xiao Qingqing called out vehemently from the side. Alas, it was too late. Chai Guo had already pulled the trigger. With a deafening crack, flames erupted from the muzzle, and a furious bullet shot forth from the chamber, slicing through the air with blinding speed, aimed straight at Wu Shuang. The crowd was abruptly thrown into a state of shock, unable to fathom that Chai Guo had truly pulled the trigger. He was so close to Wu Shuang that the latter's demise seemed inevitable. Yet, while Chai Guo's face bore the grim satisfaction of venting his pent-up frustration, his eyes were filled with terror. The shot had been fired in a fit of rage, a momentary lapse that he would soon regret. In that instant, he had sought release, but now he realized he had also sealed his own fate. He had a family, parents, a wife, and children. If he were to perish, what would become of them? The regret washed over him too late. The bullet sped towards Wu Shuang, seemingly destined to strike him. However, in an unexpected twist, Wu Shuang deftly evaded the projectile, akin to a wraith slipping through the shadows. The shot reverberated, embedding itself into the opposite wall, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Seeing Wu Shuang unharmed, Chai Guo involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. Take him down, shouted Xiao Qingqing, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, barking orders to the officers within the room. Chai Guo's audacity to attempt Wu Shuang's assassination in her presence was intolerable. If a life were to be lost today, how could she ever face Wu Shuang again? Don't move. Lower your weapon. Following Xiao Qingqing's command, the officers swiftly surrounded Chai Guo. With a desolate smile, Chai Guo tossed aside his gun and raised his hands above his head. Subdue him and hand him over to the enforcement team, Xiao Qingqing commanded sharply. The officers promptly cuffed Chai Guo and escorted him out of the interrogation room. Wu Shuang, are you all right? That was truly terrifying. Duan Hongming, still pale and shaken, expressed her concern. Only Chang Wei harbored faith that Chai Guo's gunshot would not harm Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang, you weren't hurt, were you? Xiao Qingqing inquired with genuine worry. I'm fine, see? I'm perfectly okay. Wu Shuang replied nonchalantly, a smile gracing his lips. That's a relief. On behalf of the police department, I apologize to you. I never imagined such a disgrace would emerge from our ranks. Rest assured, Chai Guo will face severe repercussions for daring to fire at you in public. Xiao Qingqing said with a smile, her tone laced with regret. Captain Xiao. No, I should say Director Xiao, thank you. I hope the police will uphold justice and ensure fairness for us common folk, Wu Shuang responded. At this, Xiao Qingqing nearly chastised him. If it weren't for his incessant provocation, Chai Guo would never have lost his composure and fired at him. Common folk, though you wear a security uniform, with your skills, not even a bullet can touch you. Is that what you call a common person? Not at all. It's our duty at the police department, she replied graciously. After recording their statements, Duan Hongming, Wu Shuang, and Chang Wei finally departed from the police station. The commotion had taken up the time until noon. Wu Shuang, you've had quite a scare today. Allow me to treat you to lunch to help ease your nerves, Duan Hongming remarked as she glanced at Wu Shuang. That sounds great. Thank you very much, boss. Wu Shuang replied, her spirits lifted at the prospect of a meal. Duan, is there enough for me as well? Chang Wei, unabashed, inquired of Duan Hongming. Of course, you must join us, she affirmed. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei climbed into Duan Hongming's car, and together they made their way to the Jinyuan restaurant. Although it could not compare to the Tianhai hotel, it was still a fine establishment. Upon entering the private room, the trio ordered a selection of their favorite dishes and a bottle of Bordeaux wine. This meal served two purposes: to soothe Wu Shuang's frayed nerves and to express Duan Hongming's gratitude to Wu Shuang and Chang Wei for their bravery that fateful night. As the dishes arrived and the wine was poured, a figure resembling a bodyguard abruptly entered their room. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Duan Hongming inquired politely, having never encountered the man before. Our young master has taken an interest in you. Please accompany us to the adjacent room to drink with him. The bodyguard stated, his expression devoid of emotion and his demeanor condescending. Have you had too much to drink? You're speaking nonsense, Chang Wei retorted, glaring at the man. I suggest you comply and come along quietly, lest I be compelled to take action. The bodyguard, dismissing Chang Wei's warning, became even more arrogant. Get out, Duan Hongming shouted, her voice laced with fury. You must be looking for trouble. The bodyguard sneered. I see you prefer punishment over a drink, and lunged towards Duan Hongming. However, before he could reach her, he felt a powerful kick land squarely on him. In an instant, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing violently against the wall. The impact left him feeling as if his entire skeletal structure had shattered. Blood spewed from his mouth as he slid down the wall, losing consciousness almost immediately. What a worthless fool, daring to act so brazenly before me, Wu Shuang remarked with a cold smirk as he withdrew his foot. He then closed the door, intending to resume their meal. Yet, scarcely had he settled into his chair when a resounding crash echoed as the door was forcibly kicked open. A dozen bodyguards surged into the room, swiftly surrounding Wu Shuang and his companions. Following closely was a young man clad in Armani, his hair slicked back impeccably. His sharp brows, triangular eyes, hawkish nose, and thin lips painted a picture of a cunning and malicious character. His pallid complexion and dark circles under his eyes, coupled with his unsteady gait, marked him unmistakably as a debauchee. Upon entering the room, one of the bodyguards promptly pulled out a chair for the young man to sit down. The man sat in the chair, crossed his legs, and extended his hand. Instantly, someone presented him with a cigar, which he promptly lit with a lighter. Who was it that expelled my bodyguard? Step forward, he said coldly, exhaling a ring of smoke. His tone devoid of emotion. It was as if he were the sovereign of this private room, capable of determining the fate of everyone within at a mere utterance. Huh? Where did this mad dog come from? Did you come here to bark because you saw some leftover bones? Wu Shuang retorted icily, his expression darkening. To speak so boldly to young Master Chow was tantamount to courting death. Suddenly, a bodyguard, towering at around 6 feet, bellowed angrily and swung a slap toward Wu Shuang. As the bodyguard's hand, cutting through the air with a whoosh, aimed at him, Wu Shuang merely snorted, remaining unfazed as he continued to eat. Just as the bodyguard's hand was about to make contact, Wu Shuang stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the man's wrist. With a swift twist, a sharp crack echoed, and the bodyguard's wrist was broken. The bodyguard let out a pained scream, his massive form collapsing like a fallen mountain. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Wu Shuang had so easily incapacitated the bodyguard. The others quickly readied themselves for a confrontation, prepared to charge at Wu Shuang. Unexpectedly, the young man began to applaud. Impressive skills, but one must consider the master when striking a dog. In Tianhai City, it is remarkable that someone dares to lay hands on my subordinate, Chao Kuan. Upon hearing the name Chao Kuan, Duan Hongming's face drained of color, and even Chang Wei's expression shifted. Chao Kuan was the son of Chao Yunlong, the leader of the Qing men and the most notorious scion in Tianhai City. The only son, he had been pampered since childhood, demanding the stars and fearing not the moon. This upbringing cultivated his cruel and arrogant nature. During elementary school, he had once killed a classmate for accidentally stepping on his foot. As he grew older, his arrogance only intensified, hurling insults and resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Those who dared to offend him faced severe consequences, broken limbs, or, in the worst cases, annihilation. Additionally, he was a notorious lecher, having exploited no fewer than 200 women over the years. Duan Hongming was at a loss as to how they had offended him today. Chapter 57, A Sudden Wake-Up Call. Chao Kuan, is he really that famous? Wu Shuang asked, tilting his head as if speaking to himself. Chang Wei promptly recounted Chao Kuan's background to Wu Shuang. Is he truly that formidable? Wu Shuang replied with a mocking smile. Ah, so you finally recognize my prowess. Chao Kuan declared with pride. Now, kneel before me, pay your respects, and sever a hand. Then, if you deliver that girl to my bed, I might consider sparing your lives. Otherwise, today, all 3 of you shall meet your demise. Presently, Chao Kuan exudes an air of superiority, as if he were the sovereign of this world, with everything firmly under his control. In his eyes, the lives of Wu Shuang and Chang Wei are as insignificant as that of mere ants. The paramount objective for him today is to overpower and ravage Duan Hongming. Having seduced numerous women, he has yet to encounter one as exquisite as her. The thought of displaying his prowess upon her ignites an indescribable excitement within him. He is acutely aware that once Wu Shuang and Chang Wei become privy to his identity, they will undoubtedly make the most prudent choice. Countless men, upon discovering his status, have willingly delivered their girlfriends, even their wives, to his bed. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei, being mere security guards, could never claim Duan Hongming as their own. Any reasonable individual would readily send her to his embrace. However, Just as he revels in his triumph, a figure flashes before him, and Wu Shuang stands right in front of him. A resounding slap lands heavily across his face. Still reeling from the shock, another strike follows, echoing through the room with a crisp sound. Chao Kuen's bodyguards are left bewildered. What is this? In Tianhai City, there exists such an audacious individual who dares to slap Chao Kuen? Before the bodyguards can comprehend the situation, Wu Shuang has unleashed a torrent of over 20 slaps. As the bodyguards rush towards him, Wu Shuang seizes Chao Kuen's right hand and, with a swift motion, snaps his wrist with a sickening crack. Chao Kuen howls in agony. Collapsing to the ground, Wu Shuang then delivers a powerful kick, sending Chao Kuen's body hurtling towards the approaching bodyguards, akin to a projectile. Faced with the oncoming mass of flesh, the bodyguards are paralyzed with fear, unable to intervene or evade, and they can only watch helplessly as Chao Kuen crashes into them. Toppling a whole swath of them, they become a makeshift cushion, breaking the fall of Chao Kuen, who is hastily helped up by their frantic hands. Chao Xiao, are you all right? Chao Xiao, have you been injured? The bodyguards inquire anxiously, as they pull a chair for him to sit upon. Useless fools, why do you concern yourselves with me? Go after that brat, kill him. Chao Kuen, blood trickling from his mouth, bellows fiercely at his bodyguards. He has never before encountered someone who dared to strike him thus. Today, he is determined to dismantle Wu Shuang and Chang Wei piece by piece to vent his fury. As for Duan Hongming, after he has had his way with her, he will bestow her upon his subordinates before disposing of her. The bodyguards, upon hearing Chao Kuen's command, immediately lunged at Wu Shuang like hounds upon their prey. Wu Shuang let out a cold snort, dispatching each of them with a swift kick that sent them flying. Meanwhile, Duan Hongming and Chang Wei remained utterly still, as if they were mere spectators. That morning, even Huang Tianba's 300 men had proven insufficient against Wu Shuang. How could Chao Kuen's mere dozen bodyguards fare any better? The two continued their meal, watching the skirmish unfold as if it were an exquisite performance. In a mere 10 seconds, all of Chao Kuen's bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. Yet, standing behind Chao Kuen was a figure of formidable presence. As steadfast as a mountain, he regarded the fallen bodyguards with palpable disdain. His sole duty was to ensure Chao Kuen's safety. Wu Shuang's eyes gleamed with piercing cold as he turned his gaze towards this individual, who in turn met his stare. Their eyes clashed like tangible blades, engaged in an intense duel of wills. Indeed, at last, a worthy opponent, Wu Shuang mused. Tianming, why do you hesitate? Strike now. I want him dead. Chao Kuen bellowed from his seat, noticing that both Wu Shuang and Tianming merely glared at each other, neither willing to make the first move. Tianming swiftly propelled himself towards Wu Shuang. As he attacked, Wu Shuang discerned that Tianming was employing military boxing, a skill reserved for special forces. Instantly, Wu Shuang's pupils constricted, a surge of cold energy swelling within him. When he saw Tianming's fist approaching, Wu Shuang responded with a punch of his own. The resounding impact echoed in the air as their fists collided, creating a sonic boom. Tianming was forced back several steps before he could regain his balance. His knuckles blazing with pain, nearly shattered by Wu Shuang's might. A soldier, even in retreat, remains a soldier. Soldiers are meant to defend their homeland, not to protect a beast in human guise. Wu Shuang glared at Tianming, articulating each word with grave seriousness. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Tianming's face flushed crimson. The tension in his body dissipated, and his clenched fists slowly relaxed and descended. In the past, he had suffered grievous wounds during an ambush by former enemies, only to be fortuitously rescued by Chao Yunlong. Out of gratitude, he had agreed to serve as a bodyguard for Chao Kuen. Although he disdained Chao Kuen's actions, he had chosen to turn a blind eye for the sake of his benefactor. Yet today, upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, he felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Once a proud soldier in the army, he now found himself protecting such a wretched creature, a betrayal to the nation that had nurtured him. Then, Tianming cast a glance at Wu Shuang, the cold glimmer in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a clear and bright gaze. I am grateful for your timely admonition, which has awakened me from my misguided way, Tianming said, bowing respectfully to Wu Shuang before turning to Chao Kuen. Young Master Chao, I must take my leave. Do take care of yourself. With that, Tianming turned on his heel and departed without a backward glance. Tianming, my father saved your life, yet you betray me. You scoundrel, traitor, shameless wretch, how can you justify your actions? Chao Kuen shouted vehemently at Tianming as he departed. Chapter 58, Colliding with their demise. Humph. If I do not personally take your life, that shall suffice in honoring you. Tianming scoffed, his footsteps unwavering as he exited. Though Tianming had left, Chao Kuen's fury remained undiminished. Little brat, you dare to strike me? You must truly wish for your demise. As long as we are in Tianhai, I can eliminate you at any moment. Chao Kuan threatened Wu Shuang with a chilling tone. Huh, such brazen arrogance. Here I stand. Why do you not come and finish me? Wu Shuang retorted with a cold smile. Chao Kuan was left speechless, his breath caught in his throat. He had brought many bodyguards with him, but Tianming was their strongest asset. Now that he had departed, the other bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground. And with Wu Shuang having broken his hand, how could he possibly harm Wu Shuang? Unable to finish me, are you? Then be quick and leave. Do not impede my meal. With that, Wu Shuang returned to the dining table and kicked one of the fallen bodyguards, laughing as he said, Stop playing dead. Get up. The bodyguards had no choice but to rise, limping to assist Chao Kuan back to his feet. You little brat, just wait. We will settle this score later. Chao Kuan seethed bitterly. Wu Shuang ignored them entirely, continuing to eat his meal. Seeing that Wu Shuang paid him no mind, Chao Kuan found it pointless to utter further threats and allowed himself to be supported by his bodyguards as they exited. Are you really letting him go just like that? Duan Hongming asked Wu Shuang in astonishment. What? Should I invite them to dine with us? Wu Shuang replied with a smile. His father is Chao Yunlong. Once he leaves here, he will surely summon others to deal with you. Duan Hongming expressed her concerns. Rest assured, even if Chao Kuan were to call for reinforcements, I dare say that even if Chao Yunlong himself were to come, he would not stand a chance against me, Wu Shuang reassured her. Duan Hongming considered this and realized that even Huang Tianba and his 300 men were no match for Wu Shuang. It seemed her worries were unfounded. Before long, they finished their meal and approached the service desk to settle the bill, but the staff hesitated to accept their payment. After all, how could they dare charge someone who had the audacity to strike Chao Kuan? Simultaneously, they looked at Wu Shuang, Chong Wei, and Duan Hongming with pity, feeling a sense of sorrow for them. In Tianhai, no one who offended Chao Kuan had ever lived to see the sun rise the following day. They had just assaulted Chao Kuan, and it was evident that he would not let them escape unscathed. Tonight, he would surely demand their lives. Wu Shuang observed the expressions of those individuals and could surmise their intentions, yet he remained indifferent. What dread could a mere gang leader instill? After departing from the Jinyuan restaurant, they had not traveled far when they encountered an individual standing resolutely in the middle of a secluded alley. This person was short yet formidable, exuding an aura of intimidation akin to a black panther, radiating aggression. Undoubtedly, this was an envoy sent by Chao Kuan, and the swiftness of his retribution was unexpected. Wu Shuang was about to open the car door to confront him when Chong Wei interjected, Shuangzi, you seemed fatigued earlier. Allow me to handle this. With that, he exited the vehicle. Very well, I shall take a moment to rest, Wu Shuang replied, reclining in his seat and unexpectedly drifting into a light slumber. Aren't you going to see what's happening? Duan Hongming inquired curiously. It's merely one individual. Chong Wei can manage alone. At that moment, Chong Wei stood before the obstruction in the road. Do you not understand? A good dog does not obstruct the path. He admonished the man without courtesy. Go to hell. The figure bellowed, lunging at Chong Wei with the ferocity of a black panther. His dark skin and well-defined musculature earned him the moniker Black Panther in the Qingmen community. He was a renowned enforcer under Chao Yunlong, known for his tremendous strength and explosive power. The instant Chao Kuan stepped out of the private room, he had summoned Black Panther. As Black Panther charged towards Chong Wei, his fists rained down like a torrential downpour. Chong Wei parried each of Black Panther's strikes, yet he was forced to retreat several steps. He could not help but lament internally. His skills had indeed diminished over the past 2 years of neglect. Nevertheless, his foundation was solid, and Black Panther's ferocity ignited Chong Wei's determination. With a fierce roar, he retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Black Panther. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce battle. As Wu Shuang watched the clash unfold, he felt as if he had been transported back to the battlefield. Duan Hongming was equally astonished. Having seen Chong Wei on guard duty daily for the past 2 years, she had never anticipated he possessed such remarkable skills. In her eyes, the martial artists of the silver screen paled in comparison to Chong Wei. Their combat was relentless and visceral, lasting a full 10 minutes, with both sustaining injuries. Ultimately, Chong Wei's superior technique triumphed, and Black Panther was subdued. After struggling momentarily, Black Panther could not rise again. Chong Wei then opened the car door and re-entered the vehicle. All settled, let us depart, Director Duan, he said. Duan Hongming started the engine and drove forward. However, as they emerged from the alley, Wu Shuang suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger and urgently called out to Director Duan, turn right. Duan Hongming, upon hearing Wu Shuang's urgent call, acted without a moment's hesitation, sharply turning the steering wheel to the right. In that instant, a large truck sped past their vehicle, shattering the side mirror in its wake. The trio, Shuang, Wei, and Duan Hongming, were engulfed by a wave of dread. Had they delayed even a moment longer, it would surely have resulted in catastrophe. Fools! How did they not meet their demise? Cursed Cao Kuan from a nearby room, peering through binoculars. He immediately dialed a number, shouting into the phone, "You must ensure their death today, or I will make you pay." "Rest assured, they are as good as dead," replied a cold voice on the other end. "Duanzong, take the passenger seat. I will drive," Shuang instructed loudly. He understood that since Cao Kuan aimed to kill them, there would surely be more than one vehicle involved. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Hongming unbuckled her seatbelt and swiftly moved to the passenger seat. Just as Shuang settled into the driver's seat, the very truck that had just rushed by began to reverse at an alarming speed. It was clear the truck would not relent until they were crushed. Seeing the truck barreling towards them once more, Shuang slammed the accelerator, propelling their vehicle onto the sidewalk, roaring forward like a primordial beast. The truck, witnessing their escape from the sidewalk, swerved sharply in pursuit. Chapter 59. A forceful kick. After racing several hundred meters along the sidewalk, Shuang finally maneuvered back onto the main road. At that moment, two SUVs thundered towards them from behind. With a disdainful snort, Shuang turned to Duan Hongming and said, "Buckle up, Duanzong. I'm about to accelerate." She complied promptly, gripping the handle tightly. Shuang pressed the gas pedal, and their vehicle roared forward, swiftly distancing itself from the pursuing SUVs. The occupants of the SUVs, realizing Shuang's vehicle had surged ahead, immediately accelerated in a desperate chase. Although it wasn't peak commuting time, traffic was still substantial. Yet, Shuang drove with the grace of a fish gliding through the ocean, weaving effortlessly through the flow of cars, leaving all behind. The individuals in the two SUVs were left astounded, convinced they had encountered a modern-day Schumacher. Shuang's driving skills were nothing short of extraordinary. At this point, they were not only unable to catch up, but could barely even see the glow of his taillights. Meanwhile, Duan Hongming, seated in the passenger side, felt her heart racing with exhilaration. She had never experienced such speed in a vehicle before. Before long, Shuang took a sharp turn at an intersection, completely losing sight of both SUVs and the truck, at which point he finally reduced their speed. Duan Hongming finally exhaled a long sigh of relief, her heart racing at the thought of enduring another ride in such a fast vehicle. "Shuang, your driving skills are exceptional. If you were to participate in a racing event, I dare say you would secure a prize," she remarked. "I have previously been awarded an official title in F1 racing," Shuang replied with a hint of pride. Before long, they returned to the Hongming group. Upon escorting Duan Hongming to her office, Shuang's gaze turned icy. Cao Kuan had brazenly attempted to end their lives. He was courting disaster. His primary concern was Duan Hongming's safety. Should anything happen to her, he would be unable to face Duan Tianpeng or the one who entrusted him, Feng Mubai. Arriving at a secluded spot, Shuang took out his phone and dialed Huang Tianba. "Mr. Wu, you called. Is there something you need?" Huang Tianba inquired respectfully upon receiving the call. Previously, he had received accolades from Long Feixiong after confronting Wang Fu and Zhang Shoukuan on Samsung Street. An honor indeed rare for someone in the underworld. Although Long Feixiong was retired, he had once been a figure of authority, and for a member of the underworld to receive such recognition was unprecedented. This bestowed an unparalleled sense of honor upon Huang Tianba, distinct from the gratification derived from acts of violence on the streets. It was Shuang who had facilitated this recognition. Without him, a person of Long Feixiong's stature would hardly have deigned to acknowledge Huang Tianba. "I have a question for you. Are you aware of Cao Kuan's whereabouts?" Shuang asked directly. "Mr. Wu, regarding the conflict with Cao Kuan at Jinyuan Restaurant, if you grant me the opportunity, I can help you resolve it. However, providing you with Cao Kuan's location might be problematic," Huang Tianba replied. He was aware of the altercation at Jinyuan Restaurant and had learned that Cao Kuan intended to retaliate against Shuang and his associates that afternoon. Although he held no regard for Cao Kuan, the latter was the son of the Qingmen leader, Cao Yunlong, and thus one of their own. In the world of the underworld, loyalty is paramount. Betraying one's own is simply not done. "Very well, I offer you this chance to deal with Cao Kuan. Inform him that if he dares to strike at us again, I shall not hesitate to put an end to him," Shuang commanded. "Understood, Mr. Wu. Await my good news," Huang Tianba assured before hanging up. He promptly instructed Huang Mao to drive him to the Qingmen leader's headquarters. "Is the leader present?" Huang Tianba inquired upon entering the main hall. "Mr. Huang, the leader is in the assembly hall on the top floor," came the response. Huang Tianba swiftly ascended to the assembly hall, where he found Cao Yunlong seated regally in the dragon chair, flanked by 2 protectors and 6 formidable enforcers on either side. Before him stood Chao Kuan, tearfully recounting the details of his confrontation with Wu Shuang at Jinyuan restaurant. However, he would never confess that his initial infatuation was with Duan Hongming, which sparked the conflict. Instead, he claimed that Wu Shuang had provoked them, not only assaulting the bodyguard but also driving away Tianming and subsequently giving him a beating. Father, look, he has left me bruised and bleeding profusely. In my entire life, I have never endured such humiliation. I care not. I must see him dead. Did he not declare that you are my son? Chao Yunlong inquired with a tone both authoritative and frigid. He did, but it would have been better if he hadn't. Upon saying it, his blows became even fiercer, continually taunting that he was beating the son of Chao Yunlong. How despicable! Chao Yunlong's face turned a deep shade of anger as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming in fury. Ever since he assumed the role of the leader of the Qingmen, no one in Tianhai had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Not to mention a mere Wu Shuang. Even Feng Kuei treated him with utmost respect in his presence. Father, that boy is merely a lowly security guard, yet possesses remarkable skills. Even Tianming is no match for him. What good are his skills? Can he contend with the 8,000 followers of my Qingmen? Chao Yunlong scoffed disdainfully. At that moment, Huang Tianba stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Chao Yunlong. Subordinate Huang Tianba, greetings to the leader. Tianba, what brings you to the headquarters today? His most capable 8 great kings usually had their own matters to attend to and seldom visited the main hall. Leader, I have come concerning the matter of young Master Chao. Huang Tianba replied with utmost respect. What do you mean? Upon hearing that it was about Chao Kuan, Chao Yunlong's expression darkened, and he coldly inquired. Leader, I have encountered this Wu Shuang. He brought along 300 of his subordinates to trouble him. However, despite our combined efforts, we were no match for Wu Shuang. Within half an hour, we were all defeated. This man's skills are so exceptional that only the Tiansha beside you could rival him. I believe it is wise for us to avoid provoking such a master, lest the consequences be dire. Damn it, who exactly are you aligned with? I suspect you have already defected to that little security guard. Who do you think you are? Coming here as an envoy for him. To his astonishment, Chao Kuan kicked Huang Tianba down and pointed at his nose, berating him loudly. Young Master Chao, what are you doing? Huang Tianba retorted loudly. Regardless of the circumstances, he was one of the 8 great kings of Qingmen, overseeing more than 300 subordinates. To be so brazenly kicked down in the main hall of Qingmen and insulted was a blow to his pride. What are you doing? Huang Tianba, you are exceedingly bold. I have been assaulted, and instead of seeking vengeance for me, you come here to spout nonsense. You deserve to die. Like a rabid dog, Chao Kuan charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Huang Tianba. The vulgarity of your words reveals your true nature. You are but a dog at my father's side. Instead of attacking others, you boast on their behalf, and I shall not hesitate to silence you, wretched creature. Enough, Chao Xiao. Out of respect for Chao Yunlong, I shall endure a few blows from Chao Kuan without protest. Yet, I am taken aback by the relentless nature of Chao Kuan's assault, provoking my ire to erupt. Enough? It is far from sufficient. I am determined to leave you in ruins, to see how you continue your nonsensical chatter. Chao Kuan, like a rabid dog, shows no signs of restraint, while Chao Yunlong remains silent in his commanding chair. My fury swells. When I stood by your side, Chao Yunlong, in our conquests, the Qingmen was merely a fledgling faction. It was through the efforts of myself and my comrades, wielding our blades, that we forged the formidable Qingmen we see today. Back then, you referred to me as a good brother, yet now your son denigrates me as a mere dog, and you say nothing. This implies that in your eyes, I am no more than a dog. I am, after all, one of the 8 great warriors of the Qingmen, a key figure among us. To be so brutally assaulted by your son, and you remain idle, it seems I have fallen to a status even lower than that of a dog. Enraged by this thought, I unleashed a powerful kick that sent Chao Kuan staggering backward, nearly losing his balance. You dare strike me? You actually dare to retaliate against me? Chao Kuan, astonished by my defiance, bellowed in a fit of rage, summoned my men to deal with him. At his command, 8 guards swiftly converged upon me, encircling me. Master, do you not intervene? I demanded of Chao Yunlong, my voice laced with fury. Humph, Huang Tianba, you have brought this upon yourself. As a member of this faction, instead of seeking to uphold our honor and avenge Chao Kuan's assault, you come here to advocate for the assailant. It appears your ambitions have swollen, leading you to disregard my authority. Chao Yunlong retorted with a cold scoff. Huang Tianba, once a trusted ally in our endeavors, now finds himself advocating against a mere security guard who dared to strike his son. Chao Kuan, incensed, perceived my retaliation as a blatant disregard for his position as leader. Such insolence, especially within the sanctity of the main hall, would be unacceptable. What if this were to occur outside? Would you not then dare to beat Chao Kuan senseless? In our earlier days, Huang Tianba was a loyal companion, contributing significantly to our faction's rise. However, as each of us carved out our own territories, accumulating power, Chao Yunlong's disdain for them grew. Their burgeoning influence posed a threat to his reign, and now presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate Huang Tianba. Observing Chao Yunlong align with him, Chao Kuan seized the moment, raising his hand and commanding, "Strike." The 8 guards surged forward, launching their assault on Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba, a formidable figure within the Qing men, could not simply allow himself to be struck without retaliation. With a thunderous roar, he charged forth like an enraged lion, confronting the 8 guards. As one of the 8 great kings of Qing men, he had once wielded a formidable machete, capable of single-handedly vanquishing an entire street. Within mere moments, he had dispatched all 8 guards to the ground. "This is the main hall. You have no right to wreak havoc here," the 2 enforcers exclaimed. Rising to encircle Huang Tianba, their voices laced with fury. "Master, I, Huang Tianba, have bled for the gang, following you loyally. While I do not seek accolades, my efforts should not go unrecognized. I have come here not as an emissary for that Shuang, but rather out of concern that provoking a master as formidable as he is a reckless endeavor. Humph, what of it if he is as powerful as the Celestial Slayer? He remains under my command," Chao Yunlong declared with an air of arrogance. "That is not the point. It seems you have changed. You no longer regard me, Chao Yunlong, with the respect I deserve. The beating of Chao Kuan is a blow to our Qingmen's honor. Rather than defending our reputation, you come to dissuade me from confronting that little security guard, and now you cause chaos in the main hall. This is utterly absurd." Chao Yunlong slammed his hand heavily on the armrest of his dragon throne, prompting the 2 enforcers to pounce upon Huang Tianba. The other 6 kings, seated nearby, felt a deep discomfort. Earlier, when Chao Kuan had referred to Huang Tianba as a dog, it had stung their ears. If Huang Tianba was a dog, then they too were mere dogs in the eyes of the Chao family. After risking their lives for the gang, they found it unbearable to realize they were seen as nothing more than pawns. Huang Tianba and the 2 enforcers engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, reminiscent of their past glories. In the initial exchanges, Huang Tianba held his ground, but as time wore on, he began to falter. Eventually, one of the enforcers landed a kick to his chest, sending him soaring before crashing heavily to the ground. He felt a crushing blow to his heart, a sense of breathlessness washing over him. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 enforcers pressed their advantage, swiftly closing in on Huang Tianba once more. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled over and rose, re-engaging in combat. Yet, within moments, he found himself once again on the ground, a boot pressed firmly against his chest, rendering him incapable of rising. Causing chaos in the main hall is a grave offense. Seize him and enforce the gang's laws, Chao Yunlong commanded coldly, his expression darkening. According to his established rules, such disruption equated to rebellion, signifying his intent to dispose of Huang Tianba entirely. "Master, you must reconsider. Although Huang Tianba acted in the main hall, his actions can be understood. I implore the master to show mercy. Master, Huang Tianba has followed you for many years. Though he may not have significant achievements, his efforts cannot be overlooked. In light of his past contributions, I beseech you to spare him this time." "Master." Huang Tianba acted out of impulse. He never intended to create a disturbance in the main hall. "I hope you will be magnanimous and not hold this against him." "Master." Despite his somewhat reckless nature, Huang is a loyal servant of the gang, having made substantial contributions. I urge you to reconsider. Chapter 61. Taking harsh measures. The other 6 warriors, upon witnessing Chao Yunlong's intent to punish Huang Tianba according to the gang's rules, immediately stood up and bowed, pleading for Huang's clemency. Their statuses were comparable, and they had fought side by side as brothers. Now, with Chao Yunlong's decision to expel Huang Tianba, they could not remain indifferent. Seeing the 6 plead for Huang, Chao Yunlong reluctantly abandoned his plan to expel him. While he could handle one individual, dealing with 7 at once was beyond his certainty. For now, he could only agree to their request and seek an opportunity to deal with each of them in turn. "Humph, Huang Tianba, considering the many who have interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you for now. However, your punishment cannot be evaded. Bring forth the whip, 20 lashes." Chao Yunlong's gaze swept across the gathered crowd as he coldly issued his command. Immediately, someone brought forth a long bench. Several guards seized Huang Tianba and forced him onto the bench. A member of the enforcement hall approached, wielding a whip, and struck Huang with ferocity. Each lash resonated loudly, eliciting anguished cries from Huang. After 20 lashes, not only were Huang's clothes torn to shreds, but his back was also marked with deep welts. With every strike, the faces of the 6 warriors contorted in sympathy. The lashes fell not only upon Huang, but also struck at their hearts. Despite their united pleas for Huang, Chao Yunlong, while feigning mercy, still administered the 20 lashes. This was not merely a punishment for Huang, it was a slap in the face to the 6 of them. After the punishment was administered, the 6 warriors expressed their gratitude to Chao Yunlong and assisted Huang Tianba out of the main hall. Huang Mao, lacking the standing to enter the hall, had waited outside. To his astonishment, he saw Huang Tianba being helped out by others after such a long wait. He hurriedly opened the car door, assisting Huang into the vehicle, and anxiously inquired, "Boss, what happened to you?" "I'm fine. Just drive away from here," Huang Tianba replied. Suppressing his pain, Huang Mao promptly thanked the 6 warriors before speeding away from the main hall. "Father, why did you spare Huang Tianba?" After their departure, Chao Kuan questioned Chao Yunlong with dissatisfaction. "So many individuals have interceded on his behalf. Father, I cannot let him go unpunished. However, granting him clemency today does not preclude me from dealing with them one by one in the future." Chao Yunlong's visage darkened, and he spoke coldly. Today, he intended to discipline Huang Tianba according to the rules of the gang, yet the other 6 formidable warriors pleaded for Huang Tianba's mercy. This indicates a troubling alliance among them. They have united, posing a significant threat to his authority as the leader of the Qingmen. Should they conspire against him, his position may become precarious. Why not seize this opportunity to eliminate them all? Chao Kuan inquired, perplexed. With the 7 of them gathered here, their stronghold was fortified. If he were to confront them now, there would be no escape for them. Humph, what do you understand? If I were to senselessly slay my 7 great warriors, how could I maintain order? The 8 great warriors are his trusted generals. If any of them were innocent, executing them without cause would incite rebellion among their supporters. Furthermore, aside from the Qingmen, there exists the Shuang, which, though suppressed by the Qingmen, remains a formidable adversary, ever watchful of their movements. Should he lose 7 generals at once, it would severely weaken his strength and present an opportunity for the Shuang to strike. My son, we must proceed with caution. We shall catch them in a misstep and remove them justly. We cannot act rashly. I will not concern myself with the details, but Huang Tianba must die today. I have already dispatched a Wang and his men. A Wang was the one who had previously attempted to run over Wu Shuang, a trusted subordinate of Chao Kuan. Rest assured, father, Chao Kuan replied with a cunning smile. As Huang Mao drove onto the main road, Huang Tianba noticed 2 SUVs closely tailing them. Speed up. We are being followed. Huang Tianba exclaimed urgently to Huang Mao. Huang Mao glanced in the rearview mirror and chuckled. Boss, do not worry. My driving skills, while not the absolute best in Tianhai, have yet to be surpassed by many. If they intend to ram us, I shall show them a thing or two. With that, Huang Mao shifted gears and pressed down on the accelerator. Their vehicle surged forward with a thunderous roar. A Wang, observing the situation, realized they had been discovered. Earlier that day, failing to eliminate Wu Shuang had resulted in a severe reprimand from Chao Kuan. If he were to let Huang Tianba slip away again, he could expect no mercy from Chao Kuan. With a determined foot on the gas, the SUV roared to life, akin to a primordial beast unleashed, unleashing a deafening growl as it hurtled towards Huang Tianba's vehicle. Boss, hold on tight. Huang Mao alerted Huang Tianba and swiftly changed lanes to evade the oncoming SUV. Thus, the 3 vehicles wove through the traffic, once more enacting a deadly chase. A Wang, in a frenzy, pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared with a thunderous growl, and the tires screeched against the pavement, maximizing their speed. Before long, they had closed the distance to Huang Tianba's vehicle. Didn't you claim to be an expert driver? How can you not shake off our pursuers? Huang Tianba bellowed at Huang Mao as the gap narrowed. Boss, I've pushed the car to its limits. It's merely that our vehicle lacks the performance of theirs, Huang Mao replied, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he sought to justify their predicament. Enough with the excuses. Drive faster, or neither of us will survive this. In the chaotic flow of traffic, any misstep could spell their doom. Terrified, Huang Mao refrained from further distractions, gripping the steering wheel tightly and flooring the gas pedal in hopes of escaping the relentless SUV behind them. At that moment, A Wang's car caught up with Huang Tianba's and violently collided with it from behind. The impact jolted Huang Tianba, causing him to nearly hit his head on the roof of the car. Chapter 62. Dare to be the master of the door. Startled, Huang Mao swerved the steering wheel, sending the vehicle careening to the left in a desperate attempt to avoid the pursuing car. However, This maneuver triggered a chain reaction of collisions among the vehicles behind them. Unfazed, they barreled onward. "Kid, you won't escape this time." Wang slammed the accelerator, once again pursuing them. His car surged forward, positioning itself to the right of Huang Tianba's vehicle, and then he violently yanked the steering wheel left, ramming into Huang Tianba's car. This forced Huang Tianba's vehicle against the roadside barrier, creating a shower of sparks as metal scraped against metal. "Push him off," Huang Tianba shouted furiously at Huang Mao. Yet, despite Huang Mao's desperate attempts to maneuver, their smaller car proved incapable of dislodging the SUV. In that instant, the SUV behind them surged forward, crashing into the rear of Huang Tianba's car. With a resounding thud, the vehicle jolted, nearly lifting Huang Mao and Huang Tianba off their seats. The rear vehicle propelled Huang Tianba's car forward, while Wang's car continued to squeeze them in from the side, leaving no avenue for escape. Soon, they approached an intersection, and in a panic, Huang Mao slammed on the brakes, hoping to halt their momentum. If they were to be struck at the intersection, they would be thrown into oncoming traffic, where a collision could shatter them into oblivion. Yet, even as he slammed on the brakes, their wheels ceased to turn, nonetheless. Their vehicle was propelled forward like a projectile by the SUV behind them, leaving behind a dark skid mark on the asphalt. 10 meters. 9 meters. The turning point loomed ever closer. Huang Mao shouted to Huang Tianba, "Boss, when the car turns, you must jump out immediately. There may still be a chance to survive." "And what about you?" Huang Mao resolutely replied, "I shall confront them." Though Huang Tianba's chances of survival were slim should he leap from a speeding vehicle, a glimmer of hope remained. He had to delay the two cars belonging to Wang. Otherwise, even if Huang Tianba were to escape, he would still be doomed to meet his end at the hands of Wang's crew. "Brother, thank you." At that moment, further words were superfluous. All sentiments coalesced into these two words. Ahead, the intersection was imminent. Huang Mao ceased braking and began to reverse desperately. Yet, all their struggles proved futile as their vehicle was violently thrust onto the opposite lane by Wang's car. At that moment, Huang Tianba kicked open the door and leapt from the vehicle. Just as he hit the ground, a massive truck roared toward them from the opposite direction, crashing mercilessly into their car. With a thunderous bang, their vehicle erupted in sparks before being launched into the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily onto the road, skidding for meters while emitting showers of sparks, finally coming to a halt. Inside, Huang Mao was instantly killed. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba narrowly rolled past the massive truck's undercarriage, its wheels barely grazing his body, nearly crushing him. Shortly after, a small sedan screeched to a halt mere inches from Huang Tianba, just 20 centimeters away from colliding with him. In despair, he had closed his eyes, convinced that he would surely be struck by the oncoming car. Yet, instead of feeling the impact, he was met with the sound of screeching tires. He opened his eyes to discover the vehicle had halted right before him. "Damn you. Trying to get yourself killed. Don't drag me down with you," yelled the driver, leaning out of the window. Realizing he was still alive, Huang Tianba disregarded the insult, gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through his body, and rolled to the side once more. Just as he moved away, the sedan was violently struck from behind, its front end crashing down onto the very spot where he had just been. In that moment, a wave of dread washed over Huang Tianba, his body drenched in cold sweat from the shock. He was fortunate to have escaped, for had he remained, he would undoubtedly have met his demise beneath that car. The abrupt braking of the first vehicle triggered a chain reaction, causing several cars behind it to collide. The drivers erupted into a chorus of furious exclamations. The instigator, Huang Tianba, gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his body as he struggled to rise from the ground, limping toward the side road. His face, arms, and legs bore the marks of wounds inflicted during the car crash, his body drenched in blood. Fortunately, none of these injuries were fatal, and despite his condition, Huang Tianba persevered. Meanwhile, at the intersection, Wang and his companions seethed with rage upon witnessing Huang Tianba's audacious escape from the vehicle at the last moment. They hastily disembarked from their car, intent on crossing the street to pursue him. However, upon reaching the other side, Huang Tianba's figure had vanished. He had managed to hail a taxi, leaving them fuming in frustration. Upon returning to his base, Huang Tianba promptly took out his phone and called Shuang. "How are things?" Shuang inquired directly upon answering Huang Tianba's call. If Huang Tianba could resolve the matter, it would alleviate Shuang's burdens, as his primary task was to protect Duan Hongming. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wu, I did my best, but I almost got taken out myself," Huang Tianba replied apologetically. He could easily deduce that the two vehicles that had collided with him were undoubtedly sent by Chao Yunlong and his son, Chao Kuan. Then it seems that Chao Yunlong and Chao Kuan are courting death, Wu Shuang replied coldly, his voice chilling. Although they were separated by the phone line, Huang Tianba could sense the murderous intent emanating from Wu Shuang. Huang Tianba, I offer you an opportunity. Do you dare to become the leader of the Qingmen? After a brief pause, Wu Shuang posed the question. In his mind, he had already condemned Zhao Yunlong and his son to death, and he found Huang Tianba to be a commendable individual worthy of support as the new leader of the Qingmen. Leader? Huang Tianba gasped at Wu Shuang's proposition. To claim he had never considered such a role would be a lie, yet he recognized that his abilities and strength were insufficient to command respect and lead. What is the matter? Lacking the courage? Wu Shuang taunted when Huang Tianba failed to respond. Fear? Since joining the gang and fighting alongside Zhao Yunlong, I have never known fear, Huang Tianba retorted, nearly slipping into an impolite expression before correcting himself, mindful of the conversation with Wu Shuang. As long as you are unafraid. Wu Shuang continued, it's just that I'm not yet ready. My strength and capabilities are not enough to earn the respect of others. Enough of the excuses. Just tell me whether you will accept the position. Wu Shuang demanded, his voice sharp with impatience. I will, Huang Tianba declared, feeling the weight of Wu Shuang's authority and the opportunity laid before him. As the saying goes, cowardice is no trait of a general. With the chance now presented to him, how could he possibly let it slip away? Good. Drive over to pick me up tomorrow morning. Wu Shuang instructed before ending the call. Huang Tianba had never doubted Wu Shuang's capability to eliminate Zhao Yunlong and his son. Over 300 individuals faltered under Wu Shuang's command within a mere half hour. Thus, it was inconceivable that the father and son duo could withstand him. Although the main hall boasted a few hundred members, Huang Tianba was certain that they were utterly insufficient to confront Wu Shuang. The greatest obstacle was none other than Tianhai. Fortunately, Tianhai was currently occupied elsewhere and not present at the main hall. Consequently, Wu Shuang's elimination of Zhao Yunlong and his son was deemed inevitable. However, Huang Tianba promptly made a phone call, summoning all his subordinates to gather. Even if Wu Shuang's combat prowess was unparalleled, he needed to ensure that he had ample manpower prepared to avert any unforeseen circumstances in the impending battle. The following morning, Wu Shuang instructed Chang Wei to diligently oversee the protection of Duan Hongming before stepping outside. Upon exiting, Huang Tianba's vehicle awaited him. As Wu Shuang emerged, Huang Tianba swiftly alighted and opened the car door for him. Mr. Wu, please, he invited. Wu Shuang, without a hint of formality, entered Huang Tianba's car. As they traveled partway, Huang Tianba could no longer restrain himself. Mr. Wu, want to inquire about the situation at the Qingmen main hall? No need. Wu Shuang replied quietly. Huang Tianba was taken aback, followed by a sense of elation. The implication of Wu Shuang's response was clear. He was unconcerned with the number of individuals or experts at the Qingmen main hall. This was a testament to his confidence in his formidable strength. It seemed that the previous encounter had not been in vain. He had, through a phone call, mobilized all his personnel to the vicinity of the main hall. Should the need arise, with a mere command, his subordinates would arrive at the Qingmen main hall with utmost swiftness. Before long, they arrived at the Qingmen main hall. Upon disembarking, Huang Tianba led Wu Shuang inside. Being a part of Qingmen, no one dared to obstruct them, and Wu Shuang was perceived as Huang Tianba's subordinate, ensuring their passage was unhindered. After all, the covert pursuit of Huang Tianba by Wang and his associates had remained a secret, unbeknownst to outsiders. Thus, without any effort, Huang Tianba learned that Zhao Yunlong and his son were convening in the meeting room. Consequently, the duo strode confidently into the Qingmen meeting room. Inside, Zhao Yunlong, Zhao Kuan, and several prominent figures were deliberating strategies to counter Wu Shuang. Upon witnessing Huang Tianba and Wu Shuang's entrance, both Zhao Yunlong and Zhao Kuan were taken aback. Just the day before, they had nearly succeeded in eliminating Huang Tianba, and they could hardly fathom that he would dare return to the main hall. Upon noticing Wu Shuang behind Huang Tianba, Zhao Kuan erupted in fury, his eyes turning a furious crimson. Father, that wretch is the very security guard who assaulted me yesterday. He seethed, pointing at Wu Shuang. Zhao Yunlong, equally astonished, turned to gaze at Wu Shuang, unable to believe that Wu Shuang would have the audacity to appear in their main hall. Currently, they are devising strategies to confront Wu Shuang. He believes that Wu Shuang must be in a state of panic, perhaps having resigned and fled Tianhai to evade their pursuit. Huang Tianba, noticing that Zhao Kuan and the others have spotted Wu Shuang, steps aside, revealing Wu Shuang behind him. Huang Tianba, you possess quite the audacity. This is the main hall of our Qingmen. How dare you bring an outsider here? A guardian stands up and sternly questions Huang Tianba. With a disdainful sneer, Huang Tianba dismisses the guardian entirely. Not even Zhao Yunlong, who stands before him, could intimidate him today. You are Wu Shuang? Chow Yunlong inquires, his tone grave as he gazes at Wu Shuang. Indeed, I am Wu Shuang, Wu Shuang replies, unperturbed by Chow Yunlong's piercing gaze, a smile gracing his lips. Well, I truly cannot decide whether to commend your bravery or lament your foolishness for daring to enter the main hall of Qingmin alone. This is not the realm of Yama. Why should I not come? Wu Shuang boldly pulls a chair and seats himself with poise. Chow Yunlong, yesterday Huang Tianba attempted to mediate. Yet you rejected his offer and even sought to eliminate him. Is this true? What are you? Merely a lowly security guard. After daring to confront me, you have the audacity to send a mutt to negotiate on your behalf. You truly overestimate yourself, Chao Kuan retorts furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Wu Shuang, his anger intensifying as he notes Wu Shuang's complete lack of fear. It appears that both you and your father are quite adept at courting disaster. Wu Shuang responds nonchalantly, disregarding Chao Kuan's words. He then addresses Chow Yunlong. Do not accuse me of bullying. I offer you a chance to summon whoever you wish. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Huang Tianba behind him nearly collapses in fear. The Qingmin boast around 8,000 members. Discarding their branches, the main hall can directly command at least 3,000. If Chow Yunlong were to summon all those individuals, it would not merely be a fight. Even if they stood there and allowed Wu Shuang to attack, he would likely be overwhelmed. A shiver of apprehension runs down Huang Tianba's spine, cold sweat trickling down his back. Yet, when he looks at Wu Shuang, the latter's expression remains utterly composed and unperturbed. Who do you think you are, to speak such grandiloquent words here? A guardian stands up, pointing at Wu Shuang and shouting, I suspect you have just escaped from a mental institution. How dare you come to the main hall of our Qingmin and make such boasts? There is no need to summon everyone. I alone can take your life. With a thunderous roar, the guardian leaps into the air, executing a powerful kick aimed squarely at Wu Shuang's head. The force of this strike embodies all his strength, infused with a menacing aura, slicing through the air toward Wu Shuang. Should this kick land, Wu Shuang's head would undoubtedly burst like a watermelon under the force of the Guardian's blow. Chapter 64. Just this few people as the foot of the Guardian was poised to strike his head, Wu Shuang remained seated, unwavering as a mountain, not even flinching. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba's heart raced with concern for Wu Shuang. Just the day before, he had engaged in a fierce battle with those two Guardians and was acutely aware of their formidable prowess. Though the Guardian was no match for Wu Shuang, the latter's arrogance in remaining completely still was perilous. A kick from the Guardian could spell disaster. Chow Yunlong and Chao Kuan, among others, wore expressions of derision. Initially, they had regarded Wu Shuang as an enigmatic master, anticipating great skill. Yet, upon witnessing the Guardian's strike, they were astonished to see Wu Shuang reduced to such a state of fear, forgetting even to defend himself. The Guardian's kick was capable of shattering not just a head, but even a tree. Wu Shuang was essentially courting death. The Guardian, secretly pleased, realized that Wu Shuang was far less formidable than anticipated. If his kick were to obliterate Wu Shuang's head, it would be a grand spectacle before Chow Yunlong and his cohort. Just then, the Guardian's foot had reached Wu Shuang's line of sight. Yet, Wu Shuang remained unperturbed, not even lifting an eyelid, casually throwing a punch towards the Guardian. Witnessing Wu Shuang's seemingly insipid punch, the members of the Qingmin couldn't help but laugh heartily. In contrast to the Guardian's thunderous kick, Wu Shuang's light punch appeared as feeble as that of a child. This punch seemed incapable of even squashing an ant, let alone confronting the Guardian. However, at the very moment Wu Shuang's fist met the Guardian's foot, an overwhelming force erupted from Wu Shuang's punch, striking the Guardian's foot with tremendous impact. Instantly, the Guardian felt an irresistible power surging against him. His body was sent flying back like a leaf caught in a tempest, faster than his initial approach. With a resounding crash, the Guardian collided forcefully with the wall, leaving an imprint in the shape of a person. He felt as though his bones were dislocating, his blood surging. The impact against the wall rendered him unconscious. The once mighty Guardian crumpled down from the wall, landing heavily on the ground. The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that Wu Shuang's seemingly light punch could wield such formidable strength, incapacitating the Guardian in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, Wu Shuang had shown mercy. Otherwise, one of the Guardian's legs would have been irrevocably damaged. His intention was to support Huang Tianba as the leader of the Qingmin, and he had no desire to cripple his followers. The ones he truly wished to eliminate were Chow Yunlong and his son, Chao Kuan. Certainly, should the loyalists of the Chao family seek their demise, Wu Shuang would show no mercy. Chow Yunlong, you still have the opportunity to call upon any skilled individuals you can summon. This chance is singular. Do not let it slip away. Wu Shuang remarked nonchalantly, as though jesting. At this moment, the gravity of his words carried far more weight than when they were initially uttered. Previously, the crowd perceived Wu Shuang as arrogant and boastful. Yet his recent display of strength had unveiled his true prowess. Humph, blind arrogance will lead you to your doom, Zhao Yunlong retorted, turning to Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba, I spared you yesterday, recognizing our shared history in the struggle for dominance and your status as a veteran of the gang. I never anticipated your treachery today. You are a shameless traitor. Humph, Zhao Yunlong, you spared me? Were it not for my fortuitous survival, your men would have ended my life yesterday. Do not blame me for your own lack of virtue, Huang Tianba shot back. Zhang Shuyuan contacted me to deal with you, and I must admit, I am somewhat reluctant. Today, let us settle both old and new scores. Enough with the trivialities. I grant you 1 hour to gather your people. Exceed that time frame, and your opportunity will vanish. Upon concluding his statement, Wu Shuang reclined in his chair and closed his eyes, appearing to rest. This was an overt display of disdain towards them. The members of the Qing men were seething, eager to rush forth and teach Wu Shuang a lesson. However, the force of Wu Shuang's earlier punch had instilled a sense of trepidation, and they dared not act impulsively. Immediately call upon all the skilled fighters we can muster. Instruct them to converge on the main hall at once, Zhao Yunlong ordered, his face pale with anger, addressing the Qing men. He also seized his phone to send a message to Tianhai. Within Qing men, only Tianhai possessed the capability to incapacitate a protector with a mere punch. Akin to Wu Shuang, as long as Tianhai could arrive, he had little to fear. Besides Tianhai, he could gather at least 500 skilled fighters within the hour. Although these individuals would not match Wu Shuang and Tianhai in strength, sheer numbers could overwhelm. Even if Wu Shuang were made of iron, how many skilled fighters could he combat? At the very least, the 500 fighters would be able to hold their ground until Tianhai arrived. For safety's sake, Zhao Yunlong discreetly arranged for firearms to be prepared. At least 50 guns were available in the main hall. In the realm of Shenzhou, the use of firearms was a significant taboo, and one would not resort to it lightly. As calls were made, numerous fighters hastened towards the main hall. Within less than an hour, 500 skilled fighters had assembled in the lower hall of the main hall, lined up orderly in the enclosed training ground of Qing men. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, a triumphant smile spread across Zhao Yunlong's face. Wu Shuang, cease your pretense of slumber. The 500 experts of Qing men await you in the hall. Come, let us descend to meet your fate. Zhao Yunlong smiled as he spoke to Wu Shuang, expressing disbelief that Wu Shuang could possibly defeat the elite 500 warriors of the Qing men. Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, leisurely opened his eyes, yawned, stretched his waist, and cheerfully replied, All right, let us proceed. Thus, Wu Shuang and Huang Tianba followed Zhao Yunlong and others to the enclosed training ground of the main hall. Huang Tianba was well aware that Zhao Yunlong could summon at least 500 masters within an hour. Yet, upon witnessing the dense crowd on the training ground, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The overwhelming and formidable aura emanating from the group was indeed striking. The disparity between the imagined 500 and the real 500 was significant. Only this little number gathered by the illustrious Qing men in an hour. How pitiful. Wu Shuang scoffed disdainfully. Upon hearing his words, the Qing men members were nearly knocked off their feet in shock. Goodness, I've seen arrogance, but never such audacity. In Wu Shuang's eyes, 500 warriors appeared to be merely a trivial assembly. If one were to remain motionless, those 500 could certainly beat the very life out of you. If not for Zhao Yunlong restraining Zhao Cohen, the latter would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses upon Wu Shuang. Even Huang Tianba felt that Wu Shuang had gone too far with his remarks. These 500 warriors were not just any ordinary crowd. They were the elite of Qing men. Each individual among them could easily take on a dozen or more ordinary fighters. Wu Shuang's words rang out loud enough for the 500 to hear. Suddenly, all 500 pairs of icy, piercing eyes converged upon him, forming an unparalleled force that enveloped Wu Shuang. Huang Tianba, standing close to Wu Shuang, felt an icy chill seep into his bones, as if his very blood were freezing. Terrified, he quickly distanced himself from Wu Shuang, fearing he might become the first person in history to be slain by mere glares. Yet, Wu Shuang remained steadfast and unfazed, clearly dismissing the 500 warriors. He then turned to the higher-ups of the Qing men and invited, not just them, but you may also join in. Upon hearing this, the previously composed and dignified members of the Qing men's upper echelons turned pale, gritting their teeth as they approached the 500 warriors. Damn it, let us see how you boast now. I'll ensure you're unrecognizable even to your own mother. Zhao Yunlong observed the fury and unity among his subordinates. feeling immensely satisfied. "Brothers, do you know why you are here today?" he proclaimed. "To take down our enemy." The 500 warriors responded in unison. "Indeed. You are here to take down this arrogant fool," Qiao Yunlong declared, pointing at Wu Shuang with fury. "This kid looks down upon us in Qingmen, daring to challenge our entire faction alone." With unabashed audacity, he boasted that our entire Qingmen could not match his prowess alone. Upon hearing Qiao Yunlong's words, the 500 skilled fighters were instantly engulfed in wrath, their gazes directed at Wu Shuang, now colder and more menacing, ignited with intense fury. Observing this young man's physique, which was not as imposing as their own, and noting the lesser muscle mass he possessed, they were astounded by his ignorance and arrogance in challenging the entirety of Qingmen. "We are 500 strong. With the addition of the upper echelon from the main hall, our numbers approach 600. How could a mere boy like you possibly contend with us? Just wait. We shall strip your skin and dismantle your bones." Qiao Yunlong, seeing that his words had only stoked the flames of his subordinates' anger, felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Wu Shuang, our forces are already in position. Are you prepared?" he provocatively inquired, turning to face Wu Shuang. With a disdainful snort, Wu Shuang stepped forward, approaching the formation of over 500 men, beckoning them with a finger and boldly declaring, "You, come forth." Such insolence, such provocation, such insult. Wu Shuang's gesture only served to incite further rage among them. "Brothers, let us slay him," roared the 500 in unison, surging toward Wu Shuang like a tidal wave. Not only did Wu Shuang, at the forefront, feel the overwhelming force of their onslaught, but even Huang Tianba, standing behind, was taken aback by the tempestuous energy that crashed upon them. He staggered back several steps to steady himself. Yet, Wu Shuang did not flinch. Instead, like a tiger descending a mountain, he charged toward the throng of 500. With a thunderous crash, Wu Shuang collided with the mass as if a comet had struck the earth. The two foremost attackers raised their machetes high, preparing to cleave Wu Shuang in two, certain that he could not evade their lethal strike and would be left bloodied. However, before their blades could descend, a massive foot struck them fiercely, sending them hurtling backward like cannonballs, toppling 2 to 30 others before they crashed to the ground. Then, Huang Tianba witnessed a scene reminiscent of that day at the entrance of Hongmeng Group. The sky above the Qingmen arena was filled with bodies soaring through the air. Despite the 500 skilled fighters approaching like a swelling tide, none could breach Wu Shuang's defenses. Any who dared to come close were instantly sent flying by his powerful kicks. As this spectacle unfolded, Qiao Yunlong and his son, Qiao Kuan, were left utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide as saucers, incredulously watching the battle unfold. Is this truly a human being? This is nothing short of superhuman. The ranks of Qingmen surged ever closer. Yet Wu Shuang's hands waved with lethal precision, countless glints of cold light flashing forth. The individuals rushing forward seemed as if they had fallen under the immobilizing spell of Sun Wukong, rendered utterly motionless. In a swift maneuver, Wu Shuang transformed into a colossal figure and charged once more towards the members of the Qingmen. Instantly, a path emerged through the throng. As those within Wu Shuang's reach were either sent soaring into the air or struck forcefully to the edge of the sports field, Qiao Yunlong and his son, Qiao Kuan, watched in increasing alarm and dread. They were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing, and their throats felt as if they were engulfed in flames. An expression of fury crossed Qiao Yunlong's face as he glared at Qiao Kuan, wishing he could end his son's life with a single shot. "What kind of trouble have you stirred up? Are you trying to get us both killed?" In less than half an hour, over 400 out of 500 had already fallen. The sports field was littered with the elite of Qingmen, who now appeared as defenseless as mere children before Wu Shuang. Only about 100 remained standing and capable of fighting. But it was evident that they stood no chance against Wu Shuang, who seemed utterly unfazed, exuding the same formidable spirit as before the battle commenced. Qiao Yunlong knew that it was only a matter of time before even those remaining succumbed to Wu Shuang. Currently, the only one who could contend with Wu Shuang was Tianhai. Yet, it was uncertain whether he had returned, and he was not answering calls. Leaving Qiao Yunlong in a state of desperation, gritting his teeth, he summoned the 50 gunmen. If fists and feet could not defeat Wu Shuang, then firearms would have to suffice. He could hardly believe that Wu Shuang could survive the onslaught of 50 guns. In an instant, the 50 gunmen surged forward, raising their weapons and aiming them at Wu Shuang, who was engaged in combat on the field. Chapter 66. A rampage of carnage. Qiao Yunlong's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he raised his right hand to issue the command to fire. No. At that moment, Huang Tianba shouted and lunged at Qiao Yunlong. Regardless of the circumstances, he had come alongside Wu Shuang. If Wu Shuang were to be killed by the gunman's indiscriminate fire, Huang Tianba knew his fate would be no better. He had to prevent Chow Yunlong from giving the order to shoot and stop the gunman from firing. "Get out of my way," Chow Yunlong coldly scoffed, delivering a swift kick toward Huang Tianba. Chow Yunlong was no novice. In his heyday, he had led the elder members of the gang into battle, wielding a machete from street to street. Although he had enjoyed a life of relative ease as the head of the sect in recent years, he still practiced diligently, his skills remaining sharp. Huang Tianba, in comparison, was significantly inferior in prowess. Chow Yunlong's kick struck Huang Tianba squarely in the chest with a resounding thud, sending him hurtling backward and crashing onto the ground. Unable to rise, after falling to the ground, Huang Tianba, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, immediately shouted, "Mr. Wu, beware of the gunfire." Simultaneously, Chow Yunlong had already issued the command to open fire. Instantly, the muzzles of 50 guns unleashed a torrent of flames. The bullets rained down upon Wu Shuang like a torrential downpour. Hearing Huang Tianba's warning and feeling the rush of the incoming bullets, Wu Shuang swiftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the barrage. However, the masters from the Qingmen faction were not so fortunate. Amid their anguished cries, the bullets struck them mercilessly. In an instant, blood erupted, and screams filled the air as over 20 individuals fell dead on the spot, while around 20 more sustained severe injuries. The 50 gunmen, realizing their bullets had missed Wu Shuang and instead harmed their own comrades, involuntarily halted their fire. "Damn it, don't stop. Keep shooting," Chow Yunlong bellowed at the gunman. He had come to recognize that Wu Shuang represented the greatest threat to him. If he did not eliminate him today, not only would he be unable to sleep soundly, but his very life would also be at stake. The loss of a few members from the 8,000-strong Qingmen was a small price to pay, a mere act of loyalty to their leader. Upon hearing the command from their leader, the 50 gunmen, despite their reluctance, squeezed the triggers once more, sending another volley of 50 bullets racing toward Wu Shuang. "Chow Yunlong, you seek death," Wu Shuang exclaimed furiously upon witnessing the order to fire again. These bullets posed no danger to him, yet he could not evade. For if he did, the members of the Qingmen would suffer. Human life is of utmost importance. Even though those individuals were part of the underworld, Wu Shuang could not bear to watch them perish in vain. He stepped in front of them, and with a swift motion of his hands, dozens of gleaming silver needles were unleashed. It was as if the needles possessed a will of their own, deftly intercepting and deflecting the incoming bullets. This spectacle left Chow Yunlong utterly astounded, his mouth agape and eyes wide. He looked as though his very eyeballs might pop from their sockets, if not for the confines of his eye sockets. Such a display shattered Chow Yunlong's understanding. He had never before witnessed such extraordinary martial prowess. Although Wu Shuang had previously battled against 500 or 600 men, which was indeed shocking, it did not invoke panic in Chow Yunlong. He had encountered formidable fighters before, such as Tianhai, who could take on hundreds. However, he had never seen anyone capable of deflecting bullets. Even someone as powerful as Tianhai would find it impossible to block such a hail of bullets all at once. The level of skill displayed was terrifying and utterly unfathomable. The gunmen too were left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief, "Heavenly Father, is this even human?" As the individuals momentarily paused, Wu Shuang's figure flickered and lunged toward them. Before they could react, he had already closed the distance to within 5 meters. The gunmen, regaining their senses, hurriedly pulled the triggers once more. However, a peculiar numbness gripped their hands, rendering their fingers incapable of completing the action. A silver needle had pierced their palms, and their hands felt as if they had been numbed by anesthetics. At that instant, Wu Shuang's figure flashed again, appearing before them. With a swift motion, he brandished a black dagger. The blade glinted ominously, and in a heartbeat, it severed the throat of one gunman, blood gushing forth like an arrow, causing him to collapse immediately. In a blur, Wu Shuang moved, and within less than half a minute, all 50 gunmen lay slain, their throats expertly cut, their bodies crumpling to the ground in a tragic cascade of blood. Wu Shuang had initially intended to refrain from such a massacre, but the gunmen's reckless shooting and indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent left him no choice but to eliminate them. After dispatching the gunmen, he swiftly darted toward Chow Yunlong, the mastermind behind today's chaos, along with his son, Chow Kuan, whom Wu Shuang had marked for death. Just as Wu Shuang was about to reach Chow Yunlong, the latter produced a desert eagle from his pocket. This formidable weapon, his personal defense tool, was something he carried daily. As soon as the desert eagle was in his grasp, he aimed it at Wu Shuang and pulled the trigger. Renowned as the king of handguns, the desert eagle boasted tremendous firepower, rapid speed, and lethal force. Wu Shuang deftly evaded the bullet, and, with a flick of his wrist, launched a silver needle toward Qiao Yunlong. Anticipating Wu Shuang's attack, Qiao Yunlong swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the needle. He then lunged toward Huang Tianba, seizing him from the ground and pressing the gun against his temple. Don't move. If you dare to stir, I will blow his head off. Qiao Yunlong threatened through clenched teeth, directing his menace at Wu Shuang. Seeing Huang Tianba held hostage, Wu Shuang halted, his concern for his companion's safety compelling him to pause. What are you waiting for? Come here now. Qiao Yunlong shouted at Qiao Kuan. As a typical scion, accustomed to a life of luxury and indulgence, Qiao Kuan had been momentarily paralyzed by the gruesome scene of Wu Shuang's swift execution of 50 gunmen. It was only upon hearing his father's call that he snapped back to reality, quickly rushing to position himself behind Qiao Yunlong. Chapter 67. The Celestial Calamity. He was Qiao Yunlong's son, the young master of the Qingmen, and he had not yet exhausted the pleasures of his opulent life. He had no desire to meet his end at Wu Shuang's hands. Lay down your weapon and surrender immediately, or I shall end his life with a single shot. Qiao Yunlong snarled menacingly at Wu Shuang, his eyes glinting with malice. I offer you a chance. Dare to pull the trigger. Wu Shuang's gaze remained serene, devoid of expression, yet exuding an even more terrifying aura. Qiao Yunlong felt the sweat bead on his palms as he forcefully aimed the barrel of his Desert Eagle forward, yet he hesitated to fire. Huang Tianba was the talisman for both father and son. Should he pull the trigger and end Huang Tianba's life, he doubted his ability to withstand Wu Shuang's retaliation. Even with a firearm in hand, release Huang Tianba at once, and I shall grant you both a merciful end, Wu Shuang said, his tone flat and deliberate. Let him go? Never. If you dare take another step forward, I will blow his head off, Qiao Yunlong threatened once more, dragging Huang Tianba backward step by step toward the edge of the arena. The captive Huang Tianba understood that pleading for mercy was futile. It would serve no purpose. Neither could he call for Wu Shuang's assistance, as it would only jeopardize Wu Shuang's safety. Thus, despite the overwhelming fear coursing through him, he clenched his teeth and remained silent. I will count to 5. If you do not release him, you shall bear the consequences, Wu Shuang declared, striding purposefully toward the father and son duo. Stay right there. Do not move. If you take another step, I will fire. Qiao Yunlong bellowed, terrified as Wu Shuang approached. Wu Shuang, however, paid no heed to Qiao Yunlong's threats, advancing steadily, armed with a black dagger in his right hand and silver needles prepared in his left. He was confident that even if Qiao Yunlong dared to shoot, he would ensure that the shot would never be fired. As Wu Shuang reached the count of 4, Qiao Yunlong shouted in fury, Wu Shuang, stop. I command you to stand still. If you move again, I will truly pull the trigger. Go ahead and fire. You, a distinguished leader, are you merely a blusterer, lacking the courage to shoot? Wu Shuang teased mockingly. Qiao Yunlong's face turned a deep shade of anger. Yet he found himself unable to pull the trigger, resorting instead to a blustering threat. Listen well, if you dare to take another step, I will fire immediately. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang took another step forward, smiling as he said, I have advanced a step. Now, will you shoot? Qiao Yunlong, infuriated by Wu Shuang's provocation, contemplated the drastic action of shooting Huang Tianba to end the standoff. However, thoughts of his and his son's lives compelled him to suppress his fury and curb his impulse. He then shouted to the members of the Qingmen gang present at the arena, what are you all doing? Continue your assault on this brat. A few fervent gang members, spurred by their leader's command, prepared to rush forward and attack Wu Shuang again. Yet, the majority, witnessing Qiao Yunlong's ruthless disregard for their lives and his singular focus on killing Wu Shuang, felt a chilling disillusionment. They had fought valiantly for the gang, while their leader seemed indifferent to their very survival. Even though they still possessed the capability to fight, they stood motionless, refraining from further assaulting Wu Shuang. Observing the inertia of the majority, even the previously fervent members of the gang paused, halting their advance. Damn it! Are you all planning a rebellion? Are my words falling on deaf ears? Qiao Yunlong thundered at his subordinates. Yet, they merely cast a glance his way and remained unmoved. Humph, Qiao Yunlong, you have already incurred the wrath of the masses. Now you stand abandoned. It would be wise to lay down your arms and surrender, rather than cling to futile resistance. Wu Shuang remarked coldly. Lay down my arms and surrender? How naive, Qiao Yunlong retorted, his gaze fixed on his followers as he bellowed in fury. If you dare betray me, I shall eliminate every last one of you. And you, how dare you oppose the Qingmen? We have 8,000 members. A mere spit could drown you. What do you possess to challenge me? You shall die today. His visage contorted with rage, he ground his teeth in defiance. Perhaps you shall not have that opportunity, Wu Shuang hissed sharply. Seizing the moment, he deftly raised his left hand, sending a glimmering projectile hurtling towards Chow Yunlong's right hand. Chow Yunlong was taken aback, his eyes flashing with alarm as he instinctively sought to pull the trigger. However, Wu Shuang's silver needle moved with a swiftness surpassing lightning. Just as his finger grazed the trigger, he felt a sensation akin to a mosquito bite, followed by a numbing in his right hand. His finger lingered on the trigger, yet he could not squeeze it. With a ghostly agility, Wu Shuang lunged at Chow Yunlong, brandishing his dagger in a swift arc. A streak of black light, akin to a bolt of lightning, aimed for Chow Yunlong's throat. In a moment of sheer shock, Chow Yunlong found himself frozen, forgetting to flee as he stared wide-eyed at Wu Shuang, his expression filled with dread and terror. Wu Shuang's speed was astonishing, outpacing even the transmission of his own nerves, leaving him no time to react. As the dagger approached, poised to sever his throat, an unexpected flash of steel sliced through the air. A cleaver appeared before Chow Yunlong with the swiftness of a lightning strike, intercepting Wu Shuang's weapon. The clash resonated with a sharp, metallic ring, sparks erupting from the collision. Wu Shuang, taken aback by the unforeseen intervention, stumbled back a couple of steps, focusing intently ahead. It was then that he beheld a tall, imposing figure standing before Chow Yunlong, clad in a checkered shirt and jeans. This individual bore sun-kissed skin and a face chiseled with striking features. His brows arched sharply, and his eyes glimmered with an intense light, radiating a chilling aura. Upon seeing this person, both Chow Yunlong and Chow Kuan felt their tension dissipate. They understood that with his arrival, their safety was assured. This individual stands as the formidable leader of the Qingmen, revered as their guardian deity, known by the name of Tianhai. During a tumultuous period of conquest, there was an occasion when Chow Yunlong and over 30 others found themselves encircled by more than 300 foes, resigned to their imminent demise. Yet, it was Tianhai alone who, wielding a formidable blade, surged into the fray, overwhelming the throng of adversaries and rescuing Chow Yunlong from certain death. Tianhai, you have arrived. Quickly eliminate him. Kill him, Chow Yunlong exclaimed, resembling a tormented child, pointing at Wu Shuang with palpable indignation. Rest assured, master. Today he is as good as dead, Tianhai confidently assured Chow Yunlong. This was not mere bravado. He genuinely possessed such prowess. Throughout the years, Qingmen had faced numerous perils and formidable adversaries, yet all were ultimately subdued by Tianhai's might. He was the very embodiment of divinity for Qingmen. As long as he stood firm, no challenge was insurmountable. Humph, who are you to speak so boldly? Wu Shuang retorted coldly, scrutinizing Tianhai. Listen well. My name is Tianhai. Regardless of who you are or where you hail from, to wreak havoc on Qingmen's territory results in but one fate: death. Tianhai declared with unwavering pride. Upon hearing the name Tianhai, Wu Shuang's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light emanating from them. He had been informed of Tianhai's unparalleled skills by Huang Tianba during his journey, recognizing him as Qingmen's strongest warrior. It appears that our confrontation today is unavoidable. Duty compels us to engage in battle, Tianhai proclaimed with a resonant authority. Although he had not witnessed the previous skirmish, he could discern from Chow Yunlong's messages and his own observations that Wu Shuang was the most formidable opponent he had encountered in this lifetime. Throughout his existence, he had vanquished countless powerful adversaries, and he was certain that Wu Shuang would not be an exception. He poised his blade horizontally and warned, "Be cautious, for I shall strike now." Huh. If you intend to attack, then do so. Spare me the superfluous chatter, Wu Shuang scoffed, brandishing his ebony dagger defiantly. With a thunderous roar, Tianhai swung his blade towards Wu Shuang. The edge of the blade shimmered in the air, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that surged toward Wu Shuang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Shuang responded with a disdainful grunt, slicing through the air with his dagger, mirroring a streak of black lightning as he countered Tianhai's onslaught. In an instant, their weapons clashed in a brilliant explosion of light, producing a deafening roar. A shockwave emanated from the epicenter of their confrontation, sending Chow Yunlong, Huang Tianba, and Chow Kuan sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, both Wu Shuang and Tianhai were propelled backward by the force of their clash, only to swiftly regain their composure and dart back towards each other. Thus, the two warriors engaged in a fierce battle upon the arena, their conflict echoing through the air. Two figures moved with the swiftness of lightning, their blades striking with the ferocity of a tempest. Brilliant flashes of sword energy surrounded them, swirling like a storm upon the arena. Each strike unleashed a gale that sent stones and dust flying through the air. The audience was utterly mesmerized, never having witnessed such a spectacular clash. In the presence of Wu Shuang and Tianhai, Their own self-proclaimed prowess seemed laughably insignificant. Chow Yunlong and his son Chow Kuan watched intently as Shuang and Tianhai engaged in their fierce skirmish, yet they remained confident in Tianhai's abilities. Chow Yunlong kept his desert eagle trained on Huang Tianba's forehead, prepared for any unforeseen developments. With wide eyes, they focused on the duel, fervently wishing that Tianhai could cleave Shuang in two with a single stroke. However, a flicker of concern nagged at Chow Yunlong. What if Tianhai was not a match for Shuang? That would spell trouble. Seizing an opportunity, he aimed his weapon at Shuang's back and fired 2 shots. Shuang spun in midair, deflecting one bullet with his blade. Yet, the second bullet raced toward him like a flash of lightning. Just as he prepared to strike again, Tianhai unexpectedly intercepted the bullet with a swift cut of his own. "Master, this is a fair fight. Your assistance is unnecessary," Tianhai declared coldly. Reluctantly, Chow Yunlong lowered his desert eagle, abandoning his intention to shoot Shuang. With a shared resolve, Shuang and Tianhai resumed their fierce combat. Their speed escalated, creating a vortex around them that stung the faces of the onlookers and rustled their garments. After 10 minutes of relentless battle, Shuang lunged forth like a bolt of lightning, landing a kick on Tianhai's weapon-wielding hand. He followed up with a flurry of kicks, striking Tianhai's chest repeatedly. The latter was sent sprawling to the ground before Chow Yunlong and his son, resembling a discarded sack, while Shuang gracefully landed on his feet. With a flick of his wrist, Shuang made his black dagger vanish. He then addressed Tianhai, "Given your arduous training, you may leave." It was then that Chow Yunlong and Chow Kuan noticed the multitude of wounds adorning Tianhai's body. Though merely superficial cuts marred his clothing and left faint marks on his skin, the multitude of bruises on his chest rendered his complexion pale, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth. Clearly, Tianhai had sustained internal injuries, having been grievously harmed by those relentless kicks. Shuang had spared his life, having acknowledged the sacrifice Tianhai made by blocking a bullet meant for him. Otherwise, the outcome would have been fatal. Tianhai rose from the ground, intending to speak, but unexpectedly, as he opened his mouth, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He uttered no words, merely glanced at Chow Yunlong and Shuang before staggering towards the exit of the sports field. "Tianhai, you cannot leave. If you go, what will become of us, father and son?" Chow Yunlong shouted urgently as he witnessed Tianhai's departure. "Master, I can no longer assist you." Tianhai slowly responded upon hearing Chow Yunlong's plea. Having spoken, he departed without looking back. "Shuang, I will take your life." With Tianhai's departure, Chow Yunlong felt bereft of his greatest support and immediately bellowed, raising his gun to pull the trigger at Shuang. He had long since removed the silver needle from Shuang. The Desert Eagle's muzzle spewed flames, and this time he was determined to kill Shuang. Alas, Shuang dodged with a swift motion, evading the bullet that Chow Yunlong had fired in the blink of an eye. Then, like a specter, he appeared before Chow Yunlong. Startled, Chow Yunlong hastily twisted his wrist, intending to press the gun against Huang Tianba's forehead, but it was too late. In an instant, Shuang seized his right hand, exerting force to brutally snap it. The pain rendered Chow Yunlong's face pale, eliciting a cry of agony. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Huang Tianba also let out a piercing scream. Chapter 69. The new leader. Upon hearing Huang Tianba's scream, Shuang quickly turned his gaze towards him. There stood Chow Kuan behind Huang Tianba, his face contorted with malice, wielding a dagger that was plunged into Huang Tianba's back. It turned out that upon witnessing Tianhai's defeat and departure, and seeing Shuang attacking his father, Chow Kuan realized their fate was sealed. Neither he nor his father would escape alive. In a moment of desperation, he drew the dagger from his person and, seizing the opportunity while Shuang was preoccupied with Chow Yunlong, he thrust the dagger into Huang Tianba. Even in death, he sought to take someone down with him. Since Shuang had been brought by Huang Tianba, he resolved to kill Huang Tianba, ensuring that he would not perish in vain. As the knife pierced Huang Tianba's back, a malicious glint shone in Chow Kuan's eyes, his face twisted with rage as he prepared to twist the dagger. However, at that moment, a flicker of cold light appeared, and 6 silver needles shot toward his arms and upper body. Instantly, his upper body became paralyzed. He could not even move, let alone twist the knife. Shuang swiftly caught Huang Tianba, who was about to collapse onto the ground. Upon noticing the dagger lodged in Huang Tianba's back, he was taken aback. The blade was less than 2 inches from Huang Tianba's heart, and had Chow Kuan twisted the knife, it would have surely resulted in Huang Tianba's demise. With no time to tend to Chow Yunlong and the Chow father-son duo, he promptly used a silver needle to pierce the acupoints surrounding the wound on Huang Tianba's back. Before beginning to extract the dagger, As the dagger was drawn, astonishingly, no blood flowed from the wound. Yet, Huang Tianba emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Although Chao Yunlong had suffered a broken wrist, he observed that Wu Shuang had directed all his attention towards Huang Tianba. Seizing the opportunity, he tightly gripped his fractured wrist and stealthily made his escape. At that moment, he disregarded his son entirely, fully aware that remaining here would spell certain death. He had resigned himself to the loss of his son, understanding that only by fleeing could he evade his demise and seek vengeance for his child. He resolved that once he had left, he would deploy his entire fortune to enlist the services of top international assassins to eliminate Wu Shuang. Despite Wu Shuang's formidable skills, he harbored doubts about Wu Shuang's ability to evade such elite hunters. By the time Wu Shuang extracted the dagger from Huang Tianba's back, Chao Yunlong had already reached the exit of the sports field. He believed that upon navigating the upcoming bend, even Wu Shuang would be unable to claim his life. He recalled that numerous underlings remained in the main hall. If he could utilize them to hinder Wu Shuang, he could depart unscathed and initiate his revenge plot. Unfortunately, as he approached the turn and had yet to round it, he heard a swift and menacing whistle behind him. In an instant, a dagger, like a flash of lightning, pierced through his back and embedded itself in his heart. Chao Yunlong could not even utter a scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Wu Shuang, you bastard! You dare kill my father! I will take your life. Upon witnessing his father struck by the dagger and fall, Chao Kuan could not help but unleash a torrent of curses at Wu Shuang. He summoned all his strength to strike at Wu Shuang in a bid for revenge. Alas, his body was numb, rendering him unable to move. He attempted to further insult Wu Shuang, but a silver needle flew through the air and lodged itself in his face, leaving him unable to even open his mouth to curse. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang instructed Huang Tianba to lie on the ground and took out a silver needle to treat the wound on his back. Although there was no bandaging involved, just a few simple silver needles, after their removal, not a single drop of blood emerged from Huang Tianba's back wound. Moreover, the excruciating pain that had previously afflicted him had lessened significantly, leaving him feeling considerably more at ease. Thank you, Mr. Wu, for saving my life. Huang Tianba expressed his gratitude hurriedly. There's no need for thanks. This merely stops the bleeding and alleviates the pain. We will need to bandage it properly later. Wu Shuang replied with a smile, helping Huang Tianba to his feet. Then, he addressed the members of the Qing men aloud. Chao Yunlong and his son, Chao Kuan, have committed countless atrocities. I, Wu Shuang, act in the name of justice and have slain Chao Yunlong. Now that he is dead, Huang Tianba shall be your new leader. Anyone who disagrees may step forward. Wu Shuang's piercing gaze swept across the followers of Qing men as he commanded with authority. This issue is undoubtedly a matter of life and death. The 500 or 600 individuals present are no match for you. Anyone who dares to defy this reality is simply courting disaster. Among them, even if someone harbors dissent, they remain obediently in place, for none would dare to challenge Wu Shuang. Many among this assembly felt profound disappointment towards Chao Yunlong after he ordered the gunfire. Even if Chao Yunlong were to survive, their allegiance to him as the sect leader would wane. Now, witnessing Chao Yunlong's demise and Wu Shuang's promotion of Huang Tianba to the position of sect leader, they find little cause for opposition. After all, Huang Tianba is one of the 8 golden kings of the Qing sect, a venerable elder with considerable prestige within their ranks. Thus, these individuals respectfully approached Huang Tianba, bowing and addressing him as sect leader. With one taking the lead, others followed suit, gradually forming a line to pledge their allegiance to Huang Tianba. Even those who initially resisted were compelled by the prevailing sentiment to acknowledge Huang Tianba's authority as sect leader. Observing their unanimous recognition of his status, Huang Tianba, though maintaining a composed exterior, was internally elated beyond measure. What are you waiting for? Quickly assist our new sect leader to tend to his wounds. Upon witnessing their acceptance of Huang Tianba, Wu Shuang promptly addressed the individuals at the forefront. They hurriedly approached to support Huang Tianba. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba wasted no time in instructing his loyal subordinates to rush to the main hall. Despite the outward show of allegiance, he remained wary and placed his trust in his closest confidants. Subsequently, Wu Shuang removed all but one silver needle from Chao Kuan's face, handing the removed needles to the subordinates for disposal. Chao Kuan's eyes, akin to those of a famished wolf, fixated on Wu Shuang, seething with a desire to curse him. Yet he found himself unable to utter a word, resorting to silent maledictions instead. Just then, Chao Kuan's phone rang, the sound cutting through the tension with an especially jarring tone. Chapter 70, Business Banquet. As the ringtone continued to blare, Wu Shuang reached for Chao Kuan's phone. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he was surprised to see the name Chen Haoran. He had not anticipated that Tianhai would be calling Chao Kuan at this moment. So he pressed the answer button. Chao Xiao, I presume you've dealt with Shuang by now. And have you taken care of Duan Hongming? I'm eagerly awaiting the photos you promised to send me. As soon as the call connected, Tianhai's lewd and shameless voice came through. It turned out that during their previous meal at Jinyuan restaurant, Tianhai had invited Chao Kuan. While he was in the restroom, he had spotted Duan Hongming, Shuang, and Chang Wei entering a private room, and subsequently incited Chao Kuan by claiming he had seen a stunning beauty in the adjacent room. Upon hearing the mention of a beautiful woman, Chao Kuan was instantly consumed by his desires, leading to the incident at the Jinyuan restaurant. At this juncture, Shuang finally comprehended that it was, in fact, Tianhai who had instigated the events behind the scenes. Chao Xiao, why are you silent? He inquired. He is unable to speak, Shuang replied, his face pale and voice grave. Shuang, how did you come to possess Chao Xiao's phone? Tianhai quickly recognized Shuang's voice and asked in astonishment. Tianhai, I warn you, if you dare to resort to underhanded tactics again, prepare for dire consequences. With that, Shuang exerted force, crushing Chao Kuan's phone into smithereens. He harbored no concerns that any of the underlings would dare to harm Huang Tianba. After all, in the face of his formidable strength, it was unlikely that anyone would risk their lives. Not long after entering the main hall, Huang Tianba had his wounds dressed and then made his way to the grand hall. At this moment, the other 7 kings and the branch leaders had all gathered at the main hall. After comprehending the situation, everyone unanimously acknowledged Huang Tianba's position as the new leader. They had no choice but to accept. They could not afford to offend Shuang, and Huang Tianba was indeed qualified to ascend as the leader. With over 100 senior members of the Qing men, Huang Tianba, after making offerings at the incense hall, officially took on the role of leader. He then publicly declared Chao Kuan's transgressions and executed him according to the rules of the gang, not to mention all the misdeeds he had committed. The attempt on the new leader's life alone warranted his public execution. Shuang nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Huang Tianba displayed a modicum of capability. This act served as a warning to those harboring ulterior motives, signaling that opposing the new leader would lead to disastrous outcomes. His initial hesitation to execute Chao Kuan was merely to allow Huang Tianba the opportunity to demonstrate his authority. Subsequently, Huang Tianba announced that Shuang would henceforth serve as a senior elder of the Qing men. He would not engage in any internal affairs, but would possess the power to veto any decisions made by the organization. In this capacity, Shuang essentially became a figurehead, akin to an emperor without direct rule. Though Shuang was reluctant to assume the title of elder, he acquiesced after persistent requests from Huang Tianba and the senior members. After resolving these matters, Shuang departed from the Qingmen's headquarters. This not only eradicated the potential threat posed by Chao Kuan, but also secured control over the 8,000 members of the Qing men, marking a significant victory. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuyuan was in his office, once again in a fit of rage. He had dispatched Chai Gui and others to deal with Shuang, only to find that Chai Gui had fallen victim himself. Chai Gui was sentenced to 30 years in prison, doomed to spend the rest of his life behind bars. He had instructed Chao Yunlong to punish Huang Tianba, but to his dismay, he soon received news of Chao Yunlong's death. While Huang Tianba had ascended as the new leader of the Qing men, he could not fathom how dealing with a mere security guard could prove so challenging. Not only had he failed to subdue Shuang, but he had also lost Chai Gui in the process. Moreover, he was acutely aware that Huang Tianba's ascendance over Chao Yunlong was largely due to Shuang. This revelation filled him with incredulity. Despite Shuang's commendable skills, the Qing men boasted 8,000 followers, and Chao Yunlong commanded an equal number of formidable subordinates. A mere security guard, regardless of his prowess, could hardly challenge the entirety of the Qing men. He promptly dispatched someone to investigate the matter. Yet he was unaware that Huang Tianba had issued a strict edict. Anyone privy to the events of today's confrontation at the sports field must remain tight-lipped. Should anyone divulge even a word, not only would they suffer consequences, but their family members would also bear the brunt. This was to prevent any leakage of intelligence regarding the Qing men and to safeguard Shuang's identity. Zhang Shuyuan exerted considerable effort, but was unable to unearth any information. Unperturbed by these developments, Shuang found himself escorted back to the Hongming group by Huang Tianba's men, just as he returned to his post. Still in his regular attire, and yet to don his security uniform, he spotted Duan Hongming emerging from the office building, heading towards her vehicle. Ms. Duan, are you heading out? Shuang greeted her with a smile. Oh, there's a business banquet this afternoon. The organizers have invited me to attend, she replied. Ms. Duan, it may be dangerous for you to go out alone. May I accompany you? he suggested, after a moment's reflection on her previous encounter at Jinyuan restaurant. Duan Hongming nodded in agreement. The organizers had not specified that she could not bring a guest, so she deemed it acceptable to have Wu Shuang accompany her. Thus, Wu Shuang drove Duan Hongming to the Hongfua Mountain Villa. The banquet, organized by the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, was primarily aimed at fostering communication and interaction among its members. As long as one possessed the invitation from the chamber, entry was granted. The Hongfua Mountain Villa, a property under the auspices of the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, exuded grandeur and opulence, reflecting the chamber's considerable clout. Upon entering the villa's grand hall, they were greeted by a semicircular archway adorned with multicolored balloons. Within the arch, countless roses had been arranged to form two adjacent hearts, with a floral arrow elegantly piercing through them. Standing before the roses was a man clad in a light green suit, possessing a refined visage and exuding an air of sophistication. He held a bouquet of fresh flowers and stood there beaming, seemingly awaiting someone. Wu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Had it not been for the numerous Tianhai entrepreneurs surrounding him, he might have believed he had arrived at the wrong venue. Although he had not personally experienced it, he recognized that this scene was emblematic of a man professing his love to a woman. Nearby, several young ladies gazed at the archway and the heart fashioned from blossoms, their eyes sparkling with delight. One young lady even remarked to herself, "How romantic and touching. If a man were to confess to me in such a manner, I would undoubtedly accept. Who is this remarkable individual, capable of orchestrating such an event at a gathering organized by the Chamber of Commerce?" Unconcerned, Wu Shuang trailed behind Duan Hongming, intending to enter. Suddenly, a woman resembling a secretary rushed in, exclaiming loudly, "Zhu Xiao has arrived." With her announcement, everyone instinctively turned to the entrance, particularly the young women eager to glimpse the fortunate lady. At that moment, a woman gracefully approached through the doorway. Her oval face was framed by delicate willow-like brows and sparkling, expressive eyes. Her fair, tender skin and lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Clad in an elegant white gown, impeccably tailored from exquisite fabric, she showcased her enchanting figure to perfection. Wu Shuang was momentarily entranced. The woman before him was none other than Long Yuyan. Despite having met her twice before, today she radiated an even more dignified and captivating beauty. As she glided towards him, her graceful silhouette and rhythmical steps rivaled those of the most glamorous stars on the red carpet. At that instant, several elegantly dressed women suddenly appeared on either side of the hall, producing confetti poppers. With a series of pops, colorful confetti filled the air. A man in a light green suit, holding a bouquet, approached the astonished Long Yuyan, presenting her with his most charming smile. "Yuyan, you are even more beautiful and enchanting than before," he declared. "Zhu Xiaodian, what are you doing?" Long Yuyan asked, her irritation evident as she surveyed Zhu Xiaodian, the archway, and the roses before her. "Yuyan, for years ago, I left for Eagle Country without bidding you farewell, and that was my mistake. Today, having graduated, I promise to cherish and care for you. For the past 4 years, you have been constantly on my mind. Your every smile and expression is etched deeply in my heart. You are a divine gift, the essence of my existence. Yuyan, I love you. Please agree to be my girlfriend." Zhu Xiaodian professed, kneeling before her and presenting the flowers. Though Long Yuyan remained unmoved, the surrounding young women were deeply touched. They excitedly urged, "Say yes, be with him. Say yes, be with him." Zhu Xiaodian, brimming with confidence, recalled the fondness Long Yuyan had shown him during their university days. Now, having returned from Eagle Country and orchestrated such a romantic gesture, he was certain she would agree to be his girlfriend. However, to her surprise, Long Yuyan's expression changed, and she spoke with evident displeasure. "Zhu Xiaodian, why are you still so immature, indulging in these frivolous gestures? Yuyan, this is not childishness, it is my affection for you. Please, we are adults now. Let us be rational and mature, shall we? Yuyan, I am aware that my sudden departure 4 years ago caused you pain, and it is only natural for you to be angry with me. I sincerely apologize for that. This time, I have returned to make amends. I will treat you well and compensate for the hurt my absence has caused you over the past 4 years. Zhu Xiaodian, let me reiterate, your going to Eagle Country has no bearing on me, and I feel no sadness about it. Our relationship is merely that of classmates. Yuyan, I know you are still upset with me and have yet to forgive me. I did not inform you of my departure, and I had no idea it would wound you so deeply. I vow to spend my life rectifying this mistake. Please believe me. Zhu Xiaodian, are you being overly self-assured? I have already made myself clear. We are just classmates, nothing more. Please refrain from speaking further. Yuyan, do you still claim you are not angry with me? Your demeanor suggests otherwise. you are still holding a grudge. I, too, recognize my faults. For these past 4 years, I have been longing for you. Just agree to be my girlfriend. I will cherish you and ensure you never feel wronged again. Zhu Xiaotian, how can you not comprehend my words? I admit that I had some fondness for you 4 years ago, but that was merely a fleeting sentiment, unrelated to love. I felt no attraction then, nor do I now. Do you understand? Long Yuyan said, visibly annoyed. Yuyan, I acknowledge my mistakes and understand why you are angry with me, but I have returned. I am determined to win you over with my love, to care for you wholeheartedly. Trust me, I can make this happen. Zhu Xiaotian, I must inform you that I have a boyfriend now, so please do not persist in your pursuit. I have done my research, and you are still single. With no boyfriend in sight, Zhu Xiaotian replied with a smile, your little ploys are far too naive for me. Who says I don't have a boyfriend? If you do, then bring him before me to see. If you do, I shall cease my pursuit. Zhu Xiaotian said triumphantly, knowing full well that Long Yuyan had no boyfriend. Upon hearing Zhu Xiaotian's words, Long Yuyan hesitated for a moment. Then, with determination, she approached Wu Shuang and linked her arm with his. To the astonishment of onlookers, Long Yuyan stood before Zhu Xiaotian, smiling, and declared, this is my boyfriend. Do you believe me now? Embraced by the delicate arm of Long Yuyan, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that wafted from her being, Wu Shuang felt as though he were enveloped in a haze. He could scarcely fathom that Long Yuyan would employ him as a shield. It was akin to being caught unawares by a stray arrow. However, Wu Shuang found a peculiar delight in this unexpected role, relishing the situation more with each passing moment. Ah, Yuyan, do refrain from your theatrics. Is it not a tad juvenile to select any random male as your supposed boyfriend merely to provoke me? If he is indeed your partner, why did he not accompany you inside but instead entered with another woman? Given his disheveled appearance, how could he possibly be worthy of your affections? Observing Wu Shuang with disdain, Long Yuyan's status as the esteemed daughter of the Long family, one of Tianhai City's most celebrated beauties, starkly contrasted with Wu Shuang's modest attire, which rendered him utterly unfit to be associated with the illustrious Long Mississippi. Not a single soul present, least of all Zhu Xiaotian, believed this farce. Zhu Xiao, I am acquainted with this individual. He is merely a lowly security guard, certainly not the boyfriend of Long Miss, Tianhai interjected, pointing at Wu Shuang as he approached Zhu Xiaotian. Chapter 72. Overstepping boundaries. Long Yuyan was taken aback by Tianhai's revelation of Wu Shuang's true identity. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her heartbeat quickened, and her body trembled slightly as the deceit was laid bare. Yuyan, I never anticipated that you would resort to employing a mere security guard to serve as your facade to reject me. Yet, there was no need for me to intervene. Howren has already exposed your fabrication. Zhu Xiaotian then turned to Wu Shuang, sneering, look at you, with your wretched appearance. You will remain a security guard for life, achieving nothing of significance. Though we inhabit the same sky, we dwell in entirely different realms. No matter how hard you strive, you shall never be worthy of Long Miss. Now, be gone at once, and keep your distance from Yuyan. Otherwise, you may find yourself unable to even secure a position as a mere guard in Tianhai City. With that, Zhu Xiaotian lifted his head high, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a victorious rooster. Even though Long Yuyan had her arm entwined with Wu Shuang's, Zhu Xiaotian dismissed him entirely as a rival, for Wu Shuang was simply unworthy of such consideration. Who was Zhu Xiaotian? He was the scion of the Zhu family, a distinguished graduate of Harvard University. Even without exerting himself, he was poised to inherit a fortune exceeding 100 billion, not to mention his own exceptional qualities. In stark contrast, Wu Shuang was merely a rural migrant working as a security guard, earning a meager salary of 3,000 to 4,000 a month. He stood as a colossal boulder atop a lofty peak, while Wu Shuang was but a clod of dirt in a muddy pit at the mountain's base. How could Wu Shuang ever hope to compare to him? The onlookers cast disdainful glances at Wu Shuang, the security guard, and they belonged to entirely different worlds, one soaring high above while the other languished below. None among them held Wu Shuang in any regard. Unperturbed, Wu Shuang glanced at Zhu Xiaotian and then surveyed the crowd before he boldly wrapped his arm around Long Yuyan's slender waist. Long Yuyan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a public display. Her body tensed instinctively, and she felt an urge to push Wu Shuang away. Yet, in such close proximity, she could not help but inhale the robust, commanding aura of masculinity that emanated from him, rendering her limbs weak and her thoughts muddled. Though her mind screamed to break free, her heart yearned for his embrace, creating a profound internal conflict. Realizing she could not escape him, she surrendered, allowing herself to lean into Wu Shuang's embrace. Witnessing the intimate closeness between Wu Shuang and Long Yuyan ignited Zhu Xiaotian's fury, his visage darkening in rage. His eyes blazed with indignation, and his breath grew heavy with anger. Were it not for the presence of so many witnesses, he would have lunged forward to kick Wu Shuang away. What of being a mere security guard? Which law prohibits Miss Long from choosing a security guard as her boyfriend? Wu Shuang retorted with a smile directed at Zhu Xiaotian. He had no desire to interfere in their affairs, but he could not tolerate Zhu Xiaotian's contempt and degradation. What was wrong with being a security guard? Did that strip him of his humanity? Did it mean he could not experience love or aspire to date a wealthy heiress? These second-generation affluent scions merely basked in the fortune of their birth, yet why should they be exalted above others? Take Zhu Xiaotian. Had he been born into a life of poverty rather than privilege, who could say what his fate would have been? You, a mere security guard. I warn you to keep your distance from Yuyan, or I shall not spare you, Zhu Xiaotian bellowed, his fury palpable, his eyes aflame with rage. It was infuriating. A severe blow to his pride. The very Long Yuyan he intended to confess to was now embracing Wu Shuang before his eyes, a slap in the face indeed. My relationship with Miss Long is none of your concern. She is my girlfriend, and we shall conduct ourselves as we wish, leaving you only to watch helplessly. Utter nonsense. You are merely a pawn she summoned, not her true boyfriend. Cease your boasting. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Wu Shuang lowered his head and pressed his lips against Long Yuyan's rosy mouth. Long Yuyan never anticipated that Wu Shuang would possess such audacity, daring to kiss her in front of so many witnesses. A resounding shock reverberated in her mind, as if she were gasping for breath, teetering on the brink of suffocation. Her eyes instinctively fluttered shut, and her hands, almost of their own volition, enveloped Wu Shuang. Initially, Wu Shuang only intended to provoke Zhu Xiaotian with a fleeting kiss. But as he lowered his head, he was captivated by Long Yuyan's elongated eyelashes, her delicate visage, and her rosy lips. Particularly, when Long Yuyan embraced him. The warmth and fragrance of her youthful body enveloped him, flooding his senses with an intoxicating aroma that sent his adrenaline soaring and ignited a surge of masculine hormones within him. His mind spun in a dizzying haze, rendering him momentarily dazed. Unwilling to part from Long Yuyan's soft, plump lips, he found himself extending his tongue, daring to invade her petite mouth. At first, Long Yuyan resisted, yet perhaps the surge of Wu Shuang's masculinity influenced her, or maybe it was her own unspoken desires that had long yearned for such intimacy. Regardless, her body felt languid, her mind clouded and blank, her thoughts suspended. Symbolically, her lips offered a momentary resistance before they both succumbed to a fervent kiss. This spectacle left everyone present utterly astonished. One was a scion of a prestigious family, while the other was a humble security guard at the bottom rung of society, a stark contrast of status. Yet, against all odds, they shared a passionate kiss before the eyes of the crowd. Gasps erupted as onlookers gaped, their mouths agape and eyes wide, even their breaths stilled, their minds blank with disbelief. How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable. Even the most outlandish film scripts would shy away from such a plot twist. The crowd stood frozen, as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaotian's piercing and sorrowful wail echoed throughout the hall, jolting everyone from their stupor. Chapter 73. I have a way to deal with him. Wu Shuang and Long Yuyan, upon realizing they had just kissed in front of an audience, felt the weight of the moment. Long Yuyan, flushed with embarrassment, instinctively pulled her head back, and their kiss came to an abrupt end. She reached out to push Wu Shuang away, but his arms encircled her like iron bands, rendering her attempts futile. Wu Shuang, with a nonchalant demeanor, showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he chuckled at Zhu Xiaotian and remarked, "Young Master Zhu, have you seen clearly now? Do you believe I am Miss Long's boyfriend?" Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan's face turned a deep crimson, resembling a vibrant crimson cloth, though she now felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Unable to fathom that her first kiss had been so ruthlessly taken by Wu Shuang, she pondered whom to blame. After all, Wu Shuang was the very person she had summoned to serve as her shield. When he had kissed her moments ago, she inexplicably failed to evade him. Now, even if she wished to deny it, she had no choice but to embrace this reality. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaotian glared at Wu Shuang with bloodshot eyes. His expression transformed from one of genteel composure to a terrifying snarl. "No, this cannot be. It cannot be. You cannot possibly be Yuyan's boyfriend." Zhu Xiaotian roared in anger. "Zhu Xiao, I have demonstrated it to you. Do you still not believe? Shall we retreat to a room to prove it further?" Wu Shuang replied with a sly grin. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan's face flushed a deeper crimson, almost turning purple. She longed to find a crevice in the ground to escape, inwardly cursing Wu Shuang as a scoundrel. I warn you, keep your distance from Yuyan. Otherwise, I swear I will not let you off easily, Zhu Xiaotian growled, his forehead veins bulging, his complexion dark and his neck thick with rage. Zhu Xiao, you have threatened me thrice in a mere moment. If you are a man of action, then act. Merely uttering fierce words does not constitute prowess, Wu Shuang mockingly retorted. Damn it, I will end you. Zhu Xiaotian bellowed in fury. Wu Shuang chuckled coldly and addressed the gathered crowd. You all heard that, right? You must bear witness for me. Should anything happen to me in the future, it will be Zhu Xiao's doing. He then waved his phone, grinning. Zhu Xiao, I have recorded your words. You better hope nothing befalls me, or you will surely face consequences. Zhu Xiaotian, still seething, instinctively closed his mouth, realizing that if he spoke further threats, they might be captured on Wu Shuang's recording. Zhu Xiao, let us depart. Do not stoop to the level of such a petty individual, Chen Haoran advised, noticing Zhu Xiaotian's mounting fury. He, along with Zhu Xiaotian's secretary and others, coaxed him away. As others dispersed, seeing that Zhu Xiaotian had left and the spectacle was over, Long Yuyan immediately struggled to break free from Wu Shuang's grasp. Her small face flushed with indignation. Just now. Fear not, Miss Long. I do not mind the incident. I am willing to endure a little loss. Wu Shuang interjected with a smile, cutting her off. Long Yuyan was taken aback, astonished by his audacity. How could you act as if you were the one wronged? You just stole my first kiss. I am the victim here, not you. You, scoundrel, took advantage yet pretend to be the one suffering. If I could overpower you, I would certainly give you a good beating. However, even so, Long Yuyan had no intention of letting Wu Shuang off easily, and she aimed a kick at him. Wu Shuang deftly evaded her kick with a mere sidestep. Miss Long, is this what they call burning bridges and slaying the donkey after the grind? Just moments ago, I risked my reputation to aid you, and yet you treat me this way. It grieves me deeply. Upon hearing Wu Shuang lament about his tarnished reputation, Long Yuyan found herself at a loss for tears. In front of so many witnesses, who suffers the greater loss to their reputation from your kiss, myself or you? You shameless scoundrel. Initially, Long Yuyan intended to unleash further reprimands upon Wu Shuang, but then recalled that he had been coerced into this situation by her own doing. Thus, her ire began to wane. Miss Long, everyone here is aware of our relationship as a couple. We must continue this charade, lest we expose ourselves. She scoffed. Long Yuyan recognized the validity in Wu Shuang's words. At least for the duration of this soiree, they were indeed portraying a romantic couple. Otherwise, it would seem that she had been kissed for naught, while still entangled in Zhu Xiaotian's clutches, rendering the entire affair a bitter loss. Come now. Accompany me to the banquet, she said with a hint of exasperation. Yes, my lady, your wish is my command, Wu Shuang replied, following closely behind her. Striding ahead, Long Yuyan nearly succumbed to laughter at his words, which alleviated some of the earlier awkwardness between them. As they entered the banquet hall, whispers circulated among the guests regarding their relationship. However, upon their arrival, conversations abruptly ceased. Wu Shuang remained indifferent, as he was merely a lowly security guard. But who would dare to provoke Long Yuyan? She was the esteemed Miss Long, the future heir of the Long Corporation. Aware of the scrutiny upon her, Long Yuyan chose to feign ignorance. Such business gatherings serve as opportunities for networking and communication, and the fare was presented as a buffet. Wu Shuang was not beholden to business dealings or emotional exchanges. He simply picked up a plate and began to indulge in the delectable offerings. He marveled at the abundance of culinary delights, pondering why others would linger with their glasses instead of relishing the feast, thus squandering such a splendid opportunity. Unlike their previous missions in desolate mountains or dense forests, where they often went days without a warm meal, he felt no hesitation in filling 2 plates to the brim and seated himself at a table, devouring the food heartily. Pathetic glutton. In the VIP room on the 2nd floor, Zhu Xiaotian could not contain his disdain as he observed Wu Shuang's voracious eating. Zhu Xiao, I have a plan to deal with this fellow, Chen Haoran remarked ominously while watching Wu Shuang below. Chapter 74, Hidden Illness, What to Do? Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly inquired of Chen Haoran. Leaning closer, Chen Haoran whispered his plan into Zhu Xiaotian's ear. Then what are you waiting for? Go and execute it. Zhu Xiaotian smirked, eager to avenge the humiliation inflicted by Long Yuyan and Wu Shuang, reclaiming the dignity he had just lost. Chen Haoran nodded in agreement and swiftly exited the VIP room. Unbeknownst to Wu Shuang, she continued to voraciously consume her food, oblivious to Zhu Xiaotian and Chen Haoran's scheme. Haven't you eaten? Be careful not to choke, Duan Hongming remarked, placing a drink before Wu Shuang. Thank you, Manager Duan. I rarely have the pleasure of such exquisite food, Wu Shuang exclaimed, lifting the drink and gulping it down, swallowing the mouthful of food she had stuffed in. What is going on between you and Miss Long? Is she truly your girlfriend? Duan Hongming asked, perplexed, as she settled beside Wu Shuang. Isn't it obvious? We just shared a passionate kiss in front of everyone. Does it require further explanation? Wu Shuang replied confidently. Humph. Frustrated, Duan Hongming huffed and stood to leave. Though she was neither materialistic nor dismissive of those from humble backgrounds, she remained perplexed by Wu Shuang's true identity. It was simply inconceivable to her that Wu Shuang could be romantically involved with Long Yuyan. The two were worlds apart, one a lofty heiress, the epitome of elegance, and the other a mere security guard from the lowest echelons of society. In fairy tales, princesses might fall for their servants, but in reality, such scenarios were implausible. Social strata dictated that they were parallel lines, destined never to intersect. Yet now, right before her eyes, these lines had crossed, leaving her in doubt. However, Wu Shuang remained tight-lipped, and Duan Hongming decided against pressing further. After Duan Hongming departed, Long Yuyan gracefully approached and sat beside Wu Shuang, inquiring softly, "What was your female boss saying to you just now?" "Guess," Wu Shuang replied with a smile. "Humph. If you won't tell me, then it's a lost cause. Do you think I am eager to hear it?" Long Yuyan retorted, pausing before adding in a hushed tone, "Make sure today's act goes off without a hitch. If not, I won't let you off easily." "Rest assured," Wu Shuang assured her. Their recent passionate kiss had essentially secured Long Yuyan's payment. He was a man of principles who believed in fulfilling his commitments with excellence. After devouring 2 plates of food, Wu Shuang felt only partially satisfied and decided to fetch 2 more plates. However, as he reached the food storage area, a beautiful woman rushed past, causing them to collide. At that moment, he sensed a slight movement in his pocket, realizing that a small object had slipped inside. "My apologies," the woman exclaimed repeatedly as she hurriedly departed. Gazing at the silhouette of the enchanting woman, Wu Shuang smiled knowingly, completely disregarding her as he proceeded to fetch his meal. After returning with 2 full plates of food and settling at the dining table, he was suddenly surrounded by Zhu Xiaotian, Qin Haoran, and a dozen bodyguards. Their aggressive demeanor palpable. "What do you intend to do? What is the meaning of this?" Wu Shuang inquired calmly, unfazed by their presence. "Humph, what a rustic bumpkin. A pitiable pauper. You've likely never tasted such exquisite fare before, judging by your ravenous demeanor. Be careful, or you might just overindulge and burst," Qin Haoran sneered, eyeing the plates before Wu Shuang with disdain. "Why do you care? I haven't to eat in your food. The fact that I can indulge in such a feast merely indicates my robust health. Aren't you envious?" Wu Shuang retorted with a cold smirk. "You, on the other hand, seem to feel bloated and lack appetite without having eaten a thing, correct?" "How do you know?" Qin Haoran instinctively questioned. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, boasting, "That's because I, unlike some, abstain from such indulgences to maintain my physique and health, unlike others who devour food like swine." His remark elicited hearty laughter from Zhu Xiaotian and his entourage. When Sima Yi learned that Zhuge Liang consumed but a small bowl of rice each meal, he knew Zhuge would not last long. "Such wisdom is known to the ancients. How tragic it is that you remain oblivious," Wu Shuang remarked, his tone icy. "Chun, I suggest you visit a hospital for an examination. If it's too late, you might find yourself with no chance of treatment." "Late stage? What late stage?" Qin Haoran queried, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. You'll discover the answer upon examination," Wu Shuang replied ambiguously, intensifying Qin Haoran's unease. "Do not be afraid. He is merely exaggerating to frighten you," Zhu Xiaotian interjected, noticing Qin Haoran's pallor and trembling form. "Zhu, do not console him. You are not much better off." Wu Shuang shot back at Zhu Xiaotian. As Zhu Xiaotian and his entourage entered the banquet hall, their confrontation with Wu Shuang drew the attention of the gathered crowd, eager to witness the unfolding drama. "What is wrong with me?" Zhu Xiaotian demanded angrily. "What's wrong? I advise you to watch fewer films that can be performed by just 2 people and refrain from seeking out promiscuous women. You ought to treat that syphilis of yours promptly, or you might lose your 3rd leg," Wu Shuang quipped, provoking another round of laughter from the onlookers. "And your kidneys? Just look at their pitiful condition. I bet you can barely last half a minute, yet you still have the gall to pursue women." With these words, the laughter grew even louder. Upon hearing the mocking laughter of the crowd, Zhu Xiaotian's face turned a deep shade of anger, his fury boiling over as his body trembled involuntarily. He could not fathom how Wu Shuang had uncovered this slight flaw of his. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he could not admit to such matters in front of everyone. "You are spouting nonsense," Zhu Xiaotian shouted angrily at Wu Shuang. "Whether I speak falsely or not, you know the truth better than anyone," Wu Shuang retorted, a disdainful smirk on her lips. observing Wu Shuang's calm demeanor and self-assuredness juxtaposed with Zhu Xiaoyan's flustered expression. The crowd needed no further evidence to ascertain the veracity of Wu Shuang's claims. Long Yuyan felt a wave of apprehension wash over her. Fortunately, she had never harbored feelings for Zhu Xiaoyan and had rebuffed his confession. The mere thought of it made her cheeks flush. She inwardly chided herself. What nonsense is this? Why am I even contemplating such things? Chapter 75. The Search. Tianhai, witnessing Zhu Xiaoyan's humiliation at the hands of Wu Shuang, sensed the awkwardness in the air as the crowd regarded Zhu Xiaoyan with disdainful glances. He quickly stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, are you aware that a thief has infiltrated our gathering?" He emphasized the word thief with particular intensity, casting a venomous glare at Wu Shuang. A diamond ring, worth millions, belonging to young Master Zhu, has gone missing. We must conduct a thorough search of the entire venue, including everyone present, and we hope for your cooperation. Upon hearing Tianhai's words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs, their displeasure palpable. They were esteemed entrepreneurs from Tianhai City, individuals of stature and reputation. To be subjected to a search by Zhu Xiaoyan and Tianhai at a mere social gathering was utterly unacceptable. However, intimidated by Zhu Xiaoyan, they remained silent, tacitly acquiescing to the demand. "How dare you presume to search us?" Duan Hongming interjected, her face darkening as she spoke coldly. "Indeed, you are neither law enforcement nor authority figures. What gives you the right to search our persons?" Long Yuyan echoed her sentiments, her voice laced with indignation. "What kind of individuals do you think we are? How could we possibly stoop to stealing from you? This is utterly preposterous." As Long Yuyan and Duan Hongming voiced their objections, a faction of the crowd began to rally behind them, expressing their dissent. "Ladies Long and Duan, please do not be upset. The ring went missing right here at the gathering, and we simply request your cooperation for a brief search. If nothing turns up, it will eliminate any suspicion against you," Tianhai hastily explained, attempting to placate the crowd with a smile. Hearing this, the crowd relented, realizing that refusing the search might imply guilt on their part. Meanwhile, they observed Zhu Xiaoyan and Tianhai, along with a throng of their associates, closing in on Wu Shuang, clearly convinced that she was the one who had stolen Zhu Xiaoyan's diamond. Many individuals felt a sudden surge of conspiracy in their hearts. "Humph. What do you mean by surrounding Wu Shuang with so many people?" Long Yuyan glared, her anger palpable as she questioned once more. "Miss Long, today's gathering is composed solely of affluent and noble individuals, aside from Wu Shuang. Thus, we harbor substantial suspicion that Wu Shuang is the one who pilfered young Master Chen's diamond, which is why we have encircled him. To prevent his escape or the concealment of stolen goods," Tianhai remarked with a sly grin. "That is utter nonsense. Just because Wu Shuang works as a security guard, you presume he has taken Zhu Xiaoyan's diamond?" Long Yuyan retorted indignantly upon hearing Tianhai's words, resolute in defending her boyfriend. "Miss Long, it is not a matter of conviction, but rather of suspicion. Moreover, whether he is guilty can be clarified with a search." Long Yuyan was about to continue, but was interrupted by Wu Shuang. "Young Master Chen, is it because I am a security guard and lack your wealth that you suspect me of stealing young Master Zhu's diamond?" Wu Shuang calmly countered, devoid of anger. "Humph. Among so many, your suspicion is the greatest. If you wish to prove your innocence, why not allow us to conduct a search?" Tianhai sneered. "Oh, searching me is permissible, but I must first inquire what will happen if you find something versus if you do not." "Humph. Young Master Zhu has declared that whoever steals his diamond will have their hands severed and subsequently imprisoned. If nothing is found, it will signify your innocence and vindicate you. How conveniently you speak. To face such dire consequences upon discovery, yet escape unscathed if nothing is found. Where in the world does such fortune exist? What then do you propose? If you find anything, I shall willingly allow you to sever my hands. However, should you find nothing, I demand that you kneel before me and call me grandfather 3 times as a gesture of apology. What say you?" Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Tianhai hesitated momentarily, glancing up at Zhu Xiaoyan, who nodded in affirmation, allowing him to breathe easier. "Very well, let it be so. If nothing is found, I shall bow and call you grandfather." "Excellent. Then commence the search," Wu Shuang declared, rising and extending his arms, inviting Tianhai and his entourage to begin their examination. "Come now, search me thoroughly. Should you find anything, I expect you to sever my hands," Zhu Xiaoyan said, his teeth clenched, brimming with malice. Instantly, Tianhai, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, approached Wu Shuang. Eager to impress Zhu Xiaoyan, Tianhai took it upon himself to personally conduct the search. He meticulously inspected Wu Shuang's jacket pockets and trousers, finding no trace of the diamond ring. Unyielding, Tianhai continued his search, scrutinizing every conceivable hiding place on Wu Shuang's person. He even insisted Wu Shuang remove his shoes. Yet still discovered no diamond ring. In a state of panic, he realized that despite having placed it in Wu Shuang's pocket, it had mysteriously vanished. In a stroke of desperation, he searched Wu Shuang's chair, his dining plate, and even the underside of the table, yet still found nothing. Beads of sweat began to form on Tianhai's forehead. Zhu Xiaoyan's diamond ring was indeed worth a fortune, and since it was his idea to use it, the implications of failing to recover it were dire. Not only would he be unable to deal with Wu Shuang, but he would also incur Zhu Xiaoyan's wrath. What could he possibly do? Even Zhu Xiaoyan had begun to feel the tension. Had it not been for the woman who placed the ring on Wu Shuang being one of his trusted confidants, he might have suspected a conspiracy between Tianhai and his underlings to steal his diamond. Although the Zhu family possessed a fortune in the billions, a diamond ring valued in the millions still constituted a significant loss. Search thoroughly. Zhu Xiaoyan commanded his 2 bodyguards, clearly agitated. The guards approached Wu Shuang, intent on continuing their search. Wait, you've already searched him. That proves he doesn't have your diamond ring. Why continue? This is an affront to Wu Shuang and an egregious act of bullying. Long Yuyan interjected, standing protectively in front of Wu Shuang and raising her voice against Zhu Xiaoyan and his guards. Yuyan is right. I can understand and cooperate with the initial search. But another round is an insult to my dignity. Why is it only my body being searched? Why not his? Wu Shuang gestured towards Tianhai, standing nearby. Have you lost your mind, or are you simply foolish to allow Zhu to search me? I've been beside Zhu all along. How could I possibly have taken his diamond ring? Moreover, Zhu and I have been classmates since childhood and remain good friends. My family's wealth exceeds 10 billion. I would never stoop to theft. Tianhai sneered at Wu Shuang, his thoughts filled with contempt for Wu Shuang's ignorance. Did he not realize that he was in cahoots with Zhu Xiaoyan, and that this scheme was devised to ensnare him? Wu Shuang, Chen is my good brother. We have always been together. I trust him completely. There is no need to search him, Zhu Xiaoyan asserted, his gaze steady on Wu Shuang. Thank you, Chen, for your trust. I assure you that the diamond ring was taken by Wu Shuang. It must be hidden somewhere in this room, Tianhai declared with unwavering conviction, pointing a finger at Wu Shuang. Ah, Zhu, that's where you're mistaken, Wu Shuang replied with a smile. If your diamond ring went missing at this gathering, then everyone present could potentially be a thief. If you suspect me and wish to search, I hold no grievances and will fully cooperate with your inquiries. However, despite your thorough search, you found no trace of the diamond ring on me. When I suggested searching Chen Xiao, you insisted it was unnecessary, confidently asserting that he could not possibly be the thief. Zhu Xiao, did you already possess knowledge of the ring's whereabouts, which emboldened you to make such a definitive statement? Wu Shuang's retort left Zhu Xiaotian momentarily speechless, as he found himself at a loss for words. If he admitted to knowing, it would imply that this incident of the stolen diamond ring was indeed shrouded in mystery. Conversely, if he claimed ignorance, then why was he so resolute in declaring Tianhai innocent? Why not search Tianhai then? What do you think you are, daring to speak to Zhu Xiao in such a manner? As Wu Shuang confronted Zhu Xiaotian, Tianhai pointed aggressively at Wu Shuang, exclaiming, remember your place. You are merely a lowly security guard, unworthy of questioning Zhu Xiao. What a loyal dog. Leaping with more enthusiasm than its master, Wu Shuang scoffed at Tianhai. Tianhai's fury surged, and he raised his hand as if to strike Wu Shuang, but a recollection of their encounter at the Mingjua bar halted him. Wu Shuang was quite formidable. None of his bodyguards could match him. If he charged forward, it would only invite punishment upon himself. Reluctantly, he lowered his hand, yet continued to glare menacingly at Wu Shuang. If looks could kill, Wu Shuang would have perished under Tianhai's wrathful gaze. Zhu Xiao, you ought to keep your dog in check. If it bares its teeth so easily, what if it bites someone? Wu Shuang interjected. Humph. What of it if I serve Zhu Xiao? At least I have the right to do so. You, on the other hand, a mere insignificant security guard, lack even the qualification to be a dog for Zhu Xiao, Tianhai retorted, his anger boiling over. How amusing it is that someone takes pride in being a dog. Wu Shuang scoffed. If you wish to be a dog, then by all means, be one. I have no desire to compete for that title. I prefer to be my own man. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, laughter erupted among the onlookers, unable to outwit Wu Shuang in verbal sparring or match him in strength. Tianhai turned to Zhu Xiao, pleading, Zhu Xiao, you see how he bullies me? You must stand up for me and teach him a lesson. Zhu Xiaoyan's expression darkened. Since Tianhai acknowledged himself as his dog, it would reflect poorly on him if he did not defend his subordinate against this affront. Thus, he bellowed, you insolent security guard, daring to speak so frivolously before me. I see you are itching for a beating. Bring him to me, and let him learn a lesson. At Zhu Xiaoyan's command, his cadre of bodyguards surged toward Wu Shuang. Zhu Xiaoyan, I dare you. If you so much as lay a finger on Wu Shuang today, Long Yuyan will not let this matter rest. Long Yuyan stepped protectively in front of Wu Shuang, glaring fiercely at Zhu Xiaoyan. As the eldest daughter of the Long family, how could she possibly stand by and watch her boyfriend be bullied? Although Wu Shuang was merely a temporary stand-in, she could not allow Zhu Xiaoyan to mistreat him. Behind Long Yuyan, Wu Shuang gazed at her slender form and couldn't help but smile wryly. When did he descend to the point of needing protection from a young girl? Yet, witnessing Long Yuyan's graceful silhouette stirred a deep sense of emotion within him. Despite being thrust into the role of a shield, he never anticipated that Long Yuyan would boldly step forward to defend him when others sought to intimidate him. Seeing Long Yuyan shielding Wu Shuang, Zhu Xiaoyan had no choice but to command his bodyguards to withdraw. After all, it was not worth offending Long Yuyan over a mere verbal exchange. Zhu Xiao, do not create a scene here to cover up your misdeeds. You previously stated that everyone at this banquet would be searched. Since Tianhai is present, he too should be searched. If you refuse to search him while only targeting us, it implies that the incident involving your missing diamond ring is a conspiracy. Using this as an excuse to humiliate us all, Wu Shuang's words struck with lethal impact, prompting everyone present to rally behind him, insisting that Zhu Xiaoyan search Tianhai. Faced with the collective discontent, Zhu Xiaoyan, despite the Zhu family's formidable influence, recognized the imprudence of antagonizing the entire assembly. He smiled at the crowd and said, very well. To assure you all, I shall search Howren. After all, the diamond ring was not in Tianhai's possession, so what harm could it do to conduct a search? Since it was deemed necessary to search Tianhai and to demonstrate his own innocence, he stepped forward, arms outstretched, and addressed the gathering with confidence. The tension was palpable, and Zhu Xiaoyan nodded, signaling for one of his bodyguards to approach Tianhai and commence the search. The bodyguard found nothing in Tianhai's shirt pocket, but when he reached into the pocket of Tianhai's trousers, his expression abruptly froze in disbelief. For, astonishingly, the bodyguard felt a ring within Tianhai's pocket. As Zhu Xiaoyan's personal bodyguard, he had been present when Zhu Xiaoyan purchased that very ring in the Eagle Country. He had also been the one to retrieve the ring from the jewelry box and hand it to the woman earlier. Thus, he was intimately familiar with the ring's design. The moment he touched it, he recognized that the diamond ring in Tianhai's pocket was indeed Zhu Xiaoyan's. This cannot be. How is this possible? That ring was personally handed by him to that woman. Moreover, they witnessed through surveillance that the woman had surreptitiously slipped the ring into Wu Shuang's pocket. Yet, why was the ring not found in Wu Shuang's possession? How did it end up in Tianhai's pocket instead? He felt a tumult of indecision, contemplating whether to retrieve the ring or feign ignorance and let the matter slide. If he were to extract the ring, it would be tantamount to slapping Tianhai and Zhu Xiaoyan in the face, thereby thwarting their scheme. With this thought, he resolved to loosen his grip, pretending to be oblivious and allowing the situation to pass. After all, Tianhai had openly acknowledged himself as Zhu Xiaoyan's pawn. Thus, they were allies. However, Wu Shuang was keenly observing him. Upon noticing his hand delve into Tianhai's trousers, Wu Shuang's expression shifted, undoubtedly realizing he had encountered the diamond ring. As he appeared to relax his grip, seemingly intending to withdraw his hand and feign a lack of discovery, that would simply not do. Coincidentally, a peanut he had dropped during dinner lay on the table. Wu Shuang pinched the peanut and flicked it with his finger. The peanut soared like a bullet, striking the bodyguard's elbow. The sudden pain caused the bodyguard's arm to jerk upwards, instinctively retracting his hand from Tianhai's pocket. As he did so, he inadvertently brought the diamond ring along with him. The bodyguard, taken aback, attempted to reach back into Tianhai's pocket to return the ring, but it was too late. The banquet hall was ablaze with lights, and all eyes were upon them. As his hand emerged from Tianhai's pocket, the diamond shimmered brilliantly under the illumination, rendering any attempt to return it impossible. Stop! Don't move. Wu Shuang swiftly positioned himself beside the bodyguard, seizing his wrist. The bodyguard struggled to free himself from Wu Shuang's grip, but it felt as if his hand were ensnared in an iron clasp. Despite exerting all his strength, he remained motionless. Subsequently, Wu Shuang extended his right hand and retrieved the diamond ring from the bodyguard's grasp. Observing the diamond ring in Wu Shuang's possession, Tianhai was utterly astonished, his expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost. This ring had undoubtedly been in Wu Shuang's pocket. How had it suddenly reappeared from his own? Zhu Xiao, take a look. Is this not your ring? Wu Shuang inquired languidly, raising the diamond ring before Zhu Xiaoyan. Zhu Xiaoyan was equally taken aback, They had seen on the surveillance footage the woman placing the diamond ring into Wu Shuang's pocket. Yet, why was it now being extracted from Tianhai's pocket? Internally, he berated the bodyguard for his foolishness. Had he merely refrained from retrieving the diamond ring from Tianhai's pocket, they would not find themselves in this predicament. In such a scenario, one could easily evade awkwardness. Now, Wu Shuang held the ring before him, inquiring how he should respond. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a smile, remarked, "This is not the ring in question. This is a new ring I purchased today, intended for proposing to my girlfriend," Tianhai hurriedly explained, feeling embarrassed. "Zhu Xiao and Qin Xiao, I must say, it would be a tremendous loss for you not to pursue acting. With your talents, you could easily attain the status of an Oscar-winning actor, without any pressure," Wu Shuang teased as he observed Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai. "Do not speak nonsense. What Oscar? What little golden man? Do not spout such absurdities here." With a chuckle, he added, "Gentlemen, everyone present is an elite of society, not fools. Your expressions earlier have already betrayed you. This is the diamond ring referred to by Zhu Xiao as lost. Please cease your charade." The crowd glared at the two, their eyes filled with indignation, seemingly eager to confront them. Just moments ago, they had vehemently claimed that the diamond ring was lost and demanded to search everyone. Now, with the ring retrieved from Tianhai's pocket, their blatant lies in front of everyone were utterly intolerable. "Zhu Xiaotian, explain this situation," Long Yuyan demanded. Her face hardened with anger. Had the ring not been found in Tianhai's pocket, she too would have been subject to their search. The thought of their hands exploring her body sent a shiver down her spine, intensifying her disdain for the two. Others joined in, questioning Zhu Xiaotian about the unfolding events. Quick-witted, Zhu Xiaotian, seeing the crowd's anger, burst into laughter. The assembly momentarily paused, perplexed by his reaction, and asked, "What is so amusing?" "Dear friends, Qin Xiao and I noticed the atmosphere at the wine party was rather subdued. So we orchestrated this little act as a jest to lighten the mood and bring a smile to everyone's faces," he explained with mirth. "Indeed, just a playful jest to enliven the atmosphere," Tianhai chimed in, following Zhu Xiaotian's lead. "Zhu Xiao, that hardly seems fair," Wu Shuang interjected with a smile. "Only moments ago, you explicitly stated that your ring had been stolen. Moreover, you claimed that if you caught the thief, they would not only have their hands severed but also be imprisoned. That was all in jest, merely a playful banter with everyone," Zhu Xiaotian deflected with a grin. "I suspect this is not mere jesting, but rather a premeditated scheme. Many of the attendees today are lovely ladies. You and Qin Xiao seem to be concocting an excuse to inappropriately touch these beautiful women, am I right?" As soon as Wu Shuang uttered his words, the enchanting ladies attending the banquet, including Long Yuyan and Duan Hongming, immediately cast murderous glances at Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai. Chapter 78, Fulfilling the Bet. Feeling the lethal stares from the beautiful women, Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai instinctively shrank their necks, chills racing down their spines, leaving them utterly frozen in fear. The ladies gracing the gathering were all either affluent or of noble birth. Even if their individual influence was not substantial, the men and families backing them were formidable and not to be trifled with. Moreover, should the accusations against them be substantiated, their reputations would be irreparably tarnished, and they would incur the wrath of the entire elite class of Tianhai. Imagine if those dignitaries were to discover that Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai intended to use this pretext to invade the privacy of their wives, sisters, and daughters for their own gain. How could those powerful figures possibly overlook such an affront? Such actions would render their future in Tianhai utterly untenable. Despite the Zhu family being one of the four great families of Tianhai, they could not afford to offend the entirety of the local aristocracy. Zhu Xiao's silence seemed to indicate acquiescence. The ladies need not take offense, for Zhu Xiao and Qin Xiao merely sought to grope them and take advantage of the situation. However, Wu Shuang declared resolutely that he would not permit anyone to lay a hand on his girlfriend, nor would he allow their sordid souls and filthy hands to tarnish her honor. Wu Shuang approached, grasping Long Yuyan's hand, and boldly addressed Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai. Hearing these words, Long Yuyan felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Although this boyfriend was not genuine, witnessing Wu Shuang's assertiveness in protecting her filled her with happiness. Looking up at Wu Shuang, she admired his handsome visage, clear eyes, and the aura of righteousness that enveloped him. Long Yuyan suddenly realized that having a boyfriend like him would indeed be quite delightful. Reflecting on their initial encounter at the airport, the exquisite moments during acupuncture at the Mingjua bar, and their passionate kiss moments ago, her heart raced with excitement. Fate is indeed a wondrous thing. No wonder she had sought Wu Shuang as her shield, for they had already shared so many connections. contemplating Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai's audacity to use the theft of a diamond ring as an excuse to exploit her. Long Yuyan could not help but express her outrage. Despicable, shameless, indecent, filthy, unashamed, cads, worthless scoundrels, faced with the scornful curses from the ladies. Zhu Xiaotian and Tianhai felt utterly helpless, on the verge of tears. It's not like that. I, Zhu Xiaotian, am a well-educated individual who studied abroad in Eagle Country. I would never stoop to such sordidness. Zhu Xiaotian felt compelled to explain to the crowd. Oh, that is not the case. Let us speak plainly. Your diamond ring has indeed been stolen, has it not? Wu Shuang pressed insistently once again. Zhu Xiaotian found himself in a most uncomfortable position, uncertain whether to deny or admit the truth. His silence was interpreted as tacit agreement. Indeed, his diamond ring had been pilfered. Zhu Xiaotian yearned to silence Wu Shuang, thinking, just because I choose not to speak does not imply consent. Before Zhu Xiaotian could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted by Wu Shuang. Zhu Xiao, let us set aside the matter of your stolen diamond ring for now. There are still accounts to settle between Chun Xiao and myself. You, a mere security guard, what accounts could we possibly have to settle? Tianhai mocked, looking down upon Wu Shuang. As the heir of the Qin family, he regarded Wu Shuang as nothing more than an insignificant figure, their statuses leagues apart. Huh, Qin Xiao? I suggest you seek medical attention. It seems you've forgotten what transpired just moments ago, Wu Shuang retorted coldly. Before you search me, Zhu Xiao provided a guarantee, and witnesses can attest to our wager. You searched my person, yet you shall not escape the condition of kneeling before me and calling me grandfather 3 times. Have you recalled anything yet? What a joke. You expect me to kneel before you and address you as grandfather? Dream on. That is utterly inconceivable. Tianhai scoffed, gazing at Wu Shuang as if he were a fool. The audacity of Wu Shuang, a mere security guard, to demand such deference from the esteemed heir of the Qin family was laughable. Impossible? Wu Shuang replied coolly. Tianhai, you may choose to disregard my dignity, but do not forget Zhu Xiao's standing. Our wager was guaranteed by him. If you fail to uphold your end of the agreement, it would be a disgrace to Zhu Xiao, a slap in his face. Zhu Xiao is a man of great stature, a figure of respect and authority. Are you truly willing to bring shame upon him? Upon invoking Zhu Xiao's name, Tianhai's complexion paled, and he instinctively glanced at Zhu Xiaotian. At that moment, Zhu Xiaotian's frustration towards Wu Shuang intensified. The words spoken earlier were far from complimentary. They felt more like a scorching interrogation. If he allowed Tianhai to evade the wager, it would tarnish his own credibility, for he had guaranteed the bet. To lose his reputation would jeopardize his standing in Tianhai. Conversely, if Tianhai knelt before Wu Shuang to honor the wager, how could he maintain his dignity in front of Tianhai? If he could not even protect his own subordinate, who would continue to follow him? As Zhu Xiaotian wrestled with this dilemma, Wu Shuang pressed again. Zhu Xiao has implicitly agreed. Qin Xiao, fulfill the wager and kneel before me. I did not mean that. Tianhai stammered. Hearing Wu Shuang's words, Zhu Xiaotian hurriedly spoke up. So, Zhu Xiao is refusing to allow Qin Xiao to fulfill the wager, thereby rendering his words meaningless and devoid of integrity? Wu Shuang inquired. No, that's not it. Zhu Xiao, this isn't right, nor is that. What do you truly mean? Wu Shuang smiled as he continued. Zhu Xiao, you are an individual of high caliber, having studied in the Eagle Country. Before everyone present, you cannot afford to disregard your credibility and lose face. Zhu Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words, caught in a dilemma, unable to articulate his thoughts. Zhu Xiao, what exactly do you want? Speak up. Wu Shuang pressed again. After a prolonged internal struggle, Zhu Xiaotian resolved to uphold his dignity. He then addressed Tianhai, stating, Qin Xiao, we are individuals of quality. We must honor our words. You should fulfill the wager. Chapter 79. Just Deserts. Tianhai stared at Zhu Xiaotian in astonishment, never anticipating that he would compel him to kneel and bow before Wu Shuang in front of such a large audience. The embarrassment of such an act, should it become public, would be unbearable. Zhu Xiao, enough with the chatter, quickly kneel and bow. Zhu Xiaotian glared, his voice cold. Hurry, kneel. The crowd echoed in unison, particularly Long Yuyan and Duan Hongmeng, who shouted louder than anyone else, their excitement palpable. Tianhai attempted to negotiate, but Zhu Xiaotian's icy glare silenced him. He realized that any further words would be futile, and with a heavy heart, he lowered his head and slowly approached Wu Shuang. At that moment, his legs felt as though they were encumbered by lead, making every step laborious. By the time he reached Wu Shuang, he felt utterly exhausted, as if his body might collapse. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to kneel, displaying an expression of anguish and fury as he bowed his head 3 times, whispering grandfather before attempting to rise. To his surprise, Wu Shuang pressed his hand down, coldly instructing, "Do not move. Remain down." "Wu Shuang, I have complied. What more do you want?" Chen Haoran fumed silently at Wu Shuang's refusal to let him stand. Indeed, Chen Xiao is a man of his word. However, our accounts are not yet settled, and Zhu Xiao's accounts remain unresolved. Wu Shuang retorted with a sneer. "What accounts do I have with Zhu Xiao?" Chen Haoran protested. Zhu Xiao, in front of everyone, declared that should the thief of the diamond ring be found, he would have their hands severed and send them to prison. "Surely, you heard that, did you not? So what? What does that have to do with you?" Chen Haoran impatiently shouted at Wu Shuang. "Zhu Xiao is a person of status and integrity. He would never truly sever your hands. Allow me to act on his behalf and settle this account," Wu Shuang declared. Before Chen Haoran could respond, Wu Shuang grasped his hands and swiftly seized the steak knife from the table. In a flash, he brought the blade down. The room was filled with a heart-wrenching scream that echoed painfully through the air. The onlookers were taken aback to witness Chen Haoran's hands brutally severed by Wu Shuang, blood immediately splattering across the ground. The more timid women among them emitted cries of horror. Subsequently, Wu Shuang tossed Chen Haoran's hands at Zhu Xiaoyan's feet. Grinning as he remarked, "Young Master Zhu, I have fulfilled your promise. I never seek reward for my good deeds. There is no need for thanks." Gazing coldly at the unconscious Chen Haoran, Wu Shuang felt no compassion. He had warned Chen Haoran several times, yet the latter persistently provoked him. The recent incident involving the lost diamond ring was undoubtedly a trap laid by Chen Haoran. Fortunately, he had discovered the diamond ring beforehand and had deftly flicked it into Chen Haoran's pocket as the latter approached him. Had he been an ordinary individual subjected to public scrutiny by Chen Haoran, the consequences would have been far graver. Given Chen Haoran's unrepentant nature, Wu Shuang was more than willing to impart a profound lesson. Zhu Xiaotian did not even glance at the unconscious Chen Haoran. Instead, he stared at Wu Shuang in astonishment. He could hardly believe that Wu Shuang had managed to sever Chen Haoran's hands with merely a dinner knife. After the initial shock, Zhu Xiaotian could not help but roar at Wu Shuang. "You scoundrel! Who authorized you to chop off his hands?" "Young Master Zhu, I am merely following your command. Assisting you. Was your earlier statement merely a jest, meant to deceive us?" Wu Shuang retorted coolly. "Enough of your excuses. Hurry and send him to the hospital. If he loses too much blood, he may not survive," Wu Shuang coldly instructed Zhu Xiaotian. Reluctantly, Zhu Xiaotian ordered several bodyguards to take Chen Haoran, along with his severed hands, to the hospital. Only then did the cleaning staff dare to approach and clean the bloodstains from the floor. The others, in a state of panic, lost all interest in continuing their drinking and conversation. Only Wu Shuang, undeterred by Zhu Xiaoyan's murderous glare, resumed his meal at the dining table. As he noticed Duan Hongmeng preparing to leave, Wu Shuang swiftly followed her. "President Duan, why not have a bite to eat? Are you leaving so soon?" he inquired, munching on a hamburger. Duan Hongmeng shot him a fierce glare. Amidst such unpleasantness, he appeared to be the only one still in the mood to eat. After quickly entering her car, Wu Shuang attempted to pull the door open, only to find it locked. "President Duan, what is this? Isn't your girlfriend Miss Long? Go seek your Miss Long," he exclaimed. Duan Hongmeng did not unlock the door, but instead pressed the accelerator, roaring away and leaving Wu Shuang bewildered in her wake. What was happening? It seemed he had not offended Duan Hongmeng today. Why, upon returning, was he denied entry into the car? And why was he instructed to seek Long Yuyan? Did she not realize their relationship was a facade? The thought of Long Yuyan brought a sly smile to Wu Shuang's face. As I envisioned embracing Long Yuyan, with her slender waist reminiscent of a willow, I was enveloped by the delicate fragrance of her maidenly allure, my hand grazing the supple, voluptuous contours of her form. Moreover, during our fervent kiss, I savored the tender, smooth texture of her tongue, accompanied by the enchanting aroma of her cherry-like lips. Wu Shuang could not help but feel a surge of passion coursing through his veins, accompanied by certain physical responses. "If you won't give me a ride, I shall seek out my girlfriend." Yet, after circling the parking lot of the Hongfuo Mountain Villa, he found no sign of Long Yuyan. Perhaps she had departed long ago. At that moment, Zhu Xiaotian drove by in his Maserati, rolling down the window to deride Wu Shuang. "Isn't this the boyfriend of Miss Long? How is it that she left you here?" Seeing Zhu Xiaotian, Wu Shuang could not suppress his disdain, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" Zhu Xiaotian chuckled. "With Miss Long's affluent background, why hasn't she gifted you a car? But no, that would make you a kept man. You're capable enough to buy your own vehicle. I've heard that security guards earn 3,000 to 4,000 a month. In a few years, you could afford a single wheel of my car." In the face of Zhu Xiaotian's mockery, Wu Shuang remained outwardly composed, yet he launched a fierce kick against the side of Zhu Xiaotian's car, leaving a substantial dent. Zhu Xiaodian, amused by Wu Shuang's reaction, merely laughed and sped away, revving the engine with glee. Chapter 80. The cultural street of Taigua, perched atop a mountain. The Hongfua mountain villa attracts only the affluent, with no taxis in sight. Consequently, it is arduous to find transportation, and shared bicycles are non-existent. After spitting in the direction of the departing Zhu Xiaodian, Wu Shuang set off on foot. After traversing 3 to 4 kilometers of mountain trails, he finally reached the base. Surprisingly, rather than feeling dejected, Wu Shuang found his spirits lifted. Despite lacking a vehicle, he was treated to breathtaking vistas along the way. Furthermore, the mild exertion of walking posed no challenge for him. Upon reaching the bottom of the mountain, the streets grew increasingly vibrant, with a surge of vehicles passing by. Yet, he chose not to hail a taxi, continuing his journey on foot. It was broad daylight. Duan Hongming should be safe, and it was she who had abandoned him there. Thus, he walked on, enjoying the scenic views of the sky and the sea, while also legally and reasonably skipping work to vex his current employer, Duan Hongming. After passing 2 intersections, he beheld a street adorned with Taigua architecture, all newly constructed and exquisitely renovated. The buildings were magnificent, captivating in their beauty. Upon glancing up, he noted a grand archway at the entrance of the street, inscribed in gold with the words Taigua Cultural Street. However, Wu Shuang's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a cold light. The emergence of such a Taigua cultural street on the sacred land of Shenzhou is indeed a poignant irony, a testament to the tragic reality of our times. Decades ago, the great nation relied on its formidable military might to invade the divine land, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder, which brought immense humiliation and calamity to the people of the divine land. Even to this day, the ambition of the great nation to conquer the divine land has never waned. Although the divine land has since grown powerful, the great nation dares not openly invade. Instead, they exploit their developed economic prowess, inflicting significant harm upon the interests of the divine land and undermining its economy. While this may merely be a cultural street showcasing the charm of the great nation, should they succeed in their experiment here, they could establish countless such cultural avenues across the divine land, leveraging their economic strength. To conquer a nation, one must first obliterate its history. To annihilate a people, one must first eradicate their culture. It is indeed shocking that the great nation has established such a cultural street in the divine land, revealing their wolfish ambition. This is a clear indication of their intent to subtly alter and influence the populace through their culture. Once the people of the divine land grow accustomed to and accept their culture, they would be able to engage in cultural colonization, allowing them to occupy the divine land without bloodshed, fulfilling the ambitions of their ancestors that remain unaccomplished. Furious at this realization, Wu Shuang immediately took out his phone and called Feng Mubai. "Hey, what is going on? Why do you have the time to call me today?" Feng Mubai answered with a smile. "Old man Feng, what does this mean?" Wu Shuang retorted angrily. "What's wrong? You sound like you're ready to bite someone. Did you eat gunpowder?" Feng Mubai responded. "I ask you, what is the meaning of this cultural street of the great nation? Kid, your task is to protect Duan Hongming and ensure she comes to no harm. Why are you concerned about this cultural street?" Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Feng Mubai's expression darkened. However, he quickly suppressed his fury and calmly replied, "Old man Feng, you must have heard the saying, to conquer a nation, one must first obliterate its history. To annihilate a people, one must first eradicate their culture. Your generation made tremendous sacrifices to finally drive the people of the great nation away. And now here they are, brazenly returning to the divine land and even constructing such a cultural street. This is nothing short of cultural invasion. I cannot fathom how those in power approved such a project." Wu Shuang exclaimed in frustration. "Kid, calm down. Things are not as you perceive. I have heard of the construction of this cultural street. It was proposed to commemorate our 40 years of diplomatic relations with the great nation, and after thorough discussions at high levels, the decision was made. Moreover, the contractor is not a national of the Tai Kingdom, but rather a real estate entrepreneur from Tianhai City. This project has been compliant and legitimate since its inception, and it has garnered significant attention from the high-ranking officials of both nations, progressing remarkably smoothly. Initially, our group of elders was quite incensed and vehemently opposed to the construction of this project. However, as you are aware, in Shenzhou, military and political affairs are distinct. We elders have no jurisdiction over economic matters and cannot interject. Additionally, after numerous persuasions from the higher-ups, we have somewhat shifted our stance. This is indeed for the sake of diplomatic relations between the two countries and to foster cultural exchange. They are merely promoting some products from the Tai Kingdom and showcasing their cultural traditions. In the face of our grand Shinjo, what impact could this possibly have? Well, do not concern yourself with such trivial matters. It is imperative that you focus on your duties. Dr. Duan's research has reached a critical juncture, and you must ensure that Duan Hongming encounters no unforeseen incidents that might disrupt Dr. Duan's work. Rest assured, I will safeguard Duan Hongming. Nothing will happen to her with me around. However, I cannot help but feel discomfort at the sight of this Tai Kingdom cultural street. Several of my comrades have perished at the hands of the Tai people. Now, witnessing them establishing their cultural street in our Shinjo, I find it incomprehensible. Enough of such thoughts. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. With that, Feng Mubai ended the call, his face betraying a cunning expression reminiscent of a fox. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang remained momentarily dazed, holding the phone. A moment later, he regained his senses and walked toward the Tai Kingdom cultural street. The shops on both sides had just finished their renovations and had yet to commence operations. The street appeared rather desolate, with hardly anyone around. Moreover, as Wu Shuang gazed at the buildings flanking him, he began to doubt whether he was still in Shinjo or had somehow arrived in the Tai Kingdom, for the architecture bore an uncanny resemblance to that found within the Tai Kingdom itself. As Wu Shuang strolled aimlessly down the street, the corner of his eye caught sight of several men, distinctly of Tai appearance, dragging a Shinjo girl toward a building. Chapter 81. The villain complains first. Although he had not seen clearly moments earlier, he recognized the girl. Her profile bore a resemblance to Ko Anshin. Regardless of her identity, in Shinjo, it is absolutely intolerable for the Tai people to bully our citizens. Without hesitation, Wu Shuang dashed toward that direction. Stop. We have not yet opened for business. Entry is prohibited. Suddenly, security personnel rushed over to obstruct Wu Shuang, but he swiftly dispatched them with powerful kicks, sending them flying. Then, like a flash of lightning, Wu Shuang raced into the room he had seen earlier, kicking the door open with force. Upon entering, he discovered that it was a martial arts hall of the Tai Kingdom, with over 20 Tai nationals practicing their martial arts inside. Suddenly, Wu Shuang burst in, startling the members of the Tai nation, who quickly surrounded him, blocking his path. Who are you? This is our Tai nation's martial arts hall, and you cannot enter without our permission, shouted a leading figure among them. Damn it, this is our Shinjo, and I still cannot enter? Do you think it's decades ago, when you could act with impunity? Wu Shuang glared and cursed, delivering a swift kick towards the Tai man. Taken aback by Wu Shuang's immediate aggression, the man hastily crossed his arms in front of his chest, attempting to shield himself from the blow. Unfortunately, his strength was no match for Wu Shuang, and he was sent flying backward. Baka! Brothers, attack! The other Tai nationals, witnessing Wu Shuang's assault, lunged at him. Wu Shuang scoffed, dismissing them entirely. With a flurry of punches and kicks, he swiftly brought them all to the ground. He then dashed towards the back door of the martial arts hall, bursting into the courtyard. In the courtyard, there was a row of buildings. Wu Shuang heard a woman's desperate cries for help coming from the central room. Without hesitation, he rushed over and kicked open the door. Upon entering, he saw two disreputable Tai men binding Ko Anshin to a chair. One of them was holding her bag, while electronic fragments littered the floor, which he was carelessly trampling on. The other was inappropriately groping Ko Anshin. Upon hearing the door crash open, Ko Anshin looked up and, upon seeing Wu Shuang, urgently called out, "Mr. Wu, please save me. Damn it, you bastards." Wu Shuang roared in fury, leaping into the room and delivering a kick at the man violating Ko Anshin. To his surprise, the Tai man reacted quickly and evaded the blow. Baka! Who dares to wreak havoc here? The two Tai men flanked Wu Shuang. Scoundrels, you dare commit misdeeds in our Shinjo? You seek death. Without engaging in idle conversation, Wu Shuang charged at the two of them. Thus, a fierce battle erupted within the room. The skills of these two were significantly superior to those of their compatriots outside. Yet they remained no match for Wu Shuang. In less than 5 minutes, he had incapacitated them, leaving them sprawled on the floor like defeated dogs. After untying Ko Anshin, he inquired with concern, "Miss Ko, are you all right?" "Thank you, Mr. Wu. Fortunately, you arrived in time. I am unharmed." Once freed, Ko Anshin hurried to the scattered electronic fragments. However, upon discovering the shattered voice recorder and the broken memory card of her phone, she could not help but let out a disappointed sigh. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed outside. Shortly thereafter, a squad of 20 to 30 officers stormed in, surrounding the room. "Director Huang, we are legitimate merchants from Tai country. We were in a meeting when that woman sneaked in to covertly record our discussions and steal our trade secrets. Then that man charged in from outside, injuring over 20 of our associates and even breaking the limbs of Go Yangjun and Si Yejuan. They have severely harmed our interests as Tai country merchants and threatened our safety." We hope that Captain Huang can enforce the law impartially and protect our safety and legitimate rights. A short man, wearing glasses and resembling a gourd, sternly addressed one of the officers. The officer was none other than Huang Bingxian, the head of the nearby precinct. When Shuang charged towards the martial arts school, someone had already called the police. This Thai country cultural street fell under their jurisdiction, and it was unacceptable for anyone to cause disturbances in an establishment that had not even opened yet. This street was under the close scrutiny of both nations' higher-ups and was a key project for Tianhai City this year. If it were to be damaged and the opening delayed, it would lead to serious trouble. Consequently, Huang Bingxian hurriedly brought his officers to the scene. Upon their arrival, the Thai countryman, known as Zhen Shiyu, was already waiting at the entrance of the martial arts school, brimming with fury. When Huang Bingxian saw the more than 20 individuals sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, he was taken aback. Who could be so ruthless as to leave them incapacitated? In truth, these individuals were merely feigning injuries. Shuang, in his haste to rescue them, had not inflicted any real harm, but had simply knocked them down before leaving. Upon Zhen Shiyu's arrival, he commanded them to lie on the ground, each one pretending to be gravely injured and in immense pain. Upon entering the back room, when he saw that Go Yangyi and Si Yechuan had their limbs broken by Shuang, his fury escalated. He immediately pressured Huang Bingxian to deal with Shuang and Ko Anshin. Rest assured, Mr. Zhen, I will handle this matter with due diligence and ensure justice for the merchants of Thai country, Huang Bingxian assured, nodding with a smile. It seemed evident that the Thai country merchants had bestowed numerous favors upon Huang Bingxian. Otherwise, why would a precinct head show such deference to a Thai country citizen? Subsequently, Huang Bingxian glanced at Shuang and Ko Anshin, declaring loudly, "Bring those two back to the precinct." Upon hearing their superior's command, the officers charged forward to apprehend Shuang and Ko Anshin. "Hold on, what are you doing?" Shuang exclaimed sharply as the officers advanced without hesitation to seize him and Ko Anshin. Chapter 82. Confrontation Kid, you certainly have some nerve. After glancing at Shuang, Huang Bingxian coldly remarked, "You have severely injured so many individuals from Tai Nation and broken the limbs of these two. Inflicting harm on the innocent has already violated national law. What? Do you still dare to make arrests?" His expression darkened, and his voice grew even colder as he spoke loudly. These Thai individuals had been generous upon their arrival, showing him considerable respect, for he was their revered figure. Now, with Shuang having struck at their benefactor, what reason would he have to refrain from apprehending him? Humph, you are a constable of Shenzhou, not a lapdog for the Thai people. Upon arrival here, you are expected to detain individuals. Do you not inquire into what transpired? Indeed, Mr. Zhenshur has long asserted that you are in cahoots with that woman. She clandestinely recorded their meeting, stealing their commercial secrets and undermining the interests of Thai merchants. And you, upon bursting in, have severely injured over 20 individuals in the martial arts hall while breaking the limbs of both Go Yangjun and Si Yejuan. You have committed commercial crimes and intentional bodily harm. The facts are evident, and the evidence is irrefutable. What more is there to question? Huang Bingxian sneered with a disdainful curl of his lip. The ability to inflict such injuries on so many indicates Shuang's considerable martial prowess. However, he is but a mere mortal in the face of authority. No matter how skilled he is, he holds no weight against power. Upon my arrival, I witnessed those two binding Miss Ko to a chair, preparing to act with ill intent towards Ko Anshin. The Thai people have come to our Shenzhou and dare to lay hands on our women. Do you not feel compelled to intervene as a constable? Shuang retorted, his tone charged with indignation. Upon hearing Shuang mention Miss Ko, Huang Bingxian scrutinized closely and finally recognized Ko Anshin. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Miss Ko. What is she doing here, forsaking her broadcasting duties to clandestinely capture the meeting of Thai merchants? What is her intent? While the Thai people construct their Thai cultural street here in Shenzhou, they do not extend invitations to our merchants during the investment process. They even prohibit the sale of our goods and forbid the wearing of our traditional hanfu on this street. This surely indicates that the Thai people harbor ulterior motives, which is why I undertook a covert investigation to uncover the truth behind it all. I stealthily approached their meeting venue and overheard them assert that this time, they must not allow Shenzhou merchants to participate. They intend to subtly influence Shenzhou with their products and culture, ultimately striving to conquer us. Ko Anshin, addressing Zhenshur Hayabusa and Huang Bingxian, loudly recounted some of the remarks she had overheard during the meeting of the Thai merchants. Slander. This is nothing but slander. Zhenshur Hayabusa exclaimed upon hearing her words. Director Huang, we are legitimate merchants from Thai Nation. The reason Shenzhou merchants are not allowed in this cultural street is to create a purely Thai cultural experience. enabling Xinzhou people to appreciate our customs and products without stepping outside their homes. These actions were sanctioned by your esteemed government. How can Miss Ko now wield a single instance to besmirch our reputation? We are merchants, merely traversing to your land for business pursuits, not to conquer it. Miss Ko's reckless assertions are a severe affront, tarnishing the reputation of our trade. I implore you, Miss Ko, to present your evidence. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to pursue legal action for defamation. With palpable indignation, Zhen Shihan declared loudly towards Ko Wanxin and Huang Bingxian. Indeed, Miss Ko, your claims cannot merely be uttered without substantiation. If you cannot provide proof, how can you assert that anyone has made such statements? Huang Bingxian remarked to Ko Wanxin. Director Huang, I possess evidence. I recorded every word spoken. However, my phone and voice recorder were just smashed to pieces by them, lamented Ko Wanxin with regret. Thus, without evidence, Miss Ko, I advise you to exercise caution in your speech. Certain words should not be frivolously uttered, for they may yield grave repercussions, Zhen Shihan stated coldly. Humph, your words are a mere cacophony of nonsense. Your countrymen come to our land, constructing cultural streets with insidious intentions, Wu Shuang retorted icily at Zhen Shihan. Humph, you, sir, have injured numerous individuals. This debt has yet to be reconciled. And here you stand, insulting us. Do you genuinely believe we are so easily trifled with? Zhen Shihan glared at Wu Shuang, raising his voice. Humph, spare us your bluster. Do not presume that a louder voice equates to righteousness. If that were the case, donkeys would have long ruled the world. Wu Shuang shot back unceremoniously. You, what do you mean by you? Upon my arrival, I witnessed those two ruffians seizing Miss Ko and dragging her into the martial arts hall. When I rushed in to pursue them, the individuals within the hall indiscriminately attacked me. In my endeavor to rescue her, I subdued them and rushed here. The moment I opened the door, I saw those two attempting to harm Miss Ko. Had I not arrived in time, she would have fallen victim to their vile intentions. I must inquire, why would you, as lawful merchants, resort to abducting Miss Ko? And why would you seek to bring her harm? Director Huang, may I ask, in our land, is not the kidnapping of women and intentions to do them harm a crime? Huang Bingxian was momentarily taken aback by Wu Shuang's inquiry. At that moment, Zhen Shihan interjected. As merchants, our trade secrets are our lifeblood. Miss Ko recorded some of our confidential information during our meeting to safeguard our business integrity from exposure. We had no choice but to summon Miss Ko here and subsequently destroy our sensitive data. As for what this gentleman witnessed regarding our people's intentions towards Miss Long, that was merely an unfortunate incident during the retrieval of electronic equipment, an unavoidable physical contact, a misunderstanding. We are all merchants. How could we engage in unlawful activities? Jinshur Huzi smiled gently as he recounted the events that had just transpired. No, it was certainly not a misunderstanding. They indeed laid their hands on me with intentions far from innocent. Upon hearing Jinshur Huzi's account, Miss Ko Wanxin could not help but respond with indignation. As the party directly involved, her words ought to be deemed credible, should they not? Wu Shuang, his face drawn in displeasure, turned to Huang Bingxian for clarification. Chapter 83. They must not open for business. The law demands substantiation of evidence. Without it, your claims hold little weight. Furthermore, Mr. Jinshur has already indicated that this was merely a misunderstanding. Additionally, it was Miss Ko who initially intruded upon their commercial secrets and nearly jeopardized them, causing economic harm. While you have inflicted injury upon numerous individuals, the two who intended to harm Miss Ko had their limbs broken by you. Meanwhile, Miss Ko emerged unscathed. I suggest we let this matter rest. Mr. Jinshur, while Miss Ko did pry into some of your commercial secrets, thankfully she did not disclose them, thus causing no actual detriment to your interests. The individuals from your martial arts school, along with this individual, by the way, what is your name? Huang Bingxian suddenly recalled he had yet to inquire about Wu Shuang's name and promptly addressed him. Wu Shuang. Oh, those from your martial arts school and Wu Shuang are all practitioners of martial arts. If 20 of them faced off against Wu Shuang alone, and they were bested, they have no one to blame but themselves. Both parties bear some culpability in this affair, and since there has been no significant loss on either side, it would be prudent for everyone to take a step back and consider this matter resolved. What do you think? Huang Bingxian inquired with a smile, addressing Wu Shuang, Ko Wanxin, and Jinshur Huzi. Upon hearing Huang Bingxian's suggestion, Wu Shuang was instantly incensed, ready to erupt. However, Ko Wanxin, noticing his expression, swiftly tugged at his sleeve and coldly remarked, "Let us heed Director Huang's counsel. I shall not pursue this matter further. Yet, they must compensate for the damage to my equipment, or we cannot conclude this." Although Director Huang's proposal seemed somewhat compromising, it nonetheless presented a reasonable middle ground. After all, should the authorities be alerted to pursue her accountability, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Despite being a journalist, surreptitiously entering their conference room for photography is legally indefensible. Moreover, given Wu Shuang's early arrival, she had not been violated. Therefore, the two individuals involved would likely only receive a verbal reprimand. She could choose not to press charges. But the electronic devices in question were costly. Failing to secure compensation from Taegoran would be unjustly lenient. Jinshi Huzi, upon hearing this, was equally incensed. They had bestowed considerable sums upon Huang Bingxian. To their dismay, Huang Bingxian had not sided with them in consideration of their plight. However, upon reflection, with the imminent opening of the Taigua Cultural Street, exposing this incident at such a juncture could have dire repercussions for them. If the news that Ko Anshin had heard were to spread, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of resistance against the Taigua people in Shenzhou, potentially jeopardizing the opening of their cultural street. Such an outcome would ultimately thwart their intended purpose for establishing the street. After much contemplation, he finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Let us proceed as Director Huang has suggested." With that, he produced his wallet, withdrew 10,000 yuan, and handed it to Huang Bingxian. Subsequently, he departed without a backward glance. "Miss Ko, this is compensation from the Taigua people. Please accept it." Once the true Shi Suanzi and his group had left, Huang Bingxian handed the 10,000 yuan to Ko Anshin before taking his leave as well. As an enforcer, how dare he show favoritism towards the Taigua people? Were it not for your intervention, I would have knocked out his front teeth. Wu Shuang clenched his fists in indignation as he gazed at the departing police vehicle. "Enough. I understand your prowess, but you must also appreciate his predicament," Ko Anshin replied with a smile. "Given his position, his foremost concern is maintaining balance, which differs from our perspective on the matter. As the head of the police station, his duty is to protect the people of Shenzhou, not to cater to the Taigua individuals. All right, let us not dwell on this. Regardless, I have sustained no harm. Let's allow this matter to pass." Wu Shuang sighed. Given his temper, he would have preferred to set fire to the Taigua Cultural Street. Concerned that the Taigua individuals might trouble Ko Anshin again, he suggested, "Come. Allow me to escort you home." "Thank you, I would appreciate that." Thus, Wu Shuang accompanied Ko Anshin as they made their way outside. Upon exiting the Taigua Cultural Street, the two stood by the roadside, preparing to summon a ride through their phones when a Lamborghini suddenly came to a halt before them. Both Wu Shuang and Ko Anshin were taken aback, uncertain of the situation. However, as the window rolled down, Wu Shuang was surprised to see that the driver was Long Yuyan. "Are you waiting for a ride?" Long Yuyan inquired with a playful blink. "Indeed. But I thought you had already left," Wu Shuang responded, puzzled. "I was delayed by a minor issue." With that, Long Yuyan greeted Ko Anshin. "Good day, Miss Ko." As a renowned host, Ko Anshin was acquainted with her. "Good day, Miss Long. I hope it's not too much trouble to ride with you." "Miss Ko, you are too gracious. Please, hop in." "Thank you, Miss Long." With that, Wu Shuang and Ko Anshin climbed into Long Yuyan's vehicle. Once on the road, Long Yuyan asked Wu Shuang, "Didn't you leave earlier? Why are you here waiting for a ride? And with Miss Ko no less." "I made a visit to the Taigua Cultural Street," Wu Shuang replied tersely. "What business did you have there?" Long Yuyan continued to inquire. Feeling exasperated, Wu Shuang turned his head away, choosing not to respond. "Miss Long, the situation is as follows." Ko Anshin recounted the earlier events to Long Yuyan. Such matters indeed reflect poorly on these individuals from the Tai nation, and their behavior is utterly reprehensible. Upon hearing this, Long Yuyan, filled with a sense of justice, exclaimed in anger. "My grandfather, when he first learned of this project, remarked that the Tai nation harbored no good intentions. He foresaw that their establishment of this cultural street was driven by ulterior motives. At the time, I dismissed his concerns, thinking him narrow-minded and out of touch with the times. Little did I realize that these Tai individuals truly harbor malicious intent. Indeed, their so-called cultural street is nothing short of cultural invasion. Yet, we lack evidence, and no one heeds our warnings," sighed Ko Anshin. Those Tai individuals are insidious. Even if you voice your concerns, they will find ways to counter our claims. However, their malevolence is too great. We must devise a plan to prevent the emergence of their cultural street," Long Yuyan declared through clenched teeth, brimming with indignation. Chapter 84. Two enthusiastic elders from a young age, Long Yuyan was regaled with tales by Long Feixiong about past conflicts with the Tai nation, which cultivated a deep-seated resentment within her, leaving her with no semblance of goodwill towards them. Yet, the world has progressed. Shenzhou and the Tai nation have enjoyed peaceful relations for decades, and her perspective on the Tai people had somewhat softened. Nevertheless, it is disheartening to discover that they remain as treacherous as ever, with their intentions to undermine Shenzhou unyielding. Given this reality, we must strategize to thwart their nefarious plans. We cannot allow them to prevail. Let us return to my home and consult my grandfather. Together, we shall devise a means to confront these Thai individuals. There is no room for their schemes to succeed. Excellent. How wonderful. Upon hearing Long Yuyan's words, Quack clasped her hands in excitement. If they could engage Long Feixiong, they would certainly have the opportunity to halt this endeavor. Long Yuyan's assertiveness took Shuang by surprise. It was astonishing how, despite her youth, she was so decisive and resolute. Soon, they arrived at Long Feixiong's villa. As they entered, they found Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan engrossed in a game of chess at a stone table in the courtyard. Wang Dashan was now dressed in a clean, well-fitted outfit, his complexion rosy, and he appeared much more spirited than during his previous days of selling sugarcane on the streets. Grandfather, still engaged in a match with Grandfather Wang. Are you a worthy opponent for him? Long Yuyan exclaimed joyfully as she walked in. Yuyan, why do you underestimate your grandfather so? Long Feixiong, hearing her voice, looked up with a smile, only to notice Shuang accompanying her. Upon seeing Shuang, he hurriedly set down his chess piece and urgently exclaimed to Wang Dashan, "My dear friend, look who has arrived. Feixiong, who is it that has you so animated?" Wang Dashan, facing away from the entrance, was oblivious to Shuang's presence. As he turned around and beheld Shuang, he hastily tossed his chess pieces onto the table. Wang Dashan promptly stood up and, much like Long Feixiong, excitedly approached Shuang. "Mr. Wu, what brings you here today?" he exclaimed. "I have long wished to express my gratitude to you in person. Your presence today is truly delightful." Seeing the two elderly gentlemen, Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan, hastening towards him, Shuang quickly advanced to meet them, extending his hands to embrace both of them. "Long Lao, Wang Lao, you are esteemed heroes and venerable seniors. How can I, Shuang, possibly bear such honor? Mr. Wu, you are the benefactor of both U.S. old fellows. You have saved our lives, and it is only fitting." They replied earnestly. "Grandfather, how could you forget your granddaughter upon meeting Shuang?" Long Yuyan pouted playfully, her tone teasing. "Child, you are no longer a little girl. How can you behave so coyly in front of our distinguished guest?" Long Feixiong chuckled as he led Shuang toward the villa. "Miss Ko, since these old gentlemen have chosen to ignore us, let us proceed inside," Long Yuyan said with a hint of resignation as she turned to Quack. Together, they entered the villa. Once inside, they found Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan behaving like two exuberant children, each grasping one of Shuang's hands as they sat side by side on the sofa, creating a rather comical scene. However, Shuang had never before encountered such warm hospitality, and he felt quite awkward, unable to withdraw his hands from their grasp. "Mr. Wu, since you are here today, you must stay for dinner. I insist on toasting you twice to express my heartfelt gratitude for saving my life," Wang Dashan declared sincerely, still holding Shuang's hand. "Dashan is right. Mr. Wu must stay for dinner," Long Feixiong added. "I too wish to raise a toast to you, for you have not only saved my life, but also reunited me with Dashan. Long Lao, Wang Lao, I appreciate your kindness, but I have merely done something insignificant." "There is no need for such formality," Shuang responded humbly. "Mr. Wu is not only youthful and accomplished, but also magnanimous and broad-minded, a remarkable young talent." Long Feixiong praised him sincerely. "You are too kind, Long Lao," Shuang said, feeling a bit embarrassed by the compliments. "Grandfather, have you praised him to the point of making him bloom like a flower? Is he truly that extraordinary?" Long Yuyan remarked with a hint of discontent. "This girl, how can she speak so in front of Mr. Wu?" Long Feixiong chuckled, playfully admonishing her. "Yuyan, please instruct the kitchen to prepare some of our finest dishes for tonight, as Mr. Wu will be dining with us. Also, fetch my treasured Maotai, which I have kept for 20 years. "Understood," Long Yuyan replied, somewhat resigned to the attention Shuang was receiving from her grandfather. The bottles of Maotai, meticulously aged for 2 decades, were treasures held dear by Long Feixiong, who would not permit even Long shitting a sip. Unexpectedly, today, with Shuang's arrival, Long Feixiong decided to offer that cherished Maotai as a gesture of hospitality. "Miss Ko, you have also graced us with your presence. Welcome, most warmly." It was only then that Long Feixiong noticed Quack. "Good day, Mr. Long. I hope my visit does not impose," Anshin remarked. "You are far too polite, Miss Long. Your presence is a welcome delight." He had always enjoyed watching the programs hosted by Quack, and seeing her today filled him with immense joy. When Long Yuyan returned, Long Feixiong inquired, "Yuyan, you brought Mr. Wu to visit grandfather today. He is truly delighted. Grandfather, aside from visiting you, we have another matter to discuss and would appreciate your guidance." What could it be that requires the advice of an old man like me? Wang Dashan asked, intrigued. It concerns the affairs of the Taigua people. Thus, Long Yuyan recounted to Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan what Quack had shared with her. Those scoundrels, their intentions remain unchanged. Wang Dashan exclaimed in indignation. That cursed project. I opposed it from the outset, but the higher-ups approved it, and the Tianhai government has prioritized its advancement. My objections fell on deaf ears. Chapter 85. The Response Plan. Grandfather, discussing this now is futile. The Taigua Cultural Street is about to open. We should focus on how to prevent its inauguration. That poses a significant challenge, Long Feixiong replied, shaking his head. Currently, the project has garnered substantial attention from the upper echelons of both nations, and the government has invested considerable effort. With the businesses already established and renovations completed, halting it now is utterly implausible. Mr. Long, it is precisely because we lack a better solution that we have sought your esteemed counsel. Your high standing in Tianhai and your experience as a former mayor could exert some pressure on the government, perhaps yielding results. Miss Ko, my previous objections during the project's inception bore no fruit, and I fear the same would hold true now. Long Feixiong sighed. Feixiong, have you forgotten how we once triumphed over Taigua? Wang Dashan interjected with a smile. Are you suggesting we mobilize the masses? Indeed. In our earlier struggles, devoid of resources, we relied on the strength of the people to overcome the once mighty Taigua. A splendid suggestion, Dashan, Long Feixiong exclaimed. Given that we cannot halt the cultural street from an official standpoint, we shall galvanize the community to compel its closure. Upon hearing this, everyone was elated. And after much deliberation, they devised a feasible plan. While preventing the opening was no longer an option due to time constraints and the attendance of high-ranking officials from both nations, including Tianhai's mayor Feng Kuei, they remained determined to take action. However, it remains feasible for them to commence operations without generating any revenue. Under the stewardship of Quack, media promotion will be undertaken, not only through television and newspapers, but also across the internet, to unveil the predatory ambitions of the Thai nation. Naturally, in the absence of concrete evidence, the dissemination of remarks overheard by Quack at a conference featuring Thai representatives may be dismissed as slanderous fabrications by them. Thus, we shall commence with an exhaustive exposition of the Thai people's nature, their ambitions, and the historical grievances they have inflicted upon Shenzhou. Beginning from the last conflict between our nations, gradually, we shall elucidate the predatory designs and underlying machinations of the Thai. Once the groundwork has been sufficiently laid and the sentiments of the Shenzhou populace against the Thai have been stirred, we shall then release the aforementioned remarks made by the Thai on the internet, inciting a fervent outrage among our citizens and engendering a tempest of public opinion. Subsequently, Long Yuyan will step forth to mobilize the masses and entrepreneurs through the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce, ensuring that the Thai merchants in the cultural street find themselves unable to sell even a single coin's worth of goods. After listening to this, Quack and Long Yuyan nodded in agreement, believing that Long Feixiong's proposal could effectively stifle the Thai cultural street from all angles. As the plan was meticulously crafted, darkness enveloped the sky, prompting Long Feixiong to summon his associates to the dining table, where the atmosphere was vibrant and spirited. On the following day, Quack utilized her connections and influence within the media industry. Both television stations and newspapers consistently published articles analyzing the war that transpired decades ago, alongside airing numerous documentaries about the same conflict. Mr. Yamamoto, something terrible has occurred, exclaimed Yamamoto's secretary, Sakura Zuko, and his lawyer, Kitata Takio. As they rushed into the office of Yamamoto Takeda Nobu, their expressions fraught with urgency. What has transpired to warrant such alarm? Yamamoto Takeda Nobu inquired, his demeanor reflecting irritation at their apparent distress. Mr. Yamamoto, the Tianhai television station has suddenly begun broadcasting a plethora of documentaries regarding the last war between our nations. Newspapers and online platforms have also commenced extensive coverage of articles pertaining to that conflict. Yamamoto Takeda Nobu snatched the tablet and newspaper from Sakura Zuko and Kitata Takio, glancing at them briefly before responding with a smile. What is so surprising about this? Shenzhou has frequently engaged in such publicity over the decades. That may be true, Mr. Yamamoto, but our cultural street is set to open in 2 days. This sudden influx of publicity could potentially impact our grand opening. Kitata Takio expressed his concerns. Our cultural street is prepared in every aspect, and high-ranking officials from both nations, as well as the mayor of Tianhai, will be in attendance. This publicity will not alter the overarching narrative. Focus on your current tasks. Mr. Yamamoto is indeed correct. Such publicity has become almost routine for us in Shenzhou, occurring annually without fail. There is nothing to worry about, chimed in Jean Shengchong, who now served as Yamamoto Takeda Nobu's assistant, thoroughly embedded as his sycophant. At that moment, Shinzaki Hayato entered the room. Mr. Yamamoto, the woman who infiltrated our conference room yesterday is Ko Anshin, a renowned host and journalist from Tianhai television. It is highly likely that she is behind this propaganda. Mr. Shinzaki, although Ko Anshin possesses some fame, she is merely a host and journalist. She does not wield sufficient influence to orchestrate such extensive propaganda. Let us not indulge in suspicion. Such promotional activities are commonplace in our Shinjo. Jean Shengchong remarked with a smile. As a native of Shinjo, his words were undoubtedly credible. You may return to your duties. With a wave of his hand, Yamamoto Takeda dismissed them. Once Shinzaki and the others had departed, Yamamoto Takeda turned to Jean Shengchong and said, Jean, our research now demands a substantial workforce. I trust you will put in considerable effort. Rest assured, Mr. Yamamoto. In Shinjo, we are never short of people. Each day, countless individuals from the countryside flock to Tianhai. Leave this matter to me, and I will ensure a steady influx of manpower. I hold great admiration for your capabilities, Jean. Entrusting this task to you gives me peace of mind. Once we achieve success, I will ensure you are duly rewarded. Do not worry, Mr. Yamamoto. After Jean Shengchong exited Yamamoto Takeda's office, Hashimoto Shoji leaned in and whispered, Mr. Yamamoto, forgive my impertinence. But is it prudent to allow Jean Shengchong access to our core secrets at such an early stage? Rest easy. I have known him for many years. He is now a loyal dog at my side. A few bones tossed his way will ensure his unwavering loyalty. Prepare yourself for tomorrow, as Prince Komodo will arrive in Tianhai to attend the opening ceremony the day after. You must guarantee the prince's safety. Do not worry, Mr. Yamamoto. I will personally oversee Prince Komodo's security and ensure no incidents occur. Chapter 86. Prince Komodo watching the television, newspapers, and online promotions. Zhang Shuyuan could not help but scoff. He was already aware of the commotion caused by Ko Anshin and Wu Shuang at the Thai Cultural Street, yet he remained unfazed by the ensuing publicity. This cultural street was a project of great interest to both nations' high-ranking officials and was one of Tianhai's key initiatives. On the day of the opening, ministers from the state and Prince Komodo of Thailand would be present, with Mayor Fong Koe personally presiding over the event. Such a significant project could not be thwarted by a few mere promotions. Ko Anshin was indeed rather naive. Zhang Shiyuan's gaze shifted towards the direction of Modishin. Once we acquire that data, the Zhang family will ascend to new heights, potentially even expanding to the capital. The following day, Yamamoto Takeda, accompanied by Hashimoto Shoji, Kiteda Yasuhiro, Sakura Yoshiko, Jean Shengchong, and a cadre of subordinates, arrived in grand procession at Tianhai Airport, driving a convoy of luxurious vehicles. The airport authorities had long been notified, and in the interest of the prince's safety, a special security passage was established. The luxurious convoy of Yamamoto Takeda Nobushige arrived at the airport amidst the thunderous roar of engines, commanding attention and astonishment from many onlookers. Who could this be? So formidable and grand, suggesting that a significant figure was arriving? Shortly thereafter, a private jet from Thai country descended like a great bird, coming to rest on the tarmac. Miyamoto Maru, accompanied by his entourage and subordinates, disembarked from the aircraft. Miyamoto Maru stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, possessing a square face with a broad jaw, wolf-like eyes, and a gaze that exuded an aura of cunning. Yamamoto Takeda Nobushige and his associates had already lined up at the foot of the aircraft staircase to receive him. As Miyamoto Maru descended the steps, Yamamoto Takeda Nobushige approached him, bowing respectfully and stating, Your Highness, your journey must have been arduous. Yamamoto-kun, you are indeed considerate. Miyamoto Maru responded with a smile, acknowledging, You are truly a rising star of the Yamamoto clan. Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. Your vehicle and accommodations have been prepared, Yamamoto Takeda Nobushige replied, extending his hand with deference. They then escorted Miyamoto Maru to the car, as if he were the moon surrounded by stars, and hastened toward the hotel. Upon arriving at the presidential suite, after ensuring that everything was in order, Yamamoto Takeda Nobushige took his leave. Once he departed, Miyamoto Maru inquired of his trusted confidant, Shabi Wanduzi, have Matsushima and the others arrived? Yes, Your Highness. They reached Tianhai early this morning. Excellent. Notify them to commence operations tonight, he commanded. Understood, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang enjoyed a leisurely evening. Stationed at the gate after a meal, Duan Hongmeng was preoccupied with the development of new pharmaceuticals in the office building. Thus, the day swiftly passed. Around 1 o'clock that night, 3 shadowy figures approached the Hongmeng group like phantoms. The towering 3-meter wall posed no challenge for them. With a leap, they effortlessly scaled it. However, at that moment, a flash of cold light glimmered in the darkness, and 3 beams of icy brilliance shot toward them. Yet, their reflexes were remarkably swift. In an instant, they vanished like specters, evading the 3 strikes. Shuang was taken aback, astonished that the 3 assailants were so agile, managing to avoid his concealed ambush. "I'll hold him off. You go apprehend the others," one of the cloaked figures whispered, drawing a katana from behind and lunging toward Shuang's hidden position. With a swift motion, he swung the blade, aiming to strike Shuang. Shuang deftly dodged the incoming blow, retaliating with a powerful punch directed at the assailant. The strike missed, and the black-clad figure executed a peculiar twist in midair, narrowly avoiding Shuang's fist before counterattacking with another slash. Miyamoto has indeed invested heavily. Deploying 1 elite shinobi and 2 mid-level shinobi, Shuang remarked with a smile to the cloaked figure. Startled, the shadowy individual was taken aback. Realizing Shuang had instantly recognized their identities. "Bastard die?" Matsushima Yukio snarled, brandishing his katana as he lunged at Shuang once more. In response, Shuang deftly revealed a black dagger in his hand, and with a swift motion, he met Matsushima Yukio's blade head-on. From the moment Miyamoto Maru arrived in Tianhai, Shuang had anticipated that the night would unfold with unexpected events. After all, Miyamoto Maru was a prince overseeing intelligence matters for the Taigwa, and the involvement of such a dignitary for the opening of a cultural street seemed excessive. Moreover, the close ties between Miyamoto Maru and the Eagle Nation's intelligence agency hinted at ulterior motives for his visit to Shenzhou. It was highly plausible that he intended to target Duan Hongming. Consequently, Shuang heightened his vigilance and made necessary preparations. As fate would have it, trouble did indeed arise that night. While Shuang and Matsushima Yukio engaged in fierce combat, 2 other cloaked figures swiftly scaled the outer wall like phantoms, infiltrating Duan Hongming's office through a window. In a flash, they entered her bedroom, where they found a figure asleep on the bed. One of the assailants reached out to seize the person, but before he could grasp her, a foot suddenly kicked out from beneath the covers, striking him forcefully. Caught off guard by the abrupt turn of events, the black-clad man was sent flying against the wall. Before his companion could retaliate, the bed covers erupted into the air, resembling a dark cloud descending upon him. "Bastard!" The second assailant cursed, drawing his katana to slice through the blanket. With a sharp sound, the covers were shredded by his blade. However, before he could retract his weapon, Chang Wei delivered a powerful punch to the attacker. It was a precautionary measure by Shuang to relocate Duan Hongming for her safety, allowing Chang Wei to don a wig and impersonate her in bed. As the black-clad assailant lunged at Chang Wei with his katana, the second attacker, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Chang Wei, followed suit. Outmatched, Chang Wei struggled to defend himself, and in a desperate move, he leaped from the window. Had there been any witnesses, they would have been utterly terrified. Duan Hongming's office was situated on the 7th floor, and a fall from such a height would surely result in a grim fate, regardless of one's prowess. Chapter 87. Matsushima Yukio. Chang Wei plummeted headfirst, like a meteor streaking through the sky, descending rapidly toward the ground. As he plummeted from the 3rd floor, his hands instinctively grasped the air conditioning water pipe. With a sharp crack, the pipe snapped, yet it served to decelerate his fall. Then, with a powerful kick against the building, he propelled himself toward the air conditioning unit on the 2nd floor. He reached out and grasped the water pipe there. This time, the force of his descent was less severe, and the pipe held firm. Thus, harnessing this momentum, Chang Wei executed a somersault in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. Although the experience was perilous, he emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, the 2 figures clad in black, having leaped from the window, descended the 7 stories with remarkable agility. Upon witnessing this, Chang Wei was taken aback. Was this even human? If Newton were to witness such a spectacle, he would surely rise from his grave in astonishment. With Duan Hongming absent, and given that Chang Wei was impersonating her while lying in her bed, it was evident that he possessed knowledge of her whereabouts. To achieve his mission of capturing Duan Hongming, he first needed to apprehend Chang Wei. The 2 shadowy figures moved with the grace of bats and the speed of weasels, swiftly reaching the ground. Without a moment's pause, they brandished their katanas and charged once more at Chang Wei. Instantly, the 3 were locked in combat again. Chang Wei drew the military knife from his waist. This knife had been awarded to him by his commander after his successful completion of his first mission in the Special Forces. Since leaving the unit, he had not wielded it in 2 years. It was only after Shuang's arrival and the instruction of some combat techniques that he began practicing with it again. After days of rigorous training, his swordsmanship had surpassed his previous peak, showing significant improvement. With the knife in hand, Chang Wei's spirit surged. Yet he still found himself outmatched by the two ninjas. Before long, he fell into a defensive stance, being relentlessly pressured and sustaining several wounds. Observing Chang Wei's predicament while engaged in a fierce battle with Matsushima Yukio, Shuang quickly reacted by launching a silver needle with a swift flick of his hand. The needles glinted ominously as they shot towards the two ninjas like lightning. Caught off guard, the ninjas had no time to react to the sudden assault from behind. However, demonstrating their prowess as chunin, they instinctively evaded most of the needles. Yet, one of them faltered slightly, failing to dodge one or two needles, which struck him. His movement faltered, nearly causing him to collapse. In that critical moment, Chang Wei seized the opportunity. His knife struck true, slicing through the throat of the black-clad assailant. Blood gushed forth, and the lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "How dare you kill Matsuda? You shall perish." Another individual seethed, brandishing a katana and lunging at Chang Wei like an enraged lion. With the death of one, the pressure on Chang Wei was alleviated by half. He swung his military blade to meet the oncoming assault, and the two engaged fiercely. The assailant could no longer suppress Chang Wei, who transitioned from defense to offense. Meanwhile, Shuang gradually gained the upper hand against Matsushima Yukio. Despite Matsushima's desperate efforts, he could not alter his fate of being subdued. The black dagger in Shuang's grip transformed into a bolt of black lightning. With a swift strike, Matsushima could not even perceive the dagger's trajectory. Both combatants exchanged rapid blows, the clash of the black dagger and katana resonating like explosive firecrackers. Although Shuang held the advantage, he struggled to overcome Matsushima Yukio. A glint of cold light flickered in Shuang's eyes as he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Matsushima. Refusing to back down, Matsushima countered with a slash of his katana. The blades clashed, producing a shower of sparks and a piercing sound. In that instant, Shuang executed a kick, driving his foot squarely into Matsushima Yukio. All of Matsushima's focus was on the dagger, leaving him unprepared for the sudden assault from Shuang's foot. As the wind from the kick approached, Matsushima hastily raised his right leg to block, but his response was a moment too late. Before he could retaliate, Shuang's kick landed forcefully against his leg with a resounding thud, sending Matsushima sliding back like a sandbag, retreating several meters before finally halting. He felt his right leg numb, as if struck by an anesthetic. The impact had even left him with the sensation of fractures in his bones, accompanied by excruciating pain. At that moment, Shuang vanished and reappeared before him like a specter, wielding the dagger as he aimed for Matsushima's throat, slashing with ferocity. Startled, Matsushima immediately parried, and the two clashed once more. However, the injury to Matsushima's right leg hindered his movements, causing him to lag behind. In high-level confrontations, even a slight delay can be fatal. Thus, before 5 exchanges had passed, Shuang's strike found its mark, leaving a long gash across Matsushima's back. Blood erupted from the wound, accompanied by agonizing pain. With a successful strike, Shuang surged with renewed vigor, unleashing his full prowess in another assault against Matsushima Yukio. Despite his relentless efforts, Matsushima could no longer withstand Shuang's relentless onslaught. The next moment, Shuang inflicted 2 long wounds upon him. He realized that he could no longer continue. Persisting would surely lead to his demise. Consequently, he produced a smoke bomb and hurled it to the ground, hoping to utilize the cover of the smoke to escape. However, fate was unkind, as he found himself facing Shuang. Just as the smoke began to rise, Shuang unleashed a flurry of silver needles, resembling celestial petals, which pierced through the haze towards Matsushima Yukio. The smoke obscured Shuang's vision, yet it equally shrouded Matsushima's sight. When he heard the whistling of the needles slicing through the air and caught sight of their cold glint, it was already too late for him to evade. With a soft thud, at least 15 silver needles embedded themselves into his body. Matsushima Yukio, who had just leapt into the air, fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 88. A gesture of gratitude. Shuang's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, akin to a predator, as he swiftly traversed the smoke and confronted Matsushima Yukio. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light as it sliced towards Matsushima's throat. Startled, Matsushima immediately swung his katana to block Shuang's dagger. Yet, he felt half of his body numb, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength, unable even to lift his sword. In the midst of Matsushima's horrified gaze, Shuang's dagger struck like a bolt of black lightning across his throat. With a swift cut, blood gushed forth, and the light in Matsushima's eyes faded as his head tilted, meeting his end. After dispatching Matsushima Yukio, Shuang did not linger, but rather lunged at the last figure cloaked in black like a descending tiger. This individual was merely a chunin, struggling even against Chang Wei, let alone facing Wu Shuang. Once Wu Shuang joined the fray, it took but 2 swift moves for his dagger to plunge deeply into the chunin's heart. What shall we do next? Chang Wei gasped, panting heavily. What else? Let us bury the bodies first. Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Outside, there could have been others to assist Wu Shuang in managing the scene. Yet, within the confines of the Hongmeng group, outsiders could not intrude. Fortunately, apart from the 3 of them, there was no one else in the company. Otherwise, it would have been problematic to rouse suspicion. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei dragged the 3 bodies of Matsushima Yukio to a secluded area behind the company and buried them in an empty lot. Who were these people? They were extraordinarily formidable. Chang Wei inquired. They are ninjas from the Taigua, 1 jonin and 2 chunits. How could they not be powerful? Chang Wei, upon hearing this, felt a wave of dread wash over him, realizing he had just fought against 2 chunits. You stay behind to protect General Chang while I pay a visit to Miyamoto. With those words, Wu Shuang leapt over the wall. It was a momentous day, the grand opening of the Taigua Cultural Street, and Miyamoto Maru had risen early to prepare. He was indeed an esteemed guest representing the royal family of Tai country, and preparations had to be meticulously made to avoid bringing disgrace upon the royal lineage. However, as he entered the washroom to freshen up, a piercing scream erupted unexpectedly. His trusted aides, bodyguards, and servants, upon hearing Gong Ben Wan's anguished cry, rushed into the washroom with utmost urgency, their expressions filled with shock. To their astonishment, they discovered that Gong Ben Wan's eyebrows had mysteriously vanished. While eyebrows might seem trivial, their absence rendered him rather unsightly and awkward. Yet at that moment, Gong Ben Wan's thoughts were not occupied with aesthetics, but rather with his safety. The thought that someone could infiltrate his heavily guarded chamber and shave off his eyebrows without his knowledge was deeply unsettling. If this individual had malicious intent, his life could easily have been forfeited. Gong Ben Wan couldn't help but gasp in realization. He had narrowly escaped death the previous night. Had the person who removed his eyebrows wished for something more sinister, his head could have been severed in an instant. His aides, bodyguards, and servants were equally taken aback, bewildered as to how their prince had awakened to find his eyebrows gone after just a single night's rest. Fear gripped them as they broke into a cold sweat. If the prince were to lash out in anger, they would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Gong Ben Wan remained remarkably composed, displaying an unusual calmness. Have Matsushima and the others returned? He inquired of Shabi Wan Duzi with a serene demeanor. No, and I attempted to contact them upon waking, but to no avail, Shabi replied. A wave of alarm washed over Gong Ben Wan as he realized that Matsushima, Yukio, and the others must have encountered trouble. They were likely aware that he had dispatched them, which was why they had responded in kind. Initially, when George mentioned merely apprehending a woman from Shenzhou, he had dismissed the notion, even knowing that Duan Hongmeng was accompanied by skilled individuals. He had sent forth 1 elite shinobi and 2 mid-tier shinobi, believing that would suffice for the task. Little did he anticipate that Matsushima and his companions would not only fail to return, but would also be ambushed at the hotel, resulting in the loss of his eyebrows. At this juncture, Wu Shuang, having just risen, couldn't help but burst into laughter at the thought of Gong Ben Wan's eyebrowless visage. Had it not been for the fact that Gong Ben Wan was representing the royal family of Tai country on this occasion, Wu Shuang would have likely taken more severe measures against him. After all, Gong Ben Wan's official capacity meant that his untimely demise in Shenzhou could lead to unnecessary complications for the nation. Nonetheless, with the grand opening of Tai country's cultural street today, Wu Shuang felt compelled to take action in honor of Gong Ben Wan. Notify everyone to proceed according to plan, Wu Shuang commanded as he picked up the phone to call Huang Tianba. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, all our brothers are prepared. Today, we will ensure those little devils face the consequences, Huang Tianba replied with unwavering confidence. According to Wu Shuang's instructions, he summoned all the brothers of Tianhai, numbering over 5,000. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to call upon those from the branches in other regions to gather at Tianhai. Today, I intend to let them toil in vain. They shall not sell a single item. At that moment, Duan Hongmeng emerged from their dormitory. For safety reasons, they had arranged for her to stay in their quarters last night. No one would have imagined that a beautiful CEO would reside in the security staff's dormitory. MS. Duan, did you sleep well last night? Wu Shuang inquired with concern. After all, Duan Hongmeng was an elegant CEO, and their dormitory was far from pristine. In consideration for her, he and Chang Wei had tidied the place, replacing the bedding with new items, yet he still worried about her comfort. I slept quite well, Duan Hongmeng replied. Having endured considerable hardships since childhood, She was not overly concerned with her living conditions. Otherwise, she would not have opted to sleep in the office. That's good to hear. Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. He then added, Ms. Duan, I heard that the Thai Country Cultural Street is opening today, and the atmosphere is very lively. How about you accompany us to witness the festivities? I received an invitation from the authorities, and today I can grant you both a day off to join me. It serves as a reward for your valor yesterday. Wonderful. Long live Ms. Duan. Shuang and Chang Wei exclaimed joyfully. Duan Hongming looked at the two of them, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. She had witnessed their fierce battle against Matsushima Yukio through the window, fully aware of the peril and thrill involved, which remained etched in her memory. Chapter 89. Silence. Please Shuang and Chang Wei had earned their day off due to their bravery the previous night, and soon, Duan Hongming started her vehicle, heading toward the Thai Country Cultural Street with them. While in the car, Shuang opened his phone only to find an overwhelming number of messages regarding the cultural street. Breaking news. Thai Country's hidden malice, secrets of the cultural street revealed. Exposed. The conspiracy behind Thai Country Cultural Street. Shocking. The invaders return, not through arms, but through culture. Upon reading such headlines, Shuang could not help but chuckle. Quack truly excelled as a journalist. These sensational titles were captivating and attention-grabbing. Thanks to the groundwork laid in recent days, these reports ignited a frenzy across the internet. Major websites and platforms rushed to share these stories, rapidly saturating the online realm. The citizens of Shenzhou, upon seeing these headlines, were filled with fury, their anger palpable. The comments below the articles surged at an exponential rate. The audacity of the Japanese is utterly infuriating. Where is my 40-meter-long machete? I shall cleave through these scoundrels. How dare they concoct such a scheme in our sacred land? They must be made to pay dearly. I shall promptly book a plane ticket to wreak havoc upon this street. Those wretched souls, who constructed this thoroughfare, are undoubtedly traitors and the scourge of our nation. The comments section is rife with a plethora of opinions. In reality, numerous individuals have voluntarily flocked to the Japanese cultural street, eager to contribute to their country and nation. Even if they cannot demolish this street, they are determined to thwart the nefarious plans of the Japanese. Not only are locals from Tianhai present, but many outsiders have also arrived, traveling by plane, train, and even car, all making their way to the Japanese cultural street in grand procession. Upon Shuang and his companions' arrival at the cultural street, they found the parking lot completely filled, with cars lining the streets outside. They had to park quite a distance away and walk nearly a mile to reach their destination. Upon arriving at the Japanese cultural street, they were greeted by a lavish and festive atmosphere, with colorful balloons and flags adorning the surroundings and vibrant, cheerful music playing. Beautiful women and handsome men from Japan, clad in their traditional attire, welcomed visitors from all directions. In the center of the street stood a grand podium, beneath which were hundreds of guest seats. Only those bearing invitations were permitted entry, while the general public could only observe from the outside. Duan Hongming possessed an invitation, allowing her to bring up to 5 individuals, so she took Shuang and Chang Wei into the guest area. From there, they could clearly see the podium, which was adorned with opulence and grandeur. The Japanese, eager to showcase their economic prowess, utilized only the finest and most expensive materials for its construction. By this time, the street was teeming with people, creating a lively and bustling scene. Yamamoto Takeda and Shinzo Hayabusa, along with other Japanese nationals, felt both joy and discomfort at the sight of such a crowd. They were pleased to see so many from the divine land attending the grand opening of the Japanese cultural street, indicating its popularity and the allure of their culture and products. However, their displeasure stemmed from the fact that the majority of attendees were donned in traditional Hanfu attire from the divine land. To promote Japanese culture, it had been mandated that only modern clothing or traditional Japanese garments be worn on the cultural street. Those wearing Hanfu were not even allowed entry. Yet today, as officials from the divine land arrived, the streets were patrolled by officers who were hesitant to confront or disperse those in Hanfu. Shuang understood that most of those in traditional attire were from Qingmen, while the remainder were likely common citizens who had come spontaneously. He glanced around the guest area and soon spotted Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, Long Yuyan, and others, which made his smile even more radiant. Their presence guaranteed that today's inauguration ceremony would be particularly lively, albeit with a tinge of melancholy for the citizens of Taigua. As the time approached, Feng Kuei ascended the podium, surveying the guests below and the throngs of people filling the streets. With a warm smile, he proclaimed, "Today, the sun shines brightly and the weather is delightful. It is a splendid day, marking the grand opening of the Taigua Cultural Street. On behalf of the Tianhai Municipal Government, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all esteemed guests and audience members. The establishment of the Taigua Cultural Street stands as a testament to the profound friendship between our two nations, providing the 10 million residents of Tianhai a unique opportunity to intimately engage with and experience the cultural essence of Taigua. This project has garnered significant attention and robust support from the high-ranking officials of both countries since its inception. Today, we celebrate the opening of the Taigua Cultural Street. We are honored to have Prince Miyamoto, who has taken precious time from his busy schedule to travel thousands of miles to congratulate us on this momentous occasion. Now, I invite Prince Miyamoto to the stage to share his remarks. As Prince Miyamoto sat on the podium, he appeared visibly delighted and proud to be the first called upon by Quack. Rising with a brilliant smile, he approached the microphone. Shuang looked up at him and noticed that his eyebrows were still remarkably dark and bright. She was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had shaved them off just yesterday. How could they now appear so bold? Upon closer inspection, she realized that he had drawn them on with an eyebrow pencil. Although they looked striking, they were distinctly different from natural brows. Shuang couldn't help but chuckle softly, surprised by Miyamoto's resourcefulness. Arriving at the microphone, Miyamoto cleared his throat and spoke clearly. Though Taigua and Shenzhou are separated by mountains and rivers, we share the same sky and moon. Our friendship, akin to a ribbon of water, is deep and enduring. The bond between our two peoples is profound, akin to that of brothers. Suddenly, his self-indulgent speech was interrupted by a deep voice from the audience. "You, be quiet." Startled, Miyamoto turned his gaze toward the source of the interruption. An elderly man, over 80 years old, with white hair and beard, stood up from his seat in the guest area. Despite his advanced age, he was spirited and rosy-cheeked, glaring at Miyamoto with wide eyes. This individual was none other than Principal Shuang Tianpei of Tianhai University. At 89 years of age, he remained sharp of hearing and sight, full of vitality. Typically, someone of his age would have long since retired. However, due to his robust health and with government approval, he continued to serve in his role as principal. Known for his kindness and profound knowledge, he has nurtured countless students throughout his illustrious career. Many officials from the Tianhai city government are still students of Principal Shuang. Therefore, Shuang Tianpei holds a position of great respect and authority in Tianhai city. However, in his youth, the elder experienced a devastating war and harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Taigua people. Thus, after much contemplation, Quack decided not to invite him to today's grand opening ceremony. To his surprise, the old man still appeared, though it remains unclear who brought him. Initially, upon seeing the elder, Quack felt a wave of anxiety, fearing that trouble might ensue. Unexpectedly, as Gong Benwan took the stage to speak, the elder rose to his feet. Quack hurried over, wearing a cordial smile, and addressed Shuang Tianpei, saying, "Principal Shuang, today is a momentous occasion. Please, do not be upset or angry. The crowd here is so loud and chaotic. Given your age, it may not be the most suitable environment for you. Perhaps we should escort you home to rest." Quack's intention was merely to smooth over the situation. By sending Shuang Tianpei away, he hoped to avert any potential disturbance. Upon hearing Quack's words, two officers immediately approached Shuang Tianpei, intending to escort him home. "No need for you to worry, Mayor Feng. I am in excellent health and do not require rest," Shuang Tianpei retorted, glaring coldly at Quack. This rendered Quack quite awkward on stage. Before the officers could reach Shuang Tianpei, they were firmly rebuked by Long Feixiong. "What do you think you are doing? Step aside." Long Feixiong, not only a former mayor but also the esteemed elder of the Long family, commanded respect, and the officers dared not oppose him. At his stern reprimand, the two officers promptly retreated in haste. Gong Benwan, interrupted mid-speech, felt a surge of anger but had to suppress his fury in front of the crowd. He forced a smile and addressed Shuang Tianpei. "Sir, may I inquire why you have interrupted my speech?" "Because your words are mere nonsense, and I felt compelled to interject," Shuang Tianpei replied, maintaining his dignity. "Sir, one must speak with caution," Gong Benwan said, his expression darkening and his eyes glinting with menace. "You just claimed that the bond between our two nations is profound and akin to brotherhood. If such camaraderie truly existed, why did you invade our sacred land decades ago? If we are indeed brothers, why did you commit such atrocities upon our people?" Shuang Tianpei questioned Gong Benwan with unwavering righteousness. His words rendered Gong Benwan momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a response. "Principal Shuang, those events belong to the past. Our two nations have re-established diplomatic relations for several decades now, and our economic exchanges are increasingly frequent. Surely, our people share a deep bond." Quack attempted to mediate, seeking to ease the tension. "Indeed, Mayor Feng, you speak well. Although that war occurred decades ago, the pain it inflicted upon our nation is a wound that will never fade from the memory of our descendants. As he spoke, Shuang Tianhai gestured toward the nearby Tianhai War Memorial and Martyr Cemetery, exclaiming loudly, "It seems you have not only forgotten this chapter of history, but have also constructed a street in close proximity to the War Memorial and Martyr Cemetery. What purpose does this serve? It is a blatant affront to our martyrs and fallen compatriots. The people of Taiga visit and pay tribute annually to those war criminals. Though such actions are disgraceful, they indicate that they have not forgotten their ancestors. In contrast, some individuals in our beloved land have long since forsaken our forebears for their own selfish interests. How can you justify your actions to those who perished in the war? I, who narrowly escaped death under the blades of Taiga's soldiers, understand the true nature of these beasts. This nation is akin to clothed beasts, devoid of fur, with veins coursing with shamelessness and filth, their souls wrapped in the guise of human form. To annihilate a nation, one must first erase its history. To extinguish a race, one must first obliterate its culture. Now, these creatures seek to subtly invade our culture with their goods and ideologies amidst the resting place of our martyrs, and I, an old man, shall not permit it." Principal Shuang is correct. Long Feixiong stood up as well, vehemently declaring, "In the past, they invaded us with formidable ships and cannons. And after we drove them away, they have now changed their tactics. If force fails, they resort to subtler means, attempting a cultural invasion without bloodshed. I, Long Feixiong, will not stand for it. Reflect on how many young lives we sacrificed to expel the invaders, and yet now, you are willing to expend resources and effort to bring back the descendants of those beasts. What is this? Did our people die in vain? Did our blood flow without purpose? Will those fallen martyrs find peace in their graves?" Wang Dashan also rose, expressing his fervor. Though these three elderly figures stood alone, their presence was formidable, their authority commanding respect and reverence, leaving others in awe. Their impassioned rhetoric rendered Feng Kuei speechless, leaving him feeling utterly ashamed. Shuang, sensing the moment was ripe, promptly messaged Huang Tianba. Those assembled immediately brandished their slogans and banners. "Get out of our sacred land, you little devils. Our land does not welcome beasts. Our sacred land is inviolable." Some even produced rotten tomatoes and foul eggs, hurling them toward the stage where Gong Bin Wan stood. Instantly, Gong Bin Wan was splattered with tomato pulp and egg liquid. In an effort to shield Gong Bin Wan, Feng Kuei was struck by several rotten eggs as well. "Bastard! Bastard!" Gong Bin Wan lost his earlier composure, shouting curses loudly. Yet, amidst the throng, the assailants remained anonymous, and in the presence of the authorities and such a large crowd, no one dared to retaliate. They could only seethe in silence. "Arrest those troublemakers and restore order." Feng Kuei urgently commanded Xiao Qingqing, who now served as the deputy director responsible for the security arrangements for the day. Observing the crowd below, they hurled tomatoes and eggs at Miyamoto Maru. Not only did she not intervene, but she herself felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and deliver a beating to Miyamoto Maru. How outrageous! A grown man, yet he adorns his eyebrows like a woman, and in such a grotesque and exaggerated manner. Chapter 91. Where are your eyebrows? "Mayor, whom shall I apprehend?" Xiao Qingqing feigned ignorance and inquired. "Whoever causes a disturbance should be arrested," Feng Kuei retorted angrily. Internally he mused, "Xiao Qingqing, oh Xiao Qingqing, how can you be a deputy director yet lack even the discernment of eyebrow heights?" Currently, with Prince Miyamoto under attack, although no significant harm was inflicted, the barrage of tomatoes and eggs upon him was a disgrace to the nation. Furthermore, this incident could easily escalate into a diplomatic crisis. If you do not swiftly capture those who assaulted Prince Miyamoto, can you bear the responsibility if matters worsen? "But I cannot discern who is causing the disturbance." Xiao Qingqing replied innocently. Those who threw eggs and tomatoes were lost among the throngs of people. In such chaos, who could identify the assailant of Miyamoto Maru? The attackers were concealed among the crowd. Since they were not visible, we must detain everyone to ensure we find the culprit behind the attack on Prince Miyamoto. Yet the crowd has done no wrong. They merely waved banners and shouted slogans. How can we arrest them? Arrest them all. At this critical juncture, Feng Kuei, seeing Xiao Qingqing entangled in endless debate, could not help but raise his voice in anger. "Mayor Feng, you wield significant authority." Shuang Tianhai struck the ground with his cane, his tone sharp and commanding. "Principal Shuang, do refrain from exacerbating the situation. What could have been a smooth affair has now been jeopardized by your interference." Feng Kuei, upon receiving Shuang Tianhai's reprimand, felt his expression darken, his voice turning cold. The Taigua Fengqin Cultural Street Project is of great concern to both nations' leadership. With Minister Yu and Prince Miyamoto present today, everything was proceeding smoothly until Shuang Tianhai unexpectedly intervened, ruining the proceedings. Had it not been for him, the inauguration would not have devolved into this. However, as Shuang Tianhai holds considerable respect in Tianhai and was once his mentor, Quack dared not express his frustration overtly. Yet he could not suppress his dissatisfaction. Mayor Feng, do you see? This reflects public sentiment, the will of the people. To provoke the wrath of the masses is perilous. One must not contravene the public's opinion. In the past, the Taigwa people committed heinous crimes upon this land, atrocities so egregious they are beyond reckoning. Now, you are here constructing such a cultural street. Is this not akin to pouring salt into our nation's wounds and stabbing at the hearts of the populace? According to your reasoning, I too am among the troublemakers. Arrest me and the elderly along with those individuals. Shuang Tianhai glared at Quack, articulating each word with precision. This was no mere conversation. It was a direct affront to Quack. Despite being the mayor, he dared not arrest Shuang Tianhai, not to mention Shuang Tianhai's advanced age. His esteemed reputation in Tianhai City rendered him untouchable. Even if he dared to issue an order, it is likely that no one would have the audacity to execute it. The former mayor Feng, alongside me, Long Feixiong, was also causing a ruckus just moments ago. You might as well arrest me too. Long Feixiong stood beside Shuang Tianhai, his tone frigid. Upon hearing this, Quack felt a wave of despair wash over him. Long Feixiong was not only the former mayor, but also his mentor, who had guided him every step of the way. If he were to apprehend Long Feixiong, it would be akin to betraying his own teacher. Moreover, the Long family held considerable influence in Tianhai City. Their mere presence could send tremors throughout the city. To arrest the patriarch of the Long family would undoubtedly invite trouble upon himself. And what about me? Wang Dashan also spoke in a somber tone. Wang Dashan was someone Quack could not dare to arrest either. The events of a few days ago on Sanqing Street had garnered nationwide media attention. The public empathized deeply with Wang Dashan's plight, leading to a profound reflection on the injustices faced by war heroes like him. This incident even reached the upper echelons of power, who personally visited Tianhai to honor Wang Dashan, bestowing upon him various commendations and awards, ensuring he received the benefits due to esteemed veterans. If he were to detain Wang Dashan, he would be labeled as the persecutor of a revolutionary hero, which would certainly incite the wrath of the nation. Furthermore, the authorities in the capital would not let him off lightly either. With these three formidable figures standing beside him, Quack felt utterly helpless, his anxiety palpable. At that moment, the minions of Gongbenwan had cleaned the tomato juice and egg liquid from his head. Then, Gongbenwan approached Quack, his fury evident as he declared, Mayor Feng, you must provide me with a satisfactory response to today's events. Otherwise, I assure you, this matter is far from over. I will escalate it to the highest levels. To humiliate me, Gongbenwan, in broad daylight is tantamount to insulting our great nation. If you fail to handle this appropriately, it could escalate into a diplomatic incident, leading to a severance of relations between our great nation and yours, resulting in tremendous losses for you. Before Quack could respond, unexpectedly, Shuang burst into laughter, prompting others to join in. What are you all laughing at? Do you think I am jesting? When our great nation is enraged, you will find yourselves unable to withstand our wrath. Gongben, whether you are angry or not is beside the point. Where are your eyebrows? Shuang retorted, laughing heartily while mocking Gongbenwan. It turned out that during the cleaning of the tomato juice and egg liquid, his subordinates had inadvertently wiped away his eyebrows. In the chaos, they had failed to notice. And Gongbenwan, consumed by rage, had rushed directly to confront Quack. Upon hearing Shuang's words and realizing the situation, Gongbenwan immediately covered his face with his hands and fled in embarrassment. After all, as a prince of the great nation, his appearance was emblematic of the national image. Now, he stood as a dignified prince, yet suddenly bereft of his eyebrows, an embarrassment of the highest order, leaving him with no face to remain in such a place. In a flurry of panic, he departed under the protection of his loyal confidants, bodyguards, and attendants. Yamamoto Takeda, Hashimoto Shaofu, and Zhang Shuyuan cast icy glances at the crowd, snorted disdainfully, and followed behind Miyamoto Maru as they exited. At that moment, Minister Yu, seated at the podium, approached Quack, surveying the surroundings before addressing him. Handle this matter judiciously. Let it not escalate into a public affair. With a huff, he turned and departed. Just as Quack intended to call Minister Yu to seek his counsel on the situation, his lips merely twitched without uttering a sound. If all went smoothly, the credit would be shared by all, yet should a crisis arise, the burden would rest squarely on his shoulders. With Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan blocking his way, he dared not apprehend anyone. Moreover, with thousands present, it was inconceivable for him to arrest them all. If he attempted to do so, his position as mayor would be irrevocably compromised. Chapter 92. News report. Perhaps you should first consult the internet, reflect carefully, and then decide how to proceed with this matter. Long Feixiong remarked coolly, accompanying Wang Dashan as they left the guest area alongside Shang Tianpei. Long Yuyan, Shuang, and others hurriedly approached. The street was in chaos, and any misfortune befalling the three elderly gentlemen would be troublesome indeed. The various media outlets of Tianhai, television stations, online platforms, and newspapers initially gathered to report on the grand opening of the Thai Cultural Street. Yet now, all cameras were focused on the crowd brandishing banners and slogans. As soon as Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan vacated the guest area, they were swarmed by the media. Principal Shang, Elder Long, Elder Wang. You three spoke gallantly today, voicing the sentiments of the people of Shenzhou. May I inquire how you believe the authorities will address this issue? Kowanshin, a reporter from Tianhai Television, was the first to pose the question. How the authorities will act is beyond the influence of us three old men. However, we can unequivocally state that we do not support the establishment of this Thai Cultural Street. They recalled the years of bloody struggle and countless sacrifices made to expel the invaders. Now, their descendants audaciously venture onto our land, seeking to culturally invade us without a fight. We shall not acquiesce. We declare our stance here. Should the authorities fail to shut down this Thai Cultural Street, we shall fight to the bitter end, even at the cost of our lives. With that, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan wove through the crowd and departed. The audience bore witness as Principal Shang, Elder Long, and Elder Wang clearly articulated their stance. Additionally, the Thai Cultural Street had sparked vehement opposition among the citizens of Tianhai, with many spontaneously gathering to express their discontent through slogans, banners, and chants. This is a report from Tianhai Television, live from the scene, urging viewers to continue following the developments of the incident. Upon returning to the hotel, Miyamoto Maru, enraged after witnessing the live broadcast on television, smashed the screen with his cup. Damn it, they must die? He fumed. Those audacious people from Shenzhou dare to be this brazen. Sanding Venduzzi. Gather your men and eliminate them all, eradicate them entirely. His fury was intensified by the recent report, particularly the close-up of his face splattered with tomato juice and egg liquid, which further ignited his rage. Your Highness, this is Shenzhou, not our Taikoku. Sanding Venduzzi protested, feeling a sense of injustice. Despite their power, if they dared to kill, they would be swiftly subdued by Shenzhou's patrol. Do not forget that even the two eyebrows of Miyamoto Maru were silently shaved off as a warning. If they venture out to commit murder. Even with Miyamoto Maru being a prince of Taikoku, he would not leave Shenzhou alive. Calm yourself, Your Highness. This is Shenzhou. It is unwise to act violently here. Yamamoto Takeda Nobu hastily interjected, attempting to pacify Miyamoto Maru. Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. What good are you? Miyamoto Maru scolded Yamamoto Takeda Nobu and the others. And you, Zhang Shuyuan, did you not assure me that all connections were established and that there would be no errors? How did it come to this? Causing me such humiliation? You deserve to die? Your Highness, this is not my fault. Zhang Shuyuan, witnessing Miyamoto Maru's eyebrowless face, struggled to suppress his amusement. His face turning a deep shade of purple as he hurried to explain, I spared no effort in establishing the official networks and channels. But who could have anticipated that those three old geezers, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan, would stand against us? Damn it. I repeatedly urged you to prepare thoroughly, to secure all relations without any unexpected incidents. You promised me. How could this situation arise? Yamamoto Takeda Nobu glared at Zhang Shuyuan, his teeth clenched in frustration. Mr. Yamamoto, I was indeed prepared. Who could have foreseen that those three elders would ruin everything? Your Highness, Mr. Yamamoto, it was those three elders who instigated today's debacle. Perhaps we should eliminate them to salvage the situation, proposed Jin Shurihiko, his expression dark. Fool, imbecile, is your mind filled with nonsense? Yamamoto Takeda Nobu retorted angrily at Jun Shurihiko. Those three elders disrupted our inauguration ceremony. If we were to eliminate them now, everyone would easily deduce that we were behind it. This only solidifies our guilt and plunges us into an irretrievable abyss. Mr. Yamamoto, what shall we do? The distressed Shiko Hashizuki inquired. Before Yamamoto Tekataka could respond, Shiko Hashizuki rushed in, clutching a tablet. Mr. Yamamoto, it is dire. There are reports all over the internet regarding the Taikoku Cultural Street, and they are highly detrimental to us. Yamamoto Tekataka took the tablet from Shiko Hashizuki's hands, and upon examining it, he was met with a slew of adverse reports. Taikoku Cultural Street. A shocking conspiracy by the Taikoku people. Miyamoto Maru, a prince drenched in tomato juice and egg mixture. 3 elders exposed the Taikoku conspiracy, successfully thwarting the opening of the Taikoku Cultural Street. The public rejoices as the Taikoku individuals flee the inauguration ceremony in disgrace. The populace unites, their patriotic fervor soaring. Celebrating the patriotic citizens. After browsing a few pages, Tekataka Yamamoto was so enraged that he erupted in fury, smashing the tablet to the ground. However, following the destruction of the device, his mind gradually began to settle. Your Highness, I implore you to promptly communicate with the officials of Shinjo and demand a satisfactory explanation. Simultaneously, let us apply pressure from the Taikoku officials to secure the benefits we rightfully deserve. Zhang Shiyuan. You shall immediately take action to persuade all media outlets to retract any unfavorable news coverage, minimizing the impact. At the same time, we must visit the 3 influential figures, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan. Their influence is substantial. If they cannot advocate for us, they can at least retract the detrimental statements, thereby alleviating our negative impact. Chapter 93. Visiting the 3 elders Yamamoto Tekataka and Miyamoto Maru proceeded separately. Miyamoto Maru first issued a communication to the high-ranking officials of Shinjo and then informed the Taikoku government to exert pressure on Shinjo. He also intended to personally visit the local government in Tianhai City to oversee the immediate formulation of a solution. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Tekataka, accompanied by others, made his way to Long Feixiong's villa. According to intelligence, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan had returned to the villa together after leaving the Taikoku Cultural Street. This cultural street serves as a foothold for Taikoku's infiltration into Shinjo, a bastion for realizing their ancestral dreams. Regardless of the circumstances, they were determined to launch as scheduled. Yamamoto Tekataka understood that Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan were formidable opponents. Nevertheless, for the sake of their cultural street's timely opening, he felt compelled to make an attempt. Unlike the furious and chaotic reactions of Miyamoto Maru and Yamamoto Tekataka, Shuang and his companions were in high spirits. Mr. Wu, the 2 eyebrows of Miyamoto, are your handiwork, are they not? Upon returning to the villa, Long Feixiong discreetly inquired of Shuang. Upon hearing this, Shuang was taken aback, yet he maintained an unruffled demeanor and replied nonchalantly, You flatter me, Long Lao. If I possessed such abilities, I would not merely be a humble security guard. He chuckled lightly, but you need not deny it. My judgment of character is seldom mistaken, and it is only you who possesses such talent. Long Feixiong's laughter was akin to that of a weasel who had just pilfered a hen, filled with pride. Shuang was astonished, realizing the sharpness of Long Feixiong's insight, though he wondered how he discerned this. He was convinced that Gongbin's eyebrows resembled his own, which he had shaved off. Grandfather, what secrets are you whispering about? Long Yuyan chirped joyfully, approaching Shuang and the others, inquiring of Long Feixiong. Nothing much. Just discussing our next course of action, Long Feixiong replied with a smile. Come over and join us. What are you 2 deliberating? Wang Dashan interjected with a grin. Shuang and Long Feixiong then made their way to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Our success in halting the Taigua Cultural Street project marks a promising beginning. Let us all deliberate on our next steps, Shang Tianpei suggested with a smile. In comparison to Long Feixiong, Shang Tianpei was still considered the elder, and it was he and Wang Dashan who had invited Shang Tianpei to join them. Despite being in Long Feixiong's villa, the discussions revolved around Shang Tianpei's leadership. Principal Shang, I believe we must continue our efforts, amplifying our media outreach to expand this momentum nationally, thus seizing the high ground of public opinion. All our efforts should center around one theme, cultural invasion. We must expose the schemes of the Taigua people and rally the patriotic fervor of the citizens. Once the entire nation stands in opposition, I doubt the authorities would dare to disregard public sentiment and permit the Taigua to run this cultural street. Shuang articulated with conviction. Mr. Wu, this notion is astute. Public sentiment cannot be ignored, and the authorities will have no choice but to acquiesce, Wang Dashan remarked with a chuckle. Dear esteemed elders, please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Wu. Simply call me Shuang, he replied bashfully. Every time Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan referred to him as Mr. Wu, he felt a sense of discomfort. Very well, it shall be as you wish, Long Feixiong agreed with a smile. He was well aware that Shuang had shared a kiss with his cherished granddaughter at the Hongfua villa, and rather than feeling irked, he believed their bond had grown even closer. Duan Hongming and Chong Wei, Witnessing Wu Shuang's amiable rapport with the three elders felt a sense of joy for him. Wu Shuang, the thousands of individuals clad in Hanfu who attended today were all from Qingmen. Were they not your doing? Nothing escapes Long Lao's keen perception. In a pinch, I had no one else at my disposal, so I had to enlist those individuals. Ah, Wu Shuang, you have such resources at your command. Yet you did not inform me beforehand. I was compelled to rally some members of the business association and nearby vendors. Do you have any idea how much I have exhausted myself running about these past few days? My legs have thinned, and my lips are chafed from speaking. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan pouted and indignantly replied. Duan Hongming couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Long Yuyan's demeanor unmistakably resembled that of a girlfriend playfully teasing her boyfriend. She knew that the scenario at Hongfu Mountain Villa was merely pretense, yet it appeared to be transforming into something more tangible. Wu Shuang was taken aback. Could it be that this young lady was contemplating turning fiction into reality? He silently mused. I am but an innocent young man. Long Yuyan, please refrain from enticing me in such a manner. However, if you were to take the initiative, I might reluctantly acquiesce. He chuckled to himself. If Long Yuyan were to discover Wu Shuang's current thoughts, she would undoubtedly hurl a pillow at him in indignation. Continue utilizing those individuals. Have them stand on that street every day, effectively blocking it. Even if the authorities refuse to dismantle the Taigua Cultural Street, we must ensure that they sell not a single item, Long Feixiong asserted with unwavering conviction. Grandfather, along with those I have mobilized, we shall effectively seal off the entrances and exits on both sides of the street, preventing any citizen from entering the shop, he continued. This is good. We thus have a dual approach, increasing our chances of success, Shang Tianhai agreed with a smile. At that moment, a servant arrived to report that a certain Yamamoto Takeda Shin had come with a group seeking an audience. Yamamoto Takeda Shin, what business does he have? Long Feixiong inquired with curiosity upon learning of the visitor's nationality. Yamamoto Takeda Shin is the young master of the Yamamoto family. His visit today must pertain to the Taigua Cultural Street. Regardless of the matter, we should meet with him first, Wu Shuang suggested. Very well, let them in. Long Feixiong instructed the servant. Before long, Yamamoto Takeda Shin entered Long Feixiong's villa, accompanied by Hashimoto Shofu, Sakura Shioji, Kiteda Ifu, Zhang Shuyuan, and Jin Shengchang, all exuding an air of authority. Mr. Long, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can overlook it, Yamamoto Takeda Shin said, extending his hand with a smile. Long Feixiong, remaining seated, coldly replied, Mr. Yamamoto, there is no need for such formalities. Please state your purpose directly. Yamamoto Takeda Shin was taken aback by the lack of courtesy despite his lowly posture, and his face turned a shade of anger. He trembled with rage, nearly striking Long Feixiong. However, he recognized that this was not the appropriate moment for such outbursts. Therefore, he awkwardly withdrew his hand and said with a forced smile, Mr. Long, in that case, I shall not beat around the bush. Our two nations, Taigua and Xinzhou, have maintained diplomatic relations for several decades. Throughout these years, Taigua has provided substantial financial and technological support to Xinzhou, resulting in your nation's remarkable development. In the past 2 years, our economic and trade exchanges have intensified, leading to more frequent interactions between our governments and citizens. It is within this context that the Taigua Cultural Street has emerged. This project allows the people of Xinzhou to appreciate and experience the exotic charm of our great nation without leaving their homeland, while also immersing themselves in our splendid culture. It further enhances the economic and trade exchanges between our two countries, which is indeed a boon for the citizens of both nations. It is perplexing why the three esteemed gentlemen vehemently oppose such a positive initiative. Yamamoto Takeda, undeterred by Long Feixiong's earlier demeanor, eloquently articulated the benefits of the cultural street. Hoping to sway the three gentlemen, Yamamoto Takeda, such empty rhetoric may deceive those who have been brainwashed by your people, but I ask you, do you truly believe your own words? Mr. Wang Dashin scoffed, his countenance stern. Mr. Wang, your words seem to perplex Yamamoto. We have come to Xinzhou for business, to foster mutual prosperity. Over the years, our Yamamoto family has invested over 100 billion in Xinzhou, significantly aiding its economic development, a fact acknowledged by all. Indeed, I cannot deny the wars we have waged and the unfriendly past we share. However, Mr. Wang, one must not remain shackled to outdated mindsets. We should focus on the future and adopt a broader perspective. Don't you agree? Splendid, splendid. Shang Tianhai clapped, mockingly praising, Mr. Yamamoto. You are indeed an exceptional talent from the Yamamoto family. Your words are truly commendable. Were it not for my first-hand experience of that war and my dealings with your people, I might have actually believed you. I concede that in recent years, Your nation has invested significantly in Xinzhou and transferred various technologies, aiding our economic growth. Yet, you are not here for charity. The benefits you reap from Xinzhou far exceed the modest investments and technologies you have provided. Decades have passed, yet the inherent nature of your people remains unchanged. Ever eager to undermine Xinzhou. Now, instead of military invasion, you employ economic and cultural infiltration. Regardless of how you disguise and conceal your intentions, it cannot alter the innate cunning of your kind. You are nothing more than beasts clothed in garments, devoid of any moral fiber. To persuade us three elders is but a dream. Shuang Tianhai spared no courtesy to Yamamoto Takeda, unleashing a torrent of reproach. Baka, how dare you insult Mr. Yamamoto? You are courting death. Upon hearing Shuang Tianhai's tirade against Yamamoto Takeda, Hashimoto Shujiro seethed with rage and could no longer contain himself, charging at Shuang Tianhai while cursing him. However, before he could react, Wu Shuang swiftly appeared before him. Due to Wu Shuang's incredible speed, Hashimoto Shujiro found himself caught off guard, his hand seized. In an instant, with a twist of Wu Shuang's wrist, a sharp crack echoed as Hashimoto Shujiro's wrist was broken. Continuing, Wu Shuang delivered a powerful kick that struck Hashimoto Sho's chest. Hashimoto Sho's body flew backward from the doorway like a cannonball, crashing violently onto the ground outside. At that moment, he emitted a painful scream. Wu Shuang, how dare you harm my man? You are courting death. Yamamoto Takeda believed that he had witnessed Hashimoto Sho's wrist being shattered, and he was instantly engulfed in rage. He drew his gun and aimed it at Wu Shuang, but before he could pull the trigger, he heard a sharp crack, followed by a searing pain radiating from his wrist. Wu Shuang had also broken his wrist, and now the gun was in Wu Shuang's possession. Damn it! You are asking for death. Yamamoto Takeda's bodyguards hastily drew their weapons, aiming them at Wu Shuang. However, Wu Shuang had already pressed his gun against Yamamoto Takeda's temple, sneering, "Put down your weapons, or I will blow his head off." Wu Shuang was reluctant to open fire in such a chaotic environment, fearing for the safety of others. Otherwise, he would have charged forward and incapacitated the bodyguards without hesitation. Long Yuyan and Duan Hongming, witnessing the escalation to gunfire, gasped in horror and ducked behind the sofa. In contrast, Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shuang Tianhai remained seated on the sofa, unflinching. They were seasoned individuals who had endured the trials of war and bloodshed. Such a trivial confrontation did not intimidate them. Long Feixiong's bodyguards also drew their weapons, aiming at Yamamoto Takeda's entourage. Two of the guards even crushed Hashimoto Sho's legs, dragging him inside the villa like a lifeless dog. Long Feixiong, a former mayor and a revered war hero, held a prestigious status as the patriarch of the Long family. Following the recent assassination attempt, all his bodyguards had been replaced with elite soldiers dispatched directly from the military. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would face immediate consequences. Mr. Yamamoto, who the hell is seeking death? Wu Shuang pressed the cold barrel of the gun forward, sneering at Yamamoto Takeda. Waves of excruciating pain surged through his wrist, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, Yamamoto Takeda grit his teeth, responding each word with deliberation. Wu Shuang, do not forget who I am. I belong to the Yamamoto family. If you dare to kill me, the Yamamoto family will never let you go. Release Mr. Yamamoto. Instantly release Mr. Yamamoto. If you so much as harm a single hair on him, neither you nor your family will have a good end. Takeda Ibu shouted angrily at Wu Shuang. To Takeda Ibu's astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shuang delivered a resounding slap to Yamamoto Takeda's face. Then, smiling at Takeda Ibu, he taunted, "I've harmed your Mr. Yamamoto. What will you do about it? You dare? You fool. You worthless waste. Shut your mouth. If you utter another word, I will kill your entire family." Yamamoto Takeda was poised to utter some harsh words when he was abruptly interrupted by a furious roar from Wu Shuang. Chapter 95, A Show of Force. At this moment, Yamamoto Takeda was consumed by hatred for Jiutian Ifu, even going so far as to curse the women of Jiutian's household, now held hostage by Wu Shuang. This fool had the audacity to provoke Wu Shuang with his words, only inviting further punishment upon himself. When Yamamoto Takeda bellowed, Jiutian Ifu was rendered speechless, too intimidated to speak further. "How dare you come here and act so brazenly, Yamamoto? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to shoot you?" Wu Shuang questioned coldly, tapping the gun against Yamamoto's forehead. It was Yamamoto and his associates who initiated the confrontation. If Wu Shuang were to shoot him now, it could merely be construed as excessive self-defense. However, Wu Shuang was prudent, recognizing the sensitivity of Yamamoto's status. While he could easily end Yamamoto's life, doing so would undoubtedly create significant trouble for Long Feixiong and the authorities. "Wu Shuang, I advise you to release Mr. Yamamoto immediately, Jin Shengchang said calmly, observing Wu Shuang. Mr. Yamamoto is the young master of the Yamamoto family and the president of the Tianhai Chamber of Commerce. Hurting him would yield no benefit for you. Huh, you truly are a loyal lapdog. If I don't release him, why don't you come and bite me? Wu Shuang retorted, harboring no fondness for Jin Shengchang, whom he regarded as a traitor and a despicable character. With Jin now speaking on Yamamoto's behalf, Wu Shuang felt no obligation to treat him with any respect. Jiang Shuyuan, incensed by Jin Shengchang's subservience, struggled to contain his anger. He refrained from further provoking Wu Shuang, knowing that if Yamamoto was struck again due to his taunts, the repercussions would fall squarely upon him, leading to future complications. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Step forward quickly, or you may find you have lost your chance. Wu Shuang scanned the individuals accompanying Yamamoto, speaking with disdain. Though Wu Shuang had insulted them, none dared to retort or engage in a verbal duel. Satisfied, Wu Shuang nodded and turned to Yamamoto, saying, now that your loyal entourage has fallen silent, you should hasten to command them to lower their weapons. Yamamoto Takeda wished to maintain his defiance, yet he understood that while Wu Shuang might not kill him, he would not hesitate to strike him. To avoid further humiliation, Yamamoto gritted his teeth and ordered, everyone, listen up. Lower your weapons at once. Lower your weapons, or we shall not be merciful. The guards from Long Feixiong's villa echoed, brandishing their firearms menacingly. Those who dared not disregard the words of Yamamoto Takeda Nobu, yet were reluctant to relinquish their weapons, found themselves in a state of hesitation when Xiao Qingqing, accompanied by a contingent of officers, appeared at the entrance of the villa. It turned out that after Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan had departed, Feng Kuei, fearing that the Taigua individuals might plot harm against the three venerable elders, had dispatched Xiao Qingqing to ensure their protection. Upon arriving at the entrance, she beheld both parties brandishing firearms in a standoff. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing bellowed, what is this? Are you intent on a shootout? Lower your weapons at once, or I shall show you no mercy. Her officers promptly surged forward, encircling Yamamoto Takeda Nobu and his associates. The officers commanded those under Yamamoto to immediately lower their weapons, and under Wu Shuang's pressure, those who were already inclined to comply dared not delay any further, promptly discarding their firearms. With a mere wave of her hand, Xiao Qingqing confiscated all the weapons. Witnessing the confiscation of Yamamoto Takeda Nobu's arms, Long Feixiong's guards also secured their weapons. Wu Shuang, you may also put away your firearm and release Mr. Yamamoto, commanded Xiao, to which Wu Shuang replied, understood, Director Xiao. Following this, Wu Shuang holstered his weapon and freed Yamamoto Takeda Nobu. Although the man was released, his weapons had been seized. Director Xiao, you must advocate for us, lamented Yamamoto Takeda Nobu, cradling his broken wrist. I came merely to apologize to the esteemed Shang Tianpei and his companions, hoping they would not complicate matters for our Taigua cultural street. Yet, Wu Shuang suddenly attacked, breaking my wrist and threatening us with a firearm. This is sheer barbarism. It is an egregious act of violence. I implore you, Director Xiao, to render us justice. Nonsense, Wu Shuang retorted coldly. Yamamoto, you are the elite of the Yamamoto clan. If you can only twist the truth and spout absurdities, you truly bring shame upon your family. Director Xiao, it is the little devils who come here to flaunt their might and seek to harm Principal Shang. My actions are purely defensive. If you doubt my words, we have surveillance footage as evidence. Wu Shuang was unperturbed by Yamamoto Takeda Nobu's potential complaints to Xiao Qingqing, as he was acutely aware that she harbored a similar disdain for the Taigua individuals. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Xiao Qingqing's brows furrowed fiercely, and she declared sternly, Yamamoto, our government permits you to bear arms for your protection, not to assert dominance in our land. You are now implicated in armed aggression. Accompany me to the station for an investigation. Yamamoto Takeda Nobu was taken aback, pondering the blatant bias of the situation. We are accused of armed aggression, yet there is supposed surveillance to clarify the truth. You may review the footage to discern who truly committed the aggression. Now, with two of our wrists broken and their people unscathed, can you not see who the real aggressors are? Xiao Qingqing, do not go too far. They were the ones who struck first. Mr. Yamamoto is injured. His wrist has been fractured. Cannot you see this? I demand that you immediately impose severe punishment upon the perpetrator. In defense of his master, Jin Shengchang swiftly stepped forward and shouted loudly at Xiao Qingqing. Humph. Utter another word, and I shall accuse you of troubling public affairs. Xiao Qingqing's disdain for someone like Jin Shengchang was palpable, her tone growing even colder. It is not for you to declare who the culprit is. The constables handle the case, and you, a traitorous lackey, have no right to meddle. Just as Jin Xingchang was about to retort, a constable pointed a gun at his forehead, rendering him speechless with fear. Someone, take these two to the hospital. Xiao Qingqing instructed, pointing at Yamamoto, Takeda Shin, and Hashimoto Xiaofu. Regardless of the circumstances, these two are injured and must be taken for treatment without delay. Thus, four constables approached, lifted Yamamoto, Takeda Shin, and Hashimoto Xiaofu, and transported them to the hospital. The others were all escorted into the police vehicle. Elder Shuang, Elder Long, Elder Wang, I apologize for the disturbance. If anyone else dares to cause trouble, simply give me a call. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Qingqing left some individuals to guard outside Long Feixiong's villa, while the others escorted Kuda Yifu and his companions back to the precinct. Daring to create a ruckus here, they have gotten off lightly. Observing the departing constables, Wu Shuang snorted coldly. Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shang Tianhai exchanged glances, thoroughly approving of Wu Shuang's handling of the situation. The people of Taigua are indeed brutes. One must be more assertive, more formidable, and inflict pain upon them for them to learn their lesson. Any semblance of kindness, friendliness, or magnanimity will only result in them becoming more vicious and reckless in their assaults. At that moment, Ko Wanshin arrived with a photographer. Noticing the police vehicle had just left and the ground was still in disarray, her professional instincts alerted her that something significant had transpired here. Elder Long, what happened here? Ko Wanshin inquired with concern. Miss Ko, your timing is impeccable. You must report on the events that just unfolded. Before Long Feixiong could respond, Wu Shuang took over, recounting the earlier occurrences to Ko Wanshin. Their audacity is astounding, isn't it? Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I was just planning to conduct an exclusive interview with Elders Shang, Long, and Wang, and this incident will be included in the report. Consequently, Ko Wanshin immediately interviewed Shang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan regarding the Taigua Cultural Street incident, utilizing the villa's surveillance footage and the testimonies of witnesses to compile a video. The title of the video was, Taigua People, who granted you the authority to wield firearms and commit violence in the home of revolutionary heroes. Upon its release, the video erupted across the internet, garnering frenzied shares and reposts. In no time, it spread like wildfire, plunging the reputation of the Taigua people in Xinzhou to an unprecedented low. Meanwhile, Feng Kuei convened a meeting in the Grand Conference Room of the government to discuss the matter of the Tai Nation Cultural Street. Let us hear your thoughts on today's events, Feng Kuei inquired, surveying the assembly. The situation has already escalated online, creating a tempest, the mayor remarked. While there are undoubtedly those who stoke the flames, it is evident that the populace harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Tai people. Is it truly appropriate for us to approve the construction of this Tai Nation Cultural Street? Those commoners are merely pawns, incited by others, another voice interjected. Our government sanctioned this project to bolster economic ties with the Tai Nation and foster cultural exchange between our two countries. How did it come to this? Should we then consider our numerous Chinatowns abroad as cultural invasions of those nations? Yet, we have not witnessed any countries rising up against our Chinatowns. The world is ever evolving. Our perspective must not remain anchored in the past. We must adopt a long-term vision and focus on the future. Their actions seem to me a deliberate obstruction of our national progress. Let us not be hastily labeled. Our establishment of Chinatowns stems from a lack of historical aggression towards those nations. You disregard historical facts and national sentiments, only to trumpet lofty ideals. Can you truly reconcile this with history and the sentiments of the people? As the debate between the factions grew increasingly heated, Feng Kuei's secretary hurried in, announcing that Gong Benwan had come to see him. Feng Kuei was compelled to pause the meeting and meet with Gong Benwan. In the reception room, Gong Benwan rose. Addressing Feng Kuei with a commanding voice, Mayor Feng, today's uproar is undoubtedly instigated by the trio of Shang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan, who have incited the masses to sabotage our bilateral cooperation. You must provide an explanation to the Tai Nation today. Apprehend those three elders to ensure the smooth opening of the Tai Nation Cultural Street. Moreover, since the fault lies with your side, you must compensate our Tai merchants for their losses during these days. Otherwise, we shall retract all investments, reclaim our technology, and halt all economic exchanges with your nation. Gong Benwan's demeanor was imperious, as if ready to launch into conflict at the slightest provocation. Your Highness, please temper your anger, Feng Kuei replied, endeavoring to maintain a cordial demeanor. I was just in a meeting discussing how to address this matter. Discussing? What is there to discuss? Simply apprehend those three elders. And without their instigation, dissent will naturally dissipate. Furthermore, those who assaulted me with tomatoes and eggs were certainly directed by them. You owe us justice. Apprehending them will clarify everything. Miyamoto Maru was now seething with rage, and if Shuang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan stood before him, he could likely tear them to shreds in an instant. Hearing Miyamoto Maru repeatedly demand that he apprehend individuals in a commanding tone ignited a fire within Feng Kuei. Your Highness, please be mindful of your words. We are in Xinzhou, not in your Thai country. We have our own methods and processes for conducting affairs, and we do not require your concern. Feng Kuei silently cursed. What are you, Miyamoto Maru, to dictate terms before me? Who do you think you are? However, out of respect for his royal status, he merely offered a subtle rebuttal. This encounter only fueled Miyamoto Maru's anger further, and just as he was about to explode, Feng Kuei's secretary hurriedly approached with a tablet in hand. The secretary whispered something into Feng Kuei's ear before handing him the device. Upon glancing at the tablet, Feng Kuei's face turned a deep shade of fury as he shouted at Miyamoto Maru, "How audacious of you, Thai countrymen! Your arrogance knows no bounds." "What do you mean by this, Mayor Feng?" Miyamoto Maru retorted, equally incensed. "See for yourself." Feng Kuei angrily flung the tablet at Miyamoto Maru. Upon viewing the video, Miyamoto Maru was rendered speechless. Chapter 97. Direct confrontation. Miyamoto Maru's mind buzzed, and his eyes widened in disbelief. He inwardly scolded. "Yamamoto Takeda, you have always been so astute. How could you commit such a blunder at this critical moment? Are you not aware of the characters of Shuang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan? During the inauguration ceremony on Cultural Street, I nearly succumbed to the urge to behead them, yet I managed to restrain myself. Until now, I have merely exerted pressure on Feng Kuei, hoping the authorities would intervene to apprehend those three old rascals. If they were capable of action, I would have dealt with them long ago. Why should I still feel so constrained, waiting until now? Our current status is sensitive. Every action we take is scrutinized by the millions in Xinzhou. Every mistake we make will be magnified 1,000-fold. And you, resorting to violence in their home, are essentially handing a knife to Xinzhou to stab us. The situation is already unfavorable to us, and now you've compounded it. Mayor Feng, where are Yamamoto and the others now?" Miyamoto Maru forced himself to suppress his fury and inquired. Feng Kuei had no knowledge of Yamamoto Takeda's whereabouts and immediately turned to his secretary. "They have been taken to the police station by Director Xiao," the secretary promptly replied. "Feng Shishou, I harbor suspicions that the video is a product of human editing. The current situation remains unclear, yet you have audaciously detained Mr. Yamamoto. I protest vehemently. You must escort me to see Mr. Yamamoto. If the truth contradicts what is portrayed in the video, and you have unlawfully apprehended a citizen of the Thai kingdom, I shall not let this matter rest." Miyamoto Maru expressed his indignation towards Feng Kuei. Feng Kuei, despite his rising ire, was compelled to maintain his composure. For Miyamoto Maru was a prince of the Thai kingdom and a distinguished guest of the Xinzhou government. He reluctantly ordered his men to transport Miyamoto Maru and his entourage to the police station. Within the precinct, Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Shofu, their injuries tended to, sat in the interrogation room. Opposite them, Xiao Qingqing and several others confronted them, demanding, "How did you attempt to assassinate Mr. Long? Speak the truth." "Humph. We are citizens of the great Thai kingdom, enjoying diplomatic immunity in your Xinzhou. Your laws do not extend to us. Speak to us with more respect." "My heart cannot bear the strain," Hashimoto Shofu declared, his face pale and his demeanor arrogant. Despite their current confinement, they regarded Xiao Qingqing and her companions with utter disdain, for they were members of the Yamamoto family, and no mere officer could intimidate them. Moreover, as citizens of the Thai kingdom, particularly from a prominent family like Yamamoto, they were treated with the utmost reverence in the Xinzhou government. In every encounter, the former chief, Yuyan, had treated them like revered ancestors. In contrast, Xiao Qingqing, merely an assistant director, was viewed as an inconsequential figure by them, hardly worthy of their consideration. "Enough with your nonsense. Your actions were captured on surveillance. Confess." Xiao Qingqing's brows furrowed as she raised her voice again. "Humph, confess what? You lack the authority to interrogate me. Why would I divulge anything to you?" Hashimoto Shofu retorted, his lips curling in dissatisfaction. He was, after all, a middle-ranking ninja, and even the Yamamoto family held him in some esteem. Little did he know, today in Long Feixiong's villa, he had first suffered a broken wrist at the hands of Shuang, and now, at the police station, he was being questioned like a criminal by Xiao Qingqing, which ignited his fury. Had it not been for his broken wrists and ankles, secured to the interrogation chair, he would have leapt to his feet in anger. Seeing his continued arrogance, Xiao Qingqing exchanged glances with her colleagues. The two officers discreetly turned off the surveillance camera and exited the interrogation room under the pretext of smoking. Xiao Qingqing then approached Hashimoto Shofu with a cushion in hand. Ah, now you are behaving properly, acknowledging my discomfort and bringing me a cushion. You know how to navigate social situations. You have a promising future ahead. To the astonishment of Hashimoto, Xiaoqing unexpectedly placed a cushion against his chest and then seized a nearby rubber rod, delivering a fierce strike. Such blows could inflict internal injuries while leaving no visible marks on the surface. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? I will not let this go. I shall find a few men to exact revenge on you, ensuring you meet a miserable fate, along with your family. Hashimoto bellowed, unable to contain his fury at Xiaoqing's audacity. Yet, it appeared as though she had not heard his words, continuing to strike with relentless force. Release Hashimoto at once. If anything were to happen to him, I will not spare you. Yamamoto Takahito threatened from the side. This threat only fueled Xiaoqing's determination, intensifying her blows. Soon, the interrogation room echoed with heart-wrenching cries, and blood began to trickle from the corner of Hashimoto's mouth. He could hardly fathom that this voluptuous female officer possessed such brutality. Upon seeing the blood, Xiaoqing shifted her focus and turned her attention to Yamamoto Takahito. In a short span, he too found blood seeping from his lips, mirroring Hashimoto's plight. Finally, Xiaoqing ceased her assault. At that moment, the other two officers entered, observed the two men, and shook their heads in resignation, using tissues to wipe the blood from their mouths. Though no external wounds were visible, both had sustained internal injuries. However, their curses continued unabated. Silence at once, or I shall deal with you again. Xiaoqing warned, her voice cold as ice. The fear instilled by her words caused Yamamoto Takahito and Hashimoto to tremble, and they promptly fell silent. It was not merely fear of her. It was the realization that they were on her territory, with no avenue for grievance should she choose to act against them. Now, Yamamoto Takahito and Hashimoto, you may answer my questions properly, Xiaoqing stated, her tone as frigid as ancient ice, causing them to shudder once more. Yet before she could begin her inquiries, the door to the interrogation room burst open, and Feng Kuei, Gong Benwan, Zhang Shuyuan, and others rushed in. Help us! Hashimoto and Yamamoto Takahito exclaimed upon seeing Gong Benwan, as if they had spotted their savior. What happened, Yamamoto? Gong Benwan asked with concern upon seeing Yamamoto restrained in the interrogation chair, his pallor alarming. Your Highness, it is this Director Chiao. She has abused her power, beating us until we bled. We intend to lodge a complaint against her. Hashimoto cried out, his voice filled with desperation, as if he were a child seeking refuge from a beating parent. Mayor Feng, what is the meaning of this? How could your officers persecute Mr. Yamamoto? This poses a grave threat to us citizens of Taigua. I shall lodge a formal complaint with your authorities, and you will find yourselves in a most regrettable predicament. Gong Benwan exclaimed angrily at Feng Kuei. What is going on? Feng Kuei furrowed his brow and inquired of Xiaoqing. Mayor Feng, the situation is as follows. The two individuals were apprehended at Mr. Long's villa, suspected of attempted assassination, thereby jeopardizing Mr. Long's safety. Consequently, I invited them to the precinct for a routine inquiry. As for their claims of assault and persecution, those are nothing but fabrications, concocted to defame my subordinates. I trust you will see through this charade, Xiaoqing stated, casting a disdainful glance at Yamamoto and Takeda. She lies. Just moments ago, she struck us mercilessly with that rubber baton. Yamamoto Takeda seethed, gritting his teeth. Mr. Yamamoto, one must refrain from uttering baseless accusations. You claim I assaulted you. Who bears witness to this? Did you see it? Xiaoqing retorted, addressing the two officers present. We did not witness anything. Such events never transpired. The two accompanying officers asserted resolutely. They are all in cahoots and will naturally not speak the truth. Hashimoto Xiaofu declared indignantly. Did you see anything? Feng Kuei reiterated with a sense of urgency. Mayor, we truly saw nothing, the officers replied emphatically. Having exited the interrogation room, they, of course, could not have witnessed anything. Surely, there must be surveillance in the interrogation room. Reviewing the footage will clarify everything, Yamamoto Takeda insisted loudly. Indeed, Mayor Feng, please have the footage reviewed immediately. I demand to see it. Gong Benwan shouted fervently. Now in a precarious position, they realized that if evidence of Xiaoqing's alleged persecution of Yamamoto and Takeda could be uncovered, they might turn the tide in their favor. Yielding to Gong Benwan's pressure, Feng Kuei nodded at the two officers, signaling them to access the surveillance. Apologies, Mayor, but due to our oversight, the cameras were not activated. The officers sheepishly admitted after some fiddling with the equipment. This is deliberate. The failure to record demonstrates their persecution and maltreatment of Mr. Yamamoto and Mr. Hashimoto. Gong Benwan's tone turned icy upon hearing the news. Prince Gongben, One must speak with evidence. It cannot simply be a matter of assertion, Xiao Qingqing countered, her expression darkening. They bear not a single mark of injury, yet you allege I have persecuted and mistreated them. Either produce witnesses or tangible evidence proving my alleged misconduct, or this matter shall remain unresolved. I am the deputy director of the Tianhai city precinct, and I cannot be slandered without consequence. While she had indeed struck Yamamoto and Hashimoto fiercely, there were no visible injuries to substantiate their claims. As for internal injuries, those could easily be contested. The collision could have been caused by various factors, perhaps a self-inflicted accident, a kick from a donkey, or even a duck's misstep. Why must it be assumed that she was the instigator? The evidence lies in the injuries on their wrists. Miyamoto Maru pointed emphatically at the bandages on the wrists of Yamamoto, Takeda Nobu, and Hashimoto, declaring loudly, "Prince Miyamoto, please clarify the situation beforehand. The injuries on their wrists were incurred during the assassination attempt on Mr. Long. They were broken by someone else. What does that have to do with me?" Xiao Qingqing asserted, her forcefulness causing Miyamoto Maru's previously brash demeanor to dissipate entirely. In this day and age, one must rely on evidence. Without it, accusations become mere slander. You are indeed formidable. Can they be released now? They cannot be released. They are implicated in the assassination of Mr. Long at his villa, and the investigation is far from clear. Long Feixiong, Shang Tianpei, and Wang Dashan remain unscathed, while Yamamoto and Hashimoto have suffered such injuries. Who, then, is the true assailant? Miyamoto Maru retorted, his irritation evident. On the way here, he had gathered some information. The fact that Mr. Long and his companions were unharmed was due to effective security measures and our timely arrival. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. We journeyed thousands of miles from Taigua to Xinzhou as friends. Is this how you treat your guests in a land renowned for its etiquette? Friends. I cannot speak to the nature of your relationship. However, I do know that when friends arrive, there is fine wine. When wolves come, we are equipped with rifles and sabers. Xiao Qingqing's sharp retort and fierce confrontation left Miyamoto Maru pale, his chest tight, and breathless with indignation. Regardless of your status, you must immediately apologize to the prince, or we shall escalate this to the highest authorities in Xinzhou, and you will regret it. Seeing Miyamoto Maru in such a state, Shabi Wanduzi stepped forward, glaring at Xiao Qingqing. What gives you the audacity to speak to me in such a manner? Xiao Qingqing countered, her gaze unwavering. I am the deputy director of the Criminal Police Bureau, while you are merely a lowly secretary. What emboldens you to act so brazenly before me? In a fit of rage, Shabi Wanduzi, unable to contain herself, swung her right hand towards Xiao Qingqing's face. As Miyamoto Maru's secretary, she was accustomed to reverence and admiration in Taigua. She had never been addressed in such a way, either there or elsewhere. Yet, her slap never landed on Xiao Qingqing. Before it could reach its target, Xiao Qingqing captured her wrist. Then, with swift precision, Xiao Qingqing retaliated, delivering a barrage of slaps to Shabi Wanduzi's face. Instantly, Shabi Wanduzi's complexion turned crimson and slightly swollen, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. This unexpected flurry of slaps left her dazed and stunned, while the onlookers stood in disbelief. Although Shabi Wanduzi is merely a secretary, he holds a position of considerable trust within the inner circle of Gongbin. Thus, Xiao Qingqing's actions against him are a grave affront to Gongbin's dignity. Prince Gongbin, your secretary displays a shocking lack of decorum. May I take it upon myself to discipline him? Xiao Qingqing inquired with a smile. Chapter 99. The female tyrant, how dare you strike my secretary? Gongbin exclaimed, his fury ignited upon witnessing Shabi Wanduzi's humiliation. He raised his hand, poised to retaliate against Xiao Qingqing. However, just as his hand was about to descend, he halted abruptly, the energy draining from his body as he lowered his hand. For this was not in Tai country, but in the realm of Xinzhou, within the precincts of the Tianhai Police Bureau. Regardless of whether he could contend with Xiao Qingqing, engaging in violence on another's territory would inevitably place him at a disadvantage. Moreover, the other officers present, armed and vigilant, had trained their weapons upon him, ready to act should he dare to strike Xiao Qingqing. Were he to proceed, the repercussions would undoubtedly fall upon him. He cast a fierce glare at Shabi Wanduzi, incredulous at her foolishness for provoking Xiao Qingqing at such a moment. Director Zhao's reprimand is well-deserved. I am immensely grateful that Director Xiao can discipline her subordinates on my behalf. Gongbin uttered through gritted teeth, his expression a mask of fury. By all means, Prince Gongbin, do not hold back, Xiao Qingqing retorted, elegantly retrieving a handkerchief to wipe her hands before nonchalantly discarding it into the trash. Feeling deeply aggrieved, Shabi Wanduzi lamented her situation. Having been struck by Xiao Qingqing, She wondered why Gong Binwan would not avenge her. After all, she was not only his secretary, but also maintained a personal relationship with him. Her suffering was tantamount to an affront against Gong Binwan himself. She looked up at him, hoping to evoke sympathy and incite him to take action against Xiao Qingqing. Yet, upon meeting his cold, piercing gaze, one that could chill to the bone, she found herself lowering her head, silenced by fear. It appeared that her slap had been endured in vain. Gong Binwan, seething with indignation, could only suppress his rage. He coldly addressed Xiao Qingqing. Director Xiao, Mr. Yamamoto possesses diplomatic immunity. Your detaining him seems rather irregular. Humph, diplomatic immunity applies to diplomats. Yamamoto Takashi, as a mere businessman, holds no such privilege. Even if he did, he cannot act with impunity in Shenzhou. Before the law in Shenzhou, all are equal. And even the Yamamoto family from Tai country is no exception. You, Xiao Qingqing, have gone too far. Zhang Shuyuan interjected loudly upon hearing Xiao Qingqing's words. As a government official, how can you display such a lack of decorum in front of foreign guests? How dare you speak so brazenly? Moments ago, you disrespected Miss Shabi Wanduzi, and I could barely contain my indignation. Now, your insolence towards Prince Miyamoto is utterly intolerable. His Highness, who has traversed vast distances to visit our homeland, is not only a friend of our nation but also an esteemed guest. Is this how one treats friends and honored visitors? Out of deference to his royal status, the prince refrains from lowering himself to your level. However, you must not take advantage of his restraint and flaunt your arrogance before him. You are bringing shame upon our nation. Zhang Shuyuan believed that his impassioned words would at least temper Xiao Qingqing's attitude, if not intimidate her. To his astonishment, Xiao Qingqing swiftly closed the distance between them and delivered a resounding slap to his face. This is the police station. Traitors and lackeys have no right to speak here, she declared, her eyes icy as they bore into Zhang Shuyuan. She had long held disdain for him. Were it not for his indulgence and support, how would Zhang Shokuei and his ilk dare to assault Wang Dashan in broad daylight, or commit such numerous misdeeds? Furthermore, he consorted with Yamamoto Takeda and others, even investing in the development of the Taigua Cultural Street. In her eyes, Zhang Shuyuan was nothing but a treacherous sellout and a national disgrace. Unable to tolerate his brazen defense of Prince Miyamoto and his associates any longer, she deemed it necessary to retaliate. Before Zhang Shuyuan could utter another word, Xiao Qingqing delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him hurtling several meters away to crash onto the ground. The officers present regarded him with pity, silently thinking, if you don't court disaster, you won't suffer. How could you provoke this fierce woman and expect to escape unscathed? Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Shofu were equally taken aback. Who was Xiao Qingqing, and how did she possess such audacity to strike Zhang Shuyuan in front of the mayor? Though Zhang Shuyuan was regarded as a mere pawn in their eyes, he belonged to one of the four esteemed families of Tianhai, holding a status comparable to that of the Long family. Xiao Qingqing's boldness left them in awe. Mayor Feng, did you witness that? She struck me. I demand to file a complaint against her. I will see to it that she loses her position as deputy chief. Zhang Shuyuan shouted at Feng Kuei from his position on the ground, not waiting to rise. Feng Kuei shot Zhang Shuyuan a look of exasperation, wishing he could deliver a slap to him himself, even if Xiao Qingqing had not intervened. As one of the four prominent families, Zhang Shuyuan's intelligence made Feng Kuei question how he could be grouped with the Long, Zhu, and Qian families. Observing Xiao Qingqing and Prince Miyamoto's camaraderie, Zhang Shuyuan was only inviting misfortune upon himself by provoking them. Moreover, at this critical juncture, as a citizen of our nation brazenly aligning himself with the Taigua individuals, he truly embodied the traitor and villain that Xiao Qingqing accused him of being. He had no desire to concern himself with Zhang Shuyuan's trivial matters. Yet upon receiving a complaint from Zhang, he could not simply disregard it. He hastily signaled to his secretary, who promptly responded, Mayor, we just received word from the office regarding an important document that requires your immediate signature. Very well, let us return at once. With that, he turned his back on the indignant gazes of Zhang Shuyuan and Gong Binwan, striding out without a second thought. This was partly due to his disinterest in Zhang Shuyuan's insignificant affairs, and partly because he did not wish to provoke Xiao Qingqing. Not only was her temper notoriously fierce, earning her the moniker of female tyrannosaur, but she was also the granddaughter of a formidable figure. Gong Binwan stood in stunned silence. The situation remained unresolved. And yet Feng Kuei was preparing to depart. The Yamamoto family held a prestigious position in the Taigua, with close ties to the royal family. And he could not bear to witness Yamamoto Takeda Shin continue to be interrogated at the police bureau. Mayor Feng, please wait. With this thought, Gong Binwan quickly pursued Feng Kuei. Before Feng Kuei could enter his vehicle, Gongbin intercepted him, pleading earnestly and even invoking the Emperor of Taigua. Feng Kuei, growing impatient, finally relented, allowing Xiao Qingqing to release Yamamoto Takeda Shin and Hashimoto Shofu. With his objective achieved, Gongbin returned to the police bureau with a sullen expression. Xiao Qingqing, upon receiving the order from Feng Kuei, was initially reluctant to release Yamamoto Takeda Shin and Hashimoto Shofu. However, as she was employed by Tianhai, she felt it necessary to show some respect to the mayor. After considerable deliberation, she ultimately decided to grant their release. Meanwhile, in the villa of Long Feixiong, upon receiving news from the police bureau, Shuang and the others could not suppress their amusement. As the saying goes, the essence of battle lies in morale. With Gongbin and Yamamoto Takeda Shin suffering consecutive defeats, their spirit had undeniably waned, raising doubts about their ability to secure victory in the forthcoming engagements. Just as they reveled in their good fortune, Shuang's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Feng Mubai, promptly retreating to a secluded corner to answer. "Old Feng, what prompted you to call me?" Shuang inquired with a smile. "You little rascal. Can I not call you unless something is amiss?" "Do not let a few victories inflate your ego," Feng Mubai retorted. "Old Feng, are you keeping tabs on me? It seems you are well informed about my every move." "Keeping tabs? No, I am merely attentive to your affairs." "Attentive? I sense a whiff of conspiracy in this." "Little rascal, what are you thinking? I simply care about you. There is no plot afoot." Feng Mubai discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing that this young man had become considerably sharper. Upon hearing Feng Mubai's words, Shuang became increasingly convinced that Feng Mubai's request for him to come to Tianhai to protect Duan Hongming was indeed a scheme. Protecting Duan Hongming does not appear to be a particularly arduous task. Even a random Special Forces soldier could accomplish it. Although the Bloodblade Special Forces encountered a minor setback, they have not fallen to the level of needing a bodyguard. However, Feng Mubai had once saved his life. In a moment of desperation, he accepted this mission and arrived in Tianhai. From the very beginning, he sensed something amiss. And now he feels that there is indeed something dubious at play. Nevertheless, he trusts Feng Mubai, who has spared his life on 2 occasions. And he cannot believe that Feng Mubai would wish him harm. Even if there are some minor underhanded tactics involved, such behavior is not particularly concerning to him. "Young man, I noticed your promotional efforts online. They are commendable, but there is always room for improvement. Remember, the hearts of the people can be swayed." Feng Mubai concluded before hanging up the phone. After the call, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "Old Feng, you are rather unscrupulous," Xiao Ziyu chuckled. "Old Xiao, do you envy me? I have such fine soldiers under my command. Do you have any?" Feng Mubai replied with pride. "I may not have soldiers of that caliber, but I do have a wonderful granddaughter." "Your soldier will eventually belong to me," Xiao Ziyu retorted. "Not likely. There are several contenders before that young man." "Your granddaughter may not even get a chance," Feng Mubai teased. "That's uncertain. I'll give her a call right now," Xiao Ziyu laughed. "Make haste. Your granddaughter has offended Miyamoto Maru and Yamamoto Takeda. She should be cautious in Tianhai. Who dares threaten my granddaughter? I will flay them alive," Xiao Ziyu declared fiercely, his eyes narrowing. Despite his bravado, he promptly dialed her number. "Grandpa, why are you calling me again?" Xiao Qingqing answered, her tone tinged with impatience. "This old man has nothing better to do, calling me 3 or 4 times a day. Are you annoyed with your grandfather?" "Of course not. How could Qingqing be bothered by Grandpa?" She quickly adjusted her tone, concealing her irritation. One can be exasperated in their heart, but must never voice it, for that would be profoundly disrespectful. "Just as well. Did you confront Yamamoto Takeda and challenge Miyamoto Maru?" Xiao Ziyu inquired with concern. "Who informed you?" Xiao Qingqing's expression darkened, her voice turning icy. It is outrageous that a traitor lurks among her ranks, and the moment she does something, her grandfather learns of it instantaneously. "Stop being paranoid. I'm only looking out for you. Your actions have made me proud. There's nothing wrong with teaching them a lesson. In my day on the battlefield, I had no qualms about taking down the enemy. My granddaughter must adopt the same resolve, showing no mercy." "Understood, Grandpa. I've dealt with them quite sternly." "Are you satisfied now?" "Very much so. I would be even more pleased if you could give Miyamoto Maru a taste of his own medicine." At her grandfather's words, Xiao Qingqing stumbled slightly, almost losing her balance. Although Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Sho are members of the Yamamoto family, they have indeed committed transgressions, and thus, it is somewhat justified for one to chastise them. However, to unjustly assault Miyamoto Maru would be an entirely different matter. Not only would it be unfathomable to seek justification, but even if there were ample reasons, one must remember that he is a prince of the realm. To strike him without cause would be no jest. "You wretched old man, there are limits to how one can deceive their granddaughter." With this thought, Xiao Qingqing abruptly ended the call with Xiao Ziyu. Xiao Ziyu was still speaking when he heard the busy tone, abruptly halting his words. He muttered to himself that perhaps the call was dropped due to poor signal. Do not flatter yourself. Others teach their granddaughters to be gentle and kind, while you, on the contrary, instruct yours to strike. And even at a prince of the Taiga nation, what a peculiar form of deception you practice. It is no wonder she hung up on you. Feng Mubai retorted with merciless sarcasm. What do you understand? Those are the granddaughters of ordinary families. I, Xiao Ziyu, have traversed battlefields for over a decade. My granddaughter is certainly not of the mediocre sort. Indeed, not mediocre, but destined to be shaped into a tomboy under your tutelage, unable to marry. I am eager to see how you, old Xiao, will manage that. There will be no tears left to shed. You insufferable old Feng, such vitriol emanating from your mouth. Oh, as if you could ever produce pearls of wisdom from yours. The journey proceeded in silence, and upon returning to the presidential suite of the hotel, Miyamoto Maru expelled others from the room and angrily confronted Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Sho, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses? How could you cause a ruckus at Long Feixiong's villa at such a time? The current situation is already unfavorable for us, and now, with such disturbances, how are we to carry out our plans? Are we not risking all our previous efforts?" Chapter 101. The hacker-s dagger Yamamoto Takeda and Hashimoto Sho found themselves so chastised by Miyamoto Maru that they could barely lift their heads, let alone offer a rebuttal. Yamamoto Takeda came to recognize his impulsiveness. He should not have acted so rashly. The video edited by Ko Anshin had already spread like wildfire across the internet, and the public outcry was reaching a fever pitch. Your Highness, discussing this now is futile. We must focus on how to navigate the present situation. Upon hearing Yamamoto Takeda's words, Miyamoto Maru's anger subsided somewhat. After all, this was not the time for assigning blame. It was essential to find solutions. It seems I have no choice but to visit the capital and seek an audience. He then turned to Zhang Shuyuan and inquired, "Didn't I instruct you to communicate with those media outlets to retract their reports? How is it that the information still proliferates? Your Highness, I have reached out to numerous media sources, and many have indeed retracted their stories. Additionally, I have organized hackers to begin removing information from the internet. Yet, despite our efforts, the volume of information continues to swell. For every piece we delete, 2 more emerge, an endless cycle of deletion," Zhang Shuyuan replied helplessly. "Then we must recruit more hackers, sparing no effort to erase all information from the internet," Yamamoto Takeda said, his expression grave. "Simultaneously, we must amplify our propaganda to extol the benefits we offer. It is essential to convey the significant advantages and substantial profits that await." Zhang Shuyuan immediately withdrew his phone to make arrangements nearby. "Your Highness, there is no need for excessive concern. Our project is both reasonable and lawful, and our operational qualifications are protected by law. Even if the populace opposes us, it bears little consequence. We shall proceed with our business regardless. But the situation is not as simple as you perceive. If the dissenting voices grow too loud, we could encounter difficulties. Make the necessary arrangements. I shall head to the capital tonight. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall also prepare adequately in Tianhai. If all else fails, we will persist with our operations, offering our goods at reduced prices or even for free. Furthermore, we must expedite the research at Modishan. We need to complete the first phase of the experiment before it draws attention. Have no fear, everything is progressing smoothly. Within a month, the first phase of the experiment will be successfully concluded. Excellent. With you overseeing matters in Tianhai, I feel reassured." As Wu Shuang and his team returned to the Hongming group, they received a call from Ko Anshin. "Mr. Wu, it's bad news. An influx of hackers has suddenly emerged, beginning to delete vast amounts of information online. The articles and videos we published are rapidly diminishing," Ko Anshin said anxiously. "This is a scenario we anticipated. There is no need to panic. I will handle it," Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Despite his role as a mere security guard, during meetings at Long Feixiong's villa, he had been appointed by consensus to lead their efforts in this battle. Upon discovering the situation, Ko Anshin promptly contacted him. After concluding the call with Ko Anshin, Wu Shuang immediately dialed another number. Once connected, he calmly stated, "Their hackers have commenced their operations. The next move is yours. Rest easy, boss. Just a handful of hackers? I will render their computers inoperative. My title as the god of the internet will not be in vain." Little Knife replied casually after taking a sip of his drink. Hanging up the phone, Little Knife swiftly began his work on the computer. "Miss Ko, do not worry. Those hackers will soon find themselves in dire straits. You must disseminate even more articles and videos to amplify our momentum. Additionally, We should expose the conspiracy of the Thai nationals hiring hackers to delete our content online. After speaking with Shuang, Shuang placed another call to Huang Tianba. Huang Tianba, from this moment on, rally everyone from the Qingmen, along with their relatives and friends, essentially anyone you can mobilize, to share our videos and articles as widely as possible. Mr. Wu, rest assured, I will promptly reiterate this to them. After leaving the hotel at Gongbin Maru, Takeda Nobutaka returned to his office, where Zhang Shiyuan's phone rang. Mr. Zhang, it's terrible. The other party has hired a more formidable hacker, and our computers have been rendered useless. The head of the hacking team urgently informed Zhang. Can't you just switch to another computer? Why do you bother me with such trivial matters? Zhang replied, visibly displeased. Every time we replace a computer, it gets compromised by the opponent. We have no computers left to use, the hacker lamented. Their team was renowned in the hacking community, and he had never anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary. All their computers were incapacitated, leaving them completely powerless. I'll immediately transfer 3 million to you. You must eliminate the opposing hacker and erase any detrimental information about the king. Zhang declared. Upon hearing this, the hacker's eyes lit up, and he promptly assured Zhang, rest assured, Mr. Zhang, the task will be accomplished. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation was being monitored by Xiao Dao. Upon hearing their exchange, Xiao Dao chuckled. It seems they are quite wealthy. He swiftly accessed Zhang Shiyuan's information and located his banking details. Tapping a few keys. Suddenly, Zhang's bank account exhibited anomalies and was temporarily frozen. After ending the call with the hacker, Zhang attempted to initiate the funds transfer, only to discover that his account had been frozen, preventing any withdrawal. Meanwhile, the hacker was eagerly awaiting the arrival of Zhang's funds, only to be met with silence, which left them in a state of desperation. At that moment, Shuang released more articles, videos, photographs, and interviews. Huang Tianba and his associates, upon seeing the new developments, immediately began to spread the news fervently. Xiao Dao further fueled the fire. Shuang's announcements quickly ignited a frenzy online. The public, already discontent with the Taigua people, erupted in outrage upon learning that they had hired hackers to erase information. Criticism ensued, targeting not only the Taigua people but also the hackers behind the scenes. By the time Zhang used another person's account to transfer funds to the hacker and purchased a new computer, the online information had already surged to overwhelming proportions. It was far too late for them to attempt deletion. Moreover, the moment they logged on, Xiao Dao would detect their presence, and their new computer would once again be rendered useless. Even if they changed their account or IP address, they could not escape Xiao Dao's detection. Should they dare to delete any information, their computer would be incapacitated within seconds. Eventually, Xiao Dao grew weary of their antics and sent them an image, the emblem of the god of the internet. Upon realizing they were contending with such a formidable entity, they were terrified and immediately pleaded for mercy, vowing never to involve themselves in such matters again. They promptly refunded the money to Zhang Shiyuan. He is regarded as a deity in the online realm, a figure of reverence whom no one dares to provoke. Upon receiving the hacker's call, Zhang Shiyuan was consumed with rage, yet he found himself powerless to act. He promptly reached out to other hackers, but as soon as they heard his intentions, they declined without a moment's hesitation. The reasons were twofold. First, the matter at hand was of significant moral consequence. Second, the infamous figure had already issued a warning. Anyone who dared to accept this task would be considered an enemy of him. Within the domestic hacker community, he was an almost godlike presence, and no one dared to cross him. Faced with this predicament, Zhang Shiyuan could only grimace as he reported the situation to Yamamoto Takeda. Fool, useless. Yamamoto berated him before resorting to contacting Thailand. This set off a fierce cyber battle between the nations of Shenzhou and Thailand. Under the banner and leadership of the infamous figure, all hackers from Shenzhou rallied together, engaging in a grand and fervent conflict with the hackers from Thailand online. Upon receiving the call, Shuang couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that hackers could also possess a sense of patriotism. By the following day, the citizens of Shenzhou were no longer merely sharing articles and videos about the cultural street across various websites and social groups. Instead, they collectively began posting comments on government websites. Concurrently, the petition initiated by the infamous figure titled Petition to Shut Down the Thai Cultural Street amassed over 20 million signatures within an hour, surpassing 100 million in 2 hours. By the end of the day, the number of signatories skyrocketed to 800 million. Subsequently, this petition was broadcast across major television networks and websites. The signatures and fervent comments from netizens unequivocally expressed the disdain of the Shenzhou populace towards the Thai people and their opposition to the establishment of the Thai cultural street. In the capital, Miyamoto Maru's initial progress appeared promising. However, once the petition began to circulate, Even the high-ranking officials in the capital fell into a collective silence. Those who had initially displayed enthusiasm towards Miyamoto Maru suddenly grew distant. After engaging in activities in the capital, Miyamoto Maru only encountered Minister Yu, who had attended the opening ceremony in Tianhai, while the other high-ranking officials evaded him with various excuses. Even the pressure exerted through the Thai government proved futile. With no other option, he could only notify Yamamoto Takeda to initiate the second plan, to commence operations directly. After all, their business licenses and necessary permits had been duly obtained from the Shenzhou government. Thus, on that very day, Yamamoto Takeda announced through television, newspapers, and the internet that the Thai Cultural Street would officially open the following day, offering all products at a 10% discount, with some specialty items even being given away for free. In addition to the advertisements, he employed numerous individuals to distribute flyers along the streets. The people of Shenzhou, always eager for a bargain and enamored with foreign goods, believed that products from abroad were superior to their own. Once, thousands of individuals traveled great distances to the Kingdom of Tai to purchase their toilet seats. Yamamoto Takeda believed that tomorrow's grand opening would be bustling and spectacular. He even arranged for a professional photographer to capture the vibrant scenes of the opening day, intending to showcase it to the people of Shenzhou and its authorities. Upon seeing the advertisements, Shuang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and immediately made several phone calls. If, on the morrow, the Thai Cultural Street managed to sell a single item, it would signify their defeat. The next day, amidst the deafening sound of firecrackers, the Thai Cultural Street ceremoniously opened its doors. Indeed, as soon as they opened, thousands of people flooded in. Yamamoto Takeda's heart soared with joy. It seemed that the people of Shenzhou truly had a penchant for taking advantage. Despite the resounding slogans online, their actions revealed a different truth. With the mere reduction of prices, a throng of customers arrived, seemingly unconcerned about boycotting the Thai people. However, the initial delight in his heart swiftly dissipated. The throng that surged in consisted of those who had donned hanfu to attend the opening ceremony. These individuals, garbed in traditional attire, congested the entire street. They were oblivious to the array of splendid merchandise and lavishly decorated shops, merely blocking the storefronts as they engaged in jovial conversation. This infuriated Yamamoto Takeda to the point where he nearly lost his composure. How could they be so insufferable? They had visited during the last opening ceremony, and now they had returned. Furthermore, there was a rule forbidding the entry of those in traditional Shenzhou attire. These people were clearly there to cause trouble. Yamamoto Takeda promptly commanded Jin Shihayako to disperse the crowd. Jun Shihayako, accompanied by his martial arts associates, prepared to confront the individuals. Huang Tianba boldly stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence, and declared, "By what right do you chase us away?" "Huh? By what right? This is our street. You have violated our rules. If we deny you entry, you cannot enter," Jun Shihayako replied sternly. "What a farce. This is the land of Shenzhou, and I have no right to even remain here? Is there no justice?" Huang Tianba retorted angrily. "We care not for justice. This street belongs to us now. If we say you must leave, then you must depart," Jun Shihayako asserted with authority. "When did this street become yours? Open your eyes and see. This is Shenzhou, in the Tianhai region. What of it? What of Shenzhou? What of Tianhai? Wherever we are, the people of Tai shall do as they please. What can a pathetic loser like you do about it?" Jun Shihayako sneered. These individuals were undoubtedly common folk hired by Shang Tianpei. As a citizen of Tai, he would not concern himself with such people. The individuals from the Qingmen, upon witnessing his demeanor, were filled with a fervent desire to rush forward and incapacitate him. Yet, for the greater good, they chose to endure the moment. Chapter 103. Fighting for the nation. What is your name? If you possess any capability, do share your name so we may know who has bested us, Huang Tianba stated, closing his eyes and expressing a sense of resignation. Listen carefully. I am Shinsaku Hayabusa, a director of the Tianhai Commercial Association and a member of the Yamamoto family. An individual far beyond the reach of someone like you, he retorted. Oh, Shinsaku Hayabusa of the Tianhai Commercial Association? I may not be well educated, so do not deceive me. Huang Tianba feigned astonishment, meekly inquiring. Huh, look at your naive demeanor. It is no wonder you are destined to dwell at the very bottom of society as a mere nobody. As Shinsaku Hayabusa, a director of the Tianhai Commercial Association, why would I bother to deceive someone like you? Shinsaku Hayabusa scoffed arrogantly. Ah, indeed, you are a mere grandson. Let us leave, Huang Tianba declared, turning to depart with his companions. Shinsaku Hayabusa, feeling triumphant, had not anticipated that simply stating his name would intimidate Huang Tianba and his group. It seemed that driving them away would pose no challenge. merely requiring the utterance of his name. In the midst of his self-satisfaction, Huang Tianba turned to his companion, the sturdy figure beside him, and asked, "Did you capture that entire exchange on film?" "Rest assured, leader, it has all been recorded," the stout man replied with a grin. "Excellent, quickly send it to me." Upon receiving the video, Huang Tianba promptly forwarded it to Wu Shuang. This task had been assigned to him by Wu Shuang, who requested more footage of the Thai people displaying arrogance and bullying the citizens of Shenzhou. The arrival of Shinsaku Hayabusa was fortuitous, and Huang Tianba discreetly instructed his companion to document the entire incident. Upon receiving the video, Wu Shuang was filled with delight. As the tide of opposition against the Thai people surged across the nation, disseminating this video would undoubtedly further incite the populace. He immediately shared the footage with Ko Anshin and instructed Xiao Dao to gather personal information on Shinsaku Hayabusa, which he also sent to Ko Anshin. Ko Anshin swiftly edited the video and combined it with Shinsaku Hayabusa's personal details, subsequently uploading it online. The citizens of Shenzhou erupted upon viewing the video. How brazen these Thai people are. This is not the Shenzhou of a century ago, where foreigners could act with impunity. The Shenzhou of today has risen. We can no longer tolerate foreign arrogance on our soil. In that very street, in Shenzhou, this individual named Shinsaku Hayabusa dared to prevent the citizens of Shenzhou from entering, even attempting to drive them away. This is utterly outrageous. Damn it, little devil, open your eyes. The Shenzhou of today is no longer a place for your reckless arrogance. The despicable and vile individuals from that nation should vacate our sacred land. We, the people of Shenzhou, do not welcome such ignoble and shameless characters. How audacious of him to believe himself significant, when in reality, he is nothing of worth. To dare exhibit such arrogance in Shenzhou. Should I encounter him, I would make him unrecognizable to his own mother. Where is my 40-meter broadsword? Just watch as I cleave this worthless creature in two. Truly a disgrace, a pitiful fool. It seems his parents had foresight, knowing he would undoubtedly grow into a contemptible wretch. The video captured by Huang Tianba, coupled with the comments from netizens, ignited a storm across Long Feixiong and spread throughout the networks of Shenzhou. As this video went viral online, Yamamoto Takeda and Shinjiro Sato brought their entourage, attempting to force people out, yet not a single soul departed. Frustration boiled within them, but their efforts proved futile. None from the Qingmen left. Moreover, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, the street was teeming with constables. The Qingmen numbered in the thousands, and they dared not resort to violence to disperse the crowd. They were puzzled. Despite having advertised extensively, why had not a single opportunistic citizen of Shenzhou come forth to purchase anything? They would have welcomed them even if it meant giving away their products for free, as that would still signify a breakthrough in their market. Recognizing the Shenzhou people's penchant for seizing opportunities, Yamamoto Takeda suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Such a simple solution had eluded him. He promptly ascended to a higher vantage point, where a microphone was procured, and he addressed the individuals from Qingmen. "Gentlemen, I am Yamamoto Takeda. I understand that you have been incited from behind the scenes and are being paid to be here. I know that Shenzhou is not particularly affluent at the moment, and you find yourselves at the lowest rungs of society, facing greater hardships. You've become pawns for a mere couple of $100. Therefore, if you leave this place now, I will offer each of you $500. What do you say? Is it agreeable?" The representatives of Qingmen exchanged glances, regarding him with the same disdain one might reserve for a jester. How foolish. They were members of Qingmen. They were no strangers to his paltry offer of $500. Furthermore, they were here to fight for their nation, to expel the invaders from that nation. They stand with their leader, Mr. Wu, serving their country, which cannot be measured or swayed by mere money. When Yamamoto Takeda saw that no one reacted to his initial offer of $500, he raised it to $800. He continued to increase the sum until it reached $2,000, yet still, there was no response. He realized that these individuals could not be bought with money, leading him to reluctantly abandon this approach. At that moment, he recalled Huang Feixiong. They had invested significantly in Huang Feixiong. Why not leverage the connections forged through such financial expenditure? He promptly dialed Huang Feixiong's number and inquired, "Director Huang, where are you at the moment? Our cultural street is completely obstructed by some ruffians. I kindly request you to come over immediately with your team to disperse these thugs. Otherwise, we will be unable to conduct our business." "Mr. Yamamoto, it's not my intention to criticize you, but in these times, how can you still be preoccupied with business?" Huang Feixiong replied, "I am a businessman. I must always think of my trade." Yamamoto Takeda said with a resigned smile, "I am at the Eastern Street corner. Come take a look for yourself and see how you intend to do business," Huang Feixiong said, his face betraying no emotion, before hanging up the phone. Upon hearing Huang Bingxian's words, Yamamoto Takeda immediately gathered his team and headed to the eastern street corner. Indeed, he found Huang Bingxian on duty there with several officers. Director Huang, Yamamoto Takeda called out as he approached him. Huang Bingxian ignored him and simply gestured towards the street corner. Following Huang Bingxian's indication, Yamamoto Takeda looked outside. And upon doing so, he was infuriated beyond measure. Chapter 104. The strength of our people outside the entrance of the cultural street. A semicircular formation of local vendors had formed, effectively barricading the area. Not a single person, not even a dog, could hope to slip through the gaps. Surrounding these vendors was a large crowd, seemingly eager to enter the cultural street but thwarted by the blockade. Bastards! How infuriating! Yamamoto Takeda exclaimed in anger. Director Huang, we are legitimate merchants, and our lawful rights are being infringed upon. I hope you can take charge and have these people arrested. Mr. Yamamoto, while you are indeed legitimate merchants, those individuals are also operating within their rights. On what grounds should I arrest them? Huang Bingxian replied, raising his hands in exasperation. Humph. Director Huang, do you not see? They have blocked our street, which constitutes an infringement of our lawful rights. Mr. Yamamoto, please look more closely. They are merely outside your cultural street and have not occupied an inch of your territory. Do not forget, Director Huang, that you are the head of this district and have the responsibility to maintain local order. With such a significant issue at hand, if you neglect to act, I will not hesitate to file a complaint against you. Yamamoto Takeda was furious. He had invested a considerable amount of money in Huang Bingxian, only to find that he would not assist him with even this minor issue. Mr. Yamamoto, it seems you are somewhat confused, Huang Bingxian said with a smile. Those individuals are operating legally, and no disturbance has occurred. Why should I bear any responsibility? Huang Bingxian's words ignited Yamamoto Takeda's fury, and through gritted teeth, he retorted. Director Huang, there is a saying, he who takes a person's money must avert calamity for them. You have received a significant sum from me. Without 5 million, there must be at least 3 or 4 million, right? If I were to disclose this information, I fear that Director Huang's position would be in jeopardy. Mr. Yamamoto's mention of this reminded me. In order to improve the conditions of our station, Mr. Yamamoto generously donated 3 to 4 million in several installments. The entire team of officers was immensely grateful. Furthermore, to express our gratitude to Mr. Yamamoto, we had specially crafted 3 banners, which we were about to present to him. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Huang Bingxian nodded to the 2 officers behind him, and they promptly brought forth the 3 banners, unfurling them before Yamamoto Takeda. Following the incident at the cultural street, Huang Bingxian quickly recognized his precarious situation. He had received a substantial sum from Yamamoto Takeda, and should Takeda request his assistance at this juncture, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Thus, he swiftly converted the money obtained from Takeda into a public account for the station. Now, even if Takeda attempted to use that money to coerce him, it would yield no leverage. To his astonishment, Takeda soon sought to threaten Huang Bingxian into apprehending individuals for them. If Huang Bingxian complied, it would surely incite public outrage. Not only would he lose his position as director, but he might also be branded a traitor. Having painstakingly risen from a mere officer to a director, he would not be so foolish. Huh, Huang Bingxian, you are indeed prepared to turn against him. Yamamoto Takeda sneered. I do not fear informing you that I possess evidence of every sum I have gifted you, and I have even secretly recorded it. Should I present this evidence to the authorities, your tenure as director would come to an abrupt end, and prison would await you. Yamamoto, you are truly calculating. However, Huang is not easily intimidated. If you dare, submit that evidence. I have long since seen the error of my ways and have transferred those funds to the station's public account. Even if you, Mr. Yamamoto, present the evidence to the authorities, at most, I would merely acknowledge my fault and face demotion. Nonetheless, I still wish to express, on behalf of all officers at our station, our gratitude for the funds Mr. Yamamoto has provided. Yamamoto Takeda was immediately infuriated but dared not unleash his wrath in front of the officers. You are quite formidable. We shall see how this unfolds. With a cold snort, Takeda stormed off with his men. Throughout the day, Takeda and his associates failed to sell a single item. Even when offering goods for free, no one accepted. Meanwhile, the video featuring Shizuka had spread across the internet, igniting a fervent backlash among the Chinese populace against the presence of the Thai. It had evolved beyond merely resisting the cultural street to a full-scale boycott of all Thai products. The outcry against Thai goods surged, with citizens even organizing sit-ins at government offices to petition against them. There are still individuals attempting to obstruct the purchase of goods from the land of the rising sun in various retail outlets. Seizing this favorable opportunity, All domestic brands swiftly intensified their promotional efforts, resulting in a remarkable surge in sales and the rapid reclamation of substantial market share. In summary, the sales of products from the land of the rising sun plummeted dramatically in the Middle Kingdom, leaving merchants from that nation in a state of frantic anxiety, akin to ants on a hot stove, so distraught that they could scarcely eat. When Yamamoto Takeda Shin beheld the online videos concerning the incident with the so-called Zhun Shihhuanzi, he was instantly consumed by fury, kicking the unfortunate individual to the ground. Truly, one who was more a hindrance than a help. What were you thinking, attempting to drive people away, only to be recorded and to utter such inappropriate remarks? Do you realize that due to your arrogance and ineptitude, the situation has worsened? The people of the Middle Kingdom not only oppose our cultural street, but their disdain has extended to all products from the land of the rising sun. Pray tell. How can you bear this responsibility? How can you justify your actions to the citizens of your nation? Yamamoto Takeda Shin raged, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhun Shihhuanzi. Mr. Zhun, having viewed the videos online, was acutely aware of his culpability. Faced with Yamamoto Takeda Shin's reprimands, he did not dare to retort. Take him away, beat him. Punish this inept fool severely. Yamamoto Takeda Shin commanded coldly. Immediately, two individuals seized Zhun Shihhuanzi and dragged him off, followed by his heart-wrenching screams. However, at that moment, within the villa of Long Feixiong, Shuang and others were laughing heartily, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. The people have truly demonstrated remarkable unity. Long Feixiong remarked with a smile. It has been many years since I have witnessed such collective resolve. If this momentum can drive all the little devils from the Middle Kingdom, it would be splendid. Chapter 105, Peaceful Protest. That fellow named Zhun Shihhuanzi. What a ludicrous name indeed. What does it even signify? The land of the rising sun has even more absurd names. Setting aside the peculiar names from that nation, I believe that starting tomorrow, we should take the initiative, rallying the populace to protest at the government offices. Very well, let us use the names of Elder Shuang, Elder Long, and Elder Wang to call for action. I am certain a great many will heed their summons to demonstrate at the government offices tomorrow. Agreed. Let us proceed forthwith and post online. Soon, a message appeared on the internet, urging the citizens of Tianhai to gather and protest at the government offices. Signed by the three elders. Upon seeing this post, the people of Tianhai erupted in excitement. After all, the influence of these three individuals was immense. Within less than an hour, the post had spread throughout the entire network, with many sharing it within their social circles, rallying others to heed the call of the three elders. By the following day, Shuang, Duan Hongming, Long Yuyan, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and others had already assembled outside the government office building. They initially believed that even if some individuals responded to the call, only a mere 100 or 200 would show up. To their astonishment, upon their arrival, over 500 had gathered. These individuals were already lined up outside the government office building, brandishing banners and slogans. As soon as they spotted the three elders, Shang, Long, and Wang, they surged forward in a jubilant throng. Though these three elders appeared as mere old men, their online renown rivaled that of the most celebrated internet celebrities. Shuang, witnessing the crowd closing in, immediately formed a protective circle with the bodyguards around the trio. Who knew what kind of individuals were among them? Could there be agents from Tai Nation, or even assassins mingling within? Let us not forget that not long ago, an assassin had attempted to take down Long Feixiong. Step aside, there is no need to obstruct them. These are our supporters, the people, proclaimed Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan, urging Shuang and the others to allow the crowd to gather. After all, it was these very people who had helped them secure victory in the war years ago. Even now, they needed the support of the masses to drive the invaders away. Shuang, realizing the necessity of vigilance, discreetly prepared silver needles, ready to protect the three elders at the first sign of trouble. Seeing the enthusiastic crowd, the three elders quickly ascended to a higher vantage point and addressed the assembly with fervor. We thank you all for responding to our call, for standing here with us to contribute your strength in the effort to expel the forces of Tai Nation and secure a brighter future for our beloved homeland. The invaders seek to undermine our culture through insidious means, attempting to influence us with their goods and ideologies, to conquer us without bloodshed. We shall never acquiesce to such schemes. We stand united, demonstrating to the world just how cohesive and invincible we are as a people. Their conspiracies shall find no foothold in our land. We are resolute in our mission to expel the invaders and thwart their ambitions. The crowd echoed their sentiments, shouting in unison. Now, let us conduct a peaceful demonstration. Please refrain from excessive noise. We will stand here quietly, they instructed. Under the leadership of Shang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan, the crowd settled into a serene, silent protest before the government office building. Meanwhile, residents from Tianhai City continued to converge from all directions, rapidly swelling the number of demonstrators to over 1,000. Witnessing the dense throng, the government's guards were taken aback and urgently contacted the police department. Upon learning of the siege at the government office, Xiao Qingqing swiftly led hundreds of officers to the scene. Upon realizing that the citizens were peacefully protesting, her anxious heart finally found some solace. Nevertheless, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, she ordered the officers to secure the government office building, not only to protect the structure itself, but also to safeguard the demonstrators gathered outside. Accompanied by a photographer, Ko Anshin conducted a live broadcast of the peaceful demonstration. Other media outlets also reported on the event in their own unique ways. Soon, this peaceful protest garnered enthusiastic support from the citizens of Tianhai City. Some individuals expressed their solidarity online, while others incessantly called the authorities, demanding the immediate closure of the Thai Cultural Street. Despite the peaceful nature of the demonstration, Feng Kuei, inside the government office building, was as restless as an ant on a hot stove, pacing anxiously. The pressure from the public protest weighed heavily on him, especially with the media now paying close attention. The crowd outside the office building had swelled to over 1,000, with more people undoubtedly on their way. Should any unforeseen incident occur amidst such a large gathering, it could spell disaster. In the scorching heat, the concern for potential heat-related illnesses was particularly pressing. Thus, he promptly ordered the installation of several water dispensers outside the office to provide free water and mung bean soup for the demonstrators. Additionally, he arranged for multiple ambulances and healthcare personnel from the hospital to be on standby for any emergencies. Yet, Feng Kuei remained uneasy and had chairs and sunshades prepared for the esteemed figures of Shang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan. Their prominence was significant. Ensuring their safety was paramount. Nevertheless, Shang Tianhai, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan graciously declined Feng Kuei's offer, insisting on standing alongside the people without any special treatment. The demonstrators, moved by their resolve, insisted on escorting the three elders to a shaded area to prevent any mishaps. Meanwhile, Shuang, Wei, and the bodyguards remained vigilantly by their side, prepared for any unforeseen events. Simultaneously, the individuals blocking the Thai Cultural Street steadfastly maintained their position, refusing to allow any goods to be sold. Yamamoto Takeda and his associates understood that access to the street would be impossible. Thus, they devised a solution. While the mountain might not come to them, they could certainly go to the mountain. Therefore, the Thai merchants decided to exit the cultural street with their goods and offer them for free in an attempt to break the deadlock. Although Yamamoto Takeda and the others ventured out of the cultural street, Huang Tianba's followers closely shadowed them like bodyguards. Media and journalists remained glued to their side, broadcasting their every move live. Not only were domestic reporters present, but international media, including those from Thailand, also flocked to cover the unfolding events. They sought to unearth damaging information about Shenzhou, aiming to tarnish its reputation on the international stage. To forestall any unforeseen events, the patrol could not afford to lag behind. A lengthy procession extended for hundreds of meters, prompting one to wonder if a prominent figure was making an appearance. Yamamoto Takeda, perceiving the situation as untenable, promptly commanded the merchants from the Thai nation to disperse and act independently. He doubted that such a tactic would allow them to evade the Qingmen's watchful eyes or successfully deliver their goods. Each merchant from the Thai nation carried a pinhole camera. Once they split up, the mere act of sending out a single item would signify their triumph. Noticing the Thai merchants' division, the Qingmen swiftly scattered as well, encircling individuals in small groups. Whenever a Thai merchant spotted a passerby attempting to send something out, the Qingmen would immediately converge, explaining the situation to the individual. Upon hearing that it was an action against the Thai Cultural Street, the passerby would promptly depart. Even if the Thai merchants offered items for free, the onlookers would not accept them. Although the media and patrol could not follow every Thai merchant, the Qingmen remained vigilant, each brandishing a smartphone, broadcasting live the unfolding events. The Thai merchants were left fuming, yet none dared to resort to violence against the Qingmen. Meanwhile, Feng Kuei, within the office of the government building, was in a state of agitation, having made numerous phone calls to the capital, all of which were rejected. Chaos reigned in the capital as well, where demonstrations were occurring, albeit on a much smaller scale than in Tianhai. Nonetheless, this situation heightened tension within the government. Simultaneously, Thai media and journalists were vociferously proclaiming internationally that Shenzhou was persecuting Thai merchants and deliberately undermining their legitimate rights within the nation. Prince Jimban and Ambassador Kong Fujin of the Tai nation protested daily at the government, attracting media attention akin to flies drawn to foul odors. These two figures lamented to the international press while protesting to Shinzhou's high-ranking officials, attributing all blame to Shinzhou. They accused Shinzhou of failing to adhere to the initial agreements and of oppressing Tai merchants, thereby infringing upon their rights. Some media outlets from countries already unfriendly to Shinzhou seized the opportunity to fabricate malicious narratives, depicting Shinzhou as a dark, brutal, and malevolent regime. Within the government office, Minister Yu was as frantic as Feng Kuei, anxiously pacing. The media's reports were grossly distorting the truth, causing Shinzhou's international reputation to plummet. He feared that if this continued, the hard-earned goodwill Shinzhou had established globally would be irrevocably shattered. After a significant meeting, Wang, the head of Shinzhou, was informed by his secretary, prompting Minister Yu to hastily make his way to Wang's office. Wang, Miyamoto Maru, and Yasuo Shinku were outside, addressing the media and journalists from around the world, fabricating unfounded allegations against our great nation. Furthermore, certain international media outlets are making concerted efforts to tarnish our image, which is detrimental to our standing on the global stage. Upon seeing Wang, Minister Yu, filled with urgency, promptly briefed him on the recent developments. Remain calm, do not be anxious. A few petty clowns cannot create any significant upheaval, Wang assured Minister Yu with composure. Wang possessed a round, square face, with thick brows and large eyes, a straight nose, and a square jaw. His thick black hair meticulously styled. His features were well-defined, and his eyes, when opened and closed, exuded an aura of authority without anger. His dignified appearance radiated an impressive sense of gravitas, embodying a calmness akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a tempest. However, should the situation continue to escalate, both domestic and international circumstances may become increasingly unfavorable for us. Moreover, Miyamoto Maru and Yasuo Shinku are eager to meet with you. Will you grant them an audience? Let us delay them for another couple of days. Each day in our nation is filled with significant events, and their trivial matters do not warrant such urgency, Wang replied, his demeanor exuding an air of control that inadvertently instilled a sense of calm in Minister Yu, who had initially been quite anxious. When Wang fell silent, Minister Yu quietly withdrew. Meanwhile, in front of the Tianhai government office building, several individuals were stealthily approaching Long Feixiong. They appeared unremarkable, dressed plainly, lacking any distinctive aura. Nevertheless, Shuang discerned something amiss from their eyes and movements. Thus, he signaled to Chang Wei, employing a specific gesture from their special forces to inform him and Long Feixiong's guards of the intruders' positions. They stealthily advanced towards the individuals, and before the latter could react, they swiftly employed silver needles to incapacitate them. They then feigned that the assailants had suffered from heat stroke, assisting them into the vehicle of Long Feixiong's guards to be taken away. Subsequently, Shuang approached Long Feixiong and quietly warned, "Old Long, assassins have infiltrated the crowd. We should retreat." Long Feixiong did not take the assassins too seriously, but was concerned about the potential harm to innocent civilians, so he nodded in agreement. Shuang then addressed the demonstrators. "Dear fellow citizens, the elderly are too frail to continue. It would be best to disperse for today. If the elders cannot endure, they may return home. We shall remain here until our objectives are achieved." The crowd erupted in loud agreement upon hearing Shuang's words. They automatically parted to clear a path for the elderly to leave. "Thank you all. Thank you, Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong," and Wang Dashan expressed their gratitude as they departed under the protection of Shuang and the surrounding bodyguards. Upon returning to Long Feixiong's villa, Shuang immediately ordered the captured individuals to be taken to the storeroom at the back, as he intended to personally interrogate them to ascertain the identity of the individuals who dispatched these assassins. However, as they brought the captives into the storeroom, he removed a silver needle from one of the assassins. In an instant, the assassin's mouth opened, and a glimmering projectile shot towards Shuang. Chapter 107. The king's announcement. It turned out to be a poison needle concealed within the assassin's mouth. The needle tip glimmered with a blue hue under the light. Shuang swiftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectile, but the assassin's right hand was already upon him. Shuang reached out, seizing the assassin's right hand, and, with a forceful grip, snapped the wrist. At that moment, the assassin's left hand hurled a dark sphere to the ground. "Danger! Retreat!" Shuang shouted, urgently pulling Chang Wei and a guard from the Long family, darting out of the storeroom with lightning speed. Upon impact, the dark sphere did not explode but instead emitted a plume of blue smoke. The assassins, upon inhaling the blue vapor, immediately convulsed and fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth, a testament to the potency of the toxin. Fortunately, Wu Shuang's quick reflexes spared them from a similar fate. With the assassins now deceased, they were left without any means to trace their origins. Wu Shuang instructed the guards from the Long family to only enter the room after the blue smoke dissipated to deal with the bodies, before returning to the main hall. Noticing Wu Shuang's expression, Long Feixiong inquired with a smile, "Have the assassins perished, leaving us unable to uncover their origins?" Wu Shuang silently nodded. "Whether or not we discern the assassins' origins is inconsequential, as long as you remain unharmed," he replied. "Do you think these assassins were sent by the Tai nation?" Chang Wei speculated. "Impossible. Our conflict with the Tai nation has now escalated into the open. At this juncture, should any of us suffer harm, all suspicion would inevitably fall upon them. They would not be foolish enough to send assassins at such a precarious time," Wu Shuang elucidated. The others nodded in agreement, resonating with Wu Shuang's reasoning. "Old Long, I believe these assassins are likely from the same faction that attempted to assassinate you at the airport," Wu Shuang remarked, having observed that these individuals were headed directly toward Long Feixiong. "You are correct, but the question remains, who is behind this?" Long Feixiong acknowledged with a nod, equally perplexed about the identity of the individual so intent on his demise. "Old Long, you must exercise caution when venturing out and fortify your security measures to prevent any opportunities for your adversaries," Wu Shuang advised. The atmosphere within Long Feixiong's villa grew tense due to the presence of the assassins. Long Yuyan was particularly anxious, distressed by her grandfather's series of assassination attempts. With her father abroad and unable to return promptly, the weight of the Long family's burdens had fallen squarely upon her shoulders. "Miss Long, do not be anxious. The enemy's current attempts at covert assassination indicate their strength is not yet formidable. As long as we remain vigilant, Elder Long will be safe." Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Long Yuyan's tense heart was somewhat eased. "Feixiong, you need not attend tomorrow's demonstration. It suffices for me and Principal Monk to go together." "Humph. What does this amount to? In the past, I paid no heed to the enemy's artillery. How much less concern should I afford to the underhanded assassin? Moreover, I am the initiator of this demonstration. If I do not attend, what significance does it hold?" Seeing Long Feixiong's resolute stance, the others understood that persuasion was futile, and thus they intensified their vigilance to protect him. On the following day, the protective measures around Long Feixiong were significantly bolstered, yet fortunately, no assassins emerged, allowing the day to pass without incident. Over the next 3 days of demonstrations, attendance swelled to 6,000 or 7,000 participants. Television, newspapers, and the internet were ablaze with coverage, placing immense pressure on the authorities. The frantic officials finally received word from the capital. In half an hour, watch the live broadcast. This announcement quickly circulated among the citizens concerned with the affairs of the Thai Country Cultural Street. Those protesting outside the government building were fully focused on the enormous screen displaying the live feed. After half an hour, the broadcast signal appeared on the television screen, revealing the king. Today, the king bore a particularly grave expression, exuding an air of dignified authority. People of Shenzhou and friends from around the world, in recent days, the situation regarding the Thai Country Cultural Street has generated considerable discourse and garnered widespread attention. Shenzhou and Thai Country are intimately connected, sharing the same winds and moons. And the friendship between our nations is deeply rooted in history. Since ancient times, we have engaged in vibrant trade and cultural exchanges. However, within our shared history, there have also been less pleasant experiences. The actions of Thai Country have profoundly wounded the hearts of the Shenzhou people. The Thai Country Cultural Street project was conceived to enhance economic ties and promote cultural exchange between our nations. Yet, due to this project, unnecessary discord has arisen, inciting strong opposition among our citizenry. After thorough deliberation among the high-ranking officials, it has been decided that effective immediately, the Thai Country Cultural Street project will be cancelled, and the street will be entrusted to the Tianhai city government for management. As for the losses incurred by Thai Country merchants, the Shenzhou government will provide compensation at its discretion. This concludes the announcement from the Shenzhou government. Thank you all. Upon hearing this news, the crowd outside the Tianhai city government building erupted in fervent cheers. "We have prevailed. Long live Shenzhou. Long live the Shenzhou government." The people leaped and rejoiced, expressing their exhilaration and elation. Not only here, but everywhere in the land of Shenzhou, those who have heard this news are filled with exuberance and joy. In stark contrast, however, are individuals such as Gongbin Wan, Kongfu Guangnan, and Yamamoto Takeda Nobutaka, who are engulfed in profound sorrow, akin to mourning a lost loved one. Particularly in the capital's official quarters, Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Guangnan have waited for several days to meet with the king and voice their protests regarding the Thai State Cultural Street. To their dismay, They have yet to lay eyes on the king. Furthermore, prior to announcing this matter, the king did not consult with their officials nor engage in any discussions. It was an entirely unilateral decision. In the past, Xinzhou approached every endeavor with warmth and consideration, mindful of international ramifications and the sentiments of others. Yet now, they have taken such a significant step without even a word of notification, making a proclamation to the world. This is utterly contrary to reason and shows a lack of respect for their Thai state. We protest vehemently. We must meet your king. We protest with utmost seriousness. Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Zheng Guangnan erupted in the official chamber, shouting fervently as they rushed forward. Chapter 108. The final decision. Upon witnessing Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Zheng Guangnan pushing forward, staff members swiftly intervened. Prince Gongbin, Ambassador Kongfu, what is your intention? We demand to see your king. I'm afraid our king is preoccupied with pressing matters and cannot be disturbed. No, today we must see him. Ignoring the staff's attempts to halt them, Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Zheng Guangnan persisted in their advance. Please show some decorum. This is the official government of Xinzhou, not a place for reckless intrusion. The staff member's countenance darkened, and his tone turned frigid as he addressed them. What of the Xinzhou government? We must see your king. Step aside. Gongbin Wan forcefully brushed past the staff member, charging forward. However, they had not ventured far before two fully armed guards positioned their weapons at their temples. This is a secure area. No one is permitted to intrude. Violators will be dealt with mercilessly, one guard stated, his voice as cold as the depths of winter. Under the chilling gaze of the guards, Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Zheng Guangnan had no choice but to halt. They discerned from the guards' frigid expressions that should they take another step forward, the guards would not hesitate to fire. They understood that this was undoubtedly a directive from above. Otherwise, a guard would never dare speak thus in the presence of a prince and an ambassador. To perish here in confusion would be an utter waste. The guards maintained their stance, weapons trained on them, their eyes steely with resolve. Then, as the guards stepped forward, Gongbin Wan and Kongfu Zheng Guangnan were compelled to retreat. Thus, after being forced back several paces, Minister Yu made his appearance. What is the meaning of this? How can you be so unreasonable towards Prince Miyamoto and Ambassador Kongfu? Withdraw at once. Minister Yu's expression darkened as he barked at the two guards. Upon recognizing Minister Yu, the guards halted and sheathed their weapons. Prince Miyamoto, Ambassador Kongfu, I sincerely apologize for the delay in our meeting. My schedule has been exceedingly demanding these past few days. Please, let us discuss matters in my office. After extending his hand for a handshake with the two, Minister Yu spoke with a polite smile, tinged with regret. However, both Prince Miyamoto and Ambassador Kongfu felt a surge of indignation within. What a pretense. You continue to feign ignorance. We have been at your government for several days, seeking an audience with you and your king, yet we are met with silence. How busy could you possibly be to deny us even a moment of your time? This is clearly an excuse, a blatant attempt to avoid us. Fuming, the two followed Minister Yu into his office. Once seated, Minister Yu cut to the chase. I witnessed the altercation between you and the guards earlier. What transpired? Humph, you dare to inquire about that? I would rather ask you. Minister Yu, what is the meaning of the announcement issued by your king? We have been here for several days, seeking an audience with you or your king. Why have we not been granted one? Prince Miyamoto, the announcement made by our king represents the definitive stance of our government. I trust you comprehend this without further elaboration. As for your request for an audience, I have already provided an explanation. I see no need to reiterate. Noticing the haughty demeanor of Prince Miyamoto, Minister Yu's countenance darkened further, his tone becoming frigid. Minister Yu, let us not forget the agreement we have in place. The cultural street project of Taiguo was a consensus reached at the highest levels of our two nations. Can you simply declare its cancellation without regard for our interests? This project was established 5 years ago, and after much delay, construction finally commenced last year. Now that it is nearing completion and about to open, how can we not be outraged by this unexpected turn of events? Prince Miyamoto, it is evident that this project has faced vehement opposition from our citizens. After thorough deliberation, our government has determined that it is unsuitable for our national context. Thus, its cancellation is entirely reasonable. Moreover, we will consider compensation for your merchants' losses. What more is there to discuss? Humph, such eloquent words. Why was such a significant decision made without informing our government? Prince Miyamoto, your statement is somewhat excessive. Must our government seek your permission before making decisions? Minister Yu's eyes widened, his tone laced with fury. Minister Yu, I implore you to revoke this announcement immediately, otherwise, it will severely impact the relationship between our two nations. Do not forget that our great nation has invested over hundreds of billions in the divine land. Miyamoto Maru abruptly rose to his feet, adopting a condescending posture, his tone now icy and resolute. In the past, whenever they adopted a stern demeanor, the divine land would invariably acquiesce. Prince Miyamoto, may I interpret this as a threat towards our divine land? And what if it is? Miyamoto Maru retorted with a dismissive scoff. Listen closely, Miyamoto. I shall make it unequivocally clear. The announcement issued by our sovereign represents the final decision of our divine land and shall remain unaltered. As for your hundreds of billions in investments, you may retrieve them at any moment. We shall not retain them against your will. With that, Minister Yu casually lifted his teacup and savored a sip of tea. Miyamoto Maru was taken aback by Minister Yu's unexpected firmness, causing him to storm out of the office in a fit of rage. Confucian Guangnan, equally infuriated, shot a glare at Minister Yu before hastily following Miyamoto Maru out. As the two figures receded from view, Minister Yu let out a cold laugh, undeterred by their departure. Subsequently, he made his way to the sovereign's office, respectfully reporting, Your Majesty, Miyamoto Maru and Confucian Guangnan have departed. He recounted the events in meticulous detail. Well done. We must not coddle these individuals from the great nation. They still perceive themselves as superior. Such is the narrow-mindedness of the islanders. They never truly open their eyes to the world. The divine land of today is no longer the same as it was decades ago. They believe that mere intimidation will subdue us. What a fantasy. The sovereign turned his gaze eastward, his tone laced with contempt and resolve. Chapter 109. Celebration Feast. After viewing the sovereign's video, Yamamoto Takeda Nobu erupted in fury, shattering everything within his office that could be smashed. They had invested immense effort and resources into this project. Moreover, while its economic benefits were substantial, the political ramifications were paramount. Upon the project's success, their financial prowess would enable them to replicate numerous cultural streets across the divine land, subtly infiltrating the society to fulfill the ambitions of their ancestors. Yet, just as they were poised to launch, the divine land's authorities unexpectedly shut them down. It was akin to a football player being penalized just as he was about to take a crucial shot on goal. Exasperating and deeply frustrating. Shinichi Hayabusa, Kudo Yasuhiro, and Hashimoto Shofu stood guard outside Yamamoto Takeda Nobu's office, none daring to enter and offer comfort. Likewise, within the presidential suite of the five-star hotel in the capital, Miyamoto Maru wreaked havoc, demolishing everything in sight to vent his pent-up rage. As a dignified prince of his nation, he found himself in the capital of Shinjo. Yet he could not even lay eyes on the sovereign of Shinjo, being relegated to an audience with merely a minister. Not only did he fail to achieve his objectives, but he also endured humiliation, a bitter pill for a prince to swallow. Incensed, he contemplated advising his emperor brother to terminate all comprehensive cooperation with Shinjo and to withdraw every investment made there. However, he also recognized that the current Shinjo was no longer comparable to its former self. Decades ago, when Shinjo was impoverished and struggling, even a mere tens of millions in investment felt like a lifeline. Now, with an economic scale reaching hundreds of trillions annually, the few hundred billion from his nation paled in significance. Even if they were to retract their investments entirely, it would likely create no more than a ripple in Shinjo's vast waters. Moreover, their investments were concentrated in the most lucrative sectors, perhaps even prompting the Shinjo authorities to secretly desire their withdrawal. After venting his frustrations, Miyamoto Maru regained his composure. The failure of the Cultural Street project was regrettable, but he could devise other strategies to start anew. Moreover, should the research led by the Yamamoto family prove successful, the returns would far exceed those from the Cultural Street. With this thought in mind, he promptly dialed Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Mr. Yamamoto, while the Cultural Street project has faltered, it is imperative that your research proceeds as planned. Rest assured, Your Highness, the research has been progressing steadily and effectively. We will complete the task within the month. Indeed, the success of this initial phase is crucial. There must be no errors, otherwise, you shall have to atone for it with your life. In stark contrast to the furious outbursts of Miyamoto Maru and Yamamoto Takeda Shin, the atmosphere within Long Feixiong's villa was filled with laughter and exuberance. Additionally, this time, another guest joined the gathering, Huang Tianba. Even now, he felt a lingering dizziness, his body light and almost ethereal, as if he were in a dream. To find himself in Long Feixiong's villa was something he had never dared to imagine. Long Feixiong was a revolutionary hero, a former mayor, and the esteemed patriarch of the Long family. In Tianhai, he belonged to the upper echelons of society. In stark contrast, Huang Tianba was merely a streetwise individual. Their statuses were as disparate as the heavens and the earth, existing in entirely different realms. Yet today, Long Feixiong had invited him to celebrate the victory of their struggle. Huang Tianba understood that this invitation was extended in consideration of Wu Shuang. Upon arriving at the villa and seeing Shang Tianpei, Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, Wu Shuang, Long Yuyan, Koan Xin, Duan Hongming, and Chang Wei present, he greeted everyone warmly and presented the gifts he had brought. Master Huang, your presence is already a great honor. Why such formality and gifts? Long Feixiong graciously remarked. Oh, Long Laotai, you are too kind. It is only proper for a junior to pay respects to you, Huang Tianba replied with humility. After exchanging pleasantries with Long Feixiong and the others, he approached Mr. Wu and respectfully called out, Mr. Wu. Although he had ascended to the position of the leader of the Qingmen, he was acutely aware of how he attained this status, through being the representative of Wu Shuang and the Qingmen. Thus he was able to maintain his humility. So Master Huang has arrived. In the presence of Mr. Wu, I dare not claim the title of master. You may simply call me Xiao Huang. Master Huang is indeed Master Huang. How can we refer to him as Xiao Huang? Very well, Mr. Wu may call me as he pleases. As the kitchen announced that the feast was about to commence, Long Feixiong cheerfully beckoned everyone to enter. The guests then proceeded to the banquet hall, where a table abundant with delicacies awaited them, rivaling that of a five-star hotel in both flavor and presentation. After everyone took their seats, Long Feixiong raised his glass and stood to address the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence at this celebration is a testament to my esteem. Our victory in thwarting the cultural street of the Tai Kingdom is entirely due to your collective efforts. Through our unwavering unity and determination, we have successfully countered the schemes of the Tai people and removed their insidious presence from our land. Allow me to raise a toast to all of you. The guests promptly lifted their glasses in reverence. Thank you, Long Lao, cheers. After clinking their glasses, they downed their drinks in unison. I have personally endured the ravages of war against the Tai people, who once wreaked havoc upon our sacred land, committing atrocities without remorse. Our ease of victory today is attributable to two key factors: our nation's newfound strength and confidence, which has rendered the Tai people incapable of arrogance within our borders, and the patriotic hearts of our citizens. United in purpose, we are more than a match for the deceptive Tai. With vibrant, idealistic, and patriotic youth like you, our nation will only grow stronger, and the lives of our people will continue to improve. Now, let us raise our glasses once more. The esteemed Shang Tianpei, whose reputation surpassed even that of the city's mayor, stood to toast, prompting everyone to rise respectfully and clink glasses with him. After Shang Tianpei resumed his seat, Wang Dashan promptly stood. Having already toasted, it is now my turn as one of the elders. Although it was the three of us who took the lead, we could not have triumphed over the Tai without the support and assistance of you younger generations, and I wish to extend my gratitude to Master Huang Tianba. Upon hearing Wang Dashan mention his name, Huang Tianba promptly stood up, holding his wine glass with a posture more disciplined than that of a student in detention. I, an old man, hold Huang Minzhu in high esteem for his character. Last time on Sanqing Street, he fiercely defended me, a stranger, by confronting Wang Fu and Zhang Shoukuan, thus rescuing me from a perilous situation. Once again, it was you who, alongside everyone from the Qingmen, obstructed the path of the Taigua people, ensuring that not a single item was sold or even given away, thereby contributing significantly to our victory in this struggle. Although Qingmen is a gang in society, Huang Minzhu possesses a heart full of benevolence, patriotism, and love for the people, truly embodying the qualities of a virtuous gentleman. Wang Dashan's few words caused Huang Tianba's face to flush a deeper shade than crimson. He had rushed to Sanqing Street upon receiving a call from Wang Fu, intending to assist him in a violent confrontation. Had it not been for his encounter with Wu Shuang, it would have been Wang Dashan who faced the brunt of the attack instead of Wang Fu. Old Wang, I am not as commendable as you portray. I am merely a rough individual, adept at violence, but lacking in other virtues. All credit goes to Mr. Wu, who has guided me back from the brink of ignorance and brutality, leading me towards a brighter path. With a reddened face, Huang Tianba attributed all his accomplishments and the reasons for his current standing to Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang is indeed the savior of my life. Without him, I might have been brutally beaten to death by that scoundrel Wang Fu long ago. You young ones are truly commendable, and this victory is largely thanks to your efforts. Additionally, I must acknowledge Principal Shang and Fading for their exemplary leadership in guiding so many to achieve this remarkable triumph. I raise my glass to all of you. After toasting, Long Yuyan looked at Wu Shuang, astonished. No wonder Long Feixiong remarked that Wu Shuang was no ordinary person. His judgment was impeccable. As far as she knew, Wu Shuang was merely a security guard employed at Hongming Group. It was unexpected that he had managed to win over Huang Tianba and become the driving force behind Qingmen. which boasts an impressive 8,000 members, making it the largest gang in Tianhai with formidable strength. Simultaneously, she reflected on the remarkable bond she shared with Shuang. Their first encounter at the airport, where he saved her grandfather. Their second meeting at Mingjua Bar, where he had examined her body, providing a massage for her ailment. Although it was for therapeutic purposes, he was the first man to touch her in such an intimate manner. Their third encounter at Hongfo Mountain Villa was marked by a passionate kiss in front of numerous witnesses. Now, having found a boyfriend who works as a security guard, this news has spread through the upper echelons of Tianhai society, reaching even her grandfather, who inquired about it. Though the truth is fabricated, she found herself neither confirming nor denying it, suggesting that Shuang had indeed etched his presence into her heart. Upon hearing that Shuang was behind Huang Tianba, she could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of joy and elation, as if Shuang were truly her boyfriend. Koanxin was taken aback, realizing that Shuang had accomplished so much in such a short time since arriving in Tianhai. This time, he served as the commander of the operation, orchestrating and coordinating numerous individuals, ultimately achieving a monumental victory in the struggle. The more she observed him, the more she found Shuang to be radiant and charming. However, she felt a tinge of annoyance, as she had proactively left her contact information for him before her departure, yet he had not once called her. Duan Hongming was not at all surprised to learn that Shuang was behind Huang Tianba. After all, she had witnessed Shuang single-handedly defeat 300 of Huang Tianba's men. Now, she watched him with great intrigue, pondering how such a formidable man had suddenly appeared in her life as her bodyguard. Although Shuang claimed he was hired by her father, she doubted her father's capability to employ someone like him. After inquiring about his identity previously without a satisfactory answer, she resolved to interrogate him thoroughly upon her return home. At that moment, Shuang suddenly felt 3 piercing gazes directed at him. Upon discreetly observing, he discovered that it was Long Yuyan, Koanxin, and Duan Hongming, which startled him into raising his glass to toast Shan Tianpei, Long Feixiong, and Wang Dashan. Being scrutinized by 3 beautiful women left him uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. The celebration banquet did not conclude until 11 o'clock, and both Shuang and Chang Wei had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, leaving them slightly lightheaded. Duan Hongming could only wait until they were in the car before enduring the intoxicating scent that clung to them as she drove towards Hongming Group. As they neared the company, a kilometer away in an open area, Shuang suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger enveloping them. Simultaneously, from a thicket by the roadside, a red dot flashed, and a rocket was launched towards their vehicle. Not good. Make a turn. In that critical moment, Shuang instinctively lunged forward, seizing the steering wheel and forcefully turning it to the right. The car swerved just in time to evade the incoming rocket. With a resounding explosion, the missile obliterated a stone pillar by the roadside. The unexpected blast left Duan Hongming pale and disoriented, causing the vehicle to come to an abrupt halt. Shuang, however, kicked the door open, pulling Duan Hongming out of the car. Chang Wei also kicked open the rear door and leaped out, just as they distanced themselves from the vehicle. A blinding red flare erupted as another rocket struck, reducing the car to ruins. Had they not vacated the vehicle in time, they would have been utterly annihilated. Shuang pulled Duan Hongming behind a large tree by the roadside just as a barrage of bullets from submachine guns rained down upon it. Chang Wei also managed to evade the frenzied gunfire, taking refuge behind a stone pedestal. The bullets struck the stone, scattering countless fragments, some of which even grazed Chang Wei, causing him to wince in pain. Fortunately, the tree was sufficiently robust to shield Shuang and Duan Hongming from the relentless onslaught of their adversaries. Despite the perilous situation, Shuang remained remarkably composed. With a flick of his wrist, he produced several silver needles and began to discern the enemy's location through sound. This was a testament to his battlefield experience honed over years of life and death encounters. He understood that in moments of extreme danger, one must not succumb to panic but instead maintain a steely calm. Sound recognition was an essential skill for special forces. Amidst the gunfire, the footsteps of 5 individuals could be distinctly heard approaching. They advanced in a fan formation, inching closer with the intent of overwhelming Shuang and Duan Hongming with sheer firepower. Their plan was to encircle the tree and unleash a hail of bullets to reduce Shuang and Duan Hongming to mere pulp. Such a brutal strategy revealed the depths of their animosity. Now, the 5 were within 10 meters of the tree. Stay hidden, whatever you do, Shuang cautioned Duan Hongming before tightening his grip on the silver needles. In a flash, he darted from behind the tree, launching the needles at the 2 individuals on the far left. The 5 were utterly unprepared for Shuang's daring emergence from behind the tree, even under such formidable firepower. However, their reactions were swift. They adjusted their aim toward the airborne Shuang. Unfortunately for them, their bullets could not track his lightning-fast movements. Amidst the chaotic hail of gunfire, a glimmer of silver flashed as the two individuals on the left were struck in the throat and heart by the silver needles. Collapsing to the ground, Shuang's form soared like an eagle in the sky, evading the bullets with agile grace. The leader, Nuoka, was taken aback. Astonished to encounter a master such as Shuang, he quickly redirected the guns of the remaining two towards Shuang's landing spot. Having landed effortlessly, Shuang continued to evade the incoming bullets with ease. At that moment, Wei also sprang into action, seizing a stone from the roadside and hurling it towards Nuoka and his companions. The stone was sizable, akin to half a brick. Should it strike anyone, it would certainly cause significant harm. However, Nuoka swiftly turned, aiming his weapon at the airborne stone, and shattered it into pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Shuang once more gestured, unleashing another silver needle. At this moment, Nuoka and his two companions were prepared. Upon seeing the flicker of silver in the air, they swiftly darted aside, narrowly evading the silver needles hurled by Shuang. Simultaneously, they aimed their firearms at both Shuang and Wei, unleashing a torrent of searing bullets towards them. Shuang and Wei deftly maneuvered in place, evading the onslaught of bullets, before pivoting to counterattack with stones and silver needles against Nuoka and his group. One unfortunate individual was struck squarely on the forehead by a stone thrown by Shuang, resulting in a grievous injury. To their astonishment, they had failed to inflict any harm on Shuang, Wei, or Duan Hongming, while three of their own lay dead. Nuoka was consumed by rage. Clutching his submachine gun, he unleashed a barrage towards Shuang, his fury manifesting with each pull of the trigger. He yearned for a single shot to obliterate Shuang's head, avenging his fallen comrades. However, Shuang proved to be more agile than a monkey, deftly evading the bullets that rained down upon him. He realized he was up against a formidable opponent. The seemingly foolproof plan had taken an unexpected turn. Unable to hit Shuang, Nuoka charged towards the large tree. Shuang and Wei were skilled fighters, and his weapon was ineffective against them. Yet, Duan Hongming was a defenseless woman, and his primary objective was to eliminate her. He could disregard Shuang and Wei. As long as he could kill Duan Hongming, his mission would be accomplished. His companion grasped his intent, and the two of them, armed with their guns, fired wildly at Shuang and Wei while hastening towards the tree. Shuang and Wei, alarmed by Nuoka's charge towards the tree, immediately sprinted after him. Duan Hongming was utterly defenseless. If Nuoka reached the tree first, her fate would be sealed. The two men, braving the bullets fired by Nuoka's group, executed textbook-like evasive maneuvers, retaliating with stones and silver needles. One of Nuoka's companions evaded Wei's stone but could not escape Shuang's silver needle, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Now, only Nuoka remained, his body drenched in cold sweat, realizing the gravity of their predicament. They had been armed with submachine guns, while Shuang and Wei wielded only primitive weapons. To his disbelief, they were unable to best Shuang and Wei, resulting in the loss of 4 men. Stricken with fear, he found himself devoid of courage to continue the fight against Shuang and Wei. After releasing a final volley of bullets, he turned and fled into the distance. "You protect President Duan. I will pursue the murderer," Shuang declared, having confirmed that there were no others in the vicinity apart from the 5, allowing him to pursue Nuoka with confidence. Since Nuoka and his 5 companions dared to launch an armed assault against him, they must now bear the brunt of his wrath and have unwittingly secured their places in the halls of the underworld. Nuoka, however, exhibited remarkable speed as he swiftly approached their vehicle. He then leaped into the car, ignited the engine, and sped away. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on escaping rather than engaging in combat. Shuang, despite his best efforts, was a step too late by the time he reached the scene. Nuoka's vehicle was already in motion. Gritting his teeth, Shuang concentrated all his strength into his legs and sprinted after Nuoka's car. His legs moved with a velocity surpassing that of the blades in a turbo engine, transforming him into a streak of light, faster than both lightning and the fiercest winds. Shuang's speed had outpaced Usain Bolt by several streets. In less than 20 seconds, he astonishingly caught up to the speeding automobile. When Nuoka glimpsed Shuang pursuing him in the rearview mirror, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in disbelief. Was this truly human? Even a cheetah from Africa would bow in deference to Shuang's prowess. Yet, in such a life-and-death moment, Nuoka had no time to ponder. He urgently slammed the accelerator, propelling his vehicle forward with the ferocity of a roaring beast. At this juncture, Shuang had reached the limits of his speed. If he continued, his body would surely falter. Just as he was on the verge of overtaking Nuoka's car, Shuang stomped his feet against the ground and propelled himself into the air like a cannonball, soaring high towards Nuoka's vehicle. Chapter 112. Taking hostages. Shuang, akin to a great rock, arced through the air and landed heavily on the roof of Nuoka's car. Startled, Nuoka swerved the vehicle sharply in an attempt to dislodge Shuang from atop. However, Shuang clung tightly to the edges of the roof, rendering Nuoka's efforts futile. Nuoka maneuvered the car with the grace of a dragon dance, executing several tail spins, yet he could not shake off Shuang. In a desperate bid, Nuoka gripped the steering wheel with one hand while brandishing a gun with the other, unleashing a flurry of bullets towards the roof. Shuang quickly rolled backward, narrowly evading the barrage of gunfire. However, as fate would have it, he lost his grip and slipped off the car. Reacting swiftly, Shuang extended his hand and grasped the rear of the vehicle. Utilizing the ground for leverage, he climbed back onto the car's rear. Just as Nuoka relished in having dislodged Shuang, he was astonished to see Shuang once again scaling the back of the vehicle. Alarmed, he fired again, leading to the shattering of the rear windshield. The shards, along with the gunfire, cascaded towards Shuang. With a deft movement, Shuang evaded the onslaught, suddenly vanishing from sight at the rear of the car. Nuoka, perplexed, wondered how he had failed to hit Shuang. How could he have disappeared so abruptly? Just then, a flicker of movement caught his eye, and Shuang reappeared at the right side of the vehicle. Then, with a swift motion, Shuang shattered the car window, immediately reaching for Nuoka. Startled, Nuoka could hardly believe Shuang had made such an audacious entry. He hastily steadied the steering wheel with one hand while delivering an elbow strike towards Shuang. Shuang deftly sidestepped this attack, and with a flick of his wrist, aimed to seize Nuoka's right arm. Should he succeed, a mere exertion of force would crush Nuoka's bone. However, Nuoka possessed considerable combat experience. He quickly withdrew his arm and seized his firearm. Raising the gun, he unleashed a barrage of bullets towards Shuang. In response, Shuang vaulted onto the roof of the car, just as Nuoka's rounds whizzed past. Caught up in the altercation with Shuang, Nuoka lost control of the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to veer sharply and collide violently with a nearby utility pole. The resounding crash echoed as the car slammed into the post. Due to the immense inertia, Shuang was violently thrown off the roof, crashing into a wall. In that critical moment, he narrowly avoided a fatal blow. Although he struck the wall, he emerged with only minor concussions, feeling slightly dizzy after falling to the ground. Meanwhile, Nuoka's head collided forcefully with the steering wheel, leaving him bloodied and disoriented, his mind ringing with pain and nausea. Yet, driven by the instinct for survival, he disregarded his injuries and furiously pressed the accelerator, attempting to reverse the car. However, the vehicle was now incapacitated, and despite several attempts to rev the engine, it merely sputtered without movement. Frustrated, Nuoka cursed vehemently, kicked open the car door, and bolted from the vehicle. Upon spotting Shuang slowly rising from the ground, he shouted an expletive, raising his gun to fire at him. Shuang rolled away just in time, evading the bullets. He then picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at Nuoka. Nuoka dodged the projectile and quickly turned to flee. Aware that even with a submachine gun, he was no match for Shuang, especially as his ammunition was nearly exhausted, Nuoka fled in desperation. Observing Nuoka's retreat, Shuang sprang to his feet, pursuing him with the grace of a cheetah. As Nuoka ran, he fired back to deter Shuang. But after sprinting approximately 500 to 600 meters, the unmistakable sound of an empty chamber echoed. His ammunition had run out. Incensed, he hurled the gun to the ground and sprinted away with renewed vigor. In terms of speed, Nuoka was no match for Shuang, and the distance between them continuously diminished. Realizing the dire situation, Nuoka darted into a narrow alley, emerging onto another bustling street. Just as Shuang closed in, Nuoka seized the unsuspecting Xiao Qingqing, brandishing a dagger against her throat. Shuang could hardly fathom that during this time, a woman would be walking alone on the street, only to be seized by Nuoka and taken hostage. With a hostage in his grasp, capturing Nuoka would become exceedingly troublesome. However, when he recognized the hostage, Shuang's anxiety dissipated instantly, for the woman was none other than Xiao Qingqing. Today, upon seeing the announcement from Wang regarding the cancellation of the Taigua Fengqing Cultural Street, Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of excitement akin to that of Shuang and his companions. Consequently, after finishing work for the day, she invited a few close colleagues to a bar to celebrate, reveling until now. given that the bar was in close proximity to her residence. She opted to walk home instead of driving. Little did she expect to encounter Nuoka here, and to be taken hostage by him. Do not come any closer. If you take another step forward, I will kill her. Nuoka bellowed at Shuang, who was advancing towards him. Then do it. Show me how you intend to kill her, Shuang replied, not only refusing to halt his steps, but doing so with a smile. Nuoka was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? This was not how the game was supposed to unfold. Do not forget, you are the good guy, and I am the villain. Good people, when confronted by a villain holding a hostage, should immediately feel alarmed and fearful, fearing for the hostage's safety, thus acquiescing to any demands made by the villain. This tactic has always worked in the past. Why is it failing now? His frustration mounted as he contemplated how a villain like himself could wield a hostage as leverage when the rules were being disregarded. As Xiao Qingqing walked along, she could never have imagined becoming Nuoka's hostage. Though a dagger was pressed against her neck, she remained unflustered, yet Shuang's words ignited her fury. As a police officer, albeit a woman and a beautiful one at that, how could he speak so nonchalantly while a damsel in distress was being threatened? Despite Shuang's disregard for her peril, Nuoka tightened his grip, drawing Xiao Qingqing closer, believing that as long as he held the hostage, he possessed a defensive shield. Remove your filthy hands from me. Do not lay a finger on me, Xiao Qingqing commanded coldly, feeling the pressure around her neck intensify. Humph, you insolent wench. What does it matter if I lay a hand on you? Nuoka seethed with rage upon hearing the audacity of the hostage. If you dare to touch me, then I will retaliate. With that declaration, Xiao Qingqing lifted her leg and delivered a swift kick to Nuoka's forehead. Chapter 113. Nuoka's capture. The force of the kick left Nuoka disoriented, stars dancing before his eyes. He never anticipated that a mere woman, casually seized from the street, would possess such formidable prowess. Instinctively, his arm tightened as he attempted to slit Xiao Qingqing's throat. However, he felt a warm, delicate hand grasping his wrist, halting his motion. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force surging into his arm, rendering his hand immobile. Almost immediately, a sharp elbow strike landed on his left rib. An excruciating pain ensued, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp, as a significant portion of his strength dissipated in an instant. Then, the woman, Xiao Qingqing, who had been choking him, vanished from his embrace like a swift fish. Following that, his right hand was forcefully twisted, and he felt the bones of his arm contort painfully. His body involuntarily flipped forward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Then, Nuoka sensed a fragrant breeze, and a knee pressed against his throat. Shortly thereafter, a resounding slap struck his face, eliciting a fiery pain that almost skewed his nose. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly for this, he bellowed in rage. Amidst the sound of slaps raining down like unrestrained currency, he hastily lifted his leg to deliver a kick at Xiao Qingqing. Unexpectedly, she countered with a kick to his knee, nearly fracturing his leg. Immediately, she followed up with another strike to the knee of his other leg. At this point, both of his legs felt as if they might break, leaving him incapable of retaliating against Xiao Qingqing. With her hands now free, Xiao Qingqing unleashed a torrent of strikes upon Nuoka's face. Soon, dozens of slaps had landed, causing blood to gush from his mouth and nose, and his face swelled grotesquely. It seemed that after tiring of the assault, Xiao Qingqing finally stood up, casting a disdainful glance at Nuoka, now resembling a swollen pig, and remarked, "Good heavens, how is your skin so thick and tough?" Hearing her words, Nuoka, incapacitated on the ground, felt tears of frustration welling in his eyes. There are bullies, but this was an entirely different level of humiliation. After beating him, she had the audacity to complain about the toughness of his skin. Was there no justice in the world? Nuoka regretted not consulting the almanac before stepping out that day. His misfortune was unprecedented. How could he encounter a martial arts expert so casually in Tianhai? Just then, several police cars screeched to a halt, their sirens blaring. As the vehicles stopped, around 10 officers rushed out, surrounding the area. They had responded to a report from nearby residents. Upon seeing Xiao Qingqing, they saluted her in unison. Director Xiao. As Nuoka lay on the ground, he couldn't determine whether he was unfortunate or fortunate. To randomly seize someone on the street only to find that they were the head of the police department. Was the universe toying with him? Xiao Qingqing waved her hand lightly, prompting the officers to apprehend Nuoka and place handcuffs on him. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing's expression turned icy as she inquired of Shuang, "Who is he? And what on earth is happening?" "I have no idea who he is. There are 5 of them in total, and they just attacked us. I managed to take down 4, but he escaped here, where I encountered Director Xiao." Shuang replied, "Humph, after saying such words, do you still consider yourself a man? If it had been an ordinary girl in danger, would it not cause you heartache? Xiao Qingqing questioned Wu Shuang angrily. Though she held the position of chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, she was still a woman, and the words Wu Shuang had spoken earlier ignited her fury. I am well aware of Director Zhao's exceptional skills. How could a mere petty thief possibly be her match? Even without my intervention, he would not have been able to harm you. Wu Shuang, noticing her rising anger, quickly donned a smiling facade and offered flattering reassurances. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's explanation, the flames of Xiao Qingqing's ire began to subside. Under Wu Shuang's guidance, they proceeded to the location of their earlier ambush, where they loaded the bodies of the other 4 assailants into the vehicle. Upon seeing the corpses of his companions, Nuoka immediately erupted in rage, bellowing at Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, "Damn it, let me go, or I swear I will kill you all." One of the officers swiftly responded by delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling beneath the vehicle, effectively silencing him. "Who do you think you are, acting so arrogant even after being captured?" Xiao Qingqing remarked with disdain. "Director, who are these people, and why did they attack us?" Duan Hongmeng, upon recognizing Xiao Qingqing, hurried forward to ask her. "Duan, I will commence interrogations immediately after returning, and I promise to notify you of the results as soon as they are available," Xiao Qingqing assured her. "You are victims, but according to protocol, you must accompany me to the bureau to provide statements." Before long, they arrived at the Criminal Investigation Bureau. After recording their statements, Wu Shuang advised Chang Wei, "For safety's sake, you should stay at a hotel tonight instead of returning to the company. I will remain here to ascertain the identities of the assailants while you ensure Duan's safety." Chang Wei nodded in agreement and departed in a vehicle arranged by Xiao Qingqing, while Wu Shuang followed her into the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Nuoka was anything but compliant. With his neck craned defiantly, he hurled insults at the officers questioning him. "You bastards, let me go, or I will blow this place to smithereens and kill you all." The officers conducting the interrogation, exhausted from his incessant tirade, found themselves at a loss for words as Nuoka continued his relentless verbal assault. Xiao Qingqing, incensed by the leniency shown to such a brazen criminal, stormed into the interrogation room, her commanding presence palpable. The 2 officers, understanding her intent, promptly rose to their feet, switched off the surveillance system, and exited the room. Without hesitation, Xiao Qingqing brandished her baton and struck Nuoka with considerable force. The nightstick struck Nuoka, yet he did not emit a single cry of anguish. Instead, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "You filthy wench, you had better kill me. Otherwise, once I am free, I will ensure the demise of your entire family. Haha, you bastard." Xiao Qingqing's heart burned with fury, compelling her to strike even harder. Nonetheless, Nuoka proved to be remarkably resilient. Regardless of how fiercely Xiao Qingqing beat him, he remained silent, not even flinching. Besides his formidable constitution, he understood that in Huaxia, human rights were respected, and the officers dared not administer lethal force against a prisoner. Chapter 114. Coercion with Silver Needles. Watching Xiao Qingqing mercilessly assault Nuoka, Wu Shuang felt a chill in his heart. This female tyrant truly lived up to her name, her blows delivered with alarming ferocity. "Director Xiao, cease this at once. Your current approach will yield no words from him." Wu Shuang discerned that Nuoka's fortitude was exceptional. Despite the relentless beating, he remained tightly clenched, uttering not a single word. Such a person would not divulge anything, no matter how much he was struck. "Are you mocking me?" Xiao Qingqing turned her head, glaring icily at Wu Shuang. "Never. How could I dare to jest about Director Xiao?" Wu Shuang quickly denied, though internally he held a different sentiment. Given Xiao Qingqing's demeanor, admitting anything would likely result in the nightstick being directed toward him. "Then why suggest that I stop? Director Xiao, this man is tough as nails. Your methods might not compel him to speak the truth. If you allow me, I assure you he will reveal everything." Xiao Qingqing was initially reluctant to acquiesce, but considering Wu Shuang's skills, perhaps he truly possessed a viable solution. Thus, she coldly warned, "You may proceed, but take care not to inflict any lasting harm. Nuoka entered with injuries. If you exacerbate them, it could be claimed they were pre-existing. However, if he emerges crippled, I would be hard-pressed to provide an explanation should the higher-ups inquire." Wu Shuang, known for his tendency to fracture wrists, warranted her caution. "Rest assured," he replied, flashing a cheerful smile as he approached Nuoka. "I admire your resilience. However, I sincerely hope your toughness persists. If you remain silent much longer, this game will lose its allure." Wu Shuang's grin instilled a sense of dread in Nuoka. "What do you intend to do to me?" he asked, panic evident in his voice. "Nothing much, just a little game." As he spoke, Wu Shuang retrieved a set of silver needles from his pocket. With a swift flick of his wrist, several needles punctured Nuoka's acupoints. Instantly, Nuoka's mouth moved, yet no sound escaped. The terror in his eyes intensified as he regarded Wu Shuang. I have sealed your mute acupoint for your own good, to spare you from shouting your throat raw. Wu Shuang's voice was relaxed and confident, as though conversing with a longtime friend. After speaking, he proceeded to insert a dozen needles into Nuoka's body. Upon completing the acupuncture, Wu Shuang chuckled and remarked, "If you can endure for 5 minutes, I will truly admire you." With that, he pulled out his phone and activated the stopwatch, declaring, "All right, let the timing commence." I just struck him like that, and he didn't utter a word. You think a few needles will make him talk? Xiao Qingqing questioned Wu Shuang, her expression one of disbelief. Rest assured, Director Xiao, if he doesn't speak within 5 minutes, I will concede defeat. Wu Shuang replied with unwavering confidence. Time flew by, second by second. Initially, Nuoka felt no pain and disdainfully glanced at Wu Shuang, thinking to himself, what a joke. I expected something formidable. It turns out to be mere bluster. A few needles, and he thinks I'll confess? Ridiculous. However, after 10 seconds, he began to sense countless waves of warmth coursing through his meridians. As those warm currents traversed his body, he felt as though a soothing hot spring enveloped him. Not only did he feel no pain, but a comforting warmth also spread through him, even bringing a look of enjoyment to his face. Witnessing this, Xiao Qingqing felt a surge of frustration. Isn't this supposed to be an interrogation? How did it turn into a pleasure for him? Yet, after these warm currents had passed through him, the comforting sensation abruptly vanished. Nuoka then experienced an excruciating pain, as if millions of steel needles were piercing his bones, delivering a heart-wrenching agony. At first, he clenched his teeth and managed to hold on, but the intensity of the pain grew exponentially, multiplying 100-fold within mere seconds. Nuoka longed to claw at the source of his torment to alleviate the pain, yet his hands were restrained by steel cuffs to the interrogation chair, rendering him immobile. He yearned to scream, to release his agony through a roar, but Wu Shuang had sealed his vocal cords. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Now, he felt as though countless steel needles were piercing his body from every angle, stabbing into his very marrow. The pain was beyond human endurance. Nevertheless, to avoid humiliation in front of Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to withstand this relentless torment. At this moment, his muscles twisted, veins bulged, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans streamed down his face. Soon, his clothes were drenched, making him appear as if he had just emerged from water. With the loss of moisture, the pain intensified. His mouth hung open wide. His eyes bulged like those of a lifeless fish, the sclerae rolling outward. Though his hands could not lift, the excruciating, piercing pain drove his fingers to carve deep grooves into the unforgiving interrogation chair. His expression morphed into one of grotesque terror, his pallid visage devoid of any blood, with veins and tendons protruding like writhing worms across his face, rendering it even more frightful than that of a corpse. Had he not been restrained to the chair, he would have surely leaped up in agony. In less than 3 minutes, Nuoka could no longer endure the torment, enduring the inhuman suffering. He cast a pleading glance at Wu Shuang. Not even 3 minutes, and I see your resolve is not so sturdy. Wu Shuang sneered contemptuously upon witnessing Nuoka's swift capitulation. He then waved his hands, removing the silver needles from Nuoka's body, save for one lethal needle which he forcefully pressed into Nuoka's flesh. If Nuoka had launched a surprise attack against them, he would not be spared. However, this fatal needle would not take effect immediately. It would lie dormant within Nuoka for 15 days. As Nuoka's blood coursed to his heart, it would deliver a fatal blow. By then, not even the most advanced instruments could uncover the cause of his demise. Chapter 115. Brothers gathered after the silver needles were extracted. Nuoka finally managed to exhale deeply. He felt utterly drained, his eyes vacant, his complexion ashen, and his lips bloodied from biting them. Wu Shuang kindly lit a cigarette and placed it between Nuoka's lips. After he took a few puffs and regained some composure, Wu Shuang spoke. Now, speak up, or I shall let you relive the previous delight. At Wu Shuang's words, Nuoka shivered in fright. He would rather face a bullet to the head than endure such torment again. Thus, without further prompting, Nuoka divulged everything he could. It turned out he was an underling of the notorious drug lord, Nakai, who had trafficked a significant portion of his manufactured drugs into Shenzhou, amassing a fortune. However, since last year, the demand for drugs in Shenzhou had plummeted. Upon investigation, it was discovered that a new detoxification medication had emerged. Those addicted could consume this drug to break free from their dependence. This development was a devastating blow to Nakai's income, inciting his fury and resentment. He vowed to dismember anyone involved in the production of this antidote. Recently, they uncovered that the detoxification drug was a product of the Hongming Group, developed by Duan Hongming. Moreover, Duan was working on a next-generation improved version, boasting even greater efficacy in detoxification. Duan Hongming immediately ascended to Nakai's death list, with 5 of his elite henchmen dispatched to Tianhai City to eliminate him. Nakai. Wu Shuang's eyes glinted coldly as he repeated the name, the moment Nuoka uttered it. Wu Shuang had already pronounced his death sentence. Wu Shuang had long been acquainted with this name. Yet such drug traffickers had never caught the attention of their elite special operations team. Now, upon hearing from Nuoka that their narcotics had predominantly infiltrated Shenzhou and that they intended to assassinate Duan Hongming in Tianhai, their demise was inevitable. Moreover, if that threat was not eradicated, they would undoubtedly send more assassins after Duan Hongming. The audacity of these drug dealers had reached a new height. They were brazen enough to commit murder in Shenzhou. This was a significant incident. If these traffickers were not dealt with, they would only grow bolder in the future. Contemplating this, Xiao Qingqing ordered Nuoka to be detained and promptly dialed the newly appointed Director Han. During this time, Wu Shuang exited the precinct. The call was made. And on the other end, the leader did not express anger at Wu Shuang for the late hour, but instead responded with utmost respect. That fellow seeks his own demise. Inform the brothers, target the golden triangle. Understood, boss. After the call, Wu Shuang left the precinct and sought out Duan Hongming and Chang Wei. Both Duan Hongming and Chang Wei had not yet rested, their gazes fixed intently on Wu Shuang. Upon seeing him, Duan Hongming anxiously inquired, Wu Shuang, what is the update? Did you uncover the assassin's origins? It was true that even a woman, let alone a man, would fear for their life when constantly pursued. I did find out. Wu Shuang recounted the intelligence shared by Nuoka to both of them. With a smile, he added, Duan, I truly didn't expect our company to produce antidotes. His admiration for the father-daughter duo grew. One developed high-tech weaponry for the nation, while the other created antidotes for the people, a commendable endeavor indeed. Humph, this reflects your inadequacy. After all this time at the company, you are still unaware of our operations. Pausing, Duan Hongming firmly asked Wu Shuang, it's time you reveal your identity and explain why you are here to protect me. Wu Shuang glanced at Duan Hongming and Chang Wei. Having faced life and death together multiple times, there was little left to conceal. Thus, he candidly shared everything with them. At that moment, Duan Hongming finally understood her father's true vocation and comprehended why he had been absent from home for so long, depriving her of his companionship and care. Even missing her mother's final moments, she realized she had wronged her father and should not harbor resentment towards him. Her father had devoted his life to the nation, leaving little room for personal matters. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of pride in having such a father. Duan, Chang, this place is relatively safe. You both should refrain from returning to the company for the next few days. I have matters to attend to outside. And it won't be late to return once I come back. That is not feasible. The development of our new generation of products has reached a critical stage and cannot be paused. Then seek Xiao Qingqing and have them arrange for your protection. Upon finishing his words, Wu Shuang exited Duan Hongming's room. Chang Wei followed closely behind, and once they had distanced themselves, he inquired, Shuangzi, are you planning to seek out that guess? Wu Shuang's intent had become evident to Chang Wei the moment he spoke. Indeed, he replied, and seeing that Chang Wei had just emerged, he chose to disclose his intentions without further concealment. Take me along. That is out of the question, Chang Wei retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. If we are brothers, you must allow me to accompany you. Are you afraid I will hinder your progress? Faced with Wu Shuang's refusal, Chang Wei's frustration mounted. The drug traffickers had already come to Tianhai to threaten him, and he felt compelled to retaliate. No, you must remain here to protect President Duan. If you leave, what will happen to her? I cannot trust anyone else to safeguard me. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Chang Wei fell silent. This was a testament to the brotherly trust bestowed upon him, as well as his duty as a security guard. He had no choice but to acquiesce. Very well, then make sure to eliminate a few more drug traffickers on my behalf, Chang Wei said nonchalantly. Wu Shuang smiled and nodded, then returned to his room for some rest. He slumbered soundly until the sun had risen high in the sky, eventually waking up. After a brief tidy-up, he did not bid farewell to Duan Hongming or Chang Wei, but rather left the hotel and entered a black sedan parked outside. He drove smoothly to Tianhai Airport, retrieved his ticket, and boarded the plane. Just as dusk began to settle, he arrived at the border city of Lisher. Following the information received on his phone, he located a villa. Upon entering, 5 individuals immediately stood to attention, saluting him with a precise military gesture, exclaiming, reporting, boss. All personnel are present. please provide further instructions. Gazing upon these 5 figures, Shuang felt a mix of joy and sorrow. He was elated to see them, yet saddened that the Bloodblade Special Forces had dwindled to just these few members. Xiao Dao, Dexiong, Tai Tu, Sung, Jingang. Shuang called out each familiar name, embracing them warmly. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. How have you fared these past days? Boss, we are all doing well. How about you over the past 6 months? One responded. Although we have been in hiding, we have not been idle. We trained diligently each day. In these 6 months, I have earned the title of God of the Internet. Quite imposing, isn't it? God, you say? Why not call yourself the Creator? I shall promptly change my name to Creator. Laughter filled the room, but as the topic shifted, a somber air enveloped them. Boss, we cannot let Yi Lang and the others die in vain. We must uncover the enemy behind this and avenge them, another declared. Brothers, I vow to unearth those who betrayed us, and I shall ensure they meet a fitting end. Avenging our fallen comrades. Upon concluding his words, Shuang extended his large hand, and the other 5 followed suit, their 6 hands clasping tightly together. Brothers, are we all prepared? Rest assured, boss, we are ready. With that, Dexiong led them to the rear of the villa, where 3 imposing vehicles, known as the Kings of the Land Cruiser, stood majestically. Upon opening the trunk, it revealed a veritable arsenal, brimming with an array of weapons including rifles, grenades, and rocket launchers. Excellent, Shuang remarked with a nod of approval, clearly impressed by Dexiong's meticulous preparations. Xiao Dao, how is the intelligence gathering progressing? Reporting to the boss, it is all complete. With that, Xiao Dao produced a tablet, opened it, and stated, the largest drug lord in the Black Triangle. His subordinates are 4 formidable lieutenants, known as the 4 Heavenly Kings, each one cruel and ruthless. He resides in a fortress constructed entirely of granite, solid and resilient. Within the castle, there are 300 regular guards and 200 servants attending to his every need. Additionally, he commands 800 armed troops stationed in 2 fortifications 500 meters from the castle, ready to reinforce it in the event of conflict. What is the status of the firepower? Shuang inquired. At each corner of the castle, there are 4 automatic cannons, along with 20 rocket launchers and 10 Gatling guns. Each of the guards is equipped with a submachine gun. The 800 troops in the fortifications are outfitted comparably to an army battalion. Huh. This drug lord certainly takes his safety seriously, Shuang chuckled upon hearing Xiao Dao's report. Despite the overwhelming numbers and formidable armaments at the drug lord's disposal, Shuang felt no trepidation. After all, this was merely a force of a little over 1,000. His own team had previously dismantled a warlord commanding 2,000 armed men. Little does the drug lord know, since his rise to power, he has ruthlessly eliminated dozens of rival drug factions, fearing retribution, which is why he has amassed such a formidable protective force. Come nightfall. No matter how powerful his forces may be, he shall meet his demise. Everyone, take a moment to rest. We depart at 8 o'clock. The journey from Li City to the Black Triangle would take 4 hours, making the early morning hours the opportune time for their assault. Moreover, they could use these few hours to restore their energy and rest. As the clock struck 8, the 6 men rose, climbed into their 3 land cruisers, and set forth on their mission. Rather than traversing the border checkpoint, they opted to navigate through a narrow valley. Despite their modest convoy of 3 vehicles, the imposing stature of the land cruisers, their blinding headlights, and their swift passage commanded a presence rivaling that of a convoy of dozens of vehicles. Before long, they approached the drug lord's fortress. The 6 donned their combat uniforms, equipped themselves with bulletproof vests, donned night vision goggles, and armed themselves with an assortment of weaponry. At that moment, Shuang's phone rang. He was quite puzzled. Who could possibly be calling him at such a late hour? Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Fong Mubai, and he quickly answered. Old Fong, why are you calling me so late? Listen, there's no time for pleasantries. Are you currently in the Black Triangle? Fong Mubai said urgently. Yes, what is the matter? Shuang could sense Fong Mubai's anxiety and asked with concern. Old Xiao is here too. Let him speak with you. With that, Fong Mubai handed the phone to Xiao Ziyu. Shuang, my granddaughter has ventured into the Black Triangle alone. You must bring her back safely. Xiao Ziyu said, his voice tense and hurried. Old Xiao, who is your granddaughter? Shuang was utterly confused. My granddaughter is Xiao Qingqing. She went to the Black Triangle by herself today. I just received the news, but I can no longer reach her. The last location of her phone was in a castle within the Black Triangle. Shuang was taken aback, realizing that Xiao Qingqing was indeed Xiao Ziyu's granddaughter and had made her way to the Black Triangle. This fierce young woman must have learned the address from Nua Ka after capturing her, and now she was determined to confront that Kai on her own. Such audacity. It was truly the fearless ignorance of youth. She dared to challenge the most formidable drug lord in the Black Triangle. Even Shuang couldn't help but admire Xiao Qingqing's bravery. The last known location was within a castle, undoubtedly that Kai's castle. With no further news, it was likely that something had gone awry. Old Xiao, rest assured, I will ensure Xiao Qingqing's safe return, Shuang reassured him. After hanging up, he commanded loudly, quickly, let's move. If Xiao Qingqing fell into Kai's hands, given her enchanting beauty and devilish allure, Kai would certainly not let her go. Thus, they had to storm the castle without delay. Time was of the essence. 3 armored vehicles, exuding an air of unrelenting ferocity, charged toward the castle gates. The guards at the castle, upon seeing the 3 vehicles barreling toward them, immediately opened fire. The castle's 2 mounted machine guns also began to unleash a barrage upon Shuang's convoy. Their vehicles had been modified with bulletproof glass and reinforced steel plating, rendering them impervious to ordinary firearms. However, they could not withstand the firepower of the machine guns. Just then, the 2 lead vehicles executed a flawless drift, positioning themselves across the castle gates. The windows of both vehicles rolled down slightly, revealing 2 rocket launchers. The launchers swiftly locked onto the 2 machine guns, and Shuang and Xiong, with utmost speed, pressed the triggers. 2 tongues of flame erupted instantaneously from the rocket launcher, followed by 2 rockets that traced a graceful arc through the air, hurtling towards the machine guns with lightning speed. The operators of the laser cannons were taken aback, immediately unleashing a frantic barrage from the machine guns in a desperate attempt to intercept the incoming rockets. The bullets, no thicker than a baby's arm, spewed forth relentlessly, yet failed to halt the rockets racing towards them. As the rockets neared their target, the drug traffickers were seized by panic, darting outwards like agile monkeys. 2 dazzling mushroom clouds materialized, accompanied by the thunderous roar of explosions that obliterated the machine guns. Debris was sent flying across the corners of the castle, and those traffickers who had not escaped in time were pierced by the shrapnel. The glass on this side of the castle shattered significantly, and many of the traffickers who had emerged from the building were also injured by the falling fragments. In the aftermath of the explosions, an increasing number of traffickers rushed out of the castle, each wielding submachine guns, and began firing upon Shuang and his companions' vehicles. However, they paid no heed to the bullets, instead swiftly turning their vehicles around and accelerating towards the castle's entrance. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off their cars, which roared like enraged beasts as they crashed into the massive gates, sending them flying. The steel doors soared forward like 2 colossal blades, crushing around 10 traffickers into 2 pieces amidst the cacophony. Simultaneously, all the windows of the 3rd vehicle were rolled down, and 4 to 5 dozen drones launched into the air, controlled by a blade-wielding individual inside the car, soaring towards the castle. These intelligent drones were equipped with thermal imaging and weapon systems, prepared to fire upon detecting any human presence. The traffickers fleeing the castle were swiftly decimated by the drones above. Some drones even infiltrated the castle through the shattered windows, commencing a ruthless onslaught against the traffickers within. The swarm of drones resembled phantoms, eliminating the traffickers before they could comprehend their presence. Even when the traffickers did manage to spot the drones, their firearms proved futile against the drones' swift maneuvers. Despite the presence of 300 guards within the castle, they stood no chance against Shuang's drones, which were executing a one-sided massacre. The castle, comprising 3 stories, soon found itself enveloped by drones on every level, not only eliminating the traffickers, but also methodically searching room by room for Xiao Qingqing. Moreover, the knife wielder adeptly manipulated the drone, swiftly incapacitating the castle's electrical system, plunging the entire edifice into darkness. Even the backup power supply was rendered useless, leaving the castle illuminated only by a few dim emergency lights that flickered in the vast expanse. In this obscurity, the drug traffickers found it exceedingly difficult to detect the drone. However, equipped with thermal imaging and infrared scanners, the drone ensured that none of the traffickers could evade its surveillance. At that moment, Shuang, Xiong, the monk, and Jin gang, armed with submachine guns, disembarked from their vehicle and charged into the castle. Yet, as they approached the entrance, a piercing sound resonated from behind the door. With their seasoned experience, they swiftly recognized it as the sound of a rocket launcher being fired from within. Instinctively, they leapt away from the castle's entrance. A thunderous explosion ensued, shattering the wooden doors into splinters as a fierce shockwave surged outward. Fortunately, the 4 managed to evade the devastating force that could obliterate anything in its path. At that juncture, a towering figure resembling a gorilla emerged from the entrance. His skin was a deep ebony hue, akin to being stained with ink. Yet his large eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity. Standing at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he was robust and formidable. Without hesitation, he discarded the rocket launcher and seized the submachine gun slung across his body, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Shuang and his companions, cursing vehemently. "Curse it! Perish! All of you!" Shuang recognized him as Nova, one of the 4 kings under the command of the knife wielder, as detailed in the intelligence report. Instantly, Shuang, Dexiong, Tai Tu, and Jin Gang rolled aside to evade the incoming fire. They then retaliated, squeezing the triggers of their submachine guns in a concerted counterattack. Despite Nova's imposing physique, he exhibited remarkable agility, dodging the bullets that flew towards him. "Get inside the castle. I'll handle this guerrilla," Jin Gang shouted to Shuang, Dexiong, and the monk as he engaged Nova in a fierce exchange of gunfire. Seizing the opportunity, the trio dashed into the castle. "Boss, the drone has located Xiao Qingqing. She is in the far left room on the 2nd floor, that bastard's quarters. You must hurry, or it will be too late." The urgent voice of the knife wielder crackled through the earpiece. "Understood," Shuang bellowed as he raced towards the 2nd floor. It turned out that after reporting the situation to Director Han, Xiao Qingqing had requested to lead a team to eliminate that bastard in the Black Triangle. However, Han Qingping would never permit such a venture. Firstly, the Black Triangle did not fall under the jurisdiction of the Shenzhou, and secondly, how could a mere officer from Tianhai enforce the law beyond the borders? Moreover, those thugs were remorseless killers, and he urged her not to overestimate her own abilities by provoking such dangerous individuals. However, Han Qingping's words provoked Xiao Qingqing. If he deemed her overconfident, she would demonstrate her capabilities. Furthermore, she could not allow Na Kai to send Nuoka to Shenzhou to commit murder. Consequently, she decided to embark on this mission alone. Equipped and undeterred, boarding a plane to the Black Triangle. Prior to her arrival, she diligently researched Na Kai's castle, aware of her solitary strength being insufficient. She did not intend to launch a frontal assault. Rather, her plan was to stealthily infiltrate the castle and eliminate Na Kai discreetly. To her credit, she managed to evade the surveillance cameras and successfully infiltrated the castle. However, upon her entrance, she was swiftly discovered. Chapter 118. Frenzied assault. Shortly thereafter, Na Kai's subordinates, Red King Kamuza and White King CK, led 20 men to surround Xiao Qingqing. At the moment when a gun was pressed against her temple, the prospect of ending her own life became utterly unattainable. Soon, Xiao Qingqing found herself taken to Na Kai's chamber. Initially startled by her image on the surveillance, Na Kai was utterly breathless upon seeing her in person. As the undisputed leader of the Black Triangle, he had encountered countless women, yet none possessed the striking beauty and alluring figure of Xiao Qingqing. The instant he laid eyes on her, an insatiable desire ignited within him, and his gaze darkened with malevolence. Feeling the weight of Na Kai's wicked stare upon her, Xiao Qingqing was overtaken by a shiver of dread. She realized that being captured by Na Kai would lead to a grim fate, one fraught with humiliation and degradation before her demise. Regret washed over her as she wondered why she had ventured here, overestimating her own abilities. At that moment, she felt utterly powerless, unable even to consider her own escape. As Xiao Qingqing wallowed in regret, Na Kai ordered her limbs to be bound to the bed, approaching her with a lecherous grin. Kamuza and CK, alongside their comrades, gazed at Na Kai with eager anticipation, knowing that once he had his turn with such an exquisite woman, they would be next. This was one of Na Kai's tactics to win loyalty. Any woman he had been with would be offered to his subordinates thereafter. Just as Na Kai prepared to disrobe, a thunderous explosion erupted outside the castle, followed by a cacophony of gunfire, and the power was abruptly cut. Na Kai realized that an assault was underway. Yet he remained unfazed. His castle boasted 300 guards, armed to the teeth. Unless faced with a full-scale military invasion, his stronghold was impenetrable. Additionally, 800 soldiers were stationed in 2 fortresses nearby. He had no cause for concern. Thus, he instructed Kamuza and CK to manage the situation while he, undeterred, sought to seize Xiao Qingqing for himself. With such an extraordinary woman before him, he could hardly wait a moment longer. At that moment, the drone controlled by the small knife detected the presence of Xiao Qingqing in the vicinity. Without a moment's hesitation, Shuang soared up to the 2nd floor like a flash of lightning, closely followed by Dexiong and the monk. As the trio ascended, they confronted the formidable presence of Kamuza and Siko, accompanied by dozens of their men. Kamuza and Siko were armed with a Gatling gun, and despite the dimly lit corridor on the 2nd floor obscuring their vision, they immediately squeezed the trigger upon hearing footsteps from across the way. Instantly, the bullets from the Gatling gun poured forth like a torrential downpour, aiming mercilessly at Shuang, Dexiong, and the monk. Under the overwhelming firepower of the Gatling gun, the floor and walls of the second floor were shattered into fragments. Yet, the trio nimbly leaped aside, evading the onslaught of bullets. In the shadowy corridor, the three concealed themselves in a corner, rendering them undetectable to Kamuza and Siko. However, equipped with night vision goggles, Shuang and his companions could clearly see their adversaries. Although Kamuza and Siko could not discern their location, their guns continued to unleash a relentless barrage of bullets, aiming to suppress Shuang, Feixiong, and the monk with overwhelming firepower. At that moment, the drone controlled by the small knife swooped in like a specter, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon Kamuza and Siko's men. The guards were instantly mowed down in droves, and even Kamuza and Siko narrowly avoided being hit. Enraged, they raised the Gatling gun and began firing at the airborne drones, resulting in several being struck and exploding midair. Seizing the opportunity, Shuang, Feixiong, and the monk rolled out from their concealed position, unleashing a frenzied assault with their submachine guns on Kamuza and Siko. Simultaneously, they produced several grenades, hurling them toward their foes. The guards fell in droves, and Kamuza and Siko were sent sprawling backward, violently crashing to the ground due to the explosive blasts. Without delay, Shuang, Feixiong, and the monk surged forward. As they reached Kamuza and Siko, the two suddenly sprang from the ground, launching themselves at Shuang and his allies. Feixiong and the monk engaged them head-on, leaving Shuang to push ahead alone. Meanwhile, on the two roads leading to the outer castle, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, sending countless vehicles and personnel soaring into the sky. The flames from the explosions engulfed a vast portion of the night sky, and even the castle trembled, shaken by the force of the blasts. It turned out that Shuang and his companions had strategically planted an extensive array of explosives and landmines along those roads. Upon hearing the resounding explosions and gunfire emanating from the castle, the 800 guards stationed at the fortifications swiftly assembled their ranks and advanced towards the castle. As the leading vehicle made contact with the main fuse laid across the road, the explosives and landmines meticulously set by Shuang and his comrades detonated with a thunderous roar. The ferocious blasts obliterated a significant portion of the guards, decimating several military and armored vehicles in the process. Those armored vehicles that survived the initial onslaught crashed through the wreckage of their fallen comrades, rumbling onward towards the castle. At that moment, drones controlled by Xiao Dao and Tai Tu surged into the sky. Among them, a drone carrying a powerful explosive dove swiftly, skimming the ground before burrowing beneath an armored vehicle. Xiao Dao and Tai Tu then triggered the remote detonation, launching the armored vehicle skyward in a spectacular explosion. Subsequently, the drones unleashed a barrage of fire upon the guards, many of whom fell under the relentless hail of bullets. However, under the command of their leader, the remaining guards retaliated with fervent gunfire aimed at the drones. In no time, the drones were struck down, exploding in a fiery display across the sky. The once formidable force of guards was now reduced to just over 100. As they approached the edge of the castle, they were met by a formidable figure emerging before them. Xiao Dao and Tai Tu, each shouldering a rocket launcher, unleashed their projectiles upon the oncoming guards. The rockets detonated amidst the ranks of the guards, sending another 20 or so soaring into the air. Tossing aside their launchers, Xiao Dao and Tai Tu seized the Gatling gun lying at their feet. Chapter 119. A rampage unleashed with the Gatling gun held aloft. Its lengthy belt of bullets trailed behind them. The barrels of the Gatling spun at an astonishing velocity, unleashing a torrent of thumb-sized bullets upon the guards with a ferocity akin to a tempest. Under such overwhelming firepower, nothing could remain intact. The bodies of the guards were shattered upon impact, while vehicles were torn asunder by the relentless barrage. Shell casings rained down like snowflakes, accumulating into a sizable mound of golden brass at the feet of Xiao Dao and Tai Tu. The tremendous recoil of the Gatling gun caused their bodies to tremble. Yet their robust arms firmly gripped the weapon, resolute and unyielding as they stood their ground, not budging an inch. Though they each guarded a separate entrance, not a single guard from the opposing side could breach the castle's threshold. At the castle's entrance, Jin Gang and Nova expended the last of their ammunition almost simultaneously. Tossing their weapons aside, they lunged at one another with a fierce battle cry. Nova, resembling a powerful gorilla, and Jin Gang, true to his name, matched in strength and stature. Both were imposing figures, brimming with raw, untamed power. Every encounter between the two individuals is akin to the collision of a comet with the earth, powerful and exhilarating, leaving an indelible impression. As they rushed towards each other, exchanging blows in a fierce contest, their fists, each the size of a mortar, could easily fell a bull, yet they scarcely budge one another. The exchange is relentless. You strike me, I kick you, resembling two tireless, pain-immune automatons, each determined to rend the other asunder with sheer force. Concealed for the past 6 months, today, the stalwart Jean Gang has never fought with such fervor. Despite receiving countless punches from Nova, he feels no anger. Instead, he bursts into hearty laughter, relishing the thrill of battle. How delightful! Bring it on. Meanwhile, in the narrow confines of the corridor on the second floor, Kumza, Sko, Big Bear, and the monk are entangled in a fierce struggle. The tight space amplifies the peril of their confrontation, with each striving to slam the other against the wall or to pin them down on the floor. Shuang pays no heed to their skirmish. Instead, he swiftly glides like a streak of light towards the door of the room where Kai is located. At the entrance, 2 guards stand vigilant. Although their vision is obscured, they sense Shuang's approach and immediately open fire. Swiftly evading the bullets like a phantom, Shuang appears before them in an instant. He pulls the trigger, sending 2 bullets crashing into the guards' foreheads. With a powerful kick, Shuang forcefully bursts open the door. Upon entering, he finds Kai assaulting Qingqing, who, her mouth bound by tape, can only emit muffled cries. In a swift motion, Kai tears open her blouse, revealing her fair skin. Witnessing this, Shuang's fury ignites. He roars, "Beast! How dare you!" Raising his firearm to shoot Kai, he suddenly senses an overwhelming danger enveloping him. In an instant, a gleaming blade descends from above, poised to cleave him in two. Realizing the threat of the blade, Shuang hastily raises his gun to deflect the lightning-fast strike. A thunderous impact reverberates as the blade crashes against the weapon, creating a dazzling spark. An immense force surges through Shuang's arms, and to his astonishment, the steel submachine gun is cleaved in two. Remarkably, the vicious edge of the blade even slices through his bulletproof vest, leaving a gaping wound. This revelation astounds Shuang. Had he not donned the latest technological armor, he would have surely sustained grievous injury. The man severed Shuang's gun with a single stroke, and with a twist of his wrist, he swung another blade towards Shuang. Had he been struck, Shuang would have surely been cleaved in two. Swiftly, Shuang propelled himself into the air with a flick of his toes, evading the lethal arc of the blade. Landing against the wall, he executed a backflip and positioned himself behind the assailant. In a flash, he drew his handgun and fired a shot aimed at the man's back. Yet, astonishingly, as if he possessed eyes on his back, the man spun around and cleaved the bullet in half with his blade. At that moment, Shuang finally discerned the man's features. He was none other than the notorious Huang Tianwang, also known as the Knife King. After severing the bullet Shuang had fired, Ye Buti brandished his knife once more, launching another attack towards Shuang. Shuang narrowly evaded, but his handgun was knocked from his grasp by the force of Ye Buti's blade. Meanwhile, the man who had torn Qingqing's clothing turned his attention to Shuang, sneering. "So, you are from Shenzhou? It appears you have come for this woman. Allow me to show you how she will scream beneath me, haha." With a swift motion, he ripped the tape from Qingqing's mouth. How could she possibly remain silent after that? "Beast! Scoundrel! You are no human." With the tape torn away, Qingqing unleashed a torrent of curses. With a resounding slap, the man struck her hard across the face, his expression twisted with malice. "Keep cursing, you filthy woman. The more you scream, the more pleasure I shall take, haha. Let her go at once, or I will ensure you find no place to rest in peace." Shuang shouted as he dodged the man's blade. "Focus on saving yourself, kid. You'll soon witness an entertaining spectacle." The man laughed heartily, reaching to tear away more of Qingqing's clothing. With the summer attire being scant, it would not take long for him to completely strip her bare. "Shuang, please save me," Qingqing cried out, her voice tinged with desperation as she recognized Shuang's presence. "Do not fear, I will rescue you at once." Shuang reassured her loudly. "Oh, you know each other? That makes it all the more thrilling. Filthy woman, make sure to scream even louder for me." The man bellowed with glee. Chapter 120. The elimination of the scoundrel. After his raucous laughter, the man reached for Qingqing's pants. Observing this with urgency, Shuang deftly evaded Ye Buti's blade and surged towards the man like a bolt of lightning. "Huh, where do you think you're going?" Ye Buti shouted, leaping forward from behind. He followed closely on Shuang's heels, swinging his blade horizontally at him. In midair, Shuang inhaled deeply, then propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, narrowly eluding Ye Buti's knife. With a swift motion, he hurled several silver needles towards the scoundrel. Unanticipatedly, Nakai turned out to be a martial arts master. Upon hearing the whistling sound of silver needles shooting towards him from behind, he swiftly seized his garments, carelessly tossed onto the bed. With a deft twist of his body, he shook the clothing several times, generating a vortex of force that deflected the majority of Wu Shuang's launched silver needles. Nevertheless, 2 needles managed to pierce Nakai's hand. Though they did not strike any vital points, the sensation was merely akin to a mosquito bite, causing little more than a fleeting discomfort. This was largely due to Wu Shuang having expended most of his energy dealing with Yi Buti behind him. Had Wu Shuang unleashed his full power, Nakai would likely have been unable to withstand the assault. Kid, do you think you are the invincible East? Resorting to needles to harm others? Nakai scoffed. Removing the 2 needles from his hand, Wu Shuang was astonished, unable to believe that his silver needles had been thwarted by Nakai. He considered launching another barrage. But at that moment, Yibu Ti's blade struck again, compelling him to focus all his strength on defending against Yibu Ti. "Ha, foul woman, scream for me." Nakai cackled as he tore off Xiao Qingqing's clothing. Gazing at her ample bosom and curvaceous figure, Nakai's eyes glazed over, and drool began to escape his lips. "Foul woman, I am madly in love with you. I will cherish you later," he leered. "Scoundrel, you wretched creature. Get away from me." Xiao Qingqing, clad only in her undergarments, shouted angrily at Nakai. Yet, her protests did not deter him. Rather, they ignited an even greater desire within him. His hand inched closer to her bosom. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang, engaged in a fierce battle with Yibu Ti, kept a vigilant watch on Nakai's actions. Should Xiao Qingqing's purity be compromised, even if he succeeded in rescuing her, it would remain a significant regret. As Nakai's nefarious hand approached Xiao Qingqing, Wu Shuang deftly evaded Yibu Ti's blade and launched another silver needle towards Nakai. "Fool. Humph. Do you think these silver needles can deal with me? Dream on." Nakai, without even turning around, flicked his garment towards the incoming needles, believing that the power infused within his clothing would suffice to block and deflect them. Indeed, if it were merely the silver needles, Nakai's attire would have easily withstood them. However, he was oblivious to the fact that a black dagger followed closely behind the needles. Wu Shuang understood that his silver needles would not harm Nakai, so he braced himself against Yibu Ti's blade, sustaining a cut on his back, while simultaneously launching his black dagger with all his might. Though the dagger was released later, its speed surpassed that of a bullet, arriving nearly simultaneously with the silver needles. By the time Nakai sensed something amiss and perceived the lethal intent emanating from the black dagger, it was already too late. Though his garments shielded him from the silver needles, Wu Shuang's black dagger pierced through the fabric with alarming ease, striking towards his body. Just as Nakai intended to leap away to evade the impending threat, an icy chill, sharp and penetrating, invaded his being. He was suddenly enveloped in a bone-chilling cold, causing involuntary shivers to course through him, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. This frigid sensation rendered his movements sluggish, albeit marginally. Yet, that slight hesitation allowed Wu Shuang's dagger to penetrate his back and embed itself directly into his heart. The dagger shattered his heart in an instant, halting his breath and extinguishing the spark of life. His corpulent form collapsed onto the bed, landing atop Xiao Qingqing. Though he had perished, fear, regret, and defiance lingered in his gaze. Had he not been so arrogant and proud, had he turned to confront the silver needles, he believed he might have avoided the dagger's lethal thrust. Regardless of his beliefs, he was undeniably irrevocably dead. His substantial body lay atop Xiao Qingqing, prompting her to furiously curse, "You bastard, get off." Yet Nakai would never utter another word, nor would he move. In his bid to eliminate Nakai, Wu Shuang had exerted all his strength into the dagger, yet he himself found his life threatened as Yibu Ti's blade was poised to strike him down. In that critical moment, Wu Shuang threw himself forward, narrowly evading Yibu Ti's lethal blow. The blade sliced through the air, barely missing the fabric of Wu Shuang's clothing. Had his reaction been delayed by even a fraction of a second, Yibu Ti would have carved a long gash across his back. Wu Shuang felt a chilling breeze against his rear, as a piece of his shirt was severed by the razor edge of Yibu Ti's blade. He was drenched in cold sweat, internally acknowledging his narrow escape. Upon witnessing Nakai's demise at Wu Shuang's hands, Yibu Ti bellowed in fury, "You bastard! You've killed our elder brother. I will ensure you suffer." In a fit of rage, he delivered a fierce kick towards the ground where Wu Shuang lay, simultaneously twisting his wrist to bring his blade crashing down upon him once more. "You and your brother shared such a deep bond. Now go accompany him." Wu Shuang rolled aside to evade Yibu Ti's kick. Then, facing Yibu Ti, he swiftly launched a barrage of silver needles, which darted towards his foe like lightning. Yibu Ti sneered, spinning his blade with a flourish, unleashing a torrent of energy that shredded the silver needles mid-flight. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the fragmented needles hurtling back toward Wu Shuang as concealed weapons. Although the needles had been pulverized, they still possessed the potential to inflict fatal harm, bolstered by Yi Butiai's formidable internal power. Wu Shuang was taken aback, hastily rolling aside to evade the shattered silver needles. However, he fortuitously landed next to the pistol he had dropped. He quickly seized the firearm and fired 3 shots in a formation towards Yu Beauty. Chapter 121. Annihilation. Upon seeing 3 bullets hurtling towards him, Yu Beauty swung the knife in his hand, and in a split second, sparks erupted in the air as he deflected all 3 bullets to the ground. Yet, this action momentarily hindered his speed. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Shuang leapt and soared to the side of Nakai's bed. Pulling his black dagger from Nakai's body and casting the hefty form aside, Xiao Qingqing, struggling to catch her breath under the weight, finally exhaled in relief. Wu Shuang swung his black dagger, swiftly severing the ropes binding Xiao Qingqing, and handed her the pistol. He then pivoted and lunged toward the approaching Yu Beauty. The captivating beauty and devilish figure of Xiao Qingqing stirred a fervor within him. He feared that a lingering glance might lead him to lose control. With the black dagger in hand, Wu Shuang exuded newfound confidence, wielding it with lightning speed towards Yu Beauty. Yu Beauty countered with his knife, locking blades with Wu Shuang as they engaged in combat. The principle of weaponry dictated that every inch mattered. Yu Beauty wielded his knife with ferocity, the cold gleam of the blade radiating an intimidating aura. The dazzling edge enveloped Wu Shuang, poised to take his life with a single strike. Though Wu Shuang's dagger was shorter, its brevity was fraught with peril. It resembled a venomous serpent, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Should Yu Beauty's technique reveal even a slight flaw, Wu Shuang's dagger would deliver a devastating blow. Crucially, Wu Shuang's black dagger, its material indiscernible, stood undaunted against Yu Beauty's prized blade. Yu Beauty's weapon could cleave through even steel, yet it could not harm Wu Shuang's dagger. As their blades clashed in midair, sparks flew, but the black dagger remained unscathed. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, startling both Wu Shuang and Yu Beauty. It turned out that during their fierce battle, Xiao Qingqing had risen from the bed. Hastily donning the tattered clothing that Nakai had torn, she sought to cover her modesty. Once on the ground, illuminated by the faint emergency light, she caught sight of Nakai's lifeless form. The memory of Nakai's earlier humiliation ignited her fury, and she immediately pulled the trigger at his corpse. You have the audacity to desecrate even our leader's body? Face death. Seeing Xiao Qingqing fire at Nakai's corpse enraged Yu Beauty, who had been fiercely loyal to Nakai. He let out a furious roar and lunged toward Xiao Qingqing. We haven't had our fill yet. There's no way you can leave. With a cold chuckle, Wu Shuang swiftly pursued from behind. Upon hearing the rush of wind approaching, Xiao Qingqing immediately raised her hand and fired a shot at Yi Booty. In midair, Yi Booty swiftly swung his blade, slicing the incoming bullet in half. However, this brief moment of delay allowed Wu Shuang to close the distance. Thrusting his dagger towards Yi Booty's heart, Yi Booty kicked at Wu Shuang's wrist and then swung his knife towards him. Wu Shuang parried with his dagger, deflecting Yi Booty's kick. The two fell heavily to the ground, entangled once more. Meanwhile, outside the castle, the remaining guards under the command of Guy were left with only 20 or 30 men due to the suppressive fire of the Gatling gun. They had narrowly escaped death by hiding behind armored vehicles and large trees. Xiao Dao and Tai Tu, their Gatling gun barrels glowing red, had exhausted their ammunition. The two discarded the Gatling gun and brandished their submachine guns, charging forward. Brothers, let us avenge our fallen comrades. The fortunate guards, their eyes aflame with rage, surged forth from their cover to meet Xiao Dao and Tai Tu. With bloodshot eyes, the guards squeezed the triggers tightly, unleashing a torrential downpour of furious bullets from their submachine guns towards Xiao Dao and Tai Tu. Clad in bulletproof vests, the two remained unfazed by the incoming fire. Their precise shots repeatedly struck the foes' foreheads, swiftly taking down a dozen or so guards. The remaining guards were paralyzed with fear. Good heavens! How can these two shoot so accurately? Xiao Dao and Tai Tu wielded submachine guns, yet their firepower resembled that of a sniper rifle. Their emergence was not for vengeance, but rather a grim reaping of lives. Terrified, the few remaining guards turned to flee. My goodness, these two are like demons. Survival is their utmost priority. Xiao Dao and Tai Tu remained silent, pursuing and firing. Within 20 minutes, they caught up with the fleeing guards, eliminating them entirely. At the castle entrance, the fierce battle between King Kong and Nova was nearing its conclusion. Both were drenched in blood, their bodies riddled with countless wounds. Yet their fighting spirit remained undeterred as they charged fiercely at one another, eager to deliver a decisive blow. As they clashed once more, King Kong suddenly embraced Nova. And before Nova could react or struggle, he exerted all his strength, leaning back to slam Nova headfirst into the ground. The impact left Nova dazed, his head ringing and shimmering stars dancing before his eyes as he struggled to rise from the ground. However, the mighty King Kong was a step ahead. Swiftly rising from the ground, he leapt into the air and came crashing down upon Nova. With a thunderous impact, King Kong delivered a fierce elbow strike to the back of Nova. The immense force caused Nova to gasp and spurt blood, and the body he had just managed to prop up was violently slammed back to the ground. Yet, even in such a state, King Kong did not relent. Rising again, he bent down to seize Nova by his clothing. With a powerful grip, he hoisted Nova high into the air and then hurled him towards the stone lion at the entrance. The collision resounded with a deafening crash, as Nova collided intimately with the stone lion, nearly shattering every bone in his body and causing his internal organs to be jostled. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, he fell heavily to the ground. King Kong then leapt onto Nova's chest and raised his fist, as large as a mortar, ready to smash it into Nova's face. Chapter 122. Victory in sight. King Kong's stance resembled that of Wu Song battling a tiger, as he rained down blow after blow upon Nova. In just over 20 strikes, Nova's eyes bulged, blood streamed from his 7 orifices, and with a final kick, he succumbed. Only then did King Kong rise from Nova's body, not forgetting to deliver 2 final kicks. At that moment, Xiao Dao and Tai Tu arrived from outside, and King Kong looked up to inquire, "Has everything concluded outside?" "It's all over," Xiao Dao replied with a smile. The 3 did not linger, but immediately rushed into the castle to assist Wu Shuang and the others. In the corridor on the 2nd floor, Shuang was thrown several meters away by Ku Muja's shoulder throw. Dazed and seeing stars, Shuang fortuitously landed near the discarded Gatling gun. Unaware of the danger, Ku Muja lunged at Shuang once more, intent on finishing him off. However, while still suspended in the air, Shuang reached out and grasped the Gatling gun. "Farewell," Shuang roared, pulling the trigger. The Gatling gun erupted with fiery tongues, merciless bullets shredding Ku Muja's body to pieces, which fell gruesomely to the floor. After dispatching Ku Muja, Shuang bellowed, "Monk!" The monk, engaged in battle with Siku, immediately understood and dropped to the ground. Siku, caught off guard, barely registered what was happening before the bullets from the Gatling gun rained down upon him. In an open space, he might have evaded them, but the narrow corridor was littered with corpses, and the monk had a firm grip on his ankle. In an instant, the bullets, as thick as a thumb, tore through his body, splattering blood and flesh everywhere. After eliminating Siku, Shuang released the trigger, and the Gatling gun, still spinning rapidly, gradually came to a halt. At this moment, Xiao Dao, Tai Tu, and Jin Gang rushed up to the 2nd floor. Once the 5 of them gathered, they proceeded towards the room where Wu Shuang was engaged. Wu Shuang had been inside for quite some time, and they were concerned for his safety, fearing he might be in peril. Upon entering the room, they found Wu Shuang locked in a fierce struggle with Yi Buti, and only then did their hearts settle. However, just then, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck Xiao Dao. He could have dodged, but he knew he had to take the hit to protect his comrades. Besides, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so it was of little consequence. Unbeknownst to them, there were still adversaries from Nakai present. After being shot, Xiao Dao raised his submachine gun, ready to return fire towards the source of the shot. "Do not shoot. They are our people," Wu Shuang shouted urgently. Earlier, Xiao Qingqing, unfamiliar with Xiao Dao and his associates, mistook their arrival for that of Nakai's subordinates, prompting her to fire. After hitting Xiao Dao, she was about to shoot again, but at Wu Shuang's command, she lowered her weapon. Tai Tu, upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, refrained from shooting. Yet the attention of all 5 men was fixed upon Xiao Qingqing. To their surprise, the faces of these valiant men flushed crimson. Although the lighting was dim, their night vision goggles allowed them to see Xiao Qingqing clearly. Her attire, having been torn by Nakai, could scarcely conceal her alluring figure, revealing ample skin. As youthful men filled with vigor, how could they not blush at such a captivating sight? Immediately, they averted their gazes. Yet, inexplicably, it was as if Xiao Qingqing exuded a magnetic pull, drawing their eyes back to her. They shook their heads in denial, but unable to resist the allure. They stepped back outside. Xiao Qingqing, noticing their retreating footsteps, was left puzzled. Weren't they allies? Why did they not come to assist Wu Shuang? Only Wu Shuang understood the situation, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "These young rascals, if you came to aid me, wouldn't you be more focused?" Distracted by this thought, he narrowly avoided Yi Buti's blade, prompting him to refocus and engage once more in the battle. At that moment, Yi Buti was gradually losing ground. Initially shocked by the entrance of the 5 men, he had expected them to join forces with Wu Shuang against him. Now, seeing them retreat, he felt a sense of relief. realizing he needed to escape immediately to avoid his own demise. He forced Wu Shuang back with a strike and dashed towards the window. Wu Shuang quickly discerned his intention and swiftly positioned himself to block Yi Butiai's escape. The two adversaries clashed fiercely for several exchanges, with Wu Shuang's dagger striking from an inconceivable angle, carving a deep gash approximately 30 centimeters long across Yi Butiai's back. Yi Buti felt a sharp pain searing through his back, realizing the gravity of the situation. With all his might, he retaliated with 2 kicks and a slash of his blade, forcing Wu Shuang to dodge aside. Seizing this advantageous moment, Yi Buti leapt forth, his body soaring like a great rock or a celestial dragon, crashing through the window and plunging downward. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Qingqing discerned the imminent danger and, just as Yi Buti was about to shatter the window, fired 3 shots in quick succession. Taking advantage of the distraction, Wu Shuang also unleashed a silver needle from his hand. The sound of gunfire drowned out the whisper of the needle slicing through the air. After Yi Buti deflected the 3 bullets, he finally heard the ominous sound of the needle behind him, sensing the threat it posed. He swiftly reversed his grip on the blade, attempting to shatter the incoming silver needles. Alas, his speed was slightly lacking this time. Although he managed to destroy most of the needles, 5 of them still penetrated his back, striking precisely at his acupoints. Suddenly, Yi Buti felt a tightness in his back accompanied by a numbing sensation, disrupting the flow of his vital energy. Under normal circumstances, he could have utilized his internal force to expel the needles, but with his feet suspended in midair, he was powerless. Thus, after shattering the window, his body, rendered numb, plummeted downwards in a grotesque sprawl. Chapter 123. Treasures await the fall-shattered Yi Butiai's limbs, his entire body feeling as though it had splintered into countless pieces. Witnessing Yi Butiai's descent, Wu Shuang transformed into a streak of light, leaping from the window like a soaring bird. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly on the ground. Before Yi Buti could react, Wu Shuang's black dagger plunged into his heart from behind. Clutching his blade, Yi Buti struggled to rise, but with his heart shattered, he could barely lift himself before collapsing heavily once more, lifeless. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing approached the window, peering down to see the fallen Yi Buti, a weight finally lifting from her heart. However, she then noticed Wu Shuang retrieving Yi Butiai's blade and sheath. With a push off the ground, Wu Shuang soared through the air like an arrow released from its bow, propelling himself toward the window. Mid-flight, he deftly landed on a street lamp below, utilizing its metal pole's spring to launch himself upward once more, arriving at the window's edge in an instant. With a swift motion, he rested his hand on the edge of the windowsill, gracefully flipping himself inside the room. Witnessing Wu Shuang's remarkable agility left Xiao Qingqing utterly astonished. Just moments ago, when she and Wu Shuang leaped from this very window, she felt no particular thrill. After all, it was merely the 2nd floor. Even with her skills, jumping down was hardly an issue. However, Wu Shuang's effortless ascent from the 1st to the 2nd floor was nothing short of astonishing. The height of this castle's ceilings reached 4 to 5 meters. To soar such a distance seemed utterly implausible. One could only imagine that if Newton were aware, he might rise from his grave to reassess his laws of gravity. Yet, Wu Shuang soared up with such fluidity, appearing to exert no effort at all. Could this be the fabled lightness of foot? Xiao Qingqing had always believed that such abilities existed solely in novels and films, never in reality. Today, Wu Shuang's display had irrevocably altered her perception. "Director Xiao, what are you doing?" Wu Shuang inquired with a smile, noticing her stunned expression. He couldn't help but swallow hard. His gaze greedily fixated on her. The slight sound of his swallowing and the intensity of his stare prompted Xiao Qingqing to cross her arms defensively, muttering curses under her breath. "Director Xiao, I saved you, and yet you still label me a rogue. This is truly unjust." Wu Shuang swallowed again, reluctantly turning his head away, feeling wronged as he thought. "How can you blame me? It's not my fault you possess such allure," nearly revealing everything. He then approached the bed, tore off a sheet, and tossed it to her. "Director Xiao, you might want to wrap yourself in this for now. Otherwise, you'll be endangering both yourself and others." Xiao Qingqing felt the urge to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she draped the sheet around her. Curiously, she asked Wu Shuang, "How did you end up here?" "Director Xiao, your reasoning is flawed. This is not your precinct. Why should my presence here be questioned?" His words left her speechless, unable to counter his logic. "Oh, Director Xiao, I am unsure whether to commend your bravery or to criticize your reckless impulsiveness for daring to travel such a distance alone. Had we not arrived in time, the consequences would have been dire." As he spoke, Wu Shuang rummaged through the room, knowing full well that this was the lair of the most notorious drug lord. Such a space was bound to harbor valuable treasures, and they adhered to a principle of not returning empty-handed from their missions. This time would be no exception. With no retort to offer, Xiao Qingqing could only snort coldly before inquiring once more, "Wu Shuang, how did you know I was here?" At the moment Wu Shuang burst into the room, the lights had already been extinguished, leaving only the dim glow of an emergency light. Under such circumstances, Wu Shuang should not have been able to see her bound upon the bed. Yet, upon entering, Wu Shuang immediately demanded that her captor release her, indicating that she had long been aware of Xiao Qingqing's predicament. "How could I possibly know your whereabouts, being merely a security guard for the Redmane Group? If it weren't for the timely call from old Xiao, we would have acted sooner, and you would have faced dire consequences," Wu Shuang replied, rummaging through her pockets for valuables as she spoke. "Old Xiao? Which old Xiao?" Xiao Qingqing queried, perplexed. "That old Xiao, your grandfather," Wu Shuang retorted. "My grandfather? You know my grandfather?" Xiao Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment. Her grandfather held a significant position within the military, and it seemed improbable that Wu Shuang, a mere security guard, would be acquainted with him. Moreover, the familiarity with which Wu Shuang referred to her grandfather suggested a close relationship. "If I didn't know him, why would he have called me?" Wu Shuang responded, her irritation evident. Xiao Qingqing's inquiry struck her as rather foolish. Just as Xiao Qingqing was about to express her indignation and confront Wu Shuang, she recalled that her grandfather had indeed mentioned Wu Shuang during their last conversation. It appeared they were genuinely acquainted. "Who exactly are you? How do you know my grandfather?" Xiao Qingqing's curiosity piqued. She wondered how someone of Wu Shuang's stature could have crossed paths with her grandfather. "Hee, that's a state secret," Wu Shuang replied, leaving Xiao Qingqing momentarily speechless. "What are you doing?" Xiao Qingqing abandoned her previous line of questioning, but, noticing Wu Shuang rummaging through drawers, she asked again out of curiosity. "There are valuable items in this room. I cannot leave empty-handed." Just then, Wu Shuang heard a voice through her earpiece. "Boss, hurry to the basement. There are treasures to be found." It turned out that after exiting the room, Xiao Dao and his 4 companions had begun searching the castle. Upon discovering an underground vault in the basement, they had notified Wu Shuang. Upon hearing of the treasures, Wu Shuang promptly addressed Xiao Qingqing, "Director Xiao, come with me." Wu Shuang had come to rescue her, and unwilling to remain alone in the dark room, Xiao Qingqing immediately followed her out. However, as soon as they reached the corridor, Xiao Qingqing stumbled and nearly fell. Chapter 124. The black box. Use this. You can't see the way. Wu Shuang quickly handed Xiao Qingqing a flashlight, noticing her difficulty in navigating the darkness. The moment the flashlight was turned on, Xiao Qingqing gasped in shock. Had it not been for Wu Shuang's timely support, she would have surely fallen. Xiao Qingqing grew up in a family of soldiers and later became a patrol officer, having witnessed her fair share of death. Yet, upon seeing the multitude of lifeless bodies in the corridor, she felt a chilling sensation crawl over her skin, her heart pounding with shock. "With your level of courage, daring to venture alone into the jaws of danger is utterly laughable," Wu Shuang remarked, mercilessly critiquing her demeanor. For once, Xiao Qingqing did not retort. Instead, her complexion paled as the metallic scent of blood in the corridor made her stomach churn uncomfortably. Wu Shuang, however, empathized with her reaction, recalling his own initial shock upon encountering corpses on the battlefield. "Do not be afraid. Follow me," Wu Shuang urged, taking her hand and leading her forward. It was the first time since she had grown up that Xiao Qingqing felt a man grasp her hand. The warmth of Wu Shuang's palm and the masculine scent that enveloped her sent her heart racing like a flock of startled deer. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, striving to avert her gaze from the bodies below and keeping close behind Wu Shuang as they hastened onward. Before long, they arrived at the basement, where the underground vault awaited them. This vault employed a system from the Swiss National Bank, impervious to all but the correct password or explosives. At that moment, Xiao Dao was busy connecting to the vault's computer system, attempting to crack the code. The vault was protected by a formidable 128-digit password, a challenging task indeed. However, for Xiao Dao, known as the god of the internet, it took less than 2 minutes to breach the security. As the vault door swung open, everyone gasped in astonishment. Behind the door lay another, requiring both fingerprint and iris scans to unlock. "Jing Gang, go retrieve the body of that suspect," Wu Shuang commanded immediately. Jing Gang promptly dashed out and soon returned, hoisting the body with ease. Utilizing the suspect's fingerprint and iris, Wu Shuang swiftly unlocked the second door. Upon entering the underground vault, a collective gasp escaped the group. Surrounding them were rows upon rows of gold, jewels, and rare currency. "Boss, this kid was involved in illicit dealings, primarily cash transactions. The amount in the Swiss bank was merely a couple of 100 million, which I have already transferred to our account. This vault must contain his entire fortune, Xiao Dao explained eagerly to Wu Shuang. Good, let us pack everything up. Wu Shuang ordered. The 6 of them quickly set about gathering the gold, jewels, and currency into boxes. Just as they finished, they discovered a smaller safe at the very back of the vault. This piqued Wu Shuang's curiosity. In an underground vault, a safe likely contained something of great significance. He promptly opened the safe, only to discover that it contained not jewels or diamonds, nor any confidential documents, but rather a small black box. This box, ancient and weighty, exuded an air of mystery. Most striking was its flawless construction. It bore no keyholes or handles, presenting itself as a single entity, yet it felt hollow when lifted. Upon seeing the black box, Wu Shuang's ebony dagger trembled slightly, startling him. His master had once told him that this dagger was linked to his origins, as it was found cradled in his swaddling clothes when he was discovered. Despite a lifetime of research, his master had never discerned the material from which the dagger was forged. It was the first time in many years that Wu Shuang felt the dagger quiver. He hastily retrieved the dagger and compared it to the black box, realizing they were likely of the same lineage, crafted from the same substance. What manner of box was this? What secrets did it hold? Wu Shuang had no time for such musings. He quickly stowed the box away and assisted in transporting the gold, jewels, and other treasures outdoors. Observing their antics, Xiao Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle. These ruffians were more like bandits than thieves. It felt as though they were raiding a home. Yet, considering these were spoils from the adversary, her heart felt somewhat eased. She joined Wu Shuang and his crew in moving the loot. Before long, the underground vault was emptied, and their 3 SUVs were filled to the brim. It was then that Wu Shuang took up the phone and called Feng Mubai. The call connected swiftly, and he heard the anxious voice of Xiao Ziyu. You rascal. Have you rescued my granddaughter? Old man Xiao, do you doubt me? Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Rest assured, your granddaughter is safe and sound. She has been rescued. You scoundrel, I knew you would handle it well. Xiao Ziyu then spoke with a serious tone. You've stirred quite the hornet's nest today. That place is not our territory. You must return quickly. He and Feng Mubai had even deployed a satellite to monitor the situation over the Black Triangle. He had already resolved that should Xiao Qingqing face any danger, he would immediately order missiles to obliterate the adversary's castle, regardless of the international repercussions. After ending the call with Xiao Ziyu, Wu Shuang tossed the short blade he had confiscated from Yabuti to Daxiong. This was a dagger capable of slicing through iron. Freshly acquired, Wu Shuang remarked with a grin, knowing Daxiong was a skilled swordsman, albeit lacking a suitable weapon until now. Now, this short blade is a most fitting gift for the Great Bear. He eagerly drew the treasured dagger from its sheath, and in an instant, a flash of brilliance illuminated the night sky, reminiscent of a beam of light streaking across the heavens. Then, the Great Bear wielded the blade and struck at a nearby steel bar. With a crisp sound, the bar was effortlessly severed. What an exquisite blade! He exclaimed in admiration. The others cast envious glances at him, a mix of congratulations and envy evident in their expressions. Chapter 125, The Ninja's Obstruction Upon Entering the Vehicle. Wu Shuang pressed the red button on the remote control. Instantly, thunderous explosions erupted from the castle of Guess, engulfing the grand structure in towering flames. As the inferno surged forth, 3 armored vehicles, brimming with audacity, burst from the castle's confines and sped toward the direction of Lishur. The other factions within the Black Triangle soon learned of the situation in Guess, yet none dared to intercept Wu Shuang and his companions. After all, who would provoke those capable of effortlessly annihilating Guess? Thus, Wu Shuang and his entourage traversed the Black Triangle unimpeded. However, just as they were nearing the borders of Shenzhou, the lead vehicle came to an abrupt halt without warning. What is happening? Wu Shuang swiftly inquired through his earpiece, addressing the foremost driver, King Kong. Damn it! 5 ghostly figures have suddenly appeared on the road. King Kong replied, his frustration palpable. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang opened the car window to peer ahead. Yet, as soon as he extended his head outside, a fierce gust akin to lightning surged toward him. Startled, Wu Shuang quickly retracted his head to evade the oncoming wind. In a flash, he extended his hand and pinched the incoming force with 2 fingers. Ninjas from the great nation, he declared loudly, astounded by the unexpected presence of ninjas obstructing their passage. Determined, Wu Shuang exited the vehicle. It was not in his nature to shy away from an encounter when challenged. Following his lead, the others also disembarked, gathering at the front of the first vehicle. Indeed, 10 meters ahead, 5 ninjas clad in black stood poised. In the darkness, illuminated by the headlights, they appeared as phantoms of the night. Humph, who are you that dares to block our path? Wu Shuang demanded sharply, addressing the 5 ninjas. Huh. I never expected you to make it this far. Prepare to perish. The leading ninja bellowed as he unsheathed his katana and lunged toward Wu Shuang with a ghostly swiftness. The other 4 ninjas quickly followed suit, drawing their swords and darting toward Wu Shuang and his companions. Utterly nonsensical. Seeking death, Wu Shuang scoffed, flicking his wrist to unleash 7 or 8 silver needles toward the advancing ninja. The ninja let out a cold snort, brandishing his katana with a swift motion that sent several silver needles flying. In an instant, he appeared before Wu Shuang like a flash of lightning. Wu Shuang deftly flipped his hand, producing a black dagger, and lunged forward, striking at the advancing ninja. As their blades clashed, a brilliant burst of light erupted in the air. The ninja was forced to retreat a couple of steps, while Wu Shuang also staggered back slightly. An elite ninja, Wu Shuang couldn't help but glare at his opponent, realizing that this time he was confronted by an upper-tier ninja, and shockingly, 5 of them at once. After regaining his footing, the ninja soared back into action, his katana slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, aimed viciously at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang swung his black dagger, engaging in fierce combat with the ninja. Meanwhile, Xiong, Jingang, Tai Tu, the monk, and Xiao Dao surrounded the 4 other ninjas, resulting in a chaotic melee. Up front, wrapped in a bedsheet, Xiao Qingqing watched in astonishment as Wu Shuang and the ninjas clashed. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she believed her skills were commendable, especially since no one in the police force had ever bested her. Yet, witnessing the battle unfold, she realized how naive she had been, recognizing that her abilities paled in comparison to these warriors. Any one of the ninjas could easily defeat her in an instant. The spectacle of their combat opened her eyes, allowing her to witness Wu Shuang's true prowess for the first time. He moved with the grace of a startled swan and the agility of a dragon, wielding his black dagger like a poised serpent ready to strike. Any moment of negligence from the ninja could result in devastating consequences. Simultaneously, Wu Shuang unleashed a flurry of silver needles while the ninja executed his ruthless and cunning techniques, his katana appearing and disappearing like a ghost. His movements so swift they were almost imperceptible. As the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, Xiao Qingqing could barely discern their techniques, only hearing the clashing of weapons. After more than 30 exchanges, as they collided once again, both fighters were propelled backward. Wu Shuang, turning swiftly, launched a volley of silver needles toward the ninja's back. Upon hearing the whistling sound behind him, the ninja cursed under his breath and swung his katana back, attempting to deflect the incoming needles. Although he managed to knock away the majority, one needle found its mark, striking him. Instantly, he felt a numbing sensation coursing through his body, slowing his movements. Upon landing, he hurriedly summoned his inner strength to expel the needle embedded in his back. Under the full exertion of his internal energy, the silver needle embedded in his back began to tremble and gradually pushed outward. Had he been undisturbed, he might have expelled the needle within mere minutes. Unfortunately, Wu Shuang did not grant him that opportunity. After successfully landing a strike, Wu Shuang immediately propelled himself like a shooting star towards the ninja. He then raised his hand, launching a flurry of silver needles towards his foe, merging his body and blade in a single, decisive attack. The ninja, who was straining to force the silver needle from his back, was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of additional needles. Instantly, he dispersed his energy and swung his katana to deflect them. However, his movements were significantly slower, reduced by at least half. Before the ninja could even make contact with the needles, they had already pierced his body. In an instant, he felt his vital energy and meridians sealed, rendering him immobile, his body stiff and numb, unable to move. Alarmed, he let out a desperate shout, attempting to break free from the obstruction of his energy channels using the internal force from his dantian. Yet, the moment he summoned his internal power, Wu Shuang lunged before him, brandishing a black dagger, which he thrust forcefully into the ninja's heart. His internal energy dissipated instantly, his eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 126. Trouble after eliminating the first ninja. Wu Shuang flicked the black dagger in his hand and charged towards the ninja engaged in combat with his companion. Within half an hour, all 5 upper ninjas had been slain, and Wu Shuang and his allies spared no lives. They cared little for the identities of these ninjas. As long as they hailed from the Taigua, Wu Shuang's team would show no mercy. Their enmity ran deep, having recently offended Prince Gamodo of Taigua, and they remained unfazed by the impending threat. Upon reaching the villa in Lisher City, Wu Shuang accompanied Xiao Qingqing to purchase new clothing, as constantly enveloped in a blanket was hardly a suitable solution. Once they had acquired the garments, it was time for lunch, and Wu Shuang took Xiao Qingqing to the finest restaurant in Lisher City. After their recent successful heist, he felt it was only fitting to indulge himself. Xiao, already a striking beauty, radiated even more allure in her new attire, turning heads as she entered the restaurant. Instantly, she captured the attention of everyone present. Those who laid eyes upon her were inevitably drawn to her extraordinary beauty and captivating demeanor. The men, in particular, found themselves entranced, their gazes lingering on her exquisite features and alluring figure. Even Shuang felt a twinge of embarrassment under such scrutiny, while Xiao remained unfazed, accustomed to the attention. The two individuals traversed the grand foyer and entered a private room. No sooner had they taken their seats than a pallid young man, accompanied by 4 or 5 bodyguards, strode into their chamber. "You have entered the wrong room. Leave at once," pronounced Xiao, her expression darkening upon sighting the wan, disheveled figure of the young man. It was evident that he was no virtuous character, and his entrance with a retinue of bodyguards could only bode ill. Rather than reacting with anger, the young man nonchalantly drew out a chair and seated himself, leering as he remarked, "Ah, a beautiful courtesan, how delightful." He then turned to Shuang with a scornful tone, "Listen, lad, be sensible and depart at once. Relinquish this lady to me. It would be your gain." The smirking bodyguards behind him regarded Shuang with malicious amusement, confident that he would inevitably lose his girlfriend. Their master was a notorious figure in Li City. Any woman he desired was assuredly his to possess. Shuang, appearing to be merely an unremarkable individual, seemed unworthy of a beauty like Xiao. Such a stunning woman was only fit for the likes of the wealthy and powerful. Shuang found himself at a loss for words. A similar incident had occurred during a previous outing with Duan Hongming. Today, dining with Xiao, he never anticipated encountering such a scene once more. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Shang Yan. The latter, engrossed in conversation with Shuang, had failed to notice her approach and was utterly unprepared for her sudden aggression. The impact of her slap struck Shang Yan's face with such force that he nearly toppled from his chair. His previously pale complexion flushed crimson, and his lips and eyelids quivered involuntarily. The Shuang family was the foremost clan in Li City, ostensibly the wealthiest entrepreneurs and philanthropists, yet in truth, they were the most formidable gang and the leading drug traffickers. They wielded immense influence over both the political and business realms of Li City, standing as the unequivocal first family. As the eldest son of the Shuang family, Shang Yan had been accustomed to a life of privilege, with no one daring to oppose him, let alone strike him. Thus, it was a shocking turn of events when Xiao slap left him momentarily dazed. "You dare to hit me?" Shang Yan exclaimed incredulously, cupping his face in disbelief. "Not only will I strike you, but I shall also kick you," Xiao retorted icily. Launching a kick towards him, Shang Yan, having been raised in luxury and indulgence, lacked the fortitude to withstand Xiao fierce assault. Before he could evade, her foot connected forcefully with his abdomen. The sheer strength of her kick sent his frail form crashing against the wall, and as he slid down to the floor, a searing pain gripped his lower stomach like a knife. Then, clutching her abdomen, she let out a cry of anguish, her head tilting to the side as she unexpectedly breathed her last. This left Xiao utterly horrified. Although Shang Yan had been somewhat irksome, his transgression had merely been verbal. She had only intended to teach him a lesson. Never could she have anticipated that her single kick would lead to his untimely demise. Having been raised in a military family and later serving as a patrol officer, she had always adhered to proper conduct, never resorting to bullying or intimidation. Now, having inadvertently taken a life, Xiao was rendered speechless. Shuang, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly grasped Xiao hand and propelled them toward the exit with lightning speed. Regardless of Shang Yan's misdeeds, the sanctity of life was paramount. Trouble would surely arise once the patrol officers arrived. Moreover, given the presence of bodyguards and Shang Yan's brazen demeanor, it was evident that his family wielded considerable power. They had no choice but to flee and devise a plan later. Shang Yan's bodyguards were momentarily paralyzed with shock. They had accompanied him for a meal, and upon spotting Xiao, his gaze had fixated upon her. This had prompted them to follow her into the private room, intending to oust Shuang and monopolize Xiao. Little did they know that, in an instant, not only had they failed to seize Xiao, but they had also lost their charge. After a brief moment of stunned silence, several bodyguards split into 2 groups. 2 hurried to assist Shang Yan while simultaneously contacting Shang Daoquan, while the others dashed after Shuang and Xiao. However, by the time they reached the restaurant entrance, Shuang and Xiao had vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Dao and the others rushed out to greet them. "Have you found out about that guy?" Wu Shuang inquired anxiously as soon as they met. Yes, replied Xiao Dao. That fellow is Shang Yan, the eldest son of the Shuang family. He is notorious as the most wicked scion in Li City, known for his ruthless bullying of both men and women. The Shang family is the most powerful clan in Li City, ostensibly running a foreign trade export business. But in reality, they are the city's largest gang and the foremost drug trafficking organization. The family patriarch, Shang Daoquan, is not only the wealthiest entrepreneur in Li City, but also its most benevolent figure, serving as the deputy mayor. Now that Director Xiao had inadvertently taken Shang Daoquan's son's life, they had stirred a hornet's nest. We must leave immediately, otherwise, we shall find ourselves in grave trouble. No sooner had Xiao Dao spoken than the sound of screeching brakes echoed from outside the villa. Chapter 127. Citywide manhunt. Without question, those pursuing them were ill-intentioned. Wu Shuang and the others were taken aback, realizing just how formidable the Shang family's influence in Li City truly was. They had barely arrived home when, unexpectedly, the Shang family's men followed in pursuit. A monk swiftly stepped to the front of the villa, peering outside to behold over 50 imposing figures clad in black suits, each wielding machetes, charging toward the villa's entrance. The monk was taken aback and swiftly returned to the group, exclaiming loudly, "We are surrounded. What is there to fear? Let us fight our way out." Jin Gang clenched his fists, his spirit soaring as he spoke with fervor. "What do you mean by killing? This is our homeland, not a foreign land," Wu Shuang remarked, playfully tapping Jin Gang on the head. Hearing Wu Shuang's words, the tension in the air began to dissipate, and he let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Although they were no longer soldiers of the nation, they had once sworn to defend their homeland and protect their people. Now, standing on their own soil and facing the citizens of their nation, how could they bring themselves to harm anyone? Yet, having been encircled, how could they escape without resorting to violence? "Boss, this villa has a back door, which is relatively concealed. We can break through from there," Xiong quickly suggested. "The gold and jewels have all been buried, with only a few eagle tokens left in the car. Once we burst out of the villa, the sky's the limit. Who could possibly hinder us?" Wu Shuang and the others nodded in agreement. Xiong was indeed correct. Time was of the essence, and they needed to focus on the immediate situation. They boarded the 3 Land King vehicles and pressed the accelerator, racing towards the back door of the villa. The back door was equipped with an automatic sensor, and as the cars approached within 5 meters, it swung open. In an instant, the 3 vehicles thundered through the exit. However, as they emerged, the tires of their cars were punctured by road spikes. With the tires deflated, the vehicles spun helplessly in place, unable to advance. Suddenly, 4 to 5 dozen imposing men in black suits charged towards Wu Shuang and his companions. They could hardly believe that the back exit had also been surrounded by the merchant's men. Without hesitation, they flung open the car doors and leaped out. Wu Shuang and his comrades fearlessly rushed towards the formidable figures clad in black. Having faced even the warlord's armies in Black Continent, they were hardly intimidated by these merchants' henchmen. Though the men in black did not recognize Wu Shuang and the others, the order from their leader, Shang Daoquan, was clear. No one was to escape from the villa. Thus, armed with machetes, they charged at Wu Shuang and his group without discrimination, roaring as they advanced. Seeing the bloodthirsty eyes of their assailants, Jin Gang and the others realized that these men were desperate and would show no mercy if given the chance. Jin Gang snorted coldly, squared his fists, and plunged into the fray. Despite their lack of firearms or weapons, their fists proved more formidable than the machetes wielded by their foes. With swift and precise movements, they struck left and right, sending anyone unfortunate enough to be within reach flying with a single punch. Amidst the turmoil, Xiao Qingqing found herself encircled by 6 individuals: Wu Shuang, Xiong, Jin Gang, Xiao Dao, the monk, and Tai Tu, who shielded her with unwavering resolve. As she witnessed the menacing black-clad figures charging towards them, a sense of unease settled in her heart. She never anticipated that her impulsive actions would lead to such dire consequences. Although she had not witnessed the fierce battles within the castle, the sight of the countless corpses strewn across the ground revealed the formidable prowess of Wu Shuang and his companions. Yet now, confronted by these assailants, they found themselves restrained from unleashing their full might. After repelling the adversaries with a powerful strike, the black-clad foes quickly regained their footing and surged forward once more. Xiao Qingqing could discern the reason behind Wu Shuang's reluctance to employ lethal force, yet this realization only deepened her regret. Why had she not tempered her temper at that moment, opting merely to reprimand Shang Yan? Now, not only had she entangled herself in a grave predicament, but she had also embroiled Wu Shuang and his comrades in a perilous situation. Their inability to fight at full capacity made it exceedingly difficult to breach the encirclement of the black-clad assailants and escape. Brothers, while we may refrain from taking lives, we can still incapacitate them, Wu Shuang commanded loudly, observing that Xiong and the others were hindered in their movements. They might spare their lives, but they could certainly strike harder, rendering them temporarily unconscious or devoid of combat effectiveness, which would be a more favorable outcome. Upon hearing his words, Xiong, Jingang, Xiao Dao, the monk, Tai Tu, and the others immediately brightened with understanding, and their subsequent strikes grew more decisive. The black-clad adversaries soon found themselves in dire straits. After being sent sprawling by Xiong, Jingang, Xiao Dao, the monk, and Tai Tu, they lay incapacitated on the ground. In no time, Wu Shuang and his companions carved a bloody path through the encirclement of their opponents, seizing their vehicles and speeding away with a roar. Useless fools! What on earth are you doing? Unable to capture a mere handful of individuals. In the office of the deputy mayor, Shang Daoquan bellowed in fury upon hearing the reports from his subordinates. As the vice mayor in charge of the police bureau, he immediately ordered the retrieval of nearby surveillance footage upon receiving the report from Shang Yan's bodyguards, swiftly determining Wu Shuang and his companions' route. He promptly mobilized his black-clad subordinates, guiding them toward Wu Shuang's villa based on his intelligence. Thus, as Wu Shuang and his team returned to the villa, the black-clad figures arrived without delay. To his astonishment, despite deploying over 100 men, he failed to apprehend those few individuals. He immediately transmitted the assailants' photographs to Director Wang of the police bureau, instructing him to pursue them throughout the city. Simultaneously, he ordered the lockdown of all transportation routes in Lisher, severing every avenue of escape from the city. These scoundrels dared to murder my son. I will ensure they are captured and made to pay for his life. I shall avenge my son's death. Shang Daoquan clenched his fists and spoke loudly, his face contorted with rage. His secretary promptly relayed his orders to Wang Jianqing, who was already aware of the news. Upon hearing Shang's command, he immediately issued a nationwide wanted notice. Wu Shuang and his 6 companions instantly became infamous fugitives, wanted for murder across the country. Anyone who spotted them would be rewarded, whether by apprehending them directly or by reporting their whereabouts to the authorities. Chapter 128. A life for a life. All 70,000 officers in Lisher canceled any form of leave and flooded the streets in pursuit of Wu Shuang and his companions. Simultaneously, their photographs were disseminated to every airport, train station, and dock, with orders for immediate capture upon their appearance. Moreover, every highway, national road, and provincial route leading out of Lisher was heavily patrolled, laying a vast net in anticipation of their capture. To ensure thoroughness, Shang Daoquan also notified the military general stationed in Lishui, commanding him to dispatch a substantial number of regular troops to intercept and apprehend Wu Shuang and his group. This general, being affiliated with the Shang family, wasted no time in mobilizing the military to assist the police in the hunt for the 7. However, the primary force seeking to capture Wu Shuang was not the police, but rather the ruthless henchmen under Shang Daoquan's command. He had unleashed his 10 most formidable subordinates, seeking vengeance for Shang Yan. This group consisted of over 5,000 men, and Shang Daoquan, gritting his teeth, instructed them to show no mercy upon encountering their targets. Unbeknownst to Shang Daoquan, all his communications had been intercepted by Xiao Dao. Every order and deployment he made reached Wu Shuang and his companions without fail. They were taken aback. Shang Daoquan was indeed formidable. This was a comprehensive blockade, land, sea, and air. If they did not resort to extreme measures, escape from Lishui would be nearly impossible. Furthermore, hotels and inns throughout the city were conducting thorough inspections. Even with money, finding accommodation in Lisher had become futile. Boss, do not worry. I know of an abandoned factory. Although it is deserted, it still possesses adequate living facilities. We can temporarily take refuge there, one of them suggested. Very well, let us proceed to that abandoned factory. Wu Shuang commanded, and Taitu drove swiftly towards their new hideout. Upon arriving at the factory, Xiao Qingqing expressed her apologies to Wu Shuang. It is all my fault for bringing you such trouble. Director Xiao, this is nothing to fret over. We cannot blame you. The fault lies solely with that despicable Shang Yan. Rest assured, with us around, no one will be able to capture you or harm you in any way. Just as Xiao Qingqing was about to offer further reassurances, her phone rang. Seeing it was a call from Xiao Ziyu, she hurriedly answered. Qingqing, what on earth happened? Why has the city of Li issued a warrant for your arrest, claiming you committed murder? Upon receiving the report, Xiao Ziyu urgently called Xiao Qingqing. Hearing her grandfather's voice, Xiao Qingqing felt a wave of emotion, and tears began to stream down her face. Qingqing, please don't cry. What is going on? You must tell grandfather. The moment Xiao Qingqing began to weep, Shui Zhiqian was filled with anxiety. He knew his granddaughter well. She rarely cried unless she had encountered something truly distressing. As she sobbed, Xiao Qingqing recounted the events to Xiao Ziyu. Upon hearing the truth, Xiao Ziyu was enraged and slammed his hand on the table. This is utterly outrageous. A deputy mayor, the son of the wealthiest entrepreneur in Li City, is nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. Under the protection of Shang Daoquan, Shang Yan has undoubtedly committed countless misdeeds and harmed numerous young women. Qingqing, such a man deserves to die. Rest assured, wherever you are, grandfather will send someone to bring you home immediately. I want to see who dares to harm my granddaughter, Xiao Ziyu declared with authority. After comforting Xiao Qingqing for a moment, he promptly hung up and instructed his guards, prepare the military aircraft at once. Within 2 hours, Xiao Ziyu's military plane arrived at the garrison in Mang City. He was aware that the general stationed in Li City also bore the surname Shuang, and was likely affiliated with the Shuang family. It was clear that the garrison in Li City could no longer be trusted. The only way to safely extract Xiao Qingqing and her companions was to rely on the military forces in Mang City. The distance from Mang City to Li City was merely 200 kilometers, a journey that would not take long by car. Furthermore, the general of the Mang City garrison was a former subordinate of his, known for his unwavering loyalty. Upon reaching the Mang City military base, General Mu Jinsheng rushed out to greet him. Once informed of Xiao Ziyu's intentions, he immediately ordered the preparation of an extensive convoy of over 50 vehicles, which then sped towards Li City. At that moment, Shang Daoquan's secretary, clutching a tablet, hurriedly approached him. Have you identified those 2 individuals? Shang Daoquan inquired, eager to know the information. Head of the family, the woman is named Xiao Qingqing, currently the deputy director of the Tianhai City Criminal Police Bureau. Humph. What is a deputy director worth? If she dares to kill my son, I will ensure she pays in blood. Head of the family, a deputy director may not be significant, but she is from the Xiao family in Shangjing, and her grandfather is Xiao Ziyu. Upon hearing the name Xiao Ziyu, Shang Daoquan was taken aback. As the deputy mayor of Li City, he had some knowledge of Xiao Ziyu. If Xiao Qingqing was indeed his granddaughter, the situation had become much more complicated. However, his thoughts quickly shifted to his son, who had been kicked to death by Xiao Qingqing, and he bitterly retorted, Umph. What of Xiao Ziyu's granddaughter? Since time immemorial, it has been a fundamental truth that murder demands retribution and debts must be settled. Having taken the life of my son, one must pay for it in kind. He then inquired, who is that man? I cannot find any information about him. The secretary replied helplessly. What? Shang Daoquan exclaimed, rising in astonishment. As the deputy mayor, his authority was considerable. He could access information on any citizen of the divine land. If he could not uncover even a shred of information about a person, it could only mean that the individual's identity was classified, possibly even more significant than that of Xiao Qingqing. Issue a command to expedite the search for Xiao Qingqing and her associates. Whoever captures them shall receive a reward of 10 million, he instructed the secretary through gritted teeth. He understood that Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing's identities had already surpassed his own. To avenge his son, he must locate and eliminate Xiao Qingqing before Xiao Ziyu could whisk her away. Otherwise, avenging his son would prove exceedingly difficult. At worst, after killing Xiao Qingqing, he could flee to the Eagle Nation, leaving the divine land behind. At that moment, the secretary's phone rang. He answered and immediately exclaimed, Master, trouble. Xiao Ziyu has led the troops from Mang City towards our Li City. Chapter 129, Military Exercises for Security Purposes. Shang Daoquan had established an extensive intelligence network throughout the surrounding provinces and cities. His agents were embedded within government offices, the police department, and the station military. As soon as the troops from Mang City mobilized, his informants relayed the information without delay. Upon hearing this, Shang Daoquan was taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Ziyu's swift arrival. He had yet to locate Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, and now Xiao Ziyu was already en route. This was unacceptable. Quickly, instruct Shang Garong to lead the military under the guise of a military exercise to seal off the essential routes from Mang City to Li City. We must not allow Xiao Ziyu to reach Li City. Given Xiao Ziyu's elevated status, I fear Shang Garong may be unable to hold him back. Even if he cannot, he must attempt to delay him for as long as possible. Inform him that if he can thwart Xiao Ziyu, I shall grant him 100 million. If he can hold for over 5 hours, he shall receive 50 million. For the sake of avenging his son, he was prepared to invest heavily. Before the secretary could depart, his phone rang again. Shang Daoquan promptly answered. Master, we have pinpointed their location. They are hiding in an abandoned chemical factory on the outskirts. A spy from the business community reported excitedly. What are we waiting for? Mobilize all personnel and surround that factory immediately. Upon learning of Xiao Qingqing's whereabouts, Shang Daoquan felt invigorated. Tell Shang Guorong that he must delay Xiao Ziyu for over 5 hours. If he fails, I shall flay him alive, he reiterated to the secretary. Now, he intended to utilize this window of opportunity to eliminate Wu Shuang and the others before Xiao Ziyu's arrival. By then, there would be no witnesses. Enli City would remain under the dominion of the Shang family. Xiao Ziyu would be powerless against him. After the secretary left, Shang Daoquan made several phone calls, commanding all of the elite from the Shang family to converge upon the chemical plant. Simultaneously, he dispatched several martial arts practitioners who had reached the Hong realm to the same location. The previous encirclement of the villa had resulted in Wu Shuang and his companions escaping, indicating their formidable combat prowess. Thus, he deemed it necessary to reinforce the operation with these practitioners. Additionally, he ordered Wang Jianqing to mobilize the patrol teams to the vicinity of the chemical plant. Should his forces encounter resistance, he intended to deploy all available patrols without hesitation. He had steeled himself. Today, he would stop at nothing to eliminate Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang, avenging the death of Shang Yuan. Despite the Shang family's vast enterprise, he had but one precious son. With his son deceased, he harbored no mercy for the killers. What of Xiao Ziyu's granddaughter? Even if Xiao Ziyu had taken his son's life, he would still pursue vengeance against him. He swiftly exited the government office building, instructing the driver to transport him to the chemical plant with utmost urgency. Upon arrival, the Shang family's 800 elite stood ready, along with the 5 practitioners who awaited his command to launch a fierce assault on the chemical plant. The wireless signals had long been severed, rendering any electronic communication futile. Even if Xiao Qingqing sought to contact Xiao Ziyu, it was impossible. Discarding his outer suit, Shang Daoquan accepted a firearm from an underling. He was no longer the genteel deputy mayor, but had reverted to his original, formidable self. As the attack commenced, he proclaimed a bounty of 30 million for anyone who could exact vengeance for his son by slaying the murderer. Without further ado, he issued the order for assault, raising the bounty yet again to expedite the conclusion of the conflict and ensure Xiao Qingqing's demise. Instantly, the elite members of the Shang family surged towards the dilapidated chemical plant like a relentless tide. Their loyalty to the Shang family, coupled with the enticing bounty, was sufficient motivation for them to fight with fervor. Inside the derelict plant, Wu Shuang and his companions had become aware of their encirclement and readied themselves for battle. Although communication with Xiao Ziyu was currently severed, they knew he was en route to their location. Their objective was to hold their ground until his arrival. Despite Xiao Qingqing's accidental killing of Shang Yuan, who had committed numerous atrocities, the Shang family remained the most powerful gang in the area. Collecting irrefutable evidence against Shang Daoquan and Shang Yuan would justify their actions, framing the killing of Shang Yuan not as a crime, but as a necessary act of public service. Perhaps, this endeavor could even uproot the Shang family, eliminating the malignant presence that had plagued Lishur for years. On the road from Mang City to Lishur, Xiao Ziyu was filled with anxiety, wishing he could reach Lishur in a single step. With Xiao Qingqing's phone now unreachable, it was evident that they had been discovered by Shang Daoquan, who had cut off their communication with the outside world. Although Xiao Qingqing was with Wu Shuang, which offered him some reassurance, his concern remained palpable. However, the merchant is a local power in Lishur with a multitude of supporters. Should any unforeseen incident occur, it would lead to a lifetime of regret for him. The convoy has already reached its maximum speed, yet Xiao Ziyu continues to urge the driver to accelerate even more. He finds himself regretting not opting for a helicopter directly to the dilapidated chemical plant. Had he done so, he would have seen his granddaughter by now. Unable to reach Xiao Qingqing by phone, he decided to contact Shang Daoquan's secretary. "Who are you?" the secretary inquired, glancing at the unfamiliar number. "I am Xiao Ziyu. Inform Shang Daoquan that if he dares to harm even a single hair on my granddaughter, I shall not let him off lightly." As soon as the call connected, Xiao Ziyu launched into a fierce tirade. "Oh, it's Elder Xiao. Rest assured, once Shang returns from the meeting, I will certainly relay your message." With that, the secretary abruptly hung up. What can Xiao Ziyu do? He has no authority here. Moreover, he is merely a trusted aide of Shang Daoquan, who is currently leading an assault on the abandoned factory. It would be unwise to create disturbances at this juncture. After ending the call, Xiao Ziyu, feeling increasingly agitated, urged the driver to speed up once more. However, this time, his insistence led to the vehicles ahead coming to a complete halt. What is happening? Why has the convoy stopped? Upon noticing the standstill, Xiao Ziyu anxiously inquired. "Chief, please do not worry. I will check what's going on up ahead." Mu Jinsheng reassured him as he exited the vehicle and made his way to the front of the convoy. After 5 minutes with no sign of Mu Jinsheng's return, Xiao Ziyu decided to get out of the car himself and approached the front of the line. He found Mu Jinsheng embroiled in a heated discussion with a captain stationed at the roadblock. Mu Jinsheng, what on earth is going on? Chief, it appears that the garrison in Lishur is conducting military exercises here and has sealed off this area, Mu Jinsheng explained. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziyu immediately deduced that this was the doing of the Shuang family, intended to obstruct him. Immediately summon Shuang Guerong to see me, he commanded, striding towards the captain with an imposing demeanor. And who might you be? Our general is not someone who can be seen at will. The captain replied haughtily after sizing up Xiao Ziyu. General Shuang Guerong has issued a strict order. From now on, he will not meet anyone, nor will he allow anyone to pass. The general from Mang City was just turned away, and you, an unremarkable old man, dare to demand an audience with our general? Your audacity is remarkable. This is Commander Xiao Ziyu. You should promptly inform Shuang Guerong. Mu Jinsheng interjected angrily, witnessing the captain's insolence. I told you. We are currently engaged in military exercises, and the general is unreachable. I cannot relay your message. The captain sneered dismissively. Titles mean nothing. Even if the king himself were to arrive, I would not notify Shuang Guerong. Upon observing the attitude of the captain, Xiao Ziyu felt an intense surge of anger. However, there was no need to lose his temper over a mere captain. Therefore, he took out his phone to call Shuang Guerong. Yet, the call could not be connected, causing Xiao Ziyu to frown in frustration. It was evident that Shuang Guerong was deliberately evading him, making it impossible for him to reach out. I command you to immediately remove the roadblocks and allow us passage, Xiao Ziyu asserted loudly to the captain after ending the call. I'm afraid we cannot withdraw without orders from our general, the captain replied coldly, his expression darkening. However, before he could finish his words, Xiao Ziyu swiftly drew his pistol and shot the captain in the head. Xiao Ziyu was a man who had faced death in battle, decisive and merciless in his actions. The soldiers guarding the area alongside the captain were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that he would shoot without a hint of mercy. After a brief moment, the soldiers regained their composure and raised their rifles, aiming them at Xiao Ziyu and his companions. It was utterly outrageous to witness their captain gunned down right before their eyes. Even as the stationed troops of Mang City, they understood that taking a life warranted serious consequences. Seeing the soldiers of Lishur open fire, Mu Jinsheng raised his weapon as well, facing them defiantly. I am Xiao Ziyu. Are you attempting to rebel? He bellowed at the soldiers who had their guns trained on him. Upon hearing his name, the soldiers from Lishur were taken aback. They were familiar with this name, recognizing him as a figure often seen on television, a superior of their own superiors. To confront such a commanding officer with weapons was tantamount to insurrection. The purpose behind their roadblock was known only to a select few officials. The soldiers were merely following orders, unaware of the full context. The earlier captain had shown disrespect to a commanding officer and was executed on the spot. If you do not stand down, you shall share in his fate, Mu Jinsheng warned the soldiers. Hearing Mu Jinsheng's words, the soldiers hesitated and finally parted, allowing a passage for Xiao Ziyu and his group. The captain had been executed without hesitation, and they understood that refusing to yield would likely lead to the same grim outcome. As the road cleared, the convoy of the Mang City garrison charged through with brazen confidence. Once they had passed, someone discreetly reported the situation to Shuang Guerong. However, after traveling a mere 5 kilometers, they encountered a collapsed bridge ahead. This infuriated Xiao Ziyu, causing him to pace in agitation. The chemical plant was over 100 kilometers away, and this was the only route. Taking a detour would add at least 200 kilometers to their journey. With no other options, Mu Jinsheng had no choice but to summon a helicopter from their base, accompanying Xiao Ziyu as they flew directly to the chemical plant. The reconstruction of the bridge is undoubtedly too late. The others must take alternative routes. Outside the abandoned chemical plant, Shang Daoquan led the elite merchants, surging like a tide towards the plant's entrance. The gate, secured by a chain, was swiftly severed with a few strokes. With a fierce battle cry, the merchants charged into the facility. However, the foremost individual, in his fervor, failed to notice a slender wire positioned just 15 centimeters above the ground. In their reckless advance, they inadvertently severed the wire, causing debris and refuse from the roadside to cascade upon them. While these objects did not claim their lives, they left the merchants battered and bruised, their bodies marked with shades of blue and purple. This leniency was afforded by Wu Shuang and his companions. For had they chosen to deploy a few explosives, the outcome would have been catastrophic. This minor trap did not deter the merchants' momentum. As they rushed through the corridor and into the factory area, piercing sounds echoed, followed by anguished cries as several individuals fell to the ground. It was revealed that someone had employed a slingshot to launch small stones at them. Focus on the direction from which the stones are coming, Shuang Daoquan commanded, his gun raised, embodying the commanding presence of a general leading an army into battle. Under his direction, the elite merchants pressed on, undeterred by the incessant barrage of stones. Yet, the stones struck haphazardly, their trajectory unpredictable, leaving the merchants uncertain of Wu Shuang and his allies' precise location. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao, De Xiong, Tai Tu, Heisheng, and Jin Gang, armed with makeshift slingshots, darted about the factory grounds, shifting positions to confound the merchants. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qing observed the unfolding scene from an office in the administration building, reveling in the spectacle. Faced with the situation, Shuang Daoquan had no choice but to order a comprehensive search of the factory area. The 5 devoted attendants, skilled in their craft, swiftly advanced, honing in on the sounds to locate Xiao Dao and his companions. While their agile maneuvers might deceive Shuang Daoquan and his men, they were no match for the 5 attendants, each formidable in their own right and unmatched in leisure to date. Their arrogance was palpable, and upon realizing they had been toyed with, their anger flared. Such mockery had never been tolerated before. Today, Xiao Dao and his companions' audacity could lead to their demise. Chapter 131. 800 elites. The 5 attendants each fixed their gaze upon one of Xiao Dao, De Xiong, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and Heisheng, launching themselves forward with intent. In the abandoned chemical plant, the elite forces of the merchants flitted about like headless flies, creating an overwhelming clamor. It was only upon witnessing the agility and speed of the 5 attendants that a glimmer of excitement ignited in Wu Shuang's eyes. Their prowess appeared to surpass that of the 4 heavenly kings by a slight margin. Soon enough, the 5 attendants caught up with the likes of Xiao Dao, De Xiong, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monk, leading to a chaotic melee among the 10. The merchants' elite rallied behind the 5 attendants, cheering them on with fervor. Encouraged by the support, the 5 attendants unleashed even more vicious and lethal strikes, eager to eliminate Xiao Dao and his companions in a single blow. However, Xiao Dao and his comrades were no less formidable, possessing comparable strength to that of the 5 attendants. Moreover, having endured countless life-and-death battles, they were seasoned veterans in combat. The initial clash resulted in a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Observing from outside the battlefield, Shuang Daoquan noted the absence of Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang. He bellowed at the merchants' elite, "What are you standing around for? There's a man and a woman. Go find them and eliminate them on sight." The conflict had erupted between Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, with the latter having been responsible for a previous fatality. Only by locating and dispatching these 2 could he truly avenge his son. Eager to earn the bounty promised by Shuang Daoquan, the merchants' elite sprang into action, their demeanor transforming into that of fierce hunters. Before long, some had traced their way to the office building, aware that they would soon be discovered. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm as they strolled leisurely toward the exit. Upon reaching the rooftop of the office building, the elite merchants spotted them and cried out in excitement. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing had been seen first, which meant that the 30 million bounty offered by Shuang Daoquan was now within their grasp. With only the 2 of them against 10, the prospect of dividing such a sum was enticing. Thus, driven by selfish motives, they refrained from alerting their companions. With a unified roar, the 10 charged at Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Wu Shuang, with a disdainful smile, regarded them as inconsequential, continuing to advance as if on a leisurely stroll. The first 2 to reach him, poised to strike, were met with a sudden jolt as Wu Shuang's shoulders shifted. They felt a powerful kick land squarely upon them, sending them soaring backwards like kites in the wind. They crashed into the wall behind them and, upon slumping to the ground, succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing 2 companions rendered unconscious by a kick from Wu Shuang, the others displayed not a shred of sympathy. Rather, they reveled in their misfortune. With 2 individuals incapacitated, the eventual capture of Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing would mean a lesser division of spoils, a cause for celebration indeed. However, their joy was short-lived, as they too were soon sent soaring through the air, colliding violently with the walls, and subsequently succumbed to unconsciousness. The sounds of combat emanating from the office building prompted Shuang Daoquan to deduce that Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were undoubtedly within its confines. He immediately shouted to the crowd, instructing them to seize the 2 individuals. The elite forces of the Shuang clan, hearing his command, surged toward the office building like a tidal wave. Yet, before the contingent could arrive, several figures were seen hurtling backward out of the entrance, followed closely by Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, who emerged with an air of nonchalance. Now, the 800 elite warriors of the Shuang clan had encircled the exterior of the office building. Upon gazing at the dense throng before her, Xiao Qingqing involuntarily inhaled sharply. For her, facing a dozen adversaries alone should not pose significant difficulty. Yet, confronted with the formidable crowd ahead, her confidence wavered. These individuals, far from merely standing idle, appeared as fierce as ferocious beasts, seemingly unwilling to allow her the luxury of unchallenged combat. Sensing Xiao Qingqing's unease and observing the apprehension in her gaze, Wu Shuang offered a reassuring smile, stating, "Director Xiao, fear not. With me by your side, none shall harm you." He then took her hand, a gesture he had repeated for the second time. Though instinctively resistant, Xiao Qingqing's trepidation dissipated in light of their precarious situation and Wu Shuang's radiant, confident demeanor. The so-called female Tyrannosaurus, Xiao Qingqing, found herself yielding to his grasp without any resistance. As Wu Shuang held her hand, the tension that had previously gripped Xiao Qingqing vanished, replaced by a sense of relaxation. The sight of the couple, unabashed and intertwined, incited a sense of contempt and humiliation among Shang Daoquan and his 800 elite warriors. "Brothers, tear them apart. Avenge my son," Shang Daoquan bellowed, pointing at Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, his voice echoing with fury. The elite warriors of the Shang clan, armed with machetes, axes, and steel pipes, charged forward with a roar, akin to a relentless tide, surging toward Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, it was evident that even if Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were augmented by 100-fold, they would still be crushed beneath the weight of their opponents. Upon witnessing the elite forces of the merchant surge forward, Wu Shuang exhibited no signs of trepidation. Instead, a fierce fire ignited in his eyes. As the initial wave of attackers reached him, he emitted a cold snort and swiftly lifted his right foot to deliver a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, a dozen or so individuals were sent flying backward like cannonballs, crashing heavily to the ground and inadvertently toppling several others. Yet, the subsequent wave of assailants paid no heed to this spectacle, continuing their relentless advance, convinced that their sheer numbers would trample Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing into mere pulp. Chapter 132. The chaotic battle. Though the merchant's elite came crashing in waves, akin to a tumultuous sea, Wu Shuang remained as steadfast as a colossal rock by the shore. Each incoming attacker was repelled, as though they were retreating waves, sent spiraling back in disarray. Initially, Xiao Qingqing felt a flicker of fear as she confronted the frenzied crowd, her complexion paling. However, as time passed, 3 to 4 minutes, to be precise, her initial anxiety dissipated. No one had managed to reach her. Each assailant was dispatched by Wu Shuang's powerful kick, posing no threat whatsoever. This experience allowed Xiao Qingqing to truly appreciate Wu Shuang's unparalleled aura of dominance. He appeared as an unstoppable force, akin to a perpetual motion machine, relentlessly lifting his legs to kick out at the oncoming elite, sending each one flying with every strike. Those who were kicked away would roll on the ground only to rebound and charge at Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing once more. At this juncture, the 5 attendants took notice of Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, immediately abandoning their skirmish with Xiao Dao, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monk. Their focus shifted entirely toward eliminating Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing for the promised bounty. As they leaped toward their targets, they trampled over the heads of others, propelling themselves forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monk pursued them, resulting in a chaotic melee above the heads of the merchant's elite. The 10 combatants felt little concern for the turmoil below, but the onlookers found it unbearable. Fortunately, the 10 moved with remarkable agility, darting from one head to another like a dragonfly skimming the surface of water. Had they engaged in a prolonged struggle atop a single individual, that person would surely have suffered greatly. While Xiao Dao, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monk battled the 5 attendants, they simultaneously targeted the merchant's elite, toppling those beneath the attendants' feet, thus rendering the latter unable to find solid ground above. The 5 attendants, however, proved to be quite nimble, gracefully navigating the tumultuous battlefield without ever descending to the ground. As they drew ever closer to Wu Shuang, an intensified murderous intent gleamed in their eyes. The 5 of them soared into the air, launching themselves towards Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing with lightning speed. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Dao, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monks ceased their pursuit of the 5 assailants. Instead, they swiftly descended, landing amidst the throng. Confronted by the elite forces of the merchants, Xiao Dao and his comrades immediately unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, toppling everyone in their vicinity. Jin Gang and Xiong even transformed into human wrecking balls, rolling through the crowd, causing the merchant's elite to fall in droves wherever they passed. Meanwhile, the 5 attendants, akin to headless hawks, dove towards Shuang and Shuang. Before they could launch their assault, Shuang waved his hand, sending a flurry of silver needles hurtling towards them. The attendants, surrounded by the glimmering cold light and the sound of piercing air, paid little heed, finding themselves suspended in the air with no leverage to counter Shuang's onslaught. 2 of them hastily utilized a weighted descent, plummeting to evade the silver needles. One individual inhaled deeply then, with a stomp of his left foot and a push from his right, soared upward to avoid the attack. 2 others, typically arrogant and dismissive, scoffed at the sight of the silver needles. In their minds, they were invincible in Li City, their inner strength unparalleled. They deemed the tiny silver needles inconsequential. Harnessing their internal energy, they struck out with their palms, aiming to swat the incoming needles away. However, reality dealt them a harsh blow. The needles were infused with Shuang's formidable inner strength. Their attempt to deflect the needles failed miserably, resulting in the needles piercing through their palms. Simultaneously, several needles found their mark on their bodies, leaving them feeling a sudden numbness, akin to a tattered sack, as they plummeted from the air. Upon hitting the ground, before they could rise, they were trampled by the advancing crowd behind them. Don't step on them, clear the way. Yet, the merchant's elite paid no heed. Their sole focus was to eliminate Shuang and Shuang to claim the bounty. In an instant, dozens surged over their fallen forms, intent on breaking through. They attempted to push back against the onslaught, but their bodies felt heavy and numb, rendering their internal energy useless. Their shouts were drowned out by the cacophony of the charging horde, unheard amidst the chaos. Their heads and faces were trampled repeatedly by the soles of those people's shoes, rendering them unable even to open their mouths. In the eyes of the crowd, only Shuang and Shuang mattered. The plight of the 2 on the ground was of no concern to anyone. They had fallen directly in front of Shuang, precisely in the path of the merchant's elite forces charging forward. Beneath the feet of the crowd, they were utterly powerless to rise, tragically crushed to death by the throng. The other 3 attendants, having no time to spare for their fallen comrades, lunged once more at Shuang. One soared through the air while the other 2 attacked from the ground, a formidable combination assaulting Shuang. He countered by striking at the airborne assailant while simultaneously kicking the 2 on the ground. Meanwhile, the elite forces of the merchants had reached Shuang, launching their assault upon her. Despite her considerable martial prowess, after dispatching a few attackers, she began to feel overwhelmed. Observing her distress, Shuang swiftly repelled the 3 attendants, pulling Shuang close to him. With a flurry of powerful kicks, he sent the assailants flying away from her. The 3 attendants charged again, and Shuang's countenance darkened, his eyes blazing with ruthless fury. With a swift motion, he drew forth his black dagger, swinging it menacingly toward the trio. A chilling, brilliant blade aura rapidly expanded in their sight, striking before them. Chapter 133. A sudden turn of events. The 3 attendants, witnessing Shuang's lethal blade aura, recoiled in fear, unarmed and unwilling to meet its edge. At that moment, Xiao Dao, Tai Tu, Jin Gang, De Xiong, and the monk, like 5 ferocious beasts, surged forth from the crowd. Positioning themselves before Shuang and Shuang, they formed a sturdy defensive line, effectively blocking the majority of the merchant's elite forces. The pressure on Shuang and Shuang diminished significantly, and Shuang could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. The merchants, driven by the promise of a 30 million bounty, fought with unparalleled ferocity, proving far more formidable than the Qing men. Just then, the 3 attendants, their faces contorted with rage, charged back. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they had failed to subdue a single opponent and had even lost 2 of their own, a source of humiliation for them. In a desperate bid to turn the tide, they seized 3 weapons from others and advanced with renewed bravado. Armed, their confidence swelled, and they surged forward with greater ferocity. "Stay behind me. I shall deal with these scoundrels," Shuang whispered to Shuang. Understanding the dynamics of battle, she complied and positioned herself behind him. Shuang stood resolute, exuding an aura of unshakable strength, not particularly tall in stature, yet his presence offered Shuang an unparalleled sense of safety. Soon, the 3 enforcers brandished their machetes and charged towards Shuang, whereupon the 4 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Shuang deftly wielded his dagger, parrying the strikes of the 3 enforcers. In a flash of steel, he counterattacked them. Back and forth, the 4 were locked in a chaotic melee once again. "You wretched dogs, bullying the few with the many. Take this," bellowed De Xiong, witnessing the 3 enforcers surrounding Shuang. He drew the treasured sword that Shuang had gifted him and rushed towards the enforcers. The 3 enforcers had initially planned for 2 to surround Shuang, while 1 would swiftly eliminate Xiao Qingqing. However, upon seeing Xiong charging, the enforcer who was meant to strike at Xiao Qingqing hastily redirected his attention to face Xiong. As Xiong's sword descended, the enforcer hurriedly raised his machete, attempting to deflect the blow. It was only when Xiong's sword was about to clash with his weapon that he realized it was the renowned sword of Yi Buti. Having witnessed its power on a few occasions, he was taken aback, never imagining it would be wielded by Xiong. As the sword fell, terror gripped him, and he desperately sought to evade the strike, but it was too late. Xiong's sword cleaved through his machete as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Fortunately, he managed to retreat just in time. Otherwise, he would have been disemboweled. Nevertheless, Xiong's sword left a 2-foot gash across his body. The blade's sharpness was so acute that he felt no pain as it sliced through him, but in an instant, blood gushed from the wound, and he was overwhelmed by excruciating agony. He trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Xiong's massive foot propelled him backward like a cannonball. Xiong then pivoted and lunged at the other 2 enforcers. Just as the chaos reached its peak, a thunderous roar of a helicopter filled the air. "Cease at once. All of you stand down. Whoever dares to move shall be shot on the spot," commanded an authoritative voice through the helicopter's loudspeaker. Upon hearing that voice, Xiao Qingqing was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. Though it had been a long time since they last met, she instantly recognized her grandfather's voice. The fighting came to an abrupt halt as everyone involuntarily looked skyward. Above them loomed a colossal military helicopter, its dark, chilling gun barrels ominously exposed. Even the most elite among the merchants, not to mention the remaining 2 enforcers, gasped in shock at the sight of the revealed gun barrels. No matter how formidable a person may be, they cannot possibly contend with the firepower of an armed helicopter. Under the intimidation of the helicopter, despite the palpable tension among the crowd, not a single individual dared to make a move. Xiao Qingqing, Shuang, and others wore victorious smiles with Xiao Ziyu's arrival. They felt secure. Shang Daoquan, however, seethed with rage, gritting his teeth in frustration, yet even he refrained from action in the helicopter's presence. After hovering above the chemical plant for a moment and observing the crowd's hesitance, the helicopter finally located a flat area and descended slowly. Subsequently, Xiao Ziyu, Mu Jincheng, and several guards confidently stepped down. "Old Xiao, General Mu, what brings you here?" Shang Daoquan approached them with an ingratiating smile. "Humph, it is your insidious influence that has summoned us," Xiao Ziyu retorted coldly. "Old Xiao, you jest. There is no insidious influence here." Shang Daoquan responded awkwardly. "What is the purpose of gathering so many people here in broad daylight?" Xiao Ziyu reprimanded sternly. As a 5-star general, he held several ranks above Shang Daoquan. Thus was well within his rights to admonish him. "Old Xiao, my son was killed by that girl inside with a kick. I am currently in pursuit of the murderer," Shang Daoquan exclaimed. "As a deputy mayor, you possess no law enforcement authority. These individuals are not officers. What right do you have to pursue a murderer? You are breaking the law and will face additional consequences. Immediately leave with your people, or you shall understand the repercussions," Xiao Ziyu warned with a piercing glare. "Old Xiao, let me explain. The situation is as follows." Shang Daoquan stealthily approached Xiao Ziyu. Just as Xiao Ziyu sensed the danger of Shang Daoquan's proximity, the latter swiftly drew his handgun, pressing it against Xiao Ziyu's temple. "Shang Daoquan, you dare to point a gun at the commander? Release him at once, or I shall shoot you," Mu Jincheng commanded, astonished by Shang Daoquan's audacity. He and the guards immediately surrounded Shang Daoquan with their weapons drawn. "Mu Jincheng, lower your weapons immediately, or a tremor in my hand could cost Xiao Ziyu his life," Shang Daoquan sneered, pressing the gun closer. "Shang Daoquan, how dare you threaten the commander with a firearm? Have you lost your mind? Release him at once, or you will face dire consequences. Not just you, but your entire family will be implicated," Mu Jincheng shouted, his gun aimed squarely at Shang Daoquan. "Mu Jincheng, your threats are quite terrifying, and I am truly afraid. Do you really think I, Shang Daoquan, am easily intimidated? One mere Shang Daoquan cannot frighten me. Xiao Ziyu is just an ordinary man. He is not endowed with extraordinary powers. It is rather childish of you to think you can intimidate me with such an old man." Shang Daoquan laughed heartily, speaking with an air of arrogance. "You are utterly reckless, Shang Daoquan," Mu Jincheng retorted furiously. "Reckless? Is it not recklessness when his granddaughter mercilessly kicks my son to death? Now he rushes over, seeking to use his power to rescue her. Does that not constitute recklessness?" Shang Daoquan ground his teeth, roaring angrily at Mu Jincheng. While they were locked in confrontation, All eyes were drawn to the spectacle, and one of Shuang Daochuan's trusted subordinates dashed towards the armed helicopter. He seized the pilot and took control of the aircraft. "Well done, Shang Luo. You shall be handsomely rewarded," Shang Daoquan exclaimed, unable to contain his praise upon witnessing his subordinate's successful takeover of the armed helicopter. Mu Jinsheng and his companions were taken aback, shocked that a moment's negligence had allowed the armed helicopter to be commandeered. Xiao Ziyu cast a glance at Shang Daoquan, astonished to discover the extent of his intelligence network, which not only anticipated his arrival, but also uncovered the connection between him and Xiao Qingqing. "Shang Daoquan, my granddaughter Xiao Ziyu is certainly not a person who engages in wrongdoing or bullies others with her influence. Had your son not first offended my granddaughter, she would never have kicked him to death. I have come here to uncover the truth. If my granddaughter were to have killed your son without provocation, I would personally put an end to her. If not, no one shall unjustly accuse her." Despite the gun pressed against his forehead, Xiao Ziyu remained undaunted, speaking with formidable authority and without a hint of fear. "Old man, your words are well spoken, but I am the one in charge here. Your granddaughter killed my son. I shall see to it that she pays with her life. Xiao Qingqing, heed my words. Your grandfather is in my grasp. You have 10 seconds to come here, or I shall not hesitate to end your grandfather's life." Shang Daoquan shouted towards Xiao Qingqing's direction. Having overheard the exchange between Shang Daoquan and Mu Jinsheng, Xiao Qingqing immediately realized her grandfather was in peril. Her heart raced, and her eyes brimmed with tears, on the verge of breaking down. Her grandfather, at such an advanced age, should be enjoying a peaceful life in the capital, yet here he was, in danger for her sake. Overwhelmed with guilt, she cried out, "I am coming right away. Please, do not harm my grandfather." Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Qingqing pushed through the crowd towards Shang Daoquan. Wu Shuang, concerned for her safety, followed closely behind, and together they surged forward. The members of the Shang family parted to create a path for them. However, as they stepped into this corridor, a fierce and menacing figure lunged towards Xiao Qingqing, aiming a kick at her. Xiao Qingqing's heart was entirely focused on her grandfather, completely oblivious to the impending kick aimed at her. Just as it seemed she would be struck, Wu Shuang rushed in, delivering a powerful kick to the assailant's leg, sending him flying. "Huh, you two are not allowed to block or dodge. Otherwise, I will immediately harm Xiao Ziyu," shouted Shang Daoquan, observing the situation. At that moment, another individual swung a steel pipe viciously toward Xiao Qingqing. In a state of panic, she closed her eyes, no longer attempting to evade, allowing the pipe to strike her. However, the next instant, she heard the sound of the pipe hitting flesh but felt no pain. When she opened her eyes, she realized Wu Shuang had shielded her, taking the blow instead. "Wu Shuang, why are you so foolish?" Xiao Qingqing exclaimed, filled with guilt and concern. "It's nothing. My skin is tough, it doesn't hurt." Wu Shuang replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Damn it, how dare you strike our leader? You are courting death," Xiong roared, witnessing someone assault Wu Shuang with the steel pipe. Furious, he brandished his knife and charged at the assailant. Upon hearing Xiong's roar and seeing him, along with Xiao Dao, Tai Tu, Jin Gang, and the monk, rushing toward him, the assailant's face turned pale with fear. Before the remaining two attendants could intercept Xiao Dao and the others, Shang Daoquan bellowed, "Everyone is forbidden from resisting or causing chaos. Anyone who dares to defy me will find a new hole in this old man's forehead." "Damn it, how dare you threaten us?" Xiong retorted, but was interrupted by Wu Shuang. He could ignore others, but Wu Shuang's words were as authoritative to him as a royal decree. He dared not disobey. As Xiong, Xiao Dao, Tai Tu, Jin Gang, and the monks ceased their advance, 5 armed men swiftly surrounded them, pressing guns to their heads. The treasured knife in Xiong's hand was snatched away by one of the attendants. Subsequently, each of them received a brutal punch to the abdomen, causing waves of excruciating pain that made their bodies curl up like shrimp. Witnessing his brothers being attacked, Wu Shuang felt his heart twist in anguish. Yet, with Xiao Ziyu's life threatened by a gun, he had no choice but to endure. Then, Wu Shuang grasped Xiao Qingqing's hand, leading her towards Shang Daoquan. At that moment, from both sides of the narrow alley, steel pipes, baseball bats, and a flurry of fists and kicks rained down upon them. In an effort to protect Xiao Qingqing, Wu Shuang absorbed most of the blows, but she still suffered numerous strikes. By the time they reached Shang Daoquan, her face was bruised, and her body bore countless marks of injury. Upon observing Wu Shuang, one cannot help but note that he is in a more dire predicament than Xiao Qingqing, with his garments in tatters. Chapter 135, A Successful Counterattack. Despite Wu Shuang's disheveled appearance, his eyes remained bright and piercing. He grasped Xiao Qingqing's hand and stumbled towards Shang Daoquan, and Xiao Ziyu. The moment Shang Daoquan laid eyes on Xiao Qingqing, his gaze sharpened. Although she appeared somewhat disheveled, her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary grace were undeniable. Thus, it was not difficult for him to comprehend why his son, Shang Yi, had clashed with Xiao Qingqing, ultimately leading to his demise. Upon seeing her, he felt an overwhelming desire to possess her. He resolved then and there that he would not kill Xiao Qingqing. Instead, he intended to take her abroad as his slave, to dominate and torment her as a means of avenging his son. I have arrived. You must release my grandfather immediately, Xiao Qingqing exclaimed loudly to Shang Daoquan. Noticing Xiao Ziyu with a gun to his head, I am in charge here. Whether or not to release him is beyond your purview, Shang Daoquan sneered. At that moment, Xiao Dao, King Kong, Iron Head, Big Bear, and the monk were also brought forth by Shang's elite guards. You scoundrel! You cannot go back on your word. Release my grandfather, or I shall hold you accountable. Xiao Qingqing retorted angrily at Shang Daoquan's duplicity. Save your breath. Here, I am the supreme authority. What I say goes. He then turned to his confidant and commanded, take that woman away. Eliminate the others at once. Mu Jincheng and several guards had already been disarmed, leaving them with no chance to resist. Once he disposed of these individuals, he could abscond with Xiao Qingqing. He was acutely aware that the stationed troops in Mang City would arrive shortly, and he needed to flee without delay. Shang Daoquan's plan was not without merit, but he should not have allowed himself to be distracted in front of Wu Shuang. As he conversed with his confidant, Wu Shuang swiftly unleashed 5 silver needles towards Shang Daoquan, while several others targeted the elite guards aboard the helicopter. Shang Daoquan perceived a flash of silver before he could comprehend the situation. The needles struck him, rendering him numb and incapacitated. He was unable to fire his weapon or even move. The individual on the helicopter met a grim fate as the silver needles sealed his throat, causing him to plummet to the ground lifeless. Xiao Dao, King Kong, Iron Head, Big Bear, and the monk felt utterly humiliated. The esteemed warrior had been overtaken by these criminals. Despite the guns trained on their heads, upon witnessing Wu Shuang's decisive action, they simultaneously seized control of their captors, turning the tables on them. Wu Shuang leapt towards Shang Daoquan, swiftly disarming him and pressing the gun against his temple. Due to this sudden upheaval, the elite members of the merchant group were utterly astonished. Mu Jinshin and his guards swiftly retaliated, subduing the individuals from the merchant faction. As the elite members and the 2 remaining attendants of the merchant group perceived the shift in circumstances, they immediately attempted to rush forward to rescue Shang Daoquan. Halt! Do not move. If anyone takes another step, I shall blow his head off. Wu Shuang forcefully thrust his gun forward, sternly admonishing the crowd. Indeed, upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, the members of the merchant group were paralyzed with fear, halting their advance. What are you afraid of? Death is the worst that can happen. Do not mind me. Charge in and kill them to avenge me. Shang Daoquan, despite being under Wu Shuang's control, bellowed fiercely at the crowd. How audacious! I shall see just how ruthless you truly are, Wu Shuang replied with a cold laugh, shifting the gun's aim downward and firing a shot into Shang Daoquan's right leg. Ah! Shang Daoquan cried out in agony. Had Wu Shuang not held him, he would have surely collapsed. The onlookers were taken aback, unable to believe that Wu Shuang actually dared to pull the trigger. After all, while Wu Shuang had Shang Daoquan in his grasp, the sheer number of individuals from the merchant faction was daunting. If he dared to injure Shang Daoquan, they would undoubtedly tear him apart. Release the head of the family, or you will all find yourselves without a grave. They raged at Wu Shuang. Let him go, and perhaps you will be spared. Otherwise, I shall have your bodies torn asunder. Damn it! How dare you point a gun at the head of the family? I will ensure your demise. The members of the merchant faction, having paused, immediately roared their anger at Wu Shuang. Unexpectedly, Wu Shuang dismissed their threats with disdain. He shifted the gun's aim again and fired another shot, this time into Shang Daoquan's other leg. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao rushed to the helicopter, taking off and aiming the mounted Gatling gun at the crowd. They were utterly unprepared for Wu Shuang's madness, surrounded yet audacious enough to fire not once but twice. Truly a display of sheer insanity. Outside the chemical plant, Wang Jianqing, upon hearing the gunfire within, quickly led his officers to storm the premises. The gunshots were likely fired by Shang Daoquan, and it was time for him to intervene and resolve the situation. However, as he and his officers moved, a black SUV elegantly drifted to a stop in front of him. Following closely behind were several buses, aggressively halting in front of the police officers. Wang Jianqing was taken aback, for he recognized the black SUV as belonging to Liu Xinping, the mayor of Lishur City. Indeed, as the doors opened, Deputy Chief Tong Wei, Mayor Liu Xinping, Secretary Tan Sadeo, and others emerged. The doors of the buses opened, and a fully armed special police unit surged out in formation. To Wang Jianqing's astonishment, Lu Xinping, along with Tong Wei and Tan Sideo, approached him with an imposing presence. "Mayor, what brings you here at this hour?" In his understanding, Lu Xinping should still be convening a grand meeting at the government office, rendering his presence here improbable. "What? Am I not permitted to be here?" Lu Xinping retorted impolitely upon hearing this. "No, that is not my intention. What I mean is, as a person of immense responsibility, how could you possibly find the time to visit this place? Just moments ago, I was indeed in a meeting at the government office. But it was not merely any meeting. It was a session concerning your dismissal. You have been found guilty of corruption and have acted as a shield for nefarious forces, with irrefutable evidence against you. On behalf of the government, I hereby relieve you of all your duties and promote Tong Wei to the position of the new chief of the Patrol Bureau." With that, Tan Sida produced an official document stamped with the grand seal of the Lisher government, presenting it before him. Chapter 136. Suspension of duties. It turns out that the conflict between Lu Xinping and Shuang Daoquan has deep roots. Lu, as the newly appointed mayor, was an outsider parachuted into Lisher, while Shuang, a local tyrant, held Lu in utter disdain. Since Lu's appointment, Shuang had consistently opposed him at every turn, frustrating him immensely. However, given that the Shuang family was the foremost clan in Lisher, wielding significant influence over both political and commercial realms, Lu found himself powerless against Shuang's machinations. Yet, upon learning that Shuang had been expelled by Xiao Qingqing, and that Shuang Daoquan had led his elite forces to corner Xiao Qingqing and her allies in an abandoned chemical factory, with Xiao Ziyu en route from the military garrison in Mang City, Lu perceived this as an opportune moment to overthrow Shuang Daoquan. Seizing the absence of Shuang Daoquan, he hastily convened a meeting of the government officials, passing several crucial resolutions aimed at dismissal. Wang Jianqing, the foremost aide to Shuang Daoquan and his staunchest supporter, was a key target. His removal would effectively sever the right arm of Shuang Daoquan, making him more manageable. "Dismiss me? Humph," with the mayor absent. "This fabricated resolution of yours holds no weight," Wang Jianqing declared, snatching the document and tearing it to shreds. To attempt to dismiss him was nothing short of absurd. "You dare to tear up a government resolution? Seize him." Lu Xinping's countenance darkened as he bellowed commandingly. Before Wang Jianqing could draw his weapon, Lu Xinping and Tong Wei's fully armed special patrol officers swiftly surrounded him, guns aimed at his head. Lu Xinping was acutely aware that Wang Jianqing would not yield easily, having prepared for this eventuality by bringing the special patrol officers with him. Witnessing their chief being cornered, several of Wang Jianqing's loyal subordinates shouted in unison, ready to charge in and rescue him. "What are you doing? Are you inciting rebellion? Anyone who dares to move will be charged with treason." Lu Xinping admonished the advancing patrol officers with an air of authority. The special patrol, led by Tong Wei, advanced with weapons drawn, while the ordinary officers, save for Wang Jianqing's loyal aides, immediately faltered in fear. They are not entirely aligned with Shuang Daoquan. Wang Jianqing and his direct subordinates see no necessity to follow them blindly into peril. Currently opposing Lu Xinping amounts to rebellion, a veritable insurrection. If they were merely to intimidate Lu Xinping, it might be manageable, but Lu Xinping is backed by those heavily armed special police forces. Although they are all police, the disparity in equipment compared to those elite forces is staggering. Should hostilities erupt, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Moreover, Wang Jianqing has been dismissed, and their superior has been replaced by Tong Wei. Should they persist in this defiance, it would be exceedingly disadvantageous for them. As the regular police retreated, Wang Jianqing's loyal confidants hesitated, contemplating their next move, only to be swiftly surrounded and handcuffed by the special police, subsequently taken away in vehicles alongside Wang Jianqing. Everyone present was urged to assist immediately in the rescue of Chief Xiao Ziyu at the chemical plant. Tong Wei, as the newly appointed head of the police department, promptly led the officers in a determined charge behind Lu Xinping towards the chemical facility. Inside the plant, as Shuang and others faced off against Shuang Daoquan's subordinates, the sound of hurried footsteps outside signaled the arrival of the police, who formed an orderly line and surged in with great speed. "Ha ha, kid, put me down quickly, or I'll have you rotting in prison." Upon seeing the police burst in, Shuang Daoquan's confidence surged. With Wang Jianqing as his steadfast ally, the arrival of the police provided a legitimate pretext to apprehend Shuang and his companions. He could turn the tide and even whisk Xiao Qingqing away to revel abroad. Yet, as the police entered with fervor, Shuang remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and composed. Even without Xiao Ziyu's presence, he and his few companions could swiftly dispatch those officers. Against their lethal prowess, these police were mere novices. The advancing police quickly formed a perimeter, enclosing everyone within. Subsequently, Lu Xinping, Tong Wei, and Tan Sadeo charged towards Xiao Ziyu's direction. Halt! One more step, and you will be met with lethal force, Wu Shuang commanded sharply. Fully aware that in this critical moment, especially in Lisher, he could not allow unidentified individuals to approach recklessly. Startled by Wu Shuang's words, Lu Xinping and Tong Wei immediately halted. They had come to rescue Xiao Ziyu and Wu Shuang, and it would be unfortunate if a misunderstanding led to their demise. Wu Shuang was unaware of their identities, and in such a precarious situation, he might indeed resort to gunfire. General Xiao, do not misconstrue our intentions. I am Lu Xinping, the mayor of Lisher. This is Tong Wei, the newly appointed head of the police department, and this is my secretary, Tan Sadeo. We learned that Shang Daoquan had surrounded General Xiao, and we have come to offer assistance. Given the current circumstances, our presence may be superfluous, Lu Xinping remarked. Assessing the situation with a sense of self-deprecation, Lu Shi's heart was stirred. Xiao expressed gratitude and remarked, your arrival is perfectly timed. Observing Lu Xinping, Tan Sadeo and Tong Wei, as well as Xiao Ziyu, were filled with joy. However, upon hearing Lu Xinping's words, Shang Daoquan's heart sank. With Tong Wei assuming the position of the new director, there was no doubt that Wang Jianqing's fate was sealed. His only remaining hope lay with Shang Guirong. He fervently wished that upon learning the news, Shang Guirong would lead the troops to encircle this place and rescue him. Otherwise, he would truly meet his end. Tan Sadeo then produced a resolution document and proclaimed loudly, following reports from the public, it has come to light that during Shang Daoquan's tenure, he engaged in embezzlement and bribery, formed cliques for personal gain, monopolized power, possesses ties to organized crime, and is also suspected of drug trafficking, making his crimes heinous and appalling. Consequently, the 4 major departments of Lisher have decided to suspend Shang Daoquan from his position, pending the investigation of his offenses before further action is taken. For Shang Daoquan, such a resolution previously would have been akin to mere scrap paper. Lisher was the domain of the Shang family. During his prosperous times, not even Lu Xinping, nor any envoy from the capital could have dared to challenge him. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. If he were to be apprehended, an investigation would undoubtedly unveil a multitude of his transgressions. The misdeeds he had committed warranted execution tenfold. The 2 attendants of the Shang family, sensing the precarious situation, immediately launched themselves towards Wu Shuang, attempting to seize Shang Daoquan from his grasp and whisk him away to safety. Yet, as they soared through the air, Wu Shuang fired several shots at them. Chapter 137. The incident subsides. The 2 men smirked. With their agility, evading bullets mid-air posed no challenge. However, they soon realized the gravity of the situation. Wu Shuang was not aiming directly at them, but rather at the possible trajectories they could take to evade. This meant that unless they remained still, any movement they made would inevitably lead to their being struck by bullets. Moreover, due to inertia, even attempting to land safely was no longer an option. Though their martial prowess had reached the Hong realm, they had not yet attained invulnerability against weapons. Recognizing that they could not escape the fate of being hit, they concentrated their entire energy at a single point, hoping to withstand the bullets Wu Shuang fired. However, amidst the bullets flew several of Wu Shuang's silver needles. In the cacophony of gunfire, the 2 attendants failed to notice the needles, which swiftly pierced their bodies. As a result, the energy they had gathered was disrupted by the needles. The dispersal of their power left them vulnerable when the bullet struck. With a cry of anguish, the 2 attendants plummeted from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. De Xiong rushed over, delivering a kick to each of their necks, ensuring their passage to the afterlife, and retrieved the treasured blade that had been seized. Is there anyone else who wishes to follow them? You are welcome to join, Wu Shuang shouted at the elite merchants. Yet, under the watchful eyes of the police and the helicopter's gun barrels, none dared to move recklessly. At that moment, a flicker of cold light flashed in Wu Shuang's eyes as he suddenly bent his knee, inadvertently nudging Shang Daoquan forward. The latter stumbled 2 steps ahead, his heart racing with alarm. Oh no, the criminal is attempting to escape. I cannot control him, Wu Shuang shouted, simultaneously pulling the trigger of his weapon. Shang Daoquan, bewildered by the sudden push from Wu Shuang's knee, was propelled forward several steps. Panic washed over him as he realized that in such a sensitive moment, these 2 steps could cost him his life. Desperately, he exerted all his strength to regain control of his body. Attempting to explain to Lu Xinping and Xiao Ziyu that he had not intended to flee, it was Wu Shuang's knee that had forced him forward. However, before he could utter a word, the gun fired. With a deafening bang, A bullet erupted from Shuang's gun and struck Shuang Daoquan squarely in the head. At such a close range, and with such force, there was no way he could evade it. In an instant, his head exploded like a watermelon, and his lifeless body collapsed heavily amidst the crowd. The elite merchants, witnessing their leader's abrupt demise, were struck with shock. In their minds, Shuang Daoquan was the sovereign of this city, a man whose word was law. He was the one who judged and executed others, never considering he could meet his end at someone else's hands. This scene imparted a profound lesson. Their master, Mr. Shuang Daoquan, too, had a day when he could not maintain his hold over life. As Shuang Daoquan's body thudded to the ground, Shuang, in a state of panic and regret, exclaimed, "Mayor Lu, I did not mean to do this, truly." He seemed to be trying to escape, and that's why I lost control and pulled the trigger. I never anticipated that my shot would strike his head. What a grave sin. Mayor Lu, although it was unintentional, my bullet has claimed his life. I hope you will judge me fairly to seek justice for the deceased Shuang Daoquan. Trembling, he raised the handgun before Lu Xinping, speaking cautiously. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Lu Xinping could not help but twitch his lips. It is often said that those in politics are cunning and crafty. This Wu Shuang, it seemed, possessed a heart even more ruthless and devious than some politicians. In the midst of such a tightly woven encirclement, how could Shuang Daoquan possibly escape? Unless he were mentally compromised, it was inconceivable for him to attempt a flight under such circumstances. After all, Lisher is the realm of merchants. As long as he still breathes, there remains a possibility for a turnaround, an opportunity to alter the course of events. However, should he perish at the hands of another, then all hope would be extinguished. In such a scenario, it would be utterly irrational for Shuang Daoquan to contemplate fleeing, unless his mind were utterly unhinged. Yet, judging by his demeanor, it is clear that he is not deranged. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to his current position. This only implies that Shuang Daoquan's escape is merely a farcical performance orchestrated by Wu Shuang, aimed solely at taking Shuang Daoquan's life. Lu Xinping is fully aware of this, yet dares not expose the truth, opting instead to play along with Wu Shuang, smilingly proclaiming, "This is not your fault. The blame lies entirely with Shuang Daoquan." In such circumstances, if he still harbors thoughts of escape, then he is merely courting death, and it has no bearing on you. Such a corrupt official has betrayed the nation more than he has betrayed the people. Your actions are, in fact, a service to the country and society by eliminating a menace. You are not only innocent, but have also contributed to the state and its citizens, deserving of commendation. Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Lu. I ask only that you do not hold me accountable for my actions. I dare not aspire to any rewards." Wu Shuang replied, conveying to Lu Xinping that he had indeed taken a life and wished for the matter to rest there, urging them not to seek trouble with him, let alone attempt to bind him to this affair with promises of rewards. Rest assured, Hero Wu, you are not only innocent but also a benefactor. The people of Lisher will forever be grateful to you. Lu Xinping's words subtly indicated his understanding of Wu Shuang's intentions. Wu Shuang regarded Lu Xinping with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It was evident that Lu Xinping's rise to the position of mayor was no small feat. "I am truly grateful, Mayor Lu, for without your intercession, I would bear the burden of a murderer's reputation," he continued. Xiao Zai, Jinggang, Da Xiong, Taitu, the monk, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing all looked up at Wu Shuang, internally musing that if he were to pursue an acting career, he would undoubtedly become a superlative actor. Lu Xinping, unwilling to engage further with Wu Shuang, waved his hand, instructing the constables to remove Shuang Daoquan and the corpses of his accomplices. One by one, the remaining individuals were apprehended. Due to a shortage of vehicles, several large buses were hastily summoned to transport all of Shuang Daoquan's subordinates to the constabulary. Chapter 138. The Great Purge. Xiao Ziyu, accompanied by Wu Shuang, Xiao Qingqing, Mu Jinshan, along with the garrison from Mongsher, marched resolutely to the camp of the Lisher garrison. Upon entering, they discovered the office of Shan Guorong to be entirely vacant, with no sign of him. Just then, Wu Shuang heard a faint electronic hum, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of danger that sent chills down his spine. "Not good. We must leave at once. There is peril." Wu Shuang shouted urgently, then seized Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, dashing towards the exit with remarkable speed. Others, too, were engulfed in panic, trailing behind Wu Shuang as they rushed outside. Just as they burst forth from Shan Guorong's office, a tremendous explosion reverberated from behind them. A powerful bomb detonated within Shan Guorong's chamber. In an instant, the office's contents were obliterated, doors and windows were shattered, and shards of glass flew through the air like deadly projectiles. The ferocious shockwaves swept over the crowd, compelling them to drop to the ground, their hands shielding their heads. Even so, they could feel a searing pain radiating from their backs. The intensity of the explosion immediately alerted the personnel in the camp. When the soldiers rushed over and beheld the utterly devastated office, they stood in stunned disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Shuang Guorong had the audacity to attempt to assassinate Xiao Ziyu within the military compound. Fortunately, Wu Shuang's keen instincts had prompted him to lead everyone out of Shuang Guorong's office at the first hint of danger. Otherwise, none of them would have survived the day. As the group rose from the ground, they appeared disheveled and battered. Many had their clothing torn to shreds by the explosive force, now stained a deep black. Furthermore, the shattered glass and debris had left their backs lacerated and bloodied. At that moment, figures darted through the crowd, and a dozen assailants emerged, immediately opening fire on Xiao Ziyu, Wu Shuang, and others. With remarkable speed, Wu Shuang seized Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, pulling them back to the ground just before the attackers could fully emerge. He then flicked his wrists, sending forth a flurry of silver needles that struck the advancing assailants, resulting in their immediate demise. Next, Wu Shuang sprang into action, his feet barely touching the ground as he became a streak of light, hurtling toward one of the attackers. Sensing danger, the assailant swiftly aimed his weapon at Wu Shuang and began firing. Yet, despite being airborne, Wu Shuang evaded the bullets with agile movements and reached his target in an instant. Grasping the man's throat, he exerted pressure, crushing it with a swift motion. Seizing the assailant's firearm, Wu Shuang dispatched several more adversaries with precise shots. At this juncture, the station troops in Mang City reacted promptly, converging upon those who had dared to fire upon Xiao Ziyu and his companions, overwhelming them with a barrage of gunfire. Although Xiao Ziyu, Xiao Qingqing, and Mu Jinsheng emerged unscathed, several accompanying individuals had already perished beneath the onslaught. This event ignited a fierce rage within Xiao Ziyu. He could not believe that within the confines of the military camp, they had faced both a bomb and an ambush, nearly costing him his life. He immediately issued orders for everyone to assemble without delay. Furthermore, he commanded the station troops in Mang City to encircle their counterparts in Li City and commence a thorough investigation. Following this scrutiny, dozens of individuals with close ties to Shuang Guorong, suspected of involvement in the explosion and the attack, were unearthed. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Ziyu ordered the immediate execution of the captured individuals. Subsequently, he swiftly promoted the deputy commander of the Mang City garrison to the rank of general for the Lishur garrison and promptly submitted a report to the capital for official approval, which would soon be granted. At the same time, he mobilized the troops to seal off all ports and passages in Lishur and initiated a citywide manhunt for Shuang Guorong. After addressing these matters, Xiao Ziyu and his entourage departed from the military camp. From a vantage point outside the camp, Shuang Guorong glared venomously at Xiao Ziyu and his companions, harboring a burning desire to rush out and eliminate them with a single shot. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding him that such impulsiveness could lead to his own demise. With a fierce glare, he silently vowed to exact revenge one day before quietly turning away. Upon learning of the ambush on Xiao Ziyu at the military camp, Lu Xinping was filled with rage. He immediately contacted Tong Wei, instructing him to issue a wanted notice for Shuang Guorong. Concurrently, efforts commenced to gather evidence of criminal activities involving Shuang Daoquan and Shuang Yan, while systematically dismantling the political influence of the Shuang family. Anyone associated with them, even those not directly linked, was swiftly expelled from government ranks. The numerous enterprises tied to the Shuang family faced restructuring or outright closure. All members of the Shuang family had their assets frozen, and restrictions were imposed on their travel, preventing them from boarding planes, high-speed trains, or buses, effectively confining them within the borders. The citizens of Lishur were left in shock. The crackdown on the Shuang family was nothing short of seismic. As the foremost family in Lishur, their downfall would undoubtedly impact countless individuals. However, the government's resolve was unequivocal and unwavering. No matter who was implicated, there would be no leniency. The Shuang father and son had committed numerous heinous acts over the years, and it did not take long to amass sufficient evidence against them. Though this evidence represented only a fraction of their transgressions, it was more than enough to warrant the most severe penalties. The government and the police department promptly convened a press conference, unveiling the crimes of Shuang Daoquan and Shuang Yan before the people of Lishur and the media. Their offenses were egregious, meriting the harshest of fates. Xiao Qingqing had acted in self-defense when she unintentionally struck Shuang Yan in the abdomen during his attempted assault, resulting in his demise. Her actions were justified and served to protect the public, leading to her exoneration and recognition by the authorities. In stark contrast, Shuang Daoquan met a fitting end, being shot down while violently attacking military officials, a death that elicited little sympathy. As the deputy director of the Tianhai City Police Department, Xiao Qingqing could not be tarnished by accusations of murder, necessitating her exoneration. This was one of the reasons Xiao Ziyu chose to remain in Lisher. In the days following Xiao Qingqing's vindication, there were no updates on Shuang Guorong's whereabouts. Shuang Guorong is a general stationed with the troops and belongs to the Shuang family, possessing extensive connections and pathways. In recent days, there has been no word from him. Perhaps he has already departed for foreign lands. Chapter 139. The Art of Cursing in Lisher. The situation has been settled. Xiao Ziyu and Wu Shuang no longer need to remain in the city. Upon informing Lu Xinping of their intention to leave, Lu Xinping, though unable to retain them, insisted on hosting a grand farewell banquet. Their arrival had afforded Lu Xinping the opportunity to topple the formidable Shuang family, thereby truly seizing control of Lisher's political power. Seeing Lu Xinping's enthusiasm and sincerity, Wu Shuang and Xiao Ziyu found it difficult to decline and graciously accepted the invitation. The banquet was sumptuous and extensive, with nearly all officials from the Lisher government in attendance, along with representatives from several families who had benefited most from the Shuang family's downfall. The evening unfolded with joy and revelry, and after its conclusion, Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, Xiao Qingqing, Mu Jinsheng, and others returned to their lodgings. Having consumed considerable amounts of alcohol, Wu Shuang felt a slight dizziness. Upon reaching his room, he drank some tea and intended to lie down for rest. Unexpectedly, piercing cries of agony suddenly emanated from Xiao Qingqing's room. Realizing something was amiss, Wu Shuang sprang from his bed, hastily grabbing his clothes and rushing out. Upon reaching the door of Xiao Qingqing's room, he found Xiao Ziyu frantically pounding on the door, urgently calling for Xiao Qingqing to open it. The door was firmly locked, and Xiao Ziyu could not force it open. Upon Wu Shuang's arrival, he wasted no time and delivered a powerful kick, breaking through the door. Once inside, they found Xiao Qingqing rolling on the floor, pulling her hair and tearing at her clothing, her mouth emitting anguished cries. Wu Shuang swiftly leaped forward, producing several silver needles, ready to seal Xiao Qingqing's acupoints. However, upon turning her over, he was taken aback. Her eyes were bloodshot, her face pale, and her skin marred by protruding veins, creating a horrifying visage. Moreover, dark mist was spewing from her mouth and nose, enveloping her in a shroud of darkness. Curse! Wu Shuang exclaimed. This was a form of sorcery prevalent in Southeast Prefecture, practiced by those who had cultivated a malevolent art since childhood. Once adept, they could cast spells using the victim's bones, blood, hair, nails, fetus, and birth date. Those of lesser skill could merely curse their target to death, while the more powerful could not only slay their victims, but also manipulate them from afar to harm their loved ones and friends. Wu Shuang could hardly fathom who could be so cruel as to cast such a spell upon Xiao Qingqing. Monstrous beast! How dare you harm others? Get out of my sight. Wu Shuang's thunderous roar was no ordinary shout. It was infused with his primordial spirit, harnessing all his strength akin to the lion's roar in Buddhist martial arts. However, his primordial shout was far more sophisticated than the lion's roar. While the lion's roar merely deafens and intimidates, capable of awakening those entranced or lost in delusion, Wu Shuang's primordial shout functioned like a curse-breaking incantation, liberating the entrapped mind from distant manipulation. With his primordial shout, Wu Shuang aimed to restore clarity to Xiao Qingqing, alleviating her suffering. Inside the castle, Gong Yexian, who was casting spells, suddenly found himself under a primordial assault. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift. Upon sensing something amiss, he quickly retreated like a kite severed from its string, evading Wu Shuang's spiritual onslaught. Noticing that Xiao Qingqing remained ensnared, Wu Shuang felt a pang of shame. After his master imparted this primordial shout to him, he had regarded it as ineffectual and thus neglected to cultivate it, resulting in only a superficial understanding. Nevertheless, even this limited proficiency managed to awaken Xiao Qingqing's spirit slightly, almost striking Gong Yexian in the process. Gong Yexian was taken aback, unprepared for such an adept adversary during his spellcasting, nearly facing a counterattack. Very well. Let us engage in a duel of magic, so you may witness my prowess, he thought, feeling the primordial assault dissipate. He returned to his original position, seated cross-legged upon the ground. Then, he began to chant incantations, forming intricate seals with his hands, directing them towards a corner of Xiao Qingqing's clothing and hair. As he executed his spell, Xiao Qingqing, who had begun to calm, suddenly emitted a piercing wail, exhaling dense black mist from her mouth and nose. Her body glided forward from the ground, standing upright in a mechanical manner before soaring into the air. This sight horrified Xiao Ziyu. sending him into a state of shock. A seasoned warrior who had faced death countless times, he had emerged from the ashes of battle. Yet witnessing his own granddaughter transform into a ghastly apparition left him utterly rattled. Old man Xiao, you must exit immediately and seal the doors and windows, ensuring no one enters this room. Wu Shuang commanded, tightly gripping his silver needle as he confronted the airborne Xiao Qingqing. Xiao Ziyu understood that. In the face of such a situation with Xiao Qingqing, he could neither be of assistance nor avoid becoming a burden to Wu Shuang. Although deeply concerned for Xiao Qingqing, he resolutely dashed out and firmly closed the door behind him. He then stationed himself outside, determined to prevent anyone from entering Xiao Qingqing's room. Her current condition was exceedingly precarious. Any intrusion could potentially endanger others. Within the room, Wu Shuang cast a piercing gaze upon the airborne Xiao Qingqing, sternly declaring, "Your practice of such malevolent arts is already intolerable in this world. Yet now, you further wield these wicked powers to harm another. This is utterly unconscionable. I urge you to disperse your dark energies at once and spare this girl. Otherwise, your unjust actions shall lead to your demise. Today marks your end, and I shall eliminate this aberration here and now." "Huh, you insolent brat. Do not presume that your meager mastery of spirit attacks grants you the audacity to speak such grandiose threats to me. Today, you shall learn that there are realms beyond your comprehension and individuals beyond your reckoning." Suddenly, Xiao Qingqing's lips parted, emanating a hoarse, unappealing male voice. "You wretched hindrance. I stand right here. Let me witness the extent of your abilities." Wu Shuang stood there, grinning. "Boldly disrespecting me, prepare to face the consequences," Xiao Qingqing shouted, her hands forming intricate seals as a bolt of black light shot toward Wu Shuang with blinding speed. The dark luminescence struck him squarely, leaving Xiao Qingqing momentarily stunned. How could Wu Shuang, who could wield his spirit to such heights, succumb so easily to a single blow? As doubts coursed through her mind, she observed Wu Shuang's figure gradually materializing less than a meter away. "Heh, you foolish creature, your technique is commendable, yet your speed is woefully inadequate. You could barely hit my shadow. How embarrassing." Wu Shuang's voice dripped with scorn as he scrutinized the suspended Xiao Qingqing. It became evident that what she had struck was merely an illusion left by Wu Shuang's remarkable speed. "Humph, a mere parlor trick. Take this." Xiao Qingqing retorted with a cold snort, her hands sweeping through the air, unleashing dozens of intertwining black beams like threads of darkness, striking towards Wu Shuang with lethal intensity. This latest assault was even more perilous and fierce than the last. Yet, Wu Shuang, akin to a nimble monkey, leaped and bounded throughout the room, evading her relentless onslaught. Although the black beams failed to connect with him, they devastated the room's furnishings and appliances, leaving chaos in their wake. The walls and floor bore numerous craters of varying sizes, resembling the pockmarked surface of the moon. Fortunately, the structure was of governmental construction, robust enough to withstand such havoc. Otherwise, a typical dwelling would have been obliterated by now. Frustrated by her inability to land a hit on Wu Shuang, Xiao Qingqing let out a fierce roar. Then, parting her lips, she expelled a plume of black mist, as thick as an arm, which transformed into a dark rope that surged toward Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang dodged with all his might, yet the rope, resembling a binding spell, relentlessly pursued him. Though Wu Shuang moved with remarkable speed, the rope's velocity was even swifter. After several evasive maneuvers, Wu Shuang ultimately failed to escape the clutches of the black rope, which ensnared his body entirely. As he bellowed in desperation, exerting every ounce of his strength to free himself, the black rope tightened its grip, much like a real cord, constricting him further with each struggle. "You foolish boy. Once ensnared by my deathly black rope, do not even think of breaking free. It is utterly impossible," Xiao Qingqing sneered. With that, she formed a series of arcane seals with her hands and inhaled forcefully, lifting Wu Shuang's feet off the ground and suspending him in midair. "Hee. I shall drain every last drop of your essence, transforming you into one of my 3,000 ghostly servants, eternally unable to seek life or death, bound to serve me for all eternity." As Xiao Qingqing prepared to absorb Wu Shuang's vital energy, he felt a surge of determination. His eyes blazed with intensity, and his spirit surged as he thundered, "You wretched creature, in your dreams. Return to your own body at once. What are you waiting for?" Initially, performing the spirit call would have consumed a significant portion of his strength. However, he had merely been accumulating his power for a second attempt. Given that he had already used it once, Xiao Qingqing would likely be on guard against him. To achieve the desired effect, he needed to approach her without arousing her suspicion. Just as he was racking his brain for a way to get closer to Xiao Qingqing, she unexpectedly aimed the black rope at him. as the dark cord approached, ready to bind him. A sudden thought struck Wu Shuang. If Xiao Qingqing intended to ensnare him with the black rope, it might draw him closer to her. If that were the case, he could seize the opportunity to approach her, and with the power he had amassed over the day, unleash the spirit call right beside her, potentially delivering a devastating blow to Gong Yixian. Even if the rope sought to eliminate him outright, he could expend a bit more energy to break free. Thus, Wu Shuang gritted his teeth and boldly allowed himself to be bound by Xiao Qingqing's black rope. To his surprise, his gamble paid off. Xiao Qingqing indeed ensnared him, and with a forceful tug, pulled him into the air, bringing him right beside her. Now, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were nearly face to face, their distance closer than ever before. This time, Wu Shuang had accumulated a substantial amount of energy over half a day. His roar resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in Xiao Qingqing's ears with the force of multiple lightning strikes. Gong Yixian could hardly believe that Wu Shuang was capable of employing the Yuan Shun he under such circumstances. He understood that each invocation of such a technique depletes the practitioner of a significant portion, if not the majority, of their power. Wu Shuang had already executed this technique once, and in such a short span of time. It seemed impossible for him to muster the strength required to unleash the Yuan Shun he again. Thus, he felt emboldened to pull Wu Shuang closer after capturing him. To his astonishment, Wu Shuang still possessed sufficient energy to unleash the Yuan Shun he once more. This powerful shout shattered the strand of Yuan Shun that had latched onto Xiao Qingqing's mind, and threw her as a conduit. It inflicted a severe blow to his own essence. With a resounding crash, Gong Yixian was struck by Wu Shuang's Yuan Shun he, propelled like an invisible line directly into his mind. His body felt as though it had been struck by a massive force, eliciting a pained cry as he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, colliding violently with the wall. Had he not practiced formidable techniques such as the golden bell and iron cloth, this impact, while not sufficient to cause severe injury, would have undoubtedly caused him to spit blood and sustain some bodily harm. Instead, he merely felt a pang of pain, sliding down the wall and collapsing onto the floor. He swiftly regained his footing, attempting once more to use this dark power to control Xiao Qingqing. Unfortunately, this time, all his spells failed him, and he found himself unable to invade Xiao Qingqing's mind or exert remote control over her. At this moment, Wu Shuang had already employed the 9-yang divine needle to seal Xiao Qingqing's Qi-Si, spiritual platform, and celestial warehouse. With these 3 crucial points sealed, Gong Yixian's malevolent energy was effectively barred from infiltrating Xiao Qingqing's consciousness. Gathering all of his pure yang internal force, he unleashed a powerful strike upon her Bai Wei point, dispersing the dark energy that had invaded her mind and expelling it from her body. As the sinister energy was banished, the black mist enveloping Xiao Qingqing gradually dissipated, and her eyes shifted from crimson to their natural hue. Slowly awakening, Xiao Qingqing let out a pained groan, opening her eyes to find Wu Shuang before her amidst the chaos of the room, prompting her to exclaim in bewilderment, "What on earth has happened? How did it come to this?" Moments ago, her consciousness had been under Gong Yixian's control, leaving her unaware of the events that had transpired. Nothing serious, just a minor incident. An ill-intentioned person attempted to harm you using a form of sorcery, Wu Shuang casually explained. Sorcery? To harm me? Xiao Qingqing responded, utterly perplexed. Reflecting on her life from childhood to the present, it cannot be said that she was surrounded by individuals of ill intent. Rather, she has never committed any wrongdoing nor harmed anyone. Who would wish her harm? Do not dwell on such thoughts. With my presence, no one can inflict pain upon you. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing became aware of the silver needles embedded within her, puzzled as to why Wu Shuang had inserted so many into her body. She instinctively reached out to remove them. Before I identify the one who has cast a curse upon you, you must not remove these needles, Wu Shuang urgently interjected. The 3 vital acupuncture points, Tianhai, Lingtai, and Tiansong, are currently sealed by the 9-yang divine needles, which serve to repel Gong Yiqing's malevolent energy. Should you remove them, Gong Yiqing's sinister essence would once again invade Xiao Qingqing's body. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's grave and earnest caution, Xiao Qingqing halted her attempt to extract the needles. Although her interactions with Wu Shuang had been limited, she was aware that he would never utter falsehoods to frighten her. When Wu Shuang opened the door, he found Xiao Ziyu, Mu Jincheng, Lu Xinping, and others anxiously waiting outside, all displaying palpable concern. Yet, like a vigilant guardian, Xiao Ziyu stood resolutely at the threshold, preventing anyone from entering the room. When the door swung open and Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing emerged unscathed, the collective anxiety of the onlookers was finally alleviated. Xiao Ziyu smiled and nodded, exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. I knew you could handle it." His inexplicable trust in Wu Shuang assuaged his worries for Xiao Qingqing. He believed that as long as Wu Shuang was present, she would remain safe. However, upon witnessing the devastation within the room, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The traces of destruction vividly illustrated the perilous situation Wu Shuang had just navigated. Fortunately, both he and Xiao Qingqing were unharmed, which only heightened Xiao Ziyu's admiration for Wu Shuang. Truly, the young man was capable of extraordinary feats. As he observed Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing standing side by side, Xiao Ziyu's eyes took on a crescent shape, a smile gracing his face. He silently mused, how wonderful it would be if these two could come together. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing, noticing her grandfather's lack of concern for her well-being and his smile as he watched them emerge, was filled with frustration. How could this old man be so unreliable? His granddaughter had just survived a life-threatening ordeal, nearly falling victim to dark sorcery, yet he appeared unfazed and cheerful. Truly, he was becoming increasingly unreasonable with age. Seeing Xiao Qingqing's serious demeanor and her evident displeasure, Xiao Ziyu mistakenly assumed she was still upset about the earlier attempt on his life. Mu Jinsheng, Lu Xinping, and the others, upon witnessing the condition of the room, were equally astonished. What had transpired to cause such destruction? After everyone settled into Xiao Ziyu's room, they listened as Wu Shuang recounted the recent events in a concise manner, allowing the group to grasp the situation at hand. To their astonishment, someone had employed a form of black magic, nearly leading to Xiao Qingqing's demise. This was utterly unacceptable. Mu Jinsheng and Lu Xinping were consumed by a desire to transform into legendary masters, eager to apprehend the individual responsible for casting the spell on Xiao Qingqing, thereby gaining favor with Xiao Ziyu and securing their standing. Unfortunately, their ambitions were thwarted by their own limitations, leaving them to seethe silently with frustration. Wu Shuang, upon hearing your account, inquired whether the practice of this dark art necessitated the bones, blood, hair, nails, and birth date of the victim to perform the curse. Xiao Ziyu, intrigued, promptly asked Wu Shuang for clarification. Indeed, the sinister art of cursing cannot simply be wielded without the necessary components, Wu Shuang affirmed with a nod. Qingqing, he continued, consider if you have offended anyone recently or misplaced any personal belongings. Otherwise, how could this individual have targeted you? Xiao Qingqing found herself in a quandary. Her life was exceptionally disciplined, and she would not misplace items without cause. However, given her frequent outings, it was plausible that she might have shed some hair or lost minor possessions. If this malevolent person had inadvertently discovered a strand of her hair, it was beyond her comprehension. Although Xiao Qingqing was at a loss, Wu Shuang, enlightened by Xiao Ziyu's suggestion, exclaimed with delight, "Ah, as expected. Old Xiao possesses keen insight. I believe I now know where that scoundrel is hiding." Where? Xiao Ziyu and the others inquired in unison, their curiosity piqued. Your task is to ensure the safety of Director Xiao here. The perpetrator will not escape, Wu Shuang replied, not wasting a moment to elaborate. As he dashed out with the swiftness of lightning, Mu Jinsheng and Lu Xinping exchanged puzzled glances, but seeing Xiao Ziyu's unwavering trust in Wu Shuang, they refrained from voicing their doubts. During her stay in Lisher, Xiao Qingqing had spent a significant amount of time with Wu Shuang, who was well acquainted with her experiences. If she had lost anything in recent days, it undoubtedly occurred within that castle. In that castle, Xiao Qingqing had been bound in a room, and her clothing had been torn apart by the captor, left scattered within those walls. Although they had detonated explosives before their departure, engulfing the castle in flames, its vastness meant that the room where the perpetrator had kept Xiao Qingqing might have remained unscathed. Consequently, her garments and any hair lost during her struggles could have fallen into the hands of the sorcerer skilled in the art of curses. Time was of the essence. The sorcerer might still be lurking within the confines of that abandoned castle. In a desperate bid to reach the Black Triangle with utmost haste, one must locate the elusive sorcerer. Should that sorcerer manage to escape, the vast expanse of humanity renders the search nearly futile. Hence, Wu Shuang directly requested the helicopter stationed at Mang City from Mu Jinsheng. The Black Triangle, a lawless zone, may be situated abroad, yet domestic aircraft traverse it without obstruction. Within half an hour, Wu Shuang arrived at the castle belonging to that sorcerer. Under the dim glow of the moonlight, he observed that a significant portion of the castle had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a few dilapidated rooms and crumbling walls. Wu Shuang's conjecture proved accurate. Due to the location of that room deep within the castle, it had narrowly escaped destruction. However, it too bore the scars of fire, its remaining structure now in tatters. Reflecting on the opulent palace-like castle he had previously witnessed, Wu Shuang could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Yet, amid this sorrow, He distinctly sensed a pulsating energy emanating from that room, a malevolent aura permeating the air. A glimmer of joy flickered in Wu Shuang's heart. It seemed he had indeed found the right place, for the sorcerer responsible for casting the death spell on Xiao Qingqing was surely within. At that moment, Gong Yixian was employing his secret techniques, attempting once more to invade and control Xiao Qingqing. However, Wu Shuang had sealed her energy channels, the Sea of Qi, the spiritual platform, and the celestial warehouse, rendering him incapable of penetrating her body again. Just as Gong Yixian was about to exert himself fully once more, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence rapidly approaching the ruins. Alarmed, he realized he had been discovered. He could perceive that Xiao Qingqing was within the confines of Lishur and Shenzhou. The speed with which he was located and pursued here confirmed that Wu Shuang was no ordinary individual. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense a palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Wu Shuang. Despite this, Gong Yixian remained dismissive of Wu Shuang. After all, he was the most esteemed disciple of Master Haimu, the so-called greatest sorcerer in Southeast Province. In the entire Southeast Province, no one dared to provoke his master. The legendary Haimu. Master Haimu's sorcery was unparalleled. It was said he had mastered the most formidable death spells, capable of killing from miles away without a trace. Legend had it that no matter how far one was from him, at the mere thought of his, one would meet their demise. His character was equally ruthless, employing any means necessary. It was rumored that once, while traveling, Master Haimu encountered a young man beside him on a plane who inadvertently offended him with his words. Subsequently, upon disembarking and checking into a hotel, that young man and his girlfriend mysteriously perished that very night. Furthermore, the young man's family suffered a string of unfortunate events, ultimately leading to the untimely demise of all involved, leaving them bewildered. Although the authorities had yet to uncover any leads, those privy to the truth understood that these deaths were orchestrated by Haimu himself. For the sake of a mere quarrel, one would annihilate an entire family. Who would dare provoke such a person? Moreover, the sorcery wielded by Haimu renders him unmatched throughout the entire Southeast Province. Over time, both Haimu and his disciples have cultivated an arrogant demeanor, perceiving themselves as invincible, with no regard for the rest of the world. A few years ago, Nakai, through the introduction of a friend, had the opportunity to meet Haimu. Intelligent and adept at navigating social dynamics, Nakai quickly garnered Haimu's favor, thereby becoming his most esteemed disciple. With Haimu's support, Nakai swiftly ascended to become the foremost drug lord of the Black Triangle. In return, Nakai generously contributed substantial wealth to Haimu and his fellow disciples. Just 2 days prior, while in seclusion, Haimu suddenly communicated with Gong Yixian through a mental connection. Sensing that trouble had befallen Nakai, who would possess such audacity to harm his disciple within the confines of Southeast Province. It seemed they were courting death. He promptly dispatched Gong Yixian to the Black Triangle to ascertain the situation. Upon arriving outside the castle, Gong Yixian was taken aback. He had visited this opulent castle before, its grandeur having left a lasting impression on him. Now, however, it lay in ruins, reduced to charred earth. Save for a few remaining walls, he rushed into the wreckage and, indeed, discovered Nakai's lifeless body in his chamber, engulfed by fury. To think someone had the audacity to kill Nakai, to dare touch their tiger's den. Though he sensed a faint trace of Wu Shuang's presence through his secret arts, it was far too weak to ascertain any concrete information or location. As he pondered his next steps, he stumbled upon torn clothing and strands of hair belonging to Xiao Qingqing within the room. It was evident that whoever had left these remnants had been present in this room and was connected to Nakai's demise. Thus, he gathered the fragments of Xiao Qingqing's clothing and her hair, employing his secret techniques to swiftly confirm her information and whereabouts. Those who dare to harm his junior would meet their end. Consequently, Gong Yixian utilized his voodoo techniques to infiltrate and control Xiao Qingqing, intending to exact revenge on her for Nakai's death. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wu Shuang appeared. Gong Yixian immediately sought to control Xiao Qingqing to eliminate Wu Shuang as well. Yet, to his astonishment, rather than vanquishing Wu Shuang, he found himself repelled. Now, as Wu Shuang surged into the ruins, Gong Yixian sensed and confirmed that it was indeed the man who had successfully thwarted him and rescued Xiao Qingqing. Oh, you clever lad, you've arrived just in time. Do you think that by breaking my voodoo spell, you can act with impunity and reign supreme? Having gained a slight advantage, rather than fleeing with that woman, he audaciously dared to come here, courting death. Thus, I shall grant your wish. The cold light in Gong Yixian's eyes flared as he gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. In an instant, he propelled himself forward like lightning, charging at Wu Shuang. Simultaneously, Wu Shuang sensed Gong Yexian's formidable presence hurtling towards him. He swiftly waved his hand, drawing forth his black dagger. Chapter 143. 3,000 Ghost Servants with the black dagger in hand. Wu Shuang moved with the grace of a leopard, surging forward like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Gong Yexian also surged forth, and the two collided with the force of a meteor striking the earth. A tremendous crash reverberated, unleashing a shockwave that radiated outward from their epicenter. The shattered debris on the ground was swept away like leaves in a tempest by the force of the impact. Having faced Gong Yexian for the first time in Lisher, Wu Shuang had come to realize that he was the most formidable opponent he had encountered thus far. Therefore, he concentrated all his energy into this single strike. Meanwhile, Gong Yexian, though still dismissive of Wu Shuang, did not underestimate him. He too unleashed his full power, intent on obliterating Wu Shuang in one decisive blow, hoping to turn him into one of his 3,000 ghost servants. To his astonishment, not only did his strike fail to obliterate Wu Shuang, but it did not even manage to push him back. In fact, Gong Yexian found himself feeling a twinge of soreness and involuntarily retreating. Well done, I underestimated you. Gong Yexian glared at Wu Shuang, baring his teeth in a cold smile. Are you perhaps overestimating yourself? Wu Shuang replied with a chuckle. You were driven back in Lisher, yet you still remain so arrogant. Do you think your face is too large, or is your backside too pale? Wu Shuang found Gong Yexian's tone utterly amusing. You dare to insult me? I shall grant you death. The words ignited a furious wrath within Gong Yexian. Instead of charging at Wu Shuang again, he seated himself cross-legged on the ground, murmuring incantations while forming strange and intricate seals with his hands. Observing Gong Yexian's actions, Wu Shuang refrained from launching an attack. Instead, he crossed his arms and watched with keen interest, akin to a spectator enjoying a jester-esque performance. He was curious to see what tricks Gong Yexian could conjure. Did he believe that by merely forming peculiar seals, he could vanquish him? Having faced countless adversaries in battle, Wu Shuang was well aware that victories were not won through gimmicks. Meanwhile, Gong Yexian remained oblivious to Wu Shuang's thoughts, diligently channeling his secret technique. Soon, dark mist began to emanate from his body, rapidly expanding and enveloping the space around him as it surged toward Wu Shuang. Even in the depths of night, the black mist loomed far denser and darker than the surrounding shadows. Within this obsidian haze, flickering points of light emerged, accompanied by wails that echoed like the cries of lost souls. A sense of foreboding washed over Wu Shuang as he recognized the impending danger of the encroaching mist. In a swift motion, he leapt to evade its grasp. Yet, to his astonishment, his movement only accelerated the mist's advance, swifter than the very lightning that cleaves the sky, enveloping him in an instant. Suddenly, the world around Wu Shuang plunged into an impenetrable darkness, as if ink had spilled across the canvas of night. The faint glimmers within the black mist not only emitted chilling howls, but also radiated an icy cold that pierced through to the bone. Under the incantations of Gong Yexian, these points of light seemed to gain a will of their own, hurtling toward Wu Shuang with ferocious intent. As he beheld the luminous entities approaching, a shiver coursed through him, raising the hairs on his neck and sending goosebumps cascading across his skin. Faced with the onslaught of these star-like lights, Wu Shuang relied on his extraordinary agility to evade the assault from all directions. You insolent wretch, enjoy this moment. Gong Yexian's voice echoed with sinister glee. These are my 3,000 ghostly servants. Currently, there are only 2,999. With you added to the mix, I shall finally achieve my goal. To become one of my spectral minions means you shall know neither life nor death, eternally enslaved to me, executing my will and eliminating any who defy me. How exhilarating it is to realize my ambition of conjuring 3,000 specters, transforming my foes into puppets of death. Wu Shuang scoffed defiantly. You deluded fool. Do you think this mere black mist and a few flickering flames can best me? He darted and weaved, avoiding the ghostly lights with ease. Huh. This is merely an appetizer. Gong Yexian bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. Now, witness the true power of my 3,000 ghostly servants. With a piercing scream, the black mist swirled ominously, churning like storm clouds before a summer tempest. The ghostly lights erupted in a cacophony of mournful wails, causing the temperature to plummet sharply, transforming the balmy summer night into an autumn chill. No longer did the lights attack individually. Instead, they coalesced into a fearsome orb of ghostly fire, pulsating with an eerie blue hue that surged toward Wu Shuang with a terrifying velocity, accompanied by their haunting cries. Wu Shuang swiftly sidestepped, attempting to evade the luminous sphere hurtling towards him. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he dodged, another sphere materialized beside him, crashing towards him like a falling meteor. In a moment of urgency, Shuang executed a backbend, propelling himself forward with a fierce momentum, barely skimming the ground to evade the sphere. Yet, the luminous orb surged forth from all directions, encircling him and leaving no avenue of escape. This time, no matter how he maneuvered, he could not evade the ghostly orbs. As the sphere approached head-on, Shuang realized evasion was futile. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he thought to himself, what is there to fear from a ghost? If it were formidable in life, it wouldn't he have been reduced to a mere specter by this wretch, having lacked any prowess while alive? How could it possess any now as a spirit? I shall stand my ground and see who possesses greater skill. I will cleave this ghost into 18 pieces. Chapter 144. The Black Dagger. With a surge of determination, Shuang summoned all his strength, bellowing as he swung the black dagger towards the menacing sphere rushing at him. To his disbelief, the once ferocious orb, which had emitted ghastly wails, vanished upon contact with his dagger, akin to winter snow meeting a searing iron ball. The piercing cries of the specter ceased abruptly, as if someone had been choked mid-scream. Witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, both Gong Yixin and Shuang were left bewildered. Even Shuang could hardly fathom that his black dagger possessed such remarkable efficacy, effortlessly dispersing the ghostly orbs. When his master entrusted him with the dagger, he merely mentioned that it was found swathed in swaddling cloth. Although his master could not discern its origins or the materials from which it was forged, he sensed the dagger was extraordinary and advised Shuang to cherish it, as it might someday serve as a token to reunite him with his family. For Shuang, the prospect of finding his family held little significance. In his heart, he regarded only one person as his closest kin, his master. He did not believe his biological parents would ever seek him out, for if they had any affection towards him, they would not have abandoned him, nor would they have neglected him for so many years. After all, he had been forsaken at the gates of Zixiao Temple. Throughout the years, he had resided within the temple, never straying far. Even so, his parents had never sought him. He held no sentiment for the parents he had never met. However, this black dagger has always been kept close by Shuang. It is not merely for the purpose of identification among acquaintances, but rather, this black dagger proves to be exceptionally useful. Not only is it extraordinarily sharp, but its composition remains a mystery, rendering it undetectable by any metal detectors. Whether passing through the customs of various countries or entering grand royal palaces and the territories of warlords, affluent merchants, and wealthy households, no matter how advanced the detection equipment, none can uncover the presence of Shuang's black dagger. Thus, he is able to carry it with him freely, traversing the globe without hindrance. To date, countless adversaries have met their demise at the hands of this black dagger. Yet, Shuang never anticipated that his black dagger possessed a unique ability to restrain ghosts and malevolent spirits. Upon discovering this extraordinary function, Shuang felt an invigorated sense of confidence. Whenever a ghostly entity dared to assault him, he would swiftly strike at them with his black dagger. Before the blade could reach the ghostly orbs, the spirits within would instantly dissipate with an explosive sound. The successful experiments confirmed that his black dagger indeed held remarkable efficacy against these spectral foes. Consequently, Shuang ceased to wait for his enemies to launch an attack. Instead, he unleashed his ethereal agility, wielding the black dagger to initiate an offensive against the luminous orbs. In an instant, countless orbs vanished as if melting under the summer sun, causing profound distress to Gong Yixin. The creation of such ghostly servants had demanded immense effort and considerable resources, resulting in the summoning of so many specters. Little did he expect that his painstakingly crafted minions would be slaughtered by Shuang with such ease. If all his ghostly servants were to be annihilated, it would signify a monumental loss for him. In the blink of an eye, over 500 of his ghostly servants had perished beneath the blade of Shuang's dagger. Although Shuang eradicated these specters, he could distinctly sense that they harbored no sorrow in their final moments, but rather an overwhelming feeling of liberation. Once forged into ghostly servants by Gong Yixin, they were condemned to endless servitude, forever deprived of rebirth. They had long desired to escape Gong Yixin's grasp, yet he wielded binding spells and suppressive artifacts that left them with no choice. Now, despite Shuang's obliteration of their forms, he inadvertently granted them freedom from Gong Yixin's tyranny, bestowing upon them a release from their torment. Witnessing the mass extermination of his ghostly servants, Gong Yixin let out a desperate cry, swiftly reciting incantations and activating his artifacts to reclaim the remaining specters. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he would have faced the catastrophic loss of even more of his ghostly servants, an outcome tantamount to a death sentence for him. As the ghostly servants were subdued, the ominous mist dissipated, restoring clarity to the world. Although it was night, the brilliance of the starry sky rendered everything distinctly visible. You insolent brat! What is that you wield? Daring to slay so many of my ghostly servants? Are you courting death? Glowering with fury, Gong Yexian directed his venomous inquiry at Shuang. Huh! Wretched creature, you have repeatedly wished for my demise, yet here I stand, unscathed. Dust to dust, those ghostly servants have perished in this realm. Your relentless enslavement of them is a transgression against the heavens, jeopardizing your own dark virtue. Shuang retorted with a grin. I have liberated them from your bondage, allowing them to ascend to blissful rebirth, a small act of merit on my part for you. Vile creature, cease your nonsensical prattle. Gong Yexian shouted furiously. I have invested immeasurable effort into crafting these ghostly servants. Now, to have them obliterated by you, I shall not rest until you are forged into my new servant. Though I have lost hundreds, if I can transform you into one of my own, not only will I recover my losses, but I shall also acquire your dark dagger, significantly enhancing my power. A talisman capable of subduing malevolent spirits is a rare treasure for sorcerers like us. Should I obtain your dagger, I would rank among the elite, perhaps even rivaling my master, the esteemed Haimu. If you wish to mold me into a ghostly servant, let us see your prowess, Shuang replied, unfazed by Gong Yexian's threats. You may possess a talisman that restrains my servants, but do not overestimate your significance. Watch how I teach you a lesson. With that, Gong Yexian drew a gleaming sword from behind him, its cold light flashing as he lunged at Shuang. Chapter 145. A life-and-death battle. Gong Yexian's sword was forged from the finest steel, slicing through the air like a lightning bolt across the night sky. Moreover, his swordplay was both swift and elusive. In an instant, the blade was upon Shuang. Confronted with Gong Yexian's fierce attack, Shuang merely snorted disdainfully before meeting it with his black dagger. The two weapons clashed violently, erupting into a dazzling display of sparks accompanied by a deafening roar. The shockwave generated was more potent than that of two barehanded combatants, causing their garments to billow outward as they were propelled by the force, only to charge at each other once more. Under the shroud of night, a sword and a dagger became entangled in a fierce melee. Both combatants moving with the swiftness of lightning, each strike intent on cleaving the other in twain. However, both individuals had reached the pinnacle of their respective realms, their techniques executed with a swiftness akin to a tempest. In the air, brilliant flashes illuminated the scene, accompanied by the resonant clashing of metal reminiscent of exploding beans. Gong Yexian surpassed the 5 attendants of the merchant, standing at a higher echelon, and when compared to Shuang, they were nearly evenly matched, rendering it impossible to discern a victor in this moment. Any film director observing their exhilarating yet perilous duel would undoubtedly be enthralled. Such choreography, such breathtaking maneuvers, would be difficult to replicate even with special effects, failing to capture the sheer intensity and grandeur of their combat. In an instant, they had exchanged 40 to 50 moves. Gong Yexian felt a surge of astonishment. He had not anticipated Shuang's formidable prowess. Not only was he unable to suppress Shuang, but he also felt an unsettling sense of inadequacy, finding himself at a disadvantage. As a sorcerer, he quickly began to chant incantations, seeking to harness the arcane secrets of his craft to augment his combat abilities, hoping to overcome Shuang before him. Yet, despite invoking the spell and channeling the mystical energy, the results were far from satisfactory. Although his strength had indeed been bolstered, it was still insufficient when juxtaposed with Shuang's capabilities. Their battle remained as it had been, with Gong Yexian failing to gain any upper hand and on the verge of faltering. At this juncture, Gong Yexian felt a deep sense of alarm. In Southeast Prefecture, he was regarded as a formidable force, second only to his master. Those who opposed him would often find themselves vanquished without him even drawing his sword, as mere sorcery could subdue them. Now, having exerted all his strength, he was dismayed to find himself still unable to secure any advantage. Shuang appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Even if he had been training since birth, how many years of cultivation could he truly claim? Gong Yexian had devoted over 30 years to his own practice, and yet he found himself unable to best Shuang, an embarrassment of the highest order. Though there were no spectators around, Gong Yexian could feel the heat rising to his face. Shuang let out a cold laugh, seemingly unfazed. The speed of the black dagger in his hand intensified, becoming swifter than lightning as he unleashed 3 rapid strikes, compelling Gong Yexian to retreat step by step. The impact left Gong Yexian's wrist aching, causing his swordplay to falter and his momentum to wane. Shuang advanced with ferocity, wielding the dagger with increasing aggression. Alarmed, Gong Yexian altered his technique, adopting an even more insidious and treacherous approach. With determination, he retaliated against Wu Shuang. Simultaneously, Gong Yexian discreetly retrieved a talisman from his pocket and affixed it to his arm. In an instant, his strength surged like a fierce black bear, and he launched a ferocious counterattack against Wu Shuang. The talisman he had drawn was a divine power talisman crafted by the esteemed Haimu, designed to amplify one's strength dramatically upon application. Certainly, the creation of such an intricate talisman is exceedingly challenging, and the materials required are prohibitively precious. Thus, even Blackwood managed to forge only 3 of these talismans. It was only due to the fact that he regarded his chief disciple with favor that he bestowed one upon him. Blackwood cautioned that such talismans are exceedingly difficult to craft and should only be employed in dire circumstances. Over the years, Gong Yexian, relying on his status as Blackwood's foremost disciple and the fear he instilled in others in Southeast Prefecture, had never had the opportunity to utilize such a talisman. Today, however, after exhausting his utmost capabilities, he found himself unable to gain any advantage over Wu Shuang. Consequently, he resorted to using this divine talisman, resulting in a sudden surge of power, and with a single sword strike, a torrent of sword energy erupted, momentarily forcing Wu Shuang into a state of disarray. Gong Yexian felt elated, convinced that this time he would secure the upper hand and eliminate Wu Shuang. Yet, despite Wu Shuang's initial confusion, he quickly regained his composure, leaving Gong Yexian with no tangible advantage. Gong Yexian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that even with the aid of his master's divine talisman, he would still be unable to claim victory. The youth, Wu Shuang, possessed such formidable skills, and despite exerting all his strength, he could not best him. Simultaneously, he felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. As a sorcerer, his greatest asset was his magic. Yet, he was astonished to discover that Wu Shuang wielded a specialized artifact capable of countering malevolent spirits. Had he been able to employ his sorcery, he might have already vanquished Wu Shuang and turned him into a ghostly servant. While Gong Yexian was lost in these thoughts, his focus waned, causing him to be driven back by Wu Shuang's relentless onslaught. Alarmed, Gong Yexian steeled himself once more, channeling all his energy to continue the fight. Wu Shuang regarded Gong Yexian with a faint smile and queried, "Wretched beast, what other abilities do you possess? Feel free to unleash them. If this is all you can muster, then you might as well close your eyes and repose." Wu Shuang had already reached the pinnacle of the upper echelon of the Flood Realm. Had it not been for his curiosity regarding the capabilities of the sorcerers in Southeast Prefecture, he would have dispatched Gong Yexian with a single stroke long ago. To his astonishment, as the battle progressed, Gong Yexian had exhausted all his strength and possessed no new techniques or stratagems. "You audacious brat, daring to speak so brazenly in my presence, you shall witness how I shall torment you." Gong Yexian seethed, his face darkening with rage, his teeth clenched in frustration. "Unfortunately, you lack the qualification and the opportunity," Wu Shuang retorted with a sneer, and then, with a swift change in his stance, he unleashed his black dagger, slicing through the air like a bolt of black lightning, forcefully striking towards Gong Yexian once more. Chapter 146. Annihilation of Body and Spirit. Gong Yexian hurriedly wielded his treasured sword, blocking Wu Shuang's dagger. The air erupted in a shower of sparks as he felt an overwhelming force surge through his sword and into his body. He suddenly felt a profound ache in his arms, as if his very organs were churning tumultuously. The force of the blow caused Gong Yexian to instinctively stagger backward for several paces, despite straining every muscle to halt his momentum, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Yet he could not come to a stop. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang, like a shadow, relentlessly pursued him, brandishing a dagger and launching a tempestuous onslaught against him. After retreating for what felt like an eternity, Gong Yexian finally managed to halt his retreat, but by then, he had completely succumbed to a disadvantage, with no hope of turning the tide. Under the oppressive force of Wu Shuang's black dagger, he could only defend himself, devoid of the strength to counterattack. With a sharp sound, Wu Shuang's dagger sliced a gash over a foot long across Gong Yexian's chest, followed by a brutal kick to his side. Instantly, Gong Yexian's body resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leaving him weak and in agony. Just then, Wu Shuang leaped toward him again, delivering a fierce kick aimed at his head. Had that kick connected, it would surely have shattered Gong Yexian's skull. In a moment of sheer panic, he broke into a cold sweat and rolled aside just in time to evade Wu Shuang's strike. However, a nearby stone met the brunt of Wu Shuang's kick, shattering into fragments. Gong Yixian silently acknowledged how perilously close he had come to disaster. Had he delayed, even slightly, it would have been his head that shattered instead of the stone. With his attack thwarted, Wu Shuang advanced, determined to continue her assault. Gong Yixian, summoning his last reserves of strength, executed a nimble roll to evade her strike. Shaking off the pain, he unleashed a dense black mist, releasing the remaining specters under his command. He knew he was no match for Wu Shuang. While these specters posed no real threat to her, they could at least hinder her movements, granting him a fleeting opportunity to escape. Upon their release, the specters, albeit reluctantly, emitted piercing wails, revealing their ghastly visages and sharp fangs as they lunged toward Wu Shuang. For an ordinary individual, such a sight would surely induce terror, rendering them incapable of standing firm. Yet Wu Shuang, armed with her black dagger and infused with pure yang energy, was unfazed by the specters summoned by Gong Yixian. Wu Shuang brandished the black dagger in his hand, eliciting piercing screams from the ghostly servants, who, upon closer proximity, evaporated into thin air like snowflakes in June. The more distant apparitions, terrified as if confronted by judges of the underworld, turned tail and fled in haste. Meanwhile, Gong Yixian had no time to recite incantations to command the spirits. He was wholeheartedly focused on his escape. If he could depart from this place tonight, he intended to summon his master, the illustrious Blackwood Master, to dismember Wu Shuang and reduce him to ashes. Furthermore, he aspired to transmute Wu Shuang's soul into a new, ghostly servant for his own use, thus avenging himself for the indignities faced today. The ghostly servants had served their purpose, and Gong Yixian was now a considerable distance, 200 meters, away from Wu Shuang. He was convinced that, should he exert his full strength, this distance would be an insurmountable chasm, rendering Wu Shuang incapable of pursuing him. Observing Gong Yixian's desperate flight, a cold smile crept across Wu Shuang's face as he leapt into pursuit. His body left behind a fleeting shadow, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards Gong Yixian with astonishing swiftness. Hearing the rush of wind behind him, Gong Yixian turned to find Wu Shuang had closed the gap, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated such incredible speed from Wu Shuang. The chasm he believed to exist was, in Wu Shuang's eyes, merely a jest. As Wu Shuang approached, Gong Yixian hastily thrust his sword backward towards him. The gleaming blade aimed at Wu Shuang's face. However, Wu Shuang dodged, leaving only an afterimage in his wake as he appeared on Gong Yixian's left side. Gong Yixian's strike missed, and he quickly attempted to retract his sword and change tactics for another assault. At that moment, a flash of dark light surged, and Wu Shuang's dagger plunged into Gong Yixian's left rib. A searing pain coursed through Gong Yixian, his pupils dilating as his vision blurred. In a desperate bid, he discarded his sword and lunged towards Wu Shuang, intent on a mutual demise, grasping for a final struggle. Yet, before his arms could encircle Wu Shuang, the latter twisted the dagger within Gong Yixian's side, creating chaos within. Gong Yixian felt his ribs and internal organs shatter beneath the dagger's thrust, releasing a blood-curdling scream that transcended human capacity. His hands fell limply to his sides, and all strength ebbed away. His body swayed unsteadily before crashing to the ground. Now, Gong Yixian's eyes, resembling those of a dead fish, rolled back in disbelief, unable to fathom how easily he had succumbed to Wu Shuang's hand. After Gong Yixian drew his last breath, a shadow identical to him emerged from his body. This was Gong Yixian's soul, which glared menacingly at Wu Shuang before attempting to escape. However, Wu Shuang granted him no opportunity for flight. A sorcerer of his caliber had remarkably attained the manifestation of his soul. Should it elude him, it would undoubtedly spell endless trouble. Thus, Wu Shuang merely brandished his black dagger, and Gong Yixian's soul dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing completely from this world. Chapter 147. The bioengineered eagle. As Gong Yixian fell, his final gaze fixated upon Wu Shuang, sending a chill of unease and dread through him. Countless lives had been extinguished by his hand, yet none had ever bestowed upon him such an unsettling sensation prior to their demise. Nevertheless, Wu Shuang dismissed the feeling of cold dread from his mind. After securing his dagger, he hastened to the helicopter to return to Lisher. With Gong Yixian's death, his sorcery naturally ceased. Upon Wu Shuang's return, the dark energy and malevolence surrounding Xiao Qingqing had entirely vanished, even after the removal of the 9 divine needles. She remained unharmed. Although that night had presented certain dangers, the group had ultimately traversed it safely. The following day, under Mu Jincheng's arrangements, Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing boarded a military aircraft. On the plane, Xiao Ziyu regarded Wu Shuang with an intensity reminiscent of a mother-in-law scrutinizing her son-in-law, causing Wu Shuang to feel increasingly uneasy. He pondered whether the old man had some peculiar fixation, as his unyielding gaze bore into him. "Xiao, old man, what do you mean by staring at me?" Wu Shuang inquired, his displeasure evident. Xiao Ziyu, captivated by Wu Shuang's demeanor, found himself growing increasingly fond and delighted. In his mind, having such a grandson-in-law would be a blessing. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's question, he couldn't help but blush and quickly averted his gaze. Observing Xiao Ziyu's reaction, Wu Shuang felt even more alarmed. Surely, the old man harbored no honorable intentions, otherwise he wouldn't have flushed at his inquiry. Could it be that the old fellow had taken a liking to the young and handsome Wu Shuang? This thought made Wu Shuang instinctively tighten his posture. Shifting slightly further away from Xiao Ziyu, his expression now laden with caution. Had Xiao Ziyu been privy to Wu Shuang's musings, he would have surely delivered a sharp reprimand. After all, he was a 5-star general, one of the leaders of millions, and the notion of being perceived as an infatuated elder was utterly mortifying. "Wu Shuang, who were those individuals that appeared beside you the other day?" Xiao Ziyu queried, seeking to dispel the awkwardness of the moment. Bloodblade is an elite unit within the Special Forces, representing the nation's highest secrecy. Aside from the king and Feng Mubai, who oversees Bloodblade, even a 5-star general like Xiao Ziyu holds limited knowledge about its members. Thus, upon encountering Tai Tu, Xiao Dao, Dexiong, Jin Gang, and the monk, he could not recognize them. However, judging by the skills and demeanor of these 5 individuals, it was evident that they were not ordinary. They must possess significant backgrounds. He had intended to engage in meaningful conversations with Xiao Dao and the others after the abandoned factory incident concluded. Unexpectedly, as soon as the affairs at the factory wrapped up, Xiao Dao and his companions vanished without a trace. Xiao Dao and his associates were with Wu Shuang, who surely knew the identities of those 5 individuals. "Oh, those 5 are merely some acquaintances of mine from outside. Without their assistance, how could we have easily eliminated that threat and rescued Director Xiao?" When Xiao Ziyu inquired about Tai Tu, Xiao Dao, Dexiong, Jin Gang, and the monk, Wu Shuang hastily concocted an excuse to deflect the question. Their identities were not meant for public knowledge, and even for Xiao Ziyu, Wu Shuang could not divulge the truth. "Kid, those individuals are indeed talented, and the military is in dire need of personnel. Since they are your friends, why not enlist them?" Wu Shuang remarked to Xiao Ziyu with a smile. Yet, internally, he mused, "Heh, old Xiao, you too can misjudge a situation. Xiao Dao was selected from your own ranks. It's better that you don't recognize them. It saves us a great deal of trouble." Not just Xiao Ziyu, even Feng Mubai found it hard to believe. Until the vendetta against his brother was avenged, he would not allow Xiao Dao and the others to be exposed. The reason they dared to appear boldly before Xiao Ziyu was that they wore special bionic masks. Not even their parents would easily recognize them in such a guise. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Xiao Ziyu couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Such exceptional talents were regrettably missed. However, considering that they were all friends of Wu Shuang, as long as he was present, there remained a chance to summon them into the military. The aircraft soared steadily through the skies, and at that moment, Wu Shuang turned his head to see an eagle flying parallel to the plane outside the window. To the untrained eye, it appeared to be an ordinary eagle. But Wu Shuang, with his keen gaze, discerned something unusual in its eyes. "This is bad. Quickly, attack that eagle." Upon realizing that the eagle's eyes were, in fact, cameras, Wu Shuang shouted urgently to the crew at the front of the plane. Simultaneously, he swiftly grabbed a parachute bag on board and tossed it to Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing. "What is this for?" Xiao Qingqing, perplexed, inquired of Wu Shuang. "There's no time for explanations. Hurry and put it on." Wu Shuang swiftly donned her umbrella pack, while keeping a watchful eye on the hawk soaring above. The crew members in front, initially taken aback by Wu Shuang's words, quickly adjusted the military aircraft's cannon to target the majestic bird. Without hesitation, they pressed the switch, and the cannon erupted with fiery tongues, unleashing a barrage towards the hawk. Meanwhile, Shuang, who was controlling the hawk from the base, observed through the eagle-eye camera that Wu Shuang and her companions had opened fire. A cold smile crept across his face as he gently maneuvered the control stick. The hawk, with a slight flutter of its wings, effortlessly evaded the incoming bullets. This hawk was not a genuine bird, but rather the latest bionic creation from Eagle Nation, indistinguishable from its real counterpart. Internally, it housed cutting-edge technology and carried 5 miniature missiles. As the cannon's bullets approached, its array of sensors and panoramic high-definition cameras swiftly locked onto the projectiles, allowing it to deftly dodge them. Realizing his cover was blown, Shuang abandoned stealth and pressed a button on the control panel. Suddenly, the belly of the hawk opened. and 5 missiles, trailing fiery tails, were launched from within. The crew members aboard the military aircraft were taken aback. They had never anticipated that the nearby Hawk could launch missiles. In a frantic response, they immediately activated the countermeasures, deploying flares from the aircraft. Simultaneously, they directed the laser cannon in an attempt to obliterate the 5 incoming missiles before they could strike. Despite their timely reaction and countermeasures, the flares and cannon only managed to destroy 4 of the missiles. However, 3 air-to-air missiles launched by the crew successfully locked onto the Hawk. The last remaining missile, trailing an incandescent tail, streaked through the sky like a meteor, striking the aircraft with overwhelming force. A thunderous explosion ensued, engulfing the entire plane in a blinding blaze of light. The aircraft's fuselage was torn apart by the shockwave of the blast, obliterating both the plane and its crew. In that split second before the missile collided with the aircraft, Shuang had already opened the cabin door, grabbing Shuang and Xiao Ziyu, urging them to leap from the plane. Although the explosion did not directly harm them, the resulting shockwave propelled the trio several meters away through the air. The once tightly held hands of the 3 were forcefully separated by the blast's impact. Among the 3, Xiao possessed the weakest skill, having never undergone training for high-altitude parachuting. As she leapt from the aircraft, a wave of disorientation washed over her. While grasping Shuang's hand, she found some solace in the warmth emanating from him, which alleviated her fear to a certain extent. However, once they separated, terror engulfed her, and she let out a startled cry. In that moment, a rush of frigid air surged into her body, compounded by the lack of oxygen at such heights, causing her to lose consciousness. Consequently, her limbs became numb and uncontrollable, and she plummeted freely through the air. Xiao Ziyu, though somewhat alarmed, was a seasoned warrior with considerable adaptability. Despite his awkwardness, he managed to maintain his composure. Even at over 70 years of age, he spread his arms and legs wide, striving to control his descent in a regulated manner. In stark contrast, Shuang was flung far away, now at least 100 meters from the two. Witnessing Xiao Ziyu and Xiao tumbling down, Shuang felt a surge of urgency. He immediately drew his limbs together and steered his body like a released arrow towards the nearest Xiao Ziyu. Utilizing the air currents at high altitude, Shuang soared swiftly, resembling a great bird, and soon reached Xiao Ziyu's side. Upon grasping Xiao Ziyu's hand, he exhaled a sigh of relief. As a 5-star general and a leader of the nation and military, losing such a figure would be an immense tragedy. However, upon seeing Shuang, Xiao Ziyu exhibited no joy. Instead, he pointed towards Xiao and shouted, "Quick, save Qingqing." At his age, he felt that death was an acceptable fate, but Xiao Qingqing, being merely in her 20s and at the prime of her youth, could not be allowed to perish. "Are you all right, old man?" Shuang inquired loudly. "Do not concern yourself with me. I am fine. Hurry and save Qingqing," Xiao Ziyu urged, disregarding his own safety. His eyes were filled with affection, care, and concern. Observing Xiao Qingqing's free fall, Xiao Ziyu realized she might have lost consciousness, relinquishing control of her body. If she were not rescued promptly, her descent would likely result in fatal consequences. From Xiao Ziyu's gaze, Shuang discerned the deep concern he held for Xiao Qingqing. Despite his advanced age, Xiao Ziyu seemed capable. Shuang nodded in acknowledgement, then once more gathered his limbs and, harnessing the currents of air, darted towards Xiao Qingqing. The 3 individuals descended at a remarkable speed, and above them, fragments of the exploding aircraft, still ablaze, plummeted from the sky, threatening to strike them. Shuang not only had to evade the debris raining down from above, but also sought a way to reach Xiao Qingqing, which proved to be an arduous challenge. After dodging several large pieces of wreckage, Shuang found himself considerably closer to Xiao Qingqing. However, at that moment, a massive fragment hurtled down like a meteor, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, aimed directly at Xiao Qingqing. As the colossal wreckage descended upon her, Shuang and Xiao Ziyu gasped in horror, their eyes wide with panic as they watched Xiao Qingqing in midfall. Just then, a sudden gust of turbulence swept through, propelling Xiao Qingqing several meters to the side, narrowly avoiding the impending catastrophe. With their hearts finally at ease, Shuang and Xiao Ziyu exhaled deeply. Although Xiao Qingqing had escaped immediate danger, the distance between her and Shuang had increased, complicating his rescue efforts. Left with no other choice, Shuang relied once more on the air currents to hasten his approach to Xiao Qingqing. After descending several hundred meters, Shuang finally reached her and grasped her firmly. At this moment, the tension that had gripped Xiao Ziyu began to dissipate, her furrowed brow relaxing as she gave Shuang a thumbs up. In such dire circumstances, it was only Shuang who could have accomplished this feat of rescue. Had he been alone, he would have been powerless to prevent Xiao Qingqing's demise. Yet, even now, Xiao Qingqing remained unconscious, still unaware of her perilous situation. Even if he were to deploy her parachute, the outcome would likely be fatal. Wu Shuang understood that her state of unconsciousness was due to a lack of oxygen and shock. The only way to revive her was to provide her with oxygen. However, under the current conditions, how could he possibly deliver oxygen to her? Chapter 149. The parachute malfunctioned in an instant. Wu Shuang contemplated his options and realized he had only one course of action: to perform artificial respiration. Yet, given the rapid descent, executing this maneuver was fraught with difficulty. Nonetheless, it was the only solution available to him at this moment. Time was of the essence. If he did not act swiftly to awaken Xiao Qingqing, they would fall below 1,000 meters, and if the parachute failed to deploy, their situation would become dire. Without hesitation, Wu Shuang took a deep breath and positioned his lips against Xiao Qingqing's soft, warm, and inviting ones. Her lips, moist and alluring, felt distinct from those of Long Yuyan, adding an unexpected element to the gravity of the moment. However, at that moment, Wu Shuang found himself devoid of both time and the emotional capacity to appreciate the surrounding nuances. He swiftly administered several breaths of oxygen to Xiao Qingqing. Concurrently, Wu Shuang deftly pressed a few acupressure points, and soon, Xiao Qingqing regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she was startled to find Wu Shuang's face mere inches from hers, his arms enveloping her, his lips resting against her own. Overcome with alarm, she instinctively pushed him away. Yet, as she did so, she realized her limbs were devoid of strength, her entire body rendered weak and powerless. In that moment, she became acutely aware of the rushing wind against her ears and the painful friction of the air on her skin, all while wisps of clouds floated nearby. It dawned on her that she was still suspended in midair, plummeting rapidly downward. Panic coursed through her, draining color from her face as she let out a terrified scream, then instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Wu Shuang. The thought of falling from such a great height, akin to tumbling from a 2- or 3-story building, was terrifying. The prospect of her bones shattering and her body becoming a mere heap of flesh was unbearable. She lamented the fate of her once beautiful self being reduced to a gruesome sight. In that instant, she was no longer the poised Xiao Qingqing, nor the formidable Director Xiao who instilled fear in the hearts of criminals, nor the illustrious young lady of a distinguished lineage. Instead, she had been transformed into a frightened, helpless woman, rendered vulnerable in the face of danger. At that moment, all notions of propriety and the boundaries between the genders vanished. She clung to Wu Shuang like an octopus, her grip tightening around him. In her fervor, she inadvertently restricted Wu Shuang's breathing, making him feel as though his strength was waning. Moreover, the youthful vitality of Xiao Qingqing, coupled with her intoxicating fragrance and fervent warmth, overwhelmed Wu Shuang's senses, igniting an involuntary reaction within him. This would have been manageable on solid ground, but at several thousand meters in altitude, any misstep could spell disaster for them both. Wu Shuang quickly centered his thoughts, channeling his energy to maintain clarity of mind. Director Xiao, do not fear, remain calm. As long as you can deploy the parachute, we will be safe, he reassured her, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within himself. Xiao Qingqing, still in a daze and her mind in disarray, merely nodded instinctively at his words. Yet, her body remained tightly intertwined with Wu Shuang's, paralyzed by fear. Wu Shuang sighed in resignation, fully aware that her reaction was a natural response to such peril. Since she could not remain composed enough to pull the parachute cord herself, he resolved to assist her in that crucial moment. Director Xiao, do not be anxious. Listen to my words. I shall now unfurl your parachute, and you must strive to stabilize your body, seeking equilibrium to avert any mishap. If you comprehend me, please nod your head, all right? Wu Shuang spoke as if soothing a child, quickly turning to Xiao Qingqing. Although Xiao Qingqing was currently in a state of panic, she was not a frail woman. Her innate qualities surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, she understood that he was acting in her best interest and promptly nodded. Seeing her nod, Wu Shuang realized that she had grasped his instructions. He extended his hand and grasped the parachute's pull cord, exerting a firm tug. He estimated they were currently at an altitude of approximately 1,500 to 2,000 meters, making this the opportune moment to deploy the parachute. However, despite his efforts, the pull cord of Xiao Qingqing's parachute refused to budge. Fate certainly had a cruel sense of humor. How could her parachute be defective? Military parachutes are renowned for their superior quality, and malfunctions are expected to be non-existent. Yet, it was unfathomable that this singular faulty parachute had found its way into Xiao Qingqing's possession. In such circumstances, a parachute failure could prove fatal. As Xiao Qingqing felt Wu Shuang tugging on her parachute's cord, the realization that it had not deployed chilled her to the core. How could she be so unfortunate as to encounter a defective parachute? Throughout this perilous journey, she had faced numerous dangers. Though she had never subscribed to the notion of fate, at this moment, she began to entertain the idea of destiny's cruel design. With only 3 parachute packs aboard the aircraft, Wu Shuang would certainly not have intentionally given her a faulty one. Her misfortune was simply beyond belief. Without a parachute, she faced certain death. Contemplating this grim reality, tears streamed down Xiao Qingqing's face, her heart heavy with sorrow. At just over 20 years of age, she was in the prime of her youth, yet her life could come to an abrupt end without ever having savored its beauty. The thought of departing this world without having married or born children was a profound tragedy. She yearned to weep, yet found herself unable to do so. She wanted to scream, to release her pent-up grief, but when she opened her mouth, the wind rushed in, rendering her voiceless. Wu Shuang could feel Xiao Qingqing trembling against him, acutely aware of her distress. Young and beautiful, she hailed from a good family and was diligent in her pursuits. She had already ascended to the position of deputy director in the police bureau. Her future seemed boundless, yet such a sudden stroke of misfortune was undeniably heart-wrenching. Director Xiao, rest assured, I will not abandon you. As long as I am here, you shall not come to harm. Confronted by Xiao Qingqing, Wu Shuang resolutely declared. Chapter 150, Life and Death Together. Subsequently, Wu Shuang firmly embraced Xiao Qingqing with one arm, while pulling the parachute's cord with the other. Wu Shuang's parachute unfurled like a blossoming flower, instantly opening wide. The powerful currents at high altitude propelled the parachute upwards, lifting them momentarily before it finally stabilized, gently drifting downwards. At that moment, Xiao Ziyu also deployed his parachute. However, due to the turbulent air, he found himself a considerable distance from Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Nevertheless, he quickly discerned that Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were sharing a single parachute. The fact that Xiao Qingqing had yet to open her parachute indicated that it must be malfunctioning. Otherwise, she would have deployed it by now. A parachute can support the weight of only one person, and the shared usage by both Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing posed a grave danger. If fortune favored them, this singular parachute might still carry both of them safely to the ground. However, matters concerning life and death cannot rely solely on luck. Given the high probability that the parachute would not withstand the combined weight of the two, the grim reality loomed that both could perish in the fall. The thought of Xiao Qingqing meeting such a tragic fate sent a piercing pain through his heart, making him wish for death. If he could turn back time, he would unhesitatingly exchange his parachute with Xiao Qingqing's. He would rather face his own demise than witness her death before his very eyes. Xiao Qingqing was his beloved granddaughter, and he would willingly sacrifice everything, including his life, for the chance to save her. Yet, even with such resolve, he could only watch helplessly as Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were carried away by the parachute. Due to their combined weight being significantly greater than Xiao Ziyu's, their descent was markedly faster. In the air, Xiao Ziyu attempted to shout words of comfort and encouragement to Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, but the turbulent air rendered him voiceless. Even if he could produce sound, the chaos of the winds would carry at little distance, preventing Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing from hearing him. Resigned, Xiao Ziyu could only silently pray for them, hoping for a miracle to ensure their safety. Xiao Qingqing too sensed the alarming speed of their descent. Although she had never jumped from a plane, she possessed some knowledge of parachutes. She understood that a parachute was designed to support the weight of only one individual. Now, with their combined weight exceeding the parachute's capacity, the dire prospect of their demise became increasingly imminent. Wu Shuang, when we are together, both of us will perish. So be it, farewell forever. At this, Xiao Qingqing abruptly released her grip and forcefully pushed Wu Shuang away, hoping to free herself from his hold. Anticipating her actions, Wu Shuang was prepared. Although Xiao Qingqing had loosened her hands, he immediately wrapped his arms around her tightly. Wu Shuang, what are you doing? If you let go, you could survive alone. If you don't, we might both perish. Please, don't be so impulsive. Remain calm, will you? Xiao Qingqing urged, noticing his firm embrace. No, Director Xiao. I have vowed never to let anything happen to you. Wu Shuang replied resolutely. Wu Shuang, please don't be foolish. If you don't let go, we might both die. Just release me, all right? No, give up on that thought. I will never let go. Before Xiao Qingqing could respond further, a powerful gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing their parachutes to tilt and sending them spiraling through the sky. A wave of terror surged within Xiao Qingqing, rendering her speechless as she clung tightly to Wu Shuang once more. Wu Shuang chuckled helplessly, realizing that fate was indeed toying with them. As they faced such fierce winds midair, if their parachute were to flip or be torn apart by the tempest, resulting in their tragic fall to the ground. It would merely reflect their ill fortune. Thus, they tumbled through the air, uncertain of what awaited them. In that moment, they could only embrace each other, offering mutual encouragement and solace. At this juncture, death held little fear for them. At worst, they would fall together, and in the afterlife, they could find companionship, sparing them the loneliness of death. Witnessing the scene unfold, Xiao Ziyu felt a knot of anguish in his heart. Yet, despite his desire to assist, he could do nothing but silently wish them well. Just as Xiao Ziyu was consumed by worry for Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, unexpectedly, the fierce wind miraculously dissipated. Their parachutes stabilized, and they transitioned from peril to safety, having narrowly escaped the earlier danger. However, they had descended to a mere 500 or 600 meters above ground, where the landscape below became vividly discernible. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing exhaled deeply, reflecting on the harrowing experience they had just survived. A moment's inattention could have sent them plummeting to their demise like a shooting star. Before either of them could break into laughter, a faint, hissing sound echoed above them. Although the sound was subtle, both Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing distinctly heard it. Instinctively, they looked up, only to discover a tiny tear had formed in the parachute overhead. This minuscule opening, less than an inch in size, would normally be inconsequential on solid ground. Even a tear 2 or 3 times its size would pose little threat. However, at several hundred meters above the earth, this minute injury, exacerbated by their rapid descent and turbulent air currents, was bound to widen significantly. Chapter 151. Despair truly. Misfortune had struck at the worst possible moment, compounding their peril. Sharing a single parachute was inherently dangerous, and now, facing fierce winds, the appearance of a small tear was utterly terrifying. Witnessing this, Wu Shuang's face turned pale, and a cold sweat enveloped him. Xiao Qingqing, equally ashen, trembled uncontrollably, her once vibrant eyes now devoid of light. The typically composed Xiao Qingqing found herself cursing their wretched fate in silence. As they plummeted, Wu Shuang observed the small tear in the parachute expanding, the gap widening with alarming speed. Despite his panic, he managed to retain a semblance of calm, aware that it was crucial to remain composed in such a dire situation. Until the very last moment, he refused to relinquish hope for survival. Conversely, Xiao Qingqing was gripped by fear, her body icy and her mind a blank slate. The only solace she found was in tightly clutching Wu Shuang, drawing comfort from the warmth of his body. At that moment, they were merely 400 meters above the ground. Wu Shuang shifted his gaze downward, abandoning his fixation on the parachute. To his astonishment, he spotted a great river below, bordered by jagged rocks on one side, certain death should they fall there. On the opposite bank lay a dense forest, teeming with towering trees. If they were to land in the river or among those woods, they might yet have a chance of survival. Unfortunately, they hovered perilously above the rocky terrain, seemingly 50 to 60 meters away from the river. In that instant, despair engulfed Wu Shuang. Not only would a fall onto the rocks spell disaster, but even landing on soft earth could lead to severe injury. The distance to the river, 50 to 60 meters, now dictated their fate. Suspended in midair, with no leverage whatsoever, they were utterly powerless to bridge that gap. Even on level ground, leaping such a distance without cause would be impossible, let alone in their current precarious situation. Xiao Qingqing dared not even glance, tightly closing her eyes, overwhelmed by despair. She understood that it was all over. This time, there was no turning back. Either a miracle would occur, or they would suddenly transform into superheroes. Otherwise, they were both doomed. Although Wu Shuang felt a tinge of panic, he did not share Xiao Qingqing's hopelessness. One hand firmly embraced her, while the other concentrated all his energy, striking backward. He aimed to harness the rebound force created by his internal energy to propel them toward the river's direction. The force generated by his palm was just enough to shift them a mere 20 to 30 centimeters. A trivial distance compared to the 50 or 60 meters they needed to cover. Now, they were less than 400 meters from the ground, and in just a few minutes, they would plummet. Wu Shuang's desperate struggle appeared futile, like a dying gasp, yet he persisted. Even in the face of overwhelming odds, he resolved to exert every effort to seize the chance of survival. Despite knowing the hope was nearly extinguished, he continued to strike forward, inching their way toward the river above. Xiao Qingqing empathized with Wu Shuang's determination. She longed to let go and fall alone, believing that if she did, the parachute would bear only his weight, perhaps allowing him to drift safely to the river's expanse and survive. However, with Wu Shuang's arm encircling her tightly, she found herself unable to part from him. She felt profound guilt, convinced that her presence had endangered him, and now, she could do nothing to alleviate his burden. Only Shuang was fighting for their survival, while she clung to him like a koala, only adding to his weight. It seemed she would never be able to repay his kindness in this life. If there were a next life, she hoped to marry Shuang to repay him for saving her. At present, Shuang was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His sole focus was on maneuvering them to hover over the river. As long as they could land in the water, they might sustain injuries, but they would certainly not be fatal. Yet, as they neared their descent, his efforts appeared trivial, utterly ineffective. Given his current speed, it would take at least half an hour to reach the river's expanse. However, with less than 300 meters to the ground, they would be upon it in mere minutes, leaving no time for such a journey. At that moment, their parachute could no longer bear the weight of both of them. The small tear that had appeared moments ago has now expanded to encompass the entire canopy of the parachute, rendering it seemingly torn asunder. At this juncture, the parachute can no longer capture any wind, and the descent of the two individuals has abruptly doubled in speed. With merely 100 meters remaining between them and the ground, Shuang has resigned himself to despair. He still has numerous vital matters to attend to. His brother's vengeance remains unfulfilled. His lineage remains shrouded in mystery, and he has yet to repay his master's profound kindness. Yet, these concerns have lost all significance in this dire moment. He is on the brink of plummeting to his demise, and this chapter of his life is poised to conclude. His efforts and struggles have become futile, for he is acutely aware that no amount of exertion can alter their fate. The sole action left to him is to embrace Shuang tightly. Though they are not lovers, their bodies have intertwined in this critical moment. They may not share romantic affection, yet their connection transcends it. In the twilight of his existence, to perish alongside a beauty like Shuang is, despite the regrets of his life, a form of solace bestowed by fate. Shuang senses Shuang's grip tightening around her once more. She feels the warmth radiating from his body, the fierce rhythm of his heartbeat, his hurried breaths, and his helplessness. In this moment, she finds herself unable to do anything more for him. All she can do is tighten her embrace, using her own body to provide warmth and comfort. Chapter 152. A desperate reprieve in their final moments. Shuang and Shuang hold each other with all their might. They have forgotten the impending fall, the specter of death, and the world beyond them. Their hearts are solely occupied with one another, wishing to leave no regrets as they approach the end of their lives. As they descend to within 100 meters of the earth, they close their eyes, awaiting the culmination of their existence. In the air, Xiaoziyu watches this poignant scene unfold, his heart wrenched with agony, akin to being seared in oil. He had envisioned Shuang finding happiness with Shuang, dreaming of her marrying a young man as remarkable as him. Ordinarily, witnessing their embrace would bring him joy. Yet now, he is engulfed in sorrow so profound that he cannot muster happiness. Shuang, his beloved granddaughter, is on the verge of death. What meaning does life hold for him should she perish? As this thought crosses his mind, his hand finds the parachute's locking mechanism. If Shuang were to meet her end, he feels that he would have no reason to continue living. At that moment, no one could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a whirlwind in the sky. This gust arrived with alarming abruptness and an uncanny nature, materializing out of nowhere. The force of the wind surpassed 10 on the Beaufort scale, sweeping both Shuang and Shuang into its powerful embrace. As they clung tightly to each other, savoring their final moments of warmth, they were unexpectedly propelled toward the river by this fierce whirlwind. Shuang, feeling the shift, was the first to open his eyes in astonishment. To his utter amazement, they were being carried through the air towards the river, a sense of wonder washing over him. It is often said that miracles abound in this world. He had previously been skeptical, believing that miracles were merely the result of relentless human effort leading to achievements deemed impossible by others. However, the phenomenon unfolding before him transcended his understanding. This sudden whirlwind could only be classified as miraculous. As they approached the river's expanse, Shuang silently prayed for the wind to cease, wishing merely to be released from its grasp. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the whirlwind continued to propel them forward at an alarming speed, leaving him disheartened. Realizing his prayers had been in vain, instead of descending over the river, they were thrust toward a dense grove of trees. Upon reaching the treetops, the whirlwind abruptly vanished, and both Shuang and Shuang plummeted toward the ground, akin to a high-rise building collapsing. In that critical moment, Shuang instinctively turned, positioning himself below Shuang as they hurtled toward the earth. A wave of emotion surged through Shuang. Moved by Shuang's selflessness in prioritizing her safety even in such dire circumstances, this shift meant that upon impact, Shuang would bear the brunt of the fall. With his back facing the ground, absorbing the maximum force. Despite his formidable strength, even someone as powerful as he would be vulnerable to such a violent collision. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingqing, positioned above him, would experience far less impact. The thought that Shuang still cared for her safety at this moment left her deeply touched. As they descended together, resembling a meteor streaking toward the earth, they fell with the swiftness of light. Just then, Shuang's parachute, which had nearly torn in two, miraculously caught on a large tree. The already damaged parachute was brutally ripped apart by the immense force, ultimately severing into two pieces. It was precisely because of this that the parachute, torn into two halves, unexpectedly ensnared Shuang's parachute. The sound of snapping branches echoed as countless twigs were severed in an instant. Yet, due to this peculiar circumstance, both Shuang and Xiao Qingqing found their descent slowing significantly. Shuang held Xiao Qingqing tightly in his embrace, shielding her vital areas with his own back, which bore the brunt of the shattered branches. As they plummeted from the sky, just a few meters above the ground, their bodies abruptly halted, suspended in midair. The parachute, having severed numerous tree branches, had finally snagged onto a trunk, bringing them to a sudden stop. At that moment, Shuang let out a breath of relief, his pallor reflecting the lingering dread as he gazed upward. Had it not been for this grove of trees providing cover, a direct fall to the ground from such heights would have left them with no remains to recover. Now, merely 3 or 4 meters from the ground. Even if Shuang were to release Xiao Qingqing, she would not plummet further. However, just then, a thunderous crack resonated as the branch bearing their combined weight began to buckle under the strain and snapped. As Shuang was about to release Xiao Qingqing, they found themselves plummeting from a height of 3 to 4 meters. Realizing they were about to crash to the ground, Shuang concentrated all his strength into his arms, supporting Xiao Qingqing's delicate waist, and propelled her upwards with a powerful thrust. Instead of descending further, Xiao Qingqing soared upward. Shuang, on the other hand, crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, creating a deep crater upon impact. As for Xiao Qingqing, she ascended less than a meter. And when Shuang's strength finally waned, she descended gently from that height, landing softly on the ground. Upon touching down, Xiao Qingqing's heart, which had raced with anxiety, finally settled, and she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Reflecting on her near fall from a height of nearly 10,000 meters, she was gripped by a wave of terror. She realized how fortunate she was to have Shuang by her side. Without his intervention, she would surely have met a tragic end. Chapter 153. Responsibility and Duty. Logically speaking, a fall from 3 to 4 meters should not have posed a threat to Shuang. However, having already expended all his energy and strength during their descent from a great height, falling from the branches now felt akin to plummeting from 30 or 40 meters. Although the impact left him disoriented, his internal organs feeling as if they had shifted, he coughed up blood. Nevertheless, thanks to his robust physique and profound abilities, the fall only resulted in minor injuries. Aside from the pervasive pain coursing through his body, he bore no significant harm. Xiao Qingqing hurriedly rushed over and swiftly pulled the parachute off him, only to discover that Shuang was bleeding profusely, staining his clothes crimson. In a state of urgency, she crouched down, disregarding the blood-soaked fabric, and embraced Shuang with deep concern, asking, "Shuang, how serious are your injuries? You mustn't be in any danger." Noticing Shuang's pallid complexion and tightly closed eyes, her heart sank, leading her to believe he might have succumbed to his fall. "Shuang, you cannot leave me like this. It's all my fault. I have wronged you and brought you into this predicament. You are my savior, and I have yet to repay your kindness. You must not die. Please grant me the opportunity to show my gratitude." In her sorrow, Xiao Qingqing fervently shook Shuang, her voice laden with emotion. Coughing under her vigorous embrace, Shuang found it hard to breathe and began to cough uncontrollably. Upon hearing his cough, Xiao Qingqing realized she was holding him too tightly and quickly loosened her grip. "Director Xiao, I may not have been killed in the fall, but you might just shake me to death." Shuang jested after regaining his breath, lightening the heavy atmosphere. Xiao Qingqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at his words. Today, Shuang had risked his life to save hers, yet she had done little to assist him and had merely added to his troubles. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she found herself at a loss, fidgeting awkwardly. Observing her reaction, Shuang couldn't help but smile inwardly. He had never imagined the typically fierce Xiao Qingqing could display such a bashful side. Not only Shuang, but even Xiao Qingqing herself sensed something unusual within her. Throughout her life, she had always been straightforward and brash, resembling a tomboy. As an adult in the police force, she had cultivated an image of pride, coldness, and dominance, earning her the moniker of a female tyrant. Despite her striking beauty and alluring figure, she had always presented herself as a strong woman, oblivious to the notion of shyness. Yet today, in front of Shuang, she found herself exhibiting a bashful demeanor. Feeling a sense of awkwardness, the realization made her cheeks burn hotter, resembling a crimson cloth, and she felt a wave of heat wash over her face, leaving her uncertain of how to position her limbs. In a moment of fluster, Xiao Qingqing recalled their close embrace, skin against skin, which only intensified the warmth on her cheeks. Overwhelmed with shyness, she felt she could no longer remain in Wu Shuang's presence and quickly stood up, turning to flee to the side. Witnessing Xiao Qingqing's reaction, Wu Shuang couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Although their interactions had been limited, he had always sensed her formidable aura. Today, however, she appeared like an ordinary, bashful woman. At that moment, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Qingqing's face had turned pale, and she hurriedly ran back. Wu Shuang found it amusing. Wasn't Xiao Qingqing just too shy to stay in front of him? Why had she suddenly returned? With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. However, before he could express his amusement, he spotted several wolves with fierce eyes trailing behind Xiao Qingqing. Though Xiao Qingqing had trained in martial arts since childhood and was a skilled fighter, she had yet to recover from the terror of the plane crash. The sight of the menacing wolves was too much for her to bear. She, too, was a woman, one who yearned for protection and affection. In this desolate, primordial forest, feeling panicked, she believed that only by retreating to Wu Shuang's side could she find solace and security. Seeing the wolves approach, Wu Shuang hastily rose to his feet, swiftly positioning himself in front of Xiao Qingqing, shielding her behind him. Observing Wu Shuang's sturdy and broad back, Xiao Qingqing's racing heart gradually calmed. Her fear dissipated like mist in the wind. To her astonishment, even in his severely injured state, Wu Shuang instinctively stepped forward to protect her when danger loomed, leaving her deeply touched. In truth, even if it were a stranger standing in her place, Wu Shuang would have instinctively stepped up to defend her upon sensing peril. This was not only his duty as a soldier, but also an innate response as a martial artist. Unbeknownst to them, the wolves had been foraging nearby, attracted by the strong scent of blood that Wu Shuang had inadvertently released. Thus, the wolf pack, led by their alpha, had followed the trail to Wu Shuang. Upon arriving, they spotted Xiao Qingqing. Regardless of her beauty, to the wolves, she was merely a source of sustenance. Hence, they trailed her here. Once they realized Wu Shuang was also present, the pack's excitement grew. They recognized the fresh scent of blood emanating from him, and with an additional target, they anticipated a hearty meal. The wolves, under the alpha's command, did not rush to attack, but instead strategically positioned themselves, encircling both Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang. Faced with such cunning beasts, Wu Shuang felt an overwhelming weight in his heart. Under normal circumstances, these wolves would pose no challenge to him. They would hardly register in his perception. Yet now, he was utterly depleted of strength, barely able to maintain his stance. The thought of confronting 7 or 8 wolves, or even just one, filled him with dread, for he knew he would not stand a chance against them. Yet, despite the circumstances, he resolutely chose to stand before Xiao Qingqing, shouldering his rightful responsibilities with his own flesh and blood. Chapter 154, Slaying a Wolf with a Swift Motion. Wu Shuang produced a black dagger in his right hand, while his left hand clenched several silver needles. His eyes widened as he fixated on the ferocious Wolf King. Though he lacked strength, Wu Shuang stood tall, his posture defensive, protecting both himself and Xiao Qingqing behind him. The Wolf King regarded Wu Shuang with curious intrigue, sensing a distinct difference from the foes it had encountered before. Unlike those adversaries who prowled on all fours, Wu Shuang stood upright, wielding an unfamiliar object in his front paw. Although the Wolf King did not recognize the dagger, it could still perceive the aura of menace and peril emanating from it. This aura caused the Wolf King's fur to bristle, revealing its menacing gaze, sharp fangs bared, as it emitted a low growl. With its upper body slightly hunched and hind legs taut, it prepared to strike at any moment. The other 7 wolves, witnessing their leader's readiness for battle, immediately bared their teeth, showcasing their own sharp fangs. A sense of dread washed over Wu Shuang. He understood that the pack was poised to attack. In his past missions, he had encountered wolves numerous times. However, back then, he possessed formidable strength, making it a trivial matter to dispatch a few. Now, devoid of energy, he knew that if the wolves charged, his demise was inevitable. Though he could still raise the black dagger and grip the silver needles, his body ached, rendering him incapable of swinging the dagger or launching the needles. Nevertheless, his spirit remained undiminished, steeling himself for combat. Should the wolves dare to advance, he would charge forth, confronting them head-on. He was the king of soldiers, holding the highest record in global special forces capabilities. He possessed his own dignity, even in death. He would not falter in the face of any enemy. He glanced back at Shuang, his eyes betraying a hint of remorse. As a man, and the king of soldiers, he felt a profound sense of failure. Once a protector of the entire nation, now unable to safeguard even a single woman. Shuang discerned his regret in his gaze, yet she could neither blame him nor should she. Were it not for her, Shuang would not face any danger, nor would he confront the perilous wolves now threatening his life. If apologies were due, they were hers to give. She felt remorse for putting Shuang in such a perilous situation. Resolutely, she decided that she would follow closely behind him, ready to join in the assault against the wolf pack. Even in death, one must perish fighting alongside the pack of wolves, not cower before their ferocity. As Shuang and Shuang exchanged glances, the Wolf King lifted its head and let out a haunting howl. The 7 wolves, like soldiers responding to a battle cry, advanced in unison towards Shuang and Shuang. Though Shuang felt utterly drained, he gritted his teeth and summoned the last vestiges of his strength to let out a fierce roar. He then charged forward, brandishing his black dagger at the wolf that lunged directly at him. Following closely behind, Shuang mirrored his boldness, rushing toward the pack as if a valiant warrior herself. Despite Shuang's fierce demeanor, upon colliding with the first wolf, he was sent reeling backward as if a kite severed from its string. The Wolf King, observing Shuang's ineffectiveness, regarded him with a newfound disdain, having expected some peculiar prowess from this strange adversary. Particularly, the black dagger in Shuang's grasp seemed to pose a significant threat, leading the Wolf King to believe that only his personal intervention could secure victory over Shuang. Yet, it appeared that even without engaging directly, he could easily dispatch these 2 upright foes. Shuang, following Shuang, fared even worse. As the wolf, facing her, swiftly knocked her to the ground, the beast, resembling a calf in size, pounced upon her, its long maw revealing sharp fangs as it aimed for her throat. Instantly, Shuang's countenance paled as she desperately thrust her hands forward, bracing against the wolf's jaws to prevent it from sinking its teeth into her neck. The wolf emitted a low growl, its hot breath washing over her face, the putrid stench nearly provoking her to retch. Yet, she had no choice but to stifle her nausea and maintain her grip on the wolf's mouth. Frustrated by its inability to bite down, the wolf lashed out with its forepaws, clawing at Shuang's body. With her hands occupied restraining the wolf's jaws, she could no longer defend against the assault of its sharp claws. In an instant, the wolf's talons raked across her skin, leaving deep, painful gashes that elicited a scream from her lips. Overwhelmed by pain, her hands weakened, and she could no longer hold back the wolf's mouth. With a flash of predatory intent in its eyes, the wolf opened its gaping maw, poised to deliver a lethal bite to Shuang's throat. In that moment, she found herself powerless to prevent the impending doom, resigned to close her eyes and await the fate that loomed over her. At that very moment, the wolf poised to sever her throat suddenly emitted a mournful cry, its body swaying before collapsing beside her. Shuang immediately opened her eyes in astonishment, discovering a black dagger embedded in the wolf's eye. The dagger had undoubtedly pierced the creature's brain, leading to its instantaneous demise. It was Shuang's dagger, a clear indication that he had come to her rescue in her direst hour. She turned to look at Shuang, only to find him pale and bloodless, sprawled on the ground. Although Shuang had been knocked back, he had not sustained severe injuries. As other wolves lunged at him, he swiftly regained his footing. However, before he could charge at the approaching wolves, he saw Shuang on the verge of having her throat bitten through. In a moment of desperation, drawing upon an unknown reserve of strength, he hurled the black dagger toward the wolf's eye. Chapter 155. The Mysterious Man. Upon releasing the dagger, Shuang found himself utterly drained of energy. The exertion had left him unsteady, and he collapsed to the ground. Despite witnessing 3 wolves charging towards him, he could not help but smile, a mixture of sorrow and satisfaction, at having slain one of them with his strike. This was all he could do for Shuang. From this point forward, their fates lay in the hands of destiny. Perhaps this was fate. They had evaded bombs and escaped a falling plane, only to face death at the jaws of wild wolves. Truly, the whims of fate are capricious. Meanwhile, Shuang disregarded the other wolves. Gazing at Shuang with deep affection, she was astonished that, even in such perilous circumstances, he had mustered all his strength to save her once more. Yet, Shuang's condition appeared to be as dire, if not worse, than her own. It was evident that he had exhausted all his energy, lacking even the strength to stand. She longed to rush to his side, to assist him and repay him for the multiple times he had saved her life. Alas, her body felt weak and achy, rendering her incapable of even standing. let alone helping Wu Shuang. At that moment, several wolves lunged towards Shuang as she faced the imminent threat of their jaws. Despair engulfed her. Like Wu Shuang, she too had lost her strength and the ability to resist. She closed her eyes once more in hopeless resignation, awaiting her fate. However, contrary to her expectations, instead of feeling the wolves' jaws upon her throat, she heard the sounds of their anguished cries. In a moment of desperation, Wu Shuang, wielding his ebony dagger, had slain the wolf and saved her. Yet now, he lay on the ground, motionless, just like her. How could he possibly save himself? Could it be that Wu Shuang's powers had miraculously returned, enabling him to act once more? As these thoughts raced through Shuang's mind, she hastily opened her eyes, only to find Wu Shuang still sprawled on the ground, utterly unmoving. Beside him stood a man clad in vintage attire, his dark hair cascading like a waterfall, his complexion as pale as jade, holding a sharp sword from which crimson blood dripped ominously from the blade's tip. Upon closer inspection, 3 wolves lay slain at his feet, their throats still oozing with blood. It became apparent that this man had dispatched those 3 wolves with a single, precise strike to their throats. At that very moment, the 3 wolves had been viciously attacking Wu Shuang, who lay on the ground, flailing helplessly against their assault. His resistance resembled that of a mere child contending against several fully grown adults, utterly futile. Soon, the wolves had inflicted wounds upon his limbs. One wolf managed to breach Wu Shuang's defenses and lunge for his throat. Faced with the gaping maw of the beast, Wu Shuang was powerless. His struggles could not thwart the wolf's ferocious attack. Just then, the silhouette of the man who had saved Shuang darted forward, arriving at Wu Shuang's side. With a swift motion of his sword, a dazzling arc of energy sliced through the air like a streak of lightning, cleaving through the 3 wolves before him. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as the sword returned to its sheath. The 3 wolves now lay lifeless, each with their throats severed by the blade. Though Wu Shuang's strength had waned entirely, his awareness remained intact. He recognized that the man's prowess exceeded his own, his speed unmatched. Even Wu Shuang, wielding his black dagger, could not hope to strike with such fluidity and swiftness. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the man swiftly positioned himself to block the retreat of the Wolf King. Realizing that his 7 subordinates had been effortlessly dispatched, the Wolf King understood that he stood no chance against this formidable opponent. With a swift turn, it attempted to flee, cognizant of the wisdom in preserving its own life, believing it could always recruit new followers and continue its reign. However, should it fall victim to this man, all would be lost. Seizing the moment, it sought to escape unnoticed, but the man's speed was astonishing. As the Wolf King turned, the man had already interposed himself, rendering escape impossible. Seeing himself blocked by others, the Wolf King realized he had no escape, and his ferocity surged forth. He bared his fangs, glaring with rage, emitting a low, ominous growl from his throat. His fur bristled, muscles tensed, and he lowered his upper body, poised to attack at any moment. Beast, you shall not escape. Surrender your heart to me, one man said, pointing at the Wolf King with a mocking smile. Although the Wolf King could not comprehend the man's words, he understood the contempt in the gesture, challenging his authority, an act tantamount to courting death. With this thought, the wolf let out a low growl, bracing its limbs against the ground, and lunged at the man with the speed of lightning, resembling a calf in size. Faced with the ferocious Wolf King, the man merely sneered, not at all intimidated. Just as the Wolf King leaped before him, mouth agape to tear into the man's shoulder shifted. A dragon's roar erupted, and his sword was drawn. A blinding flash of light surged forth, aimed directly at the Wolf King's head. Unexpectedly, despite lacking formal training in offense, the Wolf King demonstrated remarkable agility, evading the man's blade just in time. The man was taken aback, astonished by the Wolf King's speed, realizing it had eluded his sword. He swiftly altered his stance, twisting his wrist to strike at the wolf once more. Thus, the battle unfolded between man and wolf. In less than 10 exchanges, the man's sword severed the Wolf King's head from its body. Blood gushed forth, and the headless corpse thudded heavily to the ground. The man then sliced open the Wolf King's abdomen, extracting its heart from within the chest cavity. Chapter 156, Peace and Safety Afterward. He placed the wolf's heart into a jade box and secured it to his back. Once all was prepared, he let out a long sigh of relief, a satisfied smile gracing his features. His complexion, already fair, appeared even more striking, akin to a jade tree in the wind. As he turned to leave, Wu Shuang hastily called out, "Brother, thank you for saving my life. My name is Wu Shuang. May I ask yours?" It was a life-saving favor, and Wu Shuang felt compelled to learn the name of his benefactor to express his gratitude later. I am Feng Yi. It was merely a trifling effort. So do not dwell on it. The man replied, clasping his fists in a polite gesture, smiling at Wu Shuang. Mr. Feng, I am Xiao Qingqing. I am deeply grateful for your timely assistance in my hour of need, the young girl expressed. You are too kind, young lady. I was merely pursuing this wolf king and fortuitously encountered both of you. Seeing you in peril, I acted to eliminate the threat. It was but a simple act. There is no need for thanks, Feng Yi assured her, urging her not to be overly formal. Upon observing Feng Yi's graceful demeanor and eloquent speech, as well as his adherence to the ancient custom of cupping his hands in greeting, Wu Shuang found himself profoundly intrigued by Feng Yi. Brother Feng, your pursuit of this wolf king, along with your desire for its heart, could it be that someone in your family has suffered a stroke leading to paralysis? Wu Shuang's exceptional medical skills allowed him to deduce Feng Yi's intentions from his request for the wolf king's heart. Who would have thought that Brother Wu is also a renowned physician? Feng Yi replied, You are absolutely correct. My eldest son has been afflicted by a misadventure during his training, resulting in the invasion of wind evil into his body, leaving him bedridden. We have consulted several doctors, and ultimately, the esteemed physician Wang Bohua informed us that the paralysis is quite severe and common remedies would be ineffective. Only the heart of the brown wolf king can restore him. I have been tracking this beast in these woods for several days and fortuitously encountered you and Miss Xiao here. It is truly an honor. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Feng Yi immediately bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Brother Feng, you are too kind. You have saved our lives, and we are eternally grateful. It is indeed our honor. Wu Shuang responded, cupping his fists in return. As a modern individual, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to such formalities. Yet he recognized that some martial arts families and ancient sects in Xinzhou still adhere to these traditional customs. Brother Wu, since your medical prowess is so remarkable, why not accompany me to assist in examining our young master? Feng Yi suggested. Although Wang Bohua is a prominent physician, an additional skilled practitioner may enhance the prospects of our young master's recovery. That would be splendid. I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. While I may not be of significant assistance, I could certainly lend support to the esteemed Wang and, hopefully, be of service to you, Brother Feng. Wu Shuang replied. Given that Feng Yi had saved their lives, and with the knowledge that Feng Yi's eldest son was paralyzed due to an overzealous pursuit of martial arts, Wu Shuang felt compelled to offer his help as a means of repaying Feng Yi's life-saving grace. You are far too modest, Brother Wu. If you can deduce the condition from the wolf's heart, I have no doubt in your medical capabilities. Please, I kindly ask that you and Miss Xiao accompany me back to the Feng residence for a consultation, Feng Yi said, gesturing invitingly as he smiled at Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Having had her life spared by Feng Yi, Xiao Qingqing felt there was no room for objection when he invited them to the Feng household. That sounds wonderful, but we must wait a moment, Wu Shuang interjected. Feng Yi paused, a look of curiosity crossing his face as he regarded Wu Shuang, seemingly questioning what he was waiting for. The truth is, we were originally three. One person has yet to arrive, Wu Shuang explained with a smile. He and Xiao Qingqing were present, but Xiao Ziyu had not yet joined them, and they could not leave her behind. Feng Yi nodded in understanding, but suddenly seemed to recall something. He looked up at Wu Shuang and inquired. This is an uninhabited forest. It is rare for anyone to venture here. As he spoke, Feng Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. His hands clenched in preparation for battle. It seemed that if Wu Shuang's response faltered, Feng Yi would immediately launch an attack. After all, the ancient martial arts world is rife with treachery and fierce competition. Who could ascertain whether Wu Shuang and his companions were adversaries sent by the Feng family to bring harm? Brother Feng, please do not misunderstand. We merely encountered an aircraft mishap and parachuted down here, Wu Shuang hastily explained, gesturing towards the parachute caught in the trees. He was eager to avoid any conflict arising from a misunderstanding. Should Feng Yi decide to strike, they would be utterly defenseless. You too, why is there only one parachute? Where is the other person? Feng Yi inquired again, glancing at the parachute hanging from the tree after hearing Wu Shuang's explanation. Xiao Gu's parachute malfunctioned. Thus, we had to share one. Wu Shuang recounted the events to Feng Yi. In their descent, they had discarded Xiao Qingqing's parachute pack to lighten their load. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's account, Feng Yi's expression softened, and the intensity in his eyes diminished. Subsequently, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, having oriented themselves, proceeded towards the direction where they had last seen Xiao Ziyu, accompanied by Feng Yi. After walking for over 100 meters, they spotted Xiao Ziyu approaching, wielding a sturdy stick as he forged a path through the underbrush. Despite being in his 70s, he was once an elite soldier with extensive jungle warfare experience. Though he had yet to encounter any danger in the forest, He had prudently armed himself with a robust wooden stick, aware of the distant howl of wolves. Wolves are notoriously ferocious beasts that prefer to hunt in packs. An encounter with them could spell trouble. The howl seemed to originate from the direction where Shuang and Shuang had fallen. While he could not yet discern the fates of the two, he was resolute in his pursuit of them. Whether alive or deceased, he needed to see them. Shuang, his beloved granddaughter, and Shuang, the young man he admired and deemed the best choice for his granddaughter's husband. Thus, he hurried towards that direction, only to unexpectedly find Shuang, Shuang, and Feng Yi together upon his arrival. Chapter 157. Elegance of the Feng family. Seeing Shuang and Shuang unharmed brought relief to Xiao Ziyu. The fact that they had shared a parachute had caused him immense worry. Had it not been for Shuang's selfless act to save her, Shuang's remains might never have been found. Thus, Xiao Ziyu gazed at Shuang with eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. Shuang, my dear boy, thank you for rescuing my granddaughter, he said, patting Shuang's shoulder with a hearty laugh. Old man Xiao, we needn't stand on ceremony between us. Suddenly, Shuang, having survived a harrowing ordeal, leaped into Xiao Ziyu's embrace, bursting into tears of joy. Do not cry, for that is all in the past now. Xiao Ziyu tenderly ruffled Shuang's hair, speaking with affectionate indulgence. Shuang was equally astonished, never having anticipated that the usually cold and stern female tyrant could exhibit such a delicate side. Abruptly reminded of the presence of others nearby, Shuang shyly extricated herself from Xiao Ziyu's embrace. Who might this be? Xiao Ziyu inquired curiously upon noticing Feng Yi, with only the two of them during their descent. He wondered how it suddenly became three. Shuang then introduced Feng Yi to Xiao Ziyu, who promptly expressed his gratitude in earnest. Consequently, Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Shuang followed Feng Yi towards the Feng family residence. Only then did they realize that this forest was indeed a pristine ecosystem, untouched by human activity. Brother Feng, what is this place? Shuang asked curiously, having traversed many areas but never encountering such a vast expanse of untouched forest. Brother Wu, this is Shenanjia. For centuries, few have ventured here, which is why the scenery appears so original and mysterious, Feng Yi replied with a smile. Shuang was taken aback. Shenanjia was renowned throughout the land, arguably one of the most enigmatic places in the region. Towering trees loomed everywhere, accompanied by thorns and knee-high wild grass. With not a single path in sight, the four of them forged ahead, overcoming numerous obstacles before finally emerging from the outskirts of Shenanjia. Nestled beneath the cover of trees was a picturesque town that resembled a veritable paradise. The Feng family resided within this charming locale. The town was named Yasen Town, inhabited by families of ancient martial arts lineage. Soon, Feng Yi led Shuang and the others to the grand entrance of the Feng residence. Before them stood an expansive gate, flanked by 9 steps of white marble and 2 enormous stone lions on either side. 2 young guards, dressed similarly to Feng Yi, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing Feng Yi's arrival, they eagerly greeted him. Brother Feng Yi, you have returned. Indeed, how fares the young master? The young master has been awaiting your return with growing impatience, instructing us to let you proceed directly to Yisan Pavilion upon your arrival. Very well. I shall meet with the young master at once. Who are these individuals? The guards inquired curiously about Shuang, Shuang, and Xiao Ziyu. Disciples from ancient martial arts sects typically don the attire of their respective schools. However, upon seeing Shuang and his companions clad in the contemporary fashions of the outside world, it was evident that they did not resemble the disciples of any ancient martial arts sect. They were merely friends I had recently made. Feng Yi offered little explanation to the 2 guards, providing only a brief introduction before ushering Shuang and the others through the grand entrance. Upon entering the Feng residence, one could not help but notice the courtyard's striking resemblance to the exquisite gardens of Suzhou. The layout featured an array of pavilions and towers, winding paths leading to serene stone bridges and water pavilions, along with gracefully curving corridors, all embodying the essence and depth of traditional Chinese architecture. Shuang nodded repeatedly, captivated by the beauty of such classical structures, which could easily overshadow the stark concrete edifices of modern cities. Feng Yi guided Shuang and the others through the enchanting corridors and variously shaped courtyard doors until they finally arrived at Yisan Pavilion. The courtyard surrounding Yisan Pavilion was even more tranquil and aesthetically pleasing, clearly a residence befitting the core figures of a prominent family. Outside Yisan Pavilion stood 2 guards, who, upon seeing Feng Yi, promptly exclaimed, Brother Feng Yi, you have returned. The young master has been anxiously awaiting your arrival. Please hurry inside to meet him. After expressing his gratitude to the guards, Feng Yi swiftly entered the Xian pavilion. Upon entering, Wu Shuang observed that the furnishings within the room were tastefully arranged. Renowned calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, while the furniture, crafted from rosewood, exuded a faint, pleasant aroma. Passing through the foyer and into the inner chamber, they came upon a large bed made of agarwood, upon which lay a somewhat haggard young man clad in white. Judging by his appearance, he could not have been older than 30. This individual was none other than Feng Bufan, the eldest son of the Feng family. Upon spotting the figure on the bed, Feng Yi quickly approached, kneeling before Feng Bufan. He removed a jade box from behind him, holding it reverently before him, and joyfully proclaimed, "Young master, I have fulfilled my duty. I have procured the heart of the Wolf King." Hearing Feng Yi's words, Feng Bufan's heart surged with emotion. His previously despondent expression transformed into one of hope. With the heart of the Wolf King, he could recover from his stroke and regain his strength. This was indeed monumental news for him. Quickly, summon Mr. Wang Bohua. Feng Bufan instructed the maidservant attending him. His excitement palpable. "Feng Yi, you have accomplished a great deed by finding the heart of the Wolf King. Once I am on my feet again, I shall reward you handsomely," Feng Bufan declared. "Your words are overly generous, young master. Feng Yi merely performed a small task. I could not possibly accept your reward." Feng Yi replied humbly, "Your intentions are appreciated. Rest assured, I will not overlook your contributions," Feng Bufan said, finally noticing Wu Shuang, Xiao Qingqing, and Xiao Ziyu within the room. "Feng Yi, who are these three?" Feng Bufan inquired, regarding them with curiosity. Feng Yi remarked that he was merely a servant and had never permitted anyone to enter his quarters without his consent. "Young master, this is Wu Shuang. When I was procuring the heart of the Wolf King, Brother Wu immediately deduced your condition from the heart itself. It was only then that I invited him to the residence. I apologize for bringing him to your chamber without your prior approval, and I beg your pardon." Upon hearing that Wu Shuang had inferred his ailment from a single remark by Fei, Fofan realized the impressive acumen of Wu Shuang's medical expertise, possibly rivaling that of the renowned Wang Bohua. Understanding that Fei had acted out of concern for his health, Fofan felt it unjust to chastise him. "Rise. You acted with my well-being in mind. How could I possibly fault you?" "Thank you for your mercy, young master," Fei exclaimed, quickly kneeling to express his gratitude. Although the practice of bowing had long been abandoned in the outside world, it persisted within the ancient martial realm, where traditions remained strictly adhered to. Wu Shuang, though disapproving, recognized the rigid hierarchy of the martial arts world and chose to remain silent. "Since Brother Wu is here, why not allow him to take your pulse and assess your condition once more?" Feng Yi suggested, standing and bowing to Fofan. "Dr. Wang has already diagnosed your ailment and prescribed a remedy, allowing you to pursue the Brown Wolf King. Would it not be a waste of time and energy to have Mr. Wu reassess what has already been determined?" To be candid, Feng Bufan harbored doubts regarding Wu Shuang's medical prowess. Despite Fei's endorsement, Feng Bufan questioned how someone so young could possess significant skills. After all, the esteemed national physicians were usually venerable figures, their expertise honed over decades. In contrast, Wu Shuang appeared to be no more than 20, leading Fofan to wonder what accomplishments he could possibly claim. Even if he had been practicing since birth, 20 years hardly qualified one as a master of national medicine. "Indeed, young master, medicine requires years of dedication and experience to achieve any semblance of mastery," a cold voice interjected from behind. Wu Shuang turned to see a young maid leading an elderly man, his hair and beard white, yet his demeanor vibrant and youthful. The old man, seemingly in his 70s or nearing 80, exuded an aura of vitality as he strode with a commanding presence. Without a doubt, Wu Shuang recognized him as the esteemed Wang Bohua, whom Feng Bufan had summoned earlier. "This must be the venerable Dr. Wang Bohua," Wu Shuang affirmed, clasping his hands in respect. "Indeed, I am Wang Bohua." With a disdainful twist of his lips, Wang arrogantly declared, "As a divine physician, one must recognize that mastery transcends age. Although you have provided a diagnosis and prescribed medicine for the young master, it does not necessarily validate the accuracy of your assessment." Wu Shuang, a man of principle, responded with respect when treated with courtesy. However, should anyone dare to confront him with arrogance, he would retaliate unflinchingly. "How audacious of you to suggest that my diagnosis is flawed and that I am a quack, erroneously treating the young master," he scoffed. "It seems you fail to comprehend the cause of the young master's stroke, yet presume to prescribe a remedy. I must question whether your incompetence is due to a lack of skill or intentional deceit." Wu Shuang, with a cold snort, addressed me dismissively. Upon entering the room, he sensed something amiss. The The complexion of Feng Bufan bore a disconcerting resemblance to that of a stroke patient. Moreover, Wu Shuang detected a chilling aura of malice emanating from Feng's body, an essence perceptible only to those with rigorous training or profound strength. Though Wu Shuang's abilities had largely returned, the faint malevolence within Feng was distinctly felt by him, raising his suspicions regarding Feng Bufan, the scion of an ancient martial family. The world often reveals its peculiarities, as Feng Bufan exhibited symptoms that should not manifest in one of his lineage. Although Wu Shuang had yet to take Feng's pulse, his observations indicated that previous assessments were undoubtedly flawed. Otherwise, Feng's current condition would not be as it was. How daring of you to humiliate me in such a manner. Wang Bohua's expression darkened, fury igniting within him as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wu Shuang. Observing this, Wang's two subordinates stepped forward, their gazes sharp and predatory. Fixated on Wu Shuang, it was evident that at Wang's command, they would swiftly turn against him. Ah, divine physician Wang, this is hardly the demeanor befitting a respected elder. Wu Shuang remarked with a smile. I merely intend to check the young master's pulse. Is it truly your lack of diligence that has led to his current state? Such words, spoken in the presence of Feng Bufan, could be construed as an affront. Enough, insolent brat. Do not slander me with your baseless claims. The young master is merely afflicted with a common stroke. With the heart's flesh of a wolf king, he will undoubtedly recover within 3 days, Wang retorted, his confidence unwavering. Given your certainty, why then do you seem apprehensive about my examining the young master's pulse? Wu Shuang countered with a smile directed at Wang Bohua. Humph. You insolent brat, do not dare to spout your baseless arguments here. The young master is of noble lineage, a paragon of virtue, and certainly not someone of your insignificant status who can casually assess his condition. As he spoke, Wang Bohua subtly gestured to his two subordinates, instructing them to position themselves before Wu Shuang to prevent any sudden attempt to diagnose Feng Bufan. Observing this situation, Wu Shuang's suspicions deepened. There was undoubtedly something amiss. At that moment, Feng Bufan sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Why was Wang Bohua so apprehensive about Wu Shuang diagnosing him? Could it truly be as Wu Shuang suggested? Something was indeed wrong? Dr. Wang, since this young brother Wu Shuang has brought it up, why not allow him to take my pulse? What harm could it do? Initially intent on obstructing Wu Shuang's actions, Wang Bohua found it difficult to refuse Feng Bufan's request. Reluctantly, he waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step aside. However, as the two passed by him, he exchanged glances filled with a menacing intensity. Chapter 159. Struggle in the chamber. Though the murderous glint in Wang Bohua's eyes vanished in an instant, Wu Shuang perceived it with keen awareness. Alarmed, he realized that Wang Bohua harbored lethal intentions. Should any mishap occur, he was unconcerned for himself. But what of Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing? Thus, as he approached Feng Bufan, Wu Shuang discreetly signaled to Xiao Ziyu with a common military gesture indicating danger. Although Xiao Qingqing did not comprehend, Xiao Ziyu understood immediately and silently led her away from Wang Bohua and his men to a relatively safe distance. Then, Wu Shuang stood before Feng Bufan's sickbed and respectfully announced, "Young master, please extend your wrist, and I shall take your pulse." "Thank you, Mr. Wu," Feng Bufan replied, extending his wrist. Now closer, Wu Shuang noted that Feng Bufan's complexion was even more troubling. As he placed his hand upon Feng Bufan's pulse, it was evident that this was not the pulse of a stroke victim. Rather, it indicated the presence of a vile creature within him. This creature was the wolf heart goo, which manifests symptoms akin to those of a stroke. If the afflicted individual consumes the heart of a wolf, the goo will activate within 3 days, devouring the person's internal organs. The malevolent energy Wu Shuang had sensed emanating from Feng Bufan was indeed the wolf heart goo, which, upon detecting the scent of wolf heart, became agitated and exuded a faint aura of menace. Wu Shuang could not help but glance discreetly at Wang Bohua, a master of invisible malice. He had first inflicted Feng Bufan with the wolf heart goo and then directed him to consume the heart of the wolf king. When the goo activated 3 days after Feng Bufan ingested the heart, Wang Bohua would have long vacated the premises, leaving Feng Bufan's fate to be of no concern to him. Had Wu Shuang not intervened, Feng Bufan's life would have been in grave peril. Wang Bohua discerned from Wu Shuang's facial expressions that the latter had uncovered something significant, threatening to expose his plans. Consequently, he gestured to his two subordinates. One lunged towards Wu Shuang, while the other charged at Feng Yi. Meanwhile, he himself swiftly advanced towards Feng Bufan, who was now incapacitated and bedridden. As long as he could ensnare Wu Shuang and Feng Yi, eliminating Feng Bufan would be a mere formality. However, Wu Shuang had long been prepared. The moment Wang Bohua's subordinate lunged at him, Wu Shuang deftly evaded and unleashed 3 silver needles. Wang Bohua's henchman was instantly petrified, crashing to the ground with a thud. Seeing Wang Bohua dart towards the bedridden Feng Bufan, Wu Shuang retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Wang Bohua. Although Wang Bohua was a physician, his prowess surpassed the realm of ordinary practitioners. Sensing the force of Wu Shuang's attack, he adeptly shifted his position in midair, narrowly evading the blow. In an instant, he launched a flurry of icy stars towards Feng Bufan. Feng Bufan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was left bewildered. He recognized the 3 icy stars aimed at him. Under normal circumstances, he could have easily evaded them with a mere sidestep. Yet, immobilized by his condition, he could only watch helplessly as they approached. Just as the 3 icy stars were about to strike Feng Bufan, Wu Shuang swiftly flicked his wrist, sending forth 3 silver needles with a sharp clang, deflecting the deadly projectiles. With a powerful stomp, Wu Shuang transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Wang Bohua. Wang Bohua, astonished, had not anticipated that his thrown knives could be thwarted under such circumstances. As Wu Shuang closed in, he hastily delivered a formidable kick towards him. Wu Shuang spread his hands, reaching for Wang Bohua's lower leg. Should he grasp it, he could easily shatter Wang Bohua's bone with a mere exertion of force. However, Wang Bohua skillfully danced in the air, switching tactics, and launched a punch aimed at Wu Shuang's abdomen. Thus, an intense battle erupted between Wu Shuang and Wang Bohua before the hospital bed. Meanwhile, Feng Yi was entangled with Wang Bohua's other subordinate, whose strength was formidable, making it challenging for Feng Yi to dispatch him swiftly. Xiao Ziyu, on the other hand, shielded Xiao Qingqing, retreating to a safe distance while calmly observing the unfolding chaos. Although he could not contribute to the clash between Wu Shuang and Wang Bohua, ensuring Xiao Qingqing's safety was a commendable feat in itself. "Help! Someone quickly!" Feng Bufan shouted desperately as the room descended into chaos. It was inconceivable that an assassination attempt could occur within the confines of the Feng family's Eastern pavilion. With a resounding shout from Feng Bufan, the 2 guards outside the door rushed in. Upon witnessing Wu Shuang and Wang Bohua engaged in a scuffle, they bellowed, "How audacious! Dare to infiltrate the Feng residence to assassinate our young master? You seek death." Without hesitation, they swung their fists towards Wu Shuang. Given Wang Bohua's close ties with the Feng family, and Wu Shuang being a newcomer, they naturally assumed the latter was the assassin, while Wang Bohua was the protector. "Fools! You have misjudged. It is Wang Bohua who seeks to slay me," Feng Bufan shouted, unable to contain his voice as he observed the guards attacking Wu Shuang. The guards were momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that it was Wang Bohua who intended to harm their master. The Wang and Feng families had been allies for generations. And just days prior, Wang Bohua had treated Feng Bufan for a stroke. Just moments ago, Feng Bufan had summoned Wang Bohua. How had circumstances shifted so dramatically? Yet, regardless of their confusion, since their master had spoken, they could not doubt his words. Therefore, the guards swiftly redirected their assault towards Wang Bohua. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Wang Bohua immediately shook his body, conjuring a cloud of white mist. "Be careful, it's poisonous," Wu Shuang warned urgently. Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, positioned further away, quickly covered their mouths and noses, managing to evade the worst effects. However, Feng Bufan, Feng Yi, and the 2 guards were caught off guard, succumbing to the poison and collapsing to the ground. Only Wu Shuang remained standing, his body seemingly impervious to toxins. Quick to react, he continued to engage Wang Bohua amidst the swirling mist. Wang Bohua, astonished that the toxic mist had failed to incapacitate Wu Shuang, felt a surge of anger. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his hand, striking towards Wu Shuang like a venomous serpent. In response, Wu Shuang's black dagger materialized in his grasp, and in a flash of sparks, he parried Wang Bohua's strike. Following this, he launched a powerful kick aimed at Wang Bohua's abdomen. This kick, infused with Wu Shuang's full strength and executed with an uncanny angle, struck Wang Bohua's midsection before he could even react. The abdomen, being the most vulnerable part of the body, felt as though it had been struck by a charging rhinoceros, inducing excruciating pain. Simultaneously, a searing heat enveloped him, propelling his body backward like a cannonball. Crashing violently against the wall. With a resounding thud, the wall bore the imprint of his body, a testament to the force of the impact. He felt as though his internal organs had been violently displaced, accompanied by a nauseating sensation and a desire to spew blood. Nonetheless, he managed to swallow back the blood that threatened to erupt, thanks to Wang Bohua's efforts. A fierce glint flickered in Wang Bohua's eyes, and his murderous intent intensified. Wu Shuang had injured himself. If he did not eliminate Wu Shuang, how could he assuage the fury within him? Thus, Wang Bohua propelled himself off the wall with his left foot, launching himself toward Wu Shuang like a bolt of lightning, brandishing his dagger. A streak of white energy, akin to a thunderous clap, surged toward Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang let out a cold grunt, deftly maneuvering his black dagger to intercept the white energy, cutting through it like a flash of black lightning. The clash of the dagger and short knife produced a piercing metallic sound. Both combatants exerted their utmost strength, causing Wang Bohua's right arm to tingle and his short knife to tremble, forcing him to retreat several steps before regaining his footing. Observing the distance between them, Wang Bohua attempted to flee once more. However, Wu Shuang's speed surpassed his own, swiftly closing the gap. With a flick of the black dagger, a bolt of black energy surged toward Wang Bohua's back. Feeling the impending threat, Wang Bohua had no choice but to turn and parry with his short knife. However, given that Wang Bohua's skills were already inferior to Wu Shuang's and compounded by his recent injury, he found himself outmatched. This strike sent his short knife flying and left a gash on his right arm. Startled, Wang Bohua swiftly shook his body, conjuring a cloud of white mist. Although he knew the mist would have no effect on Wu Shuang, in this desperate moment, any defense was better than none. The white mist proved ineffective against Wu Shuang, and the two engaged in a chaotic melee once more. At that moment, a squad of guards from the Feng family burst through the door. The commotion had attracted the patrolling guards, who disregarded Feng Bufan's decree prohibiting outsiders from entering the Yisan pavilion and charged in. "Quick, seize that man. He is attempting to assassinate the young master," Wang Bohua shouted, pointing at Wu Shuang. With both Feng Bufan and Feng Yi unconscious, no one could vouch for Wu Shuang. And given Wang Bohua's good rapport with the Feng family, the guards naturally believed him and swiftly surrounded Wu Shuang. Even Xiao Ziyu and He Xiaoqing were not spared, finding themselves encircled by the Feng family guards. "Fools, it is Wang Bohua who is attempting to assassinate the young master, not me," Wu Shuang bellowed in protest as the guards charged at him. However, the guards, unwilling to heed his words, continued to brandish their weapons, all aiming at Wu Shuang. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Bohua darted to Feng Bufan's bedside and, with a sweep of his dagger, aimed it toward the unconscious Feng Bufan. The guards were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Bohua was not a friend of the Feng family, but rather a healer summoned to attend to the young master. Just moments ago, it was asserted that he was the one who attempted to assassinate the young master, and now it appeared that Wang Bohua sought his life instead. The guards stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to proceed. Only Wu Shuang reacted swiftly, flicking his wrist to launch 3 silver needles towards Wang Bohua's back. Upon hearing the sound of the needles approaching, Wang Bohua had no choice but to abandon his intent to slay Feng Bufan and hurriedly turned to defend himself. With a swift motion of his short blade, he deflected all 3 needles aimed at him. At that moment, Wu Shuang leapt forward, brandishing a black dagger aimed directly at Wang Bohua. Aware of the precarious situation, Wang Bohua dared not linger in combat with Wu Shuang, realizing that if the guards from the Feng family surrounded him, his chance of escape would vanish. With this thought, he deftly evaded Wu Shuang and sprinted towards the exit of Yisan Pavilion. However, Wu Shuang refused to grant him the luxury of escape, pursuing him with the swiftness of lightning. Simultaneously, he hurled a handful of silver needles, which transformed into streaks of chilling light, cascading toward Wang Bohua's back. Hearing the fierce wind from the approaching projectiles, Wang Bohua recognized the imminent danger and quickly dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the needles just as they whizzed past. He then swiftly regained his footing. Yet, this brief delay allowed Wu Shuang to catch up, positioning himself in front of Wang Bohua and once again attacking with his dagger. Seeing his path blocked, Wang Bohua was consumed by fury and promptly retrieved his short blade, lunging fiercely at Wu Shuang. At that moment, the guards of the Feng family finally reacted, surrounding Wang Bohua from all sides. They were taken aback by his audacity. How could he, a close associate of the Feng family, attempt to assassinate the young master? Most infuriating was that he, the true assassin, had the audacity to frame others, unjustly portraying Wu Shuang and his companions as villains. The guards, now seething with rage, brandished their weapons, ready to confront Wang Bohua. "Do not approach him. He is surrounded by toxic smoke," Wu Shuang urgently warned the guards. If they drew near, a mere tremor from Wang Bohua could incapacitate them all with his poison. Startled, the guards quickly retreated, realizing the lethal threat Wang Bohua posed. Chapter 161. Human Bomb. Only Wu Shuang pressed on, darting forward with his black dagger. striking with the speed of a flash towards Wang Bohua. Although the guards dared not advance, they surrounded Wang Bohua from a distance, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Witnessing this situation, Wang Bohua realized that his escape was futile, and his heart brimmed with loathing for Wu Shuang. Their scheme had progressed exceedingly well. Had it not been for Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan would undoubtedly have consumed the heart of the Wolf King, sealing his own demise. Now, however, due to Wu Shuang's sudden appearance, their plan was thwarted, exposing him within the Feng household. Trapped between Wu Shuang and the guards, he had no chance of fleeing. Though he faced certain death, he resolved to take Wu Shuang down with him, for he could not bear the thought of dying in vain. Thus, in his battle with Wu Shuang, he resorted to desperate measures. This left Wu Shuang somewhat constrained, as Wang Bohua was intent on perishing alongside him. Yet he could not afford to gamble with his life against such fervor. As Wang Bohua sensed Wu Shuang's growing limitation and his own advantage, joy surged within him. With this newfound hope, he ceased to contemplate a mutual demise. With the absence of other members of the Feng family, these guards were hardly a match for him. Once he disposed of Wu Shuang, he could still seize an opportunity to flee. He had no wish to squander his life recklessly. The world was a vibrant tapestry of experiences yet to be savored, and he would not seek death willingly. In no time, Wang Bohua had completely seized the upper hand, relentlessly overpowering Wu Shuang, who appeared on the verge of defeat. Following a fierce exchange, Wang Bohua discerned a critical flaw in Wu Shuang's defense, a fatal opening. His dagger could easily penetrate this vulnerability and strike straight to Wu Shuang's heart. Elated, Wang Bohua lunged at the exposed weakness. Wu Shuang, taken aback, hurriedly attempted to withdraw and alter his stance, but his movements were exhausted, and he could not adapt in time. He could only watch helplessly as Wang Bohua's dagger plunged into the breach. If Wu Shuang's technique were a serpent, then this flaw was its vital point. Wang Bohua's strike landed precisely there, turning Wu Shuang's technique into a lifeless creature, leaving him with only failure and death ahead. A triumphant smile graced Wang Bohua's face. With this strike, Wu Shuang would meet his end, while he himself could escape unscathed. However, just as Wang Bohua's dagger was about to breach Wu Shuang's defense, a surprising transformation occurred in Wu Shuang's technique. Suddenly, what once seemed a flaw came alive anew, morphing into a cunning trap. At this moment, Wang Bohua's dagger had already fallen into the trap, and it was too late for him to withdraw. Wu Shuang's black dagger, resembling a colossal black python, devoured Wang Bohua's weapon from an astonishing angle in an instant. A sharp sound echoed as Wang Bohua's dagger was struck down, landing on the ground with a crisp clatter. Following this, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from Wang Bohua. It turned out that not only had his dagger been disarmed, but Wu Shuang had also severed Wang Bohua's right hand at the wrist. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the ground like blooming flowers. Yet, in Wang Bohua's heart, this sanguine display was far from beautiful. It was merely a testament to tragedy, defeat, and impending death. With his wrist severed, Wang Bohua stumbled, nearly losing his balance. After seizing the upper hand, Wu Shuang lunged forward, positioning himself directly in front of Wang Bohua. Then, with a downward thrust of his black dagger, he aimed for Wang Bohua's heart. "You little brat, daring to ruin my plans, I'll fight you to the death." In agony, gritting his teeth and nearly collapsing, Wang Bohua suddenly steeled himself, refusing to retreat. Instead, he charged towards Wu Shuang's black dagger. Wu Shuang, caught off guard by Wang Bohua's reckless determination, felt his dagger plunge deep into Wang Bohua's body. Wang Bohua let out a piercing scream, yet with his remaining left arm, he tightly embraced Wu Shuang. Previously, he had activated the time bomb strapped to his body, set to detonate in 3 seconds, ensuring that everyone in the room would perish. This was his final desperate gambit, a last resort he would not have employed unless absolutely necessary. With his right hand severed and survival seemingly impossible, he saw no alternative but to sacrifice his life. Though he would die, his mission would be fulfilled, taking Wu Shuang and the others down with him. He would not only avoid loss but, in fact, emerge with a twisted sense of victory. As Wu Shuang was about to make contact with Wang Bohua, he heard the ominous electronic countdown of the bomb. Instantly, Wu Shuang realized that Wang Bohua intended to take them both to their doom. Wang Bohua's assassination attempt on Feng Bufan made him deserving of his fate. Yet the innocent lives around him were not to be condemned. If the bomb detonated within the confines of the room, everyone present would surely perish. Such an act would be unforgivable. With this thought, Wu Shuang spun away, freeing himself from Wang Bohua's grasp. Then, summoning all his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to Wang Bohua. This strike was fueled by his entire might, sending Wang Bohua soaring like a meteor. darting through the open door and into the courtyard. "There's a bomb. Get down." Wu Shuang shouted urgently to Xiao Ziyu, Xiao Qingqing, and the guards of the Feng family, having no time to admire the force of his kick against Wang Bohua. Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly taking refuge beneath a nearby table as Wu Shuang shouted. Before the guards of the Feng family could comprehend the situation, they witnessed Wang Bohua, propelled from Eastern Pavilion, detonating a time bomb in midair. A thunderous explosion erupted, obliterating Wang Bohua in an instant, leaving the courtyard awash with blood and flesh. Fragments of his body splattered even within Eastern Pavilion. Accompanied by the gruesome chaos, a formidable shockwave surged violently in all directions. Numerous objects in the courtyard were upended and shattered by the force, and even Eastern Pavilion trembled violently, with shattered glass raining down from the windows and tiles cascading from the roof. Chapter 162. The head of the Feng family aside from Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, who were sheltered beneath the table, the others appeared disheveled and covered in dust. Fortunately, Wu Shuang had promptly discerned the danger and expelled Wang Bohua from the premises, allowing everyone to escape with their lives intact, free from the threat of death. Though they were somewhat disarrayed, there was a palpable sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. Had it not been for Wu Shuang's timely intervention, the explosion's energy from Wang Bohua would have surely claimed the lives of everyone within the room. The monumental explosion in the courtyard instantly roused the entirety of the Feng family, sending tremors throughout much of Yasen town. Shortly thereafter, Feng Yuan, the patriarch, along with his second son Feng Hao and third son Feng Long, rushed to the courtyard where Eastern Pavilion was situated, accompanied by the family's elite guardians. Upon witnessing the devastation wrought upon Eastern Pavilion and the courtyard, they hurried inside, only to find Feng Bufan and Feng Yi rendered unconscious. Feng Yuan, initially believing Feng Bufan had been harmed, dashed over and embraced him, urgently exclaiming, "Bufan, what has happened to you?" "Rest assured, he is unharmed. He merely succumbed to toxic smoke." Wu Shuang reassured him gently, recognizing Feng Yuan as Feng Bufan's elder. Upon learning that Feng Bufan was not in danger, Feng Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. However, the disarray within Eastern Pavilion ignited his fury, prompting him to demand, who is responsible for this? Who dares to wreak havoc in the Feng family? A guard immediately knelt before Feng Yuan, succinctly recounting the events that had transpired. "The Wang family, humph. I shall hold you accountable for this transgression." Feng Yuan seethed, casting a vengeful glare in the direction of the Wang family. Simultaneously, he turned his attention to Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing, his voice laced with authority as he inquired, "Who are you three, and how did you come to be present at Eastern Pavilion?" Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing were unfamiliar faces to Feng Yuan, and given the turmoil that had just unfolded, he was understandably suspicious of these strangers amidst such a grave incident. Returning home, this individual named Wu Shuang is a friend brought by Feng Yi, who has just saved us. Without his intervention, including the young master, we would have perished in the recent explosion. The guard, who had just spoken, promptly elaborated to Feng Yuan. Upon hearing the guard's words, Feng Yuan's expression softened. Since Wu Shuang is a friend of Feng Yi and has rescued his son along with many others, he must be regarded as a benefactor of the Feng family. "Mr. Wu, my earlier remarks were somewhat inappropriate. I hope you will not take offense," Feng Yuan said graciously. "You are too kind, Master Feng. The circumstances were indeed exceptional, and I can understand your reaction," Wu Shuang replied with a smile. As the head of the Feng family, it is only natural for Feng Yuan to be somewhat brusque given the gravity of the situation in his household. "Someone, quickly summon a doctor to revive the young master and the others. Wang Bohua is dead, but it is unacceptable for Feng Bufan and the others to remain in this state." One of the guards responded and rushed towards the exit, only to be halted by Wu Shuang. "Master Feng, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. There is no need to trouble an esteemed physician. I shall revive them myself." "Then I must impose upon you, Mr. Wu," Feng Yuan replied, eager to express his gratitude for Wu Shuang's willingness to assist. "It is but a trifling task. Please do not be formal," Wu Shuang said as he approached Feng Bufan and the others. With a swift motion, a silver needle appeared in his hand. He deftly administered the needle to each individual, and soon, Feng Bufan and his companions regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Feng Bufan, noticing the presence of his father and others, inquired with confusion, "Father, what brings you here? What has become of Wang Bohua who attempted to assassinate me? Has he been apprehended?" Seeing the disarray within Eastern Pavilion, with shattered glass, tiles, and dust strewn about, he continued, "What transpired here? Why is it in such disarray?" This series of questions left Feng Yuan momentarily at a loss for answers. Only Wu Shuang spoke up, providing a detailed account of the events that had transpired. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's explanation, Feng Bufan finally understood the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Bohua's two subordinates attempted to slip away unnoticed amid the chaos. Unfortunately for them, Feng Yi spotted their movement. In an instant, his sword was drawn, poised at one man's throat, while the other was swiftly subdued by two guards. How audacious. To dare wreak havoc in my Feng family and attempt to assassinate one of us. It seems you truly have a death wish. Feng Yuan glared fiercely, his eyes glinting with cold intensity as he addressed Wang Bohua's subordinates. Before Feng Yuan could press further, Feng Hao coldly shouted, "You have some nerve to attack my brother. You shall pay for your insolence." As these words echoed, Feng Hao had already positioned himself before the two men, catching everyone off guard. With a swift motion, Feng Hao extended his hands and seized the necks of the two individuals. Before Feng Bufan could utter a word, Feng Hao exerted force, instantly snapping their necks. The two subordinates of Wang Bohua slumped, their necks twisted, lifeless. As their bodies fell to the ground, Feng Hao's eyes gleamed with a chilling ferocity. His teeth clenched in rage. "Feng Hao, what have you done? Why did you kill them?" Feng Yuan questioned, his voice laced with anger. Wang Bohua had already been eliminated, and they had finally captured two live witnesses from whom they could extract valuable information regarding the identity of the assassin targeting Feng Bufan. It was unexpected that Feng Hao would act so rashly, extinguishing any chance of uncovering the truth. "Father, I was consumed by fury upon witnessing someone dare to assassinate my brother. In my moment of rage, I could not restrain myself and acted impulsively, resulting in the demise of those two," Feng Hao confessed, kneeling before Feng Yuan to plead for forgiveness. Feng Yuan regarded his son with a mixture of exasperation and understanding. Shaking his head, as a father, he could not punish Feng Hao for eliminating the assailants who sought to harm Feng Bufan. "Get up, Hao. Your bond with your brother is profound. I shall forgive you this time, but do not let impulsiveness guide your actions in the future." "Understood, father. I shall remember this lesson and refrain from such recklessness again," Feng Hao promised. Chapter 163. Breaking the Curse After Seeking Forgiveness from Feng Yuan. Feng Hao approached Feng Bufan's sickbed, kneeling beside him once more. "Elder brother, it was my fault for being so impulsive and killing those men. Please, punish me as you see fit. Rise, it is done." The second brother acted out of concern for my well-being, and I understand this, Feng Bufan replied. If even Feng Yuan had chosen not to chastise Feng Hao, how could he, as the elder brother, do so? "Thank you, elder brother." Feng Hao expressed his gratitude before returning to his original position. "Someone, clear this area and relocate the young master to Tinghua Pavilion. Additionally, strengthen our defenses. Should such an incident occur again, I will not show leniency," Feng Yuan commanded after reprimanding the guards. He then approached Feng Bufan's bedside, speaking softly, "My child, I have matters to attend to and cannot stay with you for now. I will visit you again when the opportunity arises. Father, please attend to your affairs." "I am well," Feng Bufan reassured him. After Feng Yuan and the others departed, the guards of the Feng family swiftly carried Feng Bufan on a stretcher to Tinghua Pavilion. Although the environment there was slightly inferior to Yisan Pavilion, it was still tranquil and elegant, ideal for recovery. Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing accompanied Feng Bufan to Tinghua Pavilion. Once settled and the guards had withdrawn, Feng Bufan turned to Wu Shuang and inquired, "Now that Wang Bohua is dead, does Mr. Wu have confidence in treating my ailment?" For a martial artist from an ancient warrior clan, paralysis would signify the end of all prospects. Although Feng Yuan continues to treat his eldest son with unwavering kindness, he is acutely aware that within a large family, treachery and deceit abound. Presently, he stands as the designated heir, yet he cannot dismiss the lurking envy harbored by his two younger brothers. Even if he were at the pinnacle of his prowess, there would still be those who might conspire against him, especially now that he has succumbed to a stroke and paralysis. Wang Bohua serves as a poignant example. Despite not knowing whether it was the second or third brother responsible, he is certain it must be one of them. The only way to resolve this predicament lies in his ability to rise again and restore his strength. Otherwise, his fate could be dire. The unorthodox remedy of the Wolf King's heart is known solely to Wang Bohua. However, if Wu Shuang can deduce his condition from Feng Yi's search for the Wolf King's heart, he must possess a means to cure him as well. "Young master, your ailment is not a stroke, and you absolutely must not consume the Wolf King's heart. Otherwise, not even divine intervention can save you." "Why not?" Feng Bufan inquired. Bewildered, although he currently harbors significant distrust towards Wang Bohua's character, He holds a profound respect for his medical expertise. Because you are not afflicted by a stroke, rather, you have been bewitched by a parasitic insect. A parasitic insect? Feng Bufan echoed in astonishment. Indeed, a worm, specifically the wolf heartworm. Should you consume the heart of the wolf king, within 3 days, the worm will ravage your internal organs, leading to your demise, beyond the reach of even the gods. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Feng Bufan could not help but feel a wave of relief wash over him. Fortuitously, Feng Yi had brought Wu Shuang back, otherwise, he would have faced a truly irreversible fate, oblivious to the manner of his demise. Can Mr. Wu dispel the curse? The notion of harboring a worm within his body filled Feng Bufan with an overwhelming sense of revulsion and dread. Fear not, young master. Since I can identify the origin of this worm, I am equally capable of dispelling it. Then I beseech you, Mr. Wu, to free me from this wolf heartworm. Whatever recompense you require, I shall oblige. Ah, young Master Feng, you jest. It is unfortunate to encounter such circumstances, yet since I have been faced with this matter, I am duty-bound to assist. Your noble intentions are truly admirable, Mr. Wu. Feng Bufan expressed his admiration. Had it not been for my brother Feng Yi rescuing you, you would have already met a grim fate within the wolf's maw. Strictly speaking, I am compelled to repay this debt of gratitude. Wu brother, should you succeed in saving my master, I, Feng Yi, shall serve you faithfully in the future as a token of my gratitude. Feng Yi suddenly knelt before Wu Shuang, his voice trembling with emotion. Please rise, Feng brother. You are my savior, and it would be unbecoming for me to accept such reverence. Wu Shuang immediately assisted Feng Yi to his feet. His very life had been preserved by Feng Yi, and he could hardly accept such a gesture. Wu brother, there is no need for such formality. If you can save my master, my life henceforth belongs to you. Feng Yi did not elevate himself due to the life he had saved for Wu Shuang. Rather, he appeared remarkably humble. Even without their connection, Wu Shuang would have intervened upon witnessing such a situation, how much more so with the bond they shared. Without hesitation, Wu Shuang commanded his subordinates to strip Feng Bufan down to his undergarments, positioning him with his feet dangling off the edge of the bed. He then ordered the preparation of a basin of oil, beneath which dry kindling was set alight, soon causing the oil to reach a rolling boil. Next, Wu Shuang produced a set of sterilized silver needles, ready for immediate use. He first safeguarded Feng Bufan's heart meridian with a needle to prevent the wolf heart parasite from launching a desperate attack on his heart during the expulsion process. Utilizing the 9-yang divine needle technique, Wu Shuang skillfully inserted several needles into Feng Bufan's chest and abdomen, focusing his internal energy to pinpoint the parasite's location. Gradually, he directed the wolf heart parasite towards Feng Bufan's feet with the silver needles and his own internal force. Initially, the parasite resisted. Yet under the relentless pressure of the needles and Wu Shuang's energy, it begrudgingly edged closer to Feng Bufan's foot. Fortunately, Feng Bufan had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the needlework, sparing him the agony of the internal struggle between the parasite and Wu Shuang. Before long, the wolf heart parasite found itself cornered at the base of Feng Bufan's right big toe. Wu Shuang then wielded a black dagger, making a precise incision at that spot. He channeled his internal energy through the silver needle into Feng Bufan's body, forcefully driving it towards the parasite. At that moment, the wolf heart parasite could no longer endure the confinement within Feng Bufan and burst forth from the wound in his big toe. The parasite plunged directly into the boiling oil, meeting its demise in a crisp explosion, utterly annihilated. With the wolf heart parasite vanquished, Wu Shuang released a sigh of relief and removed all the silver needles, allowing Feng Bufan to awaken. Chapter 164. Poison wine upon regaining consciousness. Feng Bufan felt the sensation returning to his legs. With a surge of determination, he pushed himself off the bed and stood upright. After nearly 10 days of paralysis, confined to a sickbed with powerless legs, he was astonished to find himself able to stand firmly on the ground once more. This brought him immense joy and deepened his gratitude towards Wu Shuang. Had it not been for Wu Shuang's timely arrival, he would not only have been unable to stand again, but might have lost his very life. Mr. Wu, I am eternally grateful for saving my life. From this day forth, you shall be my savior. Whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it without hesitation, Feng Bufan declared earnestly. Clasping his hands in gratitude towards Wu Shuang, Feng Yi hastily knelt before Wu Shuang, bowing his head and imploring, Brother Wu, you have saved the young master. Henceforth, this life of Feng Yi is yours. Whatever you require, just say the word, and I shall not hesitate to plunge into fire or water for you. Brother Feng, you exaggerate. I am unworthy of such reverence, Wu Shuang replied, quickly extending his hands to assist Feng Yi to his feet. You saved my life. If you speak in such a manner, it suggests that you do not regard me as a friend. Then, Shuang grasped Feng Bufan's hands, courteously stating, Young Master Feng, please do not be so formal. Anyone in such circumstances would lend a helping hand. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Mr. Wu, you have saved my life. While you may dismiss it, I cannot but hold your life-saving grace in my heart. Feng Bufan responded politely. Seeing Feng Bufan's sincerity, Shuang felt it was inappropriate to say more and merely smiled gently. Bring forth a banquet at once. I wish to drink with Mr. Wu and properly express my gratitude for his life-saving deed. Feng Bufan commanded excitedly to his subordinates. The eldest son, having recovered from his stroke, successfully stood up, and his attendants were filled with joy and excitement. They hurried to the kitchen to instruct the staff to prepare an exquisite feast. Soon, a lavish banquet was laid out, featuring an array of mountain and sea delicacies. The wine was top-quality Zweiking. As the jar was opened, its fragrant aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating all in attendance. Feng Bufan warmly invited Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing to take their seats. After Feng Yi filled the cups, Feng Bufan raised his glass, joyfully declaring, Today, Mr. Wu has saved my life and cured the poison I suffered. I am immensely grateful. I offer this cup of wine as a humble tribute. I hope you will accept it. With that, Feng Bufan lifted his cup, gesturing a toast to Wu Shuang before bringing the cup to his lips, ready to drink. As Wu Shuang also raised his glass, he suddenly noticed an unusual color in the wine, slightly tinged with yellow. Moreover, as the cup approached his lips, he detected an odd scent mingled with the wine, subtle and nearly imperceptible. If it were not for Wu Shuang's medical background, which made him particularly sensitive to flavors, he might have missed the anomaly. At that moment, as Feng Bufan was about to drink, Wu Shuang, sensing danger, swiftly waved his hand, knocking the cup from Feng Bufan's grasp. To Feng Bufan's astonishment, the cup flew from his hand and shattered upon hitting the ground, spilling the liquid which instantly released a cloud of white mist, corroding the floor beneath and darkening it. Witnessing the mess on the floor, Feng Bufan could not help but gasp in shock. The assassination had just occurred, and just as one was about to indulge in a drink, another poisoned chalice emerged. The methods of this assassination are indeed beyond comprehension. Bring forth everyone from the kitchen. I demand to know who prepared this wine. Feng Bufan roared in furious indignation. In his own home, it was unimaginable that someone would resort to such underhanded tactics to take his life. If this perpetrator were not unmasked, he would forever live in fear of this insidious threat, with the specter of death looming at every corner. Feng Yi, accompanied by the guards, strode with purpose to the kitchen, swiftly apprehending everyone present. However, upon reaching the wine cellar, they discovered Feng Xiong, the custodian of the cellar, lying lifeless on the ground, blood oozing from his orifices. Feng Yi hurriedly approached and checked for signs of life, only to find that he had long since departed this world, his body already cold to the touch. Speak. Did anyone witness the murderer? Feng Yi glared, his voice icy as he interrogated the kitchen staff. The kitchen personnel exchanged fearful glances, each rendered mute by trepidation, unable to utter a word. Realizing that he could not extract any information, Feng Yi, with his guards in tow, forcibly escorted the kitchen staff to Tianhai Pavilion, even bringing the deceased Feng Xiong along. Young master, the custodian of the wine cellar, Feng Xiong, has been silenced, Feng Yi reported urgently to Feng Bufan. Feng Bufan's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his eyes upon the kitchen staff, then coldly inquired, Who killed Feng Xiong? Young master, we truly do not know. We were all occupied in the kitchen, and none of us are aware of how Feng Xiong met his demise in the wine cellar. The kitchen staff, terrified by Feng Bufan's scrutiny, hastily proclaimed their innocence. Humph. The wine cellar lies beneath the kitchen. If someone was slain there, how could you remain ignorant? Feng Yi bellowed, his voice sharp. Bring forth the punishment. We must extract the truth. With a fierce command, Feng Yi and the guards surged forward, dragging the kitchen staff outside of Tianhai Pavilion, brandishing whips and unleashing a barrage of blows. The air was soon filled with the crack of whips and the anguished cries of the kitchen workers. Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing, upon hearing the harrowing screams from outside, could not help but pale at the brutality unfolding. It was astonishing that, even within an ancient martial family, there was such a blatant disregard for human rights, with servants subjected to corporal punishment at the slightest provocation. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and many of the kitchen workers had succumbed to unconsciousness from the relentless beating, yet none could divulge any information. Young master, they have been beaten into a stupor. Yet still, no one has revealed anything, Feng Yi rushed back to report to Feng Bufan. Enough. Release them, Feng Bufan commanded with a wave of his hand. After such an extensive interrogation, it appears they truly know nothing. At that moment, Feng Yuan, accompanied by Feng Hao and Feng Long, arrived with a commanding presence. Chapter 165, which young master upon hearing that Feng Bufan had nearly succumbed to poisoned wine, Feng Yuan was instantly engulfed in a torrential rage. It was inconceivable that his eldest son, within the sanctity of their home, had been subjected to successive assassination attempts. Were it not for the steadfast presence of Feng Hao and Feng Long by his side, he might have suspected them of orchestrating the attacks against Feng Bufan. As Feng Yuan and his companions arrived at Tianhai Pavilion, he observed Feng Yi and others preparing to release the kitchen staff. Without hesitation, Feng Long charged forward, dispatching each of the kitchen personnel with lethal precision. The poisoning of Feng Bufan's wine was undoubtedly linked to them. Since these individuals remained silent, they were deemed expendable. Better to err on the side of caution than to let them escape. After eliminating the kitchen staff, Feng Yuan led the group into Tianhai Pavilion. He cast a glance at Feng Bufan, then surveyed the others present, before reaching for a glass of wine on the table. He scrutinized the wine carefully, bringing it close to his nose for a thorough inspection. The poison was colorless and tasteless, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect any foul play. Reflecting on the earlier assassination attempt by Wang Bohua, it was evident that the poison must have originated from the Wang family. Ordinary individuals would not have access to such a sophisticated poison. Feng Yuan, in his fury, squeezed the wine pot with such force that it shattered in his grasp. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Humph, Wang family, I shall not let this matter rest." He turned to Feng Bufan, advising him to remain vigilant and to never afford the wicked an opportunity to strike. Feng Yuan then addressed Feng Yi and the others with a commanding voice. "From this day forth, you shall taste every morsel of food and sip every drop of wine that my son consumes. Should any further incidents occur, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, master of the house, such an occurrence shall not transpire again," Feng Yi assured him, bowing deeply in respect. Satisfied with this response, Feng Yuan suddenly noticed, as if discovering a new realm, "Bufan, your leg has healed." In his earlier agitation, he had failed to observe that Feng Bufan was now standing upright. "Father, my leg is indeed well, thanks to Mr. Wu. Moreover, it was Mr. Wu who identified the poisoned wine. Otherwise, I would have already ingested it and met my demise." "Is that so?" Feng Yuan expressed his astonishment as he approached Wu Shuang, regarding him with an air of cold pride. "I am grateful to you, Mr. Wu, for saving my son's life." He signaled for 2 million in cash to be brought forth as a token of appreciation. Wu Shuang appeared quite ordinary, save for the depth of his gaze. There was nothing particularly remarkable about him. It seemed he was merely a man of some medical skill who fortuitously saved Feng Bufan. Before long, a briefcase containing 2 million in cash was presented. Wu Shuang graciously accepted Feng Yuan's gratitude and took possession of the briefcase. It would be foolish to refuse such an unexpected windfall. Moreover, witnessing Feng Yuan's haughty demeanor, Wu Shuang felt an overwhelming disdain for him, deeming him utterly unworthy of her attention. Upon observing Wu Shuang promptly accept the money, Feng Yuan's arrogance surged, further diminishing his regard for her. It appeared that Wu Shuang was merely a small-minded doctor, blinded by the lure of wealth. After attending to the matters at hand, Feng Yuan departed with Feng Hao and Feng Long. "Mr. Wu, my father's earlier conduct was quite disrespectful towards you. I hope you will not take it to heart," Feng Bufan remarked politely, bowing towards Wu Shuang once Feng Yuan had left. "Your words are too kind, young Master Feng. The Feng family's generosity astounds me. Receiving 2 million in cash is a cause for celebration, not lamentation," Wu Shuang replied, a smile gracing her lips. Feng Bufan chuckled awkwardly before continuing. "Mr. Wu, you jest. Allow me to host a banquet so we may revel together." "There is no need for a banquet, young Master Feng. Such a substantial reward from your family is more than sufficient. I shall dine with these 2 friends instead," Wu Shuang stated, expressing her intent to take her leave. Feng Bufan, wishing to retain her presence, found his efforts thwarted by Wu Shuang's resolute demeanor and ultimately acquiesced, offering to escort her out of Yasen town himself. "Dear young Master Feng, you are of great worth. It would be wise to conserve your strength. Allow Brother Feng to see me off," Wu Shuang suggested, prompting Feng Bufan to nod in agreement, designating Feng Yi for the task. Soon, Feng Yi, Wu Shuang, and the others arrived at the outskirts of Yasen town. Feng Yi clasped his fists and addressed Wu Shuang. "Brother Wu, you have saved our young master twice. Our family has not shown you the gratitude you deserve. On behalf of my family and the young master, I offer my sincerest apologies. Ah, Brother Feng, let us dispense with such formalities among friends. Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Having saved his life, she appreciated Feng's straightforward character and found him to be a commendable companion. Very well, Brother Wu. Since you insist, I shall refrain from further remarks. In summary, should you ever require assistance, I would face any peril without hesitation, Feng Yi declared. After bidding farewell, Wu Shuang, along with Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, made their way outward. The path leading to the outside world was well concealed, nestled within a vast expanse of pristine forest. Had it not been for Feng's guidance, they would have undoubtedly struggled to find their way. However, scarcely had they traveled a mile when a group of over a dozen figures clad in black suddenly descended from the towering trees surrounding the trio. Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing, confronted by this unexpected onslaught, immediately positioned themselves back to back, casting cold glares at their assailants. How dare you, in broad daylight, attempt to obstruct me, Xiao Ziyu? Xiao Ziyu exclaimed, his eyes narrowing as he addressed the black-clad figures with authority. With his considerable influence, few dared to provoke him across the vast expanse of the land. Little did he anticipate that this journey to Lishur would bring him perilously close to losing his life on multiple occasions. Now, once again surrounded by these dozen or so figures clad in black, they truly do not regard him as a threat. Humph, the old fool still dares to shout here. Courting death, one of the leading black-clad figures coldly barked at Xiao Ziyu. Humph, who are you? Why have you surrounded us? Are you here to rob us? Wu Shuang clutched the leather suitcase brimming with cash, feigning fear as he inquired of the black-clad men. Haha, look at that young lad. He seems on the verge of losing control. Humph, how disappointing for a young man, not even matching the resolve of an old man. Humph, you have disrupted the young master's affairs, and you think you can simply walk away? Such good fortune is not easily granted. Young master? Which young master? Wu Shuang pressed further, seeking answers. Is it the second young master or the third young master? Not receiving a reply from the black-clad figures, Wu Shuang continued to question them. The leading black-clad man, upon hearing Wu Shuang's inquiries, revealed a flicker of cold malice in his eyes and responded icily. Umph. If you wish to know the answer, go ask King Yin in the underworld. With a wave of his hand, the black-clad figures surged like a whirlwind towards Wu Shuang. Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing. Heh, it seems you wish for me to exert more effort to extract answers from your lips. Wu Shuang scoffed, brandishing his black dagger as he charged towards the assailants. Xiao Qingqing attempted to rush in to assist Wu Shuang, but Xiao Ziyu pulled her aside. Such a trivial number of foes. Wu Shuang alone was more than capable of handling them without their intervention. The black-clad figures had completely underestimated Wu Shuang, dismissing him as merely a doctor with some medical skills. In their world of ancient martial arts, they believed a single strike would easily eliminate him. However, when they truly faced off against Wu Shuang, witnessing him dispatch one of their own with a mere gesture, they were left in stunned disbelief. Wasn't he just an ordinary doctor? How could he possess such formidable prowess, eliminating one of their own with a single move? Despite this, the black-clad figures still refused to take him seriously. Perhaps the earlier victim had simply been careless, allowing Wu Shuang to land a fatal blow. They thought if they remained cautious and did not afford Wu Shuang any opportunity, they could swiftly dispose of him. Yet, reality struck again. As Wu Shuang swiftly dispatched two more black-clad men, their hands clutching their severed throats, gazing at him in utter disbelief. These men were masters of the upper realm of Hongjing, seemingly invincible within the secular world. They had been exceedingly careful and had treated Wu Shuang as a formidable adversary. It was unimaginable that they would fall to him in such a manner, their demise leaving them with a profound sense of bitterness. The remaining black-clad figures no longer dared to underestimate Wu Shuang. This was no mere lamb of a doctor. He was indeed a peerless master, a tiger in sheep's clothing. The remaining figures in black, driven by a fervent desire for vengeance, encircled Wu Shuang, intent on tearing him apart with their blades. Yet, amidst the throng of adversaries, Wu Shuang remained remarkably composed, wielding his dark dagger with finesse to fend off the onslaught of his assailants. Occasionally, he launched silver needles into the fray, and several of the black-clad individuals watched helplessly as the projectiles struck true. As the battle unfolded, a synchronized sound of footsteps echoed from behind the assailants, followed by the thunderous roar of Feng Yi. Dare to lay a hand on my brother, and you shall meet your doom. In an instant, more than 20 individuals surged forth, encircling the black-clad foes. Earlier, when Feng Long had eliminated the occupants of the kitchen, a malevolent gaze had fixated upon him. At that moment, Wu Shuang felt as though he had come under the predatory scrutiny of a venomous serpent. He quickly turned to locate the source of the gaze, but it had vanished amidst the throng of the Feng family, rendering him unable to discern who had been watching him. Shuang understood that by thwarting another's scheme, he had placed himself in peril, and his 2 previous assassination attempts had already stirred the lurking danger. The hidden hand would not easily target Feng Bufan after such disturbances. To draw out this concealed threat, Shuang had previously conspired with Feng Bufan and Feng Yi, utilizing himself as bait to lure the shadowy figure into the open. Thus, he bid farewell to Feng Bufan and exited the Feng residence. True to his anticipation, he had not ventured far when the lurking menace dispatched individuals to ambush Shuang and his companions. Feng Yi and his allies, who had been covertly following them, swiftly emerged, encircling the black-clad attackers from behind. The assailants, who had initially prepared a trap for Shuang, found themselves ensnared in their own machinations. With a numerical advantage and the element of surprise on their side, Feng Yi and his compatriots quickly turned the tide of battle, overwhelming the black-clad figures. In no time, only a few of the adversaries remained. Observing the dire shift in circumstances, the apparent leader of the black-clad men attempted to flee, dispatching an opponent with a swift strike before soaring into the air like a great rock. However, as he ascended, several silver needles whistled through the air towards him. Upon hearing the menacing sound, panic seized him. Suspended in midair with nowhere to evade, he faced a daunting challenge in avoiding the incoming projectiles. Nevertheless, the leader was not without skill. He pressed his left foot against his right, utilizing the slight rebound to propel himself upward by an additional meter, evading the majority of the silver needles. Yet, one needle found its mark, striking his ankle and sealing his meridians. A wave of numbness surged from his ankle throughout his body, and he plummeted from the sky. During his descent, he attempted to extract the silver needles embedded in his ankle in a bid for self-rescue. Alas, at that moment, several more silver needles sliced through the air, once again hurtling toward him. This time, he lacked the strength to evade them, and was immediately struck, sealing his meridians. Consequently, his body became rigid, and he could not even shatter the poisonous fangs in his mouth before he fell motionless to the ground. Soon, with the exception of the lead figure cloaked in black, the other assailants were vanquished by Feng Yi and his companions. After the battlefield was cleared, Shuang and Feng Yi approached the leader of the black-clad figures. The man, now only able to move his eyes, found his body completely incapacitated. Shuang stepped forward and struck him across the face, knocking out one of his poisonous fangs. Then, she removed the silver needle embedded in the back of his neck. "Who are you, and who sent you?" Shuang inquired with a cold smile. The man let out a derisive snort, spat out the congealed blood from his mouth, and turned his head away, ignoring her entirely. "Do you recognize this man? Is he one of your Feng family?" Shuang asked Feng Yi. "I have never seen him before. I can assure you he is not from the Feng family." Shuang was taken aback, pondering if her initial suspicion was incorrect. Was it not Feng Hao and Feng Long who sought to eliminate them? This could also be a possibility. He might be one of the assassins they trained, Feng Yi conjectured. Assassins? Shuang expressed surprise at the term. She understood that in ancient times, some nobles indulged in training assassins for nefarious purposes. Yet, she had not anticipated such practices to persist in modern society. However, considering the ancient martial arts families, it was plausible that they might still nurture such warriors. What is so formidable about assassins? As long as he remains alive, I can extract the truth from him. Shuang scoffed, addressing the lead black-clad figure. You still have a chance. If you divulge everything we wish to know, I may grant you a swift end or spare your life. Should you remain silent before I finish speaking, I assure you that even a quick death will be a luxury beyond your reach. Her tone was frigid, each word pronounced with deliberate slowness. Yet, the lead figure responded only with a cold snort, remaining obstinately silent. Observing his stubbornness, Shuang refrained from further pleasantries, swiftly sealing the man's acupoints with silver needles. Thus, even if he were to succumb to pain and wish to bite his tongue to end his life, he would be unable to do so. Subsequently, Shuang thrust several more silver needles into his body, smiling as she addressed him. If you can endure 10 minutes without speaking, I shall release you immediately. Nuo Ka endured for 3 minutes, while the black-clad man, skilled in ancient martial arts, possessed a resilience that far surpassed Nuo Ka's. Given 10 minutes, he would surely prevail. After a mere 10 seconds, the black-clad man felt countless streams of heat coursing through his meridians. Before long, the areas traversed by these fiery currents ignited a sensation akin to millions of steel needles piercing his bones, inflicting excruciating pain. This agony intensified exponentially, swelling to hundreds or even thousands of times its initial severity within seconds. He yearned to claw at the sources of his torment to alleviate the suffering. Yet his meridians were sealed, rendering his limbs immobile. He perceived the relentless assault of countless needles, penetrating his body from every conceivable angle, as if a blade were scraping against his very bones. This heart-wrenching, soul-rending pain was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to endure. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand this torturous barrage. His muscles twisted grotesquely, veins bulged, and beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down his brow. Soon, his garments were drenched, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a river, soaked thoroughly in his own perspiration. At that moment, the black-clad man's mouth gaped wide. Had it not been for Shuang sealing his acupoints, he might have bitten off his own tongue. His eyes bulged outward, resembling those of a lifeless fish, with the whites rolling upward, presenting the visage of one on the brink of death. The agonizing, penetrating pain contorted his expression into a terrifying grimace, his complexion pale as a ghost. Veins and arteries stood out prominently, resembling writhing earthworms sprawled across his face, rendering it even more ghastly than that of a corpse. Shuang glanced at the clock. Barely 3 minutes had elapsed. It appeared that under his needle technique, even this practitioner of ancient martial arts was not significantly stronger than an ordinary person. Feng Yi, observing from the sidelines, was equally astonished at the transformation of the black-clad man. It was incredible that a mere handful of silver needles could reduce a martial artist to such a state in such a short span of time. Yet, the black-clad man still gritted his teeth and persevered. Although Feng Yi did not know him personally, the man was aware of Feng Yi's association with Feng Bufan. Now, having fallen into the clutches of Shuang and Feng Yi, he understood that if he were to falter and disclose the secrets he guarded, it would spell disaster for his master and his comrades. After 6 minutes, he sensed that the pain coursing through his body had reached the very limits of human endurance. Do not speak of him. Even those with greater prowess would struggle to endure such excruciating pain. Yet, he resolutely clenched his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand this inhuman torment. Simultaneously, he endeavored to control the nerves in his brain, seeking to enter a state of suspended animation, thereby cultivating a semblance of immunity to the agony that plagued his body. However, despite having hypnotized himself into this state of faux death, the heart-wrenching pain proved too overwhelming, rousing him from his induced stupor, leaving him utterly vulnerable to his suffering. Moments after awakening, the cloaked figure could no longer endure the torment. Fearing that if he persisted, the blood would surge into his brain, leading to a catastrophic demise, he cast a pleading gaze toward Shuang. Surrendering and revealing his secrets might afford him a chance at survival. Otherwise, his life would be forfeit. Upon witnessing the figure's beseeching look, Shuang smiled triumphantly. He glanced at his watch. It had been precisely 10 minutes. It seemed that those who practiced ancient martial arts were indeed formidable, enduring 3 times longer than Nuaka. Satisfied, Shuang nodded and waved his hand, withdrawing the silver needles embedded in the cloaked figure. As the needles were removed, the figure exhaled deeply and tightly closed his eyes, casting a pleading look toward Shuang, signifying his capitulation. It was a humiliating and degrading moment for one who was once the leader of the Death Warriors, now forced to plead for mercy from his adversary. Shuang understood that once a person betrays their promises and beliefs, their heart is filled with profound anguish and sorrow. Thus, he refrained from pressuring the cloaked figure further, observing him quietly. He recognized that having endured such inhumane torment, the figure would not entertain thoughts of self-destruction. Given a little more time, he would surely divulge the information Shuang sought. After a brief pause, the cloaked figure glanced at Shuang and Feng Yi, then opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 168, The Sudden Change. Just as the cloaked figure began to articulate his thoughts, both Shuang and Feng Yi's attention was wholly captivated by him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, 3 flying daggers streaked through the air from the great tree across the way, their azure blades glinting ominously as they arced toward the cloaked figure's back. Shuang, keenly perceptive, spotted the daggers and swiftly released a flurry of silver needles in an attempt to intercept them. However, his focus had been entirely on the cloaked figure, and by the time he noticed the daggers, it was already too late. His silver needles managed to deflect only 2 of the 3 daggers. A flying dagger struck the back of the figure clad in black with deadly precision. The blade was laced with potent poison, sealing the fate of its victim upon contact with blood. The dark-clad man let out a piercing scream, immediately spewing forth a stream of black blood before his body fell rigidly to the ground. Simultaneously, Shuang transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the great tree from which the dagger had been launched. Upon reaching the tree, he beheld only the gently swaying branches. The assailant had vanished without a trace. Shuang contemplated pursuing the attacker, following the clues left behind, but he quickly reconsidered, wary of falling into a trap designed to lure him away. While it was imperative to uncover the identity of the person seeking to assassinate Feng Bufan, the safety of Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing took precedence. Should he chase after the assassin and inadvertently place them in peril, it would be a grave miscalculation. Thus, Shuang leapt down from the tree just as Feng Yi approached in pursuit. "Brother Wu, have you found anything?" he inquired. "Nothing. We must return quickly. We could be walking into a diversion," Shuang urged. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned back, and upon confirming that Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing were unharmed, Shuang finally felt a sense of relief. The audacity of the assassin to strike in his presence solidified Shuang's resolve to unearth the mastermind behind these actions and assist Feng Bufan and Feng Yi in identifying their would-be killers. However, it was too perilous for Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing to remain. They must be escorted to safety first. After conferring with Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing, both consented, recognizing that the affairs of the Feng family were not theirs to entangle in. Their presence would only serve as a burden to Shuang. Consequently, Shuang, accompanied by Feng Yi and others, escorted Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing outward. Only after witnessing their safe departure did Shuang feel a sense of tranquility. During their journey, Shuang utilized Feng Yi's phone to communicate with military personnel. Upon reaching the outskirts of Shenanjia, several military vehicles arrived in a flurry. The incident involving Xiao Ziyu's aircraft had sent shockwaves throughout the military. Had it not been for her timely notification, the military might have cordoned off the entire area. Following Xiao Ziyu's call earlier that day, orders had been dispatched to the station troops. Soon, armed military vehicles were dispatched to escort Xiao Ziyu. After ensuring Xiao Ziyu was safely aboard the military vehicle, Shuang accompanied Feng Yi towards the Feng residence. They swiftly arrived at Tinghua Pavilion, where they recounted the events to Feng Bufan. Upon hearing the news, Feng Bufan's heart raced, and his brow furrowed in concern. It appeared that the forces behind this scheme were formidable. Should their machinations succeed, not only would his own life be in jeopardy, but the entire Feng family could face catastrophic consequences. He resolved to immediately relay this intelligence to his father, Feng Yuan. It is imperative that Feng Yuan strikes decisively to immediately halt the actions of Feng Hao and Feng Long, otherwise, the three brothers may engage in a fierce confrontation, leading to fratricide. Even if he emerges victorious, the Feng family would suffer irreparable damage. With this thought in mind, Feng Bufan, accompanied by Feng Yi and Shuang, hastened towards the upper chambers of the northern residence where the family head resided. The Feng family, a prominent clan in the realm of ancient martial arts, had a formidable presence, as evidenced by the numerous guards patrolling the vicinity with unwavering vigilance. Upon reaching the entrance of the northern chambers, the guards, recognizing the eldest son, dared not impede their passage, allowing Feng Bufan, Feng Yi, and Shuang to enter without obstruction. However, as soon as they stepped inside, Shuang detected a faint yet unmistakable scent of blood. Despite its subtlety, her extensive experience in the treacherous realms of combat made her acutely aware of the danger it signified. "Beware, there is a scent of blood," she warned, raising a hand to halt Feng Bufan and Feng Yi. Alarmed by Shuang's admonition, Feng Bufan rushed deeper into the room, his heart racing at the thought that this was the very place where his father, Feng Yuan, resided. The presence of blood implied imminent peril for his father, stirring a deep concern within him as a son. Seeing Feng Bufan and Feng Yi heedlessly charging forward, Shuang followed closely behind, driven by a sense of urgency. Upon entering the inner chamber, they beheld Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long seated in chairs, their eyes tightly shut, their bodies eerily still, resembling individuals lost in slumber. However, the faint trace of blood at the corners of their mouths starkly contrasted with their otherwise serene appearance. Panic surged within Feng Bufan as he rushed towards his father, eager to grasp Feng Yuan's sleeve. Yet, before his hand could make contact, the force of his rapid approach caused Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long to lose their precarious balance, tumbling from their seats. The teapot and cups on the coffee table crashed to the ground, creating a cacophony of sound as they shattered. The bodies of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long thudded heavily against the floor, producing a resounding noise that echoed throughout the room. Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi stood frozen, momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. Outside, the guards, alerted by the commotion, rushed in under the command of Guard Captain Feng Lingyun. Upon witnessing the fallen figures of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long, as well as the bewildered expressions of Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi, a wave of astonishment swept over them. Feng Lingyun, surveying the scene, barked an order: surround them. Ensure they do not escape. With the trio of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long deceased, and only Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi remaining in the chamber, the implication was clear: they were the prime suspects in this grim affair. The guards, upon receiving their orders, surged forth like a tide, surrounding Wu Shuang and his companions in an instant. Chapter 169. Instant Conviction. What do you intend to do, Feng Lingyun? Feng Bufan inquired loudly, witnessing Feng Lingyun leading the guards to encircle them. What do I intend to do? Feng Lingyun replied with a cold smirk. You, the eldest son, possess a heart so ruthless that you have slain the clan leader and your second and third brothers, and yet you still dare to question my intentions. I did not kill my father, nor my second or third brothers. We arrived to find the situation as it is now, Feng Bufan protested. Ah, eldest son, do not attempt to quibble, Feng Lingyun retorted. I, along with my brothers, have been stationed outside, and aside from you, no one else has entered this house. Many are watching. It was only after you entered that the clan leader and your two brothers met their demise. Feng Bufan found himself at a loss for words, utterly speechless. Have you nothing to say now? Feng Lingyun continued, his tone icy. As a lowly individual, I dare not act against you, eldest son. I shall summon the second elder and the clan elders. However, I implore you, until their arrival, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Though Feng Lingyun positioned himself as humble, his tone was imbued with arrogance. This effectively placed Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi under surveillance, branding them as suspects and stripping them of their freedom of movement. If they remained calm, then nothing would transpire. However, should Feng Bufan and the others attempt to break free, Feng Lingyun would undoubtedly disregard the elder son's status, likely leading to their immediate demise. Feng Bufan assessed the situation before him, feeling utterly helpless. While he was certain he was not the murderer, they possessed no evidence to exonerate themselves, and Feng Lingyun would not entertain their explanations. Any attempt to escape would only solidify the notion of his guilt. Moreover, Feng Lingyun was the second most formidable fighter in the Feng family, second only to Feng Yuan. Even combined, he and Feng Yi might not stand a chance against him. As for Wu Shuang's capabilities, Feng Bufan was uncertain, but how much could an ordinary person truly accomplish? Thus, he could only await the unfolding of events. Feng Yi, now filled with righteous indignation, awaited Feng Bufan's command. As soon as Feng Bufan issued the order, he would charge forward without hesitation, despite knowing they were no match for Feng Lingyun. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang stood calmly, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. From the moment they were ambushed, it became evident that this was a conspiracy, a trap laid against them. The true murderer, after dispatching the cloaked figure, had returned to the Feng residence, where he silently executed Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long. Given the extensive guard presence, the fact that the murderer could eliminate these three without a sound indicated that he was someone intimately familiar with them. Otherwise, the bystanders would be incapable of achieving such a feat. Moreover, it is evident that the murderer and Feng Lingyun are in collusion. After all, as a mere servant, he could not have so swiftly accused Feng Bufan of being the killer. Wu Shuang initially intended to rush out immediately, for this was a matter pertaining to the Feng family and held no relevance to him. Yet, in his heart, he had already come to regard Feng Bufan and Feng Yi as friends. Seeing that they remained motionless, he hesitated to act, for it would be exceedingly disloyal to abandon friends in their time of distress. Thus, Wu Shuang continued to stand there, seemingly unfazed, eager to witness how the second master, as mentioned by Feng Lingyun, would address this grave situation. Although he had yet to meet this second master, Wu Shuang was convinced that he must be the shadowy figure orchestrating these events. With the deaths of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long, Feng Bufan had been labeled the murderer, leaving Feng Yuan's lineage in disarray. The ultimate beneficiary of this turmoil would undoubtedly be the second master. This second master was none other than Feng Yuan's own brother, Feng Ming, who also happened to be Feng Bufan's uncle. In just a few minutes, Feng Ming, accompanied by the family elders, arrived in haste, escorted by a guard. The murder of the family head and his two sons was a matter of utmost gravity, and none dared to delay. Upon bursting into the northern chamber and beholding the lifeless bodies of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long, and then turning their gaze to the encircled Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi, the elders were consumed by righteous fury. Beast! Feng Bufan, you wretched beast! That was your own father and your brother. How could you turn against your own kin? You are truly devoid of conscience. As the eldest son of the Feng family and the future heir, who could have imagined you would conspire with outsiders to harm your own father and brother? Have you been blinded by greed, losing all semblance of humanity? Such an act of treachery is intolerable. The elders erupted in vehement accusations against Feng Bufan. Dear elders, please allow me to explain. I did not kill my father. When I entered this chamber, he and my brother had already fallen victim to foul play. Feng Bufan attempted to continue his defense, but was abruptly silenced by Feng Ming's wrath. Beast, even now, you persist in your denial? You are beyond redemption. Utterly devoid of humanity. Do you presume we are blind? The truth we witnessed cannot be mistaken. Yuyan and the others have been stationed outside for a considerable duration. And only you few entered this chamber. If you did not commit the act, then who could have? Esteemed elders, Feng Ming implored. I request that you immediately order the arrest of these 3 individuals and subject them to a brutal execution, dismembering them into mincemeat as retribution for the family head and his sons. Feng Ming observed that the moment was ripe and immediately clasped his fists, bowing to the elders of the clan to seek their counsel. He spoke rightly. For someone as depraved as Feng Bufan, there was no need for interrogation or judgment. Seize the 3 of them at once, and then dismember them into mincemeat, commanded one of the elders, gritting his teeth as he directed Feng Lingyun. Feng Lingyun had long awaited such an order. Upon hearing the elder's command, he promptly bellowed instructions to his guards. The guards, upon receiving the order, let out a loud shout and charged towards Shuang, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi. However, just as they were about to close in, Shuang, encircled by them, suddenly erupted into wild laughter. The crowd was taken aback, and the guards, poised to apprehend them, momentarily froze in confusion. Impertinent fool, what are you laughing at? The elder Feng Wanning barked at Shuang. Today's events were critical to the survival of the Feng family, and it was outrageous for this outsider to laugh so brazenly. The members of the Feng family glared at Shuang, seething with anger and itching to rush forward to vent their frustrations. What am I laughing at? I find it amusing that you esteemed elders, perceived to be astute, are in fact utterly blind and foolish, unable to discern right from wrong, Shuang retorted, still laughing heartily. The elders held a revered status within the Feng family, akin to imperial figures. Even the head of the family dared not raise his voice in their presence. Yet here was Shuang, an outsider, boldly denouncing Feng Wanning's lack of discernment. Upon hearing Shuang's words, Feng Wanning's face flushed with rage, nearly causing him to stumble in his fury. Impudent, outrageous, arrogant, presumptuous. The other elders and members of the Feng family shouted in unison, their indignation palpable. Even Feng Bufan and Feng Yi looked at Shuang in astonishment, unable to fathom how he possessed such audacity to berate the elders of the Feng family in front of everyone. The young master, accustomed to cowering before these venerable figures, would never have dared to challenge them openly. How audacious! You burst in without seeking the truth, hastily branding us as murderers. I am but an outsider, and your suspicion is one thing. Yet Feng Bufan is your own eldest son, the heir of the Feng family. Have you all lost your minds to suspect a son of murdering his own father? Shuang glared at the elders and the Feng family members, vehemently chastising them. For the sake of the family head's position, it is only natural for Feng Bufan to harbor ill intentions. Feng Wanning let out a cold snort, retorting to Shuang. Do you truly believe your reasoning holds any weight? Shuang replied with a mocking smile. Feng Bufan is the eldest son, naturally. The position of the family head will eventually fall to him. Why would he be so impatient as to murder his own father to ascend to power? What would an outsider like you know? Another elder, Feng Wan, interjected angrily. Feng Bufan has suffered a stroke and is paralyzed. The family head has already considered stripping him of his title and designating the second son, Feng Hao, as the successor. That alone provides ample motive for Feng Bufan to commit murder. Oh, but you also mentioned that the family head has merely contemplated this and has not yet made a decision. Furthermore, Feng Bufan's condition has improved significantly. His body has fully recovered. Under such circumstances, the family head is unlikely to alter his stance or revoke Feng Bufan's status as the heir. So I ask you, does Feng Bufan truly have a reason to kill his own father? The members of the Feng family pondered this and found Shuang's argument somewhat convincing. If that were the case, Feng Bufan would indeed have no motive for murder, especially against his own father and younger brother. Any person with even a modicum of conscience would find it unthinkable. What a sharp-tongued individual you are. Feng Ming turned to Shuang, his voice icy. In ancient times, there were eloquent debaters capable of turning the world upside down with their words. Today, we have an outsider like you, stirring up discord within the Feng family, distorting the truth, and defending a murderer. Do you truly think the Feng family is devoid of capable individuals? You must be Feng Ming, the second elder of the Feng family and the uncle of Feng Bufan, Wu Shuang remarked, having heard Feng introduce him moments earlier. Indeed, I am Feng Ming. Oh, the second elder, how delightful. You have finally made your appearance, Wu Shuang said with a cold smile. I was previously puzzled about who would kill the 3 members of the Feng family to frame Feng Bufan. Having seen you, I now understand. The murderer is none other than you. You killed the 3 members to frame Feng Bufan. The other Feng family members remained non-committal. Wu Shuang himself was a murderer, and they were unlikely to heed his words. Upon hearing this, Feng Bufan and Feng Yi cast furious glances at Feng Ming. Feng Bufan's mind raced. With the demise of his branch of the family, the one who would benefit most is Feng Ming. Thus, Feng Ming indeed bore the greatest suspicion. Nonsense. You speak without basis. Feng Ming's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Wu Shuang and shouted, Who do you think you are to speak such lies in my Feng family? The second elder is gracious, Wu Shuang said, introducing himself with a bow. My name is Wu Shuang, a friend of Feng Bufan. Upon arriving at the Feng family, I discovered that Feng Bufan was not suffering from a stroke, but rather had fallen victim to a sinister plot involving the heart of a wolf. Moreover, he has colluded with Wang Bohua to use the heart of the Wolf King, intending to eliminate Feng Bufan without anyone being the wiser. Initially, I suspected it was the second and third sons who sought to poison Feng Bufan and usurp his position. Later, I was ambushed outside the town. Just as I managed to capture a survivor and was about to extract information, they were silenced. Upon returning to the Feng residence, I found the family head and his second and third sons murdered. I pondered who could be the mastermind behind this. When the 2 elders and the clan leaders arrived, you did not make the first move. Instead, you manipulated them to act on your behalf, aiming to eliminate us discreetly. Thus, once the entire lineage of the Feng family was extinguished, you would ascend to power without anyone suspecting you as the perpetrator. Your scheme was flawless, executed with such precision that there were no apparent flaws. Yet, the absence of imperfections became your greatest weakness. There is no crime without a trace. You are overly arrogant, believing you can manipulate everyone at will. After the demise of the Feng family lineage, you would be the primary beneficiary, rendering you the prime suspect in these murders. Furthermore, I observed the calluses on your fingers, indicating your proficiency with concealed weapons. Additionally, I detected the scent of the poison from the flying dagger that killed the black-clad man outside the town emanating from you. Those assassins outside the town were dispatched by you, and you were the one who silenced that black-clad figure, weren't you? Although the crowd was skeptical of Wu Shuang's claims, his reasoning compelled them to cast doubtful glances towards Feng Ming. I even questioned whether you had transformed into a dog. Given your keen sense of smell, capable of detecting the scent of the dagger on me. Upon hearing this, Feng Ming did not refute, but responded with unsettling calmness. Chapter 171. The truth revealed indeed. It was I who orchestrated your ambush in the woods outside the town, and it was I who silenced the individual you had captured. The wolf heart goo was my doing, and I was responsible for the deaths of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long. My intention was to frame Feng Bufan and eradicate the entire line of Feng Yuan. The rightful head of the Feng family should have been me. Feng Yuan is unworthy of this position. Only I, Feng Ming, can lead the Feng family towards greater heights, towards glory and splendor. Ah, you beast. It was you all along. Regardless of the circumstances, Feng Yuan is your elder brother, and Feng Hao and Feng Long are your nephews. How could you bring yourself to commit such atrocities? Feng Wuning pointed an accusing finger at Feng Ming, vociferously condemning him. Why should I hesitate? The head of this family is rightfully mine. Years ago, I merely made a trivial mistake, and you stripped me of my rightful inheritance. Now, by slaying Feng Yuan and his sons, I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully mine. You soulless beast. You dare claim it was merely a mistake? Not only did you violate a maiden, but you also exterminated an entire family of 7. A person as wicked and malicious as you has no right to be the head of the Feng family. I had hoped that after all these years, you had learned from your past mistakes, but it appears you have become even more ruthless and depraved than before. Feng Wan furiously scolded Feng Ming. You old fool. You are utterly biased. Years ago, you merely extinguished a few insignificant ants, yet you have ruined my entire existence. Had it not been for your favoritism towards Feng Yuan, which led to the destruction of the majority of my cultivation, I would not have descended to such depths, languishing aimlessly in the Feng family for 2 decades. The demise of Feng Yuan and the others today lies solely at your feet. It is you who has led them to their doom. Feng Ming, his face twisted with rage, gritted his teeth and retorted to Feng Wan. Feng Wan was not only his father, but also the former head of the clan. In the past, Feng Ming's intellect and cultivation had far surpassed that of Feng Yuan, which led Feng Wan and the clan elders to designate him as the heir. Little did they anticipate that Feng Ming would commit such heinous acts. In a fit of anger and humiliation, Feng Wan not only stripped him of most of his cultivation, but also revoked his status as heir. For years, Feng Ming had behaved with utmost decorum, appearing humble and low-key, leading everyone to believe that he had truly repented. Yet now, he had become even more deranged, more unscrupulous, and devoid of conscience. Beast! Scoundrel! Someone! Quickly, seize this monster! Feng Wan bellowed in fury. However, as he issued his command, Feng Lingyun and the guards remained motionless, standing in silence. What is this? Are you all deaf? Cannot hear my command? As the elder of the Feng family and the former head, Feng Wan, seeing that no one heeded his orders, barked at Feng Lingyun and the others. Old man, they are neither deaf nor incapable of hearing your commands. It is I who is their master now. They heed only my orders. Feng Ming sneered, reveling in his triumph over Feng Wan. Ah, so you dare to betray the Feng family and conspire with this beast? Then you shall all perish together. Feng Wanning shouted, preparing to charge forward with the other elders. Old fools, spare yourselves the embarrassment. With your frail bodies, it would be wise not to approach. Feng Ming remarked coldly, unfazed by their intentions. You fiend, so it was you who murdered my father and brothers. You heartless wretch. Prepare to pay with your life. Feng Bufan did not concern himself with the guard's allegiance to the Feng family, but instead shouted in fury, aiming to avenge Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long. However, as he attempted to summon his energy, he felt weakness beneath his feet and a buzzing in his head. Stumbling, he nearly fell. Seeing Feng Bufan on the verge of collapse, Feng Yi rushed over to assist him, only to find himself staggering as well, struggling to maintain his balance. Beware, everyone. There is poison in the air, Shuang urgently called out. Yet, with his warning, the elders and others soon found themselves weakened, unable to stand, collapsing to the ground. Shuang, like the others, struggled and swayed several times before begrudgingly collapsing to the ground. Huh, what does your medical skill matter, Shuang? My poison is colorless and tasteless. Not even you, nor anyone with a far superior expertise, could possibly detect it. Seeing everyone sprawled on the ground, Feng Ming could not help but chuckle with pride. Feng Lingyun and the guards had previously consumed the antidote, so they remained unharmed. Brutes! Monsters! You have lost all sense of morality. The fallen crowd shouted vehemently at Feng Ming. Humph, you old fools, still speaking defiantly as you approach your demise. Bring me these old wretches and dispose of them. Feng Ming commanded coldly to Feng Lingyun and the guards as he noticed Feng Wanning and Feng Wan continuing their tirade. Humph, Feng Ming, what skill is it to harm others with poison? If you possess any true ability, face me in battle for 300 rounds. Only if you can defeat me shall you be deemed truly capable. Before Feng Lingyun and the others could act, Shuang boldly addressed Feng Ming. Feng Ming, enraged by Shuang's words, exploded with fury, barking, "Seize him at once." Feng Lingyun promptly approached Shuang, seizing his collar and dragging him towards Feng Ming. Brutes! Bastards! What do you intend to do? If you have any courage, first release the poison from my system, and then engage in battle. Shuang shouted defiantly as Feng Lingyun pulled him forward. Bastard! Even at death's door, you remain unruly. Speak again, and I shall kick you to death. Feng Lingyun, infuriated by Shuang's continued insults, delivered several powerful kicks. The thuds echoed as his foot struck Shuang, silencing his protests and demonstrating the sheer force behind them. Had Shuang been an ordinary person, a single kick from Feng Lingyun could have been fatal. Though shaken and pained, Shuang, relying on his own strength, endured the torment and cried out in agony. Chapter 172, Instant Counteraction Brute. Release Mr. Wu at once. This is a matter of our Feng family's grievances. He is merely an outsider and has no part in this. Upon hearing Shuang's cries, Feng Bufan immediately shouted with urgency. Shuang had saved his life. He was both a benefactor and a friend. Now, because of family disputes, Shuang found himself in peril, and Feng Bufan felt a pang of guilt. Humph, it seems your friendship runs deep. However, you are still the esteemed son of the Feng family. For your sake, I shall personally send this outsider on his way. Feng Ming's words sent Feng Bufan into a furious pallor, his face aflame with rage. Summoning all his strength, he attempted to rush forward to rescue Shuang. But after several futile struggles, he found himself unable to move even an inch, helplessly exclaiming, "Brother Wu, I am truly sorry. This is none of your concern. It is that wretched beast who has wronged me. Even if I were to transform into a vengeful spirit, I would not let that scoundrel escape." At this moment, Wu Shuang had already been dragged before Feng Ming by Feng Lingyun. Feng Ming crouched down, gripping Wu Shuang's battered face with his hand, his tone as frigid as ice. His expression twisted with malice. Kid, no matter where you come from or what your status is, since you dare to meddle in the affairs of the Feng family, you are courting death. Remember, in your next life, do not interfere in the matters of others. In my next life, I shall change it myself. At this instant, Wu Shuang's murky gaze suddenly became clear, radiating two piercing beams of chilling light, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from him. This is bad. Feng Ming sensed the change in Wu Shuang and immediately shouted, propelling himself backward like a tempest. But Wu Shuang's speed surpassed his own. He sprang from the ground like a bolt of lightning, swiftly maneuvering to seize Feng Ming's shoulder. In a fluid motion, he spun behind Feng Ming. And with a flash of black light, his obsidian dagger pressed against Feng Ming's throat. Do not move. If you make another move, I cannot guarantee that your head will remain on your shoulders, Wu Shuang declared with a cold and resolute tone. This sudden turn of events left everyone in the room utterly astonished, especially Feng Ming, whose shock was more profound than the others, while others were oblivious. He was acutely aware of the potency of his poison. This venom, known as drunken spring breeze, is colorless and odorless, capable of rapidly dispersing in the air. Anyone afflicted by this poison, regardless of their prowess or depth of cultivation, would find their limbs weak and their bodies unable to stand, akin to being utterly inebriated. His initial plan was not merely to eliminate those from Feng Yuan's lineage, but also to eradicate the elder clansmen. Only by removing those detestable old fools could he vent the frustrations he had harbored for 2 decades and truly seize control of the Feng family. Thus, after silencing witnesses in the woods outside the town, he hastily returned to the Feng estate. At that moment, Feng Yuan was engaged in discussions with Feng Hao and Feng Long in the upper hall. He entered without any suspicion from the three, and they fell prey to his poison, allowing him to easily dispatch them. Afterward, when Feng Bufan entered the upper hall, Feng Lingyun, adhering to the plan, brought him along with the elder clansmen to this very hall. Just moments ago, he had stealthily released drunken spring breeze, intending to ensnare Wu Shuang, Feng Bufan, Feng Yi, and the elder clansmen altogether. He could hardly fathom that Wu Shuang could still move freely after being poisoned by drunken spring breeze. In truth, when Wu Shuang saw Feng Ming step forward to admit to having committed murder, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, the words he spoke were merely conjectures of his own, lacking tangible evidence to confirm that Feng Ming was indeed the perpetrator. Under normal circumstances, if Feng Ming simply denied it, Wu Shuang would have no recourse against him. Therefore, Feng Ming's actions were surely motivated by his own considerations and concealed schemes. Thus, he has been cautiously guarding against Feng Ming. From Feng Ming's use of the heart-devouring goo poison and the poisoned flying knives, Wu Shuang discerned that Feng Ming was undoubtedly adept in the art of toxins. Under his full concentration, he detected a colorless and odorless poison swiftly permeating the air. Consequently, he hastily consumed his exclusive antidote in secret. To deceive Feng Ming, he refrained from providing the antidote to Feng Bufan and Feng Yi, intending to make Feng Ming believe that everyone had succumbed to the poison, thereby lowering his guard. Indeed, Feng Ming never anticipated that Wu Shuang had escaped the toxin's grasp. Instead, under the provocation of Wu Shuang's words, he ordered for Wu Shuang to be brought before him. Upon arriving before Feng Ming and recognizing the opportune moment, Wu Shuang unleashed a thunderous strike, swiftly subduing Feng Ming. Release the 2 elders at once, or I shall end their lives. Feng Lingyun was no simple adversary. He immediately took control of Feng Bufan and the others, using them as leverage against Wu Shuang. Go ahead and kill them. They are all members of your Feng family, and they bear no relation to me, Wu Shuang retorted with a smile. Observing Feng Lingyun and his companions, Feng Lingyun was momentarily taken aback. This scenario was amiss. Was it not the case that when the antagonist held hostages, the protagonist would invariably comply, harboring no dissent? Yet here, Wu Shuang appeared impervious to threats. Nevertheless, Wu Shuang paid no heed to Feng Lingyun. He reached into Feng Ming's pocket and retrieved several vials of medicine, without needing to inquire. His medical expertise allowed him to instantly identify the antidote for the drunken spring breeze. Though these individuals are of no concern to me, I detest witnessing them being threatened by a scoundrel like you. I shall count to 3, and you will release them immediately. Delay for but a second, and I shall plunge a blade into this bastard. Wu Shuang had already sealed Feng Ming's meridians with a silver needle and now leveraged Feng Ming to threaten Feng Lingyun. Do not release them. Do not fall for this little scoundrel's trick. Feng Ming urgently warned Feng Lingyun. Holding Feng Bufan and the others was their only bargaining chip in negotiating with Wu Shuang. If they were to let go of Feng Bufan and the others, he would have no means to counterbalance Wu Shuang. Without further ado, Wu Shuang silenced Feng Ming by sealing his mute point with a silver needle. Then, he thrust a dagger into Feng Ming's back. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The pain caused Feng Ming's facial muscles to convulse. His mouth agape in a silent scream. Feng Lingyun and the others were taken aback. This young man was indeed ruthless. He acted without a trace of hesitation. Instantly, they were gripped by fear. Feng Ming was their new master, and should anything happen to him, what would they do? Still not releasing them? Do you wish for me to deliver a second strike? Wu Shuang brandished the black dagger in his hand once more. Chapter 173. 3 stabs. As Feng Ming beheld Wu Shuang once again brandishing the obsidian dagger, his heart sank anew. He could scarcely fathom that after delivering the first stab, Wu Shuang would proceed with the second. While he too aspired to eliminate a member of the Feng family with fervor akin to Wu Shuang's. He recalled Wu Shuang's earlier assertion. These members bore no relation to him, and therefore, Wu Shuang felt no threat. In his moment of hesitation, he noticed the gleam of the dagger in the air, poised to strike once more. Alarmed, he shouted, "Wait, stop! To halt upon your command would render me quite the fool." Wu Shuang replied coldly, plunging the second blade into Feng Ming's back. Feng Lingyun, incensed by this act, bellowed in outrage, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Wu Shuang paid him no heed, lifting the dagger once again. "If you do not release them now, I shall drive this third blade straight into him." With the dagger raised, Wu Shuang spoke icily to Feng Lingyun. "Release them at once." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Feng Lingyun dared not resist, and promptly commanded his guards to free Feng Bufan and the others. He understood that disobeying Wu Shuang's orders would undoubtedly lead to a third, a fourth, and perhaps even a fifth stab. No matter how capable Feng Ming might be, a few more stabs would surely lead to his demise. Although Feng Lingyun's guards released Feng Bufan and his companions, the latter were too feeble to stand, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "I have released them now. You must free the second master immediately." Feng Lingyun glared at Wu Shuang, his voice raised. "Humph, I never promised that releasing them would guarantee the freedom of Feng Ming." Wu Shuang retorted with a cold smirk. Feng Lingyun felt like a fool, his anger surging to a boiling point, yet he quickly wilted like a frostbitten plant. Indeed, Wu Shuang had merely commanded the release of his captives, but had never committed to freeing Feng Ming. "Wu Shuang, if you do not release the second master, I shall charge with my men, and you shall not escape alive." Feng Lingyun ground his teeth in fury. "Fear not. I would not sully my hands with the likes of such a wretched beast. Once I feel secure, I shall certainly release him. Step back, all of you." Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Feng Lingyun and his men instinctively retreated, distancing themselves by 5 or 6 meters before halting. "Wu Shuang, we have all stepped back now. Can you release him?" "Indeed, I shall release him, but do not rush me." Wu Shuang smiled, and then called out to Feng Bufan and the others, "Brothers Feng, open your mouths." Despite their weakness, Feng Bufan and the others still possessed enough strength to comply. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's command, they promptly opened their mouths wide. As Feng Bufan and his companions opened their mouths, Wu Shuang swiftly shattered the vial containing the antidote, allowing the precious liquid to cascade into his hands. With deft precision, he flicked the pills toward each person's mouth. Wu Shuang's prowess with concealed weapons was unparalleled. Even a mere silver needle could be thrust into an acupoint from a distance, let alone a pill. Feng Lingyun and the others gazed in astonishment as the white pills glimmered like streaks of light, landing flawlessly in the mouths of Feng Bufan and his comrades. They felt a small, round object settle upon their tongues, which dissolved instantly, transforming into a medicinal essence that coursed down their throats into their stomachs. Soon, a warm sensation enveloped their bodies. The once languid limbs began to regain strength, and their buzzing minds gradually cleared. Feng Lingyun could scarcely believe that Wu Shuang had chosen such a method to detoxify Feng Bufan and the others. Witnessing the antidote take effect, Feng Lingyun's expression morphed into one of alarm. "Brothers, attack! Eliminate them all!" he bellowed, leading the guards in a charge toward Feng Bufan and his allies. Should Feng Bufan, Feng Yi, and the clan elders regain their powers, they would certainly not spare them. If they unleashed their full might, Feng Lingyun and his guards would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Presently, they could not afford to hesitate. Their very lives depended on it. With Feng Ming's fate no longer a priority, they focused solely on their own survival. As Feng Lingyun and his men advanced, Wu Shuang waved his left hand, sending silver needles hurtling toward them like bolts of lightning, buying precious time for Feng Bufan and his companions to recover their strength. The latter, seeing the incoming needles, dared not confront them directly and hurriedly retreated. Seizing this opportunity, Shuang plunged a black dagger into Feng Ming's abdomen. Feng Ming had slain Feng Yuan, Feng Long, and Feng Hao. Shuang was determined to leave him for Feng Bufan to exact revenge for his father and brothers. Feng Ming had previously ambushed them in the woods outside the town, and even 3 stabs would suffice to vent his anger. Though this strike would not claim Feng Ming's life, it would inflict grave injury, bringing him perilously close to death. Ignoring the blood gushing from Feng Ming's wound, Shuang dragged him swiftly before Feng Bufan and the others. By this time, the members of the Feng family had mostly regained their strength. As Feng Lingyun and the guards launched another assault, Feng Bufan immediately met them with a flurry of fists and feet, initiating a chaotic melee within the northern chamber. Though Feng Lingyun was the second strongest in the Feng family, this did not account for the clan elders, each of whom had practiced martial arts for decades. Achieving profound mastery, each elder had reached the pinnacle of the high harmony realm, mere moments away from breaking into the cosmic realm. Despite the fact that Feng Wuning and his companions had not fully regained their strength, vanquishing the guards posed no challenge for them. In no time, the remaining guards were dispatched, leaving only Feng Lingyun, who was desperately struggling. After eliminating the other guards, Shuang, Feng Wuning, Feng Wan, Feng Bufan, and Feng Yi formed a tight circle around Feng Lingyun. With eyes ablaze like crimson embers, Feng Lingyun coldly glared at Shuang and Feng Bufan, brandishing his sword and roaring defiantly as he charged at them. The tide of battle had turned irrevocably against him. Death was inevitable. Yet if he was to perish, he vowed to do so with fervor, refusing to succumb quietly. The outcome of the confrontation was never in doubt. And soon Feng Lingyun met his end at the hands of Feng Bufan and his allies. Once they had dealt with Feng Lingyun and the guards, Shuang and the others turned their attention to encircle Feng Ming. In Chapter 174 of the Family Assembly, Feng Ming had been struck thrice, blood gushing from his abdomen. He now appeared as pale as a ghost, his eyes devoid of their former luster due to excessive blood loss. Nevertheless, when Shuang and the others approached, he glared at them with the venomous intensity of a snake, wishing nothing more than to devour Shuang alive to satiate his profound hatred. Throughout, he had never regarded Shuang as anything but a mere physician, attributing his success in treating Feng Bufan's condition to mere luck. He had thought himself clever to send assassins to ambush Shuang in the woods outside the town, believing it was already a considerable elevation of their status. Yet, just as his meticulously crafted scheme seemed destined for success, it crumbled at Shuang's hands. If glances could kill, Feng Ming would have ended Shuang's life countless times over. Alas, mere looks cannot bring about death. And Shuang paid no heed to the malice in Feng Ming's eyes. Feng Bufan glared at Feng Ming, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Feng Ming, to slaughter your own kin is to be a creature lower than beasts. Feng Ming, barely able to muster his strength, stared at Feng Bufan, his lips moving in an attempt to speak, but silence ensued, as if his voice had been silenced. Ignoring him, Feng Bufan turned to Feng Wuning, Feng Wan, and the others, bowing respectfully as he addressed them. Esteemed elders, Feng Ming has murdered the family head and grievously harmed the second and third sons. I beseech you, how shall we deal with this abomination that defies all moral order? Though he was the eldest son and heir to the family head, he understood that matters of such gravity required the elders' guidance. A creature so devoid of humanity does not deserve a swift death, he continued. Let us convene a family assembly, announce this fiend's crimes, and, after due deliberation, execute him with brutal justice to serve as a warning to the rest of our kin. Feng Wuning's expression darkened as he spoke solemnly. Despite Feng Ming being his own flesh and blood, Feng Wan showed no favoritism and readily consented to this course of action. In the face of such treachery, where one would brutally slay their own brother and nephew, Feng Wan harbored no semblance of mercy. Swiftly, Feng Bufan summoned all his subordinates, instructing Feng Yi to dispose of the bodies of Feng Lingyun and the other guards. Subsequently, he notified all clan members to convene at the square for a family assembly. The members of the Feng clan were initially oblivious to the reason behind this sudden gathering. Yet, upon receiving the summons, they gathered in the square within the hour, numbering around 400 to 500, a testament to the formidable stature of the Feng family. As the clan members began to assemble, Feng Wuning, Feng Wan, and Feng Bufan ascended the high platform at the end of the square. The absence of Feng Yuan, the family head, puzzled the crowd, as the presence of the clan elders and Feng Bufan raised eyebrows. The unexpected convening of a family assembly without the patriarch was decidedly unsettling. Standing on the platform, Feng Wuning surveyed the gathered clan members and spoke in a somber tone. Esteemed members of the Feng family, We have convened this assembly to convey a most unfortunate message. The crowd gasped, taken aback by the elder's immediate declaration of sorrow. Initially engaged in hushed conversations, the assembly fell into a profound silence, all ears attuned to hear the nature of this grim news. Noticing the somber atmosphere, Feng Wuning felt a wave of sorrow wash over him, his voice trembling as he continued. Today, our family head, Feng Yuyan, has been cruelly murdered in his northern chamber. Accompanying his demise are our second son, Feng Hao, and our third son, Feng Long. A wave of shock surged through the assembly as the gravity of the news sank in. No one could fathom that their patriarch and two sons had been slain within the heavily guarded confines of the northern chamber. The crowd turned their astonished gazes toward Feng Wuning, as if seeking answers through their expressions regarding the audacity and capability of the perpetrator who dared commit such a heinous act within the family's sanctum. After a brief pause, Feng Wuning solemnly revealed, "The murderer of our family head, second son, and third son is none other than Feng Ming, the patriarch's own brother." This revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly, erupting into chaos. Who would have imagined that their beloved patriarch had been slain by Feng Ming? The crowd fell into a momentary silence before erupting like a volcano, collectively shouting, "Seize him! Execute him!" The betrayal of Feng Ming, a member of the Feng family and the brother of the patriarch, was an unthinkable atrocity, marking him as the ultimate traitor against the very essence of familial bonds. He betrayed the Feng family, extinguishing all semblance of humanity. To spare such a wretch would be an affront to the collective fury of the people. Upon witnessing the ire of his kin, Feng Wuning raised his hands in a gesture of calm and continued, "Please, let us settle down. The murderer has been apprehended. We shall bring him forth and execute him before your very eyes, avenging our clan leader and the second and third young masters." With a wave of his hand, Feng Yi led the way, dragging Feng Ming to the forefront. As Feng Ming appeared, the crowd's rage intensified, their voices rising in a fervent chant, "Kill him! Kill him!" Meanwhile, Feng Ming's family, including his son, hung their heads in shame, unable to lift their gazes. Feng Ming had become the universal enemy of the Feng clan, and even his own kin felt a profound sense of disgrace, too ashamed to look anyone in the eye. As he surveyed the faces of his relatives, Feng Ming felt as if his legs were weighed down, nearly incapable of standing. Were it not for Feng Yi and his companions, he might have faltered completely. Though he was a master of the Hong realm, in the face of such collective wrath, he felt as insignificant as a small boat tossed upon a tempestuous sea. As Feng Yi and the others dragged Feng Ming to the elevated platform, the crowd's fury reached a boiling point. They yearned to storm the platform and rend Feng Ming to pieces. After a prolonged uproar, Feng Wuning finally gestured for silence, and after a moment of waiting, the crowd quieted. "My kin," he began, "Feng Ming has committed grave treachery, slaying our clan leader and both the second and third young masters. According to our clan's laws, he must face the ultimate punishment, 3 cuts and 6 holes, followed by being reduced to minced flesh." Upon hearing the decree for Feng Ming's punishment, the crowd erupted in furious shouts. Feng Ming, now ashen-faced, lay limp upon the platform, unable to rise in the face of his enraged kin. Feng Wuning gestured, and an execution frame, a wooden cross, was brought forth. It featured slots into which Feng Ming was bound. At this moment, Feng Wuning silenced the crowd with a commanding voice, "Proceed with the execution." After making his statement, he stepped back, while Feng Yi and Feng Bufan advanced. Feng Bufan, with a pallid countenance, took the lead, while Feng Yi carried a tray upon which lay 3 sharp short blades. Feng Bufan approached the platform, bowing deeply to the gathered assembly. Recognizing Feng Bufan, the eldest son of the Feng family, the crowd fell into an unusual calm. With the deaths of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon all present as they mourned the profound loss. After Feng Bufan bowed to the crowd, he grasped the first dagger from the tray, raising it high above his head with both hands. With a sorrowful tone, he proclaimed, "Father, second brother, third brother, may your spirits depart gently. I shall avenge your deaths." With these words, Feng Bufan turned to face Feng Ming, and his eyes ignited with flames of hatred. To slay the head of the family, to defy authority, to commit the most heinous of crimes, he deserves the first strike. Amidst his anguished words, Feng Bufan plunged the first dagger deeply into Feng Ming's body. The blade pierced through the front, its tip emerging from the back, blood gushing forth as Feng Ming let out a heart-wrenching scream. To slaughter kin, to betray humanity, to forsake all morals, he deserves the second strike. For attacking the clan elder and betraying the family, a crime so vile it rouses the wrath of both gods and men, he deserves the third strike. With that, Feng Bufan thrust the dagger directly into Feng Ming's heart, shattering it with a single blow, causing Feng Ming to spit blood and die on the spot. Having avenged his deep-seated grievances, Feng Bufan fell to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, 2 long swords were presented to him, and Feng Wuning softly urged, "Young master, rise quickly. The execution is not yet complete." Feng Bufan stood, gazing at the lifeless Feng Ming. Wiping away his tears, he replied to Feng Wuning, "Elder, with 3 strikes and 6 wounds, he is already dead. I have avenged my father and brothers. Regardless, he is still my uncle. Let us leave his body whole." Hearing Feng Bufan's words, Shuang nodded in relief. Killing him was one thing, but dismembering him would be excessively cruel. Initially, Shuang intended to persuade Feng Bufan to halt the execution, but now that Feng Bufan had suggested it, it could not have been more favorable. The onlookers, though silent, were filled with admiration for Feng Bufan. After all, they were all members of the Feng family, bound by blood. The news of Feng Ming's murder of Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long had incited great anger and impulsiveness among them. However, witnessing Feng Ming's execution at the hands of Feng Bufan allowed their pent-up fury to dissipate, softening their hearts. Particularly, Feng Ming's son, upon hearing that Feng Bufan would cease the execution, knelt before him, bowing deeply 3 times in gratitude. Feng Wuning stepped forward, surveying both Feng Bufan and the clan members before solemnly stating, "The young master, mindful of familial bonds, displays a compassionate heart that brings joy. Very well. Since the young master has spoken, we shall proceed accordingly." With a wave of his hand, 2 men approached to carry away the deceased Feng Ming. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, nor can a family be without a head for a day. The head of the family has been slain, and the murderer has met their demise. It is now time to establish the rightful patriarch of the Feng clan. While the former head was alive, he had already designated the eldest son as the heir to the family. With the head's passing, it is only natural for the eldest son to inherit this role. After speaking, Feng Wuning gestured, and a servant brought forth the family token on a tray, presenting it to Feng Wuning. He took the token and, with both hands, offered it to Feng Bufan. Although Feng Bufan was still engulfed in sorrow, he understood that assuming the role of head was his solemn duty. Regardless of his grief, he had to embrace this heavy responsibility. After steadying his emotions, Feng Bufan accepted the family token with both hands. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Feng Bufan had intended to address the assembly, but as he opened his mouth, he was choked with emotion and could not utter a word. Thus concludes today's family meeting. "You may all disperse," Feng Wan remarked, understanding Feng Bufan's feelings and waving to the crowd. Upon hearing the elder's words, the assembly quickly began to disperse. As the crowd was leaving, Feng Ming's son, Feng Biao, approached the platform, kneeling on the ground. Feng Bufan and the others, who were just about to exit, turned to see Feng Biao kneeling. "Biao, what are you doing?" Feng Bufan inquired. "Head of the family, my father has committed a grave mistake, and I come to beg your forgiveness on his behalf. I, Feng Biao, vow to serve you faithfully for the rest of my life, atoning for my father's sins." Feng Biao replied, bowing fervently. Feng Bufan quickly descended from the platform and helped Feng Biao to his feet. Feng Wan and Feng Yi were alarmed. After Feng Bufan had just dealt with Feng Ming, they feared Feng Biao might seek vengeance. They hurried down from the platform to protect Feng Bufan. Fortunately, their worries were unfounded. Feng Biao did not act against Feng Bufan, allowing their anxious hearts to settle. "Biao, your father is your father, and you are you. The past is behind us. Focus on contributing to the family, and I shall treat you with fairness," Feng Bufan assured him. Although Feng Ming had erred, Feng Biao bore no responsibility for his father's actions. Furthermore, Feng Biao was genuine and kind-hearted, unlike his father. "Thank you, head of the family." Grateful for Feng Bufan's promise, Feng Biao bowed again before retreating. Chapter 176. Return to Tianhai. Upon returning to the northern chamber, Feng Bufan approached Shuang and solemnly bowed, saying, "Brother Wu, thank you." "Feng brother, what is this for?" Shuang asked, quickly supporting Feng Bufan. "Brother Wu, not only have you saved my life once again, but you also avenged my father's death, preserving our Feng family. My gratitude knows no bounds." "Oh, Feng brother, you needn't mention it. We are friends, and it is only right that I assist you," Shuang replied. "Furthermore, during the earlier confrontation with Feng Ming, I inadvertently uttered some offensive remarks. I sincerely hope that you do not take them to heart. Brother Wu was only considering our interests at that time, and we all understand. How could we possibly hold it against him?" At that moment, Feng Wuning approached Feng Bufan and remarked, "Bufan, Now that you have avenged your grievances and assumed the role of head of the family, it is time to arrange the funerals for your father and brothers. Feng Bufan nodded in agreement. The funerals for his father and brothers could not be delayed and must be organized immediately. He promptly commanded the necessary preparations for the funeral. All clan members were to be mobilized to send off their patriarch. Upon learning of Feng Yuan's passing, other families from Yasen Town also sent representatives to express their condolences. On the day of the funeral, the entire Feng family donned simple attire to pay their respects to Feng Yuan, Feng Hao, and Feng Long. As they laid Feng Yuan and his brothers to rest, Feng Bufan ordered that Feng Ming be interred in a corner of the ancestral grave, albeit without a headstone, in a rather secluded spot. Nevertheless, Feng Biao remained eternally grateful to Feng Bufan. The Feng family, being a large clan, took 7 days to properly conduct the funeral rites. Once the mourning period concluded, Shuang came to bid farewell to Feng Bufan. His task had been to protect Duan Hongming, but he had been away from Tianhai for over 10 days. Although Chang Wei was currently safeguarding Duan Hongming and had communicated her safety over the phone, Shuang still felt uneasy and yearned to return to Tianhai swiftly. In recent days, Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, Feng Mubai, and Xiao Ziyu had also reached out to him. With so many matters awaiting him in Tianhai, he could no longer linger here. Upon hearing Shuang's intention to depart, Feng Bufan resolutely opposed it. Shuang had rendered significant assistance not only to him personally, but also to the entire Feng family. He had yet to repay Shuang adequately. How could he easily let him go? Thus, Feng Bufan earnestly implored him to stay, refusing to allow Shuang to leave. Witnessing Feng Bufan's sincere and heartfelt insistence, Shuang felt reluctant to persist in his departure. Consequently, at Feng Bufan's urging, Shuang remained with the Feng family for another week. When Shuang once again expressed his desire to leave, Feng Bufan enlisted Feng Yi and the clan elders to persuade him to stay. Ultimately, despite their fervent pleas, Shuang ended up remaining with the Feng family for an additional week. After 3 weeks in total, Shuang could no longer afford to stay. Acknowledging this, Feng Bufan reluctantly consented to Shuang's departure. On the following day, Feng Bufan, accompanied by Feng Yi, Feng Biao, and over 100 members of the Feng family, personally escorted Shuang to the outskirts of Shenangjia, presenting him with a leather suitcase filled with gold, silver, and jewels. Shuang steadfastly declined the gift. But under the insistence of Feng Bufan and the others, he reluctantly accepted this token of appreciation. After bidding farewell to Feng Bufan and the family, Shuang hailed a taxi to the nearest airport and boarded a flight back to Tianhai. As he disembarked from the plane, he was greeted by Chang Wei and Duan Hongming. General Manager Duan, I am but a humble security guard, and yet you, a distinguished entrepreneur, have come to fetch me. I am quite flattered. Shuang jested upon seeing Duan Hongming. Duan Hongming playfully retorted, Humph, I shouldn't have come to meet you. Besides the esteemed boss, there is also me, the captain. Chang Wei chimed in with a smile. Although the security team of Hongming Group had dwindled in numbers, Chang Wei held the position of security captain, thus serving as Shuang's immediate superior. I am grateful for your care, esteemed leader. I, Shuang, shall surely work diligently to repay your kindness, he said with a charming flattery. Enough with the smooth talk. Hop in the car. Once inside, as they made their way back, Shuang learned of the recent events. Although the threats from that side had subsided, George had still dispatched 2 teams of agents to capture Duan Hongming. It was thanks to Chang Wei's devoted protection during these days that Duan Hongming remained safe. Otherwise, she would have undoubtedly been seized by the agents from the Eagle Nation. Upon returning to Hongming Group, Shuang received a call from Long Yuyan. Miss Long, what can I do for you, this humble security guard? He inquired. Shuang, spare me the flattery. After we united to defeat the Taigua and shut down the Taigua Cultural Street, I was considering organizing a trip for everyone to Mount Modi. However, your sudden disappearance has thwarted my plans. Now that you are back, tomorrow is Saturday. Shall we go to Mount Modi together? Miss Long, I have just returned and haven't had a moment to rest. I lack the energy for an outing, he replied. I don't care. Don't forget. You are still wearing the title of my boyfriend. You must come. Long Yuyan asserted in a commanding tone. Shuang could only smile helplessly, recalling how he had pretended to be Long Yuyan's boyfriend at Hongfo Mountain Villa and had even kissed her. Now, Long Yuyan seized upon this point, leaving him with no room to refuse. All right, who else will be joining us? It will be me, Koan Xin, Duan Hongming, Chang Wei, you, and of course, Xiao Qingqing. That should suffice. Too many will only create a ruckus. We'll leave the older gentlemen like Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shang Tianpei behind. Wonderful. Upon hearing that Koan Xin and Xiao Qingqing would be attending, he immediately brightened, his spirits soaring. Earlier, when I suggested Mount Modi, you resisted at every turn. Now, upon learning that the three stunning beauties, Quanxin, Duan Hongming, and Xiao Qingqing, will be joining, you appear so elated. Are you hoping to pursue them and cast me aside? Truly, you are a fickle-hearted rogue. Hearing Wu Shuang's sudden exuberance, Long Yuyan on the other end of the line grew somewhat displeased and voiced her dissatisfaction. On the other end of the phone, Wu Shuang was momentarily taken aback. How had he suddenly been labeled a scoundrel? Miss Long, could you please rein in your imagination? This is utterly absurd. If you are displeased, I shall refrain from going. No, you must attend, she insisted firmly. Just inform Duan Hongming and Chong Wei. With that, Long Yuyan abruptly hung up. Chapter 177. The Journey to Modishan. Wu Shuang, holding his phone, shook his head in bemusement. Truly, the mind of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Yet, having already acquiesced to Long Yuyan's request, he decided it would be best to visit tomorrow. After all, with beauties like Quanxin, Xiao Qingqing, Long Yuyan, and Duan Hongming joining the outing, the allure of Modishan was undeniable. Simply being in their presence would be a delight. He mentioned the plan to Duan Hongming and Chong Wei, who had no objections. The following day, after confirming the time with Long Yuyan, Wu Shuang, along with Chong Wei and Duan Hongming, packed all necessary supplies and set off towards Modishan. Located southwest of Tianhai City, Modishan is a mere 30 kilometers from the city center. The mountain is adorned with lush vegetation and breathtaking scenery, yet remains untouched by tourism, preserving its pristine beauty. Moreover, the lack of established paths deters ordinary tourists. Only true adventurers dare to venture into Modishan. A few years prior, reports of several tourists mysteriously disappearing had further discouraged visitors. Long Yuyan's suggestion to explore Modishan stemmed from her confidence in Wu Shuang's prowess and Xiao Qingqing's role as a constable, which alleviated their concerns. Soon, they arrived at the base of Modishan, where Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Quanxin were already waiting. After parking the vehicle, the group shouldered their backpacks and, after nearly 2 hours of navigating the rugged trails, finally reached their destination. They soon discovered a flat expanse of large blue stone, adorned with vibrant blossoms and climbing vines, while a crystal-clear stream meandered gently beside it. After such a long trek, the scenery here was indeed the most enchanting. Consequently, Long Yuyan and the others decided to have a picnic. They spread out a blanket on the ground and unpacked the food they had brought along. Wu Shuang even set up a small barbecue grill, intending to cook. As he organized the items, Wu Shuang gazed at the surrounding landscape and then at the 4 stunning women, Long Yuyan, Quanxin, Xiao Qingqing, and Duan Hongming. His heart swelled with joy, especially with Long Yuyan, Quanxin, Xiao Qingqing, and Duan Hongming, whose innate beauty was enhanced by their meticulous preparations that morning. They radiated an extraordinary brilliance that was simply captivating. Even for the sake of convenience while climbing, they donned athletic attire today, yet it failed to conceal their exquisite curves and statuesque figures. The beauty of the women harmoniously complemented the picturesque scenery, creating a breathtaking tableau. A few of the enchanting ladies chattered merrily while washing the fruits they had brought in the crystal-clear brook. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang and Chong Wei busied themselves with preparing the charcoal, grilling the steaks and lamb skewers they had brought along. In no time, all the food was ready, and they uncorked the red wine they had carried. Gathered around a quaint wooden table, they sipped the wine while relishing the delicious fare and the splendid views, indulging in an indescribable sense of contentment. As they were enjoying their meal, Wu Shuang suddenly caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure in the distance. Who could it be? Wu Shuang instinctively rose to his feet and called out towards the direction where the figure had vanished. However, after a prolonged silence, there was no response, heightening his alertness. He recalled what Duan Hongming had said. This MOT mountain had yet to be developed, and ordinary individuals would not venture here for leisure. Moreover, even if someone were to wander here, they would typically respond to an inquiry. Had they inadvertently offended someone, prompting an attack upon their arrival? With this troubling thought, Wu Shuang signaled Chong Wei and swiftly dashed towards the direction where the figure had disappeared. Seeing Wu Shuang charge off, Xiao Qingqing immediately followed closely behind him. Although Duan Hongming, Quanxin, Long Yuyan, and the others were unaware of the unfolding situation, they instinctively trailed after Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Chong Wei, however, remained at the back of the group to ensure the safety of Long Yuyan and the others. Before long, Wu Shuang arrived at the spot where the figure had vanished, only to find that he had arrived a moment too late. The figure lay lifeless on the ground, though the body still radiated warmth. It was undeniably devoid of life. His medical skills would be of no use here. Just as Wu Shuang lamented the sight before him, Xiao Qingqing caught up. Upon seeing the body, she exclaimed, "Wang Pengfei. How does Director Xiao know him?" Wu Shuang inquired, curiosity piqued. "I don't know him personally. He is merely one of the missing persons. The Bureau has been searching for him everywhere. How did he end up dead here? One of the missing persons? Are there many missing individuals in Tianhai City?" Wu Shuang asked, perplexed. Tianhai City is vast, with a significant transient population. It is not unusual for a few individuals to go missing. However, in the past 2 years, the number of missing persons has surged, with about 500 to 600 reported each year. In just the past half-month, over 100 have suddenly disappeared. Many of these individuals come from other places to work in Tianhai, and their situations are complex. Numerous individuals go months or even half a year without contacting their families, prompting their loved ones to report them missing to the police. However, due to the prolonged duration of the disappearance and the absence of any clues, there was no way to investigate, and the case ultimately fell into obscurity. The family of Wang Pengfei had just come to the Bureau a few days ago to raise a commotion, which left a particularly vivid impression on me, enabling me to recognize him at once. How long has he been missing? He has been gone for 3 months. 3 months of absence, and yet he suddenly appears here, lifeless. Gazing down at Wang Pengfei's corpse, Xiao Qingqing murmured in confusion. To uncover the truth, we must expedite the return for an autopsy. Hearing that over 1,000 individuals have gone missing in the past 2 years left Wu Shuang utterly astonished. Tianhai City is the most prosperous economic hub in the nation, attracting workers from all corners of the country. With such a high flow of people, various incidents are bound to occur. However, the fact that over 1,000 individuals have gone missing over 2 years, with the police unable to resolve any cases or locate anyone, seems rather abnormal. Given such occurrences, it was clear that they could not continue their activities here. Wu Shuang and Chang Wei lifted Wang Pengfei's body, and the group departed from Modi Mountain, driving back to the police bureau. Upon returning, Xiao Qingqing immediately delivered Wang Pengfei's body to the coroner, insisting on an urgent autopsy to determine the cause of death. Chapter 178. The farmer's courtyard. Wang Pengfei was the first missing person to be found. Uncovering the cause of his death might provide a breakthrough in locating the other missing individuals and resolving this case that had lingered for 2 years. Since Xiao Qingqing personally arranged this, and considering the gravity of the situation concerning the missing individuals, the coroner would undoubtedly treat it with the utmost seriousness. Soon, the autopsy report was submitted to Xiao Qingqing. Upon reviewing the report together with Wu Shuang, both were taken aback. The report indicated that Wang Pengfei's genetic structure had been damaged and restructured, exhibiting signs of mutation. It was evident that he had ingested a substantial quantity of genetic medications shortly before his death. Moreover, these substances were flawed, which resulted in such detrimental effects on the human body. Genetic mutation? No wonder Wu Shuang sensed something unusual about Wang Pengfei upon first seeing him. This individual must not have taken genetic medications without reason. It suggests that there may be research involving genetics being conducted nearby. If the government were to engage in genetic research, it would be inconceivable for them to experiment directly on their own citizens. All studies typically commence with animals. Only after experiments have been perfected and medications refined would they be tested on humans. Conducting trials on human subjects with inadequate substances would be strictly prohibited by the authorities. This implies that such research is certainly not sanctioned by the government. If it is not government-sanctioned and is conducted at the expense of the populace, then this research is unequivocally illegal and constitutes a crime. Perhaps the thousands of individuals who have vanished over the past 2 years have been subjected to such genetic experiments. If that is indeed the case, it is imperative to locate the site of this genetic research. Otherwise, more lives may be lost, inflicting greater harm upon society. With this thought in mind, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing simultaneously declared, "Let us proceed to Mount Motai at once." They exchanged a knowing smile and, after making brief preparations, set off in their vehicle towards the mountain. Chang Wei, Long Yuyan, Duan Hongming, and Koan Xin wished to accompany them, but were met with refusal from Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Given that those who dared to conduct such inhumane genetic experiments in Tianhai City surely possessed formidable power and were utterly ruthless, the site would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. The presence of additional individuals could easily alert the perpetrators, rendering the mission perilous. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, one a master of special forces and the other the chief of police, were more than capable of handling the situation alone. Before long, the pair arrived at the site of Wang Pengfei's demise. The hour was just past 3 in the afternoon, the light still ample. On such a mountain, any delay could hinder their ability to track. After a meticulous examination, Wu Shuang discerned the traces left by Wang Pengfei. He then began to trace these marks in reverse, leading them down another path of Mount Motai. Not far along, Shuang stumbled upon the footprints of two additional individuals. From the impressions they left, it was evident that these two had carried Wang Pengfei to this location before releasing him. It appeared that Wang Pengfei's presence before them had been orchestrated, as it was unlikely they would have brought him to the mountain so soon after their arrival. From this clue, both Shuang and Xiao Qingqing sensed the undercurrents of a conspiracy. Yet, they did not waver. Instead, they pressed on, following the trail of the three individuals. The audacity of someone conducting such barbaric genetic drug experiments in Tianhai City, endangering the lives of their fellow citizens, ignited a sense of justice within them that could not be extinguished by the revelation of a plot. Even if the path ahead led into a den of peril, they would charge forth without hesitation. Thus, they pursued the trail to a sprawling farmhouse, the footprints leading out from within. The farmhouse appeared unremarkable, akin to any ordinary rural dwelling. However, what stood out was the presence of several hidden cameras nestled in the discreet corners of the courtyard's walls. While Xiao Qingqing failed to notice them, Shuang's keen eye caught sight of these devices immediately. Clearly, this seemingly ordinary farmhouse was anything but. The clandestine genetic research facility must be situated here. With this revelation, Shuang guided Xiao Qingqing past the concealed cameras and, with a deft leap, scaled the wall of the enclosure. As dusk gradually descended, the small farmhouse lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light within. Shuang cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no dogs in the yard before he gently pulled Xiao Qingqing up and stealthily entered the courtyard. Once inside, he noticed the arrangements were typical of a farmhouse, yet the door was neither locked nor equipped with a handle, leaving them perplexed about how to open it. Xiao Qingqing pushed against the door twice, but it remained obstinately shut. Director Xiao, this is no ordinary door. It conceals a mechanism that you cannot simply push open. Shuang remarked with a hint of mockery, illuminating his phone to examine the walls closely. Indeed, he discerned a brick in a hidden corner that was smoother than the others. Pressing gently on the brick, it receded, revealing a small iron ring within. Grasping the ring, he pulled upward with force, but it did not budge. Thus, he attempted to turn it instead. With a gentle twist, the door creaked open. Xiao Qingqing, who had been slightly irked by Shuang's earlier jest, now regarded him with admiration. The two quietly entered the room. At this moment, Xiao Qingqing drew her handgun, readying herself for potential confrontation. Inside, they found a rather ordinary room, sparsely furnished. After exploring several rooms without finding anything of note, Xiao Qingqing, having learned her lesson, suspected the existence of a secret passage. Otherwise, constructing such a room would be pointless. She began her search around the bed and desk to uncover any concealed mechanisms. Shuang meticulously examined the surroundings, noting that dust coated the other switches, except for one near a wardrobe, which had significantly less dust. Approaching the switch, he pressed it, and to their astonishment, the wardrobe slid aside, revealing a dark opening beneath. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Qingqing hurried over, and upon seeing the shadowy entrance, felt a twinge of disappointment that Shuang had once again discovered the mechanism first. However, Shuang had no time to ponder such matters. He unsheathed his black dagger and proceeded towards the dark opening. A railing along the wall facilitated descent. Once at the bottom and confirming it was safe, Shuang whispered to Xiao Qingqing, "Director Xiao, you may come down now." Her cheeks flushed. Xiao Qingqing followed the railing down. Below lay a passageway, and as she joined him, they proceeded forward, Shuang leading the way with Xiao Qingqing trailing behind. In this corridor, a faint wall lamp illuminated the path every 10 meters. Although the light was dim, it was sufficient to discern the way ahead. To their surprise, the corridor seemed interminable. After walking approximately 500 to 600 meters, the end remained elusive. As the two continued forward, Shuang suddenly cautioned, "Be careful," and swiftly turned, pinning Xiao Qingqing against the wall. It was at that moment that Xiao Qingqing glimpsed a flash of fire ahead, followed by the sound of a gunshot. Someone had discovered their presence and immediately opened fire. Shuang, quick to react, pushed Xiao Qingqing aside, narrowly evading the bullet. In the same motion as he dodged, he flung 3 silver needles with lightning speed towards the assailant. While Shuang escaped the bullet's path, the assailant was not so fortunate. He let out a cry and collapsed, lifeless. The gunfire alerted the guards stationed nearby, and a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the corridor ahead, accompanied by shouts of, "Quick! Someone has intruded, eliminate him." Simultaneously, a steel door crashed down behind them, sealing off their escape route. Startled, Shuang and Xiao Qingqing exchanged glances. And with no retreat possible, Shuang boldly charged forward. He retrieved the fallen assailant's weapon and began to fire wildly into the corridor, the sound of anguished screams resonating in response. As Wu Shuang dashed forward, skillfully evading bullets with practiced agility, he resembled an indomitable warrior. Xiao Qingqing closely followed, raising her own firearm and continuously firing ahead. The advancing adversaries also raised their weapons, unleashing a hail of gunfire. Bullets rained down like a deluge upon Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, striking the walls and sparking brightly. However, neither was hit. They deftly evaded every shot. The attackers, on the other hand, fell one by one under Wu Shuang's relentless assault, leaving the corridor strewn with bodies. Like a celestial being descending from the heavens, Wu Shuang forged ahead, swiftly covering another 100 meters. The obstacles in their path were swiftly dispatched. At that moment, the ahead transformed into a brightly lit expanse, revealing a spacious and luminous doorway in the corridor's wall. Beyond that door lay a hall nearly 2,000 square meters in size, ablaze with light. Inside, an array of scientific instruments was meticulously arranged, accompanied by transparent glass vessels. The scene resembled something out of a science fiction film, infused with a palpable sense of high-tech modernity. Each glass vessel towered over a person, filled with a transparent liquid, within which floated a human figure. Transparent tubes connected each vessel to the scientific apparatus, whose indicator lights flickered incessantly. Upon witnessing this scene, both Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were instantly engulfed in fury. Who could be so inhumane as to treat living beings as mere subjects for such abhorrent experiments? The two were drawn into the grand hall, their gazes fixated on the individuals submerged within the glass containers. The wretched figures inside had grotesquely deformed bodies. Some were even in a state of decay, meeting a particularly tragic end. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing regarded these individuals, their eyes ablaze with rage, their faces contorted in horror. At that moment, they longed to seize the perpetrators behind this atrocity and tear them to shreds. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the heavy doors of the hall slammed shut behind them with a resounding thud. Startled, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing rushed toward the entrance, desperate to break free from the confines of the hall. However, the door, forged from solid steel, resisted their every effort. Then, a figure appeared on the large screen within the hall, accompanied by a maniacal laughter. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing turned to see none other than Yamamoto Takehiko. Upon recognizing Yamamoto Takehiko, they comprehended that this entire ordeal was orchestrated by the Yamamoto family of Taigua. "Ah, my dear guests, it has been a while. I trust you have been well." The voice of Yamamoto Takehiko dripped with mockery as he addressed them. Wu Shuang scoffed disdainfully, retorting, "I wondered who it was. Turns out to be a little devil. Given your imminent demise, I shall allow you a moment of triumph in words and refrain from holding it against you." Yamamoto Takehiko replied, still wearing a cheerful expression despite Wu Shuang's insult. "Little devils, how audacious you are to establish such a laboratory in my sacred land and conduct these inhumane experiments. Over 70 years ago, you were vanquished and expelled from our homeland. Yet here you are, unable to change your nature, returning to perpetrate such vile acts. It seems you have truly forgotten the pain of your past defeats." Wu Shuang glared at the screen, his eyes blazing as he gritted his teeth. "Huh, Wu Shuang, as if it were you who defeated us. We lost that war, but not at the hands of your people. Nevertheless, debating this now serves no purpose. Although your nation has experienced rapid economic growth, you remain, as ever, subjugated to our great Taigua Empire. Decades ago, our ancestors conducted similar experiments in your land, and now we continue to do so. This only proves how foolish and dim-witted your people truly are." Yamamoto laughed derisively. "You, who resemble beasts devoid of honor, do not fall into my hands, Wu Shuang, or I shall ensure your lineage is severed, leaving you to suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 180, Conspiring Continuously. "Humph, Wu Shuang, although I cannot uncover your background, it is evident that you are far from an ordinary individual. You are certainly more than just a mere security guard. Regardless of the magnitude of your connections or the prowess you possess, today marks your demise. Thereafter, your kind shall no longer roam the land of Shenzhou." Yamamoto Takeda proclaimed with satisfaction. Upon hearing Yamamoto Takeda's words, Xiao Qingqing swiftly retrieved her mobile phone, intending to alert the police bureau and summon reinforcements for their rescue. "Director Xiao, spare yourself the effort. We are situated 20 meters underground, and there are signal jammers in place. Your ordinary phone will be utterly useless here. Even a military satellite phone would fail to establish contact with the outside world," Yamamoto Takeda mocked, observing Xiao Qingqing with her phone in hand. Xiao Qingqing glanced at her device, confirming the absence of any signal. Here, her phone was no more functional than a brick. "Initially, I had presumed you were legitimate businessmen, visiting Shenzhou solely to invest and engage in commerce. It is shocking to discover your utter depravity conducting such inhumane experiments on humans within our territory. As the saying goes, if one wishes to remain unknown, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Are you not afraid that one day the truth will emerge, leading to your disgrace and an unmarked grave? After decades of development, our two nations have finally managed to coexist peacefully, establishing normal diplomatic relations. Do you not fear igniting another war between our countries, becoming the bane of both our peoples? Confronted by Yamamoto Takeda, Xiao Qingqing resolutely questioned him. Well asked, Director Xiao. Yamamoto Takeda replied with a smile. With the influence of the Yamamoto family, conducting such experiments covertly in your Shinjo is a feat you would never uncover. In fact, over the past 2 years, we have captured thousands to conduct experiments here. Did you even notice? This time, the individual you discovered was merely bait, a revelation I allowed you to find. Otherwise, even in 3 to 5 years, you would not have uncovered the existence of such a facility. This is partly due to your people being numerous and impoverished. With just a small financial incentive, a steady stream of individuals arrives at our door. Moreover, your officials continuously provide us with various conveniences. You Shinjo people are merely expendable. Like ants to be sacrificed, Yamamoto Takeda scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Little devil, wait and see. I will not let you escape, Shuang declared, pointing at Yamamoto Takeda on the large screen, gritting his teeth in fury. Shuang, from the very beginning, you opposed me. I have long desired your demise. However, I did not anticipate your remarkable skills and fortuitous survival. My men failed to eliminate you. Originally, I granted you a chance at life. It is unfathomable that you have brought this upon yourself, allying with the likes of Long Feixiong, Shang Tianhai, Wang Dashan, and other decrepit beings to oppose me. It is you who have thwarted the grand ambitions of the great empire, causing me substantial losses. I had initially contemplated utilizing that cunning individual to eliminate you. Yet your fates seem remarkably resilient. Even with the addition of 5 elite shinobi I dispatched, we failed to claim your lives. That Shang Daoquan proved to be utterly inept, leading so many only to see them perish alongside himself. You truly are like an indestructible cockroach, surviving against all odds despite my myriad attempts to extinguish your existence. Upon learning of your arrival at Mount Modi, I promptly sent someone forth. I am well aware that the Patrol Bureau is currently plagued by the disappearances of numerous individuals. Upon encountering a missing person, Director Xiao will undoubtedly follow the lead. Shuang, a man of integrity and skill, will assuredly accompany Director Xiao. As anticipated, you did not disappoint, arriving together at this location. After listening to Yamamoto Takeda's words, Shuang and Xiao Qingqing realized that all the chaos involving that cunning individual and Shang Daoquan was orchestrated by Yamamoto Takeda from the shadows. It turns out that for the sake of this genetic research, Yamamoto Takeda could not confront Shuang and the others directly. He was aware that Duan Hongmeng was the creator of the antidote, thus he disclosed this information to that cunning individual. Having long harbored a deep-seated hatred for the producer of the antidote without knowing their identity, upon discovering it was Duan Hongmeng from Tianhai, he immediately dispatched Nuoka to eliminate her and destroy her company. Shuang's protection of Duan Hongmeng meant that any assault on her would be an affront to him as well. Unexpectedly, Nuoka and his fearsome subordinates were no match for Shuang, who swiftly dispatched them upon engagement. When Yamamoto Takeda learned that Shuang and Xiao Qingqing were heading to the Black Triangle to confront that cunning individual, he promptly relayed this information. Consequently, upon Xiao Qingqing's arrival at that cunning individual's fortress, she was swiftly captured. Furthermore, that cunning individual summoned his 4 sovereigns back to the castle, consolidating his forces to confront Shuang and his companions. Though they were numerous, they were ultimately overwhelmed by the formidable strength of Shuang and his 6 allies, who annihilated them completely. Yamamoto Takeda believed that a confrontation between Shuang's group and that cunning individual would surely result in significant losses, even if they did not perish. Thus, he arranged for 5 elite shinobi to lie in wait along their anticipated path, ready to strike down the beleaguered Shuang and his companions. In Lisher, Shuang's encounter with Shang Yan was also orchestrated by Yamamoto Takeda, who had Zhu Xiaodian accompany Shang Yan with the intent of facilitating an encounter with Xiao Qingqing at that particular restaurant. Zhu Xiaodian had dealings with the Yamamoto family in Eagle Country and, upon returning home, had already aligned himself with Yamamoto Takeda due to Long Yuyan's connections with Shuang. His amicable relationship with Shang Yan made him an ideal conduit for Yamamoto Takeda's plans, subtly presenting Shang Yan to Xiao Qingqing and Shuang without drawing attention. The Yamamoto family possesses a unique high-definition satellite in the heavens, making it effortless for them to track Shuang's whereabouts. Xiao Kuan's flirtation with Duan Hongming ended in his demise at the hands of Wu Shuang. It was unwise for Xiang Yin to provoke Xiao Qingqing, as it would yield no favorable outcome for him. Yamamoto Takeda Shin sought to leverage the influence of Shang Daoquan, the local kingpin, to eliminate both Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing. Regrettably, despite mobilizing 800 subordinates, Shang Daoquan failed to eradicate them. He then resorted to contacting Shang Guirong, providing him with intelligence. The explosives in the military camp did not claim Wu Shuang and the others, but a bionic eagle delivered a devastating blow. In the fleeting moment before the bionic eagle was struck down by a missile, Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing leaped from the plane, seemingly destined for demise, which filled him with uncontainable joy. However, to his astonishment, Wu Shuang, Xiao Ziyu, and Xiao Qingqing emerged unscathed, with Xiao Ziyu and Xiao Qingqing swiftly returning to Tianhai. Igniting his wrath. Chapter 181. The self-destruction mode is activated thus. He devised a plan to lure Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing to this location. Over the past 20 days, their experiments had culminated in the acquisition of all preliminary data. The research facility was no longer viable and was set for destruction. By enticing Wu Shuang and his companions to this site, they could obliterate both them and the facility, ensuring their secrets would remain forever buried. As Xiao Qingqing astutely remarked, there are no walls that do not let the wind through, nor secrets that remain concealed. Under the watchful eyes of the Tianhai authorities, managing to maintain their operations for 2 years was already commendable. With their goals achieved and the experiment concluded, the necessity for the research facility had vanished. Director Xiao, have you not exerted yourself tirelessly in search of these missing individuals? Now that your objective has been fulfilled, you have finally located them. These individuals lived humble lives at the bottom of society while alive. It is I who enabled their participation in this grand experiment to propel human advancement. It is I who rendered their lives meaningful, allowing them to contribute to humanity. Absent this, their existence would have been akin to that of a donkey, mindlessly toiling away, squandering their meager lives. While you were alive, you toiled in search of these individuals. I cannot allow your efforts to be in vain. Thus I, being benevolent to the end, will ensure these individuals remain eternally by your side. Wu Shuang, I have arranged for the esteemed Director Xiao to accompany you on your journey, which I deem a generous gesture. On the large screen, Yamamoto Takeda Shin wore a radiant smile, as if speaking the most heartfelt words to a dear friend. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing gazed at the screen in shock, having never before witnessed such unabashed audacity in a person. Esteemed individuals, you stand as the final 2 witnesses to this experimental facility. I trust that you shall safeguard this secret and refrain from divulging it to any third party. This facility is laden with explosives, and in 1 minute, it shall initiate its self-destruct sequence. In 3 minutes, it will be utterly obliterated, consumed by flames. Nestled 20 meters beneath the earth, the immense pressure will fuse this place with the ground, transforming it into your colossal tombs. Thus, we part ways eternally. I must confess, it grieves me that I cannot personally escort you to the depths of hell. Nevertheless, you shall remain in my thoughts, mused Yamamoto Takeda. Damn it. Wu Shuang's anger escalated with each word, and unable to endure any longer, he fired at the screen. With a resounding bang, the screen shattered, erasing Yamamoto Takeda's imposing visage. Although Wu Shuang was acutely aware that it was merely a projection, he seized this moment to unleash his pent-up fury. Wu Shuang, your efforts are futile. You cannot eliminate me. Despite your interference with our plans, resulting in significant losses, you shall ultimately be the one to fail, forever deprived of a chance for redemption. At that moment, the warning lights in the underground hall illuminated, and a mechanical voice resonated. Self-destruct sequence has been initiated. All personnel must evacuate within 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuang realized that Yamamoto Takeda had not spoken falsely. Should they remain for more than 3 minutes, they would indeed be entombed alongside this facility. Aware that the main entrance was impenetrable, Wu Shuang swiftly leaped to the hall's ceiling, seeking a means of escape through the ventilation ducts. However, upon locating the vent, disappointment washed over him. The entrance was fortified with steel rebar, each piece as thick as an arm. Even with his black dagger, it was impossible to sever these in a mere 3 minutes. You shall not escape through that vent. It is reinforced with steel rebar every 5 meters precisely to prevent anyone from fleeing through the ducts. You have 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Cherish this fleeting time. Yamamoto Takeda's voice echoed once more. Although Wu Shuang had shattered the screen, the facility remained riddled with cameras, allowing Yamamoto Takeda to observe their every action. With just over 2 minutes until detonation, Yamamoto Takeda, equipped with his specialized phone, effortlessly descended via the elevator, making his escape. Wu Shuang, still unwilling to concede, brandished his black dagger and struck at the duct's walls. Yet, the thick steel plating merely sparked under the impact, leaving behind a myriad of scars, but yielding no breach. Wu Shuang, finding the ventilation duct impenetrable, swiftly leaped down from it, brandishing his black dagger, intent on excavating the wall. However, the wall was constructed of formidable concrete. Each strike of his black dagger merely left a white mark, proving utterly ineffective. As time inexorably slipped away, Wu Shuang's heart became increasingly chaotic, beads of sweat the size of mung beans appearing on his brow. As an elite soldier of the Shenzhou Special Forces, he had faced countless perils over the years. Yet none had been as daunting as this. Previously, he had only contended with human adversaries, and with sufficient effort, he could always navigate those dangers. But this time, he was grappling with the unyielding concrete and steel. Buried 20 meters underground, the walls, fortified for the laboratory's stability and safety, were undoubtedly several feet thick. With his black dagger, he could not begin to fathom how long it would take to breach them. Now, with barely over a minute remaining, Wu Shuang, realizing the futility of his endeavor, approached Xiao Qingqing with a heavy heart. He discarded his gun and dagger, enveloping her in a sudden embrace. This took Xiao Qingqing by surprise. She had never anticipated Wu Shuang would hold her so tightly at such a moment. Startled, she instinctively pushed him away with both hands, causing him to stumble back several steps before collapsing onto the ground. Seeing him fall, Xiao Qingqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. With their escape seemingly impossible, perhaps Wu Shuang's distress had driven him to act so impulsively. Just as she was about to utter an apology, Wu Shuang exclaimed, "There's hope. We are saved." "What do you mean, saved?" Xiao Qingqing retorted, though she harbored little hope, believing Wu Shuang was merely succumbing to despair and speaking nonsensically in the face of death. Wu Shuang, however, had no time to elaborate. He executed a nimble maneuver, sprang to his feet, retrieved his black dagger, and began to twist it into the ground. Curiosity piqued, Xiao Qingqing approached him, glancing down to discover a sewer grate. The grate was constructed of steel bars as thick as a human arm. Yet it was not welded shut, but rather secured with screws. The sewer was approximately 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, ample space for a person to descend. Moreover, she could hear the sound of rushing water emanating from the small passage, indicating that the sewer below contained flowing water. If they could escape through this conduit, there might still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Originally, the Yamamoto family discovered an underground river while constructing the experimental base. To facilitate their work, they converted this subterranean waterway into a drainage system, thereby saving considerable time and resources. For safety reasons, there were only 3 access points to this drainage, each secured with steel grates as thick as a man's arm, and the large screws used were impossible to open without proper tools. Yamamoto Takeda Shin had meticulously planned every detail, yet he overlooked the existence of this underground drainage. With the assistance of Xiao Qingqing, Wu Shuang adeptly used a black dagger to swiftly unscrew the bolts. After more than a minute of effort, he finally removed all 8 large screws. At that moment, only a few seconds remained on the countdown. Without a moment to lose, Wu Shuang urged Xiao Qingqing to jump into the drainage. The distance from the surface to the underground river was approximately 1 meter, and with a splash, Xiao Qingqing leaped into the water below. Wu Shuang followed closely behind. Diving into the river, the underground river was relatively spacious, with a rapid current that propelled them forward as soon as they landed. It was pitch dark, obscuring their vision and leaving them uncertain of the river's destination or the dangers that might lie ahead. With little time for contemplation, they focused on escaping the imminent threat. As they traveled along the underground river, a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, shaking the very ground. 3 fiery torrents surged through the drainage opening into the river, one of which was directly in front of them. The ferocity of the flames quickly engulfed the entire underground waterway. Startled, both shouted in fear, and Wu Shuang instinctively wrapped his arms around Xiao Qingqing before plunging beneath the water's surface. Shielding her with his solid back, he absorbed the impact of the flames. Fortunately, being submerged in water diminished the flame's intensity, causing only a shockwave rather than burns to Wu Shuang. However, the cataclysmic explosion fractured the ground above, sending countless stones cascading down like rain. Though Wu Shuang escaped the fire's grasp, he was struck several times by falling debris. Yet his robust physique and profound strength kept him unharmed. Having swum over 100 meters, a resounding crash echoed behind them as massive boulders plummeted from above, nearly blocking the entire river. Both Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing silently expressed their relief. Had they delayed even a moment longer, they would have faced death either from the explosion or the crushing stones. As a result of the explosion's force, the current of the underground river surged, propelling them forward at an accelerated pace. Soon, they had distanced themselves from the explosion, the flames and falling debris fading from sight. The flicker of flames had vanished, plunging the subterranean river into an inky darkness, so profound that one could not even discern their own fingertips when extending an arm. Frightened, Xiao Qingqing instinctively clung tightly to Wu Shuang, unable to confront the surrounding gloom. It felt as though all existence had faded away, leaving only the two of them in this desolation. Wu Shuang reciprocated her embrace, and together they lost track of time and space, drifting along the underground river. Neither considered where the river might lead them or whether danger lurked ahead. They surrendered to the flow, allowing the waters to carry them forward. The river's surface undulated, sometimes rising and sometimes falling, with varying gradients that made their journey akin to navigating turbulent rapids. They were oblivious to the passage of time, unaware of how far they had traveled, until hunger gnawed at them and dizziness began to overwhelm their senses. Suddenly, they felt themselves rising with the water. Here, they were enveloped entirely by the river, devoid of any surrounding space. They held their breath and embraced one another tightly as they floated upward. Just as the pressure became unbearable and they feared they could hold on no longer, a glimmer of light appeared before them. Their hearts soared with joy. This illumination signified their imminent escape from the underground river and a glimpse of daylight. Indeed, they soon burst forth from the subterranean cave, finding themselves in a broad river, bathed in light, no longer shrouded in darkness. Yet, due to the lack of oxygen, Xiao Qingqing felt her strength waning. Wu Shuang sensed the shift in her condition, understanding that if she did not breathe soon, she would succumb to suffocation. Having narrowly escaped the experimental facility and the underground river, they could not falter at this final stretch. With determination, Wu Shuang pressed his lips to Xiao Qingqing's, transferring his last breath to her. Simultaneously, he pushed off the riverbed with all his might, propelling their bodies upward like a rocket. Just as Wu Shuang felt his own strength waning, they broke through the surface of the water and were greeted by sunlight. After so long in darkness, they found themselves momentarily unaccustomed to the brightness, instinctively closing their eyes yet opening their mouths wide to gulp in fresh air. Though they quickly submerged once more, they soon resurfaced again. This time, they gradually acclimated to the sunlight, cautiously opening their eyes to discover they were in a magnificent river. The sun, now positioned around 9 in the morning, cast its warm rays upon the earth, illuminating the world with its brilliance. On both sides of the river, the roads were bustling with cars, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. The two individuals were taken aback, astonished to discover that they had drifted through the underground river for an entire night. Fortunately, they emerged just in time. Otherwise, they would have faced the grim fate of starvation, even if they had avoided drowning. Wu Shuang, cradling Xiao Qingqing, hurriedly swam towards the shore. Upon reaching land, they inquired and learned that they had strayed far from Tianhai and arrived in the nearby Lin city. People gazed curiously at the drenched Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, bewildered by their predicament. Unfazed by the inquisitive stares, Wu Shuang led Xiao Qingqing to a nearby shopping mall. He borrowed the mall's phone to transfer 10,000 yuan to Xiao Long, after which they selected new clothing, with the remaining funds converted to cash. They purchased 2 new mobile phones and hailed a taxi to rush back to Tianhai. The genetic experiment had concluded, and Yamamoto Takeda would undoubtedly depart from Shenzhou. If he succeeded in his escape, it would spell disaster. Just as they entered the taxi, a call from Xiao Dao came through, informing them that Yamamoto Takeda had not yet left Tianhai, but his private jet was awaiting him at the airport, scheduled to depart at 11 that morning. Wu Shuang checked the time. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Even at the fastest pace, it would take at least an hour and a half to reach the Tianhai airport. If Yamamoto Takeda managed to leave smoothly, the data from the genetic experiments could be used to create genetic warriors, leading to catastrophic consequences. Wu Shuang immediately instructed Xiao Qingqing to notify the police, emphasizing the need to delay Yamamoto Takeda for at least half an hour. He must not be allowed to leave Tianhai. Simultaneously, he negotiated with the taxi driver to take the wheel. However, the driver vehemently refused, as this taxi was his sole means of supporting his family. If Wu Shuang were to drive and an accident occurred, what would happen to his family? Initially, Wu Shuang contemplated resolving the matter with money, but upon checking his pockets, he found only a couple of 100 yuan left. Consequently, he swiftly incapacitated the driver with a precise strike, securing him in the back seat with a seatbelt. Wu Shuang then started the taxi and sped off. This abrupt action startled Xiao Qingqing, as they were in the bustling area of Lin City, where traffic was dense. Wu Shuang's reckless speed raised concerns about potential mishaps. Nevertheless, he skillfully maneuvered through the traffic and crowds, navigating without incident. The startled drivers and pedestrians quickly dodged, hurling expletives at Wu Shuang, deeming him insane. The traffic police of Lin City promptly mobilized to intercept the taxi, which was severely exceeding the speed limit and running multiple red lights. Wu Shuang was unconcerned with the chaos around him, driving the taxi with the audacity of an aircraft. The traffic patrol vehicles could only glimpse the shadow of the taxi from a distance, unable to discern even the license plate. Despite their prolonged pursuit, the officers could only ascertain that they were chasing a taxi, with no knowledge of its specific identity. Before long, Wu Shuang accelerated onto the highway, flooring the gas pedal to such an extent that the taxi seemed on the verge of lifting off the ground. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Qingqing's complexion turned pale with fear as she clutched the overhead handle tightly, struggling to maintain her composure. Yet, rather than succumbing to terror, she found the experience exhilarating. Having lived a life of restraint, she had never driven so fast or engaged in such thrilling escapades. What was originally a journey of an hour and a half was reduced to a mere hour by Wu Shuang's relentless speed. As the taxi sped towards Tianhai Airport, Yamamoto Takefumi and his entourage were just arriving at the airport. The explosion at the underground research facility had been conveniently dismissed by local officials as an earthquake. But there were still numerous matters to attend to, causing Yamamoto Takefumi to delay his departure until now. He was in high spirits, his smile radiant. Such an achievement would undoubtedly elevate his standing within the family. Perhaps he could surpass his brother and become the heir to the family legacy. However, before he could step out of the car, and before the police could intervene, Wu Shuang charged his taxi straight toward Yamamoto Takefumi and his companions. "Stop him!" shouted his secretary, Sakura Shuko, and lawyer, Kitata Takeo, as they realized a vehicle was barreling toward Yamamoto Takefumi. Hashimoto Sho and the other bodyguards drew their weapons and fired at the taxi. Wu Shuang, driving the taxi like a primordial beast, plowed through several bodyguards, then executed a drift that sent more flying. This spectacle left the airport personnel and police in stunned disbelief. Their orders had solely been to intercept Yamamoto Takefumi and prevent his boarding, but witnessing an assault on him, they were momentarily paralyzed, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, security and guards at the airport quickly surrounded the area, aware that such a serious incident occurring on their premises would bring them significant liabilities. Observing his bodyguards being injured by the taxi, Yamamoto Takefumi's face flushed with anger. He commanded his subordinates to swiftly encircle the vehicle. Armed with weapons sanctioned by the Shinjo authorities, they were justified in retaliating against the assault. Just as Yamamoto Takefumi's bodyguards began to surround the taxi, Wu Shuang flung open the door and leapt out with determination. With a swift motion of his hand, a dozen silver needles shot forth like lightning towards the bodyguards. In an instant, the bodyguards cried out in agony as they fell to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing burst forth from the taxi and began firing at the bodyguards of Yamamoto Takeda. The officers, upon realizing that it was Wu Shuang and their chief, were momentarily stunned. How could their chief be embroiled in a conflict with Yamamoto Takeda's men here? "What are you standing around for? Quickly assist the chief." A commanding officer swiftly regained his composure and led the officers towards Yamamoto Takeda and his entourage. Regardless of the circumstances, within the territory of Shinjo, they had to support their chief against the foreigners. Chapter 184. Chaos at the airport. The security personnel and guards at the airport were taken aback as they witnessed the officers entering the fray. Their duty was to maintain order and safety within the airport, protecting the guests. Yet, their guests were now engaged in combat with the officers who represented the government. The guards dared not advance any further. Instead, they retreated like a receding tide. At this juncture, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, with an unstoppable momentum, swiftly approached Yamamoto Takeda and his men. Despite the fierce firepower of Yamamoto's bodyguards, their bullets seemed to curve, consistently missing Wu Shuang. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang deftly dodged the incoming bullets while launching dozens of silver needles. Several bodyguards had already succumbed to the onslaught, lying feebly on the ground. Yamamoto Takeda, having brought fewer than 30 bodyguards, was incensed to see half of them incapacitated so swiftly. He could hardly fathom how Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing had survived the explosion at the gene laboratory. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Were they spectral apparitions, seeking vengeance for their unjust demise? Yet reality affirmed that the figures before him were no phantoms, but flesh-and-blood individuals. No matter how he strained to think, he could not unravel how Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing had escaped from that experimental base. When the facility was designed and constructed, Every possible escape route had been meticulously considered to prevent those under experimentation from fleeing. After numerous calculations and validations, it had been concluded that once the base was sealed, it would become an impregnable fortress. Not even extraterrestrials could hope to escape. Moreover, the magnitude of the explosion rendered it inconceivable that even beings forged of steel could survive such devastation, let alone mere mortals like Shuang and Qingqing. At this moment, Shuang and Qingqing appeared before him, signaling that the secrets surrounding the genetic experiments conducted on the people of Shenzhou could no longer remain concealed. His bodyguards, unable to restrain even these two individuals, were rendered ineffective. However, he remained unperturbed. Swiftly, he took to his heels alongside Hashimoto, shielded by a few trusted aides, making his way towards the location of his private aircraft. After dispatching several bodyguards, Shuang and Qingqing rapidly pursued the direction of Yamamoto Takeda. Yamamoto Takeda had committed heinous crimes in Shenzhou, and he resolutely vowed that Yamamoto would not escape with the invaluable data and results of the genetic experiments back to the Taigua. Shuang surged ahead, his speed rivaling that of a cheetah on the plains. Just as he was about to overtake Yamamoto Takeda and his entourage, an alarming sensation surged through him, compelling him to retreat with remarkable swiftness. At that moment, two lethal blades of energy converged upon him from opposite directions, carving deep gashes into the granite surface of the airport. Suddenly, two figures clad in black ninja attire wielding katana emerged before him. Startled, Shuang recognized at once the formidable presence of these two individuals. Both were elite shinobi, on the cusp of advancing to the rank of special ninja. The Yamamoto clan had invested 2 years and countless billions into this experiment. Thus they held the data and results in the highest regard. Prior to their retreat, they had devised several contingency plans, and these two elite shinobi were a part of one such plan. Had Yamamoto Takeda's escape gone smoothly, their intervention would have been unnecessary. But now, as Shuang was on the verge of catching up with Yamamoto and his cohort, they emerged to confront him. Clutching a briefcase filled with experimental data and documents, Yamamoto bellowed at the two ninjas, commanding them to eliminate Shuang at all costs. With a powerful shout, the two elite shinobi charged forward, their katana poised for attack. Shuang raised his firearm and unleashed a volley of bullets toward them. Yet, with remarkable agility, the ninjas deflected every shot with their blades, sparks flying as the bullets struck the steel. Undeterred, they pressed forward, closing the distance with lightning speed. Realizing that his firearm had become futile, Shuang discarded it and drew forth a sleek black dagger, letting out a fierce cry as he lunged into the fray. The three combatants moved with astonishing swiftness, leaving onlookers at the airport utterly spellbound. Such a thrilling scene seemed almost cinematic, a spectacle unexpected in the midst of an airport. At this moment, Qingqing rushed forward, raising her firearm to shoot at the two ninjas. However, Shuang and his companions were entangled, each spinning with lightning speed, rendering their movements nearly invisible. Fearing that a stray shot might hit Shuang instead of the ninjas, Qingqing hesitated. "Do not worry about me. Pursue Yamamoto," Shuang called out loudly, engaging the two ninjas. Without any delay, Qingqing steadied her weapon and charged ahead. The two ninjas, realizing the threat, attempted to send one of their own to intercept her. Yet, with a swift flourish of his black dagger, Shuang ensnared both adversaries, preventing their escape. Thus, Qingqing maneuvered past the security guards, relentlessly pursuing Takeda Yamamoto. "Mr. Yamamoto, you go ahead. I will block her," shouted Hashimoto Shofu, noticing Qingqing closing in. Immediately, he pivoted and dashed towards her. Qingqing raised her weapon and fired twice, but Hashimoto evaded the bullets with a deft movement, swiftly closing the distance between them. He aimed a kick at Qingqing's head. Realizing she could not shoot again in time, she ducked to evade the strike, then raised her firearm to aim at Hashimoto's abdomen. Although Hashimoto's kick missed its target, he swiftly redirected his foot to kick the gun from her grasp, sending it flying. Qingqing felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the weapon slipped from her hand. Startled, she quickly retreated to avoid another kick from Hashimoto, then retaliated with a swift kick of her own. In Chapter 185, The Mysterious Masked Man, Hashimoto sneered as he dodged her attack. The two engaged in a fierce battle, while Takeda Yamamoto, undeterred, continued towards his aircraft, shielded by several bodyguards. They were now less than 100 meters from the plane. Both Shuang and Qingqing found themselves obstructed, with the police unable to reach them in time. Once aboard the aircraft, Yamamoto could soar away from the land of the divine, fully intending to frame Shuang and Qingqing for a terrorist attack, thus turning the situation against the authorities. The previous incident at the Thai Cultural Street had already cost them dearly, and he intended to settle the score this time. After all, the catastrophic explosion had obliterated the genetic research facility. Even if the divine authorities were to investigate, they would lack any conclusive evidence. Regardless of Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing's first-hand experiences, their testimony would hold no weight, as they would surely deny any wrongdoing. Contemplating this, a triumphant smile spread across Yamamoto's face. At that moment, from the adjacent terminal, a masked figure suddenly leapt into the air, swiftly darting towards them like a bolt of lightning. The three bodyguards, upon witnessing this, immediately drew their firearms and fired at the airborne assailant. However, the intruder's speed was unparalleled, and the bullets failed to find their mark. Like a meteor plummeting to earth, the masked individual was faster than lightning. Reaching Yamamoto Takeda Shin in the blink of an eye, extending a hand to snatch the briefcase from him. Yamamoto Takeda Shin, a martial arts master in his own right, responded instantly with a powerful punch aimed at the masked intruder. The assailant sneered, effortlessly grasping Yamamoto's fist and forcefully flinging him backward. Yamamoto, propelled through the air, executed a series of 3 kicks aimed at the masked figure's head, but the assailant deftly blocked each strike with swift movements of his right hand. At that moment, Yamamoto's 3 bodyguards surged forward to assist, opting for hand-to-hand combat to avoid harming their charge. Despite their best efforts, the masked individual held the upper hand against the 4 of them, forcing Yamamoto and his guards into a defensive retreat, their counterattacks rendered ineffective. As defeat loomed, 2 of the bodyguards swiftly retrieved blue pills from their pockets and consumed them without hesitation. Instantly, their power surged, their arms and legs swelling visibly, muscles straining against the skin as if about to burst. Veins bulged on their foreheads, and their eyes turned bloodshot, radiating an aura of ferocity. With newfound strength, the 2 bodyguards charged at the masked figure like primordial beasts. Yet, instead of fear, the masked assailant displayed a satisfied smile, preparing to meet the oncoming attackers with his fists raised. Unbeknownst to them, the pills they ingested were merely experimental products developed at a research facility. While they significantly enhanced strength and speed, they came with severe side effects, intended for emergencies only. The bodyguards had never anticipated the emergence of such a masked figure just as they were about to board the plane. In a moment of desperation, they resorted to the unrefined genetic enhancement. Meanwhile, the last bodyguard remained to protect Yamamoto Takeda Shin, who, seeing the 2 guards engaged with the assailant, made a direct dash towards the aircraft. "Yamamoto, you cannot escape." A sudden shout reverberated through the air, causing Takeda Nobu to involuntarily turn his head. To his astonishment, at that very moment, Wu Shuang, Xiao Qingqing, and Chang Wei charged towards him. Earlier, Xiao Qingqing had been engaged in a fierce battle with Hashimoto Shofu, on the verge of suffering an injury when Chang Wei descended like a divine warrior. Just as Hashimoto aimed a kick at Xiao Qingqing's abdomen, Chang Wei intervened, blocking the strike and saving her. Subsequently, he lunged at Hashimoto with the ferocity of a descending tiger, his momentum overwhelming. Hashimoto, already at a disadvantage against Chang Wei, found himself further weakened from the prolonged confrontation, his strength depleted. As they clashed, Hashimoto was rendered incapable of countering, merely defending against Chang Wei's relentless assault. In a moment of desperation, Hashimoto produced a vial of genetic enhancement, only to have it sent flying by Xiao Qingqing's swift kick. Despite the chaos, Xiao Qingqing did not retreat. Her near brush with death at Hashimoto's hands had ignited a fierce animosity within her. Thus, alongside Chang Wei, they commenced a dual assault on Hashimoto, taken aback by the loss of his genetic remedy. Hashimoto's astonishment quickly transformed into fury as he lunged at both Chang Wei and Xiao Qingqing, realizing he had no choice but to fight to the death in order to protect his master. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang had gained the upper hand in his battle against the 2 ninjas. These elite shinobi were far more formidable than the 5 who had attacked them in the Black Triangle. Initially, Wu Shuang found himself overwhelmed, lacking even the strength to retaliate. However, he soon employed silver needles to stimulate several acupoints, experiencing a sudden surge in power that propelled him into a transcendent state. This secret technique, passed down from his master, utilized silver needles to awaken latent potential, resulting in an explosive increase in strength, albeit with significant side effects, making it a last resort. At that moment, Wu Shuang was not a match for the 2 elite ninjas, but in pursuit of Takeda Nobu, he had no choice but to wield this forbidden art. Almost instantly, the 2 ninjas became no match for him. Within 10 strikes, they were incapacitated, unable to rise. Without pausing, Wu Shuang dashed towards Hashimoto, delivering a punch that sent him flying like a cannonball, landing heavily several meters away. Chapter 186. Wu Shuang feigns having dispatched the 2 ninjas and Hashimoto, Shuang, Changwei, and Xiao Qingqing converged together. Upon witnessing their relentless pursuit, Takeda Nobu was taken aback. Incredulous that even the deployment of two peak ninjas could not thwart Wu Shuang's advance, an outcome beyond his wildest imagination. However, the aircraft loomed close at hand. Once aboard, fate would be sealed. With those two drug-fueled bodyguards blocking the path, even Wu Shuang and his companions could not hope to breach their defenses. Thus, he turned and dashed toward the plane with reckless abandon. At that moment, the masked figure sprang from the ground, soaring like a divine eagle, effortlessly surpassing the two drugged bodyguards and swiftly lunging towards Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Despite the bodyguards' enhanced strength from the drugs, they were powerless to impede the masked assailant. Upon reaching Yamamoto, the figure seized his briefcase with the left hand and struck his shoulder with the right, sending him sprawling and snatching the briefcase away. Then, the masked figure ascended into the air, racing toward the terminal like a bolt of lightning. Don't let him escape, Wu Shuang shouted urgently to Changwei and Xiao Qingqing as the masked figure liberated the briefcase from Yamamoto's grasp. The three immediately pursued the fugitive, only to be thwarted by the two drug-induced bodyguards. These formidable guardians, now imbued with extraordinary strength, sent Xiao Qingqing flying with a single punch and knocked Changwei down with a kick. Wu Shuang wielded his black dagger, fending off the frenzied assaults of the two bodyguards. He discerned that they must have ingested some potent substance. Otherwise, they would not have become such formidable foes. Wu Shuang sheathed his dagger and drew forth several silver needles. In the midst of their struggle, he seized the opportunity to thrust the needles into their acupoints. Soon, the two men were adorned with needles, resembling hedgehogs. It was only through Wu Shuang's mastery of secret techniques that he achieved such a feat. As the last needle found its mark, the two drug bodyguards could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Yamamoto Takeda Shin, shielded by the final bodyguard, had reached the aircraft's entrance, poised to board. After the briefcase had been snatched by the masked figure, Yamamoto had momentarily hesitated but quickly resumed his dash for the plane under the protection of his guard. Should Yamamoto set foot inside the aircraft, Wu Shuang and his companions would be powerless to intervene. Just as the cabin door opened and Yamamoto prepared to enter, Wu Shuang summoned all his strength and hurled his black dagger toward him. The dagger became a streak of black lightning, striking Yamamoto in the back. With a cry of anguish, Yamamoto tumbled from the aircraft's steps to the ground. Fortunately, Wu Shuang had aimed with precision. The blow was not fatal, but left Yamamoto grievously wounded. Due to an overwhelming exertion, Wu Shuang, after launching the black dagger, staggered momentarily before collapsing to the ground. The bodyguard, witnessing the fall of Yamamoto Takeda, was immediately struck with alarm and rushed down from the aircraft in an attempt to rescue him. At that very moment, Changwei and Xiao Qingqing, like arrows released from a bow, darted towards Yamamoto Takeda. Upon seeing their approach, the bodyguard swiftly took out a gene medication and swallowed it whole to protect Yamamoto Takeda. However, before the effects of the drug could manifest, Xiao Qingqing fired a shot at him. The bullet soared through the air like a shooting star, directly striking the bodyguard in the forehead. He was left staring wide-eyed, filled with a defiant spirit, before collapsing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. At that moment, the pursuing officers, having dispatched those who obstructed their path, surged forward. Immediately cuff all the Thai nationals, Xiao Qingqing commanded, rushing to Wu Shuang's side alongside Changwei. There lay Wu Shuang, pallid and with several silver needles protruding from his head. Changwei checked Wu Shuang's pulse, and, noting his weak breathing, shouted urgently, "Quick, call an ambulance." Soon, an ambulance arrived, and as Changwei and Xiao Qingqing assisted in lifting Wu Shuang onto the stretcher, an officer sprinted over to Xiao Qingqing and inquired, "Director Xiao, what should we do with these Thai nationals? Take them all back and detain them. No one is permitted to visit or bail them out. Remember, no one at all. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise," Xiao Qingqing instructed gravely. The officer, taken aback by her words, gasped in surprise. He had never seen her take such a serious stance on any case before. Given the sensitive and unique identity of Yamamoto Takeda, detaining him would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Nevertheless, since Xiao Qingqing had given her orders, he would comply. He was well aware of her formidable background. Unless the Emperor of the realm himself intervened, no one would be allowed near Yamamoto Takeda. After relaying his orders to the officer, Xiao Qingqing and Changwei hurriedly boarded the ambulance, accompanying Wu Shuang to the hospital. Gazing at Wu Shuang's pallid face on the stretcher, Xiao Qingqing felt a flush rise to her cheeks as memories flooded back. She recalled how Wu Shuang had saved her from the clutches of the triad, and how he had repeatedly rescued her life in the underground laboratory in the subterranean river. Now, in his quest to apprehend Yamamoto Takeda, Shuang lay injured and unconscious on the stretcher, stirring a deep pang of sorrow within her. Unable to restrain herself, she grasped Shuang's hand tightly, silently praying for his swift recovery, beseeching that no further misfortune befall him. The ambulance swiftly arrived at the hospital, and after a thorough examination by the doctor, it was determined that Shuang was largely unharmed, merely suffering from excessive fatigue. With the silver needles removed from his head, a period of rest was all that was required for his recovery. Upon hearing the doctor's reassurances, Xiao Qingqing finally felt her anxious heart settle. At that moment, the door to the ward swung open, and Long Yuyan hurriedly rushed in from outside. Upon learning of Shuang's injury, she had immediately set aside all her affairs and dashed to the hospital without a second thought. Spotting Xiao Qingqing and Chang Wei, she urgently inquired, "How is Shuang?" "Miss Long, Shuang is fine. It's just fatigue. The doctor says he just needs to rest," Chang Wei promptly explained upon seeing Long Yuyan's arrival. Hearing that Shuang was safe, Long Yuyan let out a long sigh of relief. She quickly approached Shuang's bedside, her heart aching at the sight of his pale face. Observing Long Yuyan's expression, Xiao Qingqing felt a stirring in her heart. It seemed evident that Long Yuyan harbored feelings for Shuang, her concern betraying the affection she had developed for him. Recalling her grandfather's words and reflecting on everything she had experienced with Shuang since their acquaintance, Xiao Qingqing, though reluctant to admit it, recognized that Shuang had taken root in her heart. Long Yuyan had now become her rival in love. Just as she grappled with how to confront this situation, the ward door was suddenly flung open, and Ko Anshin rushed in, her face fraught with panic. The trio, Xiao Qingqing, Long Yuyan, and Chang Wei, instinctively turned their gazes towards Ko Anshin, who, feeling their collective attention, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Nevertheless, she urgently asked, "How is Shuang? Is it serious?" As a journalist and host, upon hearing about the skirmish at the airport, she had immediately rushed there, with an assignment to fulfill. She could only watch helplessly as Shuang was carried unconscious onto the ambulance. Thus, after hastily completing her tasks, she drove with great urgency to the hospital. The moment she entered and saw Xiao Qingqing and Long Yuyan, her instinct as a woman sensed an underlying tension between them. It was clear that this awkwardness was rooted in Shuang's presence. It seemed that both women had succumbed to feelings for him. To think that Shuang had captivated not only her heart, but also those of Long Yuyan and Xiao Qingqing in such a short time since his arrival in Tianhai. Long Yuyan was no ordinary woman. She was the esteemed princess of the Long family and the most cherished granddaughter of Xiao Ziyu, renowned as one of the most beautiful women in Tianhai. Her stunning beauty and formidable background warranted the title of Heavenly Beauty. Xiao Qingqing, even more remarkable, boasted a striking figure and an air of aloof elegance, recognized as the most beautiful policewoman in Tianhai, also celebrated for her stunning looks. In the city of Tianhai, the number of suitors vying for Xiao Qingqing's affection could easily surpass that of an enhanced battalion. However, to date, none have succeeded in winning her favor. Known as the female Tyrannosaurus, she is utterly devoted to her work. Whether she is a natural workaholic or possesses standards that are simply too lofty remains uncertain, but she has little regard for the men who pursue her. Moreover, while Xiao Qingqing does not flaunt her lineage, Ko Anshin has learned that she is the granddaughter of Xiao Ziyu, boasting a background that is unrivaled. Though the Ko family holds some influence in Tianhai, they pale in comparison to the Long family, and are even less comparable to the Xiao family. Contemplating this, Ko Anshin cannot help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, she reassures herself that although her family background may be slightly lacking compared to Xiao Qingqing's, she herself is by no means inferior. In terms of knowledge, appearance, physique, and grace, she holds her own against them all. While Shuang may not be the most exceptional man she has encountered, he exudes a potent masculinity and charm that she cannot afford to overlook or easily relinquish. Recently, due to matters concerning the Guofeng cultural street, she has spent more time with Shuang, becoming increasingly captivated by him. She is already considering the prospect of initiating a formal date with him once her schedule lightens. To her dismay, she discovers that Xiao Qingqing and Long Yuyan have already moved ahead of her. It appears she must act swiftly, lest she miss out on an admirable man like Shuang. Observing Ko Anshin's anxious demeanor, both Xiao Qingqing and Long Yuyan feel a tightening in their hearts. It seems they now have another competitor. Among these three women, Chang Wei senses a subtle tension in the air, despite their lack of overt conflict. He realizes that all three are vying for Shuang's affection. He cannot help but feel a pang of contemplation. After dedicating his heart and soul to a girlfriend for 2 years, only to be cast aside. He watches as Shuang effortlessly captures the hearts of the three most renowned beauties in Tianhai. Truly, there is no pain like comparison. After a brief pause, Chang Wei quickly reassures Ko Anshin. Miss Ko, there is no need for concern. Shuang is merely fatigued and needs some rest. Upon hearing this, Ko Anshin's anxious heart finally finds solace. Miss Ko, please come in and sit down. Why stand at the door? Xiao Qingqing promptly invites her in to ease the slight awkwardness that had just occurred. Ko Anshin smiles awkwardly and enters the room, first glancing at Shuang before taking a seat in the chair offered by Xiao Qingqing. The three of them had previously enjoyed a delightful outing together at Mount Modi, filled with laughter. Yet now, as they sit facing one another, an inexplicable awkwardness permeates the atmosphere, leaving them unsure of what to say. At that moment, the door to the room swings open once more. Xiao Qingqing, Long Yuyan, and Ko Anshin were taken aback, wondering if yet another woman had arrived. However, upon seeing the newcomers, their faces flushed with surprise. It was none other than the three elderly gentlemen, Long Feixiong, Shang Tianpei, and Wang Dashan. That day, the trio had been enjoying drinks at Long Feixiong's villa when they heard about Shuang's fierce clash at the airport with individuals from Thailand, which resulted in his unconsciousness and subsequent hospitalization. Shuang had previously saved both Long Feixiong and Wang Dashan during the incident at the Thai Cultural Street. Shang Tianpei had formed a very favorable impression of him and held him in high regard. He viewed Shuang as one of the most patriotic, just, and responsible young individuals he had encountered. Such youth are indeed rare in today's society. Upon hearing the news, the three elderly men immediately instructed their driver to rush to the hospital. Grandfather, what brings you here? Long Yuyan inquired anxiously upon spotting Long Feixiong. Why? Just because Shuang is hospitalized, do you think only you can visit him? Can't your grandfather come to check on him? Long Feixiong replied, glancing at Long Yuyan and then at Shuang in the hospital bed. Noticing that Long Yuyan displayed no signs of distress, he concluded that Shuang was out of danger and returned her question with a smile. Feeling slightly embarrassed by Long Feixiong's inquiry, Long Yuyan playfully responded. Chapter 188. Fair competition. Long Feixiong chuckled with delight before asking, so, how is Shuang faring now? The doctor said he is fine, he just needs to rest. Long Yuyan pouted slightly as she replied. Upon hearing that Shuang was all right, Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shang Tianpei finally felt at ease. After they stayed for a short while, Duan Hongming arrived as well. Shuang was still her employee and bodyguard, therefore, she could not remain indifferent to his situation. Manager Duan, what a surprise to see you here, Chang Wei exclaimed, rising to greet her. He had received a call from Shuang and rushed to the airport to assist him, while Duan Hongming had been busy conducting research in the laboratory. Given that Shuang is in trouble, both personally and professionally, I felt obliged to come and see how he is doing. He's fine, he just needs some rest. Oh, that's a relief. Noticing Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin were present, she greeted them before approaching Shuang's bedside to check on him. Shuang's complexion had improved somewhat. He no longer appeared so pallid. As a woman, Duan Hongming quickly sensed the subtle dynamics among Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin. Chang Wei, since Shuang is all right, please take me back to the office. We are at a critical juncture in our research and cannot afford to pause. Duan Hongming instructed after a brief stay. As the boss, Duan Hongming's orders were to be followed, and Chang Wei complied without hesitation. Moreover, with Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin present, the atmosphere in the hospital room felt quite awkward and oppressive, prompting Chang Wei to wish to leave sooner rather than later. After Chang Wei and Duan Hongming departed, Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, Long Yuyan spoke. Director Xiao, Miss Ko, it is evident that both of you have developed feelings for Shuang. Since that is the case, let us be forthright. We shall compete fairly to see who can ultimately win Shuang's heart. Very well, a fair competition it shall be. Let us showcase our abilities and see who emerges victorious, Xiao Qingqing replied, standing resolutely. She felt no inferiority to Long Yuyan in terms of family background, appearance, or figure. In fact, she considered herself superior and would not shy away from the challenge posed by Long Yuyan. Indeed, we shall rely on our respective capabilities. However, regardless of who prevails in the end, let us not allow this rivalry to affect our friendship, Ko Anshin added, also rising to her feet. Although her family background could not compare to that of Long Yuyan or Xiao Qingqing, her individual merits were by no means lacking. As a renowned journalist, host, and internet celebrity, her fame in the realm of Shenzhou surpassed that of both Long Yuyan and Xiao Qingqing. Initially, She had not wished to compete for a man in such a manner against other women, but with Long Yuyan and Xiao Qingqing broaching the subject, she felt no inclination to retreat. Unbeknownst to them, Shuang had already regained consciousness and overheard their conversation. At that moment, Shuang was unsure whether to feel fortunate or disheartened. Being favored by 3 beautiful women was a dream for any man. Yet, as history has shown, it is difficult to bear the affection of a beauty, let alone 3. Nevertheless, Shuang chastised himself internally for his own timidity. He was unafraid in the face of overwhelming odds, so what was there to fear from a few women? He could simply respond to their advances as they came. However, he dared not open his eyes, knowing that if he did, Long Yuyan and the others would surely vent their frustrations upon him. For now, feigning unconsciousness was the most prudent course of action. After laying their cards on the table, Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin fell silent once more, the atmosphere in the hospital room growing increasingly awkward. At that moment, Xiao Qingqing's phone rang unexpectedly. "Captain Wang, what is it?" She answered, recognizing the caller as Wang Sheng, the officer who had escorted Yamamoto Takeda back to the precinct. "Director Xiao, someone wishes to visit Yamamoto Takeda," Wang Sheng urgently informed her. "I told you, no one is allowed to visit or bail him out," Xiao Qingqing responded, her irritation palpable. "Director Xiao, I have already stopped several groups, but this one I cannot prevent. You must return quickly," Wang Sheng replied, his voice tinged with helplessness. "Who dares to be so audacious?" Xiao Qingqing's anger flared at his words. Kawashima Kaichi, the consul general of Thailand in Shenzhou, accompanied by notable individuals of significant repute, has left me feeling quite overwhelmed. "Very well, I shall return at once. However, before I do, you must ensure that no matter the circumstances, they do not lay eyes upon Yamamoto Takeda Shin." "Understood, Director Xiao." Upon hearing that Xiao Qingqing was about to leave, Wang Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. "Miss Long, Miss Ko, there are matters at the bureau that require my immediate attention. I trust you will look after things here in my absence." With a fierce determination, Xiao Qingqing prepared to exit. "Director Xiao, wait a moment. I shall accompany you," Ko Anshin immediately rose to declare. As a renowned journalist and a paragon of patriotism, she could not remain passive in the face of such developments. "Very well, let us go together," Xiao Qingqing replied after a moment of contemplation. The addition of another individual could indeed bolster their efforts. Perhaps Ko Anshin's journalistic prowess and celebrity influence might prove beneficial in this matter. "And I shall join as well," Shuang suddenly proclaimed as he sat up from his sickbed. The trio, Long Yuyan, Xiao Qingqing, and Ko Anshin, looked at Shuang in astonishment. Surely, he hadn't been feigning unconsciousness just to eavesdrop on their conversation. Perceiving their incredulous gazes, Shuang quickly explained. "I awoke upon hearing Director Xiao mention someone intending to visit Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Although the 3 were somewhat skeptical, they chose not to delve further into the matter. Then I shall accompany you as well." With Ko Anshin and Shuang resolved to join, Long Yuyan could hardly remain behind at the hospital alone. As they exited the ward, they encountered Huang Tianba, who approached in haste, carrying a fruit basket. Shuang, being favored by Huang Tianba, the esteemed elder of the Qing men, had prompted this visit upon hearing of his hospitalization. "Mr. Wu, you seem well. How wonderful!" Huang Tianba exclaimed upon seeing Shuang standing robustly before him. "Thank you, Huang. I am indeed fine now. You may return," Shuang replied with a smile. Chapter 189. Kawashima Kaichi noticing that Shuang, Xiao Qingqing, Long Yuyan, and Ko Anshin were hastily exiting the ward, Huang Tianba understood they must have pressing matters to attend to, matters beyond his purview. "Mr. Wu, then we shall take our leave," Huang Tianba declared, turning to depart. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Shuang call out, "Please, wait a moment. Mr. Wu, do you have further instructions?" Huang Tianba promptly turned back, respectfully inquiring. "Immediately dispatch all disciples of Qing men to monitor every dock, airport, bus station, and other concealed passages. Be vigilant for any suspicious individuals entering Tianhai. Should any be discovered, follow them discreetly and ascertain their whereabouts." Shuang understood that capturing Yamamoto Takeda Shin would not be a simple endeavor. The Yamamoto family in Taigwa will undoubtedly employ every conceivable method, both overt and covert, to rescue Yamamoto Takeda Nobu. "Rest assured, Mr. Wu, I am committed to fulfilling this mission." Upon hearing Shuang's directive, Huang Tianba promptly thumped his chest and declared his resolve. Since aligning himself with Shuang and receiving accolades from figures such as Long Feixiong, Huang Tianba felt as if he had transformed into a chivalrous hero dedicated to his nation and people, brimming with positive energy. This sense of honor and fulfillment was something he had never experienced during his years in the Qing men. It further solidified his belief that following Wu Shuang would undoubtedly lead to a brighter future. The disciples of Qingmin are scattered across every corner of Tianhai, their reach often exceeding that of official channels in both sensitivity and efficiency. Witnessing Huang Tianba's military-like demeanor, Wu Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. A streetwise individual presenting himself like a soldier was rather amusing. Nevertheless, he was pleased with Huang Tianba's recent transformation. The current Huang Tianba, filled with positivity, was leagues ahead of the previous version, who was solely focused on violence. All right, you may leave. Ensure your men prioritize safety. If those attempting to infiltrate Tianhai to rescue Yamamoto Takeda Nobu are not martial arts masters, then they are undoubtedly ruthless mercenaries from various nations. Tracking such individuals will certainly be perilous. Rest assured, Mr. Wu, while my brothers may falter in other tasks, there will be no mistakes in surveillance. After this assurance, Huang Tianba exchanged farewells with Xiao Qingqing, Long Yuyan, and Ko Anxin, before hastily departing with his subordinates. Soon, all the disciples of Qingmin were dispersed across every dock, airport, and station in Tianhai, covertly monitoring the comings and goings of all individuals. They even kept a close watch on smuggling and human trafficking routes. Yamamoto Takeda Nobu had committed heinous acts that incited public outrage in Shinjo, and it was astonishing that within merely 2 hours of his capture, so many were already seeking to liberate him. The influence of the Yamamoto family was indeed considerable. On the road, Xiao Qingqing reported the situation to Xiao Ziyu over the phone, who immediately erupted in fury. The Taigwa people were behaving with such impunity in Shinjo. This was intolerable. Many valiant souls had paid an immeasurable price to expel the Taigwa from Shinjo in the past. Now, the descendants of those war criminals dared to commit crimes in Shinjo without fear of consequence. It was utterly outrageous. Qingqing, have no fear. Proceed with confidence. These beasts shall not rise against us on Shinjo's soil. Encouraged by her grandfather's words, Xiao Qingqing felt her confidence swell. Before long, she returned to the precinct, driving her car. As soon as they disembarked, Wang Sheng rushed over, drenched in sweat. Director Xiao, you have returned. I was truly at my wit's end. He lamented, wiping the perspiration from his forehead. Xiao Qingqing gazed at Wang Sheng, feeling a twinge of compassion. What kind of person possesses such prowess to coerce a man of nearly 6 feet tall into this state? Captain Wang, are Yamamoto and Takeda all right? She inquired with concern as she made her way inside. Director Xiao, rest assured, they are securely detained in the holding room. There is no cause for alarm, he replied. That is reassuring. Your involvement is no longer required. I am eager to see what these individuals intend to do, Xiao Qingqing declared with fiery determination. As she stepped into the bustling office of the police precinct, the cacophony within was akin to the uproar of a market. Wu Shuang and the others immediately turned their attention to a short, stout man leading a group that was forcefully advancing. A line of officers had formed a barrier, pushing back against the intruders, resulting in a tumultuous clash. Cease this at once. All of you stand down, Xiao Qingqing commanded with authority upon witnessing the chaos. The brawling parties halted abruptly at the sound of her voice. The officers, recognizing Xiao Qingqing's return, were instantly filled with relief and joy. Although she held the position of deputy director, the director's appointment had been made but not yet assumed, rendering Xiao Qingqing their highest authority in this moment. A pillar of support for them. The assailants were no mere rabble. They included influential figures such as Chuan Daojie, the consul general of the Taigwa in Shenzhou, He Ruhai, the deputy director of the provincial police department, Wang Tao, the director of the provincial office, and Sun Chuanlong, the chief of the police division, among others. Each one exuded an air of authority, seemingly intent on dismantling the precinct's office. Upon turning to see the woman who had called for their cessation, Chuan Daojie deduced that she must be Xiao Qingqing, the feared female police chief of Tianhai City, whose reputation preceded her. As he beheld her striking figure, a lecherous gaze crossed his countenance, and he mused to himself. Indeed, this woman possesses a fierce demeanor. Such a woman belongs only in the bedroom. How can she serve as a police officer? Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly endeavor to claim her for myself and subject her to my whims. Xiao Qingqing, perceiving the lascivious glint in Chuan Daojie's eyes, felt her expression darken as a chill radiated from her gaze. It was clear that he was no virtuous man. She wondered how such a scoundrel could serve as the consul general in Shenzhou. Chuan Daojie swiftly suppressed his inappropriate thoughts and approached Xiao Qingqing with a confrontational demeanor, demanding, "You must be Director Xiao Qingqing, correct?" "Indeed, and you are?" Xiao Qingqing retorted, fixing him with a piercing glare. "I am Chuan Daojie, the consul general of Taigwa in Shenzhou," he proclaimed arrogantly. Chapter 190. A resounding slap to the hall director's face confronted by the deputy director of the Tianhai City Patrol Bureau. Chuan Dao Jie held a position of considerable superiority and privilege. In other regions of Shenzhou, merely uttering his name would elicit a courteous and respectful demeanor from local officials, who would nearly elevate him to the heavens. Yet, upon introducing himself, Xiao Qingqing not only displayed no deference, but instead coldly retorted, "I do not care whether you are Jie or Jie in our Tianhai Patrol Bureau. You are to behave yourself, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind to you." As she spoke, Xiao Qingqing cast a disdainful glance at Hirohai and the others, then admonished them loudly, "You are officials of Shenzhou, not mere street thugs, following in the wake of someone else, wreaking havoc within the patrol bureau. Do you possess no semblance of dignity as officials? This is a patrol bureau, not a marketplace for your raucous antics. Should you dare to continue your mischief here, our detention room is quite unoccupied." What a farce, simply outrageous. Upon hearing this, Hirohai immediately approached Xiao Qingqing, his face flushed with anger. "Xiao Qingqing, who grants you such authority to act with impunity within the Tianhai Patrol Bureau?" He believed that while Xiao Qingqing might exhibit a domineering attitude towards others, she ought to show at least a modicum of respect and reverence towards her superior. To his astonishment, Xiao Qingqing's words managed to scold everyone, including him, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Earlier, he had boasted in front of Chuan Dao Jie, Wang Tao, and Sun Chuanlong. He had thought that upon encountering Xiao Qingqing, a simple word from him could secure the release of Yamamoto Takeda Shin from the Tianhai Patrol Bureau. Yet, upon arrival, a mere team leader dared to obstruct them. Not only was he unable to retrieve Yamamoto Takeda Shin, but he could not even secure an audience with him. Now, with Xiao Qingqing's return, her audacity to reprimand them openly left him feeling flushed with embarrassment. Stripped of all dignity in front of Chuan Dao Jie and the others, Xiao Qingqing lifted her gaze and recognized Hirohai, her expression darkening as she coldly remarked, "I thought it was someone of significance. Turns out it is Director He. Have you forgotten the organizational discipline that patrol officers should uphold? While others wreak havoc and disrupt the order of our bureau, you, as the director, not only fail to intervene, but join in their chaos. Do you not feel a sense of shame in bearing the title of a patrol officer, unworthy of your position as director?" Though Hirohai was her superior, he found no favor in Xiao Qingqing's eyes. Not to mention her formidable family background, her personal integrity was such that she would never bow to power. Her promotions were earned through genuine merit, not through sycophancy or favoritism. Thus, she harbored no fear whatsoever towards her superior, Hirohai, nor did she show him any semblance of deference. The words spoken by Xiao Qingqing left Hirohai's face flushed with rage, his head spinning, and his veins nearly bursting. To be reprimanded so ruthlessly by a subordinate in front of so many others was an indignity he could scarcely endure. "Xiao Qingqing, you are utterly lawless. How dare you so brazenly disdain your superior? Do you believe I would hesitate to revoke your position, rendering you incapable of even serving as a mere constable?" Xiao Qingqing retorted defiantly, "Humph. My appointment as director is not a gift from you, Hirohai, nor can you simply rescind it with a mere word. Director He. I am Ko Anshin, a reporter for Tianhai Television. I advise you to mind your words, otherwise I shall interpret this as a blatant threat against Director Xiao Qingqing and report it accurately, allowing the public to judge this matter. Let us see how our director He wields his authority over subordinates." Upon hearing Hirohai's words, Ko Anshin stepped forward boldly, confronting him. Hirohai, momentarily taken aback by her assertion, had little time to respond before Shuang appeared in a flash, swiftly delivering 2 resounding slaps to Hirohai's face. The sharp sound of the slaps stunned the onlookers into silence. They gazed in astonishment at Shuang, unable to fathom that he had dared to strike Hirohai. Even Hirohai himself, clutching his face, looked incredulously at Shuang. Who was he? He was the deputy director of the provincial constabulary, and yet, within his own precinct, he had been struck. This was utterly beyond his expectations. He could not grasp the reality of being struck, but the searing pain on his face and the clear imprint of a hand told him that it was undoubtedly true. His subordinates, witnessing the affront to their superior, immediately drew their weapons, aiming them at Shuang. "Don't move. Raise your hands. If you dare to make another move, we will shoot," they barked at Shuang. "Director He? Pah, nonsense. To serve as a lapdog is to be a traitor to one's country," Shuang coldly declared, entirely dismissing the threats posed by Hirohai's subordinates. The astonishment on the faces of Hirohai, Wang Tao, and Sun Chuanlong was palpable. While Xiao Qingqing's arrogance was somewhat understandable given the formidable background of the Xiao family and her position within her own precinct, Shuang was a complete enigma to them. They had never heard of him before. To their shock, this stranger proved to be even more formidable than Xiao Qingqing, daring to strike Hirohai directly. How courageous and audacious it must be to strike the face of Hirohai, the head of the provincial police department. Could it be that Wu Shuang possesses an even more formidable background than Xiao Qingqing? Otherwise, how could he dare to slap Hirohai? Yet, they searched their minds in vain, unable to identify which esteemed family Wu Shuang hailed from. At that moment, Hirohai regained his composure and bellowed at Wu Shuang. Arrest him. Seize him at once. He has dared to assault the head of this department. He must be a deranged terrorist. Such individuals must be apprehended immediately, lest they pose a threat to society and endanger the safety of the citizens. Chapter 191. Director he. Whoever you declare to be a terrorist shall be deemed a terrorist. Your influence is quite remarkable. As Hirohai's subordinates prepared to rush forward to apprehend Wu Shuang, Long Yuyan suddenly stepped forth, placing herself protectively in front of him. This Mr. Wu Shuang is a man of justice. He halted the opening of the business and captured Yamamoto Takeda. He loves his country even more than you do. How dare you label him a terrorist? You speak utter nonsense. Wu Shuang had captured her heart, and there was no way Long Yuyan would allow Hirohai to take him into custody. Hearing Long Yuyan's scornful remarks only fueled Hirohai's ire. What was happening today? Why did everyone feel emboldened to insult him? Was it that his authority as the director had diminished to the point where he could no longer command respect? Or was it simply an inauspicious day for him to venture out? Regardless, seize him. Anyone who dares to obstruct us is complicit with the terrorists and will be apprehended alongside him. Hirohai resolutely commanded his subordinates. Today, he had been publicly humiliated by Wu Shuang. If he failed to arrest him and reclaim his dignity, his future in the political arena would be bleak. I dare anyone to try? Long Yuyan glared fiercely at Hirohai's subordinates and shouted. Despite being merely a girl in her 20s, having grown up alongside Long Feixiong had imbued her with a trace of his heroic spirit. Moreover, as the eldest daughter of the Long family and the vice president of Longxing Group, her authoritative presence was formidable. The subordinates of Hirohai found themselves momentarily stunned into inaction by Long Yuyan's commanding shout. Hirohai could not help but inwardly curse. What a useless bunch. How could they be intimidated by a mere girl? He bellowed angrily at his subordinates. What is there to fear from a girl? Execute your orders and apprehend Wu Shuang. Reluctantly, the subordinates raised their weapons and, with renewed aggression, advanced once more. Wang Tao, Sun Chuanlong, and Kawashima Kai could not help but wear smug smiles. What was Wu Shuang to be so audacious as to strike Hirohai? After all, Hirohai was the deputy director of the provincial police department, overseeing hundreds of thousands of officers across the province, wielding immense power. Capturing Wu Shuang would be an effortless task, even if Long Yuyan stands in the way. It would be an act of utter folly. Wu Shuang surveyed the few armed individuals advancing towards him, unable to suppress a derisive smirk. These mere trifles, with a mere tremor of his formidable frame, could easily be subdued. There was no need for Long Yuyan to shield him. Furthermore, as a distinguished warrior, why would he require a young girl to guard him against harm? Were this to be revealed, it would surely provoke laughter from all quarters. Just as Wu Shuang was about to make his move, Quack stepped forward boldly, exclaiming, Hirohai, do you truly intend to abuse your authority in public to persecute an ordinary citizen of Shenzhou? Quack continued. Have you not realized that he struck first against this director? I am merely upholding the rule of law in Shenzhou and eliminating societal dangers. What is wrong with apprehending Wu Shuang? While Wu Shuang's slap to your face may have been wrong, a simple apology would suffice. Yet you wish to wield state power to imprison him unjustly. This is a gross misuse of public authority for personal gain, an abuse of power to intimidate others. If you persist in your reckless course to detain Wu Shuang, I, Quack, shall expose everything today to the public. Hirohai, do not think to intimidate me with such threats. Is it permissible for others to strike me while I, as a director, cannot apprehend anyone? Your conduct as a journalist is excessively domineering and discriminatory. I have stated that an apology would suffice. Is that not enough? If apologies sufficed, then why do we need laws and state machinery? Today, he struck me, and I do not seek his apology. I wish to ensure he understands the consequences of his actions. With a cold finality, Hirohai waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to advance once more. Quack's status as a renowned journalist mattered little. Wu Shuang's unwarranted assault upon her justified his capture, and the rationale lay firmly in his favor. He dismissed Quack's threats with indifference. Seeing Quack unable to halt Hirohai, Xiao Qingqing prepared to charge forward. At that moment, an authoritative voice resonated from the entrance. Director you truly wield a great deal of power. The crowd gasped in surprise, wondering who had spoken. All eyes turned towards the doorway, where three venerable elder gentlemen, their hair white, yet their spirits undiminished, entered. These were none other than Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shang Tianhai. Having just exited the hospital, they had not yet left in their vehicle when they observed Xiao Qingqing's car, carrying Long Yuyan, Wu Shuang, and Quack, racing from the hospital toward the police station with great urgency. The three elders immediately sensed that something significant must have occurred, as there was no other reason for such haste. Thus, the three individuals immediately started their vehicle and pursued from behind. However, their advanced age rendered them incapable of matching the swiftness of Xiao Qingqing, and after encountering some traffic congestion, they arrived later than expected. I initially wondered who it might be, only to realize it was Long Lao. Upon recognizing Long Feixiong, Tianhai quickly greeted him with a smile. During Long Feixiong's tenure as mayor, Tianhai was merely a captain within the Tianhai City Police Department. Thus they considered each other old acquaintances over the years. Director you are now quite the esteemed figure, while I am merely an old man. Before someone of your stature, I cannot dare to address you as Long Lao. Long Feixiong regarded Tianhai with a teasing tone. How can you speak in such a manner, Long Lao? Regardless of the circumstances, you will always remain my superior. Tianhai replied, blushing slightly in response to Long Feixiong's jest. Ah, my esteemed superior, I cannot accept such a title. Had it not been for my timely arrival, I truly would not have had the opportunity to witness Director He's imposing presence and considerable authority. Long Feixiong glared at Tianhai, his tone turning icy. I respect you, and thus I address you as Long Lao. However, without that respect, you are merely a retired elder before me, and there is no need for you to display any airs. Tianhai could no longer contain himself and retorted coldly to Long Feixiong. Chapter 192. Officer Wu. The moment Tianhai's words escaped his lips, darkness enveloped his vision as someone approached him. Before he could comprehend the situation, two sharp, resounding slaps echoed through the air. The force of the blows sent Tianhai's head spinning. Had it not been for someone steadying him, he would have collapsed to the ground. Don't move. Raise your hands. If you dare to make another move, I will order a volley of gunfire. The few subordinates accompanying Tianhai immediately aimed their weapons at Wu Shuang, shouting angrily. Once he regained his composure and focused his gaze, he realized that it was none other than Wu Shuang who had struck him. You dare to hit me? Tianhai exclaimed, covering his burning face. Furious as he shouted at Wu Shuang. What is there to fear in striking you? Wu Shuang glared at him and replied coldly. The first time I struck you was for your attempt to defend the little devils. The second time was due to your disrespect towards those who have fought against them. You deserved it. How dare you act so recklessly in public? Someone apprehend him. Today, Tianhai, as a director, had been struck 4 times by Wu Shuang, and his dignity was thoroughly tarnished. If he did not have Wu Shuang arrested and punished, he would never quell the indignation within him. Upon hearing his command, Tianhai's subordinates charged forward, guns drawn, pressing their weapons against Wu Shuang's head. Do not aim your weapons at me. In the face of the gun pointed at him, Wu Shuang remained utterly unperturbed, calmly addressing the men. What of it if we do? One of them retorted dismissively at Wu Shuang. He had served in his position for many years and had never encountered such an audacious individual. Not only did this person dare to slap the face of their director, but he also showed no fear in the face of a gun pointed at his head. The consequences would be dire. Just as Wu Shuang was about to take action, a thunderous roar of helicopters suddenly echoed from outside. Through the transparent glass doors of the hall, they witnessed over 20 fully armed special forces descending from the helicopter. Before anyone inside could comprehend the situation, the special forces stormed into the hall, surrounding Tianhai and his subordinates. The dark muzzles of their weapons were all aimed at their heads as they commanded, "Drop your weapons and raise your hands, or we will shoot without hesitation. We are the provincial department's patrol unit." One individual attempted to protest, but was swiftly struck on the head with a rifle butt, collapsing unconscious on the spot. The others, having never witnessed such a scene, were terrified and immediately discarded their weapons, raising their hands high. Tianhai's subordinates, who typically relied on bluster to intimidate others, were instantly cowed in the face of such real danger. What are you? How dare you draw weapons here? Do you know who I am? Tianhai shouted, trying to assert his authority as a director. However, before he could finish, a cold gun barrel was pressed against his head. I do not care who you are. Anyone who dares to wield a weapon in Shenzhou and disrupt social stability will be executed, the leader, Ling Fei, said with a grim expression. Upon hearing Ling Fei's words, Tianhai attempted to reprimand him once more, believing his position as director granted him superiority over Ling Fei. However, before he could utter a word, Ling Fei swiftly kicked him. The kick was as fast as lightning, and Hirohai had no chance to evade it. With a resounding thud, the kick landed squarely on Hirohai's chest, causing him to cry out in pain as his body was propelled backward for 5 or 6 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact left Hirohai writhing in agony, his body feeling as though it had shattered as he lay on the ground moaning. His subordinates, paralyzed with fear, stood frozen as if under a spell, none daring to assist him. "This is merely a small lesson. Speak out again, and I will shoot you on the spot." Ling Fei's voice, though not loud, thundered in Hirohai's ears. Initially wanting to retort and regain some dignity, Hirohai was quickly silenced by fear and shut his mouth. Despite being a director, he understood that the military was not under local jurisdiction and that there was no allegiance between them. He was convinced that should he dare to speak again, Ling Fei would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Seeing Hirohai rendered speechless, Ling Fei ignored him and turned to the crowd, inquiring, "May I ask, who is Wu Shuang?" "I am he," came the reply. Upon hearing Ling Fei inquire about his name, Wu Shuang promptly responded. Ling Fei, upon receiving the answer, immediately approached Wu Shuang and rendered a formal military salute. He then declared loudly, "Greetings, Commander Wu. I am Ling Fei, sent here by the orders of my superior to report to you and to obey your commands unconditionally." Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, recognized that this was undoubtedly orchestrated by Xiao Ziyu. A wave of resentment washed over him as he thought, "This old fool. If he wanted to send someone, why must it be so ostentatious? Now I am expected to command these individuals. I am still under suspicion, and some would relish the chance to eliminate me. I neither have the time nor the energy to oversee these people." However, Wu Shuang understood that Xiao Ziyu had dispatched this special forces unit to guard Yamamoto Takeda and others, ensuring they were not rescued by those wielding influence. He realized that his role as commander was merely temporary, so he refrained from declining the responsibility. "Ling Fei," he commanded, "you and your comrades shall immediately take charge of the detention room and closely monitor Yamamoto Takeda and the others. No one is permitted to approach the detention room without my explicit orders. Anyone who dares to approach shall be shot on sight." "Yes, Commander," Ling Fei replied, executing another military salute before affirmatively responding. It was at this moment that he realized that Hirohai's subordinates had been coerced by Wu Shuang, who was the commanding officer of this operation. A glint of cold fury ignited in Ling Fei's eyes as he subtly averted his gaze. His subordinates swiftly grasped the situation, and with the butt of their rifles, they promptly incapacitated Hirohai's men, ensuring that those who dared to threaten their commander would face dire consequences. Ling Fei, along with his 20 or so subordinates, charged toward the detention room. The officers who had previously formed a barrier against Hirohai and his men instinctively stepped aside, allowing Ling Fei and his team to pass. The reason was twofold. These officers were now under Wu Shuang's command, and they were well aware of the futility of opposing Ling Fei. Although they were within their own precincts, Ling Fei's threat to execute anyone was not just empty words. Chapter 193. Why arrest people? Xiao Qingqing promptly assigned Wang Sheng to lead Ling Fei and his team, entrusting them with the task of guarding the detention room. Wu Shuang then turned to Kawashima Jie with a smile and inquired, "What brings you here, little Japanese?" Enraged by Wu Shuang's taunt, Kawashima Jie retorted indignantly, "You are insulting me, the ambassador, and you are also insulting our great nation. Your words undermine the normal diplomatic relations between our countries and jeopardize the friendship built over many years. Such transgressions are unforgivable. Come now, is calling you a little Japanese such a grave offense?" Wu Shuang chuckled. "Which law in the divine land states that I cannot refer to you as little Japanese? If such a law exists, present it to me now, and I shall accept any punishment it dictates without protest." Kawashima Jie, upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, was rendered even more furious, as if a Buddha had descended from the heavens. In the laws of Shenzhou, there is no explicit prohibition against calling him a little devil. This individual is merely exploiting a loophole in the law. Yet, he can only stare blankly, utterly powerless against Wu Shuang. To call you a little devil is an affront to the normal diplomatic relations between our two nations, a degradation of the friendship cultivated over many years. Do you truly consider yourself so significant, so indispensable that neither country could function without you? Wu Shuang's words infuriated Kawashima, who felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and bite Wu Shuang a few times. However, the primary purpose of his visit today was to rescue Yamamoto Takeda Shin. He could only swallow his anger and then inquired of Wu Shuang, "It seems you are the one in charge here, the one whose words carry weight?" Upon seeing Ling Fei arrive with special forces and refer to Wu Shuang as commander, he naturally assumed Wu Shuang held a significant position within the military. "Just speak plainly. No need to dawdle." Wu Shuang neither confirmed nor denied. Mr. Yamamoto Takeda Shin is the young master of the Yamamoto family from my nation and the commercial leader of my country in Shinjo. Your government has apprehended Mr. Yamamoto without cause, which has shocked the Yamamoto family and incited great indignation throughout my nation. Today, I, the ambassador, acting under the royal mandate of my country, demand the immediate release of Mr. Yamamoto Takeda Shin. Huh, little devil, are you mistaken? This is Shinjo, not your country. Your royal decree holds no weight here. Baka, how dare you insult my nation's king? You are courting death. Wu Shuang's words sent Kawashima into a furious rage. The individuals he brought with him were equally incensed, ready to confront Wu Shuang. Do not move. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be shot on the spot. Xiao Qingqing, witnessing the personnel from the Taigwa preparing to act, immediately issued orders to the officers. Those officers had long harbored disdain for the Taigwa individuals. And now with Xiao Qingqing's command, they wasted no time drawing their weapons and aiming them at the Taigwa nationals. Though the Taigwa individuals were enraged, faced with the ominous barrels of the guns, none dared to move. What are you doing? Why are you pointing guns at our international friends? What kind of behavior is this? Sun Chuanlong, seeing the officers drawing their weapons, stepped forward with an air of authority. And who might you be? Wu Shuang shot a disdainful glance at Sun Chuanlong, then asked with scorn. I am Sun Chuanlong, the director of the Shinjo Constabulary, he declared proudly. Oh, so you are from the Shinjo Constabulary. Had you not mentioned it, I might have mistaken you for someone from the Taigwa Constabulary. Wu Shuang replied with a smile. Enough. Follow my orders and put away your weapons immediately. Sun Chuanlong, disregarding Wu Shuang, began issuing commands to the officers. Technically, as a member of the constabulary, he held a rank several levels above Xiao Qingqing, and it was not inappropriate for him to command the officers directly. However, the officers, having noted Sun Chuanlong's obvious bias towards the Taigwa individuals, were already dissatisfied with him. Now, upon witnessing him issuing commands directly to them, these individuals remained motionless, entirely disregarding his authority. Sun Chuanlong, noticing that the guards were unresponsive, turned to Xiao Qingqing and commanded in a furious tone, Director Xiao, I hereby order you to have these men put away their firearms immediately. Director Sun, I perceive your official demeanor to be even more imposing than that of the previous director. Before Xiao Qingqing could respond, Wu Shuang interjected. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Sun Chuanlong felt a chill run down his spine. Just moments ago, Heiress had been flaunting his authority here, and now he lay incapacitated on the ground. If he were to continue asserting his dominance, would his fate be even more dire than Heiress'? After all, Heiress was the head of the Tianhai Police Bureau, and if he was dealt with in such a manner, Sun Chuanlong, who stood several ranks below, would surely face an even harsher consequence. Reflecting on this, he quickly adopted a more conciliatory tone, saying, Oh no, not at all. I merely worry that escalating the situation might lead to adverse repercussions for our nation, which would be quite unfortunate. He then softly urged Xiao Qingqing, Director Xiao, please have them put their weapons away. Seeing Sun Chuanlong's tone soften, Xiao Qingqing felt it prudent not to take an extreme stance, and with a wave of her hand, she instructed the guards to holster their firearms. Mr. Wu, Director Xiao, Ambassador Chuan Dao is indeed here under the royal mandate of the Tai Kingdom, and with the consent of my king, he has come to Tianhai with the intention of escorting Mr. Yamamoto Takeda back. Moreover, Mr. Yamamoto is a businessman, engaged in legitimate commerce within our nation. We have no justification for apprehending him without cause. Such actions would cast a negative light internationally, deterring merchants from engaging in legitimate business within our borders, which would result in a tremendous loss for us, Sun Chuanlong asserted. Humph, Director Sun, do you understand why we are apprehending Yamamoto Takeda? After Sun Chuanlong finished speaking, Wu Shuang let out a cold snort and countered. Pray tell, the Yamamoto family has been exploiting our citizens within our borders to conduct inhumane live human experiments. Over the past 2 years, Tianhai has witnessed the disappearance of thousands of individuals. These people have likely been abducted by the Yamamoto family and turned into their test subjects. Director Sun, do you believe such individuals should not be apprehended and brought to justice? Wu Shuang fixed his gaze on Sun Chuanlong, articulating each word deliberately. Wu Shuang's statement left everyone present utterly astounded. Not just the others, but even the guards were rendered speechless, having just now comprehended the underlying reason for the apprehension of Yamamoto Takeda and others. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon hearing Wu Shuang's words, Chuan Dao immediately retorted loudly. Mr. Yamamoto is a legitimate businessman. He conducts lawful trade in our nation. How could he possibly engage in the illicit live human experiments you allege? This is nothing but slander, thoroughly baseless slander. You are undoubtedly envious of Mr. Yamamoto's investments in China, which has led you to fabricate such falsehoods in an attempt to usurp his wealth. This is the true essence of sophistry. Mr. Wu and I were ensnared by Takeda Nobushin in their subterranean genetic laboratory, nearly obliterated by an explosion. Our first-hand experiences leave no room for error or defamation against Mr. Yamamoto. Upon hearing Kawashima Kai's rebuttal, Xiao Qingqing promptly recounted the events she had endured, engaging in a heated debate with him. It is no trivial matter. The Yamamoto family's investments in China exceed a staggering 100 billion, with over 10 billion alone in Tianhai. If you covet Mr. Yamamoto's assets and seek to frame him, such a scenario is not implausible. Furthermore, you allege that Mr. Yamamoto is conducting illegal human vivisection. I implore you to present evidence. In the absence of evidence, such claims are mere slander and defamation. Kawashima Kai, filled with righteous indignation, proclaimed loudly, "Humph, Kawashima Kai, your unwavering confidence suggests that you are complicit in Mr. Takeda's actions. You are aware that he has obliterated all evidence, which emboldens your assertions. You are slandering me, Mr. Wu. If you possess evidence, I urge you to present it. If you lack evidence, cease your defamation against Mr. Takeda and myself." "Very well, you seek evidence. Rest assured, I shall procure the proof for you in due course. Since you say so, present your evidence first. If it confirms Mr. Yamamoto's wrongdoing, you need not involve the Chinese authorities. We in the Thai nation can execute him ourselves. Should you fail to produce evidence, you are guilty of slander, persecuting our citizens, jeopardizing the diplomatic relations between China and our nation. We will certainly demand accountability from your government," Kawashima Kai reiterated fiercely. "Then there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave now," Mr. Wu coldly stated, casting a glance at Kawashima Kai. "Mr. Wu, even if Mr. Yamamoto is a suspect, we still possess the right to visitation. This is a matter of our human rights, which you cannot and should not deny. Indeed, visitation rights belong to you. Feel free to proceed," Mr. Wu replied with a smile directed at Kawashima Kai and his entourage. Upon hearing Mr. Wu acquiesce to their visitation of Takeda Nobushin, Kawashima Kai was filled with elation and immediately rushed inward. However, just a few steps in, he abruptly halted. Just moments earlier, Long Fei had stationed special forces to secure the detention room. Mr. Wu had issued orders that anyone approaching the detention room without his command would be shot on sight. Despite being the consul general of the Thai nation in China, should Long Fei's special forces fire upon him, they would not hesitate. Mr. Wu's permission for him to visit Takeda Nobushin was, in fact, a perilous trap, intentionally leading him to his demise. As Kawashima Kaichi slowly retreated, Shuang smiled and inquired, "Kawashima, did you not go to visit Yamamoto Takeda? Why have you returned so swiftly?" "Kawashima, are you truly toying with me?" Kawashima retorted, his voice laced with anger. "Have you forgotten the orders you just issued to those special forces? I have extended the opportunity to you. Whether you can visit Mr. Yamamoto rests upon your own capabilities. You must issue new orders immediately to allow me to see Mr. Yamamoto. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Military orders cannot be altered at whim. "If you lack the ability to meet Yamamoto, then I am afraid I cannot assist you," Kawashima replied, his face darkened with fury, his chest heaving as he struggled to control his breath, yet feeling utterly powerless against Shuang. "Shuang, our nation is known for its courtesy and generosity. Today, Mr. Kawashima has requested our presence to accompany him in visiting Mr. Yamamoto. Could you not facilitate this?" Wang Tao stepped forward and implored Shuang. "Indeed, Mr. Kawashima and his companions have traveled from afar as friends. Should we not extend our hospitality and sincerity?" Did you not hear? I have already permitted him to visit Yamamoto. I have not obstructed him. What more do you wish me to do? Do you expect me to personally escort Yamamoto here for the visit? Is this not a feeble excuse? You refuse to allow those special forces to step aside. How can a visit even occur? How the visit transpires is your concern, not mine, Shuang remarked with a smile, eyeing Wang Tao and Sun Chuanlong. Wang Tao and Sun Chuanlong, their faces flushed with anger, found themselves powerless against Shuang. Shuang, do not become too complacent. Without evidence, you can only detain Mr. Yamamoto for a maximum of 48 hours. We shall see how this unfolds. Realizing the futility of their efforts to meet Yamamoto, Kawashima, in a fit of rage, stomped his foot and, without a backward glance, departed with his subordinates. Wang Tao, Sun Chuanlong, Hai, and the others exchanged glances, resignedly following Kawashima out. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Tao, Sun Chuanlong, and Hai turned to cast a fierce glare at Shuang, filled with threats and animosity. They had come on a mission, and now, not only had they failed to rescue anyone, but they could not even see the individual. How would they explain this upon their return? Once Kawashima and his group had departed, Long Feixiong patted Wu Shuang on the shoulder, smiling as he remarked, "Well done, my friend." He had previously discerned that Wu Shuang hailed from the military, and today's encounter with Ling Fei and the others served to affirm Wu Shuang's identity. He was thoroughly impressed with Wu Shuang's performance, particularly the 4 slaps delivered to Tianhai. Although he did not personally strike the blow, Long Feixiong still felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and ease. This was not due to Tianhai's lack of respect towards him, but rather the actions of Tianhai today that filled him with immense anger and indignation. In Chapter 195, Shangtian Jianan, as Tianhai, his former subordinate, could not wage battle like the heroes of war to serve the nation and its people. At the very least, he ought to conduct himself with integrity and transparency. Unexpectedly, today, Tianhai had colluded with the enemy from Taigua, which incensed him greatly. Now, with Wu Shuang's intervention, those individuals had been driven away, alleviating the immediate crisis. Kid, that little Japanese boy is right. We must swiftly gather evidence. Otherwise, after 48 hours, we will have no choice but to release Yamamoto Takeda. Wang Dashan expressed his concerns to Wu Shuang. Rest assured, Wang Lao, I will make arrangements and will find the evidence promptly. The little devils have committed such atrocious acts in our Shenzhou. I will not let them escape unscathed, Wu Shuang declared, his expression icy, eyes gleaming with cold determination. That's good. If there's anything we 3 old men can assist with, do not hesitate to ask. We will do our utmost to help. They exchanged a few pleasantries before Long Feixiong, Wang Dashan, and Shang Tianpei departed the police station and returned home. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing deliberated and decided to excavate Mount Modi immediately. Regardless of the effort expended, they must unearth evidence of Yamamoto Takeda's experiments. Xiao Qingqing promptly arranged for the police to seal off all roads surrounding Mount Modi. Meanwhile, Long Yuyan contacted major construction companies in Tianhai, requisitioning dozens of excavators. Just as they were prepared to leave the police station, a black car arrogantly barreled into the precinct. With a screech of brakes, it halted in front of the office hall, and a man in a black suit from Taigua emerged. He clutched a briefcase and strode into the office hall with an air of disregard, directly encountering Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang. Who is Director Xiao? The Taigua man asked arrogantly, glancing at Xiao Qingqing and the others. Just as Xiao Qingqing was about to respond, Wu Shuang interjected. They say good dogs do not obstruct the path. Those who do are not good dogs. He then mockingly addressed the Taigua man. Wouldn't you agree? How dare you insult me, Shangtian Jianan? I am an internationally acclaimed lawyer. Just wait and see as I bring you to ruin. Shangtian Jianan threatened, pointing a finger at Wu Shuang. Humph. Just as one group of little devils leaves, another arrives. Under the vast skies of our Shenzhou, why are there so many of these pests, akin to bothersome flies? Wu Shuang disregarded Shangtian Jianan's threats, waving his hand in disdain as he spoke. As Shangtian Jianan was about to retort, he reconsidered, recognizing that engaging in a verbal spar with someone of lesser intellect was beneath his dignity as a renowned attorney of his nation. Thus, he composed himself and chose silence. I am magnanimous and will not stoop to the level of someone so ignorant. He then addressed the crowd once more. Who among you is Director Xiao Qingqing? I am, Xiao Qingqing replied, stepping forward as her name was mentioned. Shangtian Jianan produced a legal letter from his briefcase and handed it to her, asserting with a condescending smile, this is our attorney's letter. Your unjust arrest and unlawful detention of the young master from the Yamamoto family is deeply unsatisfactory to us. However, you have only 48 hours. Should you fail to release young Master Takeda Shin within this time frame, prepare to lose everything. With that, he let out a boisterous laugh and swaggered away. As a globally esteemed attorney, he was the legal representative of the Yamamoto family, having won countless cases without a single defeat. Many who had crossed the Yamamoto family had been left utterly ruined by his legal prowess. Witnessing his audacity, Wu Shuang felt a surge of anger. Discreetly, she retrieved a silver needle, flicking it expertly towards his leg. Shangtian Jianan felt a chill in his leg, followed by a numbing sensation that rendered his left leg immobile. He stumbled and fell to the ground, his descent strikingly graceful despite the circumstances. Wu Shuang couldn't help but burst into laughter at his misfortune. Infuriated, Shangtian Jianan quickly sat up, feeling the needle embedded in his leg. Enraged, he yanked it out and, limping, approached Wu Shuang, brandishing the needle. Did you orchestrate this? He demanded. As an international gold medal attorney, I may indulge in a lavish feast, but I shall not tolerate baseless accusations. Wu Shuang replied with a smile. How could you be certain it was I? This needle did not merely pierce my leg without reason, and since you were behind me, it must be your doing. My esteemed attorney, if you declare this needle to be mine, You must provide evidence. Should you fail to present such proof, I shall accuse you of defamation and slander. Shuang Tianjian stood there awkwardly with the needle in hand, devoid of any evidence to support his claim. With a resigned snort, he warned, "Do not let me find evidence that implicates you, or you shall face dire consequences." With that, he limped away in defeat. The onlookers, having witnessed his earlier arrogance, found amusement in his current predicament, erupting into laughter. Then, Xiao Qingqing and Wu Shuang, accompanied by the group, arrived at Modishan and located the site where Wang Pengfei had been discovered. Following the established route, they sought the direction of a nearby farmhouse. The underground genetic research facility lay buried 20 meters below ground. They had drifted along the subterranean river until they reached Linshire, yet remained uncertain of the facility's precise location. Thus, they needed to locate the farmhouse first, and from there, navigate the underground passage to find the genetic research base. To their astonishment, upon reaching the site of the farmhouse, they found it had vanished completely. Even the surrounding trees had been uprooted and replaced with manicured lawns. Lacking any reference points, Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing could not discern the farmhouse's location. If not for the new soil beneath their feet, Wu Shuang might have doubted his own memory, questioning whether their previous experiences had merely been a dream. Chapter 196. Finding Evidence. Dig to the very depths. Excavate every inch of this 3-mile radius until that passage is unearthed. Wu Shuang commanded, and Long Yuyan summoned all available excavators, aligning them in formation to commence digging. As the machines roared to life, Wu Shuang's expression grew grave. Although they had captured Yamamoto Take-Hide, it was imperative to unearth evidence to substantiate the charges against him. Otherwise, their efforts would be in vain. Yet, an hour passed, and despite the excavators turning the area upside down, nothing had been uncovered. Wu Shuang inspected the depth of their work, noting it was inadequate, and promptly instructed them to deepen their excavations and continue digging downward. Indeed, after another half hour, one excavator struck something solid underground. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing hurried over to inspect, and to their delight, it was the passage leading from beneath the farmhouse to the underground laboratory. Elated, Wu Shuang ordered the crew to continue digging along the passage. It sloped gently downward, becoming increasingly lower as they progressed. Within mere dozens of meters, the passage collapsed, filled with rubble and earth. However, with the excavators working in tandem, they managed to advance over 200 meters in a single day. Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, on the other hand, had traversed approximately 600 to 700 meters within the underground passage. With only 48 hours, just 2 days, remaining, Wu Shuang incentivized the excavator operators with triple pay to work through the night, determined to unearth the laboratory before time ran out. The Tianhai Police Department could detain Yamamoto Take-Hide for 48 hours, which fell within legal bounds, leaving no room for dissent from others. However, should that time lapse, anyone could challenge their authority, complicating matters significantly. The excavator operators, upon seeing Wu Shuang offer them triple their usual wages, were overwhelmed with excitement and promptly agreed to the task. Consequently, dozens of excavators labored tirelessly throughout the night to dig. After a relentless battle spanning both day and night, they finally reached the underground laboratory by noon the following day. However, due to the violent explosion, all instruments, equipment, and the specimens of individuals had been utterly obliterated. Furthermore, being located over 20 meters underground, the explosion had vacuumed the air from the site, and the immense pressure had compressed everything into a formless mass, leaving no trace of evidence behind. Witnessing this disheartening scene, the crowd felt a profound sense of disappointment, realizing that after so much effort, they had achieved nothing. Only Wu Shuang, gazing at the ruins, displayed a smug smile. He swiftly used a black dagger to extract a small item from the debris, placing it carefully into a box. The onlookers regarded Wu Shuang with confusion, uncertain of his intentions. Years ago, someone wielded a tube of laundry detergent and invaded a nation. With this small item, can I not ensnare a Yamamoto Takeda Shin? Wu Shuang remarked, smiling in response to their bewildered expressions. The crowd was taken aback. This was nothing short of framing and slander. Nonetheless, given Yamamoto Takeda Shin's heinous actions, no one would oppose framing him. Upon returning to the police station, they found Morita Cannon already waiting. Upon seeing Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing, he sneered, "Director Xiao? The time has come. I advise you to release Mr. Yamamoto immediately, or you shall face dire consequences." I regret to disappoint you. You won't be taking him away. We have already found the evidence, Wu Shuang said, shaking the box in front of Morita Cannon with a smile. Impossible. You could not have found any evidence, Mr. Yamamoto has never engaged in illegal activities. This is false, undoubtedly false. You are framing him. Morita Cannon exclaimed, his demeanor shifting as he reacted to Wu Shuang's claim of evidence, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This is the police station, not a lunatic asylum. If you continue to act irrationally, I won't hesitate to send you to one, he warned. Wu Shuang, incensed, exuded an overwhelming presence that caused Morita Cannon to retreat step by step, rendered speechless. If you have the audacity, show me that evidence. Morita Cannon finally dared to demand after taking a few steps back. You truly overestimate your position. This is the most crucial piece of evidence in this case. You are insignificant. How could I possibly allow you to see it? Wu Shuang retorted fiercely. Morita Cannon, feeling cornered, stepped back several more paces before exclaiming in frustration. You clever boy, you've got some nerve, just wait. Realizing that he could not take Yamamoto Takeda's shin today, Morita Cannon departed, leaving in a huff. At that moment, Huang Tianba called, reporting that several mysterious individuals had entered Tianhai over the past few days. His subordinates sought to trail their targets and ascertain their whereabouts. Yet those individuals vanished into thin air, with none returning thus far. Therefore, inform your men that in the presence of such elusive figures, tracking is futile. It seems the Yamamoto family has invested heavily for Yamamoto Takeda's sake, not only deploying all available connections and resources overtly, but also secretly arranging for numerous operatives. This indicates a dual strategy. Should they fail to rescue Yamamoto Takeda openly, they may resort to more aggressive measures. Wu Shuang immediately relayed a message to Xiao Dao and the others, instructing them to hasten to Tianhai with utmost urgency. After nightfall, Long Feixiong, accompanied by a contingent of special forces, patrolled the area outside the detention room, ensuring its protection with vigilance. Wu Shuang had previously warned them of the imminent danger, urging them to exercise heightened caution. Despite their active patrol, their movements were remarkably stealthy, producing scarcely a sound. At that moment, a noise emanated from the opposite wall, prompting them to raise their weapons and fire at the source. A torrential barrage of bullets struck the wall, creating a multitude of pockmarks. However, several shadowy figures darted past, evading their aim, while a flurry of shurikens swiftly incapacitated several of their ranks, sending them crashing to the ground. As Long Feixiong and his men fell, the dark figures surged over their bodies, advancing toward the detention room. The special forces standing guard at the detention room were caught off guard as the glint of blades flashed and more shurikens struck, felling them in a sanguine cascade. One of the shadows raised a knife and cleaved open the door of the detention room. Then, several figures slipped inside, whispering, "Young Master Yamamoto, it is Mr. Yamamoto who has sent us to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Takeda's heart soared with joy, having been confined in this detention room for so long. He had been consumed by anxiety and fear. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have led Wu Shuang and Xiao Qingqing to the experimental base. Although he hailed from Thailand, the heinous acts he committed in the land of Shenzhou would not be overlooked by its authorities. Just as he feared for his life, he was astonished to find that the elite sent by his father had breached the precincts to rescue him. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed the black-clad figures as they swiftly exited the detention room. At that instant, distant sounds of hurried footsteps and shouts pierced the air. "Quick, the suspect is escaping. Everyone, converge. We must not let the suspect slip away." The urgency in Yamamoto Takeda's voice escalated. "We must hurry. We cannot let them catch up." "Rest assured, young master. We are fully prepared," came the reassuring reply as 6 or 7 figures covered their retreat, while 2 others supported Yamamoto Takeda, propelling him over the walls of the precinct. Xiao Dao and Jin Gang had long set up their sniper rifles on a nearby rooftop. As soon as they spotted the 2 figures in black aiding Yamamoto Takeda's shin over the wall, they immediately squeezed the triggers. 2 sniper bullets sliced through the night sky like the spears of death, striking the black-clad men squarely in their backs. With a wretched cry, the 2 fell from the wall. Yamamoto Takeda's shin, startled, let out a scream and leapt down from the wall without a second thought. Ninjas, lying in ambush below, rushed to his side as he fell, shielding him as they made their escape. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang, the monk, Tai Tu, Dexiong, and Chang Wei led the officers toward the detention room. Although the ninjas left behind were experienced upper ninjas, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage against Wu Shuang and his companions. Particularly, Dexiong wielded a short blade that shattered the ninjas' weapons with ease. 2 unprepared ninjas were bisected in an instant by his strike. Xiao Dao and Jin Gang, facing the black-clad figures protecting Yamamoto Takeda's shin, continued to fire their rifles, swiftly taking down another dozen ninjas. Those guarding Yamamoto managed to reach the vehicles parked at the roadside and helped him into one of them. The car, modified with bulletproof glass, withstood the sniper fire without a scratch. Then, with a thunderous roar, The vehicle sped off like an arrow released from a bow. Xiao Dao and Jin Gang quickly redirected their aim, eliminating the remaining black-clad figures outside the detention room. They then joined Shuang and the others in pursuit of Yamamoto's vehicle. As both parties exchanged gunfire in a thrilling chase, 2 ninja cars were hit, causing their fuel tanks to explode, while 2 patrol cars also suffered damage and rolled off the road. As they neared the coastline, one ninja vehicle, in a desperate bid to protect Yamamoto's escape, veered towards Shuang's car, intending to collide. Shuang shot out their tires, causing their car to tumble on the road. But it also obstructed Shuang's path. After exiting their vehicle, Shuang and his comrades approached the wreckage, unleashing a hail of bullets that turned the occupants into a sieve. The last remaining ninjas, tasked with safeguarding Yamamoto Takeda Shin, scrambled aboard a helicopter that ascended towards the ocean. As Shuang watched the helicopter soar into the depths of the sea, a victorious smile spread across his face. It turned out that allowing Yamamoto Takeda Shin to escape had been a ploy orchestrated by Shuang all along. Ling Fei and his special forces had already donned bulletproof vests, and the blood flowing from the shurikens had been carefully concealed plasma. This time, Shuang deliberately allowed the members of the Yamamoto family to rescue Yamamoto Takeda Nobu. He could find no evidence. Without this maneuver, he would be utterly unable to substantiate the charges against Yamamoto Takeda Nobu. In this fierce battle, although some were gravely injured, not a single life was lost, while many ninjas met their demise. The abduction of Yamamoto Takeda Nobu immediately caused a sensation among the authorities, eventually reaching even the capital. Following deliberations among the king, Feng Mubai, and Xiao Ziyu, they unanimously resolved to deliver a severe reprimand to the people of Tai country. Consequently, under the king's directive, Feng Mubai contacted Shuang to issue a command. They were to journey to Tai country and ensure the elimination of Yamamoto Takeda Nobu. Shuang had long anticipated this order and promptly set out with Xiao Dao, De Xiong, Jin Gang, Tai Tu, and the monk, covertly infiltrating Tai country. The intelligence operatives from the Divine Land had already prepared the various weapons and equipment they required. Once Shuang and his companions acquired the armaments, they took advantage of the night to arrive at the outskirts of the Yamamoto family's castle. The night was exceptionally dark, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, equipped with night vision goggles, the darkness posed no hindrance to them. Meanwhile, within the Yamamoto family's estate, a banquet was being held to celebrate Yamamoto Takeda Nobu's accomplishments and to soothe his anxieties. Although the genetic research data had been stolen by a mysterious figure at Tianhai Airport, Yamamoto Takeda Nobu still possessed backups, marking him as a significant asset to his family. Ascending a tree, Shuang utilized binoculars to observe the revelers in the hall, and he was filled with elation. Each of the 6 members aimed a rocket launcher at the banquet hall, unleashing a barrage of 7 rocket-propelled grenades. As the guests reveled in their festivities, they were caught off guard by the sudden blaring of alarms. The guards, spotting the incoming rockets, immediately activated the alarm and shouted, "Enemy attack! Quickly, enemy attack!" Upon hearing the alarm, the banquet attendees began to scatter in a frantic attempt to escape the hall. Yet their reactions proved belated. The 6 rockets had already soared through the night sky, trailing fiery tails, and struck the hall with devastating force. The thunderous explosions reduced the grand hall to ruins, claiming the lives of at least 70 attendees in an instant. Blood splattered, limbs flew, and anguished cries filled the air. Yamamoto Takeda Nobu and the remaining survivors stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the calamity that had befallen them. Before they could regain their composure from the shock, Shuang and his team stormed into the Yamamoto fortress, brandishing submachine guns. Ahead of them, dozens of drones commenced a relentless barrage upon the members of the Yamamoto family. As Shuang and his companions advanced with unyielding momentum, engaging in fierce battle with the adversaries in the banquet hall. Confronted by the heavily armed Shuang and his companions, the guards and bodyguards of the Yamamoto family were utterly outmatched. Just as Shuang and his group were about to breach the banquet hall, an eerie chill enveloped the night. A sinister wind swept through the air, and black mist coiled around them, transforming the vicinity of the banquet hall into a scene reminiscent of the underworld. Then, countless specters surged toward Shuang and his companions from all directions. Startled, Shuang and his group were bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Upon seeing the approaching phantoms, Shuang immediately thought of Gong Yixian. It appeared that the one responsible for this onslaught was akin to Gong Yixian, a sorcerer from Southeast Province. However, judging by the sheer number of these specters, this individual's powers were evidently far superior to those of Gong Yixian. "Quickly, take shelter behind me," Wu Shuang commanded loudly to Xiao Dao and the others. His black dagger possessed the ability to vanquish these malevolent spirits, obliterating every phantom that dared to approach him. Xiao Dao and his companions swiftly gathered behind Wu Shuang. Though their firearms were formidable, they proved ineffective against the apparitions. Wu Shuang wielded his black dagger with lethal precision, safeguarding his comrades. The phantoms hovering above glared down at Wu Shuang and the others, yet were too intimidated to continue their assault. At that moment, a swirling black mist coalesced before Wu Shuang, revealing a shadowy figure emerging from the depths. It was none other than He Mu. Youth, it seems I have underestimated you. I never imagined you would possess such a divine artifact. No wonder Gong Yixian met his demise at your hands, He Mu remarked. Who are you? Wu Shuang demanded, pointing his black dagger at He Mu. Humph. How dare you, an insignificant nobody, slay my disciple? I, He Mu, shall not let you escape unscathed, he retorted. So you are the master of that pretentious trickster. Wu Shuang scoffed. Since you've come, you might as well join your disciple in the afterlife. You audacious fool, you seek death. He Mu sneered, launching a surge of black energy toward Wu Shuang with a wave of his hand. Wu Shuang shouted in defiance, swinging his black dagger to intercept the oncoming dark force. He expected it to dissipate as the other phantoms had, yet, contrary to his assumption, the black energy only intensified, taking on a tangible form akin to obsidian, growing more ferocious and powerful. With a thunderous impact, Wu Shuang was struck by the corporeal black energy, propelled backward into the air. Quick to react, he twisted mid-flight, landing gracefully on the ground. Impressive. You possess considerable skill. Prepare yourself. He Mu's figure dissolved into swirling black mist, striking toward Wu Shuang like a bolt of dark lightning. Wu Shuang brandished his black dagger, charging to meet He Mu, and soon, the two were locked in a fierce battle. The small knife, the great bear, the diamond. The monk and Iron Head hastily set aside their firearms and rushed to assist Wu Shuang with fervent shouts. To their astonishment, the dark energy emanating from He Mu surged violently, sending all of them crashing backward. Wu Shuang, despite enduring several more exchanges, was similarly propelled away by the force of He Mu. This time, fortune did not favor him. He fell heavily to the ground. Nevertheless, you shall perish, He Mu declared coldly, swiftly appearing before Wu Shuang. With a mere flick of his hand, a surge of dark energy hurtled towards the fallen Wu Shuang. At that moment, Wu Shuang had yet to rise. Upon witnessing the impending attack, he desperately attempted to roll aside to evade the dark force. However, ensnared by the shadowy aura, his movements became sluggish. Just as it seemed Wu Shuang would be struck, a brilliant white light descended from the heavens, colliding with the darkness. The black energy shattered into fragments, dissipating into the air. Wu Shuang exhaled a sigh of relief and, with a nimble leap, regained his footing. The small knife and his companions, nervously glancing at Wu Shuang, quickly gathered behind him. Who possesses the audacity to meddle in my affairs? He Mu bellowed into the void behind Wu Shuang. I have warned you, He Mu, to refrain from committing acts of violence in this world. I cannot allow you to transgress so brazenly. A figure emerged from the dark void, resembling an ethereal sage. Master. Upon hearing that voice, Wu Shuang recognized the arrival of his mentor, the true man of Taishu. Filled with exhilaration, he cheered upon seeing his master. The true man of Taishu smiled and nodded at Wu Shuang, saying, Disciple, once I have dealt with this miscreant, we shall converse. You old rascal, 10 years ago, I was injured by you. I had intended to eliminate this brat before settling accounts with you. I did not expect you to deliver yourself to me. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances. Prepare to meet your end. Enraged by the appearance of the true man of Taishu, He Mu lunged at him in a frenzy. With a cold snort, the true man of Taishu met his charge with a powerful sweep of his hands. While the two engaged in fierce combat, Wu Shuang, the small knife, the great bear, the diamond, the monk, and Iron Head seized the moment to retrieve their weapons and surged towards the banquet hall. The members of the Yamamoto family, initially elated at witnessing He Mu's upper hand, were taken aback by the sudden arrival of the true man of Taishu, who countered He Mu's assault. As Wu Shuang and his allies advanced, Yamamoto Bianxiong commanded the remaining ninjas and guards to charge at them. However, they were met with a barrage of bullets raining down from Wu Shuang's group and the drones above. In an instant, numerous ninjas and guards were reduced to mere husks, their lives extinguished in an unforgiving storm of gunfire. In no time, Wu Shuang and his companions burst into the dilapidated banquet hall, where the last 10 elite ninjas brandished their long blades and lunged towards them. A volley of gunfire ensued, claiming the lives of 4 ninjas. The remaining 6, however, proved impervious to firearms. Wu Shuang discarded his submachine gun and brandished a black dagger, charging at the 6 ninjas. Amidst the flashing blades and glinting steel, a fierce melee erupted. Within 10 minutes, the 6 ninjas were vanquished by Wu Shuang and his allies. Upon witnessing the dire turn of events, Yamamoto Bianxiong and his son, Yamamoto Takazaki, attempted to flee. Yet, Wu Shuang's speed was astonishing. Before they could escape the confines of the Yamamoto fortress, he caught up with them. Realizing escape was futile, the father and son shouted in unison and lunged at Wu Shuang. Although their martial prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Wu Shuang's. In a mere 5 exchanges, Yamamoto Bianxiong was slain by Wu Shuang's blade. Yamamoto Takazaki, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Wu Shuang, desperate to avenge his father. However, before his fist could connect, Wu Shuang delivered a swift kick, sending him flying several meters before crashing to the ground. The remaining guards of the Yamamoto clan rushed to aid Takazaki, only to be intercepted by Wu Shuang's 5 companions. Meanwhile, Wu Shuang, like a bolt of lightning, darted to Yamamoto Takazaki's side. Before Takazaki could react, Wu Shuang pressed the black dagger against his throat. "Do you know why you managed to escape from Tianhai so effortlessly?" Wu Shuang inquired with a cold smirk, fixing his gaze upon Takazaki's bloodshot eyes. Takazaki glared at Wu Shuang in fury, though he did not voice his thoughts. The icy glare in his eyes was akin to blades, longing to shred Wu Shuang to pieces. "Ah, you need not ask. I shall enlighten you, so you may perish with clarity. I lack the evidence to charge you under the laws of the divine land. Furthermore, I am aware that many of your kind, including ninjas and masters, infiltrated Tianhai. Thus, I casually claim to have uncovered evidence, prompting those individuals to intervene on your behalf. Moreover, the guards assigned to you were deliberately placed by me. Did you think you could escape from the detention room so easily? I intentionally set you free to find a suitable pretext to strike against you and your Yamamoto clan. You fiend." Yamamoto Takazaki seethed, veins bulging on his forehead as he hurled insults at Wu Shuang. "Humph, the moment you chose to conduct live experiments on our people, the fate of your Yamamoto clan was sealed. Now, it is clear to you. Go seek reunion with your family in the afterlife." As the words left his lips, Wu Shuang's hand swept, and the black dagger glided across Yamamoto Takazaki's throat. In an instant, blood erupted, and Yamamoto Takeda Nobuya collapsed helplessly. The remaining guards of the Yamamoto clan were swiftly annihilated by the likes of Xiao Dao. Thus, the Yamamoto family had been entirely extinguished. When Wu Shuang arrived at the battleground between Taishu and Haimu, he found that Taishu had vanished, while Haimu lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Wu Shuang had long grown accustomed to his master, the divine dragon, appearing and disappearing at will. Yet, to assuage his concerns, he drew forth a black dagger and decisively severed Haimu's head from his body. Subsequently, Wu Shuang and his companions began to rummage through the fortress of the Yamamoto clan in search of valuables. "Boss, I found something remarkable." In no time, Xiao Dao approached Wu Shuang with a substantial stack of documents, his expression brimming with excitement. Wu Shuang took the documents and discovered they contained evidence of a conspiracy between young Master Lin and the Yamamoto clan. Upon seeing this, an icy glint flashed in Wu Shuang's eyes. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens echoed from outside, as the patrols of Taigu rushed to the scene. Hearing the commotion, Wu Shuang and his companions swiftly executed their prearranged escape plan, disappearing like the wind. 3 days later, within a villa in the capital, young Master Lin was sipping tea when Wu Shuang burst in, accompanied by the patrols. The genetic research undertaken by the Yamamoto clan in Shenzhou had been covertly supported by young Master Lin. Previously, their Bloodblade Special Operations team had been ambushed by enemies due to Lin's machinations. With Lin apprehended, Wu Shuang finally avenged his fallen brothers.